What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is a story where Issei was betrayed, killed, and became a spirit god. Just as Issei thought that his life was going well, he was suddenly met with a heartbreaking discovery which subsequently causes a chain reaction of events which unfortunately lead up to his death. However, Issei receives a second chance at life after being saved by a mysterious woman who reincarnates him into an entirely different person, restarting his life as a newborn baby. 17 years later, a high school boy by the name of Shido Itsuka navigates through his seemingly normal and mundane life, completely oblivious to the circumstances surrounding his own existence. He just wants to lead a normal life, but fate has other plans as enemies from the past resurface. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Now let's get into part 1. It was a pleasant sunny day. Issei Hiyoto had just been discharged from the hospital and was on his merry way to school. He had not seen his friends for a long time. Once Issei gets to school, it will be the first time he saw his companions ever since the end of the Evil Dragon War. Issei, oh boy, I am pretty pumped up for no reason today, maybe because I can finally see Rias and the other girls for first time since forever. Anyway, let's get back to school, it's been a long time. As Issei made his way through the rustic yet contemporary streets of Kuo, he was particularly joyful for the future, since he felt like things were at peace and he could finally and properly propose to the girls in his harem. The wind was blowing, the sun was shining, and the sky was clear, a perfect day to start off his first day out of hospital. Issei approached the front gate of school. He saw many students of Kuo Academy making their way into the school compounds and finding their way to class. He was feeling very upbeat and jovial. But before he could meet with his pals from the orc, he decided to meet with his human friends first. Issei made his way into Kuo Academy and reached his class. As he walked in, he noticed that all of his classmates had turned their eyes towards him with shocked expressions. Motohama, oh my god, Issei, it's been like what, forever since we last saw you, what happened my man? Issei was greeted by one of his fellow perverts at school, Motohama. Motohama was pretty excited to see Issei again after he had suddenly stopped showing to class. He walked up to Issei and wrapped his arm around his shoulder as a sign of welcome and brotherhood. Matsuda, yeah man, we've really missed you. It was getting really lonely not having you with us to peek on girls, hee. Issei's other perverted friend, Matsuda, also came up to him with excitement and joy as he finally saw his fellow perverted bro for the first time in ages. Kates, hey, shut your mouth, you degenerate. Don't you even think of trying to get close to the changing room. Murayama, what she said, although it was just the two of you failed abortions coming to take a sneaky little peek at us, it was still getting pretty annoying, you know. And that goes for you too, Hiyoto. Don't you dare try and peek on us. The two girls who were angry and furious with the perverted trio's ridiculous antics were the leaders of the Kendo Club, Kates and Murayama. Although Issei's sudden return to Kuo Academy was an unexpected surprise but a welcome one to the both of them, the duo was not really keen on having the third pervert coming back to reunite with his pals and start performing lecherous antics again. Issei, okay, alright you guys, I have really missed you too. As for what I was doing when I was gone, well, I kinda went on a little trip overseas for some personal business. Matsuda, oh, is that so? Alright. And look at you man, your body has changed a lot. What did you do? What kind of workouts did you do to get this buff? Kiryu, well, if it isn't the infamous Issei Hiyoto and his fellow perverted brothers, it seems you three are really enjoying your reunion. How tear-jerking. Tell me Hiyoto, what did you do to get this hot? The girl that teased the perverted trio was the perverted girl of the class, Aika Kiryu. She had walked up to Issei to take a few glances at his new body which had become more muscular and defined after the intense physical movements that Issei had done during his battles with rivals, friends, and foes alike. Issei had grown slightly taller. His uniform was getting smaller to the point where his muscles were showing themselves, but not too much. Motohama, hey, that's none of your business. This is serious man business, so keep your dirty hands off our fellow brother of perverseness. And besides, look who's talking, pervert. Matsuda, yeah, I can tell by that cheeky little expression that you're down bad for our champ here. Get lost. Kiryu, oh come on, I was just teasing you, like I always do. I bet you're just jealous because Issei now has a higher chance of becoming a better chick magnet like the two of you walking disinfectants. Matsuda, what? Hey, what did I just say? This ain't none of your business, so get you and your $5 look out of this place right now. Motohama, that's right, you don't have a guy now, do you? maybe if you got rid of that yee-ass haircut, you could have a chance to get a boyfriend. Murayama. Oh yeah, come to think of it, your appearance has certainly changed, Hyodo. Although your face and hairstyle are the same, it feels like someone photoshopped your head and pasted it onto a headless muscular man. Murayama blushed as she took a look at Issei's new body, which was completely jacked. Kates. I have to agree, you really look handsome right now. Kates also blushed as she took a few glances at Issei. Kiryu. Hee, see what I mean, boys, I think you'd have to hurry if you want to stop Issei from getting all the ladies. Matsuda and Motohama. Hey. Issei's 5 closest human friends started childishly teasing and trash-talking one another as he was looking by the side. He thought to himself, heh, I guess some people never change, right Drake? Drake, yeah, your human friends seem to still be the same old people the last time we saw them. Oh, that's right, you wanted to meet with your girlfriends, right? Issei. Oh, I completely forgot. Guess I must have been absorbed into my classmates' conversation a little too much. Issei awkwardly giggled as he was reminded that he wanted to meet his girlfriends. Issei, guys, do you know where Asya, Zenobia, or Irina could be? I miss them quite a lot. This question got the entire classroom to go quiet and turn their eyes towards Issei. Some of Issei's classmates had confused or worried expressions. They looked at each other back and forth, hoping that someone would give an answer. Motohama, who had a concerned expression himself, decided to break the news to Issei. Motohama. Well, about that, we don't have a clue where they are. In fact, just like you, the members of the orc had suddenly vanished with no explanation. You are actually the first one we have seen. Issei. What do you mean? You guys don't what happened to them? Issei was getting worried, because he assumed that his friends from the supernatural had survived and were waiting for him at school. But then Issei arrives, only to get no answer as to why they are not here. Matsuda. Yeah man, sorry we couldn't be of much help, we really don't know anything. Issei. I see, I guess I'll try and look for them myself during break or after school, thanks guys. Issei. Shit, this is weird, the girls weren't at home. I didn't feel their presence at home, and neither did Drake. What the fuck is going on? Drake. Partner, they are telling the truth. Those humans genuinely don't know what happened to your girls. But what's even weirder is that I cannot seem to detect their presences in school either. Issei. You mean they're not in school as well? Drake. I'm afraid so, partner. Throughout our entire journey from home to school, I did not sense a single supernatural presence similar to the girls. Ugh, where could they be? I swear if they are pulling a prank on you, it is a sick and twisted one. When you woke up, nobody was there to see you awake. Wait, that seems oddly suspicious. They told you that they love you so many times, yet they weren't even present when you were bedridden. Issei. I'm pretty sure it was important business for them. Maybe Ajuka had called for them. Drake. Maybe, but I have a very bad feeling about this. Issei. Oh please, it can't be that bad, right? I'm sure they aren't doing something behind my back, right? Issei tried to keep things hopeful and positive. He really did not think of Rias and the others as a bunch of backstabbing traitors who would hurt his feelings. Then the school bell rang. It was time for class. Everybody went to their seats to start lessons. Issei followed suit, but he could not get the thought of the girls out of his mind the whole duration of the lessons before recess. Nonetheless, he still tried his best to focus and catch up on things he missed when he was gone and fought during the evil dragon war. Scene break. It was 11:00 a.m. time for recess. That means that Issei has an hour to try and find his friends before lessons resume. Issei immediately got out of his chair as soon as his teacher dismissed him. He walked through the halls, down the escalators, and eventually reached the cafeteria. He looked around the entire place, and he was relieved when someone he knew was caught in the corner of his eye. It was Saji. Maybe he knows what happened. Issei quickly walked to Saji's table to get some answers. As he approached, Issei saw Saji sitting with 2 other girls. He recognized them as Ruruko and Momo from the student council. Issei. Heh, I guess Saji is a lucky man today. I sure hope that I get to see my own harem of girls again. As Issei came closer, Saji noticed, and he happily greeted his friend while sitting down. Ruruko and Momo were also happy that the Red Dragon Emperor is back. Saji. Well hey, look who it is. The one and only Red Dragon Emperor. You've finally been discharged from the hospital, huh? I hope you've been feeling well since you woke up. How are you today? Also, where's your harem of girls? They have been so worried ever since you collapsed. They said that they would stay by your side until you woke up. Rias has been telling Sona that she'd be skipping school every day to be with you every day. This just created more confusion. The girls stay by Issei's side until he wakes up, huh? Issei was completely taken aback by Saji's last few remarks. There was nobody who sat by his bed when he first awoke. Issei, finally having enough, decided to ask. Issei, oh, I am doing amazing, alright. I've missed you too, Saji. But by the way, what do you mean when you say that the girls were by my side the whole time when I was unconscious? When I regained consciousness, I was all alone in the room. There were some flowers and chocolates by the nightstand, but there was nobody at all. Saji looked at Issei with a perplexed look. He asked, What? You mean they weren't there at all? That's strange. Every day, I, as a member of the student council, had received excuse letters from Rias, Akeno, Asia, Zenobia, Koneko, Irina, and Ravel that they will not come to school because they wanted to see you, and just today, I received another letter from previously mentioned 6 girls with the same reason. Issei was shocked. The student council was continuously being informed that the orc girls were seeing Issei, but he does not remember a single instance where the girls were around. Issei became frantic and asked, What do you mean they came to see me? Nobody ever came. What time of today did you receive that letter? Because I woke up 6 days ago. I wanted to surprise them, but it seems like they never showed up at school at all. Saji and his girls were feeling shocked and uneasy. Every single day, Rias and the others would hand excuse letters to the student council with tear-soaked faces and grief-stricken voices, explaining that they longed to see Issei wake up from his coma and love him once more. Sona and the rest of the student council would feel bad, and they also understood their feelings for Issei as well, so most of the time, Sona would just excuse them as she just thought of them as girls who really missed their boyfriend. Saji, okay, this is getting really weird. The girls specifically said that they would visit him every day until he wakes up, that includes today. But Issei woke up 3 days ago, yet they still gave us letters saying that they would visit Issei in hospital. Oh no, don't tell me. Saji was getting really worried and scared, so he decided to tell Issei a few things. Alright, Issei, after school, you, Ruruko, Momo and I will search Kuo Town for Rias and the others. I bet something is going on. Remember, 3:00 p.m. outside the student council room. Issei, okay, got it, I'll meet the 3 of you later. Issei walked off to continue his break while the 3 student council members watched him leave. Ruruko, Saji, do you feel that something really bad will happen? I mean, Rias wouldn't do that thing, right? Saji, don't worry Ruruko, we all know Rias and the girls. They always try to make moves on Issei and give him their love. I don't think that they are the type of individual to do that sort of stuff. Saji reassured his girlfriend with soft and calming tone, but he still couldn't shake of his own personal doubts. Scene break. It was 3:00 p.m. Issei walked towards the student council room as agreed. He saw Saji and the others already waiting for him at the entrance. Issei quickly ran to them to immediately start the search. Issei, hey Saji, I'm here. Saji, huh, oh good, you've arrived. Alright, Sona and the rest of the peerage are busy with something in the underworld, so it's just the 4 of us. You ready? Issei, I don't see any reason for delay, let's go. Saji, excellent, here's the plan. I'll take the northern suburbs of Kuo, Ruruko will take the eastern industrial areas, Momo will take the western suburbs, and you'll take the southern residential areas. After 2 hours, if we find nothing, we'll make our way towards the central commercial district of the town. This plan is to ensure that all of Kuo is searched, and we haven't missed anything. Let's make a move on. The 4 devils moved out. They went to their respective allocated locations to start searching. Issei arrived in the residential areas of Kuo. He noticed that the streets were empty and quiet. It was a weekday after all. Adults were at work and students were at club activities in school. Issei tried detecting the girls' presences throughout the entire area, but to no avail. Drake, partner, I can't detect anything in this place. Not a single sign of the supernatural. Only a few human presences in the houses, nothing else. Issei, no, I can't just give up. I promise to be with the girls until death do us part. I'll search for them even until midnight. Drake, if you say so partner, besides, let's think optimistically for once. Maybe those 3 have found something. Even after 2 hours, Issei still turned up empty-handed. He was very worried at this point. Where the heck could they be? Then, Saji contacted Issei by his cell phone. Hey Issei, any luck? Issei was tired, so he responded, no, nothing. Saji, I see. Ruruko and Momo also gave the same answer. I guess we should move on to the next phase. Let's go. Issei hung up and quickly sped towards Kuo Town's central commercial district. He looked left and right, up and down, trying to find a hint of the girls, but still turned up empty-handed. His only hope now was to check the bustling streets where it was packed with workers and students leaving their workplaces and schools. Throughout his entire trip towards the center, there was no sign of them. It was 5:20 p.m., and Issei had just arrived in the city center where it was rush hour. Workers and students alike were heading home for dinner. Amongst the indifferent folk who were minding their own business, Issei was frantically looking everywhere for his beloved girlfriends. Why is this happening? He thought to himself as he worriedly dashed about the streets. Despite Issei's best efforts, his search turned up empty-handed. He stood in the town square, panting from all the running and looking he did for the past few hours. Saji and the girls soon met up with Issei after a fruitless search the whole afternoon. Saji, let me guess, nothing, because it's the same for the three of us here. Issei, I don't get it, I don't get any of this. How could they just vanish into thin air like that? Saji, Issei, take a deep breath. Have you tried calling them? Issei, no, not yet. Saji, well, why didn't you try calling them in the first place, you idiot? Ugh, it doesn't matter now, call them. Issei whipped out his cell phone and dialed his girlfriend's numbers as well as his other friends' numbers. But each time, there would be an automated message saying, I'm sorry, but this number is no longer in use. Beep. As each call was unsuccessful, the four devils became increasingly worried that something bad had transpired. After several failed calls, Saji said, Okay, that's enough. We'll try again tomorrow in the morning. But Issei said, I appreciate your help, Saji, but I'd prefer to search for them on my own. They are the girls whom I have dedicated my heart and future to. If something bad happens, I should be the one who comes in and saves them. Please, I insist. You should be doing student council work and not wasting your time helping a guy who lusts over his girlfriend's boobs. Saji, you sure? Issei, yes, I insist. Saji, okay, have it your way, but if you're in trouble, contact us please. Issei, okay, I will. The four of them dispersed and tiredly made their way back to their respective homes. Issei was feeling very exhausted. He hoped that some dinner and sleep would help him stay calm for the time being until he has enough energy to search like a madman again. Scene break. It was 7:00 p.m. Issei walked into an empty house with its lights turned off. He took a while trying to get home all the way from the crowded city center, so he arrived home when the sun was already setting below the horizon. His parents were on a holiday trip in Europe which was completely paid for by Surzek's Lucifer. Issei's parents were excited to hear that they were given an opportunity to travel the world, so naturally they would accept. They wouldn't be back until much later. He threw his bag by the wall and changed into his civilian attire. Issei entered the kitchen to make his dinner. He was feeling hungry for some spaghetti, so he took out some pasta and started cooking. Issei, hopefully this hot dish and some cold drinks will help me calm down. Sigh. Rias, I am really worried about you right now. Please tell me what happened to you. Issei sat down and began munching down on his pasta. He became really hungry after turning the entire city upside down to find his dear Rias. After finishing, he washed up and did his homework. The whole time he did his own thing, he couldn't get his mind off of the girls. He finally wakes up after so long and the girls just ghost him. Thinking about them made Issei tired, so he decided to go to bed early and prepare for tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'll look for them again. I'm not giving up so easily. Issei was fast asleep in his bed. He covered himself with his blanket from neck to toe, and cuddled a pillow as he slept in a fetal position. Before he slept, he wanted to steel his resolve in finding out what happened to the girls whom he loved. As Issei lay on his bed, he quietly reminisced the past, thinking about the time when he passed out during the battle with the traitors, and how he ended up in a coma for weeks, before waking to find that nobody was around to watch him. Those memories made him sad, but he was still determined to move on and get life back on track. Flashback. 7 days ago, hospital. Ugh, where am I? What the heck happened to me? The boy who had just awoken from his coma was Issei Hyodo, the possessor of the boosted gear, and the current Red Dragon Emperor. Issei looked around his surroundings. He noticed that there were monitors and machines around him. He also noticed he was lying in bed. Issei now knew that he was in a hospital. Issei, why am I in the hospital? Did something happen? Wait, that's right. I had collapsed during the battle with the traitors. How long has it been? I feel so stiff. I really want to get up right now and do some stretching. Issei was eager to jump out of bed, but as he tried to pull himself up, he felt an immense amount of pain. He immediately pulled himself back into a resting position, breathing heavily as he tried to endure the pain. Okay, so this is happening. I can't get up and do anything. What a bummer. Drake, hey partner, you're finally awake. Issei, Drake, don't scare me like that. Drake, sorry partner, I was getting worried that you'd forgotten all about me, so I decided to give you a little refresher by showing myself and reminding you that there's a literal dragon living inside of you, literally. Issei, I see, don't worry Drake, I'll never forget you. Anyway, how long has it been? What the heck happened? Where's Rias and the others? Drake, allow me to refresh your memory. Basically, you had collapsed from exhaustion during the battle with the Traitors. You had used a very powerful move on the beast which your body could not handle. As a result, you passed out and have been in a coma for 2 months. The leaders of the underworld and several other mythologies have all sealed themselves along with the Traitors in order to completely weaken it over time. Right now, you're in a special hospital in the human world which was set up by the Gremry clan to facilitate your recovery. Issei, I see, then in that case, this means that for now, we are at peace, right? Drake, indeed, we should be safe at the current moment. Right now, you should focus on getting better. I will also do my best to try and heal you to speed up your recovery. Issei, thanks partner. Also, I want to call in a nurse or a doctor, but I can't reach my hand out and push the button over there. Drake, say no more, leave it to me. Ahem. Mediathetic. Issei, ow, that actually hurts to hear, but we don't really have a choice, do we now? As soon as Drake shouted for help, an entire team of doctors and nurses came rushing into Issei's room. They were shocked. For 2 long months, the Red Dragon Emperor has been bedridden for so long, and he has finally wakened up. The medical personnel in charge of monitoring Issei's condition were all devils. There's no possible way that the supernatural would allow powerless humans watching over a defenseless Longinus user who was vulnerable to any form of attack. The medical staff loudly cheered in joy as they celebrated the return of the Red Dragon Emperor, and the loud cheering and shouting made Issei's head hurt so much, he'd try and get them to stop. But shouting only made his head feel more pain, so he eventually dealt with all the pain until the medical staff calmed down. Issei breathed deeply in order to soothe the pain he felt from hearing all the rowdy noises made by his doctors and nurses. He watched as they were walking around his bed and taking note of his body's condition. Nurse 1, how are you feeling, Securite-sama? Issei, well, aside from the massive migraine you all gave me just now, I'm completely fine, just having trouble moving about. Nurse 1, I see. Well, I apologize for our behavior just now. We were looking forward to telling you the most recent updates of the supernatural world. I'm sure it will interest you. Issei, well, do tell. I want to know how everybody has been doing in my absence. Nurse 2, well, first of all, the Hakuyoku had also been hospitalized here too. We had discharged him a few days ago. As for the new leaders of the 3 factions, Ajuka Beelzebub has taken over as the new leader of the devils, Shemhazai is now the new governor-general of the fallen angels, and the Seraph Gabriel is now the leader of the angels in heaven. That's all we have for you so far. Perhaps you could get more information from them when you have the chance. The state of the underworld and heaven are still intact, but it will take quite a while to recover. Issei, so Vali was here too, huh? I hope he didn't try to pull any dirty tricks like assassinating me when I was unconscious. Drake, not to worry, partner. Albion has honor and pride. I bet he and Vali would never try and do something so dishonorable. Issei, you sure? I mean, I trust that Albion would never try and do something so preposterous. But you can never read Vali. That little gremlin could be scheming of doing something ridiculous. But since I am alive and well, and I still have communication with you, then perhaps Vali really did not try any cheap tricks. Issei reassured himself that definitely nothing happened to him while he was in a coma. There is absolutely no possible way that Vali, a battle maniac, would even attempt any underhand methods in defeating his enemies or rivals when he would prefer fighting them head-on with all his might until the last man standing. Issei, anyway, thanks to all of you for helping me heal from the battle. When can I get discharged? I want to surprise my lovers when I get back. Dr. 1, well, according to your body's condition and its rate of healing, I'd say 5 days minimum for basic mobile movements, but your powers will be limited. If you want a complete recovery, it will take an estimated 2 weeks. Issei, I'll take the 5 days stay. We're at peace now. There's no need to fully recuperate for what, Evil Dragon War 2. The medical personnel and Issei laughed at his humorous remark. They agreed to let Issei stay in hospital for another 3 days, where they will help him through rehabilitation. Throughout Issei's stay in hospital, the doctors were puzzled by how Issei was quickly able to move regularly again. They'd questioned him how he did it, but Issei simply replied that he just found rehabilitation easy. In reality, it was Drake that was speeding up his recovery process tenfold. As a result, The hospital stay was shortened to 3 days since the doctors felt like it was no longer necessary to let him stay any longer. As Issei headed out of the hospital, he was feeling very delightful as he could finally not only get some real fresh air, but also get the opportunity to see the girls he loves. Issei recalled the time when he openly admitted his love for Rias during the raiding game with Serorg. He personally felt as if it was one of the best moments in his life, and he felt like he has come a long way ever since he first joined Rias's peerage. It was night when he left, so he decided that the first thing he should do is to head directly to bed. Issei looked around and found himself in a commercial district of a city. He looked around and asked, "Hey Drake, where are we?" "Drake, Kuo town of course." "Issei, back home huh? That's pretty convenient. I guess I'll just walk home from here. I'd better prepare for the next day. The girls must definitely miss me. I want to let them know that I am alive and embrace them lovingly and affectionately. It must have been complete hell waiting for your lover to be in a coma, not knowing when he will wake up." Issei walked through the streets of Kuo, noticing that not many people were out during the night, but one thing he did notice was that Drake had gone completely silent. This caught his attention, so he asked, Drake, something wrong?" "Drake, well, it's just that you sound like someone else." "Issei, what do you mean by that? Nothing's wrong with me." "Drake, no, it's your behavior, it's completely different. When you talked about the Gremory girl and the others missing you and going through so much mental and emotional pain, it felt so mature, but it didn't seem to fit you at all. Throughout our whole time together, I have seen you as a pervert who was simply obsessed with breasts. However, instead of saying something along the lines of, 'I cannot wait to see the girls and their breasts,' you prioritize their feelings first. Which is good and exemplary, but that is a major change for you." Issei, "Oh, so that's the case. Well Drake, I've always cared about them. Maybe you are surprised by what I said because this is the first time I'm saying it. I admit that I am a little passionate about boobs most of the time, but that doesn't mean that the girls are just a walking pair of water balloons. They are my future wives and the ones I sacrificed myself for though. I still do have some perversion over their bodies. But it seems like I am not so lustful about it anymore." Drake, whoa, I did not expect this to come out of your mouth ever. But if this is the way you behave now, I will tell you now that I respect you and please keep it up. The girls may even become fonder of you, especially the Nikomata. Issei, yeah, Konako would certainly appreciate a non-perverted version of myself. Anyways, let's get back home and rest for the night. I am pretty eager for school tomorrow. The young brown-haired boy made his way back home, enjoying the cool night breeze which blown against his cheeks, giving him a comforting feeling, which set the perfect mood for a night walk on the way home. He was wearing casual clothes, a simple t-shirt with pants, and a pair of casual sneakers. Issei constantly thought about how glorious he would be when he suddenly shows up in school all of a sudden and greets his girlfriends as a pleasant surprise. Issei imagined their faces lighted up with happiness and relief, and they would cry streams of tears as they said, "I've missed you so much," or "I'm glad that you're back." While he struggled to console all of them at once, Issei assumed that Rias and Asya would miss him the most. He visualized them crying uncontrollably like babies as they would hug him tightly, not letting go. Issei, tomorrow will be the start of my peaceful, supernatural life with the ones I cherish. Peaceful and supernatural, quite an oxymoron. I have crossed paths with many. To be honest, I have never experienced a tranquil life with Rias, as countless enemies and rivals would always disturb the peace. There was Kokabil and his posse of stinky crows, which included my ex-girlfriend. There was Vali and his lackeys who interrupted a freaking peace summit. There was that crazy church guy, Fried, who definitely needs to literally be put on a leash. There was Diodora who fucked around and found out. There was Saw and his band of human misfits that believed they were the strongest. There was Shalba, who I am glad is dead. And there was Rezavim, who is the living definition of the word jackass. Issei contemplated and looked back on everything he accomplished so far. He was optimistic. He thought to himself, "Damn, I am awesome, life's gonna be great, and nothing will ever go wrong." Unfortunately, Issei was never going to expect the events that would follow. Scene break. Issei had finally reached home. He unlocked the door to his home and entered it to find that it was completely empty. Nobody was at home. But Issei never thought much about it as he was feeling tired. He climbed up to his room and threw himself onto the bed. He did not move a bit after that. Issei fell asleep and woke up to an early Monday morning. Flashback end. Kuo Town, Japan, Tuesday 1:00 a.m. Issei was still not able to fall asleep. He always felt tired and sleepy, but he could never fall asleep. The thought of something bad happening to the girls was still lingering in his mind very vividly. but he decided not to act on it since he trusted that Rias and the girls were powerful enough to protect themselves, or that maybe the higher-ups from the underworld had called for them. Issei, shit, I am actually finding this really frustrating right now. I really want to fall asleep right now, but I want to know that my family is safe. Please Rias, I really beg you that you're alright. Suddenly, Issei heard the front door open loudly, and along with the creaky swing of the door, he heard a bunch of females conversing lively. He was shocked but also delighted. Issei tried using his enhanced hearing to try and figure out what these females were talking about. Rias, that was great. I can't believe Florian was so good at it. I just saw him as a gentleman who understood my feelings, but turns out that he was also a man who knows how to please a woman. Don't you think so too, Asya? Asya, well, yeah, Florian is definitely a nice guy. But personally, I think Alex is better. He is good looking, and he feels safe to be around. Issei feels like the type of guy to care for only himself and leave us to fend for ourselves. He's so selfish. Remember how he didn't even have the courage to say your name, Rias. Akeno, Ara, you're right Asya. Issei is truly the scum of all devils. He doesn't know how to truly make me feel happy. He's just a pervert who only sees us as objects, and not real girls who have feelings and troubled pasts. But Werner certainly is. He tells me that I may be not perfect, but I am still someone who is worth spending the rest of their life with. I know for a fact that Issei would never be as considerate and manly like that. He has a rotten heart. Crack. Issei, what? Did I hear that correctly just now? No, there's no way. I need to get closer in order to be sure. Drake, wait, partner, something doesn't seem right. Both of us heard that clear as day just now. If what we heard is true then. Issei, no Drake, I don't believe what I just heard. I need to find out if it's true, or maybe I'm just dreaming. We don't even know if those are Rias and the others. They would never do this. Drake, wait, partner, stop. Before Drake could say anything, Issei sprung out of bed and tiptoed his way towards the door. He silently opened it before sticking his head out in the hallway and looked left and right. Nobody. Good. That meant that Issei could sneak through the hallways and reach the source of the voices without getting caught. Issei was getting increasingly frantic. He repeatedly told himself that he was just hearing things because of an incomplete recovery, and that his ears weren't working well. He reached a staircase, and looked down to see nobody was there. He dashed down towards the first floor. As he ran through the hallways, Issei could hear the voices becoming louder and louder. Eventually, he reached a place where he could hear the voices clearly without enhanced hearing. It was a corner of a wall, which was part of a corridor leading towards the living room. Issei hid behind it and began listening on the conversation. Issei also concealed his aura to avoid detection. He slowly popped his head around to see who it was. What Issei saw next would scar him for life. He saw Rias, Akeno, Asya, Zenobia, Irina, Koneko, and Ravel sitting around the zone for alls and chairs in the living room, but he still refused to believe it. But what they said next would tear him apart. Zenobia, so, pretty hot, right? Gustav wouldn't stop sending me his pictures. He knows what I like, handsome, tall, and muscular. Unlike Issei, who is a virgin compared to this Chad. I may be dense, but I know all about the important things needed for a relationship. Looks rule. Although Gustav may be a bit controlling and demanding at times, it's still much better than dating a living pile of trash, who only cares for himself and his perverted desires. I will have Gustav's babies. Issei's offspring are no different than a bunch of maggots hatching from eggs of a disgusting, decomposing and rotting carcass. Irina, right. As Issei's childhood friend, I've known him to be quite the cold-hearted fool. The fact that all of you have to go through Issei's indifferent and loser attitude doesn't sit right with me. He does not deserve the right to be called my childhood friend. My fellow underworld gals deserve better than this, and I'll side with them no matter what. But on another note, hey girls, check this out, Nick just sent me this. Revel. Oh my, only a true high-class devil is able to get their hands on such a precious and luxurious necklace. Issei is not worthy of having the great Ravel Phoenix of the Phoenix family as his girlfriend, let alone his wife. Issei is synonymous with the words blockhead and disgrace. Moritz is not. He can provide for all the needs of this cute little damsel. And since he's not here, let me say it out loud. No one loves you, Issei. We've left you for someone better. Cry all you want because it's all you ever do. Mwahaha. Koneko. Issei, you mean Midsei. Get it? 'Cause he's mid as hell, super pathetic, weak, and fugly. I bet you girls $100 that he wouldn't try and talk back to us since he loves us. He is the enemy of women. He's the absolute worst. He's a solid one compared to my beloved Severino, who's a solid If the two ever fought, I'd bet you $1,000 that Issei will piss and shit his pants before running away from simply hearing Severino's name. The girls in the conversation all laughed hysterically at the comments they made towards Issei. However, they were completely absorbed into their own little world when meanwhile, Issei, who had been hiding from the girls, had just had his heart shattered into pieces. No, 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 it's not real, it's not real. Issei repeated this in his mind over and over again, hoping that what he saw was either an illusion or a dream. Issei crouched behind the wall, covering his ears and closing his eyes tightly. In his mind, those words replayed many times. He felt his heart being torn to shreds, he felt his brain being impaled by spears, he felt his stomach melt into sludge. It was excruciatingly painful for him. Eventually, he had enough and sped back to his room. He moved through the house like a bolt of lightning. When he entered his room, Issei shut the door and hid under his blanket. He breathed heavily and was sweating profusely. As each second passed, he kept hearing voices and laughter, which only worsened his mental state. Issei's breathing also accelerated to the point of hyperventilation. His pulse became faster to the point where his heartbeat sounded like a washing machine spinning. Stop, make it stop, make it stop. Ayurg. Issei passed out from the hyperventilation and high blood pressure. Drake had kept him alive with the power of the boosted gear. Issei remained completely still and only woke up around 7:00 a.m. the next day. Ugh, what the fuck happened? Why am I sweating like shit? I don't seem to remember last night. What caused me to end up soaked in sweat? Issei then remembered a few memories from last night. Issei, wait. No, that was not real, it was just a nightmare. Pant. He wanted to disregard what he saw last night as a bad dream, but it wasn't easy. It almost felt real. Issei shook his head and looked around. It was his room. No change at all. From the looks of it, it seemed like nobody entered. Issei looked at the clock. It read 7:10 a.m. Issei, I still have almost an hour and a half to school. Might as well get up now to refreshen myself. Issei immediately got out of bed and walked to the bathroom with his towel and clothes. As he stood in the shower and let the cool water rinse off all the sweat, he could not help but ponder whether or not what he saw was reality. His memories of last night were very vague, and every time he'd use his head to try and remember, Issei could not think of anything of note that happened last night, just a few sentences or words. However, he had this ominous feeling within him. Issei felt a great deal of suspense, as if he were holding onto a piece of rope and dangling over a bottomless pit. But nonetheless, if you cannot remember anything from last night, then it must have been a dream. Or so Issei thought. Issei had changed into his school uniform and headed downstairs. As he entered the living room, he immediately knew that something was wrong. Although the appearance of the living room appeared the same when he first entered it after his discharge from the hospital, there was a pungent smell of perfume lingering in the air. Issei, holy shit, who wears perfume this strong? My nose is literally experiencing a seizure right now. Drake, did you detect anything this whole time? No response. Issei, Drake, partner, you there? Still no response. Issei, guess you must still be asleep. After all, I woke up much earlier today, and you'd usually wake up later. I guess I'll ask you later. That was not true. Drake had been wide awake this whole time. The reason why he was not speaking was because the dragon had been having a moral dilemma and pushing his limits ever since Issei passed out last night. Drake, shit, what should I do? Do I tell him that the conversation he saw and heard last night was real? I need to be honest with my partner, otherwise he'd hate me if I told him much later. But if I remind him, then he might go berserk and probably hurt someone. I spent the whole night trying to stabilize his body's aura so that he doesn't literally explode. As Issei's resident dragon was still racking his brains on whether he should tell him the truth, Issei mainly dismissed the ominous feeling and ate breakfast. He ate French toast with a side of hard-boiled eggs. After Issei finished his breakfast, he set off for school. It was a cloudy morning. He could see adults and students alike on their daily commute to work and school. Issei tried calming his nerves by simply enjoying the breezy atmosphere of the morning, but the ominous and suspenseful sentiments could never go away. He eventually gave up trying to forget about it, and decided to tell himself that he needs more rest. Scene break. It was 8:10 a.m. Issei had just entered school and was on his way to class. On his way to his classroom, he saw a familiar figure. It was Kiba, finally, someone who might know what the heck is going on. Issei ran towards Kiba with happiness and relief. He had missed his best friend and brother for a long time, and it was quite pleasant to see him for the first time. Issei, oh my god, Kiba, it's been forever since I last saw you. Kiba, wait, Issei, oh my god, I never thought you would ever wake up. Both boys ran to each other to give a bro hug. Kiba was excited to see his best friend alive and back on his feet. The students watched as both boys hugged each other. They all had different thoughts. Boy 1. Maybe those rumors about Kiba and Hyoto being a gay couple were true after all. Girl 1. What is Yudo-kun doing with the pervert? Is Hyoto trying to brainwash him into doing that kind of stuff? Both boys noticed that the other students were making weird remarks about their reunion, so they decided to break the hug and start acting normally. Issei decided to speak first. Issei, great to see you, man. I tried contacting you but you never picked up. No one picked up. What happened? And where's Rias and the others? Kiba, well, great to see you again. As for why I was silent this whole time, it was because Rias sent me on a very long mission to retrieve a piece of property that belonged to her family. I never found it though. Guess I'll have to report back on the bad news. Hehe. Oh, speaking of Rias, sorry to disappoint, but I don't have a clue where she could be. In fact, I was actually looking for her when I ran into you. The same goes for the rest of the girls. But I heard Gasper had gone to the hospital to be by Valerie's side, and I heard that Roswise had gone back to Asgard to visit her grandmother. Issei, is that so? Well, that's a shame. I was looking forward to seeing her again. Issei felt something was wrong. The ominous feeling was growing stronger. He was breathing much faster and his heart rate increased. Fortunately, he snapped out of it when Kiba asked him, Issei, you alright? Issei, oh, what? Why yeah, everything's all good. It's just that last night, I think I saw something I shouldn't have, but I don't know if it was real or not. Kiba, perhaps it was a dream. Tell me about what you saw, you've piqued my interest. Issei, well, it wasn't a dream, it was like a lucid dream, or a nightmare. No, it wasn't Rainier, I'm over that crow, but it was about Rias and the others. Kiba became serious. He was concerned for his friend because Kiba thought that Issei saw something bad that night, and might have affected him. Kiba, well, what exactly happened? Issei relayed to Kiba all the events of last night. Of course, since Issei couldn't remember all of the details, he only told Kiba what he remembered most clearly, about the parts where Rias and the others berated him and left him for other guys. Kiba in response tried to reassure his friend that Rias would never do something so deplorable and harmful. Kiba, hey buddy, it's fine. Both of us have known and witnessed the girl's advances on you. I'm pretty sure you recall those too, right? Issei, I guess, thanks Kiba, I guess I'm really too tired, I think I need some rest. As both boys were recollecting their thoughts, their attention was caught by a familiar voice. They turned their eyes to find Irina standing in front of Saji, crying and begging for something. Oh, pretty please, my beloved childhood friend is stuck in a limbo between life and death. We promised to be together forever. Surely you understand me, right Saji? I bet you said something similar to those two, right? So please, I would like to see his face while I still have the chance. Every day, my heart aches for him. We had promised to have kids. Please Saji, pretty please. Issei was shocked, but Kiba was even more shocked. Kiba tried to walk towards her, but Issei held him back. He placed his finger on his mouth to show that they should keep quiet. Then Issei gestured towards the wall, indicating that they should eavesdrop. The duo quietly made their way behind a wall, where they saw Irina continuously cry and beg like a little girl. They also saw Saji with a deadpan expression, staring directly at Irina. He finally relented to her nagging and said, Okay, yes, you may be excused, but let me remind you that you've missed over 2 months worth of classes. Tell that to Rias and the others too. Irina, oh my god, thank the Lord, you are a savior Saji. You know I am a pure angel with a heart of gold, so you have my word, thanks so much. Irina then sped off towards the exit. Issei waited long enough until she was out of sight and said, Saji, on your left. Saji turned to find Issei and Kiba hiding behind a wall. He looked back, making sure if Irina was really gone. Then he went to Issei and Kiba and asked, Hey, you guys heard that, right? Issei and Kiba both nodded in unison, and then that's when Issei recalled something yesterday. Issei, oh crap. How could I forget, Saji, you said that they kept handing in excuse letters every day since yesterday, when I was already discharged, right? Saji then came to a realization, and a bad one. He said, Wait, yes, you're right. Something is seriously wrong here. Kiba then decided to ask, Hold on, this is getting very confusing. How could Irina say that she would be visiting you when you were already out of the hospital? Unless she never saw you at all. That's the only plausible explanation why they still hand in excuse letters even a week after your discharge. Come on, we need to follow her. Issei's brain clicked as he connected the dots. he found out that the girls were doing something else while lying to the student council that they were visiting him. Shit, you're fucking right. Do we go now? We have classes. Saji, as a member of the student council, I hereby excuse the both of you and myself from classes today. Let's make haste. Vritra, do you know where she went? Vritra, I have been tracking her this whole time. She hasn't gone far. Let's make a move on. The three boys rushed out of the school compound as they followed Irina's aura. They crossed through many roads and cut through many corners. Issei upgraded tonight to keep up with Kiba's speed. Hey, slow down. Saji tried calling out to them to slow down, but neither Issei nor Kiba heard him and just advanced forward. Kiba and Issei eventually found Irina from a distance. It was outside of a cafe next to the canal. They hid behind the bridge and peeked to see what she was doing. Irina was with the other orc girls. But what was more terrifying was the Irina's behavior of despair had completely changed. Irina was cheerfully conversing with the other girls, shocking both boys. Issei and Kiba wanted to come out and confront them, but they heard a loud shh sound coming from the side. It was Saji who told them to stay put. He then took out a piece of paper and started scribbling on it. When he finished, he threw the paper ball to Issei. Issei caught it, and the message read, "We follow them first. I'll confront them when they reach their destination. You two hide and eavesdrop, okay?" Both boys looked at him and nodded. They used their enhanced hearing to hear what the girls were saying. Asya, so did it work? Irina, yep, he fell for it. That Saji is quite an airhead. What did you expect? He's also a good friend and a fellow pervert of Issei, am I right? Zenobia, haha. He probably just got tired of our rambling and decided to simply let us go. Kiba is also none the wiser. We told him to go on a mission that was practically impossible, because the property does not even exist, and Issei is still in the hospital, so he doesn't even know what has changed. You're a genius, Rias, as expected of the future rating game champion. Saji, excuse you, me, none the wiser. Take a look in the fucking mirror. If you even know what a mirror is, that is. Kiba, I was tricked. Rias, why did you do that? Kiba and Saji were furious that they were deceived by the girls. Meanwhile, Issei was still wondering if what he heard and what he saw could be related. He was in a severe state of denial right now, and he was getting paranoid. Then, girls walked off into another direction. Saji held out an open palm towards the other two boys. Then when the girls were out of range, he told them to climb onto the roofs of short terrace buildings. They would secretly follow them to their destination. As they followed, they made note of all their actions. It was just a bunch of girls acting all cheery and playful with each other. No sign of regret for deceiving Kiba and Saji, and no sign of grief for Issei. The three boys reached the final roof before it dropped down to the ground. In the distance, they saw the train station which connected to other parts of Japan. Issei saw the girls enter the station. Issei, so that's why we couldn't find them yesterday. They were not in Kuo this whole time. Saji, wait, you think we can follow that high-speed railway express without anybody noticing us? Kiba and Issei, watch me. Kiba, hold on tight Saji, this may be a bit scary. Saji, what do you mean, Kiba and Issei each held one of Saji's arms, then using Knight's speed, they jumped off the roof like a flash of light. They spread their wings to fly over the security undetected, all this while Saji was screaming like a little girl. They landed softly in between two empty tracks with trains, blocking people from seeing them. Saji, huff, you jerks. I may be a devil but I ain't prepared for this kind of shit. Why didn't you say anything? Kiba, I did, but anyway, let's search for the girls, I sense them nearby. Saji, hey wait. Before Saji could say anything, Kiba and Issei sprinted off like the wind. What? Hey, wait up, I'm not the Flash you know. Saji was still trying to catch his breath and followed after them in frustration. The trio managed to avoid being caught and climbed on one end of the platform to search for Rias and the others. They saw them. The girls had big bags, probably stuffed with clothes and things needed for a holy day. The three boys sat on a bench, watching the girls. Passerby 1, hey check it out Anoka, that blonde boy is pretty cute right? Passerby 2, what were you saying, Shuko? Oh you're right, that boy is pretty cute. But what's he looking at? He seems really furious. His eyes are all widened, and his pupils look small. You can even see his veins so clearly. He's clenching his fists so tightly like a man. Passerby 1, what about that brown-haired boy? He has a nice body, but he isn't as handsome as the blonde one. Hey, doesn't he look pretty paranoid? He's breathing heavily and fiddling with his hands non-stop. Passerby 2, well I'll be more worried about the third boy. He looks like he's seen some serious shit. You can even hear his breathing from here. That's so gross. Issei, Kiba, and Saji were focusing on every movement Rias and the girls were making. Then, the announcer spoke. Attention all passengers. The train for Tokyo Narita International Airport is departing soon. Please board the train if you are bound for Tokyo Narita International Airport. As the announcer finished, the train at the platform opened its doors, and Rias and the girls boarded it. The boys were shocked. Airport. That means that the girls were most likely outside of Japan this whole time. They followed suit. They boarded a train carriage that was on the other end of the train, and from there, they will make it to the carriage the girls are in. As they boarded the train, they saw that it had a very pristine and luxurious interior. There were red-colored cushioned seats. There were staff sharply dressed in suits preparing food at the back. There were many TVs for passengers to watch. But the boys didn't have time to admire the sights. They were on a mission to uncover the truth behind those who had betrayed them. They walked through each carriage, until Vritra instructed them to stop. Vritra, they are right past that door to the next carriage. We'll stay here at the very front of this one to keep track of their presence. The three boys sat down and waited for the train to depart. As they were sitting down, the train conductor came to them. Gentlemen, your tickets please. Crack. The train conductor saw the three boys turn their heads in unison towards him, while their body maintained the same position. He saw that the boys had angry, paranoid, and terrified expressions on their faces, and all of their eyes were wide open. Train conductor, I think I'll come back later. The train conductor left for the next carriage, and the boys turned their heads back to the front. However, as he opened the door, a familiar smell came through the door. Issei recognized it. It was the same perfume smell as the one in the living room. He immediately informed Saji and Kiba. Issei, guys, you smell that perfume. I recognize it. It's the same one as the smell in my living room. Kiba snapped out of his furious expression and turned to Issei. You sure? Issei, yes, it's unforgettable. I'm positive it's the same scent. Saji, well in that case, it's now more likely that what you saw in your nightmare could have been true. Huff, huff. Kiba, you're still not over that. Saji, shut up man, my life flashed before my eyes. You owe me a nice meal at a luxury restaurant. You hear me guys? Kiba, ugh, sure, deal. The boys eavesdropped on the way to the airport. The key words they remembered was vacation, Los Angeles, Orange County, and San Juan Capistrano. The boys thought, damn, they are going to America. The flight time from here to there will take almost half a day. They sat down on their seats and never got up once. Issei listened very carefully to the girls who were chatting among themselves behind the door. He wanted to know that he wasn't being played like a fiddle. Scene break. Tokyo, Japan, Tuesday, 1:30 p.m. The train finally arrived at Tokyo Narita International Airport after 3 hours. They got off the train and looked for the girls. As they hid themselves amongst the crowd and spotted them heading up the escalator, Saji quickly gestured them to follow. They tracked the girls all the way to the customs area. Kiba, shit, we don't have passports, what do we do? Issei, don't worry, let's check the departure board. The three boys darted their eyes around the massive board showing all the flight departures and found only one flight that was bound for America. Destination, Los Angeles International Airport. Issei, okay guys, take note of the flight number, departure time, and the flight service. Then, let's head to that snack shop. Get as much food as you can and eat it. We have only 45 minutes. Saji, what do you plan on doing, Issei? Issei, no time to explain. Fill your stomachs and we'll meet back here in 20 minutes. Go. Kiba and Issei dispersed, leaving Saji confused. What on earth are you planning, Issei? He didn't think much of it and proceeded to get food. After 20 minutes, the trio came back to the meeting place. Issei then said, okay, I'm pretty sure everyone's full, right? Anyway, to the observation deck, where we can see the planes taking off. They rushed up to the next floor where there was massive windows showing all the planes taking off. Issei, okay, look for the plane at this gate. The airline service only has one of them here right now in the airport, so it shouldn't be hard to spot. It wasn't difficult at all. The plane was designed with flashy colors, so it was obvious and easy to identify. Even better, they saw Rias and the others getting off a mini shuttle bus which had stopped next to the plane and headed towards the stairs. Issei, alright, got them. Kiba, remember the thing we did at the train station? We're going to do that again. But we are going to run like hell this time and we'll stop until we board the plane, got it? Saji, are you kidding me? The last time we… Saji didn't even get to finish his sentence. Issei and Kiba just dragged him along while they ran at supersonic speed. they ran through the customs area, and out of the airport building into the runway. They sped through the vast, open space of the runway and spotted the plane. Issei, it's right there, come on, gotta go fast. Saji, you jackass, you owe me double Issei, ah. Issei and Kiba increased their running speed until they broke the sound barrier. With this extremely high speed, they climbed the stairs and entered the plane, heading into the economy class section and only stopped when they reached their seats. Saji, pant, you two are the worst friends I've ever had. I thought I was gonna smack. Before Saji continued, Kiba slapped him, and showed Saji that other passengers and flight stewards and stewardesses were looking at them with worry and concern. Issei, sorry folks, my friend here is a little scared of heights. He has never been in the air before, so he decided that he's gonna conquer it. Isn't that great? The other passengers looked at each other, before they rolled their eyes and shook their heads and turned away from them. Saji just looked at Issei with the most offended and triggered expression ever. Kiba, phew, now that that's out of the way, Vritra, do you know where they are now? Vritra, all the way at the front of the plane. I believe that's where the first-class suites are. We will not eavesdrop on them this time. We'll arrive in America tomorrow very early in the morning. Get some rest, boys. And Saji, please forgive them. This was clearly the only way. Saji, that will be up to me to decide. Vritra, sigh, oh right, Red Dragon Emperor. I noticed that Drake has been quiet this whole time. Is he alright? Issei, oh, I am pretty sure he's asleep. He's been silent since this morning. Vritra, no, I can tell that he's awake, clear as day. He's just been quiet this whole time, since you and the Gremory girls night spoke with Saji at school. Issei, wait, what? Drake, well, the three of you were so involved in your great plan that I thought that it would have been rude to interrupt. Vritra, is that so? Well, I don't blame you, Drake. It's been a long day. That was also not the case. Since morning, Drake has still been asking himself if telling his host that what he saw was indeed reality. Even after an entire morning, Drake still hadn't made up his mind. For the time being, he could keep quiet. But eventually, he knew that Issei would find out the horrible truth behind Rias and the Orc girls. And when that time comes, Drake knows that Issei would go completely berserk. He would have to intervene before the worst-case scenario happens. The three boys received refreshments and food from the stewards and the stewardesses. For a few hours, the boys had completely forgotten that they were supposed to be covertly tracking Rias. They chatted and laughed about their past experiences, and what they planned to do next. When it was dark, the boys fell asleep. Scene break. In Kiba's mind, the sky was covered with a thick blanket of thick smoke, with fires raging everywhere, burning and scorching anything in its fiery path. But amongst the chaos, there was a massive beast which struck fear into the hearts of those who laid their eyes on it. The beast roared, and the deafening reverberations and deathly echoes sounded through the area, tearing up the land. The beast was made of pure crimson scales. Its wingspan was as wide as a bridge. Its eyes shined with a brilliant shade of green like emeralds. The beast was a dragon. It used its sharp claws to ravage the land, killing all life that dared cross its path. There were two mysterious figures that stood defiant in its way. One, hey Issei, snap out of it, you're gonna destroy this whole place. The beast unleashed a massive energy beam at the mysterious figure. In response, the figure jumped into the air and swung his sword. One, shit, sword birth, balance breaker, sword of betrayer. The first figure slashed the beam, diverting it into two different places, creating several explosions across the area. The gargantuan dragon then breathed out a massive flamethrower with all its might. The first figure backed away from the intense flames, landing on the charred soil and shielding his body with his sword. The heat was tremendous. The figure felt his fingers burning into crisp. He felt his skin getting roasted. It was unbearable. One, pant, oh god, why did this have to happen? How could you do this, Rias? You're dead to me. As the figure struggled to stand up, the second figure leaped forward to attack the beast. 2. Get back, Kiba. I have already contacted Sona and the others. They should be here any second now. Let me handle this. Kiba, that's what you said 3 hours ago. Let's just face it, they're not coming. We're finished. I can't even hold my sword anymore. 2. Don't say that. As long as we can move, then we can hold Issei off until reinforcements arrive. Vritra, let's go. Vritra, right. We'll save you, Red Dragon Emperor. Saji, let's do this. Saji, balance breaker, Malbolge Vritra promotion. Saji activated his balance breaker and was endowed with black armor. He jumped high into the air and activated another sacred gear. Absorption line. A set of tentacles came out and latched themselves onto the dragon. It was rapidly absorbing its power in an attempt to weaken the dragon. As each second passed, Saji increased the rate of absorption exponentially. Despite the large amount of energy that was drained from the dragon, the massive behemoth did not seem to falter. Instead, the dragon used its claws and managed to sever the absorption line. Saji was shaken. The somehow indestructible absorption line, which was reinforced with power, was easily cut. Before he could even think of his next move, the dragon flew into the air and flapped its gigantic wings to create a powerful whirlwind. Saji was blown back by the wind and crashed into a pile of rubble. Crash. Kiba. Saji. Shit. Stay there. I'm coming to you. Kiba ran at outrageous speeds to rescue his friend who had suffered a terrible collision with the ground. As he rushed towards Saji, Kiba noticed that the dragon was airborne and launched a massive fireball upwards. The fireball exploded and blew up into smaller meteorites, crashing down on the ground like rain. Kiba did his best to maneuver around the harsh terrain while avoid getting hit by a meteorite shower. Fortunately, Kiba was able to reach the site where Saji had fallen. The armor was cracked, several pieces had completely shattered, and Saji's helmet had broken, leaving his bloody and bruised face exposed. Kiba, don't worry Saji, I'm here. Just breathe in, and breathe out. I'll pull you out of there and we can escape California. Issei is too powerful right now, we must leave now. Saji shallowly breathes. But he's our friend, we have to save him. If we run now, who's gonna stop him? Kiba, there's no time. If we get killed here, the chances of the underworld being notified of this will be much lower. It's better to live another day to fight. Saji thought about it for a while. Before nodding his head, Kiba carried Saji on his back and flew away with his devil wings. While flying in the air, he looked down to see an apocalyptic sight which left death and destruction upon a devastated wasteland. It was a catastrophic sight. Kiba solemnly looked down in regret, before feeling determined to carry on. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a massive tail whacked Kiba and Saji with tremendous force. They were caught off guard and were sent flying through the air until they crashed somewhere. Kiba pushed himself upwards, trying to stand up. He looked around and saw he landed in another city. Upon closer inspection, he saw soldiers terrified and confused. Kiba realized he was standing in a massive crater caused by their fall. Saji was lying flat on the ground, not moving a muscle. Several soldiers holding rifles approached the boys with trembling hands and feet. When they got close enough, Kiba placed his hands in the air and spoke first. Kiba, wait, don't shoot. I'm a victim and so is my friend here. We came from Anaheim. Soldier 1, hold on. Anaheim. From Anaheim all the way through the air till here, in Santa Rosa. All of our armies in Southern California have been decimated. I've even heard that our garrison in Visalia has been destroyed by that thing. Kiba couldn't believe it. He had been smacked through the sky, whacked across California and crashed somewhere up north. Before anybody could speak, they heard a monstrous roar. From the horizon came a crimson dragon flying in the sky. With each passing second, the figure of the dragon became bigger and bigger. The soldiers hastily set up their artillery units and turned them towards the direction of the sky behemoth. A man dressed in a uniform took out a radio and shouted, "Ross, the dragon has reached the Bay Area. We plan to take it down with our artillery projectiles. Send a squadron of fighters right now. It is approaching Santa Rosa. If you don't hear back from me, contact Dawson in Seattle to start launching the nukes." Kiba looked around in dismay and horror as he saw soldiers preparing to fire at the dragon. In a matter of seconds, multitudinous blasts occurred and could be heard all around. The US military has launched their long-range artillery missiles at the dragon. Most of the projectiles hit their target, but the dragon became more enraged. It flapped its wings and performed its whirlwind attack again, sending many artillery cannons and vehicles, soldiers, and buildings flying away. Kiba was blown away and crashed into a wall. He was recoiling from a concussion he got as a result of the crash. When his vision became clearer, he saw the dragon in the sky once more. The dragon was preparing another flamethrower attack. Kiba shivered in fear as he used all his strength to move himself out of the way. But it was futile. The huge blasts of inferno were approaching him fast. As the flames became the only thing left in his field of vision, Kiba screamed in terror as the flamethrower attack hit him. Crash. Scene break. Error. Kiba woke up from his sleep, breathing heavily and sweating like a turkey. He looked around to find himself on board a plane, but to his surprise, Kiba saw Issei and Saji behaving erratically just like him a few seconds ago. Kiba tapped on Issei's shoulder to get his attention. Issei, huh? Oh, thank God you're alive. I just had the worst dream since the one about Rias cheating on me. Issei quickly hugged Kiba without hesitation. Kiba also hugged him back but was still confused on what happened just now. Saji, HHA. I thought I died just now. Can someone tell me what the fuck just happened? Issei. Oh great. So, it wasn't real. I'm so glad you're alright, man. I thought I lost you guys. Issei was shedding tears as he was relieved his fellow companions were alright. Kiba and Saji found it kind of awkward and confusing, but they were relieved for some reason. Kiba, it's alright, Issei. We're still here. There's no need to be so dramatic. As the three boys calmed down, they inhaled and exhaled deeply, soothing their nerves and calming their anxiety. But then they turned to the aisle and saw that the entire group of passengers within economy class were staring at them with amused and shocked expressions. Some of them were murmuring among themselves, whispering and gossiping about the trio. Issei heard one passenger say, I thought the scrawny one was weird. Turns out all three of them are weirdos. Saji, I'm dying from embarrassment right now. Please land already. As embarrassing and humiliating as that ordeal was, the plane finally landed in L. Early in the morning, the three boys stood up from their seats and stretched their stiff joints. Issei, that's the most satisfying feeling after sitting down for so long. Saji, you could say that again. I can't wait to start walking again. They stood up and go down from the plane. Issei, alright Vritra, keep tracking them. Kiba, you know the drill. Saji, let me guess it's the Issei and Kiba dragged Saji along at super fast speeds. He was screaming the whole duration of the sprint. They ran through the entire airport and left through the automatic sliding doors which connected to the taxi stand. Saji was still trying to catch his breath, coughing from being dragged at ridiculous speeds. He angrily turned to the both of them and said, Okay, enough. That's the last time I'll ever do that kind of shenanigans with you two. Sigh. Oh well, I guess it can't be helped then. What now? Vritra, look over there. The girls have a private bus ready for them. There's no driver though. Wait, look. The boys saw a tall and toned man wearing a business suit walking towards the bus. He had brown-colored hair like Issei's, but the hairstyle was similar to Tobio Iku's, and he had a pair of yellow eyes like Issei as well. Rias approached the man and hugged him, saying, It's great to see you, Florian. I was really looking forward to this trip. I've missed you so much. The man replied, Yes sweetie, I've missed you too. Gasp. Kiba and Saji. No fucking way. The blonde duo of the group was startled by Rias's attitude towards the man. She never behaved so lovingly like that to anybody else other than Issei. Who was this mysterious man who seemed very intimate with Rias? Meanwhile, Issei fell to his knees and a few teardrops appeared around his eyes. Kiba and Saji noticed this. They hurriedly tried to calm their friend down, but it was no use. Issei was stuck in a trance, no change in emotion at all. His friends would shake his body and shout at him, but nothing changed. It was only when Saji slapped Issei out of frustration did Issei come back to reality. He was sobbing and said, No, 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 it can't be true. Saji, Issei, please, I don't want to believe it too. Kiba also refuses to believe it too. Maybe that man is someone she knew for a long time, like from her childhood. Come on, pull yourself together, man. Issei eventually wiped his tears and he breathed in and out. He said to his friends, Thanks Saji. I thought, forget it. I'll sit on that bench to rest. I need to sort out my thoughts. Issei slowly walked towards the bench and slumped down against the wall. Kiba and Saji breathed a huge sigh of relief as Issei did not freak out and overreact. They let him rest first and continued to monitor the girls. But what they saw next would shake them to their cores. When they turned back, they saw more Issei lookalikes with different hairstyles and outfits. 6 in total. Kiba and Saji saw that Rias and the orc girls were acting all happy and joyful around the guys that just arrived. Kiba, dude. Saji, why yeah. Kiba, don't let Issei see this, okay? Saji turned towards Kiba and nodded, then the both of them turned around to see Issei wasn't paying attention at all. He was looking at the ground, breathing deeply. They were relieved that Issei did not see that, otherwise things would escalate into a pretty ugly situation. They turned back to see that the mysterious guys and the orc girls had boarded the bus, and the door had closed. Kiba, shit, Issei, they are leaving, let's catch up with them. Saji, yeah, let's get a taxi and follow them. Issei looked up and saw the bus leaving. He stood up and ran in the direction of the bus, but he could not keep up with it as it entered the freeway. Issei, guys, get a taxi, we are following that bus. Kiba immediately flagged a driver, who stopped and got out. Driver, okay boys, let me help you with your, where's your luggage, gentlemen? Kiba, we have no time to explain, sir. Can we get a free taxi ride on the condition that we give you this cute girl's number? Kiba whipped out his phone and showed a picture of Rias. The driver just looked at the three of them with a deadpan expression, before shrugging his shoulders and gesturing the three boys to get on board. Saji, two things. 1, I can't believe you did that. 2, I can't believe it worked, haha. The trio got into the taxi. Issei was riding in the shotgun, with Kiba and Saji riding in the back. Issei said, Mister, follow that bus. The driver looked at Issei with a confused look. Issei didn't have time to play games, so he said, if you do, then we'll, give you this cute girl's phone number. Issei whipped out his phone and showed a picture of Akeno. The driver looked back and forth at Issei and his steering wheel. He shrugged his shoulders before he started the engine and drove in the direction of the bus. Saji thought to himself, if I had a nickel for every time we convinced someone to do something for us in exchange for a girl's number, I'd have 2 nickels, but it's strange that it happened twice. The taxi sped off in pursuit of the bus. During the ride, Kiba couldn't take his mind off of that nightmare he had on the flight, so he decided to confide in Saji about it. He spoke in Japanese so that the driver wouldn't understand. Kiba, hey Saji. Saji, huh? Oh, what's up, Kiba? Kiba, so it's about last night. I had this dream where I was fighting Issei as a massive dragon. Saji, you're the dragon or he's the dragon? Kiba, Issei, obviously. Saji, you had a dream about you fighting Issei in a dragon form. What a coincidence, me too. Well, you were in it, and you sounded really real as well. Kiba, is that so? Well, the thing is, you were also in it. The two boys in the back were pretty weirded out by the fact that they had the same dream during the flight. Kiba decided to ask one more thing. Did you happen by any chance use your balance breaker in that dream? Saji, oh yes I did, but I got my ass handed to me. Also, speaking of balance breakers, I remembered that you also used yours to block a beam. Did you do that in your dream? Kiba recoiled in shock. He did not guess that Saji would say the details of his dream so easily and so casually without even telling him the full story. Huh? You're serious? How did you know I did that? Saji did not expect this response from Kiba. He was just simply recalling what he could to the best of his ability. But he did not expect to accurately say out loud the chain of events that happened in Kiba's dream. Saji, I know we are all supernatural at all, but don't you think the possibility of us sharing the same dream is a little over the top? Kiba, I know, but this cannot be a coincidence. Let's say our versions of the dream. I'll start first. Both boys took turns saying what they recalled in the dream from their perspective. As each detail was revealed to each other, Kiba and Saji couldn't simply dismiss it as a coincidence anymore. Saji, okay, this is kinda freaking me out. We had the same exact dream. Vritra, it was no dream, Saji. It was a future vision. Saji, Vritra, don't just appear like that. What if the driver saw you? Vritra, don't worry, Saji. The driver and Issei have fixated their eyes onto the road. In fact, they haven't been listening to us this whole time. The driver was leaning forward onto the steering wheel with his eyes wide open, fixed on the side of the bus. Issei was doing the same thing. The two of them seemed completely oblivious to the conversation happening in the back. Saji, oh okay, hold on a minute. What do you mean future vision? Vritra, well, it's not a fact, but an assumption of mine. You see, I noticed the aura of the Red Dragon Emperor acting abnormally since we first saw him after he was discharged from the hospital. Saji, what does that have to do with anything? Vritra, you see, the stability of a dragon's aura is proportionate to and dependent on their emotional and mental state. When I looked at his aura when we saw him at the break in the cafeteria, I could tell he was happy and positive. However, the next day when we saw him outside the student council room, his aura had changed dramatically. He seemed very scared and confused. At first, I did not really care what caused it, as it can be literally anything. However, when the Red Dragon Emperor saw the Gremry girl getting close to that mysterious devil, I got the same scared and confused aura signals. I predict that if he were to see something as bad as catching them in acts of adultery, I'm afraid that he might experience a great deal of negative emotions and enter the Juggernaut drive. Kiba and Saji were horrified. There is an extremely high possibility that what they saw in their dream could happen in the near future. Saji still had questions, so he asked Vritra for some answers. Saji, you mean, that dragon was Issei in Juggernaut Drive, and what do you mean, mysterious devil? The man we saw at the taxi stand was a devil. Vritra, yes. That terrifying beast you fought was indeed Issei who had entered Juggernaut Drive. And yes, that man and the other men that showed up at the taxi stand are all devils. Speaking of Issei, Drake, you lied to us, didn't you? The reason why you never spoke is because you knew that the so-called dream Issei Hyodo was having in his house was actually real. But you never spoke a word because you were worried what would have happened, right? Drake, yes, I lied. I was really scared for him, and I really didn't know what to do. The situation was really delicate and fragile. One wrong move and we're all dead. Saji, wait. That means that Rias and the orc truly are cheating on Issei. Drake, you piece of shit. Why didn't you fucking say anything? Kiba, how fucking deplorable. At least we now know of the truth behind the girl's weird behavior. But we need to think about how we should let Issei know the truth. Drake, didn't I just say that the situation is very... Vritra, oh shut it, Drake. The damage has been done. It seems that the girls have been cheating on Issei Hyodo for a very long time. It will only be a matter of time before that future vision becomes a reality. In all cases, if we tell him the truth, there will always be negative consequences regardless of how we tell him. He's not going to take it well. However, we can prevent that future vision from happening if we intervene right now. Or even make the situation less serious. Anything would do. Drake, well, you tell me, Vritra, since you know so much, why don't you give us some suggestions? Because at this point, I'll take anything. While they were arguing, the driver turned around and spoke to them. Alright boys, we're here. The bus has stopped, and the passengers are getting out. Now about those phone numbers. Kiba looked at Issei and Saji before rolling his eyes, taking out a piece of paper, and he scribbled down a bunch of numbers before handing over the paper to the driver. Driver, alright then, you may get off now. As the three boys got off the bus, they saw themselves right in front of a luxurious hotel. Issei thought to himself, so flashy, so flamboyant, of course I'd expect Rias to stay at this kind of place. The trio walked towards the entrance. As they moved towards the hotel, Saji asked Kiba, did you really give him their numbers? Kiba only smirked and said, no, I gave him the tech support number and a random telemarketer's number, with fake names of course. Saji said, holy shit dude, he's gonna be so mad when he finds out we scammed him. Issei stood in front of the giant glass doors, looking at the grand designs of the hotel. He clenched his fist and filled his heart with determination. I will get to the bottom of this. Los Angeles, USA, Tuesday 7:00 a.m. Issei, Kiba, and Saji all walked into the hotel. The hotel's exterior was covered in pure ivory. From the looks of the hotel from the ground floor, it must have at least 40 floors with a penthouse on top. The first floor, which included the main entrance, was the foundation of the building. It had a wide base. There was a designated path colored in red to represent the road to the entrance. There was a drive-in road for drop-offs and pickups. There were many hotel staff dressed in uniforms carrying luggage and helping people into the hotel. Kind of what you'd expect of a luxury hotel. As the trio walked into the lobby, they saw a massive room, including the long and wide reception desk at the front. The floor and walls were made of marble and was sparkling clean. There were several lounges by the side with vinyl chairs and coffee tables. The ceiling had chandeliers with bright lights, illuminating the whole interior. Saji, wow, what a sight. This is so much better than the hotel in Kyoto. Issei, no shit, Sherlock. But the important question is, where are Rias and the girls, and who was that man? Kiba, phew, luckily Issei didn't see those other 6 lookalikes of him with the girls. I thought that he would freak out and simply cause a scene. But now that Vritra and Drake have told us that he is a walking time bomb, we need to prevent the explosion from happening. Vritra, Saji, don't forget to watch out for any warning signs that may trigger Issei's volatile reaction, which will result in all these people around us getting killed. Saji, got it. Vritra boys, they're over there at the reception desk. Get to that lounge and we'll watch them. Issei, huh, you mean over there? Gasp. No fucking way. Issei looked over to the reception desk to see 5 other men in addition to the man he saw at International cuddling with the girls. He felt pretty offended when he saw that these unknown men looked like him, but taller and more handsome. Then, Koneko was about to turn towards the boys, prompting Kiba and Saji to pull Issei behind a pillar to hide. Revel, huh, what's wrong, Koneko? Koneko, I could have sworn someone was watching us. I should use my ability to detect them, but I don't want to show my cat ears in front of these oblivious humans. Revel, wait, someone watching us, you don't think? Rias, don't worry girls, Saji is too stupid and nice to suspect us. Kiba is far away from us. Gasper is staying with Valerie. Ross Weiss is visiting her grandmother. Sona returned to the underworld and is completely unaware of anything that we're doing. But most importantly, Issei is still in a coma, so he is none the wiser. And hey, even if Issei finds out, I'm pretty sure he'll understand that we're girls with needs and standards for men. He'll probably cry for a few days before finding another stacked woman to charm. Behind the pillar. Issei, Rias, you little bitch. After everything I've done, where the fuck did I go wrong? What did I do to deserve this shit? I sacrificed my bloody fucking arm to get you out of that engagement with Riser. I confessed my love for you during the match with Serorg. You cried with tears of happiness when I returned from the dead after Shalba killed me. So why did you do this to me? Issei was very livid, and his blood was boiling. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists to the point where his hands started to bleed. Kiba and Saji tried their best to console their friend who had just found out the terrible truth. Meanwhile, the aura inside the young brunette was becoming more unstable and volatile. Issei managed to calm down only when Kiba used a knife hand strike to his neck, which caused him to pass out. But because of that, people were staring at the trio who were behaving like weirdos. Saji and Kiba panicked but thought of a lame excuse to defuse the situation. Kiba, my apologies, everyone. My friend here is from Japan. He's really tired from the flight and he fell asleep standing. We're sorry for the inconvenience caused. Kiba and Saji awkwardly smiled, hoping to keep things cool and positive. Onlooker 1, oh okay. Onlooker 2, I guess that makes sense. Saji, you gotta be kidding me, they believe that shit. Kiba, well I guess we're pretty lucky then, hee. They turned away from the trio and continued minding their own business. Kiba and Saji turned back to the girls, who were entering the elevator. The duo carried Issei to a side lounge to watch. After the elevator doors closed, they saw that it had stopped at multiple floors, 6, 18, 38. They decided to wake Issei up by placing a cup of coffee they got for free at the buffet in the hotel's restaurant at his nose. Issei, whoa, coffee, for me. Kiba, sure, but we needed this to wake you up. Issei, oh I see, wait a fucking minute, where's that tomato? Saji, she went up to her room, along with those men. It could be level 6, level 18, or level 38. Here's the plan, all of us will take one floor to search. I'll take the highest, Kiba, you'll take the middle, and Issei, take the lowest. Issei, fine by me. I want to find those bitches and get some fucking answers out of them. He immediately got up and walked towards the stairs. Kiba and Saji followed suit. Kiba, Saji, you deliberately sent him to level 6, because that's the floor with the least likely possibility where Rias could be, right? Saji, yeah, we're preventing the apocalypse. Knowing the tomato whore and her posse of loyalist bitches, they'd probably be at the highest floor with the penthouse. But there's something else I want to tell you, Kiba. I know you will find nothing at your floor, so follow me instead. Our chances of survival are higher if the two of us stick together and prevent Issei from seeing even worse things. Kiba nodded to Saji's course of action and entered the stairwell. They saw Issei enter the door connecting to the 6th floor, so when that door closed and Issei was no longer in sight, the duo dashed up the stairs to level 38. When they arrived, they swung open the door and found themselves in a posh and elegant corridor. Vritra, to the right boys, the girls are right in that room. Kiba and Saji quietly sneaked through the hallway and reached the entrance of the room. From there, they placed their ears against the door to eavesdrop. Their jaws dropped when they heard very unholy and sacrilegious sounds coming from inside the room. The two boys looked at each other in shock. Now this is something that will cause Issei to activate the Juggernaut drive. For a whole 20 minutes, the boys were listening to all sorts of sounds which they couldn't bear to hear. Imagining what was happening inside would have been much worse. When the sound stopped, somebody inside the room spoke. Man 1, alrighty, I'm gonna go wash up now. We better prepare for the event in the conference hall in the basement. I'll shower first, followed by Alexander, Nikolaus, Gustav, Moritz, Severino, and finally Werner. Girls, while we're gone, have some cash and treat yourselves to some food at the restaurant. Rias, thanks darling, we'll leave after you do. We want to enjoy this room for a while longer. Man 2, hey, why do I go last, Florian? Florian, because you take too fucking long to shower, Werner, we're all tired of it you know. Man 3, yeah big brother, I'd have to agree with Florian on this one. Sometimes, I wonder what you do in there you know. Werner, hey, shut up Nick, I prioritize personal hygiene you know. Akeno, that's right, Nikki, I prefer a man who's pretty clean, you know, maybe you should consider doing the same as my beloved Werner here, hee hee. Kiba and Saji, ah great, Crow-Ho has started talking. Zenobia, hey, at least Nick is much better looking than Werner. Kiba and Saji, judging by that voice, it's probably Zenobia, or as we will call her from now on, Ignoramus Maximus. The duo couldn't take it anymore and decided to make a move, so Saji suggested a plan. Saji: okay, Kiba, go down to Issei and tell him that we found nothing, then tell him to meet us at the restaurant where the girls are supposed to be. We'll tell him that we will do a last-minute confirmation to see if the girls are heading down. Kiba: wait, suppose. Saji: I'll explain. The thing is, the girls will never make it to the restaurant. We'll get them before they leave. We'll cause some chaos and some confusion in the room. I'm only doing that because I'm out for fucking blood right now and I'm feeling very pissed. We're gonna bust in there, like a bunch of crazy motherfuckers, and go medieval on those bitches. Kiba: I see. Well, I fully endorse this plan. But what's Issei gonna do when he never sees the girls? Saji: I'll get to that in a moment. After we're done with the whores in the room, we go down and tell Issei that instead of the girls coming down, we'll tell him it's the guys who are coming down. Then, the three of us will follow them to whatever event they are attending, and beat the living shit out of them. Kiba: Saji, is this what happens when you use your brain? Because I fucking love it. But what will we do when Issei asks about the girls? Saji: that's when the magic happens. Asya is in that room, right? She'll heal everybody, and they will most likely be very pissed at us. After we trash the girls' room, we'll leave a message saying that their boyfriends are next and that we will tell the leaders of the three factions of their adultery and affairs. They will panic and chase us down to the place where their boyfriends will be. But by then, the guys will be already beaten by us. But the best part is that Itsuka Beelzebub will be waiting, along with Shemhazai and Gabriel. Then we leave the rest to the faction leaders. What do you think? It's foolproof. Kiba: you, sir, are worthy of receiving the title of Certified Badass. What are we waiting for? Let's do this shit. Saji and Kiba ran to another part of the corridor and hid in the storage closet. Inside, Saji opened up a magic communication circle to Itsuka. The magic circle took a while to respond, but someone finally answered. Hello, this is Itsuka Beelzebub's secretary. How may I help you? It was a woman's voice. Saji: hello, this is Gentru Saji of Sona Citri's peerage. I'm calling you to inform Lord Beelzebub that the heiress of the Gremry household along with her female peerage members have committed adultery against Issei Hyodo, their lover, the current Red Dragon Emperor, and the pillar of the three factions. Currently, I'm with Hyodo Kiba, Rias Gremry's knight. It was the both of us who discovered the affair. I see. Could you tell me the names of those men the girls are playing with right now? Kiba: we don't have any last names, but we know Florian, Alexander, Nikolaus, Gustav, Moritz, Werner, and Severino. Their appearances are all the same, brown hair and yellow eyes, budget versions of Issei. Also, contact Gabriel and Shemhazai, they must be informed too, and meet us at the basement of this hotel in Los Angeles. We'll explain everything else later. I understand. I will relay your message to Lord Beelzebub immediately. The magic circle disappeared. Saji: okay, we know for a fact that the girls will leave after the guys. So, here's my suggestion, look behind you. Kiba turned around to see a bunch of hotel staff uniforms hanging on a rack. Kiba asked, you want to get a disguise? Saji: heck yeah, we'll strike once the guys leave, got it? Kiba smiled with malice and laughed menacingly. He nodded to Saji's suggestion, and they dressed into the hotel staff uniforms. The duo saw through a small opening through the storage closet door that the guys were leaving and entered the elevator. Kiba activated a communication magic circle, saying, Issei, how's your luck finding them? Issei replied, nothing, there's no trace of them on level 6. How about the two of you? Kiba: Saji found them of level 38. They were leaving their room and we heard them saying that they will eat at the restaurant at the lobby. Meet us at the ground floor lounge now. We'll check if it's really them. Issei: it's about bloody time. I'll see you guys there. The communication circle closed. Kiba and Saji headed out to the room. They knocked on the door, yelling, front desk. They heard footsteps approaching and reached the door. Saji was using his finger to cover the viewing hole to prevent themselves from being identified. Rias, is something wrong? Saji: well, ma'am, we got some complaints from the floor below that you're being way too loud. We are here to investigate. Could you open doors so we can talk? The boys heard the door being unlocked. They nodded at each other, preparing to attack. Then the door opened. Rias: greetings, sir, how may I? Saji: say hello to my little friend. Kiba: what's up, fuckers? Piss. Saji took out a spray of bleach from his pocket and sprayed it directly into Rias's eyes. Ah, I can't see, Rias screamed in pain as bleach was hurting her eyes. Vritra, give those bitches hell. Saji immediately swung open the door completely and went in. Kiba followed closely behind, As Rias was still recoiling from the surprise attack, Saji lunged at her and landed an uppercut on her. Then he ripped off the wall lamp and smashed it against her head. Smash! There were glass shards everywhere. The rest of the girls had been caught off guard and froze in fear. But Zenobia stood up and screamed, "Who the fuck are you two? Why are you? Wait. I know you." Kiba, less talking, more smashing. Kiba jumped over Saji and whipped out his sword, then he slashed horizontally, releasing a powerfully slash towards Zenobia. She tried to take out Durandal to block it, but she was too slow, and the slash knocked her out of the window and fell all the way down to the ground floor. Saji, haha, now that's a lot of damage. The girls had fallen onto the floor as a result from Kiba's sword. Koneko got up and tried to land a flying side kick on Kiba, but Saji came in front and grabbed her leg. He then swung her around and slammed her onto the ground, wall, and the furniture. Saji picked up Koneko's bruised and battered body with his left hand and punched her face with his right fist. Finally, after punching out several teeth and rupturing some eardrums, Saji flung her out of the window with full force. Asuya, it's a bunch of brutes. Hide, Asuya screamed and cried. She hid behind the curtain while the two boys were advancing further into the room. Kiba leaped at Irina and created a clean cut on her body with his sword. Then, Kiba dragged her to the bathroom. He ripped out the wall mirror and smashed it against her face. Irina was struggling in pain and tried to get up, but Kiba grabbed her head and stuffed it into the toilet bowl. He pressed flush to suffocate her with it, and kicked her stomach repeatedly. He stopped when Irina had stopped moving and was coughing uncontrollably, but Kiba decided to finish her off with one last body slam to the spine. Kiba got out of the bathroom to find Akeno and Ravel facing Saji. "Ravel, you little shit, how dare you interrupt our vacation, I'll tell my..." Smash! Kiba had ripped out the sink and threw it at Ravel, knocking her back at the wall unconscious. Akeno, Ara, if it isn't Kiba-kun and Saji-kun, what kind of intrusion is this? It's rude to. Kiba and Saji, shut up, you thought. Saji charged at Akeno and tackled her against the wall. She tried to use magic against them, but Kiba came at her at lightning speed and gave her a right hook to the face. He knocked out some teeth and some blood came out too. Akeno lumped against the wall with a bruised cheek. Then the two boys punched and kicked her, landing many blows to her face and body. Akeno couldn't get up. Her body was in constant pain as the two boys furiously beat her to avenge their friend. Saji, this is for Issei, you crow. Kiba, take this, you backstabber. Akeno was lying motionless on the floor. Her body was covered in blood, cuts, and bruises. Her eyes, mouth, and cheeks were swelling while several of her teeth were missing. The boys breathed heavily as they stood by her body with their shoes stained with blood. They turned to hear an eep sound coming from the corner of the room. They slowly walked there menacingly. Kiba looked down and saw a shadow on the floor. He yanked the curtain to find Asuya crouching in fear, crying a river of tears, and sobbing uncontrollably. She looked up and recoiled in fear. Asuya, please spare me. I didn't do anything wrong. Kiba, I'd shut the fuck up if I was you. Asuya, wait, Kiba, Saji. Saji, who the fuck else? Saji picked her up by her shirt and carried her to the edge of the floor with the open window. He placed her down and asked, "Okay, you wanna know why this is happening, you little shit?" Asuya couldn't respond. She was trembling in horror and looking down at the floor. Kiba, hey, you could at least look at us. That made Asuya turn her head towards them. Saji and Kiba were gritting their teeth and clenching their fists tightly. They breathed in and out heavily and were growling in anger. Their angry expressions were similar to those of monsters. They emitted an energy of strictness and brutality. She looked at them and stammered, Kiba-kun, why you doing this? Kiba, well, you fucking tell me, Goldilocks. I assume you have been playing behind Issei's back this whole time with those pathetic suckers who just left you, am I right? No response. Kiba, answer the fucking question, goddammit. Asuya, oh of course not. Issei is the only one for me. I love him with all my heart. Saji, bullshit. Who the fuck are Florian and his army of schmucks? Asuya, well, you see. Saji, I ain't playing games here, bitch. It doesn't matter if you lie or tell us the truth. I know that you have been lying to me, that you've been visiting Issei in hospital when you have been really seeing those bootleg Isseis. Kiba, and we plan to tell not only Issei, but the three factions too. Say your prayers because I'm pretty sure the punishment is going to be harsh. Also, I personally don't think we've beat you enough, but we'll definitely beat the shit out of those boyfriends of yours. Maybe Lord Beelzebub will grant you one final look at him before you and your community of whores have to face the music. consider this a fucking warning. Kiba, and just before we leave, I want you to think about how Issei would feel if he discovered your bullshit. For fuck's sake, he was so grateful that you came back after Reiner killed you. He saved you from Diodora. He helped you be able to pray again. Issei has gone so far for you and you pay him back like this. Saji, shame on you, bitch. Asuya was speechless. She couldn't say a single word and she trembled in fear. If the leaders of the underworld are notified of their shenanigans, it will be game over for them. The boys turned around and left. After leaving the room, the boys shut the room doors, changed back into their school uniforms, and sped down to the first floor. Scene break. Los Angeles, USA, Tuesday 7:45 am. On the first floor, Issei was waiting for the girls to arrive at the lobby restaurant. He stared at it for a while, cracking his knuckles and stretching his arms. While Issei was waiting, Drake decided to come clean and tell Issei the truth. Drake, partner, I have something to tell you. Issei, I know, it's about that time in the living room, right? I guessed as much that it was real. When I saw those guys with Rias and the rest, I acknowledged reality. But I want to ask, why didn't you say anything? Drake, on that night, your aura was acting very dangerously. The negative emotions you were feeling almost made you enter Juggernaut Drive. But I managed to stabilize your condition and save you from literally blowing up. But when you woke up, you dismissed it as a dream. I had a dilemma on what to do then. If I hadn't said anything, you would sooner or later find out the truth and go berserk. But if I had said something, would you have taken it badly? I was racking my head the whole time. In the end though, you were going to realize it anyway. It was about getting the least bad ending. I'm sorry, partner. I should have been more honest with you. Issei, I see, thanks Drake. There's no need to apologize. I see that you were just trying to keep me safe. Now that I know the truth and have not gone loco, we can deal with the girls in a more civil manner which doesn't involve the destruction of the world. Also, what do you mean least bad ending? You mean things could have gone south pretty quickly if things were different. Drake, remember that dream on the plane to America? It wasn't a dream. It was a future vision of what could have happened if you had gone berserk. In this particular scenario, you entered the Juggernaut Drive and killed countless of lives. And by the way, all three of you had that same dream, just in your own perspectives. Issei, my god, you mean I actually would have killed Kiba and Saji? Oh crap, what do I do? Drake, right now partner, those two boys and Vitra are all aware of the fact that you could destroy everything if you reacted negatively. So far, they are doing a great job at avoiding the apocalypse. Issei, so, I just need to cool down whenever I get worked up and we'll all be fine. Drake, yes, but the question is whether you're able to take things well. Issei, how could this get any worse? Not only have I learned that all the girls have left me, but it's the fact that they have been doing it since I was in a coma. I wouldn't even be surprised if they were very intimate with those guys. Issei was deep in thought, so deep to not realize that a certain blue-haired girl and a white-haired girl had crashed to the ground floor from a height. Along with the sounds of broken glass and mass panic among the people, he spent a great amount of time drifting in his thoughts until someone called his name. Kiba, Issei, we're here, sorry we're late, things have changed. Issei got up from his chair and turned to see Kiba and Saji running towards him. He also went towards them to meet up. Issei asked, finally, I thought you guys were caught or something. What's up this time? Saji, we were wrong, those weren't the girls we saw. It's those guys we saw at the reception desk. Issei, so it was the boyfriends, that's still alright, I'm going to beat the shit out of them for messing with my girls. Where are they? Kiba, in the basement, in a conference hall, let's go. The trio headed to the stairwell once more, this time going down. There was only one basement level, but there were lots of flights of stairs leading until the bottom. From the looks of things, the many flights of staircases they climbed down to reach the bottom suggested that the conference hall was big. The trio found a double door with a handle at the end of the stairs. They opened it to find a hallway with several other double doors separated from each other, implying that there were more than one massive conference halls in the basement. Saji, okay, so which one is it? Drake, the one at the very end. They rushed through the hallway and found a red double door that was left slightly opened. From outside, they could hear loud conversations taking place inside. Issei looked at Kiba and Saji and placed his finger on his lips, telling them to be quiet. Issei slowly and quietly pushed open the door. They crept inside and closed the door behind them. The interior of the hall was similar to a cinema, but instead of a big screen, there was a stage. The floor was covered with red carpet. There were rows of cushioned seats on the first floor, with more rows located on the second floor as the observation deck. The seats were packed with people talking amongst themselves. The pillars supporting the structure of the hall had unique Roman designs and had banners hanging from the top. The banners had a unique emblem on it, a golden serpent. At the very front of the hall, there were round tables with food and drinks. People were sitting around them. The trio could tell from the atmosphere of the hall that the event had not started yet, and the participants were all chatting with each other as a way to pass time until the main event commenced. The trio admired the design of the hall in awe, but there was one piece of decor that stood out to them. They were shocked to find that on the stage, there were several banners with the Gremry clan symbol with a red X over them. Issei, what? Aren't those guys in love with the girls or something? I'm going to take a look. Drake, partner, stop. The participants of this event are all devils. They are pretty powerful too. I'd approach with caution. Saji, you know, Issei, as far as I want to kick those guys' asses right now, I'd prefer and wait to see what this event is about. The Gremry symbol with an X just made me confused. Kiba, same here. I think there's something up with those guys. There might be some sort of dark secret behind them. Issei, alright, let's blend in with the crowd and listen to what the speaker is going to say. The trio found 3 empty seats by the edge of a row located at the very back of the hall and casually sat down on them, not trying to rouse any suspicion. Luckily, the devils sitting in the other seats didn't pay any attention to the trio as they were busy talking with one another. Issei decided to listen in to their conversations, starting with the 2 devils sitting in front of him. Devil 1. So Rosmus, do you think Lord Andromalius has something important planned? The fact that he called us here for the first time in 30 years without any progress in our plans says a lot. Perhaps he made a breakthrough. Devil 2. Well, Osberg, this plan in my opinion has been far-fetched from the start. But now that disgraced Surzex Lucifer and most of his peerage and allies are out of the picture, I bet we are finally going to get some good news. I think victory is in sight. The underworld is ours. Issei, the fuck? Are we in the middle of a meeting of underworld dissidents who despise the 3 factions? Issei turned to Kiba and Saji to see if they heard that, but when he looked at them, he saw that his friends were already looking at him with shocked and terrified expressions, subtly sending a message which translated to, I think we're in deep shit, and let's get the fuck out of here. But before any of them made a move, the hall went dark, and the participants went silent. Only the stage lighting remained bright. It was time for this event to start. From the stage left came the Master of Ceremonies. Dressed in a dark blue diplomatic uniform with golden embroidery, he walked to the stage center where the podium was and started speaking. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry for the delay, we had some issues at the back, but we're all good to go. Thanks for your patience and understanding. Now, for our first speaker, please give welcome the head of the Andromalius clan, and future Devil King, Florian Andromalius. The audience stood up and began clapping and cheering loudly and passionately. From the stage left, the man whom the trio saw at the airport and the reception desk came out. As he walked towards the podium, he waved proudly at the audience. When he reached the podium, he shook hands with the Master of Ceremonies and looked at the crowd. He took a moment looking left and right at the crowd, before he started to speak. Florian, welcome, my beloved followers. Today is a great and important day for the underworld. I know many of you know this, but let me remind you that Surzex Lucifer, Seraphal Leviathan, Falbium Asmodeus, Azazel, and Michael are gone. They foolishly sealed themselves with the Trihexa and left weak and pathetic figures in their place. The crowd cheered in celebration. There was even a row of devils sitting at the front who were chanting, "Death to Surzex Lucifer." The undercover trio now knew that this particular group of devils hated Surzex to the core. They were most likely trying to overthrow Itsuka and take over of the underworld. The crowd quieted down, and Florian continued speaking. Florian, that damned Surzex Lucifer. He is the reason why we are in a horrible predicament. If only he had lost to my father back then during the raiding game, then we wouldn't have been degraded and backstabbed by those who trusted us and were close to us. Surzex Lucifer, you will pay for this. Florian slammed his fist on the podium and breathed heavily with anger. The audience continued to boo every time Surzex was mentioned. Kiba couldn't help but think to himself, did Surzex do something to him? Why are they hating on him so much? The boys continued listening to Florian and tried to gather as much information as possible on this weird cult-like meeting. Florian continued, enough of that bastard now, because I have good news. Now that Surzex is gone, we can proceed with our plan to take over the underworld. But I know what you are all thinking. You'd say that I have told you that I have good news for many times over many decades. However, this time is different, for we have made significant progress. You see, we have devised a smart and meticulous plan to bring down the current underworld government to its knees. To showcase what we have done, bring out the visualizer. The master of ceremonies came out and brought in a massive white screen and a visualizer. He switched it on and showed several pictures. In these pictures, they showed Florian and the other boyfriends with members of Rias's peerage. Florian went back to the podium to explain the contents of the pictures. Florian, you see, when the Red Dragon Emperor entered a coma after the battle with the Traitors, my brothers and I took advantage of his harem's mental state and manipulated them. We made them cheat on him and made them think that we are much better boyfriends than that trash Dragon Emperor. The plan is very simple from here. We will mentally and emotionally incapacitate the Red Dragon Emperor by tormenting him and insulting him by flaunting his former lovers who are now with us. When he breaks down, we will steal the power of the boosted gear and use it to accomplish our goal. The audience were greatly in awe with Florian's plan. They stood up and stared at him with admiration and respect. Meanwhile, the trio had just been paralyzed with fear as they discovered the hidden truth behind the facade of Florian and his brothers. They couldn't process any information, they couldn't speak. It was like watching a gory scene of a horror movie. Then, one devil from the upper decks asked a question. Devil, Lord Andromalius, do you and your magnificent brothers intend on keeping the Red Dragon Emperor's girls to yourselves after killing him? Florian responded to him, oh hell no, we never loved any of them anyway. I was just going to kill them. We dragged them into this mess so that we can use them to get close to the underworld's leaders and get information through them. We had an informant within the government, but we have not gained much information. This is major development, isn't it? Issei had many mixed emotions. He was still horrified at the prospect that his girlfriends cheated on him with other devils. But he was still somewhat delighted to see his former girlfriends get played like a fiddle like they did to him. Kiba and Saji were just focused on the fact that there was literally a huge army of rebels sitting around them and scheming with malice. But the trio's attention was caught by something else. Psst, hey, over here boys, someone whispered to the trio. It was a woman with dark purple hair which reached her lower back. Her bangs covered her left eye, and she wore heavy makeup. She was wearing a white-colored diplomatic uniform with black and golden embroidery. The boys turned to her and were confused. Who was this woman? Saji quietly got out of his chair and walked to her, asking, excuse me, who are you? Woman. Lord Beelzebub is currently very busy right now. I'm his secretary who you spoke with earlier. I listened to the whole speech and brought some backup with me. Come outside to another hall so we can discuss things. Finally, the boys' long-awaited assistants had finally arrived. They sneakily left their seats and followed the woman to an empty hall in the basement. When they were out of sight of Florian and the crowd, the woman began to ask questions. Woman, okay, nice to meet you three. My name is Priscilla, secretary of Ajuka Beelzebub. Tell me, what kind of information did you hear just now? It has caught my attention and I must confirm it so I can report this back to my superiors as soon as possible. After that, tell me about the affair you reported about Rias Gremry. Kiba, well, to start things off, we learned that Florian Andromalius and his brothers, Alexander, Werner, Gustav, Nikolaus, Moritz, Severino, and their followers are plotting to overthrow the underworld by using Rias Gremry and her peerage to mentally and emotionally incapacitate Issei and steal the boosted gear. That will give them enough power to make them unstoppable. I've even heard that they have an informant inside the government. We must act now. Priscilla, okay, I see. Give me some time to analyze my thoughts. Issei, Miss Priscilla, you alright? There's a literal coup plot being discussed in that hall right now. Priscilla, boys, I'm afraid you've seen too much. Bang! Priscilla had shot a powerful blast at Issei and blasted him through the wall. Kiba and Saji just stood there in shock, looking back at the massive hole that Priscilla just created with a ball of lightning shot from her finger. Saji, WW, what the fuck was that for? What are you, smash? From behind, a man with dark brown hair and yellow eyes with a center-parting hairstyle with curls at the ends of his bangs punched through Saji's body with his fist. He wore a brown sweater vest with a white dress shirt for his top and black trousers with black Oxfords. Werner, well great, now I have to clean my clothes again through 30 loads of laundry to get rid of the blood now. Thanks a lot, you jackass. Kiba looked at his friend getting impaled through his guts in horror. He stumbled backwards, trying to regain his bearing. But Kiba snapped out of it and took out his sword, yelling, "You fuckers." But Kiba was slashed from behind and coughed up a huge amount of blood. When he fell to the ground, he looked over his shoulder and saw another man with brown hair with yellow eyes but with a bowl cut and wearing a green four-piece suit. He was holding a long sword with blood dripping from it. Severino, can't believe you didn't see that coming. Is this the type of trash that serves the heiress of the Gremry clan? Just then, Issei had climbed out of the rubble he was blasted into and stood up. He said, "You motherfucker, what's the meaning of this?" Priscilla, I haven't been honest with you. You know that informant in the government who works for the Andromalius clan. That was me. Greetings. My name is Priscilla Andromalius, and I am the eldest child and eldest daughter of the Andromalius clan. Issei and Drake, what? Priscilla, that's right. I'm in with all of this. I got close to the 4 great Satans as Ajuka Beelzebub's secretary, but I wasn't able to get much information. I guess I underestimated how seriously the Maos take confidential and classified information. Issei, enough of this bullshit. I'm ending this. But before Issei could do anything, someone shouted, Erdemocht, gift spear. From the ground, several green-colored spikes emerged from the ground and impaled Issei's body. Issei coughed out a huge puddle of blood. As he struggled to stay conscious, he looked up and saw a figure approaching him. The figure was also a brown-haired man with yellow eyes, but this one had a side-parting hairstyle towards the left side, with his hair reaching below his jaw. He wore a dark blue lounge suit, with dark blue pants and black shoes. He stopped right in front of Issei and looked at him straight in the eye. Then, the man's brown hair turned into dark green, and his yellow eyes turned navy blue. Alexander, finally, it's about time I got out of that bloody disguise. Anyway, Red Dragon Emperor, what do you think of my poison stalagmites? In a few minutes, you'll be completely immobilized, and you won't be able to move. Alexander turned around and said, let's move on to the next phase of the plan. I'll decide on what to do later with those 2 boys. Then, the poison stalagmites retracted from Issei's body and withdrew into the ground. Issei collapsed and was losing tons of blood. Another man walked up to Issei and gave him the finishing blow. This man's facial features included blonde hair and a quiff hairstyle which exposed his forehead and eyebrows, along with light blue eyes. He wore smart casual clothing, just a simple blue button-down shirt with a white shirt inside, and denim blue jeans. In his right hand, he held a spear. The spear had intricate designs on the pole and the head of the spear was made of diamonds with a razor-sharp edge. Nikolaus, I'm afraid this is the end for you, Red Dragon Emperor. Nikolaus raised his spear up in the air and swung it downwards. But before Nikolaus stabbed him, something happened. Dragon Booster. Boom. Nikolaus was sent flying back along with his siblings. They hit a wall and fell onto the floor. Priscilla struggled to get up as she saw what had happened. There was a strong, powerful, and intimidating aura emitting from Issei's body. On Issei's arm was a red gauntlet which was the source of the formidable energy that pushed back the Andromalius siblings. Alexander, that son of a bitch. Look, it's the boosted gear. This is our chance to get it. Alexander leaped forward with all his strength, but not before he was struck down halfway. Kiba, take this. Kiba managed to get up and impaled Alexander in the chest with his sword of betrayer. Alexander, cough. He had coughed out blood and fell onto the ground in excruciating pain, screaming as Kiba's sword had cut through several of his organs, not to mention that the sword had holy energy in it, making the painful ordeal much more torturous. Alexander tried his best to pull the sword out of his body, but he eventually lost all his strength and collapsed to the floor and became motionless. Only blood was flowing out of his body and created a massive blood puddle around him. Severino, you bastard, you'll pay for killing my brother. Severino dashed at Kiba with lightning speeds and swung his long sword at Kiba. But Kiba used sword burst to materialize a sword and block Severino's attack. Severino, the hell, how are you so fast? I came at you at blinding speeds. Kiba, skill issue. You and your siblings hid underground plotting your coup, while I was out there fighting a freaking beast of the apocalypse. Don't you dare say that you're better than me. Clank. Kiba knocked back Severino to the wall where his siblings had been blasted to as a result of the boosted gears or a shockwave. However, the wound on Kiba's back got bigger as he used strength to block and knock back Severino, causing him to fall to his knees and cough up more blood. Priscilla saw an opening and decided to summon a lightning bolt to immobilize Kiba. Priscilla, enough of this shit, Blitzmot, Blitzchag. Boom. Kiba couldn't dodge in time and was struck by Priscilla's attack. But then, Issei stood up. However, his behavior was strange. As Issei was standing up, his head was looking down, and his hands were dangling like they were puppet hands. Then, the boosted gear spoke. Drake, you lay one finger on my partner, and I will fucking disintegrate your atoms out of existence. Boost. Issei's head looked up towards the Andromalius siblings. But his eyes and face were devoid of any life or emotion as he stood up like a puppet. Then, he leaped at Priscilla and fired a green laser beam at her. Boom. Priscilla, ugh, Blitzmot, Donnerschild. Priscilla had barely blocked the laser beam with a shield made of electricity. Some parts of her body were burnt, and she was recoiling from the impact. Werner Nasan, let us help. Priscilla, no, stay back. This beast is too powerful for you boys to handle. I'll take this fucker on. Stand back and let me finish him off. Priscilla and Issei jumped to meet each other head-on. They vanished from their previous positions in an instant and reappeared right in front of each other. Drake, take this. Issei, whose body was being controlled by Drake, threw a punch directly aimed at Priscilla's face. Priscilla, verboten blitzmicht, plasma faust. Priscilla had also sent a punch infused with large quantities of lightning towards his face. Bang! The two of their punches hit their intended target, and were sent flying back. Priscilla crashed onto the ground and created a crater, where she lay with a massive burn mark on her face. She struggled to pull herself up, only to see Issei already standing up with no injury. Priscilla, what? No, that's not possible. That was one of my more powerful moves. Saji, did you forget about me already? Delete field. It turns out that while the Andromalia's siblings were busy with Issei and Kiba, Saji had secretly been conscious this whole time, and he used delete field to nullify Priscilla's attack. Thus, Issei received absolutely no damage. Priscilla's face turned pale as she noticed a bunch of strings had latched onto her leg and sapped her power. Saji, while you were busy with Kiba and Issei, I secretly latched on delete field onto your body and weakened your power tremendously. Didn't see that coming, huh? She turned to Saji in fury and leaped at him to attack him, but Issei intervened and punched her lower back, sending her flying to the wall. Crash. Andromalius brothers, Nasan, no. The brothers watched in disbelief as their elder sister had been easily defeated by two high school boys. One of them had a literal hole through his guts while the other had lost consciousness and was being controlled by a dragon. But that wasn't all. While the brothers were standing still and looking away from their opponents, a bunch of blades emerged from the ground and impaled the bodies of Severino, Werner, and Nikolaus. They struggled to breathe as they coughed up enormous amounts of blood. Werner, and my clothes, who did this? Come out, you little rat. Werner struggled for air as he called out for the one who impaled him. Kiba, sword birth. It turns out Kiba had recovered from Priscilla's lightning attack much faster than expected as a result of Saji's delete field weakening her attack. He then staggered forward and pulled Sword of Betrayer out of Alexander's dead body. The three boys approached each other and stood side by side, looking at the battered and desecrated bodies of the Andromalius brothers. Saji, he, ha 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 ha. Take that, you motherfuckers. You thought you guys won, but we came out on top. What are y'all gonna do about it? Kill us. I'd like to see you try. Kiba, phew, what a day. Well done, guys, we saved the day. Let's get out of here and hide for a while before making a move. Drake, I agree. Issei still hasn't regained consciousness. We must rest first before deciding our next course of action. We'll do so once he gets up. I'll take control of his body for now. I know a cave in the Rockies where I once used to live in. We'll use it as a hideout. Kiba and Saji nodded at Drake's suggestion and left the empty conference hall. They walked out, with Saji holding on to Kiba for support. But the fight wasn't over just yet. Scene break. Los Angeles, USA, Tuesday, 8:15 a.m. In the conference hall packed with devils cheering for the Andromalius clan, Florian was standing on the stage raising the spirits and enthusiasm of his followers. To everyone in the hall, he seemed pretty happy, but Florian deep down was actually very worried. Florian thought to himself, damn it, what's taking so long? Didn't Priscilla and my brothers take out the spies in the hall? It's been almost 20 minutes. I can't sit back much longer. Florian turned to the side and whispered to the master of ceremonies. Florian, Uncle Geldheim, could you, Moritz, and Gustav go and find out what happened to Priscilla and the others? I think something's wrong and they need help. Geldheim, as you wish, Lord Andromalius. Geldheim gestured Moritz and Gustav, who had been standing next to Florian, to come and follow him. They left the hall and left Florian to continue giving his speech. They entered into the corridor and panicked when they noticed a trail of blood coming out of a door located on the opposite end of the hallway. Geldheim, oh my, what could have happened here? Moritz, there's no time to speculate. Let's hurry. Our family could be in trouble. They rushed over to the ominous-looking door, where they found the empty conference hall inside to be completely trashed. Gustav looked around and screamed in fear when he saw the horrific conditions of his siblings' bodies. Gustav, what is that, Nick, Alex, Severino? He ran to his siblings as he shed tears of grief. Moritz and Geldheim also were appalled by the gory sight by the corner of the hall. They followed Gustav to check on their family member's current state. Gustav kneeled down by Alexander's lifeless body and cried rivers of tears. Moritz and Geldheim ran past him to reach their other siblings who were impaled by swords coming out of the ground. Moritz, Uncle Geldheim, what do we do? Geldheim, stand back, I'll handle this, Stalmacht, Eisenzerstörer. Geldheim punched through the swords with pure metallic fists, and pulled out each sword that stabbed through each brother. Geldheim, Moritz, now, use your healing ability on your brothers before it's too late. Moritz rushed over to Geldheim and started performing his healing technique on them. Wassermacht, Highland region. A huge rain cloud formed over their bodies and started raining down water onto them. The wounds and cuts started sealing up and their bodies soon healed after a while, but they still remained unconscious. The two men breathed panically as they were worried about the result of the healing process. Eventually, Severino and Werner woke up, but Nikolaus stayed unconscious. Moritz and Geldheim hugged their recovered relatives with relief, as they thought they were too late and had already died from blood loss. Moritz, heck yeah, I thought you guys were dead. Severino looked around and noticed that he was all healed. He turned to his left and saw that Werner had also recovered, but he had also noticed Nikolaus was still motionless and unconscious. Severino, I'm alive. Geldheim, yes, my nephew, you are alive. I thought you were gone for a moment ago. Werner, well, that's a relief. But what about my clothes? They are all torn and ruined. Werner turned to Nikolaus and shook his body, shouting, Hey Nick, you alright there? He continued to shake Nikolaus's body for any sign of life, but suddenly, something felt wrong to Werner. Werner, wait a second. He placed both his palms over Nikolaus's chest, hoping to detect his pulse. The other brothers and their uncle watched with suspense as Werner tried to resuscitate his brother, but when Werner eventually stopped, he let go and slumped back, beginning to sob. Werner, Nick, is dead. The rest of the family just broke down in tears. Not only had they lost Alexander, but Nikolaus too. Moritz clenched his fists in anger and furiously demanded answers. Moritz, Severino, who did this? I want to get revenge on the killer who murdered my brothers. Severino, according to the tip-off from Naysan, it was a pawn of Sona Citri's peerage named Genturu Saji, as well as a knight of Rias Gremri's peerage, named Yido Kiba. However, we never expected the Red Dragon Emperor to show up. Even though we caught them by surprise, those three still defeated us. Not even Naysan was able to stand up to them. As for the one who killed Alex and Nick, it was Yido Kiba, the knight of Rias Gremri. He used his holy and demonic sword to kill Alex and summoned several sharp blades to kill Nick. Moritz, Yido Kiba, I'll fucking find you and decapitate you and stick your head through a pike. Severino, who defeated Naysan, I outright refuse to believe that kind of bullshit. Severino, it was the work of Genturu Saji. He drained her power, and she stood no chance against the Red Dragon Emperor. Speaking of whom, where is she? The Andromalius family started looking around, trying to find Priscilla. They eventually saw her emerging with mangled joints and severe bruises and cuts from a hole in the wall. Geldheim, Priscilla, there you are, I'm glad you're safe. Moritz, just stay there, I'll heal you in a second. Priscilla, ugh, where the fuck are those little shits? Cough, she collapsed onto the floor from exhaustion and pain. Moritz reached her and healed her injuries. When she got up, Priscilla asked Geldheim impatiently, Uncle, where are those schoolboys who beat us up? What happened here? Geldheim, my niece, please calm down, let me fill you in on the details. Firstly, the schoolboys whom you fought defeated you and escaped. Secondly, we came here to check on you because Florian said that you were taking too long. Priscilla, huff, I see, where's Alex and Nick? The men went silent and looked down solemnly. Moritz pointed back at Gustav, who was still mourning his two deceased brothers. Priscilla couldn't believe it. She gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, growled in anger, and released sparks of electricity around her. Then she snapped. Priscilla yelled, fuck, after all I've done to protect them, they died just like that. Not only have we lost father, mother, and our youngest brother Albright, but now Alex and Nick too. Damn it all, when our family came under attack and was backstabbed by everyone we trusted, I swore to protect all of you. But now look at this mess. I don't know how long I can hold it in anymore. Surzek's Lucifer will pay for this. If he hadn't killed father, then we wouldn't be in this predicament. Let's go see Florian, things have drastically changed. We need to find the Red Dragon Emperor and get the boosted gear soon, otherwise our power will truly be limited, and we can't get our vengeance. Priscilla stood up and walked towards the exit. The men looked at her leave and just awkwardly stared into empty space, before they too also left and carried Nick and Alex's bodies with them. Scene break. Cheyenne, Wyoming, USA, Tuesday 11:00 a.m. Kiba and Saji were eating brunch at a diner. After escaping from Florian's family and the girls, they decided to lay low for a while. Drake healed Saji and Kiba's injuries, letting them move freely again. Saji: it feels great to have brunch like this. This feels rewarding as I feel we've prevented Issei from entering Juggernaut Drive and destroying everything. Feels like we've changed our fates for the better. Kiba: after all that fighting, it certainly feels great to be enjoying a warm meal without any worries. Drake: is Issei still unconscious? Drake: unfortunately yes, but let's give him a little time. But in the meantime, let me brief you on what we're going to do once we replenish ourselves. You know Yellowstone. Kiba and Saji: yes. Drake: I once had a massive abode in a cave in some mountains which are part of what is now known as Yellowstone National Park. It is a huge connection of grottos and caves which lead to one massive chamber at the deepest section of my abode. It is where we will rest for now and plan our strategy. Kiba: okay, let's finish up our food and get moving quickly. Drake: thanks, when you're done, go out first and check if nobody's there, then I'll follow. The duo finished up their food and went out to make sure Florian hadn't trailed them. As they walked on the streets, they noticed a civilian point to the sky. Passerby 1: hey Keith, look up there, a flock of falcons. Passerby 2: falcons don't fly together, Tom, besides, it could be something. Wait a minute, why do those falcons look like women? Kiba: what, falcons that look like women? How does that even? Holy shit, Rias. Saji: what, Rias, where? Kiba: up there, and she's with the other girls. Rias: there he is, get them girls. Kiba and Saji started running in the opposite direction and ran back to the diner. Kiba: Drake, it's Rias, she found us. Drake: what, shit, it must have been the evil pieces she used to track you down. Hurry, let's leave immediately. Saji: but wouldn't that still mean that she will find us no matter where we go? Kiba: Saji, we'll hold them off and let Drake get to the cave on his own before we meet up with him. Rias still doesn't know that Issei is here. Drake can wait in the cave for as long as he wants until Issei gets up. Until then, we must make sure Rias and the girls don't make it to him. Saji: at this point, I think that's our best option. We still need to worry about Florian and his family. If Issei is slain, then the underworld will stand no chance at preventing Florian's takeover. We need Issei to stay alive, so that we can make sure that things are stable and don't fall out of control. Let's move. Drake: wait, are you sure you boys can handle such a big group? I know you boys beat the shit out of them at the hotel, but it was only by surprise and without any serious fighting. Now that the Gremory girl is enraged and looking forward to killing you, are you sure that this is the option you want to take? Kiba: Priscilla was an informant in the government. We don't know if there are others. We can't trust anybody else but ourselves. We need you to keep Issei alive, or Florian wins. Saji: leave it to us. We'll go hold them off for as long as we can. Drake: sigh, if Issei were awake, he would choose to fight alongside you guys. But since we need him to survive at all costs, I am entrusting you to cover me until he wakes up, alright? Kiba and Saji: heh, thanks Drake. We'll be leaving now on a hunting trip, off to slay some bitches. The duo rushed out of the diner to meet Rias and her peerage head-on. Meanwhile, Drake had left through the back door of the diner and fled towards Yellowstone. Kiba: what a pleasant afternoon for fighting, right Saji? Saji: you bet, don't you agree too, Rias? Rias: shut the fuck up, you dirty rascal. You sprayed bleach into my eyes. Saji: well, I got fucking impaled by one of those boyfriends of yours, so what's the deal with you? Rias: girls, get them. Somewhere in Teton County, Wyoming, USA, Tuesday 12:15 p.m. Disclaimer: when Issei does something, for example like walk or run, that is Drake controlling him. Drake: come on, we're almost there. Aha, there it is. From the azure skies above the Rockies, Issei, whose body was being controlled by Drake, had landed somewhere in the wilderness of Yellowstone National Park. He looked around and found himself somewhere along a park trail that connected the far reaches of Yellowstone. Drake: it seems like the smell is coming from that direction. I know it all too well. Issei started strolling along the path and followed it until the path intersected with a creek. From there, he got off the trail and followed the creek into the untouched wilderness. Issei followed the creek until it converged into a river. The river led him all the way to a massive lake. Drake: Yellowstone Lake. It's been a while, just a bit more and we're at the entrance. I can control his movements to make him walk. Let's see if I can make him swim. He jumped into the lake, swimming deeper and deeper. When he reached the bottom, Issei started swimming away from the shoreline of the lake and headed towards the center. He swam over rocky crags and tiny crevasses, navigating through uneven and rough terrain underwater. He finally stopped in front of a small opening which was big enough for a human to swim through. "Drake, here we are, my cave." They swam into the cave and entered a tunnel which was leading downwards. Issei made several turns around the tunnel in a maze-like structure. Eventually the tunnel led to a massive chamber filled with water. There were green crystals glowing brightly on the rocky surfaces of the chamber walls, and there was even some seaweed growing in the chamber. On the ceiling, there was another tunnel heading upwards, with lots of bubbles heading up the shaft as well, indicating that they were almost at the end of the underwater passage. "Drake, come on partner, just one last stretch." With all his strength, Issei swam up the vertical tunnel. He looked upwards, increasing his speed and pulled himself through the tunnel. At last, he reached the surface and ended up in a massive cavern. Issei climbed out of the water and stood up, facing the majestic walls of the cavern. "Drake, this really takes me back. It's been so long since I last set foot here. I see the massive lake of boiling water is still as full since I last saw it. The stalactites and stalagmites haven't changed one single bit, but most importantly..." Issei ran forward and climbed up a slope to a wide stretch of flat and smooth rock. "My bed is still alright." Issei walked to the center of the flat rock formation which was as vast as a stadium arena. He lay down on the floor and placed his hands behind his head for comfort. "Drake, alright, I'll maintain stability in Issei's body. His injuries are all healed. It won't take too long for him to wake up now. I just hope that those two can take care of the Gremry girl and her goons." Issei closed his eyes and rested on the warm and solid surface of the underground plateau. Unfortunately, neither Issei nor Drake were aware that his body was not actually in a stable and safe condition. The poison spikes from Nikolaus had fatal and devastating properties, and although Drake healed the holes created from the spikes when they pierced Issei's body, there was also another dangerous change in Issei's body which was severely life-threatening. 1 hour and 15 minutes earlier, Cheyenne, Wyoming, USA. There was a fierce standoff on the street. On one side was Kiba and Saji preparing to defend themselves and buy Drake some time. On the other was Rias Gremry and her peerage including Ravel and Irina. The girls were feeling very mad and unhinged right now, as they were going to get payback at the boys for trashing their hotel room in and attacking them by surprise. There were several civilians witnessing the scuffle occurring on the street, wondering what was happening. "Rias, Kiba, you traitor, you dare attack your master, I'll tell my brother and my parents on you. And you too, Saji, what will Sona think about this blasphemy?" "Saji, Sona would say fuck you and go to hell, and your brother isn't here to save you this time." "Rias, what did you just say to me? I'll show you what happens when you make me mad." Rias creates 2 spheres of demonic energy and hurls them at Saji. But Saji was quick and jumped out of the way, leaving the spheres of energy to hit several buildings behind him. Saji, throwing a temper tantrum, "That was nothing. I bet Gasper would have a better chance of scaring me." Rias just growls in anger and frustration, before she released a powerful demonic aura around her. Kiba, looks like she's pissed off, time to fight I guess. Blade Blacksmith, Glory Drag Trooper. Kiba knew that he was outnumbered, so he decided to use his sacred gear to summon more sword wielders to make up for the power deficit. Standing next to him were 4 knights holding demon swords. Saji, great, now we're even, it's my turn now. Black-colored pieces of armor formed around Saji's forearms and shins. Out of the armored gauntlets on his arms came out several streaks of purple flames. He assumed a fighting stance and charged at the girls. Kiba and his squad of dragon knights also charged forward to face their opponents head-on. Zenobia saw them coming and decided to make a move. Durandal. She took out Durandal and charged at Kiba and his dragon knights. She slashed at Kiba, but 2 of his dragon knights had blocked her attack using Nathung and Baamon. The impact had created a massive blast of wind which knocked back several civilians who were watching the fight, wrecked a few buildings, and caused big cracks to form on the road. Kiba stood behind the 2 dragon knights and said, "Too slow. Now it's time for me to strike, Graham." He summoned the demonic sword Graham, jumped high into the air and struck downwards to release a destructive slash. The girls jumped out of the way and scattered, leaving the road they were standing on to be turned into a massive sinkhole. At this point, civilians were already fleeing in fear as a supernatural fight was taking place. It was either run or die. Anybody caught in the crossfire had 0 chance of making it out unscathed. Akeno took to the skies and switched into her shrine maiden outfit. She flew in the air and faced Saji, who was using his wings to fly as well. "Akeno, You've been a very bad boy, Saji. Trust me, I'm going to be much worse than Sona now, Fufu. Saji, bitch please, you ain't got the kneecaps to get on Sona's level. He didn't seem intimidated by Akeno's remark and proceeded to fly straight at her. Akeno summoned several bolts of lightning directed towards Saji, but he skillfully maneuvered past them and advanced to Akeno's position. Absorption line. A long blue line came out of Saji's gauntlet and zoomed in on Akeno. It managed to latch onto her ankle and Saji started draining her power, but Akeno seemed unfazed by this, as she just simply smiled at Saji when the line attached to her. Akeno, oh my, it seems that I've been hit. But how are you going to hit me when you can't move? Take this. She summoned ice and froze the latched area of the line, then the ice swiftly traveled up the absorption line and was in sight of Saji. Saji, shit, black blaze flare. Saji in retaliation sent a path of scorching purple flames up the absorption line. The ice and flames collided with each other and resulted in a blast of energy creating a massive cloud of smoke. Saji was forced to remove the absorption line and was pushed back by the shockwave of the explosion onto a rooftop. He did not suffer much damage from the impact, and only sustained light wounds and cuts. Saji stood up and saw the smoke clearing, only to see Akeno had protected herself using a defensive magic circle. Saji, fuck, I thought I got her there. Vritra, Saji, you are up against the queen of the Gremory Girls' peerage. You currently cannot use promotion as your king isn't here to declare this place an enemy territory. I suggest that we fight more seriously to take her down. I personally think that the queen is the biggest obstacle here. Saji was flustered. He was at a complete disadvantage when it came to aerial fights. He just looked at Akeno flying midair looking down on him with a sadistic smile. Saji, crap, I'm actually in a disadvantage here. But what can I do? Wait, she is right behind a much taller building. I got it. I have an idea. Saji ran to the edge of the roof and jumped up into the air once more, and without wings this time, leaving Akeno confused. Akeno, huh, why would you do that? You just lowered your chances of making out of this one alive, you know. She was stunned by Saji's decision to re-enter the air, as he was just blown back to a rooftop by an explosion. But Akeno was so confident that she simply decided to create another defensive magic circle which blocked any attacks coming from the front. Saji ignored her and performed his attack, absorption line. He sent another absorption line straight at her direction. Akeno was very calm in all of this, as she expected the counterattack to fail. However, the line did not hit her. Instead, it went past her and the line attached itself onto a vertical pipe traveling down the building. Saji immediately shortened the length of the line, propelling himself upwards at high speeds and flashed past Akeno, who was shocked by that move. Before Saji hit the wall, he retracted the line, turned towards Akeno, and did another move mid-air, delete field. Another set of lines flew straight towards Akeno, and she did not have enough time to react, resulting in the lines wrapping around her torso. Saji was falling, but he didn't touch the ground as the lines from his gauntlet were still attached to Akeno, who was still flying. Saji, now, blazed black flare. Large streaks of purple flame charged upwards along the lines. Akeno did not have the power to break free from the constriction of Saji's delete field. Eventually, the purple flames reached her and burned her entire body, causing a lot of pain, and she lost control of her flight power and plummeted towards the ground. Crash. Akeno crashed onto the ground and created several cracks on the ground which spread out from the position she crashed. Even when she was still on the ground, Akeno was still being burned by the excruciating flames created by Saji. Akeno, stop, it burns, make it stop, make it stop. She panically called out for help in a moment of despair, but Saji instead went over to her and gave a roundhouse to her belly, sending her flying into another building. He looked at the place where she crashed and started to gloat. Saji, you, good in the air. Well, that may be true, but I shot you down and sent you flying to your demise. Enjoy the flames, it will bake you into roasted crow in no time. He laughed at her before turning around to see Koneko facing him. Saji, now what do we have here? A little kitty wants to fight, huh? Koneko, keep your mouth shut, you pervert. If you intend on challenging me, then I'll make sure you meet your parents early in the afterlife. Saji, whoa, that's pretty feisty of you, little fella. Let's see if you have the cojones to defeat me. The two of them charged towards each other, ready to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Meanwhile, Kiba was fighting Zenobia and Irina at once. Their battle had created a massive fissure in the ground which split through the city. They fought inside a library where the ground was also split in half by a deep fissure. Kiba stood on the left side of the library on the second floor, wielding Graham in his hands with his 4 dragon knights who were wielding swords. Zenobia and Irina stood on the other side, wielding Durandal and Hauteclair respectively. The three of them had cuts all over their bodies after clashing swords and being blasted into walls from blasts created from the energy impact of the holy and demonic swords. Zenobia, hey, this is getting really annoying. Kiba is really becoming a headache. He is too fortified and shielded from those dragon knights. On top of that, he has high speeds. It won't be easy to land a hit on him even when he is alone. Irina, I know, you could just do that thing with Durandal, right? Zenobia, it will be catastrophic, but we have no choice. Zenobia started charging up Durandal and raised it into the air. Kiba noticed what she was doing and sent his dragon knights to intercept her. But she was faster, and the moment she swung Durandal downwards, a tremendous amount of energy had engulfed the library in destruction and chaos. The dragon knights were all wiped out, and Kiba barely managed to escape Durandal's path of calamity. He crawled through a pile of rubble and managed to pull himself up. He saw that Zenobia had used Durandal to create a massive fissure in the ground which stretched for miles outside the city in an attempt to eliminate him. Kiba, damn, is that girl nuts? People live here. But then again, Ignoramus Maximus had always had a brain the size of an atom. Time to fight seriously now. Sword Birth. Balance Breaker. Sword of Betrayer. Kiba activated his Balance Breaker and summoned Sword of Betrayer. He looked around to find Zenobia and Irina and saw them standing on the roof of the side of the library that was not destroyed by Durandal. The two girls were shocked that Kiba had survived that ridiculous attack and jumped towards him to fight. Irina, what a miracle for you, Kiba. I don't know how you managed to survive that attack, but we're taking you down this time. Zenobia, quit it, Irina. This is no time to be positive about anything. Can't you see Kiba has activated his Balance Breaker? That sword has the power to absorb holy and demonic energy. We must take him seriously and cautiously now. The two girls increased their speed and appeared before Kiba, but he reacted in time to create a powerful slash which the girls had to block. While they were busy with that, Kiba ran from them and jumped into the chasm. Zenobia, running now, huh? Good, I'll hunt you down and mutilate your body. Zenobia took off and pursued Kiba into the chasm. Irina shouted at her, Hey, wait for me, I'm not as fast as you are. Irina hurriedly tried to keep up with Zenobia as she dived into the chasm where they will fight. When Zenobia landed at the bottom, she looked up and saw that she has descended at least a few stories from the surface. Then she looked around with Durandal in her hands, searching for any sign of Kiba. Crack! Zenobia heard a crack from behind her and saw some movement behind a pile of big rocks. She dashed over there in a split second and slashed the rock formation into half. But she only saw a small blade protruding from the ground, no sign of Kiba. Zenobia was confused and called for Kiba to come out from hiding. This is getting really tiring. Kiba, are you really trying to escape me? Perhaps you don't have. Suddenly, Kiba appeared from above and was ready to cut Zenobia down. Kiba, you really don't think things through, do you? Take this. Zenobia was barely able to hold back Kiba's attack from above. As she was still recoiling from the impact of blocking him, Kiba took the opportunity to land a deep cut to her abdomen, bringing Zenobia down to her knees. She coughed up a puddle of blood and her vision was blurry. Kiba lunged forward to finish Zenobia off, but Irina came just in time and prevented Kiba from reaching her. The two blades crashed, with Sword of Betrayer sapping the holy aura of Hauteclair rapidly, but Irina was still able to barely hold off Kiba. Irina, that's not fair, you know. You caught Zenobia by surprise with a dirty trick. Arg, it's a miracle though, that I'm still able to hold off your attack. I hope that this necklace given to me by Nick will help me push through. Her eyes lit up with determination as she struggled to push back Kiba. But Kiba darkly smirked, confusing Irina. Kiba, Nick, you mean Nikolaus? About that, guess what? I killed that fucker. Irina's heart skipped a beat and lost her strength, leaving Kiba to knock her back to the rocky surface of the chasm wall. The last expression Kiba saw on Irina's face was one of horror, disbelief, and dismay all mixed into one emotion. He slowly walked up to Irina, walking past Zenobia who was still struggling to stand up. As he approached Irina, he started chuckling like a madman. Kiba, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Oh, this is too good. Look at you, placing your faith in Nikolaus when you're an angel and he's a devil. Ga ha 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 ha. Irina only saw Kiba with a crazed expression laughing at her. She could not respond to him, for she was still processing what Kiba told her. Her breath was trembling, and she felt weak in her limbs. She curled up, leaning against the wall, and struggled to say a single word. Irina finally spoke as she looked up at Kiba with tears flowing out of her eyes. What? Nick is dead, and no, you're lying. Nick is strong. There's no way you defeated him so easily. But Kiba simply laughed and responded, "Oh, but I did. And Alexander, and Severino, and Werner too. Those boyfriends of yours were no match for us. I killed Alex with the sword I'm holding right now and killed the other 3 using sword burst." Irina, no, stop. Why are you doing this to me? Kiba, because you bitch, you fucking cheated on your childhood friend Issei. You fought alongside him so many times and you leave him for some mediocre loser, some angel you are. Irina was speechless. She was intimidated by Kiba berating her harshly. She wanted to get up and run, but Irina couldn't muster the strength and courage to stand up. Instead, she just broke down and cried uncontrollably. But Kiba wasn't done yet. He withdrew Sword of Betrayer and approached her. Irina noticed Kiba was approaching her with a deadpan expression. She was worried what would happen, but when Kiba stopped right in front of her, he just glared at her from above. Then, he sent a knee strike to her face, breaking her nose and knocking out several teeth from her mouth. Cough. Irina was bleeding and she didn't fight back at all. She was still denying the fact that the man she secretly played with behind Issei's back had been killed. Irina just sat there motionless, her breath trembling and her arms going weak. Kiba landed several kicks to her face and body before he sent one powerful kick towards her liver. She screamed in pain and curled up into a fetal position on the floor. Kiba simply looked down on her without feeling any sign of remorse and said to her in an emotionless voice, "I hope you think about how Issei would feel about what you've done. Because you've gone really low this time and I wonder how you are still an angel. May God forgive you, because I won't." He turned away and walked off. As Irina was watching Kiba leave in the distance, she couldn't help but feel very guilty and pathetic as she recalled the message he said to her before he left. Irina recalled every dishonest thing she did behind Issei's back and questioned her choices. Irina, was what I did honestly so despicable? Kiba simply left Irina behind and went to find Zenobia, who was struggling to stand up. However, to his dismay, Zenobia couldn't be found anywhere. There was only a small pool of blood left at the place where Kiba struck her. Kiba panicked and looked left and right anxiously. Suddenly, at lightning speeds, Zenobia dashed at Kiba and sliced him in the back. Cough. Kiba fell onto the floor and he dropped his sword. He tried to push himself up, but Zenobia sliced his right arm off, causing Kiba to scream in agony and fall right back onto the ground. He couldn't believe what just happened. Kiba turned over his body to find Zenobia wielding Exterandal and saw Issei was using Twilight Healing to help Zenobia recover from that nasty wound Kiba had given her a moment ago. Kiba, Issei, when did you? Zenobia, Issei was here the whole time. I just used Excalibur Nightmare to make her invisible to you. Issei began to talk solemnly. Kiba, although we've known each other for so long and fought alongside each other in many bloody battles, I am still somewhat reluctant to end everything like this. However, before we eliminate you, I just want to thanks for all the great times all of us had together. I really enjoyed it. Kiba noticed that she was crying a little, and just scoffed. Kiba, really, is that so? Well, I am grateful then. All I can say is good luck on your new life without me, because you'll definitely enjoy it with Alex, right? Issei hesitated to respond at first, but then she nodded gravely. Kiba, well, I guess that's that. But I don't know how you're gonna be happy when Alex is fucking dead. Crack. Issei was shaken. Twilight Healing's area of coverage had dissipated, as Issei lost strength in her legs, falling on her knees. Zenobia, Issei, don't be fooled. Kiba is just deceiving you. Alex and the others are strong. Just believe in them. They would never let themselves be killed. As Issei was still processing what Kiba told her, Zenobia was still shouting at Issei, trying to snap her out of her trance. After a half a minute or so of yelling, Issei finally snapped out of it, breathing in and out. Issei, you're right, Zenobia. There's no way Alex is dead. Kiba is just playing tricks on me. And wait, where's Kiba? The two girls noticed that Kiba was gone, only seeing a blood puddle with a trail of blood leading elsewhere. Zenobia grunted in frustration, and gestured Issei to follow her. The two followed the blood trail, hoping to permanently immobilize Kiba once and for all. But on their way, they spotted Irina by the chasm wall, behaving erratically. She was in a fetal position, sobbing and shivering uncontrollably. Zenobia and Issei were concerned, so they rushed over to Irina and tried to figure out what happened to her. Issei, Irina, what happened? Did Kiba do something to you? Irina only to turn to the both of them and grabbed onto Zenobia's clothes, crying nonstop with tears rolling down from her eyes. She was speaking incoherently, and only making unintelligible sounds. Zenobia, Irina, pull it together. Tell us what happened. We've limited Kiba's ability to fight. He lost one of his arms. But Irina couldn't say anything and just kept on crying. Asuya tried her best to console her friend, hugging her and patting her back. Meanwhile, Kiba was busy trying to climb out of the chasm. He had used Dane's leaf to create an ice staircase out of the chasm. Kiba struggled to climb up the stairs as he tried his best to stop more blood loss from his arm by tearing off a piece of his uniform and wrapping around the opening. He turned back to see that Zenobia and Asuya were busy with Irina. Kiba, it seems they're distracted, but I can't fight at my best. I need to get out of here fast and find Saji. I hope he's doing fine. I just hope that nothing bad had. Crash. Out of the blue, Kiba was suddenly struck by lightning from the sky. He fell down the icy steps and tumbled all the way back onto the bottom of the chasm. He groaned in pain and suffered a concussion. All he could hear was a high-pitched note which played continuously in his head, and he did not have the strength to stay awake. He fell unconscious and became motionless. Turns out Akeno was the one who had struck Kiba with a bolt of lightning. She was floating up in the air and was waiting for Kiba to climb out of the chasm just to attack him. As for how she recovered from the fight with Saji, here's how it went. At the start of the confrontation with the girls, when Kiba had used Graham to disperse all of them, they dispersed in confusion. Rias actually had a plan from the start. When the girls had dodged Kiba's attacks using Graham, Rias noticed that the sword users and Asuya were on one side of the chasm created by Graham, and that she was on the other side with Koneko and Ravel. Then, she saw Akeno preparing to fight Saji in the air. She instructed her peerage members on the other side of the chasm to lure Kiba away from Saji. When Kiba was gone, Rias along with Koneko and Ravel would secretly watch Akeno's battle with Saji. Rias was watching from a corner and was shocked to see Akeno get defeated by Saji. So, she quickly sent Koneko to battle Saji, not to defeat him, but to keep him busy and to lure him towards the building where Akeno crashed. Ravel happened to have a phoenix tear with her at the time, so Rias and Ravel would sneak towards Akeno and heal her without Saji noticing. When Koneko had bought enough time, Rias would use castling to swap places with Koneko and surprise attack Saji. Since Koneko was told to engage in hand-to-hand combat with Saji, she had to be near him. So, Rias popped out of nowhere and appeared right before Saji with full power. She would shoot several bullets infused with the power of destruction right through him and immobilize him. When Saji fell to his knees, he would be close enough to the building where he kicked Akeno into and be in range of the explosion caused by the Phoenix Tear's healing power. This all played according to Rias' strategy, and Saji was decimated and incapacitated. Once Saji was defeated, they would rush to Zenovia's position to surround Kiba and knock him out of battle. The boys thought they were winning against the girls, but they had been dancing in the palm of Rias' hand this whole time. Now back to the present. Zenovia and Asuya decided to carry Irina back to somewhere she could rest. But when they saw Kiba's body lying motionless on the floor, they were confused and rushed towards his body. Zenovia, I guess Kiba couldn't escape. But why does he have third-degree burns? I didn't use any flame magic against him. Akeno descended from the sky to meet with Zenovia, telling her what happened. Don't worry Zenovia, I took care of it. Saji too. Koneko is carrying his body right now over there. She pointed to Koneko who was dragging Saji's body across the ground. Asuya, hey, that means we won. Asuya became really delighted and jumped in joy. Rias, indeed, but I'm not done with these two traitors just yet. I want to toy with them for a while. When she said that, Rias had a pretty twisted smile on her face, frightening Asuya and Zenovia a bit, but Akeno was smiling pretty sadistically at her remark. Then, the girls saw a bunch of choppers and fighter jets coming in from the sky at high speeds. From the roads, they saw soldiers on armored vehicles coming in from all directions. Rias and the girls decided to pretend to be victims and catch the soldiers' attention. Rias immediately changed her twisted expression. She began calling out the soldiers in despair, pretending to call for help. The soldiers saw the girls and they began to approach them, with medics following closely behind. Soldier 1, ladies, is everything alright? Are you hurt? Rias, oh thanks brave soldier. I was so scared. I didn't know how I survived that, but please, help me and my friends. Look at these two, they got hurt during that disaster. She began shedding fake tears to appear desperate, and the soldiers agreed to help. Soldier 2, don't worry ma'am. The army is here to help. Let the medics tend to your friends and get yourself checked for injuries. The soldier pointed to the medical tent which was already set up on an empty space by a massive pile of debris. Rias and the girls followed the soldiers, and the medics were rushing to save Kiba and Saji. In reality, Rias wanted to attack the two boys for one last time, not physically, but mentally and emotionally. She got to the tent with her friends and the medics were checking for any serious injuries. Medic 1, sir, the girls are in stable condition. They just need some bandages for these scratches and wounds. As for the orange-haired girl, she looks pretty bad. Get her to the treatment room to patch up her injuries. As for the two blonde boys, they are in very serious condition and require immediate life-saving surgery. It's a miracle that they survived this long in that state. If we act now, they can still make it. Medic 2, alright, thanks. Get the orange-haired girl to the treatment room to patch up her injuries. As for the rest of you, focus on stabilizing the conditions of the two boys. Rias asked the medics, will we be able to see them once they recover? Medic 2, don't worry young lady, you'll be able to see them again when we save them. Until then, stay calm and have some food and water. We have much more important things to do. Scene break. Drake's Cavern in Wyoming, 2:30 p.m. After a few hours, Issei finally regained consciousness. He slowly opened his eyes and saw that he was inside of a cave. He looked around and found himself sitting on the warm surface of a spacious plateau. Issei was puzzled and decided to ask Drake. Issei, Drake, where are we? Drake yawned, oh, partner, you're finally awake. Issei, no, you are finally awake. I woke up first. Anyway, where are we? And what happened when I was asleep? Wait, where's Kiba and Saji? Drake, let me keep you up to speed, partner. When you were knocked unconscious by that poison spikes guy, I took control of your body and fought the Andromalius siblings. We defeated them, killing a bunch of them. We escaped hell. For a cave somewhere in the Rockies to plan our next move. As for the two boys, they decided to hold of the Gremory girl because they found us. She does not know that you have been out of the hospital ages ago. We are now waiting for the two boys to come back. Issei, I see. So how long have I been unconscious? Drake, about 7 hours. Issei, what, 7 hours? I assume that a lot has happened then. How long have we been waiting for Kiba and Saji to come back? Drake, that's what I'm worried about. It has been 3.5 hours since we last saw them. I fear that they could have already been defeated. Issei was terrified at the prospect of Kiba and Saji losing and facing harsh punishments from Rias. So, Issei frantically said to Drake, wait, we should go back for them. They could be in big trouble. But Drake was strongly against that idea, saying, no, partner, the Gremory girl could be there. If she spots you, our plan of taking down the coup plot by Florian Andromalius will be foiled. I understand you want to save your friends, but you need to know that. Issei just cut him off and transformed into his scale mail armor, flying upwards and crushing through several layers of thick rock. Eventually, he reached the surface and flew into the sky, racing towards his friends. Issei looked around and saw that one area in the distance was on fire and dark plumes of smoke were rising out of there. There were also massive fissures spreading out from that area. Issei assumed that the fighting must have taken place there and flew in that direction at high speeds. As Issei got closer to the area, he realized it was a city, and saw numerous aircraft such as choppers and planes flying over the area. He increased his speed to the point where he broke the sound barrier. The people in the aircrafts did not see Issei fly right past them. Issei landed between two ruined buildings and deactivated the scale armor. He came out of the alley and looked around to a tragic sight. The city was reduced to rubble and debris, and there was not a single sight of a person anywhere. Issei was taken aback by the scene as he strolled through the street. Issei, what happened here? Everything has been destroyed. Hold on. I can feel Kiba and Saji's aura nearby. Let's go. He raced to their positions in the hopes that he had arrived in time. Issei cut through several corners and damaged buildings and came out into a city square. He saw soldiers walking back and forth. Some were stationed outside green tents, while some were conversing with each other at army vehicles. One soldier spotted Issei and ran towards him. Soldier, hey kid, you alright? Issei, crap, I've been spotted. I guess I'd better blend in with the crowd. Issei, well, I barely escaped, so... Soldier, don't worry kid, we're here to help. Get to the medical tent for any injuries you might have. Issei, okay, got it, sir. He walked with the soldier to the tent and entered to find several medics and soldiers walking around the place. They were holding important documents, medical equipment, and boxes of medicine. Issei noticed that Kiba and Saji were in the same tent, so he was relieved to find out that they were safe and receiving medical attention. A medic came to Issei and gestured him to follow. Issei saw the medic and was amazed by her beauty. She had long gray hair with a right-side ponytail for her hairstyle, and she wore glasses. She had beautiful ivory skin and she had blue eyes with a pair of dark circles beneath them. As for her outfit, she was wearing a lab coat like all the other medics, but hers was unbuttoned and revealed a pink shirt inside, with a small purple teddy bear in one of her breast pockets, something that seemed out of place for a medic. The medic also wore a miniskirt and a pair of black sheer tights which reached her black heels. Issei thought to himself, damn, that woman is a medic. I thought only women like that exists in animes and that kind of shit. He was stunned by her appearance, and spent a short while admiring her facial features. Then, she approached Issei and took a few glances at him. She finally spoke, in a calm and monotonous voice. You seem perfectly fine. But I would like to make sure you are really fine. Please, follow me to that room over there. She pointed at a room to her left and gestured Issei to follow her. They got inside and the medic began checking for any injuries. Medic, huh? You seem perfectly fine. You have no injuries at all. I want to know how you made it out unscathed. The medic was very curious to know how Issei had somehow survived the chaos without even sustaining a single injury. In response, Issei awkwardly replied, well, I hid in a basement. Medic, I guess you are pretty lucky. You're the 10th survivor we've found. Have a look at this list. It's the list of the deceased we've found in the city and nearby areas. Do you recognize anybody? The medic handed Issei a list of names and pictures. Issei instead refused it and said, no ma'am, I don't live here. I'm from another state. I know nobody here. But I would like to see the list of survivors. I think I need someone to talk to. The medic nodded and gave him another list which was much shorter. Only 9 names and pictures were on it. He didn't recognize the names, but to Issei's shock and horror, he saw the pictures of Kiba and Saji's faces. They were covered in severe burns and cuts, and it looked like their head had just been smashed many times by a sledgehammer and burned by a flamethrower for several seconds. He felt sick to his stomach and almost puked. But what was more terrifying was that he saw the pictures of the girls. They were completely fine and unscathed. He trembled in fear as he breathed intensely. Medic, are you alright? Please take deep breaths. Everything will be alright. The medic leaned over to Issei and placed her hands on his shoulders, making sure that he was alright. Meanwhile, Issei was trying to focus and stay calm. He heeded the medic's instructions and eventually settled down. Issei, yeah, I'm fine. The pictures seem a little disturbing, that's all. I think I want to rest here for a while. Is that alright? Medic, of course, feel free to stay here for as long as you want. Would you like some refreshments while you rest? Issei, thanks, I'll have some. Suddenly, a soldier came rushing in. Soldier, Dr. Murasame, we need your help out there. We found many of the citizens on the outskirts of the city which were mainly unaffected, but they still require some medical attention as most seem traumatized. Medic, I understand, don't worry, I'm coming now. She was about to leave, but then she turned back to Issei to ask one last question. Medic, what's your name, kid? Issei Hyodo. The medic stood there for a while, then replied to Issei, nice to meet you, Issei. I am Rain Murasame and I am a combat medic of the army. I've got some work to do now, so I'll see you later. She waved and followed the soldier out the room. Issei just sat on the bed, waiting for her to leave so he can look for Kiba and Saji. After a few minutes, he snuck out of the room and got closer to their presences. But Drake quickly stopped him and urged him to hide. Drake, partner, the Gremry girl is in there, hide. Issei, wait, Rias is in there. Drake, yes, along with 6 other individuals. I assume they are the other girls since I can tell that the people in that room are strong. Right now, I am hiding your aura so that they can't detect you. Just hide and take cover for now. Issei, but I want to know what's happening in there. Kiba and Saji could be in trouble. Issei completely disregarded Drake's advice and quickly zoomed in on the room they were in. He leaned against the wall and eavesdropped on the conversation happening inside. Rias, now Kiba, you and your gross little friend over there have attacked us while we were on vacation. It's really rude to enrage a girl, especially when she's crying about her loved one every day, you know. Kiba, loved one, don't make me laugh. Saji and I know about you and Florian. Consider the attack on your hotel room as vengeance for Issei. How could you do this to him? He has done so much for. Rias, oh shut up, Kiba. You know nothing about my relationship with Issei. I know all about him and his pathetic attitude. You are just a simpleton who claims to know him well just because he helped you with that holy sword thing. Kiba, what did you just say? Akeno, Ara, calm down, Kiba. It's not like he will be so offended by this. If the roles were switched and we were the ones in comas, I bet you $1 million that he would have done the same as us. Besides, he's in a coma so he'll never find out. On a personal note, doesn't it feel great to have an affair? Kiba, why you? Rias, listen up here, I'm letting you live Kiba, but there's a catch. Kiba, and what's that? Rias, you'll continue to serve me as my knight, you will accompany me at all times, and you will keep quiet about this. Kiba, Is this a fucking joke? Akeno, if you refuse, then your precious little Tsubaki-chan will get a little visit from us, and by us, we are including our boyfriends too. Rias, as for what going to happen to her, well, do you know what Griffith did to Guts? Kiba, what the heck is that supposed to? Wait. No, you can't be, and no, how can you do this to me? I like her too, you know, she has nothing to do with this. Leave her alone. Kiba fiercely objected to Rias's actions should Kiba betray the deal. He had been wanting to confess to Tsubaki for a while but couldn't because she was in the underworld with Sona and a few other members of her peerage, while he was out on a mission purposely set up by Rias to keep Kiba away from finding out the truth of their affairs. Rias, shut up, Predaboy. That will only happen if you can't keep your mouth shut and report us to the higher-ups. Now, moving to Saji. If you want to live, you only need to keep quiet and not tell Sona or anybody else, got it? Otherwise, those two girlfriends of yours will face the same fate. Saji froze when he heard that. Just like Kiba, he became enraged and strongly opposed her intentions. Saji, you bitch. Leave them alone, they have nothing to do with this. Zenobia, I'd keep quiet if I was you, Mr. Student Council fool. Koneko, what she said, if you say anything, be sure to expect a whole series of shitshows to come your way and obliterate your fucking soul. You better comply, otherwise we'd be preparing for your own funeral. We've all left Issei. He's just a loser. My sister can have him if she wants to. I can tell from her face that she is totally down bad for him. Revel, haha, look at the two of you fools. How far you've fallen and how great we've risen. The two of you schmucks will do as we say, and we will not accept any objections, got it? Kiba and Saji. Rias, oh yeah, and one more thing. When Issei wakes up, make sure to not say anything. I need him in my peerage so I, the great and magnificent Rias Gremory, can be the rating game champion. Kiba, I thought you said you never liked Issei. What happened to the time when he mustered the courage and confessed his love to you? Rias, you don't get it, I'm going to let you in on a little secret. Something only that you will know. Rias got closer to Kiba and whispered into his ear. Issei decided to use enhanced hearing to listen to what Rias had to tell Kiba. Rias, did you know that Issei's death by Rainier was all staged? I only wanted him in my peerage so that he could get me out of my marriage with Riser. If I got married with Riser, I could never achieve my dream of becoming the rating game champion. So, I decided to let Rainier kill him first, then I would appear from a summoning circle that my familiar would give to him before Rainier killed him at the park. Once I saved him, he would pledge his allegiance and loyalty without hesitation. Isn't that ingenious? The plan is foolproof, and if I am being honest, I actually loved Issei. The moment he said my name and confessed his love to me, I was head over heels for him. Kiba heard all of that, and he clenched his fists and growled angrily. Kiba, you what, you? I just can't, arg. He was so angry that he couldn't form a single coherent sentence. All Kiba did was just contain his feelings of rage and anger inside him as he still processed what Rias told him. Rias continued, this time speaking at normal volume. Too bad he was so weak that he fell into a coma and is still unconscious. I won't marry weak and pathetic men who only lust over my body and are completely ignorant to my feelings. That's why Florian is the only one for me. I know that he loves me unlike Issei who pretends to love me. She spoke so arrogantly to the point where the two boys were completely livid and wanted to get off their beds and savagely attack Rias. But Kiba and Saji knew the consequences of speaking out. If they revealed anything to the Devil Kings, then their loved ones would be harmed. All they could do was wallow in shame and defeat, as they knew that Rias had won this battle. Kiba regretfully thought about everything, but what he was most regretful about was that he had just surrendered to Rias and left Issei all alone to fend for himself. Kiba thought to himself dejectedly, Issei, I'm so sorry we lost. I can't imagine how scared you must be right now, having to find out that you need to save the underworld on your own and that your only two friends left have surrendered and given up. I'm really sorry, Issei. I'm sorry I can't do anything right now. Saji was also thinking the same, angry at himself for being humiliated so pathetically by a group of girls who committed disgraceful acts behind the one they claimed to love. Saji, Issei, I'm really sorry, man. There's nothing we can do now. That tomato whore has beaten us. We're now being threatened with the worst punishments that they can think of. Even if we tried to resist, they'd completely destroy us. Please, Issei, please stay safe and don't let yourself get tricked by Rias. I'm really sorry. The girls laughed at Rias's comments about Issei and laughed the plight of the two boys. Meanwhile, the one person they didn't want to know all this information had just heard everything, and he was going insane inside his mind. Issei now learned that everything that came and went was all a big lie. There wasn't any love, only manipulation and selfishness. It also couldn't be helped that Issei was also enraged that Rias and the girls would go so low to keep Saji and Kiba quiet by threatening their girlfriends and crushes. Issei started breathing and shaking erratically, as a sharp surge of pain pushed through his body and almost caused him to scream and reveal his position. Drake decided to act fast and stabilize the situation. Drake, partner, let's leave. Get back to the cave in Yellowstone. I need you to relax. There's no need to. Issei completely ignored Drake and swiftly dashed out of the medical tent. As he ran outside, soldiers noticed him and tried to get him to stop. But Issei ignored them and continued running further away from the medical tent and towards the city. This prompted the soldiers to chase after him. Soldier 1, hey kid, it's still very dangerous here. Civilians need to stay put until further notice. Soldier 2, I understand that you want to find your friends and family, but now is not a good time to do so. Despite the great number of soldiers that pursued him, Issei outran them as he was a supernatural being with greater speed and stamina. Soldier 3, pant, whoa, that little man is pretty fast. Do you think we should call a search party? Soldier 4, no, let him go. When he's finished searching, he'll definitely come back. There's nowhere else he can go. We have many army units surrounding the city in a 50-mile radius. He'll definitely be found. The soldiers eventually gave up chasing after him and just handed the responsibility of finding Issei to the other armies. Issei thought to himself, so all of that was the truth of my life. I knew it. I fucking knew it. Why didn't I see the red flag sooner? I saw Rias's familiar on the same day I was coincidentally killed by Rainer. Fuck. I saw all the evidence and I completely ignored it. This sucks. This sucks. All this time I have been used to make Rias look good. There wasn't any love. It was a fucking lie. Drake, partner, I understand how you're feeling right now. You've been betrayed and you were manipulated this whole time. But you need to calm down right now because I can sense your body is feeling very abnormal and weird right now. Your aura is fluctuating a lot. If this keeps up then. Issei completely ignored Drake and kept running away. When he was out of sight from the soldiers, he equipped his scale mail armor and flew at high speeds away from the city. However, a certain gray-haired woman was standing on a rooftop looking at him flying away. Rain. I knew something was up with that boy. I had the feeling that he had powers, but I never expected myself to be correct. Wait, hold on. I think I sensed something evil inside him. I think I need to follow him to see who he really is. Perhaps I am not really alone in this world. Scene break. Somewhere over southern Colorado, USA, Tuesday 4:0 p.m. Crash. Something went wrong. Issei was flying at ludicrous speeds, and he suddenly felt weak. He began to lose consciousness before his right shoulder felt uncomfortable. Suddenly, his right shoulder exploded and lots of blood came flowing out. Issei felt a lot of pain and he started to descend towards the ground. Issei tried to endure the pain in his right shoulder and struggled to maintain flight in the air. But he couldn't as he suddenly felt a sharp pain within several regions of his body. It was complete agony. Issei couldn't maintain the scale male form any longer and reverted back into his human form. He fell from a great height, with blood flying out of his right shoulder and his body feeling extremely excruciating. Issei's vision was blurry, and his heart rate became irregular, despite his best efforts to maintain consciousness. His hearing also became worse as all he could hear was a continuous high-pitched tone playing in his head. Finally, he crashed somewhere on a peak of a secluded mountain range. Drake somehow managed to keep him alive by taking control of his body at the very last second and cushioning his impact with dragon aura infused in his limbs that hit the ground first. But it created a super large crater on the mountain, one that could be seen from space. It was cold on the peak. The frosty temperatures of the mountain didn't seem to help Issei get any better. But thanks to Drake, he was still conscious after the impact. He trembled and shivered as snow descended from the skies. Issei used his strength to turn over his body on his back to lie down on the ground and face the sky. Issei, how did this happen? Why did my shoulder suddenly? Arg, that hurts. My body hurts. Why? Issei was still suffering from the unexpected surge of pain he felt when in the sky. He was hyperventilating, trying his best to soothe the pain, until he recalled what Rias and the girls said at Cheyenne. His body became much more painful, and he screamed in intense discomfort. It seemed that when he thinks about Rias or anyone closely associated with her, the pain in his body gets even worse, especially his heart. Drake finally spoke to Issei, telling him about his body's situation. Partner, listen up, I'm getting really tired of you ignoring me and running off somewhere else. This is serious, so listen carefully. your body's pain is being caused by the evil pieces. I observed for a while and realized that whenever you think about the Gremry girl, or the other girls in your harem, the evil pieces in your body act abnormally, and eat your body from the inside out. That is what's causing the pain. But on top of that, remember the poison that you were inflicted with at Los Angeles. It turns out that one of the poison's properties is to stay incubated as a passive microorganism, before turning into a dangerous toxin which acts like acid much later. When the toxins build up, they only accumulate and eventually explode. That's why your right shoulder exploded. It won't be long until another part of your body explodes. For now, avoid thinking about the girls, while I try to kill off the toxins in your body. Issei struggled to speak, but he was able to respond. I'll try. He felt like it was complete torture trying to breathe, let alone say a few words. So, he decided to close his eyes and hope that Drake would somehow heal his body and not die. However, the pain kept him awake. He would frequently close his eyes but would fail to sleep. The whole ordeal lasted a painful 3 hours, as Issei would be struck by frequent surges of pain flowing through his body. Eventually, Issei gave up trying to sleep and settled on staying awake until he got better. Drake was having a hard time neutralizing the poison. The toxins were like bacteria multiplying rapidly, splitting into more and more of itself until Drake was overwhelmed by them, and soon he eventually gave up. Drake decided that saving Issei at this point was futile, so he decided to tell Issei the bad news and hope that at the very least, Issei would stay still and let the poison and evil pieces kill him, not wanting to suffer a violent death. Drake, partner, I'm very sorry. The toxins were too much for me to handle. They will soon encompass more parts of your body and more of your limbs will explode until there's nothing left. In other words, you are dying, and there's no way to stop it now. I'm very sorry for giving up on you, partner. I'm no different from the Gremry girl and her gang of bitches. Please lie down until it's all over. It will be much better than dying while you are enraged and going on a rampage. There was silence for a moment. Issei didn't say anything to Drake, and Drake was nervous at the silence. But Issei finally said something to his resident dragon for one last time before he passed away. Issei, it's okay, Drake, don't compare yourself to Rias or any of the other girls. You, Kiba, Saji, Gasper, and Roswise have all been the best people I've ever met in this life. You've never given up on me, even in my dying moments. Right now, you are all I have left in this cruel and unfair world. And if I am being completely honest, it's a shame that Rias is getting away with everything and I am not there to do anything about it. But thinking back, I actually enjoyed this life with you as my battle partner. It's been an honor to be your host, Red Dragon Emperor, in your next host. Tell them all about me. I want to be remembered by my successors. Drake was surprised by this response. He expected Issei to stay silent and hate him in secret until he died. But Issei chose to forgive Drake and keep things on a positive note, so Drake responded in the same manner. Drake, I didn't expect this reaction. But if that's the way it is, then I've got some last words for you before we depart. In my whole life trapped in this sacred gear, I've encountered many wonderful and amazing hosts, such as Belzard and Elsha. But I've also met many hosts who used me solely for power and ended up dying horribly. However, you are a first, partner. You've been a rather quirky and perverted person, but in my opinion, you have been the best host I've ever had. It's been an honor to be your partner, Issei Hiyoto. May our paths cross again one day. I'll definitely miss you. The both of them went silent. Issei, ironically dying from poison and evil pieces inside of his body, was happy. He shed a few tears when he thought about what Drake said. Meanwhile, Drake was reflecting on his past, as he recalled each life with every partner, eventually reaching Issei and felt proud. After a few minutes, Issei decided to ask Drake one last question. Issei, hey Drake. Drake, yes Issei. Issei, if there was one song you could hear before you died, which one would it be? For me, it would be My Way, by Frank Sinatra. Drake, interesting choice. For me, it would be We'll Meet Again, by Vera Lynn. Issei, I see you're a man of culture as well. The two of them laughed despite the fact that Issei's life was coming to an end. At least they got to know one personal interest of each other before they would move on to their next life. Even as Issei's body parts began exploding one by one, he still peacefully lay on the ground, staring into the night sky as he experienced his final and fleeting moments. It was solemn and melancholic. The life of the greatest Red Dragon Emperor was about to reach the end of the rope so quickly. People could only imagine what he could have done in his lifetime had he been under better circumstances. But nonetheless, what's done is done. There is no turning back from death. It is simply the end. Or was it? It was just a few minutes past 7:00 p.m. Issei only had his head, neck, and torso left. His arms and legs had exploded into massive puddles of blood, splattering everywhere and staining the snowy surface red. Issei's vision was also turning blurrier and his hearing became much worse. He braced himself for the final moments of his life, thinking of the best times he ever had. Issei thought about his parents, who were definitely going to be devastated by the loss of their only child and son. He thought about his human friends, and wondered how they'd react to his death. He thought about Serzex and Graphia, who were going to be grief-stricken by the death of their younger brother. He thought about Azazel, who was definitely going to get drunk as a way of coping with the death of someone he considered a son. Issei thought about everyone he knew in his life, and wondered how they would carry on after he died. It kept him worried, but he reassured himself as Issei believed that they were strong-willed and determined to keep living on. But wait, something is strange. Where did all the pain go? Issei just realized that all the pain in his body was gone. Usually, when a part of his body felt the most painful, it was a clear indication that that particular part will explode next. But in this case, there was almost no more pain. Issei couldn't get up as he lost his limbs, so he looked around with his neck and saw a peculiar figure standing a few feet away from him. This figure was the shape of a woman, but nobody could see the distinctive features of this woman, as she looked pretty translucent. But on closer inspection, she really didn't have any facial features or body parts. It was just a translucent silhouette that was acting weirdly. The only thing one could make out of her were her long and messy hair. Issei, what the heck is that? He tried squinching his eyes to see better, but he still couldn't see the figure clearly. Suddenly, the figure teleported right next to him, scaring the daylights out of Issei. But this time, Issei could see the features of the figure now. It was translucent. There really were no distinctive or distinguishable features about this person, but now it could be confirmed that the figure was a woman, as she began to speak. "Hello, are you alright?" The figure spoke in a feminine voice. "Issei, what? You can talk." Issei heard the figure talking and did not expect something without a mouth to talk. "Hee, sorry for scaring you, I was just testing you." "Issei, testing me? For what? Seeing if I can fight you, because newsflash, I can't." "Drake, Issei, I'd be very careful with my words right now. I can sense the aura coming from that woman. She's really powerful. She has more than enough power to defeat you and Vali combined." "Issei, what? She can defeat?" Issei was cut off as the figure interrupted. "Hey, please don't ignore me. I spent all this time searching for you." Issei, oh sorry, I was just taken aback by what my partner said to me." "Partner? But there's nobody here, it's just you." Issei, "Oh, about that, he's actually a dragon whose soul is locked up in an artifact called the Boosted Gear. It's something extremely powerful and I've had it since birth. Also, what do you mean when you've been searching for me this whole time?" The figure stayed silent the whole time, leaving Issei in a suspenseful and nervous mood, but she finally reacted. The figure started to glow, and when it glowed bright enough, the light dissipated, and the figure had transformed into a woman. It was Rain Murasame. She was still wearing the same outfit when she saw Issei at Cheyenne. Issei didn't recognize her at first, but then the realization hit him hard. "Issei, so that's what you look like." "Wait, Rain Murasame, the medic from the..." "Rain, yes, it's me. To tell you the truth, Issei, I've suspected that there was something strange about you from the moment we met. Throughout my whole life, I've never knew my past. I didn't even know where I came from. I thought that I was the only one in the world who has special powers, until I met you. I was looking forward to talking with you more when I came back from my work as a medic. Wait, before I continue, I just want to let you know that I was recruited into the medics because I happened to be passing by their academy and the instructors mistook me as a student. So they took me into the school and I somehow managed to pass without any intentions of joining them." Issei, what? "Rain, I know, it's pretty unbelievable. But back to my main point, after leaving the tent, I secretly pinned your presence and started tracking you. The moment I felt you running away from the medic tent, I stopped all my work to find you. I climbed onto a rooftop to see where you were. But then I saw you get into that red armor and fly away. That's when I knew that you were just like me, another person with special powers." Issei, so you have powers, huh? Did you come to talk to me or fight me? Because in a few minutes, I will die and be unable to do either. It turns out a fatal poison and some flesh-eating chess pieces will be the cause of my demise. "Rain, you're dying." Issei, yes, my partner's efforts to save me have been futile. My death is unavoidable now and I have gracefully accepted it. Issei had just told Rain that he has given up on trying to save his life from the evil within that were intent on killing him. But Rain gave him an answer that would shock both Issei and Drake. Rain, what if I told you that I can save your life and give you a fresh start all over again? But Drake spoke first, and wanted to know how Rain was going to save Issei, as he believed that there was no way it was possible. Drake, hello Murasame, my name is Drake, the Welsh Dragon. I'm that partner Issei has been talking about. Now, regarding the topic of saving, I've done my best to kill the toxins, but it was futile. Tell me, how do you intend on saving my partner? Rain immediately replied, well, I am technically preventing you from dying right now. I'm using my powers to stop the toxins. In fact, I noticed that something was wrong with your body when I spotted you flying away from Cheyenne. I tracked you all the way to Colorado and confirmed my suspicions that something was indeed wrong with your body. So, I simply used my powers to suppress the toxin's multiplication ability and stop the accumulation of the toxins for now. Drake, wait. Let me check. Oh my god, Issei, she's telling the truth. The toxins have stopped multiplying, but the ones still alive are not dying. It seems like she has a plan to save you. I advise you to think about it. Maybe we could get our revenge on the Gremory girl. We can have a chance at stopping Florian. Issei said with a shocked expression, wait, this is all too good to be true. Is there a catch? Rain, yes though. I wouldn't call it a catch. It's more of a requirement that must be fulfilled in order to save you completely. Issei became curious and inquired, what's this requirement that must be fulfilled? Rain spent no time hesitating and got to the point. Basically, I have the power to take out your spirit from your body, then it will enter my body, and then I will give birth to you. That's just the process. The requirement is that I need another source of energy to give you enough power for you to be strong in your new body. My own energy isn't enough to save you. Issei asked once again, another source, like energy from someone else. Rain, yes. Your new body will be created within my womb in just a few hours instead of 9 months with the help of my own energy and the other source's energy. But the source of this energy must be strong, and I have never encountered anything in this world with the power needed for this procedure. But luckily, it seems we have one right here. Issei, where? Rain, I'm talking about that dragon's energy within your body. It has sufficient energy to help me perform this reincarnation ritual. Drake, hold on, you need my energy to save him. Rain, yes, is there something wrong with it? Drake, what's going to happen to me after the procedure is complete? Rain, okay, about that, your soul won't be affected, but I need all the draconic energy from the boosted gear to save Issei's life. This means that your soul will be the only thing left once the procedure is complete. Drake, Murasame, I am all for this plan, but I have a condition of my own. Rain, and what's that? Drake, you can take out souls and spirits from their bodies, right? If that's the case, then I want a body of my own. Issei was shocked at Drake's request, asking with concern, wait, Drake, you want to get a body, why is that? Drake, Issei, I don't trust Rain Murasame just yet. When you are reincarnated into a new body as a baby, I want to be there by your side and make sure Murasame doesn't have any ulterior motives. Rain, okay, done deal. She accepted Drake's request without any hesitation. Drake, thanks. Now since that's out of the way, why don't we get started already? Issei was prepared to start a new life. He deeply inhaled before sharply exhaling. He looked to Rain and said, I'm ready. Rain nodded and reached out both of her hands over Issei's chest. Then the hands started glowing with a bright light blue aura radiating from her pelvis. As she was preparing to extract Issei's soul from his body, she gave him 2 last pieces of advice before he was reborn. Alright, Issei, first of all, you might want to do this with your eyes closed all the way. No opening them. Secondly, I want you to think about all the wrong things you did in your life. Reflect on all of your past actions and think about what you should have done better. You are about to start a new life as someone new. I hope that you can correct all your wrongs in this life when you live your new one. Issei closed his eyes and started reflecting on everything he had been through since young. He recalled his earliest childhood memories when he was a toddler and making friends with Irena. But Issei ignored that part and swore to never become childhood friends with girls in his next life. Then, he remembered his life through elementary and middle school. It was around this time that Issei was exposed to lewd and explicit content which kick-started his road to becoming a full-blown pervert. Then, he remembered the most memorable experience of all, high school. Issei vividly replayed his memories from the time he became a devil to the time he was betrayed by Rias. Although some moments were bittersweet, Issei still remembered the time when he learned that his death was staged. He decided to forget about Rias, because who has time for a girl like that? When reaching the end of his memory replay, Rain saw everything in his mind using her powers and extracted all his memories from his head and condensed them into a ruby orb that was glowing lively. Drake got worried and wanted to know what she planned to do with them. Drake, Murasame, why did you record Issei's memories? Rain, when he's reborn, Issei will forget about everything in this life, and regarding this orb condensed with his memories, that's when you come in. Drake, okay, what do I have to do with anything? Rain, let me explain. Since you're going to receive a new vessel for your soul, you're going to help me raise Issei alongside myself. We will give him a normal life when he's a child, but on his 18th birthday, we will tell him the truth of the supernatural world. Should you decide to let Issei know his experiences and memories in this life, use this orb I'm holding right now to show him all his memories. But the decision of showing Issei his memories is all up to you. Drake, I see. Well, Murasame, the situation Issei and I are in right now is quite complicated and serious. When we find somewhere to settle down and raise Issei, I will tell you all the details. But I will tell you now that I do intend to show Issei his memories when he turns 18 in his next life. Rain, I understand. Is there anything else? Drake, yes, the boosted gear has an ability called transfer. I want it to be passed down to Issei when he is reborn. I believe it will be useful for him. Rain, got it. I will continue with the procedure now. I'm just about to extract your soul and his soul from his body right now. Drake, thanks for everything. Rain, see you later. Rain's hands glowed even brighter, and a bunch of green energy orbs were emerging from Issei's body. She counted the number of orbs floating out of his body and saw a whole group of them, which confused her. Rain, why are there so many of them when I should have 2 green orbs which should represent Issei and Drake? But there's a whole bunch of them. I think I will check each of these additional orbs later. I found Issei's soul and Drake's soul so I can think about it later. She identified Issei's soul as the green orb glowing in the middle, then, she directed it towards her, and the green orb entered her abdomen. For the final parts of the procedure, she directed the remaining green orbs including Drake's soul into a glass jar and placed it into a small pouch. Now that the procedure was complete, Rain would soon get pregnant, and will need to give birth to Issei somewhere safe. So, she decided to fly to a hospital nearby. Scene break. Albuquerque, New Mexico, USA, Tuesday 8:00 p.m. Rain was standing by a wall of a hospital, observing her belly. Then, when it started to expand to the point where she looked 9 months pregnant, she walked towards the hospital entrance and called for help. Rain, help, somebody, please help, my water broke and I'm going to give birth very soon. The nurses and the doctors had turned to see a pregnant woman who was struggling to walk. They immediately brought out a stretcher and instructed Rain to lie down as the medical personnel brought her to an operation room. During the rebirth of Issei, it wasn't much trouble as Rain was able to give birth to him safely without any issues. Doctor, congratulations ma'am, it's a boy. The doctor handed the newborn boy over to Rain. The nurses and the doctors all gathered around Rain as she held the crying newborn in her arms. Rain, hello again, Issei, welcome to the world. As your mother, I promise to take good care of you and be by your side whenever you need me. She smiled at the baby who had calmed down and looked at Rain in the eyes. On this day, I, Issei Hiyoto, died from the evil pieces used by my former lover to save me. Ironic, isn't it? But this day was also significant, as it is also the birthday of the person I am about to be. My enemies may have won this round, but the fight never ends. It is only 18 years later where I will rise to the top alongside a group of new allies and take back what I lost. Watch out Rias. Watch out Florian. You haven't won just yet. Meanwhile in Kuo Town, Japan, when Issei Hiyoto died. Wednesday 11:00 a.m. The school bell had just rung, and the students of Kuo Academy were leaving their classes for lunch break. Among the crowd of students were 2 female student council members. The 2 girls were walking slowly and quietly next to each other as they made their way to the cafeteria. They were Momo Hanakai and Ruruko Nimura, the bishop and pawn of Sona Citri's peerage respectively. It had been a day since they heard from their boyfriend, Saji. The last message he said to them was that he had business to attend to outside of school and would skip classes for that day. Saji did not send any other message then, and the last time he was seen online was 8:30 am on Tuesday, when school was supposed to start. His absence worried them. The 2 girls tried contacting him many times after school but could not reach him. They even searched Kuo Town to find Saji for the whole evening, but they turned up empty-handed. As of today, Momo and Ruruko were still worried about Saji's sudden absence from school. Ruruko asked her senpai worriedly, "Senpai, don't you think we should call Sona now?" Saji has been missing since the whole of yesterday and today. I really want to see him safe and sound, you know. Momo tried her best to reassure her underclassmen and calm her down. Ruruko, please calm down. I understand that you are extremely worried about Saji. I feel the same way too. But please don't think of the worst possible scenario. We are at peace now. The Trahexa has been sealed and we can all go on with our lives. Maybe Saji had to deal with a family situation. He is the one in charge of making sure his family makes ends meet. Ruruko, but we went to Saji's house yesterday and nobody was there. His siblings even called me later that night to ask me where Saji is. I had to lie to them that he was over at my place and would come home tomorrow. This is getting really exhausting, you know. The two girls, no matter how much they tried to cheer themselves up, always couldn't help but think that something happened to Saji. When they reached the cafeteria, they received an unexpected greeting from someone familiar. Tsubasa, surprise, guess who's back? Momo and Ruruko were surprised to find their fellow student council member Tsubasa Yura standing alongside all the other student council members who accompanied Sona to the underworld for some personal business. They included Sona's knight, Tomo Meguri, her other bishop, Rei Kusaka, and her queen and vice president, Tsubaki Shinra. Momo, you all are back, wow, it's been almost a month since we last saw you. What happened? Momo and Ruruko were excited to see her fellow peerage members after a while now. Tsubaki, well, since Seraphal Leviathan is now sealed within the isolation field barrier in order to weaken the Trahexa, Sona has received a lot of responsibility now. We didn't want Sona to feel alone, so the whole lot of us came and accompanied her. Ruruko, I see, so Sona was basically told that a bunch of huge responsibilities are being passed to her now that her sister's gone. Speaking of her, where's Sona? And by the way, have any of you seen Saji? Rhea, Sona is currently in the bathroom. As for Saji, I thought he was with you. He didn't come to school today. Ruruko, no, Saji didn't come to school today and yesterday at all. Look, this was the last message he sent me. She took out her phone and showed it to her friends. The last message was sent at 8:30 am on Tuesday. It read, Hi Ruruko, I have some personal and important business to attend to outside of school. I won't be coming to school today as a result. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'll come tomorrow. I love you, Saji. Momo, yeah. He sent me the exact same thing. We decided to contact him after school, when he would most likely be finished with what he was doing, but he never picked up or responded. Tsubaki, that's pretty weird. What could Saji be possibly doing? She was very perplexed at the fact that Saji randomly disappeared without saying anything. But then, someone familiar showed up. Sona, well, if it isn't my lovely student council back together again. Nice to see you again, Momo and Ruruko. It was Sona. She had finally came back from the underworld to receive briefings about what will happen to the state of the supernatural world now that the war with the Trahexa is over. Momo, oh, Sona, it's great to see you again, but I really need your help. Sona, with what exactly? Ruruko, Saji has been missing since yesterday and we haven't been able to contact him or find him at all. Can you help us find him? Sona, Saji, missing? What are you talking about? I just detected Saji's presence within the school. Tsubaki, wait, what? Sona, look over there. He's going to walk through that hall in a few seconds. The rest of the student council was baffled. Saji suddenly disappears from school for 2 days and then he finally shows up at lunch without any proper explanation. They watched closely at the hallway as students were walking in and out of the cafeteria. And just like Sona had predicted, Saji was seen walking into the cafeteria. But something was different. He didn't seem happy, but instead was looking very disappointed and defeated. But the girls didn't seem to notice, and his 2 girlfriends along with the other student council members ran over to him. Momo, Saji, where have you been? I was so worried yesterday, you know. Ruruko, yeah, you idiot. Why didn't you at least call or text us? Saji noticed them and immediately recoiled in fear. He took a few small steps backwards and tried to recompose himself. The girls now noticed his weird behavior, so they decided to ask him if he was alright. Tsubasa, Saji, you alright? You're looking pretty pale there. Did something happen? Saji still couldn't respond. He was wheezing and struggling to breathe normally. He still recalled what Rias said to him and Kiba back in Wyoming. He didn't know how to face his friends after Rias threatened to harm them if Saji said something. A few seconds passed, and the girls were getting increasingly suspicious. What's worse is that Sona walked up to Saji and asked him in a dead serious tone, Saji, what happened? Her eyes glared at him, but Saji still wasn't able to respond. Suddenly, Rias and her peerage came from behind and cheerfully greeted Sona, directing the student council's attention away. Rias, hey there Sona, sorry for Saji's behavior. I needed him to help me eliminate some strays lurking in the suburbs of the city. The strays were pretty powerful though, and Saji hasn't slept all night. Sorry for the inconvenience. Sona, Rias, I thought you were skipping classes again to visit Issei. Rias, oh don't worry, there's a time and place for everything. I believe it's important to destroy the threats such as those strays that may cause harm to my beloved Issei. Besides, Issei isn't going anywhere, so I think it would be fine to leave him for a while before coming back. You agree with me, right? Sona, oh, is that the case? I see, I've misunderstood the situation. Sorry, Saji, you want to take the day off as well. Now that I look closer, you look like you've been through a tough fight recently and barely made it out. Saji stayed quiet for a few more seconds before he finally replied, well, yes, I was in a fight and almost got beaten. I think I can come to school today. It's just that I'm a little tired. Momo, wait, so that's what you were doing yesterday? You were hunting a bunch of strays and almost got beaten. Why didn't you call for me, you dummy? She was angry that Saji had nearly been defeated by a stray and didn't consider calling her for backup. Ruruko was also feeling the same and started scolding Saji angrily. But Saji just stood there quietly and stared at the floor. The two girls who loved him were unaware that they were being held hostage by Rias and the orc. He was being blackmailed and he was powerless. There was really nothing he could do. Meanwhile, Sona was having a chat about the upcoming graduation ceremony that was going to happen in a few weeks, and she asked Rias and Akeno if they were excited. So, in a few weeks we will graduate. Isn't that great? Akeno, indeed, I'm actually looking forward to college, you know, but I'm sure everyone will miss me, right? Zenobia, yup, you got that right. I'll definitely miss you here. Asia agreed. I'm pretty scared to see you go, you know. Akeno, my, I'm flattered. How about you, Kiba-kun? Will you miss me? When she said that last part, her cheerful smile turned into a cunning smirk. Kiba hesitated to answer at first, but then he sheepishly nodded, causing Akeno to smile again. Kiba pondered to himself, this is pathetic. Here I am constantly bending to their will while I am unable to do what's right. Issei, I'm really sorry. We didn't mean to leave you alone in the dark. But wherever you are now, please don't come looking for us. Get stronger and save us all once more. Then, the school bell rang again. It was now time for the students to start returning to class for the resumption of classes. The devils were shocked at how much time has passed when they were talking and catching up with one another. Sona, oh, already? Well, that's a shame. Rias, let's talk after class. There are many important things I must tell you. Rias, about what exactly? Sona, when I went to the underworld, Ajuka Beelzebub briefed me on many different things that have changed and are going to change after the end of the Evil Dragon War. And one of those things personally affects us devils living in Kuo Town. So, is it possible to meet all of you after class at the Orc Room when school is over? Rias, of course. See you all there. Should I call Gasper and Rosswise too? Sona, yes, everybody. If Issei wakes up, do tell him the changes that will happen. And I'm not so sure he will like this new change. You all will find out later. The student council and the orc waved at each other before they walked in opposite directions towards their classes. Kiba turned around and began walking, but Ravel grabbed his hand and stopped him. He turned around and saw Ravel with a very sly and devious expression. Ravel, you're lucky, you know. I actually wasn't considering using the Phoenix Tear to recover your lost arm that was sliced off by Zenobia. So, watch your back and just keep quiet. Otherwise, you'll lose more than just your arm. She gestured towards Tsubaki and implied that she would be harmed if Kiba didn't do as they said. Then, Ravel walked off and left him standing there and gave him one final glare before she turned away. Kiba just stayed silent, before walking off towards his class. Meanwhile, Andromalius Manor, Underworld. A man sat on his armchair looking at a picture of a family. There were 12 people in it, 3 adults and 9 children. Of the 3 adults, there were 2 men and 1 woman. The woman was holding a small child within her arms while the other children swarmed around her. The first man was sitting next to the woman, while the other man was standing up next to the first man. The man who was looking at the family photo was Florian Andromalius, eldest son and second child of the house of Andromalius. As Florian spent each second staring at the picture, he became even more tense, and his grip on the picture increased. He stared directly at the man sitting down in the picture, and was becoming increasingly furious. Eventually, he managed to cool himself before he lost his temper. Florian, huff, Sirs ex Lucifer, you did this to me. You shall pay for what you did to my family. I was going to usurp the throne from you and rule the underworld under my leadership. But now, your stupid little brother-in-law and his goons just killed 2 more of my brothers. Since you're not here anymore, I'll make sure your family suffers." Then, Florian got up from the armchair and threw a punch at the wall, creating a massive hole in it. His older sister, Priscilla, suddenly came rushing in, trying to see what happened. She saw Florian facing the wall with a giant hole in it. He was clenching his fists and growling furiously. Priscilla became concerned and asked if her brother was alright. Priscilla, "Florian, is everything alright?" Florian, "No, I don't think so." Priscilla, "Listen, I understand you are still mad about losing Nick and Alex. We all are." Florian, "No, you don't get it." Priscilla recoiled from that response and stayed quiet. Florian then turned to her and walked up to her. He began to speak. "Florian, we were this close to achieving progress. But then the Red Dragon Emperor suddenly shows up out of nowhere and thwarts our plans. Wasn't he supposed to be in a coma? Ugh, I guess we didn't predict that he would wake up so soon. But that doesn't matter anymore. What's important now is how are we supposed to regain our power now that Nick and Alex are dead?" He glared right at Priscilla, breathing heavily as he waited for an answer. Priscilla just looked at him astonished and dumbfounded. Then, Florian started to cry. He fell on his knees and covered his face with his hands. Florian sobbed uncontrollably and Priscilla awkwardly stood there and looked at him with concern. Priscilla decided to go over to Florian and give him a hug. He calmed down a little and wiped his tears before looking at his older sister. "Priscilla, little brother, we'll figure something out. Right now, yes, our power has severely decreased, and we will need to find a way to regain our lost power. But for now, out of respect for Alex and Nick, we will lay low for a while. Is that okay with you?" She spoke softly and calmly to console Florian. "Florian, it's okay, but I want to fill you in on some important details." Priscilla, "Alright, I'm listening." Florian, "I've contacted the bitch sister of Surzek's Lucifer earlier. I didn't tell her that the Red Dragon Emperor has woken up. I told her instead that her knight and her best friend's pawn attacked us at the hotel, and we were looking for them. To my surprise, she actually beat us to it and defeated the 2 fuckers. However, this raises a question. Where was the Red Dragon Emperor when she was fighting those 2 guys? Did he escape somewhere and hide? Did he die? This is all so very confusing." Priscilla, "He couldn't have called the Juka Beelzebub to notify him of us. It's been several hours, and no one was sent to capture and arrest us. The government would take a plan like ours very seriously and certainly try to neutralize any threats to their power. Personally, I think the scenario where he died is the most likely." Florian, "Why do you say so?" Priscilla, "I remember Nick impaled the Red Dragon Emperor with his poison spikes. Those toxins would have killed him even if he healed his body." Florian, "If that's the case, then the boosted gear must have found a new host, making it ever more challenging for us to steal it." Priscilla, "Florian, I've always wondered, why is the boosted gear the only sacred gear we must steal? Aren't there others we can steal?" Florian, "True. But don't you remember the Red Dragon Emperor's feats? If he is the person who accomplished all of those things in a span of 2 years, then the boosted gear is the only thing that will give us more than enough power to defeat the forces of the underworld. Stealing multiple sacred gears will be very difficult, and has a high chance of exposing us to the enemy. Which is why, no matter how many sacred gears we collect, we will lose." Priscilla, "Surely it isn't as necessary as you think." Florian, "Oh, it is compulsory for us to have it if we want a chance at winning. With Nick and Alex gone, that Longinus will be the only thing that can give us sufficient power to give us even the slimmest chance of victory." Priscilla, "I see. So, what now?" Florian, "Since the Gremry bitch and her friends don't know that the Red Dragon Emperor is out of the hospital, we'll tell them exactly that. Except we are going to spin the narrative. Since everyone thinks that you are the loyal secretary of Ajuka Beelzebub, we will use that to our advantage. We will tell the girls that you visited the hospital to visit the Red Dragon Emperor. But when you arrived there you learned that he had been discharged a week ago. Also, please actually visit the hospital to find out how long he has been out. Then, Rias would get worried and track him down using the evil pieces. How does that sound?" Priscilla, "Awesome, we'll track him down immediately. But how are we supposed to take the boosted gear without them noticing?" Florian, "When they're busy talking with him, we'll betray them and kill them on the spot, and when the Red Dragon Emperor is all alone, we take him out and steal his Longinus. I know the last time we tried taking it, Alex and Nick died. But that was only because the knight was there. This time, we'll kill them by surprise." Priscilla, "Sounds like a plan. This is why we all follow and trust you. I'll call the rest of the family, and we'll get down to business." She immediately walked out of the room and dashed down the stairs. Meanwhile, Kuo Town. Wednesday 4:00 p.m. Waiting inside the orc was Rias and her peerage with the exception of Issei. Rias sat down at her president's desk with Akeno standing next to her. The church trio was standing by the side in a row, Kiba and Gasper were standing by the window, and Rasweiss, Ravol, and Koneko were sitting at a side table drinking tea at the corner of the room. Rasweiss: "Ah, it feels great to be back. I was really looking forward to coming back to this place, you know. My grandmother was constantly bugging me about wanting to meet Issei again." "Oh, that's right. Rias, what exactly is this meeting with the student council supposed to be about?" Rias: "Well, I don't know, we'll just have to wait and find out." Rasweiss: "I'm guessing it must be important. Sigh, if only Issei were here. Don't you miss him too, girls?" The girls hesitated to speak for a moment, but Rias spoke in an awkward and sheepish manner. Yes, oh, how my heart beats so passionately for my beloved Issei." She forced a smile and tried to sound as convincing as possible. The other girls nodded shyly along with Rias's remark. Meanwhile, Kiba was looking out the window and rolling his eyes when he heard what the girls said. Gasper: "Wait, that's right. I completely forgot that Issei was still in hospital. Why don't we all go visit him after the meeting with the student council?" When Gasper made that request, he noticed the other girls were looking a little doubtful and a little bit shy. He looked around and wondered why the girls were acting this way. Gasper was about to ask why, but Rasweiss spoke first. Rasweiss: "Of course. Let's all go visit Issei after this meeting, is that alright?" Akeno: Well, I am a little busy after." Sona: "That sounds like a wonderful idea." Out of nowhere, Sona and the student council came in without knocking. This shocked everybody who wasn't expecting them to barge in without even acknowledging they were outside. Rias and Akeno were especially spooked by the sudden intrusion of the student council. But what scared them even more is that Sona was going to visit Issei with the rest of them, and that was something they were not looking forward to. Rias: "Oh, Sona, I didn't expect you to show up this early. Hee. She tried her best to act natural in front of her best friend." Sona: "Am I not on time? The clock says 4:00 p.m. and we agreed to 4:00 p.m., right?" Rias: "No, it's not that. The thing is, you want to visit Issei with us." Sona: "Yes, I do. Is there a problem?" Rias: "And no, not at all." Sona: "Then I guess it's settled. I'm pretty sure you want to see him again, right? After all, you told me many times in private about all the... Rias: "Hey, keep quiet now." The girls and Gasper giggled at Rias and Sona's conversation. But Kiba and Saji knew that if they went to the hospital after this meeting, then things will escalate and get real ugly really fast. Since Issei was discharged a week ago and visiting a patient who is no longer at hospital is going to cause a lot of confusion. Meanwhile, Rias was hoping that Sona wouldn't find out that she was cheating on Issei, as Sona is the type of person to definitely report Rias to the higher-ups. Akeno: "Anyway, what did you want to talk about, Sona? Please start with the change that will affect us personally." Sona: Yes, first it's about some new people moving into Kuo Town and someone new enrolling into the academy." Irina: "Someone new, who?" Sona turned to the door and said, "Come in." Then, to everybody's shock and surprise, it was Vali fucking Lucifer coming through the door with the rest of his team. This included Arthur Pendragon, LeFay Pendragon, Biko, and Kuroka. Koneko was particularly surprised at the fact that her older sister was coming to live in the same town as them. Koneko stuttered, What? Kuroka: "Oh, why if it isn't my cute little Shirin, how have you been doing? Busy trying to get one over me with the Red Dragon Emperor." Well, guess what? She takes out a piece of paper and shows it to Koneko. Koneko: "A piece of paper? For what? Wait a minute, EW. A wedding certificate? That's gross, big sis. How did you even manage to convince him to sign this?" Kuroka: "Well, when he was in a coma, I kinda placed a pen in his hand and made him sign it. It counts as a valid signature, does it not?" She cheekily smiled at her little sister. Koneko simply growled and rolled her eyes at Kuroka, making her laugh. Kuroka: "Ha ha ha ha, think of it in any way you may. This is a promise that I made to him. I will marry him and restore the Nikomata race." She proudly laughed at the fact that she made a man sign into a marriage without his consent and baffled everyone in the room. Biko: "But what if he says no?" Kuroka: Then I'll make sure that he will do it one way or another." She pouted as she replied to Biko, causing him to facepalm. Vali: "Alright everyone, that's enough talk, let's get down to important business, right, glasses lady?" Sona: Ugh, please stop calling me that. But yes, time to move on with the important details. You see, Itsuka Beelzebub has decided to reward Team Vali by allowing them to settle down in Kuo Town as they fought in the Evil Dragon War and played a big part in contributing to the underworld's security and stability. As for the new student enrolling, it will be Lefei Pendragon. She will be joining us as a first-year student starting next semester. Lefei, thanks everyone. I am looking forward to joining all of you. She cheerfully smiled and respectfully bowed her head. Tsubaki, it is our pleasure. I'm sure you'll enjoy your life in Kuo Academy. Zenobia, I see. So, we have a new student. Sona, also, there is also one more person who is moving in. Please come in. And to everybody's shock, it was Ophis. But instead of her being a tiny child, she was a mature woman this time. The whole room had mixed reactions. Some were surprised, some were dumbfounded, others were confused. Ophis, hello devils of Kuo Town. You all already know me, so there's no need for formal introductions. I will be staying in Issei Hyodo's residence from now on. I'll be in your care. She bowed her head and greeted everybody again. Vali, whoa, Ophis is coming to stay. Well, I'd be damned. Rias, wait. Why is she here? Rias demanded an answer as to why someone who was considered invincible and feared by the supernatural world would come and live among them. Sona, calm down. I was just as shocked as you in the beginning, but Itsuka managed to convince me that she's harmless and just wants to live a regular life. Do you understand? I mean, think about it. She saved Issei's life. Doesn't that mean something to you? When she said that, all the girls didn't know what to say. They spent a while thinking back on the events that happened with Issei before the Evil Dragon War started. The girls felt slightly guilty about what they did to Issei behind his back when he was in a coma. But they shrugged it off as if nothing ever happened. Instead, Rias decided to answer with a lie. Rias, why yes, I guess the least we could do for Ophis is that she can stay with us for the time being. So, anyway, do you have anything else for us? Sona, well, no really. Most of the things Itsuka told me only concern the underworld itself and not us. So, I guess that's it. Now, let's all pay Issei a visit, shall we? The rest of the student council except for Saji nodded in agreement. He briefly looked to Kiba and gave him an uncomfortable look. Kiba also was looking very nervous. The both of them knew the truth, but they were too scared to speak out. They hoped that Issei was doing alright and trying his best to save the underworld from collapsing. Meanwhile, the orc girls except Rosweiss were nervous and hesitated to answer, but Rias managed to say something. Rias, well, Sona, when I see Issei, I just can't bear to see him asleep. It just hurts me inside, you know, so maybe. Sona, oh come on, don't lie to me. I know that's not true. I mean, you sent Irina to hand another excuse letter just yesterday, right? The letter said that all of you girls except Rosweiss were going to spend the whole day watching Issei. Rias, fine, we'll come along. She reluctantly agreed to visiting Issei while the other girls had no choice but to comply as well. But suddenly, before anyone could say a thing, a magic communication portal showed up. It was a purple-haired woman wearing a white diplomatic uniform who contacted the devils of Kuo. Everybody wasn't sure who it was, except Kiba and Saji, who recoiled in fear and shock as they remembered who she was. Then, the woman began to speak. Priscilla, good evening, Miss Gremory. I am Priscilla Fokeler, secretary of Itsuka Beelzebub. I am calling you today because I am urgently asking if the Red Dragon Emperor is with you. Rias was nervous. She thought that if the secretary found out about her affair, her dream of becoming the rating game champion will definitely be crushed, and she will have to face a strict and severe punishment. So, she decided to lie to her. Rias, oh, you're Itsuka's secretary. Well, about Issei, we were about to visit him in the hospital. He's still in a coma, and we are very worried about him. Priscilla only narrowed her eyes at Rias and asked again, this time in an interrogative voice. Oh, really? He's in the hospital? I don't think that's true, because I just visited the hospital only to find out he was discharged a week ago. Where is he? Everyone in the room had a big shock. They didn't know that Issei was already out of the hospital for a week and the girls were struggling to respond. Rias was sweating profusely and couldn't say anything. Sona and her peerage were in disbelief. For one, Issei was already discharged, and they didn't know. But more importantly, they realized that Rias was handing in excuse letters on days when Issei was no longer hospitalized. They were questioning everything in their minds. Kiba and Saji just kept quiet the whole time. Vali was feeling very exhilarated. He was happy that his rival was now out of hospital and was looking forward to battling him. Priscilla, ugh, you know what? Never mind, Miss Gremory. Can you please use the evil pieces and track him down? Rias, why yes. I'll do it right away. She activated a small magic circle and a hologram of a map appeared. The rest of the people in the room squeezed in on the map to find his location. Finally, Rias found Issei's evil pieces. Rias, huh? Why is Issei all the way on the other side of the world? Where is that? Vali, it seems like he's somewhere in the U.S. state of Colorado, in a forested mountain range, but why is that? Everyone was confused on how Issei managed to get from Japan to America without anybody noticing. Rias was sweating profusely and was becoming more paranoid. She breathed heavily and tried to think of different scenarios that might have happened to Issei. Rias frantically thought to herself, No, my precious pawn. How could you leave without me knowing? Are you leaving me? How am I supposed to be the raiding game champion if you're not here? But Priscilla stopped her train of thought and firmly ordered, Enough. Miss Gremory, you and all the individuals with you right now are to meet me at a place near this location where we will rendezvous and search for him together. We must make haste. With that, her hologram immediately vanished. Lu Fei then decided, You all heard her, let's go now. Vali, alright then, I'm coming. But I wonder what could Issei Hyodo be doing there? Perhaps he is training. Anyway, let's go. Scene break. Somewhere in La Plata County, Colorado, USA, Wednesday, American time, 12:30 am. It was dark at night. Nobody was in the vicinity and all the animals were asleep. All that could be heard was the sound of crickets and the murmuring flow of the creeks. But suddenly, a big red magic circle appeared and out came Rias, Sona, and Vali's team. They all sprawled out in different directions but didn't spread out too far from one another. Koneko and Kuroka both used their powers to detect any trace of Issei's aura. But they didn't find anything. Everybody was searching hard to find Issei, but all of them encountered dead ends. Vali, Albion, can you find Drake's soul? Albion, I did, but I detected nothing. Vali, what? That's impossible. You can detect the soul of Drake from anywhere, and you're telling me that you can't find him. Albion, I know it's a little hard to believe, but that's the truth, and a pretty scary one I may add. If Drake has really gone off the radar, then that can only mean one thing. Vali, what? Albion, you see, Drake's soul is a unique one only I can sense. If I cannot sense it anymore, then it means his aura has changed to the point where I cannot identify it. As for what caused this change in his soul, it could be possible that his aura mixed with another powerful being's aura and merged into an entirely new soul. Vali, wait. So basically, you're telling me that Drake's soul's characteristics have changed due to outside forces. Albion, yes, and if Drake's soul has changed from meeting that other powerful being, then Issei Hyodo has also definitely met it as well. Vali, another powerful being. I like the sound of that. Hopefully we can find this thing if it exists, then I can battle it. He was feeling very excited at the prospect of challenging a powerful entity since he was a battle maniac. Suddenly, a voice called out, Everyone, it's Priscilla Fokler. I have arrived and I am ready to track down the Red Dragon Emperor with you all. She emerged from the darkness and met up with Rias. Rias, you're here, alright? The evil pieces are up that mountain peak over there. She pointed to a massive mountain with a snowy peak and rocky slopes. Priscilla, alright, we'll fly up there. Let's go. She immediately spread out her wings and flew towards the peak, prompting everybody to go airborne and follow her. Unbeknownst to them, a certain group of brothers were trailing them. Florian, okay boys, you know the plan. When you see the Red Dragon Emperor, we kill the people present and isolate him. Then, we surround him and go in for the kill. Got it? Severino answered with a bit of nervousness in his voice. I don't know, bro. The White Dragon Emperor is here too. Isn't that a very big concern for us? Florian just looked at his brother, before turning away and pondered deeply. Eventually, he said, Okay, we'll observe them first. Don't do anything until I say so. His brothers nodded at his order and continued following Rias and Vali closely behind. Scene break. Top of the mountain. The teams of Rias, Sona, and Vali have reached the top of the peak and looked in all directions to find Issei. Meanwhile, Albion was trying to detect his presence but was shocked when he found nothing. Albion, what? No, this doesn't make any sense. Gremory girl, you said that he's up here, but I can't detect anything. Are you sure we're at the right place? Rias, well, the map says that the evil pieces are here. Let's zoom in a bit. Okay, we're here. Alright, they are up ahead over there. As soon as she said that, everybody ran in that direction. They all followed a rocky and snowy path which led them to an unexpected discovery. They found a huge crater, and a foul smell was coming out of it. Everybody was on high alert, so they all slowly made their way to the center of the crater. Gasper, sniff, sniff, Wait. I know this smell. It's Issei-senpai's blood. The scent is all over the place. He quickly went over to a corner and found a strong pungent smell. He touched the surface, and he saw dried up blood on his hand, scaring him. Gasper. Ah, blood. He was freaking out, terrified by the sight and scent of the dried up blood stained against the rocks. Rosweiss came over to Gasper and tried to comfort him. Rosweiss, hey now, calm down Gasper. It's alright, we're here. She cuddled him and consoled him. Everybody looked at Gasper in fear as he said that he discovered Issei's blood stained against the rocky surface of the crater. But Kiba and Saji were worried about something else. They were terrified at the possibility that Issei was either killed or had died when they were gone. Both boys braced themselves for the worst, hoping that their worst fear was not true. Gasper, thanks, Rosweiss-sensei. Anyway, the strongest scent is coming from the center of this crater over there. He pointed towards the center of the crater where everyone noticed a small object lying there. Rias. That's where the evil pieces are. She shivered in fear as she did not want to lose her pawn, as losing him would be detrimental to her progress towards becoming the greatest raiding game champion of the underworld. Sona didn't hesitate and ran towards the object lying on the ground. As she approached it, Sona didn't recognize what it was on first glance, but she gasped in shock as she realized what the object was. It was a dead body. Its arms and legs were gone. The body looked malnourished as the ribcage and other bones could be seen clearly. The face was unrecognizable. The eyes were pitch black. Its skin was all gray, and its mouth was hanging open. Everybody else reached the body and also screamed and gasped in dismay as they laid their eyes upon the lifeless body that lay motionless on the cold and hard floor. Priscilla went forward to take a closer look. She spent a while observing the features of the body before she turned to the rest and gave an answer. Priscilla, I don't want to believe it yet, but can you sense the evil pieces inside this carcass, Miss Gremory? Rias was shivering in fear and couldn't mutter out a single word. All she did was simply nod her head. At that moment, everybody broke down. Vali just stood by the body and clenched his fists in rage. The student council was crying rivers of tears and the rest of Team Vali were speechless and aghast at the sight of Issei's body. Ophis just looked at Issei's body with a very tense and serious look. The orc had mixed reactions. Rosweiss and Gasper were embracing each other as they cried at the sight of Issei's lifeless body. But the other girls were internally conflicted as they did not know how to feel about this sudden and unexpected tragedy. Rias. Issei-kun. She couldn't think straight. When Rias continued to stare at the body, all of her memories including Issei began to replay in her mind as she processed the whole scene. After a few moments, Rias began to cry just a single tear as her breath trembled. She did not know how to feel. Rias just stood motionless as her eyes were fixated on the rotting corpse. As Sona was mourning Issei's death, she noticed that Rias and the other girls of the orc were completely still, and their eyes were completely devoid of any emotions. She thought to herself that maybe Rias and her peerage needed some time to process what just happened, before turning away and continued grieving for Issei. Kiba and Saji were the most affected by this. Their only hope of saving the underworld was dead, and there was nobody to stop Florian. They knew that it was only a matter of time before the underworld government would be overthrown and things would change drastically. Kiba, no, how could this happen? My best friend is dead, and I didn't save his life. Issei, please forgive me. I'm so sorry. He broke down and cried as if his heart would break. Saji noticed Kiba weeping loudly and came over to wrap his arm over him as a sign of support. The two boys felt remorseful and regretful about everything that had happened and mourned their friend's death together. Priscilla stood by the side with an expressionless face. Then, she turned behind and saw Florian and his brothers sticking out their heads and watching the whole scene. She slowly shook her head at them, hinting to her brothers to stay put and not do anything. Florian got the message and turned to his brothers and told them the next course of action. The Red Dragon Emperor is dead. This means that the boosted gear has moved on to a new host. Let's go home now. I'll brief all of you on the new plan. His brothers nodded and they left the scene. After half an hour or so, everybody was still shaken by Issei's death, but they had cooled down a bit. Priscilla gathered everybody's attention and decided to announce the next course of action. Priscilla, okay everyone, I've decided what to do now. I'll report back to my superiors and inform them on this tragedy. We'll also organize the Red Dragon Emperor's funeral and invite major figures from different mythologies to attend. For now, everyone should head back home and rest. It's been a long day. Miss Gremory, you and your peerage are to follow me into the underworld where we will inform Lord Beelzebub about this. Also, leave the body here. We'll come back later so no need to worry. Everybody looked at one another before turning back to Priscilla and agreeing to her course of action. Team Sona and Team Vali both left via magic circle back to Kuo Town. Priscilla opened up her own magic circle and teleported her and Rias's peerage to the underworld. Scene break. Lilith, capital city of the underworld. Even months after the end of the Evil Dragon War, its profound effects could still be felt by everybody. There were soldiers stationed everywhere to maintain stability and order. Devils and fallen angels alike were still shaken by the state of war which has severely impacted the underworld. The government was still struggling to exert its authority, as there was a lack of manpower due to a great loss of life from the war. Inside the government district, many officers and secretaries were rushing about carrying stacks of paper to different rooms. There was shouting all over the place as senior officials were ordering their subordinates to carry out their duties. There were 3 main buildings in the government district. All had different workers with different roles scurrying around the compound with massive stacks of paperwork keeping everybody busy. But nobody was busy as the man in charge of overseeing all the operations happening at the moment. That man is Itsuka Beelzebub, the leader of the underworld who has undertaken many of his fellow Mao's responsibilities and duties. He was sitting in his office, looking through stack after stack of paperwork that lay on his desk. Anybody would go insane if they had to complete stacks of paper as tall as mountains. Luckily for Itsuka, he is intelligent and can absorb enormous amounts of information. Itsuka, sigh. Alright, that's the 743rd stack of paperwork done. Just a few hundred more to go. Itsuka has just completed more work that landed on his table. He took a short break and leaned back on his chair. He thought back on everything that happened, thinking about interacting with his fellow Maos that were now sealed with the Traitors. As he reminisced the good times, Itsuka couldn't help but miss them. Itsuka, it's been only 2 months since I last saw you, Surzex. But it feels like an eternity. How are you holding up? You know, Grafia is still super mad at you for just leaving her behind. But I get that you wanted Milikas to grow up happily with his mother. Sigh, I'm doing fine. My workload is just really heavy since you left to fight with Seraphal and Fulbium. Hopefully there won't be more. Suddenly, Itsuka was interrupted while talking to himself. In the center of the office where the carpet was, a magic circle appeared. He suddenly leaned forward to see who it is. Out of the magic circle came Priscilla, Rias and her peerage. Itsuka only raised an eyebrow and was confused why Rias had showed up out of nowhere. But then he saw the conflicting faces of the girls and the grief-stricken expressions of Rosweiss, Kiba, and Gasper. He immediately knew something was wrong. Itsuka, Priscilla, what's wrong? Why did Rias follow you here? And Rias, what's happened? Why do all of you look like that? Priscilla, Lord Beelzebub, this is a serious matter. I am here to deliver an unfortunate piece of news. Itsuka asked with curiosity and concern, what's it about? Priscilla, just now, at 12:40 am in America, we discovered the deceased body of Issei Hyodo. Crack. Itsuka dropped his cup of coffee and just stood there with a jaw-dropped expression. He took a while to process what his secretary had just reported. He internally was telling himself that it was probably a trick. But seeing the grim and inconsolable faces of the orc, Itsuka finally took it seriously. Itsuka, huh? What? You're kidding me, right? His mind was racing. It had only been 2 months since the end of the war and Issei mysteriously died. Itsuka tried his best to collect his thoughts and finally decided to ask even further. Itsuka, how was he when you found him? The orc had flinched at the question being asked. Priscilla looked down with a dark expression before she answered. Priscilla, his arms and legs were all gone. He looked very malnourished. You can see his bones. His eyes were all pitch black and his corpse was rotting. There was blood splattered everywhere when we found him. Itsuka stumbled backwards when he heard her answer. He couldn't believe it. Itsuka never expected that Issei was found in such a gruesome and sickening state. He pulled his wits and asked again. Itsuka, where's the body? Priscilla, please follow me. She opened up a magic circle and gestured Itsuka to follow. He dashed out of his desk and stood within the magic circle. Then, they teleported back to Colorado where Issei's dead body was discovered. When they emerged from the magic circle, Itsuka immediately sprang into action and looked in all directions for Issei. Priscilla, Lord Beelzebub, over here. Itsuka saw Priscilla calling for him and quickly ran towards her. As he got closer, he noticed the body and almost puked. Itsuka slowly stepped towards the corpse and saw its gut-churning state. He struggled to breathe and did his best to stop vomiting. Itsuka spent a minute or two trying to calm down and process what just happened. He turned back to Rias and company, and with a semi-shocked expression, he finally said something. Itsuka, out of respect for Issei Hyodo, all work and school shall be suspended for 3 weeks in the underworld and the human world. I will inform the other factions about this, and I will make the necessary arrangements. He closed off and was still struggling to stay calm. Priscilla went over to Itsuka and whispered to him, "Lord Beelzebub, now that Issei Hiyoto is dead, shall we search for the boosted gear? It will be quite risky if it fell into the wrong hands. Think about it. If evil individuals hear about the death of Issei Hiyoto, they will race to find his Longinus so that they can gain power. Our numbers have greatly decreased. We are vulnerable." Itsuka, "Well, I suppose that would be a good idea. I will contact Heaven and Governor Shemhazai. I will request for reinforcements from them to help us in the search for the boosted gear." Priscilla, "Alright." Itsuka, "Now, everybody, please head home. I'm sure all of you are stressed out about this, so I'm giving everyone a long break to recuperate. Goodbye. I'll be heading back." He summoned a magic circle and walked into it. Then, he disappeared. Priscilla thought to herself, "Damn it, I forgot we're at peace. The other factions will be a huge hindrance for our hunt for the boosted gear. Never mind, I'm sure Florian would figure something out." She then turned to the orc and informed them of what she would do next. "Priscilla, everyone, we'll make sure that we will find whoever is responsible for this. I swear on my life that justice will be served." She tried to reassure everybody. But Kiba knew exactly what she was up to. Priscilla was just trying to get her brothers to hunt down the boosted gear and use it to overthrow Itsuka. But even when all this is happening in front of him, Kiba was still scared about what would happen to Tsubaki and himself. Now that Issei was gone, who was going to save him? Kiba gritted his teeth in frustration as he was stuck in a rock in a hard place. Then, Priscilla left the orc behind and went into a magic circle and disappeared. Kiba looked at Rias and the other girls and asked her in a dead serious tone, "Kiba, you still remember that time when we all thought Issei died from Samael's blood? Why aren't you expressing anything, huh? You look like as if you are very conflicted about this. Why is that? Perhaps you've all fallen out of love from him. He has done so much for all of you and staying emotionless is how you feel when he fucking dies. I can't believe you all." When he finished, Kiba left and walked away slowly. Rias was about to order Kiba to come back so she could scold him, but then she recalled all the memories she had with Issei, and realized that he was more than just a pervert. For the first time since she cheated on him, Rias felt a little regret for what she had done. The other girls were wondering if Rias was feeling alright and were about to ask, but Rias turned to them and said, "Forget about him. Let's just go home." She walked off into the distance and activated a magic circle. Then, she teleported away. Everybody else was left speechless. They spent a while glancing at each other awkwardly, before parting ways and teleported home. Scene break. Andromalius Manor, Underworld. Priscilla teleported back to her home where she saw Florian and his brother sitting down on the stone for alls. They turned to her and asked her what happened. Florian, "So, did you convince him to let us find the boosted gear?" Priscilla, "Yes, but there's a problem. Heaven and the fallen angels will be sending some forces along with you to search for it." Florian, "That's it. Heh, no problem, we can deal with that. But everyone, if I may have your attention, now that we've been reduced to a severely weakened state, the plan will be postponed indefinitely until we find that Longinus, or if we become strong enough to carry out the plan with our current numbers. I suggest that when we are out in the open searching for the boosted gear, we will use our best efforts to track it down and seize it. But if the search turns up fruitless, then we will train like madmen and become extremely strong. Does anyone have a problem with that plan?" Nobody responded to Florian's suggestion and all nodded their heads. Florian, sigh. "I know all of you are disappointed and still grieving our fallen brothers. But for now, let's take a break before we start searching for the boosted gear." Scene break. 5 days later. Milan, Italy, Monday, 10 p.m. After a few days in the hospital, Rain decided to hold up her side of the bargain and give Drake his new body. But while she was in the hospital, she communicated telepathically with Drake's soul, and he asked her to change the attributes of his soul in order to hide from his rival. So, she decided to mix some of her energy with his soul in order for him to become stronger and undetectable by Albion. Rain teleported to her secret lab in Italy where she conducted science experiments. Among one of those experiments were several artificial bodies suspended in sleep deprivation tanks. In the past, she tried to create other entities with special powers like her but ended up failing. Rain walked past several tanks and stopped at one. It was a man with long red hair. She took out the jar with Drake's soul and directed it towards the body. When it entered, there was no movement for the first few seconds, but eventually the eyes of the man opened up. "Drake, huh? Where am I? Why am I suspended in water? Wait, did Murasame keep her promise? Heck yeah, now I can protect Issei wherever he goes." Drake was delighted at the thought of finally having his own body again and now being able to protect Issei in his new life. He looked through the glass and saw Rain looking at him in the eye. Drake tried to swim forward and knocked on the glass. Rain saw that Drake was alive and proceeded to drain the water inside. Drake saw the water level going down and prepared himself for a new life in a new body. Rain opened the glass tank and Drake was on the floor breathing heavily and soaked in water. Rain, Drake, are you there? Drake, huff. Oh, it feels very weird to be breathing again. Huh, oh Murasame, it's you. Yes, I'm feeling very good to be back in a body. He looked at his new body and noticed he was very tall and slim. He thought to himself, it seems like I need to build up some muscle. I'd better thank Murasame for giving me this awesome body. Rain, here you go, a towel and your clothes. She handed Drake his clothes and a towel to dry himself with. Drake took the towel and dried himself. Then, he put on his clothes and breathed in some fresh air. Drake, ah, fresh air. After so long being trapped in a sacred gear, it feels very pleasant to be smelling some real genuine air. He walked around in his new body and felt great to be finally walking on his own again. But then he remembered something important and asked Rain. Drake, oh wait, Murasame, where's Issei? Rain, in that crib over there. She pointed to a small blue crib with a baby in it. Drake walked over to the crib to see Issei in his new body. He saw a newborn baby sleeping quietly and curled up into a ball. Drake, ah, how cute. Wait, why do I feel this way? Do I finally have the ability to feel emotions again? Oh yeah. He jumped in joy and cheered as Drake could feel different emotions again. But he also waked the baby up. Slight mature content up ahead, read with caution. The baby opened its eyes and started crying. Drake felt a little scared about what to do as he has no experience of raising babies. He just awkwardly looked at the baby as it cried louder. Then, Rain came in and carried the baby in her hands, doing her best to calm her down. But the baby did not stop crying. Rain, maybe he's hungry. She then opened up her shirt and started breastfeeding the baby. Drake saw her unbuttoning her shirt and immediately looked away, but it made him confused. Drake, wait, why do I feel embarrassed when seeing those things? For the entire time I was in the boosted gear, I still remember all the times when Issei was surrounded by breasts, so why do I feel embarrassed when I see them? Rain, Drake, I can read your mind, you know. Drake, oh what? No, wait, Murasame, I didn't mean it like that. Rain, it's fine, don't worry, stop shouting otherwise the baby is going to cry. Anyway, maybe the reason you feel embarrassed when you look at my breasts is because you don't have any experience with women. I mean, you could have probably seen other women's breasts through Issei as if you're watching TV. But when you see the real thing in person, you freak out. So maybe the reason why you act so scared is because you simply have no experience. Drake, me, no experience with women. He was left speechless. Drake wanted to say something but couldn't form a single coherent sentence. He just looked at Rain, who was still focused on feeding the baby. Drake, wait a minute, how can you read my mind? Rain, simple. You have a bit of my aura within you, so we are telepathically connected. This means we can communicate with each other through our minds from any location. This also means our son over here can communicate with us through his mind. Drake, huh, that's pretty creepy yet nifty. Wait, our son. Rain, yes, after all, he has both of our energies, so, technically he is your son. Drake, I'm a dad. I can't believe it. I don't know how to raise a child. What do I? Rain, calm down, we'll figure it out. But first, we got to find a place to live in and raise him. And I have just a place. I remember this city in Japan and some of my earliest memories on this planet. It's pretty pleasant, and I think it's the best place to raise our child. Drake, okay, what's it called? Rain, Tengu City. Drake, I see, I guess we could stay there. Besides, I think staying in Japan would be quite convenient for me personally. Remember I told you that I was going to show Issei his memories when he turns 18. About the reason for that, you see, Issei and I were once battle partners. We had known each other since he was born, and we overcame many challenges together. He fell in love with a girl, and she loved him back, or so we thought. More girls soon joined his harem, and they seemed pretty close. But one battle, he fell into a coma due to exhaustion. During his hospital stay, the girls who supposedly loved him cheated on him behind his back. Issei found out and discovered them on vacation with their boyfriends in America. Rain, I see, so you want to get revenge on them for cheating on our son. Drake, it's a little more complicated than that. We discovered those boys were actually plotting against the government and planned to take complete control. Basically, I want to show Issei his memories so that he remembers we must defeat a group of rebels planning to stage a coup. Rain, so that's the case, why don't we stop them now? Drake, no, the three of us do not have enough power. Even if we did, I think it's better to spend a couple of decades training up and becoming strong enough to fight those guys. I think we have that amount of time because we killed a bunch of them, and I know for a fact that they wanted that boosted gear to get sufficient power to overthrow the government. But they are probably spending all their time trying to find it, not realizing that there is no more boosted gear. They need this sacred gear. Otherwise their plan won't work. Rain, your story sounds really rushed, but don't worry, I understand. You want to stop a group of rebels from overthrowing the government. Got it. Drake, it is rushed, and it is an oversimplified version of our story. If we have the time, I will tell you all about it, but for now, let's focus on settling down peacefully. Rain, agreed. Let's go. But before that, why don't we name our son? We'll decide on what we should name him. Think about it for some time before we tell each other our answers. And also, please call me Rain. Drake, alright, I'll think about it, Rain. After a minute or so, Drake and Rain came back to say their suggestions. Rain, we'll say them on 3, 2, 1. Rain, Shido. Drake the second. Rain, what? Drake, don't judge me. I've never had a child before. I don't know what to name him. Rain, why don't we go with mine then? Drake, works for me. And so, I was named Shido on that day. Issei Hyodo was now truly gone, but it was also a new beginning of something great. 17 years later. Tenga City, Japan, Monday 7:30 am. Note, things about the data live characters will be changed. Read the disclaimer chapter for more info. Son, breakfast is ready. Hurry up or you'll be late for school. That was my mom calling downstairs to eat breakfast and go to school. I woke up and saw the first rays of light entering my eyes. I opened my eyes and saw the alarm clock. It read 7:30. It seems like I woke up on time. I stretched myself and got out of bed. I slowly made my way towards with my head still feeling very heavy. Ugh, I hate Mondays. POV, Shido. Hello everyone, my name is Shido Murasame. I am currently 17 years old this year, and I am a second-year student at Rahazan High School in Tenga City. I am just an ordinary boy who doesn't care much about the things that are happening around me. I just want to live a quiet and peaceful life far away from human civilization. Dealing with people sucks. I went to the bathroom to shower and changed into my uniform. Man, there's no more exams left in this semester. I hope I did well though. Anyway, time to relax for a bit. I don't really have any major goals in life. I just want to get a good job, get a family, and simply be happy. I prefer not to stand out because I simply hate attention. I walked out of the bathroom and went down the stairs to the dining room where my parents were sitting down and eating breakfast. I saw some poached eggs, sausages, and toast for breakfast. I sat down at the table to greet my parents. Shido, good morning, Mom. Good morning, Dad. Rain, good morning, Shido. Breakfast is ready. Eat up so you don't go hungry at school. I've also prepared a bento box for you when it's your lunch break. This is my mom, Rain Murasame. She actually works as a teacher at my high school. I try to make sure other students don't find out she's my mom because she's hot, and some male students who are in her class may try and approach me to get her number or stalk me home just so that they can secretly peek at my mom. I asked her why she decided to teach at the same school I go to, but Mom simply told me that she's just watching over me and making sure I don't misbehave. That's why. I want my classmates to call me Shido instead of Murasame, otherwise they would find out easily. So far, nobody has noticed that my mom works where I study. I guess she does this because in middle school, I got into a lot of trouble and the teachers and principal would often call my parents. It's not my fault that I was still pretty immature back then. Since Mom is a teacher, she constantly keeps tracks of my grades and makes sure that I perform consistently and well. There was once, she noticed I downgraded from an A+ to an A in math, and she freaked out. Mom made me study with her as my private tutor every day until I passed math in the next test. Mom is always sleep deprived. She drinks God knows how many cups of coffee to stay awake. This has led to some friction between my parents as my dad would always complain about having to spend so much money on coffee while we could buy something else. Unfortunately, when Mom is refused her coffee, she goes absolutely ballistic. She would gain this monster-like strength from nowhere and is able to subdue Dad in just one move. Dad would eventually give in and let her have coffee. But besides being strict in my education and upbringing, Mom is a very caring and supportive mother. She says that it doesn't matter what I become in the future. All she wants is for me to be able to financially support myself. In her free time, she goes out frequently with Dad and never tells me where. She would always keep it a secret. I bet they're on a date. Those two seem like they fight a lot at home during the day. But Mom, Dad, I know you two are madly in love with each other. I can hear you doing it every night from my room. But nonetheless, I still love her as she has been taking care of me since young and would always support me whenever I need help. David, good morning, son. This is my dad, David Nurasame, born as David Griffith. He is from Cardiff, Wales. He met my mom when he was on a business trip to Japan and fell in love with her. He told me that it was love at first sight. Dad eventually married my mom and decided to settle down in Japan. They decided to have a child and had me. Currently, he is a stay-at-home house husband and does all the chores at home. He inherited my mom's surname because he became an otaku and was obsessed with Japanese culture and anything related to Japan. So, naturally, he switched from Griffith to Murasame. Dad always loves to wear fancy and flashy outfits. I don't know why though. Perhaps it is a hobby of his. He doesn't like to talk and he never smiles. But when he does talk, it is never fun or humorous. Dad is really serious about the way I am brought up and behave. Remember when I said I got into trouble in middle school and my parents were called over many times? Yeah, when I saw Dad each time he was called over, he had the, "I'm not angry, I'm just upset" look. I would tremble in fear as I was scared what Dad would do to me. When we got home, well, let's just say he would punish me severely. Just thinking about what his punishment methods are scary to think about, let alone talk about. But Dad isn't a bad guy. He's just really concerned for my safety and well-being. Every time when I told him I was going to a friend's house, Dad would constantly tell me to look out for danger and not be home too late. Sheesh, what the heck is he so worried about? Is Dad afraid that I would encounter a tomato demon who would freaking kill me? Gosh, I think he's a little too protective sometimes. Time skip. 7:50 a.m. Rain, alright, Shido, if you are ready, let's drive to school now. And darling, do you know where's that cup of coffee I prepared for myself? David, Ray-chan, that cup of coffee will be the 10th cup of coffee for today. You know, caffeine is bad for you and... Slam. Rain suddenly grabbed her husband by his shirt and pinned him against the wall, holding him in a chokehold position. Rain, where is my coffee? David, ow, alright. It's over there on that counter. He pointed to a kitchen counter where there was a thermal flask sitting with hot steam rising out of it. Shido, Mom, it's just coffee, you know. Rain, son, you know how I am always sleepy. I need to pull many all-nighters, you know. I need that coffee or I will literally fall asleep during work. Shido awkwardly backed off and let his mother grab her coffee. He thought to himself, how could I forget that Mom is very serious about her coffee? She can drink so much and still be sleepy. How the fuck is that possible? Then, he proceeded to walk outside and wait by the car for his mother to come out. Rain eventually came out and unlocked the car doors. They both got in and they drove off. David waved at both of them and reminded his son to be extra careful and not stay out too late. When they left, he went back in the house and started watching TV. Scene break. On the way to school. Rain was driving to school with her son. To Shido, this was something he did every day to reach school since elementary. He sat and pondered to himself, thinking what the future holds for him as Shido was still undecided on his future path. But his train of thought was interrupted and Rain decided to ask him some questions. Rain, son, what do you want to be when you grow up? Shido, I just want to be a regular salaryman and have a loving and caring family. That's all. Why do you ask? This wasn't true. Throughout most of Shido's life, he didn't like being around others. This resulted in him not having that many friends and spent most of his time alone doing whatever kept him occupied. His real goal was to isolate himself from society and live out the rest of his days as a hermit. Rain stayed silent for a moment and was deep in thought. Shido was confused at this reaction and tried to get her attention. Shido, Mom, you there? Rain snapped out of her thoughts and turned back to Shido. Rain, oh, it's nothing. The thing is that you're gonna graduate next year and I was wondering what you planned on doing after high school. Shido, oh, so that's the case. Don't worry, Mom, you don't have anything to worry about. As long as I study really hard and get good grades, I can get any job I want. Rain, well, that's great to hear. But Shido, what if things don't go your way? Shido was confused by this question and asked, what do you mean? Rain, what I mean is, what would you do if what you envisioned your future to be was not what you expected? Shido was still confused by her questions and decided to ask more. I don't know how to answer that. Why are you asking me this, Mom? You're acting pretty strange today. Rain, you know what, forget it. Just pretend I didn't say anything. She avoided the question and decided to focus on driving. Shido was still perplexed by his mother's strange set of questions. He could never remember a time when she would ask such vague and weird questions like that. He thought to himself, why is mom asking me these questions? Did I do something wrong? I think she's just concerned about me like dad. Anyway, if something did happen, how bad could things get? It's not like I'm going to find out that I was destined to destroy a monster like a hero in those mangas. As their conversation finished, they reached school. Shido left first and made his way to class. He walked up the stairs and was still thinking about what his mom said to him in the car, wondering the hidden meaning behind those questions. Scene break. Raha's in high school, 8:15 a.m. Shido had just entered his class. As he walked in, he noticed that he was quite early and only saw a few students in the class. Among those students is his childhood friend and only friend in school, Hiroto Tanamachi. Tanamachi noticed Shido and got out of his seat to greet him. Tanamachi, hey Shido, how are you doing today? Shido, oh I'm fine. Tanamachi, hey check this out, I got a girlfriend. He pulled out his phone and showed a picture of an anime girl in a dating simulator game. Shido, ugh seriously man, that's your girlfriend. I think you need to touch some grass and talk to some real girls. Tanamachi, hey now, it's just my preferences. Besides, it's not like you are interested in girls too, are you? Even if you were, I bet you can't even get one to like you. Shido, L preferences plus radio plus downvote plus dislike plus nobody fucking asked. Tanamachi, whoa, that's harsh. Anyway, I heard the examination results are out. Shido, oh so fast. Tanamachi, yeah, apparently the marking was super fast because a teacher drank more than a dozen cups of coffee to stay awake and mark almost 5 classes worth of exams in just 2 hours. Shido, definitely mom. Oh so anyway, what do you plan to do now that our second year is coming to an end? Tanamachi, not sure man, there's still 1 year left in our school. Why are you asking me this all of a sudden? Shido, well, it's just that my mom asked me this question, but when I answered it, she then threw a bunch of weird questions like, what would you do if things went wrong, or something like that. Tanamachi, I guess she only wants you to adapt to changes quickly so you don't just sit in a corner and hope things would change for the better on its own. Shido, adapting to change, you say, well if my life took a drastic change, I wonder what it'll be like. Unbeknownst to the two boys, a group of 3 girls were in the corner gossiping about them. They were Ai Yamabuki, and Mai Hazakura, and Ni Fujibakama. They were watching the boys' conversation and were gossiping about them behind their backs. Ai, hey, don't you think those two are a little too close to each other? Mai, I think one of them has a crush on the other, but I'm still trying to figure out who's the one who is trying to confess. Me, that is so lame. The 3 girls have been watching Shido for a long time, wondering why is he such a plain guy, and why he doesn't seem to have any interest in girls. Mai, do you think he is even capable of liking anybody at all? Ai, hold on, I got this, just play along. She got off from her seat and walked towards Shido, and her other 2 friends followed her. Shido and Tanamachi noticed the trio approaching and turned towards them. Then, Ai decided to ask Shido something nobody could have ever expected. Ai, so Shido, we've known each other for 2 years as we were in the same class, and I think you're a pretty nice guy. How would you feel if I asked you out on a date? She was blushing madly as she was trying to formulate a false confession and look embarrassed. Ai and Tanamachi, say what? Me, that is so lame. Shido processed what Ai had said and immediately rejected her without any hesitation. Shido, sorry Ai, you're not my type and I'm simply trying to live a plain and peaceful life. I'd rather be alone than spend my time hanging out with you when all you do is talk about girly things and stuff like that, and besides, I'm not interested in relationships. Tanamachi was shocked, and he demanded to know why Shido flatly rejected a confession from a girl. Whoa, oh my god, Shido, did you just reject a girl, and you rejected her so quickly, why? Ai was taken aback by Shido's response, and was internally fuming inside. Ai, huh, I was rejected so quickly. I don't care if it is a fake confession, how was I rejected so bluntly? Am I not cute enough? Grr, Shido Murasame, you'll pay for this. She was clenching her fists and gritting her teeth. Mai and me tried to calm their friend down. Shido, huh, why are you guys acting like that? Didn't I just say the reason, that I'm not interested in girls or relationships, and that I just want to live a quiet life? Tanamachi immediately replied, no man, it seemed like you quickly rejected her without even thinking about it. Don't you want to get a girlfriend? Shido, not really, for some reason, I'm just not that into relationships and dates. 8:45 a.m. It was time for class to begin, and students were now starting to show up in bigger numbers. Shido went to his seat and waited for class to begin. When everybody sat down, the teacher walked into class. Their teacher was Tammy Okamine, a woman who was approaching her 30s and desperately trying to find a husband. Ms. Okamine, good morning, class. How are you all feeling today? I'm sure all of you are excited to know your test results. And guess what? They are right here. I will post the class ranking on the blackboard here. The students were chatting among themselves about their feelings for the exam. Some were excited, but some were nervous. It was a huge swirl of emotions circulating around the class. Ms. Okamine placed the class ranking on the board and all the students gathered around to see it. Student 1, 13th place, I'll take it. Student 2, 17th place. Holy shit, this is bad, my parents are gonna kill me. Student 3, 4th place, great, let's see who got the top. What, Shido Murasame, he got first place. The entire class was shocked. They had never expected Shido to top the class in their overall score. Shido himself was even surprised. Shido, an unexpected surprise, but a welcome one. Tanamachi, holy shit, Shido, you got first place. I've never even seen you study and you beat us all. You even beat Origami Tabichi, the student who always topped the whole school. The class just realized that the number 1 star student in the school was just overtaken by some plain guy who doesn't have any interest in anything, causing them to be shocked even more. Student 4, Shido, teach me the ways of how we can be like you. Student 5, yeah, how did you go from 7th place to 1st in just one semester? Shido was surrounded by his classmates who were begging him to tell them what his secret was for performing in the exams really well. He just simply made up a lie but mixed in a bit of the truth. Shido, well, my mom is a teacher at a high school, so I studied with her all the time, hee. Student 6, your mom is a teacher, no wonder. I bet she just took some past year exam questions and made you do them. Man, this guy knows all the answers before the exam is even written. As Shido was getting bombarded by remarks and comments by his classmates, a certain white-haired girl was eyeing Shido with great interest. After a few minutes or so, the students went back to their seats after sharing their results with each other. Ms. Okamine began class and everybody paid attention. Except for Shido, who was still deep in thought about what his mom asked him earlier this morning on the way to school. He thought about things that could greatly impact his life, but failed to think of any. But then, he noticed one of his female classmates staring right at him. Hello everyone, let me introduce you to one of my classmates. This is Origami Tabichi. She was the top student in not only my class and cohort, but the entire school as well, until I overtook her and became the highest scoring student. I've never even talked to her before. Even though she is quite popular among my classmates and peers, I often forget that she even exists. Probably because I am too engrossed in my own personal business. But the reason I'm telling you about her is because I want to share my own personal opinion about her. To me, Tabichi is just another student who goes to the same class as me. I don't see her in any special way, and I'm pretty sure she doesn't even notice me. That being said, why the heck is she now constantly looking at me? Is she mad that I surpassed her in the overall score ranking? If that's the case, then it's really petty. I hope she doesn't have any hidden agendas in mind though. For example, excessively stalk me so that she can find some dirt on me and blackmail me. That would be scary. Unbeknownst to Shido, Origami has been eyeing him since their time during first year. Anyway, back to the story. Shido looked back at Origami and was nervous at why she was staring intently at him. As each second passed, her eyes were still fixated at him and all Shido could do was endure it until lunch break where he could leave class and be alone. Shido, why the heck is she staring at me? Did I do something wrong to her? Ugh, I can't figure out what it is. Is she mad that I beat her and took first place? Whatever the reason is, I hope she doesn't do anything crazy. After a few seconds of visual torture, Origami eventually turned back, but not before giving Shido one final glance. Shido was relieved now that she has turned away. He went back to being absorbed in his thoughts. But his train of thought was cut off as Ms. Okamine made a surprising announcement. Ms. Okamine, anyway, class, we have a transfer student, come in. The class was surprised. Not only did the plainest guy in the class took first place, but there was also a transfer student as well. They were very excited and waited for the student to enter. The door opened and the person who came in was a girl who was rather short and had long purple hair growing past her waist. She tied some of her hair back into a ponytail using a red ribbon. The boys were immediately infatuated with the new student. They were busy ogling her body and cheering in celebration as they believed that now, since there was a new girl in class, someone was bound to get lucky and score a date. The girls were judging her. They looked at the new student from head to toe and observed her behavior and mannerisms. They wondered whether this girl would fit in with them. Meanwhile, Shido didn't care. He just looked at her and didn't feel a single thing. Shido looked around the class and saw an empty seat next to him. He presumed that's where the transfer student would sit. The new student, although was cute, had a serious and calm look on her face. She looked left and right, observing the class. She was obviously disgusted by the boys' lecherous behavior since she just came in, and they were already infatuated with her. But her eyes landed on Shido and she stared at him in a serious and judgmental manner for a few seconds, before turning away and waiting for her time to introduce herself. Shido had noticed her looking at him, but he didn't care about it too much and just focused on getting through the day. MS. Okamine. Alright, class. I know all of you are pretty happy, but let's give our new student a moment to introduce herself. Yatagami-san, please introduce yourself. Toka. Thanks. Good morning everybody, my name is Toka Yatagami and I will be joining you all in this class until graduation. Pleased to meet you. She bowed her head and introduced herself in a dignified and respectful manner. MS. Okamine. Thanks, Yatagami-san. Please take a seat over there in the back. Toka walked towards the back of the class, not paying any attention to the many pairs of eyes from boys and girls fixated on her. She reached her desk and sat down. Toka sat next to Shido, and they both looked at each other for a brief moment before they both turned away to the front. He decided that since he wanted to talk to Toka, since she is new and would need some assistance getting around the class, he didn't do it because he was obliged to, but because he felt like it was the right thing to do. Besides, Shido also thought about what Tanamachi said to him about not having the skills to get along with girls, so he decided to maybe get some experience and try communicating with girls by becoming acquainted with Toka. Time skip. 12 p.m. The first half of the day was finally over. The students all moved their tables to sit next to each other to eat together. Shido felt that now is the right time to communicate with Toka and get to know her. He turned to her and introduced himself. Hello, nice to meet you, my name is. Before he even finished, Toka immediately turned to Shido and looked at him very seriously. Her sharp glare made Shido freeze in place. After a few moments of glaring, she turned back to the front. Shido felt awkward and decided to turn away and eat first before talking to her later. When he opened his bento, he saw rice with furicake toppings, eggs, and fried chicken for his lunch. He began to munch down on his food, enjoying every bite. Shido. Mom's cooking is the best. He gobbled on his food and felt at peace. Rain would always cook hearty and delectable meals for her son to eat during lunch. Shido was thinking to himself how to properly introduce himself to Toka without making her feel uncomfortable or scaring her. He turned back to Toka to see what she was doing, only to find her staring intently at his bento box. Her eyes were glowing with excitement, and she did her best to hide her mouth-watering smile. Shido took note of it quickly and decided to offer her a bite as a way of trying to get her to talk to him. Hey, if you want a bite, you can have some, you know. Toka was surprised Shido had noticed her eyeing his food, but then she remembered what he said and got excited. Toka, huh, really? She was smiling happily at his offer and was eager to have a bite. Shido was surprised by this sudden change in her behavior. Toka immediately realized she overreacted just now and tried her best to stay calm. Toka, well, I guess, just a bite though, as I'm not really hungry. Shido, okay, why don't we join our tables together so it's easier? Without hesitating, Toka eagerly shifted her table right next to Shido's and leaned it for a bite. Shido scooped up some rice and fed her. Toka chewed on the food and her eyes were sparkling with joy. She was overjoyed at the taste and texture of the food and wanted more. Toka, that tastes good. Can I have another bite? Shido, sure. He scooped up some rice and eggs and fed it to Toka. She once again reacted in a joyful manner and was enjoying the food. Shido personally thought that this reaction was kind of cute, but also felt out of place since his first impression of Toka was that of a serious and studious girl. Unbeknownst to the two students having lunch together, the rest of the class were watching them. Some of the boys were jealous and were cursing Shido for getting too friendly with Toka on just the first day. They believed that Shido stole Toka away from them and destroyed their chances of trying to get her to fall for them. Some of the girls were interested in watching their conversation and were already shipping them as the class couple. Many of the girls giggled in excitement each time they saw Shido feed Toka. Tanamachi seemed proud of his friend but was internally super pissed that Shido got an actual girl while he was stuck with a digital one. The female trio of the class were shocked that Shido was actually conversing with a girl, and they were still mad that he bluntly rejected AI's confession, and yet he is happily feeding a girl some of his lunch. Origami was gritting her teeth and fuming with jealousy as she tried to restrain herself from going nuts and destroying the classroom. Shido didn't pay attention to his classmates and felt the time was right to have a proper conversation with Toka. Shido, well, nice to meet you Yatagami, my name is Shido Murasame, but I preferred if you just called me Shido. Toka, likewise, my name is Toka Yatagami, but I prefer if you just called me Toka. They finally introduced themselves to each other properly this time and wanted to get to know each other. Meanwhile, the class was getting more excited as Shido and Toka were getting a bit closer than just now. Shido, so, which school were you originally from? Why did you come to Rahazen High School? Toka remained quiet and had a serious expression on her face before answering him. Well, something's happened back at my old high school which forced me to switch schools. I'd rather not talk about it. She didn't seem to show any positivity when speaking of her past. Shido, oh, okay, well, let's switch over to a happier topic. What kind of food do you like? Toka immediately went from serious to ecstatic in a matter of seconds. She excitedly listed down all of her favorite foods. What kind of food I like? Well, I eat anything that is delicious. Any type of meat, any type of soup, anything. But what I love most is kanako bread. It's the best thing in the world and we should be thankful it exists. She seemed very proud and overjoyed when she talks about food. Shido, well, since you love my food so much, why don't I ask my mom to make something delicious for us to eat tomorrow? I think mom's cooking is the best and I'm sure you'll enjoy it. Toka, oh, so this is your mom's homemade cooking. Shido, yeah, what do you think? Toka, is she a restaurant owner? Shido, no, she is a teacher. Toka, then tell her to open a restaurant cause she's gonna be rich. I'll go there every day for breakfast, lunch, and dinner because her food is the best in the world. Shido was enjoying seeing Toka act very cheerfully and bubbly. It let him know that she had a cute side to her, rather than just the no-nonsense face she had when she introduced herself to the class. Shido agreed to asking his mom to make 2 more bentos of her homemade food for him and Toka. Shido, hey, I've got a suggestion. Why don't we hang out after school? It's not a date or anything, but I want to get to know you more. Toka, I don't mind, but I need to be back home by 5 p.m. Is that alright? Shido, 5 p.m. Isn't that pretty early? Your parents must be strict about curfew. Toka, and no, you see, I'm an orphan living in a girl's home. I was kicked out and disowned by my parents and I had nowhere else to go. According to the rules of the home, I must be back by 5 p.m. Shido, oh I see, that must be tough. Toka, yeah. Shido, well don't worry, I'll make sure that you'll be feeling happy when you get back because we're gonna have fun. Are you down for it? Toka, why yeah, let's go somewhere fancy after class. I look forward to it. Meanwhile, the classmates were stunned at how Shido casually asked Toka out on a date. While most of them didn't have the courage to do the same, although it wasn't a date for the both of them, it certainly looked like one to the rest of the class. And at the same time, a certain sleep-deprived woman was watching Shido's conversation with Toka. She thought to herself, my son has a girlfriend. I'd better tell David about this. Texting. Rain, darling, guess what I just saw? David, what is it? Rain, our little Shido has a cute girlfriend. David, ain't no way. Rain, sending you a pic now. Insert picture of Shido and Toka happily eating together. David, holy shit, you serious right now? Am I dreaming? Rain, no, this is real. I even saw Shido feed her his food. David, say what? That boy is going to get an earful when he gets home. I said no relationships until he turns 18. Rain, I believe she's a transfer student. I think her name was Toka Yatagami. I was notified of this and took a look at the orientation forms. David, when he gets home, tell that boy to bring her over tomorrow night for dinner. I need to meet her. Rain, will do. End of texting. 1:30 p.m. Lunch break was over, and the students returned to their seats. Everybody was gossiping about Shido and Toka's lunch date. Many were giggling and whispering around as they shared their opinions about what they saw during lunch break. Male student 1, damn, Shido's got some game. He might end up making Yatagami-san fall for him by just feeding food to her. And what's more is that he asked her out, and she said yes, darn. I wish it was that easy. Male student 2, You're right. But don't you think it's out of place for him? I mean, Shido has never shown any interest in girls. I heard from Tanamachi that Yamabuki-san confessed to him and he just flatly rejected her. He even said that he wasn't interested in relationships. And look at him. He looks so happy talking to her. Does the transfer student know him, or something? Male student 3, meh, like I give a shit. Those two can make out as much as they want. I'm not letting this stay on my mind. Besides, it's just one girl. There's still so much more out there in the world. Male student 2, but what if Shido gets more girls and gets a harem? What do we do then? Male student 3, are you out of your mind? Harems don't exist. You probably watch too much anime. Female student 1, whoa, okay, so, the plainest guy in class who not only got the highest score in class, which is already ridiculous, but he also shows interest in girls. You know, I thought he was secretly dating Tanamachi because I thought he liked boys, but oh how wrong I was. Female student 2, well, it's not like he's doing anything wrong, but how come he behaves differently when it comes to Toka? I mean, think about it, for the 2 years we've been with him in this class, Shido has never approached any girls, but now all of a sudden he gets all chummy with the transfer student. How is that possible? Female student 3, maybe he knows her. I mean, I don't talk to Shido, let alone know him. But he is acting like he has known the transfer student for a long time to the point where they just casually eat together. Isn't that a little suspicious? Maybe they were secretly dating this whole time and maybe she transferred here so that she can be with him. All the students formed their own theories and reasons as to why their two classmates behaved so intimately with other just now. Meanwhile, Shido and Toka weren't listening to anything their classmates said and just waited for classes to resume. Time skip. 3 p.m. The rest of the day went smoothly and school was already over. Shido and Toka got up from their seats and left class together. The class what had them leave as they fantasied in their heads what kind of things Shido and Toka would do. Even Ms. Okamine spotted them leaving. Ms. Okamine, oh my, are those two going on a date? They seem so happy being together. Ugh, why can't I find someone like that? Yatagami-san just came today and now she's on a date with Shido. How does a high schooler have better luck than me? She was mad that a transfer student who just attended school for her first day had just got a boyfriend, while she was still single and approaching her 30s. The rest of the class heard Ms. Okamine's rant and simply laughed at it. Scene break. Shido and Toka walked to a nearby mall where students from different schools came to eat some food or hang out. They looked around the mall and saw different types of shops on each floor. One section of the mall which caught Toka's eye was an all-you-can-eat buffet at a restaurant on the first floor located just in front of them. Toka, oh my god, Shido, look, that restaurant is serving free food. Let's check it out. Without hesitating, Toka immediately took off and ran towards the restaurant. Shido, whoa, this girl loves to eat. Toka, hold on, slow down. He quickly went after her in the direction of the restaurant. When they arrived at the entrance, they saw that the restaurant had quite a number of people in it, but there was just one table for two left, which was pretty convenient for Shido and Toka. They entered and saw the long tables with trays of different food laid on top. Toka was practically drooling at the sight of the food. She was particularly eyeing the big trays of bacon and chicken sausages that were close to her. Toka, Shido, get that table. I'll go get my food, you can get yours when I get back. Shido, hold on, didn't we just eat lunch earlier? Toka, but I'm hungry. I want food. With that, she took a plate and started scooping loads of food onto her plate and filled it to the brim. Shido on the other hand took his plate but went to the table first so that nobody else would take it. When Toka was finished choosing her food, Shido was shocked to see a whole mountain of food stacked on her plate. Her eyes were sparkling with eagerness and joy, which meant that she was determined to finish this whole meal. Shido, what? That's a lot. Are you sure you can finish it? Toka, yep, I can. If anything smells good and tastes good, be certain that I will eat it. Shido was still amazed at Toka being able to eat so much. If it were him, he would definitely puke out everything he ate and fall unconscious due to overeating. Thinking about that made his stomach sick, so he decided to just get a few pieces of food for himself. Shido chose hash browns, sausages, bacon, and some hard-boiled eggs on the side. People from other tables saw the two students eating their food and were astonished to see that the girl's plate was so full while the boy's plate was quite light. They were amazed that Toka was confident in being able to eat this much food, while they sympathized with Shido because he seemed intimidated by the enormous mound of food right in front of his eyes. Some customers sympathized with Shido. They assumed that he was on a date, and the reason he brought Toka here was because he couldn't afford this much food at any dining establishment, and would go broke. Shido, so Toka, tell me more about yourself. Toka, where should I begin? Well, for starters, I come from a family of kendo practitioners. They are famed in the art by many who practice it. From a young age, I was also trained strictly to meet the standards of my parents and my ancestors. I eventually joined my previous high school's kendo club and became the club president. Shido, oh, that's very interesting. So, do you still practice kendo? Do you intend to join Rahazen High School's kendo club? Toka, and no, I quit last year, and I probably won't practice kendo ever again. Even when she was eating food, Toka started to feel unhappy and sad. This shocked Shido and prompted him to find out what happened. Shido, why, did something happen? An accident perhaps? Toka, no, it's not like that. She averted her eyes away from him and looked rather depressed. Shido, don't worry, it's fine if you don't want to tell me. But if you ever want to talk to me about it, then I'm all ears. We're friends after all, right? Although we just met today, I promise that I will support you in any way I can. Whether if you need help with your studies or any emotional support, you can count on me. Toka quickly looked back at Shido and seemed surprised at what he said. She never knew that Shido was such an understanding person. Toka began to think of her past, which burdened her, and thought that maybe she finally found someone who she could confide with and depend on for help. It felt as if she was blessed with a friend who was willing to put up with all her problems and only focus on making her happy. Toka felt a warm sensation in her heart. She looked at Shido in the eyes and expressed her thanks and gratitude. Thanks, Shido, that means a lot to me. Shido swore that he saw a small teardrop falling from her eyes as she thanked him for his supportive words. He didn't know what to think of it, but deep down he felt a sense of fulfillment and satisfaction when he showed his willingness to help his friend. A silence ensued after that. Both students were deeply indulged in the heartwarming moment they experienced just now. Even the onlookers who were eavesdropping on their conversation felt pretty touched by what they heard. Toka broke the silence and wanted to know more about Shido. Toka, so Shido, that's all I can say for now. How about you? I want to know more about you. Shido, well, for me, life is pretty boring for the most part. I don't really like interacting with others. In fact, I've only had one friend in my whole life. You're actually the second. Toka, that means I'm the first girl you've made friends with. Do you not like talking to girls? Shido, well, it's not that I like talking to girls. You see, since young, my body would always tell me to stay away from girls for no reason. In fact, I'm doing my best to fight that feeling within my body right now. I'm not saying that I hate you. It's just that this feeling of staying away from girls has been with me since young and I don't know how to explain it. Toka, since young, maybe it's the behavior of your past life. Although you've done nothing to girls and vice versa. Perhaps your past life had terrible luck with women and their instincts were passed down to you. Shido, my past life. Well, I wonder what kind of person I used to be. If it's true that I had such terrible luck with women to the point where even I still feel their desire to avoid them, then I must have been hurt really bad by women. Toka, I guess. Hold on, Shido, I'm still a little hungry. I'm going to get some more food. Shido had noticed that her plate was empty. He was shocked that even though she finished that entire pile of food, she was still hungry. Shido saw Toka take even more food from the buffet and her new pile of food was almost as big as the previous one. Shido, holy shit, this girl really can eat a lot. If I'm going to bring her bento boxes for lunch tomorrow, I must prepare at least 4 to 5. Toka, I'm back, Shido, let's continue talking. The duo continued conversing with each other about their life outside of school and what they do on weekends. It was definitely entertaining to hear many interesting facts about themselves from each other. Even after a while, Toka still went to get more food. Shido watched in awe as she munched down on all the food she took. In particular, Toka took a lot of hash browns. She liked them so much to the point where she just took the entire tray of hash browns for herself. The restaurant staff who were watching her gobble down all their food like her stomach was a bottomless pit were all shocked. They didn't mind though, as Shido and Toka at this time were the only two left in the restaurant, so they let her eat all the food she could so that their food waste was minimal. Eventually, like everybody else, Toka became full and decided that they should go somewhere else. Shido suggested going to a park, since they just ate and going for a stroll would make them feel less full. Before they left, Shido actually liked the food, so he took out his empty bento box and took in some food before leaving. While the duo made their way out of the mall, they were completely unaware that their classmate, Origami Tabichi, was stalking them this whole time. She took pictures of them when they were in the restaurant. Although Origami rarely showed any emotion, it was clear that she was mad and jealous. Scene break. 3:45 p.m. The duo took their time and slowly made their way to a nearby park, which was relatively empty at this time. Adults would usually still be at work while students would be at their club activities or heading home. It was ideal as Shido and Toka could have all the space they wanted for their little stroll. They walked through a path through a row of trees with leaves slowly turning brown as autumn approached. The cool breeze was blowing against their cheeks, which provided them a cool and satisfactory feeling. The tranquility of the atmosphere calmed their minds and dissipated all of their worries. The only thing out of place was a certain origami tabichi sneakily following them and hiding behind trees to peek at them. Shido, this feels lovely, doesn't it? Toka, yeah, it's wonderful. I wish every day was like this. Shido, well, it will be for the next few months. In the meantime, why don't we talk about what we want to do after we graduate? Toka, after graduation, I don't know just yet. I think I just want to be happy and eat lots of food every day. Shido, haha, that would be nice. Toka, what about you, Shido? Shido, basically the same as you. I just want to live a quiet and normal life away from the concrete jungles and the human chaos of this world. My ideal home is somewhere in the countryside, far away from people. I don't like dealing with people. Toka, you know what? I kind of like that too. When I think of everything that's happened to me in the past, maybe isolating myself from society may be the way to heal myself mentally and physically. But the problem is that if I am the only one left in the open, how am I going to support myself? I can't even cook. Shido, then why don't we build our houses next to each other? I can cook since my mom taught me, and over time, I can teach you as well. How does that sound? We can have meals at each other's place, and we can be as childish or stupid as we want. There's nobody there to stop us. Toka was stunned by this answer. She didn't know that Shido was this dedicated to helping his friends. She recalled all of her interactions with Shido earlier today, and felt that he may have potential to be the special one for her. She filled herself with determination, and then she turned to Shido and proudly proclaimed, "Alright, let's do that when we grow up, it's a promise." Shido was surprised by her response, as he never expected her to agree to that proposal so quickly. But he was happy that someone else shared his dream of living off the grid. It made him feel happy that there would be someone to keep him company. In turn, he also pledged to realize their shared dream. "It's a promise. When we graduate, we'll get all the necessary things we need and vanish from the face of this earth to a secluded sanctuary of nature where we will live the rest of our lives." The duo faced each other with faces of resoluteness and determination. As a sign of their promise, they made a pinky promise to remember this day. With that, they turned towards the sun shining brilliantly in the clear blue sky, envisioning what they believed to be a perfect lifestyle with minimal disruption and conflict. For the both of them, they found a goal to strive for, and they will definitely commit to it. Once they finished fantasizing about their ideal future, they continued walking side by side through the park. They finished their relaxing stroll and decided to stop hanging out here and go home for now. Shido and Toka once again expressed gratitude to each other for making their time together wonderful. They exchanged phone numbers so that they could continue talking to each other when they got home. They waved goodbye at each other before turning away and made their way to their respective homes. But as they walked further away from each other, both Shido and Toka felt a peculiar emotion pulsing strongly within them. Shido, I wonder what this feeling is inside of me. It makes my heart go fast and I have butterflies in my stomach, especially when Toka comes to mind. Could it be that? No, it can't be. I don't even know what it's like to be in love. Toka, why is it when I think of him, I get all nervous and embarrassed? Could I be in love? No, that can't be it. But Shido is really a nice guy and I want to know him more. It's just my heart playing pranks on me. Meanwhile, Origami Tabichi, who was watching them the whole time, was feeling a little down and depressed. Origami, ugh, too slow. I missed my chance. Now that they are becoming chummier with each other, my chances of seducing Shido have drastically dropped. Sigh. I regret taking too long to confess. Now I might never get the chance to be with him. I guess I have to take drastic measures now. I know for a fact that his mom is a teacher. He tries his best to hide that, but I figured it out by simply asking her. I have voice recordings and photos. I think I know what to do. She immediately whipped out her phone and started texting Rain, whose number she got by secretly going through Shido's phone when he wasn't looking. It's probably a good idea to never leave your phone unattended on your desk when you go to the bathroom. Scene break. Shido's house, 4:30 p.m. Mom, Dad, I'm home. Shido had just reached home and was pretty tired. As he took off his shoes and walked in, he suddenly heard loud footsteps approaching him. From the corner, both of his parents came running to him at full speed. Shido was taken aback, and was like, Mom, Dad, what's going on? David, Shido Murasame, you have a lot of explaining to do, young man. Shido, huh, what did I do? David, why don't you tell me? After all, weren't you on a little date just now? Shido, date, what are you talking about? David, I know what I saw in those pictures and heard in those recordings. Tell me, how long have you known this Toka Yatagami and why are you running away with her? David was very livid and immediately demanded an explanation from his son. Shido, wait, that's what this is about. It's not like that. It wasn't a date. We were just hanging out. Suddenly, Rain spoke, then explained these pictures. Why were you feeding her your food? And why did you go on a date to eat more food? And why did you stroll together so closely at park and made a promise to run away? Did I not love you enough? Rain sounded a little disappointed when she said the last sentence. She showed him her phone with all the pictures of Shido and Toka when they hung out after school. Shido was shocked. He didn't know that someone was secretly following him this whole time. This agitated him, and he wanted to know why his privacy was being breached. Shido, Mom, you were following me after school. Why did you do that? Rain, oh, I didn't take these pictures. Someone from your class sent them to me. Shido, what? One of my classmates did this. Who was it? Rain, I don't know. It doesn't say who it was. Shido was angry and wanted to find out more about this mysterious person who had been following him since school ended. David, anyway, I want to meet your girlfriend tomorrow. Invite her over here for dinner. Shido, she's not my girlfriend, Dad. David, I don't give a shit. Just bring her over tomorrow. Sigh, sorry if I overreacted, son. It's just that you remind me of someone I used to know. Shido, who? David, 17 years ago, I had a friend whom I was happy to be friends with. One day, a girl confessed to him, and he accepted. They eventually went on a date together. But at the end of the day, the girl turned out to be someone completely different and attempted to murder my friend. Although he survived, my friend had a lot of trust issues and a trauma from that incident. He managed to get a girlfriend on his second try, and I thought this girl was the one for him. But after a few months, my friend discovered her cheating on him. He went insane after that and eventually took his own life. The girl got away with everything she did, and nobody ever found out. The atmosphere became very heavy. Shido was shocked that his father had experienced something like that. He thought that maybe his father was so overprotective of him was because he did not want to lose someone close to him like his friend. David was also looking a bit remorseful and regretful. He looked at the floor and was deep in thought. However, he turned back to Shido and continued talking. David, till this day, I still miss my friend even after 17 years. That's why when your mom gave birth to you, I promised myself to always keep you safe from danger no matter what. I love you, son. I always have. David went to his son and embraced him. Shido, I love you too, Dad. Shido reciprocated the hug and embraced his father. They broke off the hug and stayed silent for a while. David told his son to take a bath and get refreshed. Shido nodded and he headed for his room. Shido felt heavy after this conversation with his parents. He decided not to say anything and just comply by their words, which was to invite Toka to his house tomorrow. But before he could reach the stairs, Rain stopped him and told him one final thing. Rain, also, you will be sleeping with your mommy and daddy tonight. You sounded so determined to run away with your precious little Toka. What about us? Did we not love you enough? We're gonna cuddle and snuggle you until you feel our love. Shido, what the fuck do you? Rain, no excuses. I am your mommy, and you shall do as I say. If you don't let mommy and daddy cuddle you tonight, then I will cuddle you at school. Shido, okay, I'll sleep in your room tonight. Shido eventually relented as his mom would risk letting the whole school know that she is his mother and disrupting his quiet life. Shido walked off and was annoyed. He couldn't believe his mom was going to treat him like a baby when he's already 17. Shido, ugh, why does mom have to do this? I think they are overreacting since this is the first time that they heard I made friends with a girl, and they are scared I might spend more time with her. I'm their son, why would they think I would neglect them? Anyway, when I refresh myself after a shower, let's talk with Toka. He tried his best to cool down and looked forward to chatting with Toka online. Scene break. 5:15 p.m. Toka had just finished showering and changed into civilian attire. She hopped onto her bed and lay on her back. Though she had a great day at school, Toka still couldn't get the horrible memories of her past out of her head. These thoughts would make her feel guilty and depressed. She still remembered that day in her previous high school and the harsh words of a mean person who humiliated her in front of her school. She still remembered the harassment, and the bullying she received from others because she stained the school's reputation. But most importantly, Toka remembered the moment when her parents disowned her and kicked her out of the house. Finally, she was on the streets and was all alone. It was only by sheer luck she survived because a girls' home full of delinquent and rowdy girls decided to take her in. The other girls weren't hostile with Toka, but simply isolated her from their social circle. She stayed at the home for almost a year without going to school. But eventually, the staff allowed her to attend school and complete her studies on the condition that she must be back by 5 p.m. every day and move out once she graduates. Toka thought that the rest of her life was going to be miserable. Before she attended her first day at Rahazan High School, she prayed that she would at least make one friend, and unexpectedly, she never expected to become acquainted with somebody so fast. To Toka, Shido was the first friend she had in so long, and he had a special place in her heart. Although she just met Shido today, Toka was blushing madly when thinking about him. She was still confused why she felt this way. It could perhaps be feelings of gratitude or feelings of admiration. But no matter which angle she looked at it from, Toka still couldn't get a clear answer. Suddenly, she got a notification from her phone. It was from Shido. This caused her heart to skip a beat and switch off her phone and decide what to do. Toka, it's Shido. What should I do? I want to see what he says, but no, you just met him today. Everything ended on a positive note. Just open the message. She mustered up some courage and opened the message. The text read, "Hi there Toka. It's Shido. Thanks for hanging out with me today. I hope we can hang out tomorrow as well. And since you like my mom's homemade cooking so much, what would you like her to cook tomorrow? I know you like to eat a lot, so I will bring several bentos for you." Without hesitating, she ignored the previous things Shido said in the message and immediately said what she wanted for her bento. "Toka, I want a bento with rice, salmon teriyaki, seaweed, tofu, miso soup, and tamago eggs." She typed her requested food and sent it to Shido. Toka was now feeling excited as she will be met with a delicious lunch from Shido tomorrow afternoon for lunch break. She kept her eyes fixated on the screen and waited for his response. Not long after, Shido replied to her. His text read, "Alright then, if that's what you want, then I'll get my mom to make it right now." Toka, "Yay, thanks Shido, you're the best. You are the best friend I've ever had and nobody else can top you." She hugged her pillow to try and contain her ecstatic emotions and keep quiet so the other girls living next door wouldn't be disturbed. "Toka, I like this school, but only because Shido is in it. I guess anybody can like anything for the smallest of reasons. Shido, you are the reason why I look forward to seeing tomorrow. I can see a bright future ahead for myself. Just don't leave me, okay?" Monday 6:00 p.m. Shido, Mom, can you cook rice with tamago eggs, salmon teriyaki, seaweed, tofu, and miso soup for my bento tomorrow? Oh, and please make 6 bentos. Rain, let me guess, it's for your girlfriend. Don't worry, I saw in the pictures of you and her at that restaurant buffet and I know she can eat a lot. Shido, Mom, she's not my girlfriend. Toka is just a friend. Rain, why are you calling her by her first name? Isn't that too casual for a friend you just made? Shido, that's how she wants me to call her. It's not about how close we are. Rain, then why did you two go on a date at a restaurant? Shido, we were just hanging out. She just wanted to eat there because she was hungry. Rain, then why did you walk so closely together at the park after that and made a promise to run away together? That really seems to me that you want to be with her a lot and start a new life away from us. Hearing that still makes me sad, you know. Shido, well that's... Rain, see, I knew it. You love that girl more than your parents. Come here, Mommy wants to cuddle you. I'm not letting you go anywhere. Shido, wait, no. David was just watching by the side, enjoying the squabble unfold, all because his wife misunderstood her son's relationship with his new friend. He thought about the time he gained his new body and his first few days taking care of Shido when he was still a baby. David thought to himself, haha, how amusing. Seeing Ray-chan get so attached to Shido makes me laugh. Oh, how time flies. I still remember when I just met my wife and we were practically strangers back then. Flashback. 17 years ago. Drake took a while trying to get used to his new body when he was staying in Rain's secret lab in Milan. While he was at it, Drake was able to enjoy human food for the first time in his life. Rain would go out into Milan and buy food for her and Drake. But not only Milan, since Rain had the ability to traverse long distances by air undetected, she went east to Genoa and west to Verona to buy pasta with pesto and gnocchi respectively for Drake to try. She also went south to Bologna to buy different types of pasta dishes, Naples to buy Neapolitan pizza, and Sicily to buy couscous alla Trabzoned. Drake developed a huge liking to Italian food. After spending 3 days in Milan, Drake suggested that they head to Tengiz City and start their new life there. Rain agreed and she teleported herself along with her son and Drake to the city. They bought a plot of land and built a house. Their house was located on a hillslope on the outskirts of the city, which was far from the bustling urban center. The house was part of a chain of houses straddling along a road leading to another prefecture at the edge of the city. Drake personally liked it because he could live a peaceful life away from noise and chaos. He also liked the view of nature from the windows. Several months have passed and they have blended into human society. Rain was still carrying Shido wherever she went, and Drake was becoming very proud of his new body. He tried on different sets of clothes and took a liking to flashy and flamboyant clothing because it made him look cool. Drake was walking around the house one day when he stared out from the window facing the rest of the city. He thought about all the amazing things that he could do now that he was given a human body. So, he asked Rain if she wanted to bring Shido and go out for lunch with him in the city. Rain also wanted to explore the city, so of course she agreed. They traveled from their house all the way to a shopping mall with several dining establishments. They decided to eat at a family diner which served Italian food since they spent a few days in Italy a few days earlier and missed the food there. They sat at a table by a glass window on cushioned seats with backrests and called for the waiter. Drake ordered 3 risottos while Rain ordered pasta for herself. She also brought a bottle of milk for Shido to drink. The couple waited patiently for their food. While waiting, Drake decided to open up a conversation with Rain. Drake, so Rain Murasame, tell me more about yourself. I want to know you more, since I am going to be living with you while taking care of my son. Rain looked out the glass window and pondered for a while, before turning back to Drake. Well, to be completely honest, I never knew where I was from. In fact, I don't know who my parents were, or if I had any parents, but my earliest memory was waking up in the middle of nowhere. The only thing I knew was that I had powers, but I never knew how to use them until a few years later. I looked around and saw nothing but nature. I eventually picked a direction and kept walking straight. Eventually, I ended up in a city. This city was the first time I saw humans. I walked up to some and tried to ask where I was, but they got scared and ran away. I guess I scared them since my hair was untied and much longer back then. I think I looked like a ghost to them. Drake, whoa, what a beginning. So where did you end up? Did you ever find out? Rain, yes, although it was over 30 years ago, I remember the city. It was right here, Tengiz City. Drake, I see. So how did you turn from a hobo that looked like a ghost to the dignified woman you are today? Rain, I observed the humans and saw them wearing clothes. I also saw women tie up their hair. In particular, I saw a woman with a side ponytail which I was fond of, and that's how I got this hairstyle. As for my clothes, there's a story behind that. Firstly, I would like to tell you that I wasn't always an army medic. I had actually worked several professions over 3 decades all around the world. My first profession was tailoring. During one cold winter evening, I was shivering in the cold by the side of the road without any clothes when a family of tailors had discovered me. They took pity on me and I stayed with them for a few years. I didn't have a name back then, so I was named Rain by the family of tailors. It was just Rain for now. Murasame was a surname I just gave myself in the future because I liked it. During that time, I learned how to make clothes for all genders and ages. Through tailoring, I managed to make several sets of clothes for myself. I can make some for you, if you like. Drake, okay, now that's a story to be remembered. So when did you go from tailoring to something else? Rain, well, I began working for another tailor in Tokyo and also made a lot of money from it. My boss had given me an extended vacation period, so I went back to Tengiz City. I ate at a local restaurant with very impressive food. I asked the chef if he could teach me, but he told me that I can only learn to cook like him if I worked in his restaurant. So, I quit my job at the tailor and started working at a restaurant. I worked there for 7 years, and I picked up cooking skills. I can still cook proficiently, you know. I think Shido will enjoy my food when he grows up. Drake, wow, you have quite the story. I'm very impressed. Rain, thanks. And after that, I went all over the world and worked many jobs over the course of 3 decades. I've seen everything and I am simply in awe of what I saw. As for how I learned I had powers, that's an entirely different story. Perhaps I will tell you about it later. Drake, I would like to hear more about you, but I agree, let's save that for another time. Right now, I am going to use the restroom. Drake got up and left for the restroom. By now, Drake's flashback of his conversation with his wife should have ended here, but he missed something else that happened while he was in the toilet. At this time, Little Shido was wide awake and moving his arms and legs about. He was cooing and trying to get his mother's attention. Rain turned to Shido and gently stroked his head to show him some affection. Then, she gave her son a kiss to the forehead. Rain decided to feed Shido some milk, so she took out the milk bottle and started feeding it to him. Shido used both of his hands to grab the bottle and started chugging down the milk at unbelievable speeds for a baby. While Rain was busy feeding her baby, a married couple sitting at the next table was admiring Shido's cuteness. Then, the wife said, "Ah, isn't that very cute? It reminds you of our son, right darling?" Husband, hee, yup, that definitely reminds me of our son when he was just a child. Rain heard the both of them and saw a middle-aged couple sitting at a table next to hers looking at Shido. She decided to engage in a friendly conversation and chat with the couple. Rain, well hello, I noticed you were busy looking at my son, isn't he cute? Wife, yes, very cute. We were just about to leave when we noticed your son. He reminds me of my own son when he was a child, so we felt very nostalgic when we saw him. Husband, same here. But guess what? My wife and I recently found out that we're expecting another. My wife got pregnant while we were traveling overseas, but we just returned home to prepare for our next child. Rain, really? Congratulations, I'm sure your son will love to have a younger sibling. Wife, thanks. It's a girl, by the way. I'm pretty sure my son will spoil her rotten. Husband, I definitely agree with you, dear. How rude of me. I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Gori Hyodo, and this is my wife, Miki Hyodo, and we live in Kuo Town, just down the highway and much further inland. Rain, nice to meet you too. My name is Rain Murasame, and this is my son, Shido. My husband and I live here in Tengu City. We got married a year ago and had already decided to have children. Husband, well, isn't that lovely? I would definitely love to chat with you some more, but we got to get home quick. We want to surprise our son when we get back. He'll be so delighted and happy when he finds out that he's gonna get a sister. Wife, it was very nice talking to you, Mrs. Murasame. I hope that we will meet you again one day, but next time, it will be with our children. I'm sure that they'll get along splendidly. The couple waved goodbye to Rain before they paid their restaurant bill and left. After they had left, Drake came out of the toilet and sat back down. He saw Rain cuddling Shido and found it very cute. Drake, Shido is awake. I see he really likes you. After all, you are his mother. Can I carry him? Rain, of course, how can I deny the father the right to love his own son? Drake, heck yeah, Semir's son. Papa wants a hug. Flashback end. Those were such nostalgic memories. David couldn't help but smile warmly at the earliest memories with his wife and son. He had spent many centuries as a dragon before being sealed in a sacred gear for a few more centuries, before finally being released and his soul now inhabiting a human body. During the first few years of living his new body, David hoped that he would regain his former dragon powers, but he eventually stopped thinking about that because he became progressively dedicated and committed to being a good father to Shido. So, David decided to hold off restoring his former power and focus on raising his son for now. David turned back to see his wife and son still arguing. He decided to intervene and stop the quarrel. David, alright, that's enough. I'll help you make the bentos, son. After all, you want to impress your girlfriend, right? Shido, Dad. David, ha. I'm just kidding, son. Let's get started. The Murasame family spent the evening preparing the bento boxes for tomorrow. Rain was cooking the salmon, David was cooking the eggs and rice, and Shido was steaming the tofu. It felt like a wholesome family moment where every single member of the family was involved in doing something together. But unbeknownst to them, there was several suspicious individuals lurking around the house. A group of 3 men wearing black suits were peeking through the window and observing the family closely. 1. You sure this is the one? 2. Definitely. Our detectors and radars can positively identify the 17-year-old boy named Shido Murasame living in that house as an individual associated with the supernatural. There is definitely a strange power within him. That power meets the minimum amount of power that Mr. Westcott needs for his plan. 3. Barnes, you have said that many times over the course of 4 years. Maybe it's not the boy. Every time when you say we are going to approach the boy, you tell us to retreat because he doesn't seem that unusual to you and might just be a regular boy, before we spend another few months observing him and end up repeating this nonsense. 1. Donovan, it's all about trial and error. We've experienced this many times. There is no external variable that might influence our results. There's no denying it. 3. Whatever you say, Campbell. I just don't want that scary Lady Jessica to be screaming at us for getting an innocent boy involved in Dem Industries' secret plans. 2. Hey, calm down, MS. Bailey might be a little serious and passionate about her work, but she would definitely understand if we made a mistake. After all, who in the world can identify someone associated with the supernatural? It's not our fault if we make any major miscalculations, since the existence of the supernatural is still a heavily debated topic today. The men retreated away from the house and left the vicinity, but they were also unaware that their Shido's parents had detected their presences from the start. The only reason his parents weren't suspected by these men was because David and Rain concealed their auras for many years as they raised Shido in order to avoid detection from powerful entities who may harm their son who doesn't know about the supernatural. As Shido was closely monitoring the tofu being steamed, David and Rain looked at each other with concerned looks. They decided to have a psychic conversation about the suspicious individuals loitering outside their house just now. Rain, darling, did you feel that? David, I did. What do you think? Rain. Those were the energy signatures of regular humans, but I don't detect any form of powerful magic within them. It could have been a group of hooligans planning to rob our home but noticed us inside and left. You have enhanced hearing since you retained a small remnant of dragon properties within you after the soul transfer procedure in Milan, right? David, correct. I heard what those men said. It could be big trouble for us if we react too late. Tell Shido to sleep in his room tonight. You have any powers to protect him while we are hunting those men at night? Rain, I do. I have the power to manipulate reality and the environment around me to my liking. It can simply create a protective layer around Shido such that when anybody but the two of us enter its radius, they will instantly vaporize. David, great. That will certainly come in handy. We will stay up until 12 midnight and wait for those men to come. If they do not, then worry not. I am currently tracking down their auras right now and they are quite far from us right now. But the plan for the scenario that they do not show up is that we will chase after them and eliminate the threat. Rain, got it. I'll send Shido up to bed earlier. We need to make sure that he can't find out anything about the supernatural until he turns 18. We agreed that he would live his life as a normal boy before we will reveal the events of his past life as Issei to him. David, yeah. But if things go awry, then we might have to reconsider revealing the truth to him much earlier. Right now, those men don't seem like much of a threat, but I want to get rid of them as soon as possible. They finished talking and went back to making the bentos for tomorrow's lunch. The rest of the evening went smoothly for the family, but David and Rain were still on high alert since their son was under threat. Everybody kind of did their own thing from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. until it was time for Shido to go to bed. 10 p.m. Rain, son, you can sleep in your own room tonight. Your father and I have important business to do. Shido, huh, why so sudden, and you have things to do this late? David, well, yeah, so, be a good boy and behave yourself. Alright, stay in bed and only wake up once tomorrow has arrived. We'll be going now, but we'll be back shortly. Shido's parents didn't say a word after that and immediately left. He was confused but also relieved since he could sleep in his own room for the night. He turned off all the lights and headed towards his room. Once he got inside, Shido decided to stay up a little to chat with Toka. It was also pretty coincidental since Toka also wanted to talk with Shido. Scene break. Toka's home, 10:10 p.m. Toka was trying to build up her courage so she could chat with Shido. The most she could do was type a message but wasn't able to press the send button. Her heart raced quickly whenever she was about to send messages to him. But her heart was beating out of love. It was out of fear. Fear that Shido may dislike her even though it was just a simple message. Toka, I don't want Shido to hate me. I know I'm just asking to talk, but my past of getting bullied physically and online is holding me back. I don't want to lose my first friend. Suddenly, she remembered what Shido told her at the restaurant earlier this afternoon, that she could come to him if she needed help or a listening ear. She felt grateful and happy that she had a friend who was willing to support her no matter what. Toka regained her courage and typed her message and sent it without any hesitation. Texting. Toka, hey Shido, are you still online? I would like to chat some more if that's fine with you. Shido, sure. In fact, I was actually wanting to talk to you. Can't sleep. Toka, no, it's just that I couldn't stop thinking about today. Shido, you enjoyed hanging out. Toka, yeah, but hey, listen, I wanted to talk to you because I want to tell you about my past. I've had nobody to talk to for a long time. You promised me, right? That I could come to you when I need help with my problems. Shido, of course, I never break a promise. So, what did you want to tell me? Toka, Well, let me start by telling you everything that happened in my life before I quit my previous high school. I grew up in a normal family as a normal girl. My parents loved me and I loved them back. Since my family were kendo practitioners, I naturally learned it too and became quite fond of it. I joined kendo clubs throughout my school years. I became the best and eventually I was the club president. I took part in tournaments and never lost a single one. But all that changed on the day of my school's cultural festival. It was an open house, so members of the public could enter. Flashback. 10 months ago. It was supposed to be a jubilant day for Makibara High School, where Toka used to study. The different clubs have all prepared exhibitions for the students to view and become convinced to join. But members of public were allowed entry since it was an open house session. The Kendo Club led by their club president, 5-time champion, and pride of Makibara High School, Toka Yatagami, had been rehearsing for months in order to put on a spectacular performance for a massive audience to attract more potential members. This performance consisted of the Kendo Club members standing in a formation and showcasing their skills to the audience. The final part of the performance was Toka herself facing every member in her club and sparring them. No choreography involved for the final act, just pure skill and strategy to capture the hearts of the audience. Because of Toka's streak of winning in tournaments, Makibara High School became pretty famous, and all the students and teachers were proud of her. Thus, large crowds of students, parents, and teachers were all present for her club's performance at the sports hall during the school's cultural festival. Even local reporters were there to see the performance. The first few stages of the performance, which involved the execution of different katas, styles, to showcase different striking techniques, went smoothly. All the members had perfectly coordinated their movements in sync. The month's worth of practice and rehearsal was worth it. Now it was time for the final act of the performance. The audience was at the edge of their seats, the teachers and parents were watching with pride, reporters were taking pictures of Toka. Toka was in the center of the stage, waiting for each of her members to come and face her. As each member came forward, they mentally prepared themselves to face their club president who possessed amazing prowess in the art of kendo. But even with determination and skill, they were no match for Toka as she defeated each member one by one. In the end, she was the last one standing. Toka instructed all of her members to reform into the formation and bowed to the audience. Everybody gave the Kendo Club a huge round of applause which lasted for almost 3 minutes. Toka saw her parents sitting in the audience with their faces beaming with pride and respect. She felt as if she had reached a high point in her life and things were going to get much more amazing. However, her happiness was short-lived. After the performance, the entire Kendo Club including Toka went out to the food stalls set up by students to serve people food. Everybody was having a good time. Toka was eating lots of food without end. But then, it happened, someone approached her from behind. Woman 1, hey you. Toka turned around to find 2 mature women standing behind her. They were towering over her and their figures were much more busted than hers. Toka got nervous and stopped eating. Toka, yes, may I help you? Woman 1, you think you're some kind of big shot who thinks nothing can get in their way. Toka was stunned and shocked by this question. All she'd done was put on a performance for everybody to watch. She didn't understand what she had done wrong. Toka, what's your problem? All we did was put on a performance to promote our club. I don't think. Woman 1, shut up. You're pathetic. You have no skill and you can't survive in this world if you keep swinging that sword so pathetically. At this point, many were watching the woman shouting random nonsense at Toka. They were concerned since this woman who showed up out of nowhere was making a scene for no reason. Woman 2, hey now, don't you think that you're being a little harsh? Woman 1, what? It's the truth. Look at this short stack. She's so puny that anybody could defeat her without a sweat. I wouldn't need to use so much power. Besides, her entire club of mediocre losers who wave swords like tree twigs are much worse. They have no hope whatsoever. Toka was getting annoyed, and she was especially mad when the woman insulted her fellow club members, so she bluntly said to the 2 rude women, listen you don't know anything about kendo. My club members and I have practiced and refined our skills for months, so if you think we're bad then I guess you're much worse. After all, that large chest of yours will cause you so much back pain that you won't be able to hold a sword. You'll fall forward and look like a total idiot. Everyone tried to contain their laughter from what Toka said to the woman. Toka rolled her eyes at the women before turning around and eating her food, but the first woman suddenly punched Toka in the face. Bash! The whole crowd of onlookers went silent. They didn't expect such vulgar behavior from a woman when she is being watched by many people. Toka was feeling pain in her cheek. She got angry and furiously asked the woman what her problem was. Toka, hey, what the fuck is your problem? Woman 1, my problem? No, you're the one who has issues here. You think you're so good. I challenge you to a sparring match. Toka, you wanna go? I'll teach you not to insult my friends with whom I have trained for a long time. Prepare yourself, you bitch. She hastily tossed the bamboo sword to the woman and gestured her towards an empty spot. The woman followed Toka while her accomplice watched alongside the audience of curious onlookers. Toka assumed a fighting stance and was ready to go all out. The woman also did the same, and prepared herself to spar. Toka charged at her and swung her sword hard against the woman, who surprisingly managed to block the strike easily. Toka slid backwards to create some distance between her and the woman. The woman quickly closed in Toka and unleashed a fury of powerful and consecutive strikes at Toka. She barely managed to dodge all of them and was narrowly managed to keep herself untouched. Toka observed the woman's movements and formulated a plan within her head. Toka, this bitch is actually quite good. Her offense and defense are great. But I'm better. I'll lure her in and take her out when she has her guard down. Toka took several steps forward and performed a few lateral strikes at the woman, and finished her flurry of attack A with a clean vertical hit. The woman was fast enough to take a step to the side and dodge the attack. The woman went on the offense and charged towards Toka. But Toka moved backwards and was already prepared to strike again. When the woman was close enough, Toka sent a powerful sword thrust to her stomach. The woman recoiled in pain and stumbled backwards. But it only took her a few seconds to recover from the attack. Toka was shocked by this, but she maintained her focus and was still ready to fight. Woman 1, ugh, enough of this nonsense. You're nothing, take this. The woman charged at Toka for another strike, but this time, the woman was much faster and delivered a nasty strike to Toka's shoulder, followed by a kick to her shin. Toka yelped in pain and fell forward onto the ground. While she was feeling intense pain in her shoulder and leg, the woman took advantage of her weakness and kicked Toka from behind. Then, the woman used her bamboo sword and delivered multiple painful blows to Toka's back. Each time Toka tried to get back up, the woman stomped on her hands and legs to keep her pinned to the floor. Finally, the woman bent down and grabbed Toka's hair. She smashed her face many times into the ground before the woman got up and kicked her head. Toka was feeling so much pain throughout her entire body. She had sustained many serious bruises to her back. Her shoulder was dislocated, and her nose was broken and bleeding non-stop. But worst of all, she felt humiliated and ashamed. Not only was she unable to protect her club member's name from being slandered by this woman, but by being defeated in such a humiliating manner, the public's perception of her image was ruined. Toka wept quietly as she felt everything crumbling down. She turned her eyes to see the two women arguing. Although Toka couldn't hear them, she could still barely make out their conversation. Woman 1, pathetic. I told you, you're nothing. You have no talent. You're just a weakling and a loser. Just quit already. You don't stand a chance against anybody in this world. Woman 2, hey, that's enough. Listen, I know we've all been trying hard to find a replacement, but she doesn't know anything. Can't you at least show some mercy? What in the world has gotten into you, Zenobia? Woman 1, Irina, listen, this is how things have been for the past 17 years. Issei is irreplaceable, and I'm frustrated at how we keep encountering weak losers and not worthy individuals who can be as good as Issei. I'm just letting off some steam and telling this girl that she can't accomplish shit in life because it's the truth. Woman 2, why do you have to be so harsh on random people who don't know anything about the supernatural? She's just a regular girl. Toka couldn't make out the rest of their conversation after that, and she fell unconscious due to her head injuries. After a while, Toka awoke, discovering herself lying on a bed in the school's sick bay. She had several bandages on her head and her back was in a lot of pain. Toka was however able to sit upright, but standing up was a much bigger issue. She had to use crutches to help her walk. Toka stayed in the sick bay for about 2 hours before the pain had eased slightly. She walked out slowly of the sick bay, only to find the entire kendo club waiting outside. Toka asked, "Hey, what happened? Where did those women go?" Student 1, after you had passed out, the two women left still arguing with each other. We had actually noticed you fell unconscious when we saw you weren't moving after a while. Toka, is that so? Well, thanks guys, I couldn't have. Student 2, hold on a moment, we weren't finished. You tried to play the hero and tried to personally teach that lady a lesson. But in the end you got your ass kicked by some random shit talker hoe. We heard the murmurs and whispers of the crowd. They said you were a disappointment, and that maybe you weren't as great as people thought. Many people left the festival after that. It's now only a few students, teachers, and parents left. Not to mention, there were also reporters who captured defeat with their cameras. I don't think you're gonna last long. Some students were even bad-mouthing you and were planning to punish you for screwing up. Student 3. So do us all a favor and never show your disgraceful face around us ever again. Don't try talking to the teachers, they are also on board with us. Toka, huh? What are you talking about? Guys, we're friends, right? After everything we've been through and being your leader for so long, this is how all. Punch. One of Toka's fellow Kendo club members had delivered an uppercut to her stomach, which caused her to fall onto the ground and feel a lot of pain. Student 1. Didn't you just hear us, bitch? We're done with you. If you stick around, then we'll also have to share your humiliation. Fuck off and don't approach any of us ever again. With that, the entire Kendo club left her groaning in pain on the floor. Toka felt as if she had been thrown away and abandoned. She watched on as her entire club walked further away from her. Not a single one had turned back towards her. She felt dejected and began to cry without anybody coming and helping her. Toka spent the next 10 minutes feeling heartbroken. All she wanted to do now was just go home. So with her remaining strength, she managed to pull herself up and started walking towards the exit. It was tough walking all the way home, but Toka somehow managed to make it back without falling or struggling. She knocked on her door and her parents opened it for her. But they didn't open the door all the way, they just opened it wide enough for both of them to stick their upper bodies out and talk to Toka. Toka's dad. Get lost, Toka. You are a disgrace to our family. How could you let yourself get beaten by that lady? You were a champion who defeated every single opponent that stood in her way. And you end up disappointing us like this. You're no daughter of mine. I guess you're just a glutton who only loves to eat. You're no longer welcome in this house until you make up for this nonsense. Toka's mom. He's right, sweetie. I thought I raised and trained you to be better. But it seems like I've failed as your mother. Please don't call me mom ever again. I'm ashamed to have given birth to a screw-up who only cares about eating. Every word that her parents said to her was like a javelin impaling her in the heart. Toka thought that her parents would be more understanding, but they had just kicked her out like that. When her parents closed the door, Toka couldn't even believe it. Not only her friends had completely turned their backs on her, but her parents now didn't care about her. She was all alone now and had nobody else to turn to. For the next few weeks, Toka drifted on the streets with insufficient food and water, not to mention a lack of shelter. Although she did continue going to school, it didn't last long as her schoolmates were quick to bully her physically and mentally. Toka's desk was vandalized, they placed bugs in her locker, students cyber-bullied her online. There was once where a group of students brutally beat her up, before dunking cold water on her and locking her up in a sports closet for the entire school day. All the bullying took a massive toll on her well-being, and Toka eventually stopped coming to school. One day, she was sitting against a wall in the middle of a disgusting alley, with sunlight pouring from the sky and lighting up the area for all to see the heaps of trash and swarms of rodents infesting the alley. Toka thought to herself, maybe I should have thought about it thoroughly. If I hadn't played the hero back then, none of this would have happened. I feel so stupid. I truly am the worst. She felt regretful for her actions that day, and wanted to turn back the clock to reverse her mistakes. Hey, you there. Someone had called out to Toka from the sidewalk connected to the alley. She turned to see who it was and saw two girls standing at the entrance of the alley looking at her. They got closer to her and stood in front of Toka. Girl 1, you alright there? You look pretty messed up right now. Need some help? Girl 2, concern. Are you okay? Toka never met these girls before and wanted to know why they approached her. Toka, who are you? Why did you come here? Girl 1, oh, my bad. The name's Kagoe Yamai, the marvelous leader of the Tengu City Sanctuary for Girls. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Kagoe bowed to Toka after introducing herself. Girl 2, introduction. My name is Yuzuru Yamai. Nice to meet you. I am also the leader of the Tengu City Home for Girls. Apologies, Kagoe loves to exaggerate a lot, so I will be her translator if you don't understand anything. Toka, hi there, my name is Toka Yatagami. I've recently dropped out of school and was kicked out of my house, so I have nowhere to go and am currently living on the streets. Kagoe, is that the case? Well then, it's your lucky day. How would you like to be taken into our domain of tranquility and hospitality? We've got stocks of food and rooms with warm beds for one to use. Just say the word and we'll gladly lead you out of your suffering and towards your salvation. Yuzuru, translation. Would you like to stay at our girls' home? You will have your basic needs to get by. Do you accept? Toka was shocked by their offer, but she was tired of starving every day and living a hard life on the streets without a roof over her head. So naturally, she immediately took up the offer. Toka, yes, please, anything. I just want my life to be back to normal. The Yamai sisters looked at each other before nodding their heads. Yuzuru pulled Toka up and helped her walk towards the home. Kaguya gestured them to follow behind as she would lead the way. Kaguya, alright then, follow my lead. We, the Yamai sisters who are the gatekeepers and overseers of our peaceful and beautiful sanctuary, we shall descend from the heavens and lend you a helping hand to bring you out of this miserable and cruel predicament to a much better place. Keep following me and you shall eventually be free. Yuzuru said to Toka, assurance, things will get better. It may take a while for you to adjust to the environment, but I think you will enjoy your stay there. The trio walked for some distance before they arrived at a 5-story building with Victorian-era designs. There were at least 10 rooms for each floor. The girls entered the building and saw the receptionist sitting at a counter. The receptionist was a woman in her mid-30s who looked pretty stressed. Not a single sigh of positivity was shown. She wore casual clothing which included a red sweater, blue jeans, and a pair of sneakers. The receptionist also wore a pair of glasses. Kaguya, Ms. Kiryu, we have another lost soul who seeks refuge in our sanctuary. Please, let her stay here, we beg of you. The receptionist took a look at Toka, spent a few seconds staring at her in a judgmental way. Eventually, she took out a white keycard from the drawer and gave it to Kaguya. Kaguya, this, right here, is a magic card imbued with highly advanced technological magic which is used to access the gates of the sanctuary. It is also the key to your own private abode on the 4th floor. Without it, your access to this place will be denied. Yuzuru, instruction, here is a keycard to your room and the front gate. Don't lose it as getting it replaced is a real headache. You wouldn't want to anger Ms. Kiryu, she's the one in charge of this home. She always looks gloomy, but I don't know why. Anyway, we'll show you to your room first. After that, take a shower in the bathing room on the 2nd floor and meet us on the 4th floor where the dining hall is at 6 p.m. The Yamai sisters led Toka to the elevator and up to her room. They walked through the hallway and made it to the last room at the end of the corridor. Toka used her keycard and opened the door and saw a small room with just a desk, bed, window, and lots of dust particles floating in the air. Kaguya, whoa, looks like an entire army of dust has colonized the fine interior of this room. Yuzuru, bring out the dust vanquisher. Let's send every last of these filthy particles into the swirling vortex of doom. Diffusion and particle speed ain't gonna save them from their demise. Yuzuru, agreement, got it. I'll get the vacuum cleaner and some cleaning supplies. The two of you wait there, we'll clean the room together. Yuzuru returned to the room with an entire cart of cleaning supplies. The girls spent half an hour getting rid of all the dust and removing all the fabrics and sent them to the laundry room. At last, Toka's new room was now clean. She walked inside and opened the window, inhaling a huge breath of fresh air. Toka, this feels great. It almost feels like I'm back home. Thanks girls, thanks for taking me in. Kaguya, don't mention it. My sister and I were in a grave situation back then, and we were lucky to have found this place and lived in it for almost 5 years. Yuzuru, agreement. Kaguya is right, we're just happy to help. Anyway, here's some spare clothes. Take a shower and meet us at the dining hall. Got it. We will introduce you to the other girls here. Although, they might be a little hard to get along with. Toka, yep, I'll see you there. I really want to take a shower now. It was by a stroke of luck that Toka managed to receive a helping hand from a pair of sisters whom she just met today. She felt grateful that someone had cared for her when nobody else was around. Now, she could relax for a bit before deciding on what she should do next for her future. Flashback and continuation of texting. Shido, Toka, I'm so sorry you had to go through all that. I never imagined that your life before coming to Rahizen High School was this difficult. Toka, it's fine, Shido. That was almost a year ago now. I've been introduced to the other girls at the home, but none of them seem to want to include me, which is why Kaguya and Yuzuru have been my only somewhat friends for my whole time at this place. They are always busy talking with each other for hours and they never come out. The only time I talk with them is with lunch or if I happen to bump into them. Shido, I see. Well, are you happy with your life as it is right now? Toka, I'm glad that I've met you. My life has gotten happier after I met you. Shido, no problem. As a friend of yours, I'm just doing my best to look out for you. Let's talk more tomorrow at school, okay? Toka, alright, let's talk tomorrow. End of texting. Shido felt happy talking to Toka. It really seemed like he was genuinely important to someone and that every word he said mattered. He wanted to improve his friendship with Toka, since she really enjoyed being around him and appreciated his company. While Shido was busy sorting out his thoughts, his parents were out in the city trying to track down the men who loitered around their house and eliminate them. Scene break. Tengu's City Commercial District, 11:30 p.m. David, those 3 men are in that mall over there, 3rd floor, sitting by the window. I can positively identify those individuals as the loiterers around our house earlier this evening. He pointed towards a mall located by a busy road junction. Rain looked at the direction he was pointing and saw 3 men with another woman sitting at a table by the window on the 3rd floor. As soon as she spotted them, Rain gestured David to quickly follow along and dashed towards the mall. The duo entered it and found very little people inside. After all, it was a weekday, and most people would be back at home resting and preparing for the next day. They took this opportunity to rush up the escalators and close in on the mysterious men's location. David and Rain arrived in front of a cafe with no customers except for one table which had 4 people sitting at it. There were 3 men and 1 woman all wearing formal attire chatting amongst themselves and not paying attention to anything else. They walked in and pretended to be customers and sat by a table close to them so that they could hear their conversation. The group didn't notice the couple sitting close to them as they were very absorbed in their own personal business. David and Rain observed the group sitting by the table and took note of all their appearances. All of them were foreigners and not from Japan. The one who seemed to be talking the most was the woman. She was busy ranting at the men while they tried to interject into her speech but failed. Jessica, what do you mean? You weren't sure? Barnes, I'm currently under pressure from my superiors because you haven't been doing shit for 4 years. Care to explain why you hesitated this time? Barnes, well, Ms. Bailey, perhaps I should have been honest with you from the beginning. Frankly, no, we think that this mission is a bunch of bullshit. The existence of supernatural entities is still something that people are still debating till this day. I joined D.E.M. Industries along with Campbell and Donovan because we thought we were supposed to be saving the world and making it a better place, not hunting down and capturing some random boy that you see as supernatural. I still can't wrap my head around it. How am I supposed to believe that these scanners and radars can allegedly detect supernatural signatures? Jessica, fine, you think your mission is a bunch of bullshit. Then get the fuck out of my sight. You too, Donovan. You too, Campbell. You 3 are fired. I'll take care of Shido Murasame by myself. She stood up and pointed towards the exit, demanding that her subordinates leave at once. The 3 men simply looked at each other. Before getting up and leaving, Jessica sat down on her chair and was breathing heavily. David and Rain listened and noted down all the key points from the conversation, coming to the conclusion that supernatural forces were out to harm Shido. As his parents, they felt it was their responsibility to take down whatever was coming his way while keeping him safe from all the fighting. They telepathically communicated with each other to decide their next course of action. David, what do we do now? Should we take this opportunity and interrogate the woman? Rain, no, we go for the 3 men. You still have their energy signatures, right? We will follow them down to a secluded area without many people around. Then, we silently take them out and interrogate them to get as much information as we can. We will leave the woman here and let her do her own thing. She is free to do whatever she wants, but we need to stop her plans while staying undetected and unsuspected. Besides, there are cameras in this cafe, and we must behave like normal people in public. If this D.E.M. Industries has a keen interest in supernatural beings and plans on capturing them for any reason at all, we will be putting targets on our backs and getting Shido involved in this mess if we confront the woman who might alert her company. The men don't seem to know much, but I think they might at least have some useful intel on them. David, alright, got it. Let's move now before those men get too far. They quickly left while Jessica was still gazing into air and not paying any attention to them. They quickly sneaked out of the cafe and followed the men's energy signatures again. It took a few minutes until they were in sight. The 3 men who were working for Jessica were strolling around and talking to each other. David and Rain walked a few meters behind them and waited for the perfect opportunity to strike. They followed them for almost half an hour until they reached a dark street with nobody around but a few street lamps dimly lighting up the area. Now they thought that the time was opportune to get some answers out of the men. Rain, Einsaf, Prisma Keter. Rain used one of her powers to trap the men in a small pocket dimension. The men freaked out when the space in front of them was converting into glass and encircling the entire area they were standing in. Eventually, the glass conversion stopped, and the men saw that they were in a glass dimension just as big as a room. They turned around and saw a red-haired man and a gray-haired woman standing behind them with expressions of animosity. Campbell was scared and shouted in fear, What the heck is going on? Who are you and what are you doing? He freaked out as he saw Rain and David approaching them slowly. Rain, all I just want is answers from you. Tell me what is D.E.M. Industries and why are they coming for my son? She spoke calmly as she got closer to the men. Barnes, stay back, you witch! Your tricks won't work on me. I'll kill you. He whipped out a pistol from his jacket. Rain, you think so? Barnes, why yeah. So take one more step and I'll put a bullet through your splat. From one wall of the glass room, a rainbow beam emerged and pierced through Barnes' shoulder, and created a hole through it with smoke rising out. Lots of blood was also coming out, and Barnes feels to his knees. Barnes, my shoulder. What are you, you monster, splat. Another rainbow beam came from the wall and shot through Barnes' thigh. Even more blood was bleeding out of the hole the beam had created when it shot through his thigh. Campbell and Donovan could only cower in fear as the mysterious couple got closer to them and remained stoic the whole time. Barnes, shit. Okay, fine. I'll tell you what I know. David, speak human, or you shall face even worse consequences than this. Tell us everything you know about this plot. Barnes, huff. Alright, first of all, I only joined D.E.M. Industries as a meteorologist. I was also a soldier back in the UK. Military experience is a mandatory requirement for anybody wanting to join D.E.M. Industries regardless of the position. I was told by my interviewer that this job would only require me to keep an eye on weather anomalies in my assigned area, which happened to be here in Tengus City, but after only 3 years of working at D.E.M., I was suddenly given a weird task. David, what kind of task? Barnes, this task where we were instructed to capture a target and bring them back to our main headquarters. Rain, you mean to tell me that your assignment was kidnapping my son away from my husband and I? Why? Barnes, for some context, the original instruction of the assignment was, find an individual whose inner aura surpasses that of a god. At first, my teammates and I were pretty confused by this task, but we decided to do it anyway. We were given special scanners and radars which are told to allegedly detect anomalies in a human body. Once we discovered that the radars and scanners went haywire when we scanned your son, we decided that he would be our target. But I felt something was wrong. There's no way the supernatural exists. That's why I hesitated for 4 years to capture your son. I'm sorry, but that's all I know. David, who was the motherfucker who gave you this fucked up mission? Who's the boss of D.E.M. Industries? Barnes, the one who assigned this mission and also supervised it was my superior, Jessica Bailey. As for the main figure in charge of all worldwide operations of D.E.M. Industries, he is Isaac Westcott. He gives commands and orders to all personnel and workers who work for him. David, Jessica Bailey, does she happen to be the one you talked with at the cafe? Barnes, correct. David, where's this Isaac Westcott guy? Barnes, I have no idea. I think it's London, since it's the main headquarters there. But I've been there multiple times and have never seen his face. Rain, you sure you aren't lying to us? Barnes, no, I swear. I really don't know where he is, Mr. Westcott always keeps his location and whereabouts private. The only people who knows where he is are the people in his inner circle. Rain, you know any of them? Barnes, that will be difficult to answer, since they are using fake names or never appear at all. I wonder if some of these individuals actually exist. But I do know one name, and that's Mr. Westcott's right hand, Ellen Mira Mathers. As soon as Barnes said the name of the person who is close to Westcott, Rain was shocked by who this person was. But she regained her focus and continued interrogating. Rain, where is Ellen Mathers? Barnes, no clue. She has been gone for 2 years now and has left no clue about where she is. If you have any other questions, I'm afraid to let you know that I don't have any more answers. This is all I know about anything associated with D.E.M. Industries. David, I guess that means you are no longer of use to us, then, fine. Ray-chan, let's go home. We've got all the answers we need so far. We will do research on D.E.M. Industries and see if we can get any useful information out of it. Rain, fine. She created an exit out of the glass room and both of them left. But before Rain walked away, she used one final move on the D.E.M. Industries workers to hide any evidence of this encounter from anybody part of the organization. Einsaf, Tsiva Magrisa. The glass room closed again, and this time, many beams of light in different colors turned into lasers and pierced through the bodies of the 3 men. The lasers kept coming and continued to fill up the room with deadly streaks of erosive light. Finally, the lasers all started glowing brightly and exploded into an array of different shades and colors. The smoke cleared and there was nothing left. Their bodies had been disintegrated out of existence. David and Rain walked home together with their minds still trying to sort out all the information they had been given. But Rain had one worry on her mind and it was really stressing her out. For now, they decided to go home and sleep for the day. Time skip. Raha's in high school 8 a.m. Shido had arrived at school and was looking forward to meeting Toka again today. Coincidentally, Toka had also bumped into Shido at the school gate. Toka was especially excited when she saw the 6 boxes of bentos in Shido's hands. They greeted each other warmly before they made their way to class together. But when they entered, the duo was met with an unexpected surprise. Shido and Toka walked in as usual. Only difference this time was that their classmates looked at them with confusion and skepticism. Some girls were giggling excitedly as they assumed Shido and Toka were already dating. Some boys were growling in jealousy, as Shido had gotten a girlfriend before any of them did. But what was most surprising was that one classmate, Origami Tabichi, was looking very angry today. She was staring daggers at Toka and clenching her fist. Shido, did we do something wrong? He turned to Toka to ask what she thought, but he turned to find Toka trembling in fear for no reason. She took a few steps backwards and hugged onto Shido's arm. Shido, Toka, is everything alright? What's happened to you? Toka, this feeling, the feeling where everybody is staring at you and judging you. It feels like 10 months ago. I want to leave. Before she could finish, Shido hugged her back. He said to her in a calm and reassuring voice, "It's alright, Toka. I know these people. They would never harm you. But if they do, I'll protect you and take every hit for you. I promise that nobody will be able to hurt you again. Trust me, things are going to be different this time around." Toka didn't expect Shido to suddenly hug her and say something like that in front of many people, but she felt her nerves calm down a little and decided to stay in class. Toka, thanks, Shido. I really appreciate that, and I will never forget it. She hugged Shido back to reciprocate his kind gesture. However, Origami couldn't contain her anger anymore and exploded in rage and jealousy. Origami marched up to Shido and scolded him for not noticing her feelings for him. Origami, Shido, you are an idiot. For 2 years I have been giving hints and you've never noticed. How could you date this transfer student whom you just met when you have me? Shido was flabbergasted, not expecting a sudden confession from another girl. He said, huh? You what? There's no way I'm believing that. I've never even talked to you once. I don't even know you that well. And what hints are you talking about? You always look so calm and emotionless. Origami, you mean you didn't notice? I kept staring at you for hours during school hours, but you never looked back at me. Shido, well then there it is. The reason I never picked up your hints was because I never even looked at you once. Origami, no excuses. I don't care if you have a girlfriend now. I have always liked you since last year and I am not letting my feelings go to waste. She proceeded to hug Shido's left arm. Shido, what? No, it doesn't work like that. Besides, Toka is just a friend. There's nothing romantic going on behind us. Origami, then why did you go on a date at the mall and the park yesterday? And what was that promise about running away somewhere far away from civilization? From the looks of it, you two are definitely dating. Don't lie to me. I followed you the whole time and took pictures and recorded everything. Shido, we were just hanging out. And why did you follow me the whole afternoon? Are you really that jealous? Why do you even like me in the first place? I've never talked to you. Origami, incorrect. You did talk to me. Remember at the beginning of the first year? I was lost in the school building. Many students walked past me and didn't even notice I was looking troubled. But then you helped me out and gave me directions to my destination. From that point, I wanted to know you more. Because out of that entire crowd of students, you were the only one who stepped up and gave me assistance. You can tell when a woman is feeling distressed by simply looking at her facial expression. I like that about you. Shido, wait. That's the reason. I just gave you directions because helping others is the right thing to do. That's a pretty lame reason to like someone. Don't mistake kindness for affection. Origami, anybody can love someone else for very small reasons. Now don't be shy. We're a couple now, so we'll eventually need to warm up to each other. Meanwhile, Toka was feeling very angry about what she was seeing and loudly complained about Origami's behavior. Toka, what are you doing? Get your hands off Shido. She pulled Origami out of the hug with Shido and separated the both of them. Toka continued, can't you see that Shido doesn't like it? You've never even talked to him once and you're already claiming him as your boyfriend without a confession. Origami, this doesn't concern you. He just met you yesterday, so you have no right to lecture me about personal space and relationships. I know all about Shido, you don't. Toka, no, enough. Leave my friend alone and don't come near him ever again. Come on, Shido, let's get out of here. She grabbed onto Shido's arm and brought him to their respective desks, while keeping an eye on Origami. The class was feeling mixed emotions about the scuffle they witnessed. All of them had different opinions, but Shido and Toka didn't care. They just wanted to carry on class as usual and tried their best to forget about what Origami said, although Shido was still shocked that he received a confession from a girl who barely talked to him. The time for class to start had come. Many students were already seated at their desks and were waiting for the lesson to begin. The lesson now was English, and the students were waiting for their usual teacher to come in. It didn't take long for her to enter the classroom. "Hello everyone, allow me to introduce to you one of my teachers. Her name is Ellen Mathers. She is my English teacher, and she is from England. MS. Mathers has been teaching English to my class since first year. MS. Okamine has always been the popular teacher among my class because we always enjoy watching her complain about not having a husband. It's pretty funny sometimes. MS. Mathers, on the other hand, is the second most popular teacher because she is considered really hot by my classmates. Many boys would whisper among themselves, daring each other to go ask MS. Mathers out for a date. Even I had a small crush on MS. Mathers. The girls would always be stunned by her beauty, and always compared her appearance to that of a fashion model. But personally, I just see MS. Mathers as just my English teacher. Nothing special about her, although, throughout my 2 years in her class, I always noticed MS. Mathers looking at me with a deadpan expression. I never knew why, but she makes me nervous whenever she stares at me without any reason. Please don't tell me she likes me for a lame reason and is trying to give me really subtle hints that I would never get. I don't want to deal with another Origami. But there's no way that's possible. I'm a student while she is my teacher. It will be very wrong if she liked me. From what I heard, MS. Mathers is good friends with my mom since they are both teachers who work in the same faculty room. She actually came to my house once for a friendly visit to hang out with my mom. Anyway, back to the story. Ellen stood in front of the class and they greeted her like usual. Since exams were already over, there wasn't much for the class to do, so Ellen decided to let the class do what they wanted on the condition that they wouldn't get too rowdy. She sat at her desk and thought about work. Ellen, it has been almost 2 years since I have been stationed here to assist Bailey. How has she not made a move to capture the boy? I have been observing him for a long time and my scanners tell me that Shido is our intended target. Ugh, Bailey, you're pathetic. This is why I doesn't pay attention to you. You always hesitate to achieve your assigned objectives and you lag behind the rest of us. To hell with it. I will capture that boy by myself. I already have tons of personnel on standby in Tengus City, so why not send a few to capture him? It's not like Ike will get mad at me. I'm just finishing up a task that has been long overdue for years. She had been looking at Shido this whole time while thinking about her assignment from her boss. Ellen decided to finally take decisive action and complete the task her colleague couldn't finish. It's about time we make some progress. Shido Murasame, you will be the key to solving our problem. Rahazan High School, Tuesday 12:20 p.m. It was lunchtime for the students. Shido and Toka decided to eat on the top floor, which was an open-air rooftop with a big space for students to do whatever they wanted. They decided to eat there because they wanted to avoid the awkward stares from their classmates who would gossip and stir up rumors about them. Shido brought all the bentos up and split them among him and Toka. For the miso soup, Shido brought a big thermal flask for the both of them to share from. She would eat 5 of them while he would eat 1. Toka was already eager to eat the bentos since she came to school. So, when Shido said, "Let's eat," she immediately opened the first bento and gobbled down on the food. Toka happily commented on the food, saying, "Wow, this tastes super good. Tell your mom that I said thanks. I've never tasted something so great before." Shido, "Sure. I'll also make sure to make more bentos for us tomorrow. My mom once worked in a local restaurant for a few years and became a master at cooking, but she quit and moved on to another job." Toka, "No wonder why the food is great. Your mom must have lots of experience and skills to make this masterpiece." While they ate and chat together, Origami was watching them from a neighboring building's window, which gave her an unobstructed view of them. She was holding her phone and recording the entire thing. "Origami, Toka Yatagami, I'll make sure you stay out of my way. Shido is mine and you stole him from me. I'll show the entire class your little date on the roof. Look at you, you say you're just friends, yet you act so girly and chummy with him." She kept her eyes fixated on Shido and Toka, not realizing that many students and teachers had walked past her and were feeling a little scared and concerned about what she said out loud. Origami didn't care, as all she wanted to achieve was to break up Shido and Toka when there's not even any romance between them. While she was filming, Origami's phone also captured on film a certain undercover English teacher looking out from a window towards the roof at another neighboring building while making a call. Origami, MS, Mathers, what's she doing? She was very confused why her English teacher would also be observing Shido and Toka eating lunch on the roof. For some reason, Origami thought of the least probable reason for Ellen to be also secretly watching Shido. Origami, is Mathers in love with Shido as well? Shit, I gotta make sure I turn her attention away from him. She stopped recording and immediately dashed towards the window Ellen was standing at. As she approached, Origami turned left from a corner and caught a glimpse of Ellen by the window. This prompted Origami to quickly hide behind the corner to see what Ellen was up to. Like any other jealous girl, Origami assumed Ellen would be secretly filming Shido like she was doing just now, but what she heard had shocked her. Ellen, on phone. The target is completely vulnerable right now. There is currently no unwanted interference which may become aware of this operation. Move now. Remember to lure them out, then kill the girl and capture the boy. This assignment is way overdue, and Mr. Westcott is very furious about it. She hung up and started walking away. Origami was wondering what that could possibly mean, but she was worried. She had a feeling that Shido was in danger, so she instinctively rushed towards the roof to protect Shido to the best of her ability. Origami ran through the halls and watched Shido through the window to make sure he was alright. By the time she got to the door leading to the roof, Origami heard some footsteps rushing up the stairs quickly. She hid behind the railing of the stairs which concealed her presence from whoever was approaching. The footsteps got louder and louder. Eventually, Origami could feel the people who were rushing up the stairs right behind the railing she was hiding behind. They stopped and started talking to each other. Male voice. So you guys ready? Remember, Shido Murasame must be captured alive and unharmed. Kill the girl and hide her body. Ready, on the count of 3. Origami peeked her head out and saw 5 men dressed in bulletproof vests and combat uniforms leaning against the door. One of them was gripping onto the door handle, as if he was ready to swing it open. Behind him were 4 others all holding rifles. Her heart jumped as she realized what was going to happen. When she saw the man turn the door handle, Origami jumped out of hiding. Then she lunged towards the men and performed a low sweeping kick to take down the first man. Arg! The first man fell backwards and his head hit the floor. Then, Origami performed a slamming kick on his head to deal serious damage. She quickly snatched his rifle out of his hands and struck his head again with the butt of the rifle. The other 4 men turned around and saw Origami holding one of their comrades' rifles. The second man was about to point his rifle and neutralize Origami, but she roundhouse kicked the rifle to the side and lunged towards the man and delivered a knife-hand jab to his eye. The second man fell to his knees and let go of his rifle to use his hands to cover his injured eye. The third and fourth man started shooting at Origami, but she pulled the second man's body and shielded herself with it. The bulletproof vest he was wearing managed to save her from getting shot. The 2 men who were shooting Origami immediately stopped shooting when they saw their friend getting shot by them. They hesitated to move for a bit, which gave Origami the opportunity to appear from the side of the body and shoot both men in the forehead and killing them both. Finally, the 5th man had taken out a pistol and pointed it towards Origami. He was horrified that a regular schoolgirl had just taken out 4 of his men, and was nervous whether he would actually make it out alive. His hand was trembling as his finger rested the trigger. Man 5, wait, stop. What are you? You're just a schoolgirl. How did you do all of that? No normal human would still be expressionless after killing other people. What are you exactly? Bang! Origami shot the man dead and threw aside the rifle she used. She looked around and saw bodies lying motionless and blood flowing out of them. She was deciding on what to do next, but suddenly, the roof doors opened. Luckily, Origami heard the sound of the doors opening first, and rushed down the flight of stairs and hid in a place out of sight from anyone. Shido, what were those gunshots? What happened here? Toka was screaming at the top of her lungs with fear. She almost puked, but managed to hold it in with some effort. Shido quickly rushed to Toka and hugged her closely. He covered her eyes so she wouldn't see the dead bodies which were bloody and riddled with bullets. They heard someone coming up the stairs and looked to see who it was, still trying their best to pretend they didn't see the bodies right in front of them. From the stairs below came Origami, who was looking very tense. She looked at Shido and Toka and told them to stay still. She tiptoed around the bodies so that no blood got on her shoes. Once she reached them, she gestured them to keep quiet and follow her outside onto the roof. The 2 complied but hesitantly staggered towards Origami. They stood by a wall next to the roof door and Origami closed it tight. Shido decided to ask what was going on in a frantic and scared voice. Shido, Origami, what the fuck was? Origami placed her hand on Shido's mouth and shushed, telling him to keep quiet. Then, she told Shido what happened in a serious tone. Origami, Shido, those men you saw just now were sent to capture you by Mathers. I overheard her ordering for you to be kidnapped and for Toka to be killed. Shido, me, getting kidnapped, MS, Mathers, what the heck is? Origami quickly interjected, Shido, get it together, I just saved you, we need to get out of here right now before MS, Mathers or anybody else sees those pile of bodies. Shido, huff, tell me, why should I believe you? How am I supposed to believe that you killed 5 men armed with guns? Origami, I'll explain once we're in a safer place. Right now, stay here and keep calm. I'll go check if there's anybody around. She tiptoed her way back to the door and peeked her head to see Ellen standing in the middle of the bloody mess that had just occurred. Luckily, Ellen was facing the other way so she didn't notice Origami. Origami quickly hid behind the wall again and gestured Shido and Toka to quietly come to her. They slowly made their way to Origami and asked her what's up. She then told them to peek and see who's behind the door. Shido and Toka, no fucking way. They were totally shocked when they saw their English teacher standing in the middle of the bloody mess with completely no emotion. It made them feel uneasy and anxious about who she really was. Toka, what is going on? I just transferred here, and this kind of thing happens. She was really scared and was questioning her choice of coming to school again, but Toka snapped out of her daze when she saw Ellen about to turn towards her. She barely managed to pull herself behind the wall in time and stopped Ellen from finding out that there were witnesses to this mess. Meanwhile, Ellen was analyzing the scene with concern and was on guard. She never expected someone to thwart the plan when the whole thing was meant to be secret. But Ellen didn't care and took out her phone to make a call. Ellen, hello, yes, it's Mathers. I have some bad news. The plan to capture Shido Murasame was thwarted by someone, and all of the personnel involved were killed by gunfire. I don't see any bloody footprints anywhere. I doubt that the culprit would still be in the school building, and it's a shame that there are no cameras here to identify them. I want a total of 30 troops to search for perpetrator in a search radius of at least 2 kilometers from the school. They couldn't have gotten far, and I think we can get them. As for Shido Murasame, gather 3 wizards for the job. I bet the perpetrator might have planned to protect him, and I don't believe they can survive 3 powerful individuals with magic powers. Anyway, get going, no failures this time. With that, Ellen began to walk down the stairs and left the vicinity. Origami was having an internal panic attack. She thought to herself, wait, wizards? If she meant that kind of wizards, then I fear that we don't stand a chance against them as of now. I'd better convince Shido and Toka to get on my side so that they don't get harmed. Origami turned to Shido and said, see? I told you I was right. Don't tell me that you don't believe me when you just heard all the evidence and proof. Shido and Toka were still trying to process everything they experienced just now. However, there was no way they could deny what they saw and heard. So, they tried their best to calm down by taking deep breaths. It took a few minutes for them to fully settle down before discussing about Ellen. Shido, okay, so this is happening. Toka is apparently under the threat of assassination and I am apparently ordered to be kidnapped. By order of our English teacher. Did I get that right? Origami, correct. You know, I used to work for a shady company which most likely ordered those men to carry out those orders. Since I know them well, I know how they operate and how they probably plan to strike again. I suggest skipping school early and coming to my place where they won't suspect a thing. Without saying anything else, Origami dashed off towards the stairs. Shido and Toka wanted to ask something, but Origami continued to run away. So, they decided to follow her. They carefully made their way around the bodies and quickly caught up to Origami after running down the stairs. Meanwhile, faculty room. Rain had just drunk a 6th cup of coffee to keep herself awake. She was on her computer busy researching Industries to find out what kind of business this company does. After a few quick searches on the internet, Rain learned that they are a company that specializes in analyzing environmental conditions of different places around the world. But what she found strange is that this company, which is focused on the environment, is that anybody must have prior military experience, meaning that anybody who was successful in getting hired by Industries knows how to fight. Rain thought to herself, different places around the world, you say? That means that they are an international company with many regional headquarters in many parts of the world, and according to online reviews and reports, not a single person has quit the company. This would in turn mean that they have millions of employees who are secretly foot soldiers like those 3 men we interrogated the other day. This is a massive force we're dealing with. According to the data, there are over 100 million employees working for Industries. Assuming that one employee is one soldier, then we are the biggest army in not only the world, but in history too. And not to mention what kind of technology they possess. If they can hide hundreds of legions across the world, who knows what kind of equipment they possess. Sigh. Ellen, we've been friends for 2 years since you came to teach at this school. I really hope you are not doing any shady business with this company. Suddenly, Rain heard some loud sounds from somewhere within the school. She got out of her chair and ran out of the faculty room to see what was going on. She looked left and right and saw students also coming out of their classrooms with very confused and worried expressions. The first thing she decided to do was look for her son. Rain ran to Shido's classroom and tried to find him as soon as possible. Rain called out for her son, "Son, where are you? Are you alright?" She looked around the classroom but could not find him anywhere. The students looked confused and one of them decided to ask Rain who she was looking for. "Tanamachi, Ms. Murasame, but you're looking for your son. I'm sorry, but what's his name?" "Rain, it's Shido Murasame. I'm his mother who teaches here." The students were shocked at this revelation. Throughout their whole lives at school, most of them always suspected that Ms. Murasame and Shido were somehow related, but they never expected that they actually were mother and son. Rumors began to quickly spread through the class. "AI, whoa, that's Shido's mom. I didn't know that she was a teacher here. Why didn't he tell us?" Well, maybe he didn't want any of us to tease him for having his mom teach at the same school he goes to. I personally think that he didn't want us to know because he didn't want any boys hitting on her. That is so lame. Rain couldn't stand the whispering and gossiping going around the class and shouted to get everyone's attention. "Rain, excuse me, I'm looking for Shido, where is he?" The whole class immediately shut up after that. "Tanamachi, well, he's on a little lunch date with his girlfriend on the roof. We overheard them planning to eat alone on the roof, so that's why we know." Rain didn't say anything after that and proceeded to leave the class. The students were still surprised that Shido had such a hot mom, and some of the boys began thinking that Rain was much more attractive than Ellen. Meanwhile, Rain was rushing through the halls while in heels. She was making a run for the roof to reach Shido and make sure he was alright. But then, she didn't have to rush anymore since Rain bumped into Origami, Toka, and Shido, who were looking pretty disturbed and uneasy. "Rain, son, there you are." She proceeded to hug him tightly. "Shido, Mom, we need to get out of here, right now. Ms. Mathers is secretly part of some secret organization who plans to kill Toka and capture me." Rain had her suspicions of her friend Ellen being part of a dangerous network, but she didn't want to believe it because she and Ellen have known each other for 2 years. However, she now had to acknowledge the painful truth since Shido had basically confirmed her suspicions. "Rain, Ellen, I can't believe it. Was our friendship just a way for you to get closer to Shido? You will pay for hurting my son." "Toka, Ms. Murasame, are you there? We need to get out of here ASAP." "Rain, oh right, so, where do we go now?" "Origami, my place. I used to work for D.E.M. Industries and they are known for being able to masterfully present a fake facade to the public and hide their true intentions, so I know how to hide a secret base. Let's not waste any more time, a second attack is on the way." With that, Origami continued running. Shido and Toka also decided to keep following her since Origami seemed like the only one who had answers to their predicament. Rain saw them running and decided to follow them as well. Along the way, she decided to contact her husband and tell him to meet them at Origami's place. The four of them managed to leave the school without alerting Ellen. They kept following Origami, who was constantly running forward and not slowing down a bit. They continued to run for 20 minutes until they saw Origami run into a dark alley. Shido was confused at first, but then he remembered that he had a target on his back, so he had no choice but to enter the dark alley as well. Eventually, they reached the end of the alley and Origami was waiting for them at a dead end. Everyone reached the brick wall and waited for the next step. Origami proceeded to remove 2 of the bricks of the wall and revealed a retinal scanner and fingerprint scanner inside. She placed her face against the wall for a few seconds before moving away. Then, she placed her hand on the fingerprint scanner. Suddenly, a trapdoor on the floor opened up and revealed a staircase. "Origami, hurry up, it's down here." She gestured the 3 to follow quickly and ran down the secret stairwell. The 3 didn't hesitate, and continued following Origami into her house, which was a secret base in the middle of a dark alley. Shido and Toka had questions about her personal history, and why she is currently living the life of a student yet has the skills of a deadly military commando. Scene break. Origami's secret base, 12:50 p.m. As everybody entered the secret base, Origami pressed a button by the wall and the trapdoor began to close. They calmed down a bit now that they are hidden away from the public eye, which makes the chances of D.E.M. Industries locating them much harder. Origami's secret base consisted of only 3 rooms. The living quarters, which was basically the kitchen and bedroom, all squished into one room, the bathroom, and a room full of computers and monitors. The entire place was dimly lit, giving the place the atmosphere of an underground secret laboratory. Although Toka and Rain were busy looking around the place, Shido wasted no time in trying to get answers out of Origami. Shido, alright, Origami, tell me everything that is going on here. I want to know the truth. Origami, that's fine. I was just about to tell you everything about D.E.M. and everything that is associated with it, but first, let me tell you all my backstory. So, everybody, listen up. Rain, hold on. I called my husband to meet us here. Don't worry, we can trust him. He doesn't like D.E.M. Industries as well. Origami, you sure? Rain, yes, in fact, we had a little skirmish with them last night. Speaking of them, do you happen to know a woman whose last name is Bailey? She was in charge of the soldiers that were tasked with capturing my son. Origami, oh yes I do. Jessica Bailey was one of the most frustrating people I've ever worked with. I recall Ms. Mathers being the one calling for the attacks on Shido, so I think Ms. Bailey is no longer in charge of the operation. Typical Jessica, always screwing up her tasks. As they were conversing about D.E.M., Rain got a telepathic signal from David who was nearby. David, Ray-chan, I'm detecting your signatures somewhere here, but I don't see you anywhere. Where are you? All I see is a dark alley with dirty brick walls and I have reached a dead end. Did you see my text message? Rain, we're down below. I'll open the door now. Rain turned to Origami and asked her to open the door, but Origami was cautious and decided to ask a few questions first. Origami, how did he find this place? Rain, I texted him the location of this place. I just got a text saying that he's on the surface looking for us. Origami, how did you receive a text message when the walls of this place were designed to block out any network connections? Rain, don't know, maybe the walls aren't strong enough to block out internet connections. Look, although the signal is weak, I'm still able to get service here. She showed her screen to Origami, and it showed that there still was some internet connection in the place. Origami, huh, I guess I'd better upgrade the walls. I can't have D.E.M. Industries tapping into this place and breaching my privacy. I already spent a lot of effort concealing this place into the urban environment. I can't have D.E.M. Industries trying to bust into this place simply because I gave my location away due to a network leak. Anyway, I'll open the door now. She went into the monitor room and pressed a button which enabled the trapdoor to open up and let David enter. He walked in and looked around the place. David looked to the front to see his wife, son, and two other girls looking back at him. David, so, what's going on? You said it was something really urgent, so what's happening? Rain, well, D.E.M. tried to kidnap our son and kill his girlfriend, then they were saved by their classmate who used to work for D.E.M. Industries. I don't know how or why, but that's basically the gist of it. David, what? Origami, pleased to meet you, Mr. Murasame. My name is Origami Tabichi and I am Shido's rightful girlfriend. This girl, Toka Yatagami, is a homewrecker who stole him first. She proceeded to hug Shido's arm, which shocked everybody. Toka, hey, get away from him. She hugged around Shido's other arm and stared daggers at Origami. The two girls were looking at each other with anger and jealousy. Origami, get back. I still haven't forgiven you for getting between us this morning. Besides, why are you hugging around his arm like that? Aren't you just friends? Toka, well, that's... She was blushing madly and struggling to give a response. Origami, so you do like him? Well, in that case, you cannot be his girlfriend since I confessed first. Toka, what? No, I like Shido more than you do, ugly witch. Gasp. Toka was shocked since she just told her true feelings in front of not just Shido, but his parents as well. Shido, what? You like me too, even though we just met yesterday. While the three were squabbling noisily, David was having some uncomfortable flashbacks about his former battle partner and host. David, son, you have a harem, you're so dead. That made everybody keep quiet and not say another word, although Toka and Origami were still clinging on to Shido. David saw this and marched up to them. Then, he forcefully separated the girls from his son and dragged him away. David, listen girls, stay away from my son. I'm not letting him get a harem. And Shido, no girlfriends until you're 18. The two girls tried to retort, but they decided to listen to David as disobeying him could result in their chances of becoming Shido's girlfriend getting destroyed. Finally, everybody had settled down. Origami decided to change the subject and inform everybody of the details pertaining to the current situation. Origami, anyway, I think it's time to focus on the important things now. We have delayed too much. Everybody, listen up, it's time I tell you my story and what I know about D.E.M. Industries. Flashback. 5 years ago, June 7, 2035. Note, in this entire flashback, Origami has long hair, like the alternate timeline Origami after Shido and Kurumi changed the past. My name is Origami Tabichi. Before I joined D.E.M. Industries, I was just an ordinary girl who lived a normal life with loving parents. I was much more expressive and emotional, and I actually had longer hair back then. As far as I can remember, all my life before D.E.M. was filled with happiness and joy. But all of that abruptly ended when I turned 12. My father was killed, and my mother died in a massive fire which engulfed all of Tengiz City on the same day. I still remember when I was only 12. At that time, I was an only child and lived with both of my parents in our house. But all that changed when we received a pair of visitors who tried to take me away from my parents. I still remember their names. Although it was just their first names, I still remember those two bitches who went by the names of Akeno and Koneko. It was a Sunday evening when the sun was setting. My mom was busy preparing dinner while my dad had just gotten home. I was sitting in the living room and taking a nap. He opened the front door and walked into the house. As he was about to close the door, a voice called out to him from the outside to stop. Then, that's when my life was turned upside down. The people who told my father to stop closing the door were a pair of women who seemed very strange to me. One was pretty tall and had long and dark hair tied into a ponytail, but I personally think that her massive breasts made her stand out. This woman was Akeno. The other woman was shorter and less curvy than the first woman. She had short white hair and wore a black hairpin. This woman was Koneko. They asked my father to stop closing the door because they wanted to talk with my parents about me. As for what they talked about, it was only a bunch of bullshit and delusions that the strange women believed in. At least, that's what I thought until it happened. I heard my father coming home and woke up from my nap so I could greet him. This was how the exchange between those two women went. Origami's dad: "So, ladies, who are you and why have you come here?" Woman 1: Is that girl your daughter?" Origami's mom: "Yes, she is." Woman 1: "I see. I think she's very cute. She kind of reminds me of you when we were in high school, right, Koneko?" Woman 2: "I guess. But anyway, Akeno-senpai, let's focus on why we are here. We have to tell them about their daughter and why she's special and of great importance to us." Akeno: "Oh right, silly me." Origami's dad: "Special? What do you mean?" Akeno: "To put it simply, your daughter is a possessor of a powerful artifact that can perform supernatural abilities, and it is of great interest and importance to us." Origami's mom: "Excuse me, are you crazy or what? Supernatural? Does my daughter look strange to you?" Koneko: "That's not what we meant. I mean that your daughter is capable of doing things that normal people are not capable of. That being said, she's not an ordinary person and will not fit in with the rest of society since she is part of the supernatural." Origami's dad: "Hey, shut up. I have raised Origami since she was a baby and I've known her for 12 years now. I don't think she is some kind of weird supernatural entity who has powers." Akeno: "I understand you are confused, but what we're saying is the truth. Look, here is some evidence." From her hand, Akeno conjured up small sparks of lightning which flickered brightly. Origami's dad: "What the fuck is? Who are you, and what do you want with us?" Koneko: "We're folks who have lived with the supernatural our whole lives. Therefore, we know how to identify people associated with it. Now, the reason why we are interested in your daughter is because we want to teach her how to use her power and become strong. This means that we want to take care of her from now on. Don't worry, you'll still get to see her occasionally." Origami's mom: "As if we'd agree to that. Origami is staying here, and will not give her to a bunch of nutcases like you. Get out of our house right now." Akeno: "We are not asking. Your daughter's power is of great significance to us. Either you give her to us, or we take her by force. Your choice." Suddenly, Origami's father grabbed his suitcase and swung it hard against Akeno. It hit her jaw and she stumbled onto the ground as she was recovering from the unexpected attack. Origami's dad: "Quit your bullshit. Origami is not going anywhere. If you want her, then come at me, you fucking bitches. I will stop your nonsense right here and right now." Koneko: "Well, we gave you a choice. I guess we'll have to do things the hard way." Then, Koneko sent a powerful side kick to his belly and sent him flying back to the wall in the kitchen. Crash. Origami's mother and Origami came rushing to him to make sure that he was alright. They were completely terrified when they saw a short woman be able to kick him all the way back to the wall with just one kick. As Origami was shaking his body to get her father to get up, she saw Koneko and Akeno walking into the house. Origami's mother was shaking in fear as she didn't know what to do. But then, Origami's father stood up and placed his arm in front of his wife and child. Origami's dad, get out of here. Take Origami with you and get to somewhere safe. I'll hold these bitches off. Origami's mom, dear. Origami's dad, hurry, I'll be fine, so go. She had no choice, so she ran into the living room and picked up Origami, who was crying out for her father. Then, they escaped through the back door from the kitchen. Akeno and Koneko noticed them escaping, prompting them to rush towards there. But Origami's dad grabbed the back of Akeno's shirt and slammed her against the corner. Then, he took out a kitchen knife from the drawer and stabbed Akeno multiple times in her back. He let go when he saw that she was motionless. He wanted to go and stop Koneko from reaching his family. But Akeno had somehow survived the series of knife strikes to her back and sent a bolt of lightning towards him. Origami's father, being a normal human, didn't survive as he was instantly electrocuted to death. His burnt and lifeless body collapsed onto the floor. Akeno, Ara, you've been a naughty one, haven't you? You will pay for striking my majestic and magnificent body, which is superior to your wife's. Take this. She conjured up a massive fireball towards his body and burned it to a crisp. Meanwhile, Origami's mother was carrying her daughter out of the house and running away. But then, she turned back and saw Koneko, who was pursuing them. She picked up her pace and kept on running quickly. All she wanted was for Origami to be safe. Despite her mother's best efforts to escape, Koneko eventually caught up to them and performed a flying side kick to her back. She fell onto the pavement and wailed in pain. Luckily, she managed to prevent Origami from hitting the floor as she managed to turn her body around and land on her back. Koneko walked up to Origami's mother, who was shielding her daughter with her body. Koneko demanded that she give up Origami immediately or she will face even more pain. Although the pain from that kick was excruciating and painful, Origami's mother still refused to yield. Then, Koneko turned around and saw Akeno coming from behind. Akeno, sorry I took a while. That father was pretty brave for someone dealing with the supernatural. Don't worry, I incinerated that loser. He's no longer part of our problem. Koneko, is that so? Then that's great. I wonder how Asuya and Irina are doing for their target. Hopefully that family of that target wasn't such a bother to them. We need these two sacred gear users to replace the power loss after Issei died. It's been 12 years and we've found nobody to recruit into Rias-senpai's peerage. I think we should be lucky that this girl here can manipulate light and is capable of performing powerful light-infused attacks. But I personally think that the other girl who supposedly can use powerful flames to heal any kind of injury is more useful. I just hope that Asuya and Irina can successfully convince their target to join. Origami's mother was shaking and crying as she heard the two women casually talking about how they killed her husband. Origami didn't even try to cry or scream. She was traumatized by this incident, and she was still processing everything that she saw and heard. Then, Koneko walked up to Origami's mother and tried to forcefully take her daughter away. She did her best to stop Koneko from taking away Origami and managed to keep her safe within her arms. Akeno decided that there was no other choice but to kill Origami's mother. She walked up to her and prepared to kill her using lightning. But out of nowhere, an enormous explosion occurred from a neighboring house and its blast sent everybody flying away. From the source of the explosion, a blazing fire could be seen. The flames were carried by the wind and soon spread throughout the city. Akeno and Koneko were blown away from Origami and her mother and crashed into another house. When Origami's mother saw the opportunity to escape, she used all her strength to stand up and run with her daughter even though her back was in massive pain. They tried their best to get away from the flames, but even more deadly flares of fire came from the explosion site and rapidly spread the fire all around the city. Origami's mother was running out of strength fast as the flames were approaching closer and closer. The smoke in the atmosphere was also making it hard for them to breathe. She covered her daughter's mouth and nose with her hands so she wouldn't breathe in all the harmful toxins in the smoke. Origami's mom, don't worry, Origami, cough, we will make it out of here. But despite her best efforts, Origami's mother collapsed and was completely motionless. Origami was also exhausted, but instead of running, she stayed by her mother's side and desperately tried to wake her up. Origami shouted and cried for her mother to wake up even though the flames were becoming stronger and hotter each second and the smoke was becoming more toxic and thicker. Origami, mommy, get up, I don't want you to die. I don't want to lose you. All of her efforts were in vain. Origami could only sit by her mother's side and weep as the fire crept closer to them. But then, her mother was able to barely wake herself up. Origami saw her opening her eyes and tried to call out to her mother to quickly stand up. But all her mother did was place her hand on Origami's cheek. She smiled at her for one final time, before saying her last words to her daughter. "Run, Origami. I'm sorry I won't be able to make it out of this one." Sigh. "Origami, listen to me. Your dad and I have always loved you since you were a baby. I don't want you to grow up alone, but I also don't want your life to end so early. Please, Origami, promise me that you will live an honest and fulfilling life." Those were the last words Origami Tabichi heard from her mother. Even to this day, she can remember them word by word very vividly despite her mother's death happening 5 years ago. In response, the then 12-year-old Origami simply nodded her head as she shed tears, promising her mother to fulfill her dying wish. The flames became ever stronger, and the heat was becoming extremely intense. Origami looked at her mother's face for the last time before getting up and running away. Origami managed to barely escape the raging flames that engulfed Tengu City. This event was known as the Great Tengu City Fire of 2035. Till this day, the citizens of the city can still feel the effects of the disaster despite the rapid reconstruction of destroyed infrastructure and great amount of time that has passed after the fire. During the time of the fire, 12-year-old Shido and 12-year-old Toka were away with their families in Greece for holiday and visiting a relative in another city in Japan respectively. Thus, they were relatively untouched by the disaster, although their houses were still hit by the fire but only burnt partially, unlike many others which burnt to the ground. I made it to the outskirts of the city where the fire hadn't reached yet. I sat by a tree and cried continuously for the whole evening. Eventually, the fire department and the police found me and quickly got me patched up by the medics. I only learned much later that my parents had truly died. I couldn't believe it. I don't blame the fire for killing my parents. I blame those two whores who wanted to take me away from my family. Mom, Dad, I will fulfill your promise only after I murder those motherfuckers in cold blood. I promise that I will do as you wish for me to live my life. But revenge comes first. I promise I will avenge you both. I told the police that my family was actually murdered, and I told them the names of the women who killed them. But they told me that they investigated and said they found no such people in any governmental records. As a result, my parents had died without those two fuckers facing any justice. After her loss, Origami never showed any kind of emotion ever again. When she returned to school, she got big into martial arts and gymnastics. Every day after school, she would train her skills in the forest and basically became as deadly and as fast as a ninja. She had no friends, which made her lonely. But Origami ignored all her emotions as all she was focused on becoming strong enough to kill the ones who killed her parents with her own bare hands. Since Origami didn't have a home, she lived in the forest and learned military-style tactics of survival in the wilderness. One day, when she was 14, she was training alone in the forest when she encountered 3 women dressed in military uniforms. Origami hid behind a tree to see who these people were. She found out that 2 of those women were actually girls who were around her age and the third one was a grown woman who appeared to be their leader. But what seemed off was that their uniforms didn't belong to any military army of any country that she knew of. "Commander, alright girls, we are tasked with finding anomalies in Tengu City which may be linked to the Great Tengu City Fire that happened 2 years ago. I personally believe that the fire was so large because many of the houses were flammable, and the wind spread the flames quickly. Unfortunately, the higher-ups believe it was something else that caused the fire and insisted that we investigate the causes right away. Sigh, we're not going to find anything, we might as well lie about the results and..." Origami emerged from the tree and shouted, "Hey, who are you and what are you doing here?" The 3 girls turned to the source of the voice and saw Origami in a fighting stance, glaring at them with a serious face. The 2 shorter girls took out their rifles and pointed them at Origami, but their commander ordered them to stand down and let her speak with Origami. She walked up to her slowly and carefully. When the commander got close enough, she introduced herself to Origami and told her what they were doing. "Commander, greetings little girl, my name is Ryoko Kyuzukabe. These 2 girls here are my subordinates, Mikey Okamine and Mildred F. Fujimura. We work for D.E.M. Industries, a company that specializes in environmental studies around the world, including dangerous places. Right now, we are investigating causes of the Great Tengu City Fire that happened 2 years ago in 2035. Origami, what's with the uniforms? Ryoko, to join this company, one must have prior military experience regardless of the position they are applying for. However, one can also get in if someone within the company who has a high position like me writes a recommendation for the one who desires to join. Therefore, all of us are military trained and are given these kinds of uniforms whenever we are sent out on missions." Origami, Say, can I join you? Ryoko, what, why? Origami. The fact that an environmental company issuing firearms to its workers is a little strange, and the fact that military experience is a requirement makes things much more strange. I think this company isn't what it seems. I think there is a gorgeous facade which is concealing the dark and bloody soul of this company. I want in. I have my own personal reasons for joining. Ryoko looked at Origami for a moment before telling her what is going to happen. Ryoko, you know, kid, I always had my suspicions about D.E.M. Industries. If I'm being completely honest, I thought the exact same thing as you after spending 3 months in this company. You have good intuition and instincts, but there is a condition if you want to join. Origami, and what's that? Flash. Ryoko had lifted up her sleeve and tapped on a few buttons on her watch. Suddenly, a strange light emerged from the watch and blinded everyone's vision. When the light finally died down, Origami saw Ryoko wearing a different pair of clothes. But it wasn't a uniform or anything made of fabric like any other sort of clothes. She was wearing a mechanical battle suit which covered her entire body but still revealed parts of her skin. Ryoko took a sword handle hanging on her hips and she activated it into a laser sword. Ryoko, last 5 minutes against me in a battle, and I will think about it. She assumed a fighting stance and charged towards Origami. Origami saw her coming and also prepared to fight. She assumed Ryoko would try and strike her with the sword, so Origami waited for the right time to dodge and counterattack. But Ryoko hadn't reached Origami yet, and she pointed her mechanical arm at her and blasted several laser bullets towards Origami. But Origami managed to cartwheel out of the way and the laser bullets instead hit several trees behind her. As Origami stood up after cartwheeling out of the way, she saw Ryoko about to swing her sword downwards onto her head. Origami decided to move lower and back sweep Ryoko's leg. Ryoko reacted in time and leaped backwards to dodge the sweeping kick. The two of them stood across from each other and awaited the next move. Ryoko decided to fire several laser bullets at Origami again, while standing in a stationary position this time. Origami dodged to the side and continued running past each laser bullet that came her way, but the barrage of lasers kept on going. Ryoko knew that if she managed to keep Origami away by using laser bullets, then she would eventually surrender. But Origami did something different. She ran further away from Ryoko into the woods where there were more trees. Ryoko instinctively pursued Origami into the woods and prepared her blade for a close-range fight within a tight spot. As Ryoko entered deep into the forest, she looked around for Origami. Then, Origami came from behind a tree and threw several rocks at her. Ryoko deflected all the rocks with her sword and switched to her laser guns. She fired a few bullets at the tree Origami was hiding behind to draw her out. But little did Ryoko know that the tree she hit was the same tree her first barrage of bullets hit when Origami cartwheeled out of the way. The tree had very little structural support now. Origami dodged the laser bullets by crouching down and stood up again, pushing the tree towards Ryoko. The tree was tall, and a collision with a person can be fatal. So, Ryoko used her sword and sliced the tree into many pieces to avoid getting hit. When she had sliced all of the wood that came crashing down onto her, Ryoko looked around for Origami, but there was no sign of her. Suddenly, Origami came from behind and performed a 540 roundhouse kick on Ryoko's head. Arg! Ryoko was caught off guard and was kicked to the side of her head. She stumbled and hit a tree. She tried to endure the pain from the unexpected kick and had difficulty trying to see clearly. When she was still suffering from the blow to her head, Origami came over and grabbed Ryoko's shoulders, pushing them downwards and kneeing her in the solar plexus. Ryoko didn't feel much since the armor protected her weak spots. But Origami struck again, and this time kneed her face. Then, Origami did a downward elbow strike to the back of Ryoko's head and followed it up with a hook to her jaw. Ryoko managed to regain some of her strength and tackled Origami to the ground, holding down her neck to prevent her from getting up. She proceeded to throw several punches at her face. But Ryoko still had trouble seeing since she got struck to the head. This resulted in Origami being able to block her punches while being pinned to the floor. Origami then decided to launch a knife hand strike to Ryoko's neck. She recoiled in severe pain and choked as she struggled to breathe. Finally, Origami pulled herself from the ground and got up, landing a powerful roundhouse kick to Ryoko's head for a third time. The fight was over. Origami panted as she tried to catch her breath. Ryoko was lying on the floor and breathing heavily, trying to endure all the pain Origami inflicted on her. Mildred and Mikey came rushing to them and quickly patched up their injuries. Well, specifically, only Ryoko's injuries since she didn't manage to land a single hit on Origami, leaving her unharmed. After this duel, Commander Ryoko Kuzuke kept her word and let me join the ranks of D.E.M. Industries. She wrote a recommendation for me, and according to Mildred and Mikey, most of the things written in it were greatly exaggerated. I think that's how I gained a position in her unit as one of her subordinates. First, I want to talk about the secret tech that D.E.M. Industries has been hiding from the world for so long. Remember that special battle suit that Commander Kuzukabe wore? Well, every foot soldier in this place has one, and it can be activated using a special watch that is issued to them. These so-called foot soldiers are called wizards in the company. They are equipped with a variety of weapons, such as a laser sword and laser blasters. These battle suits also have the ability to fly, making airborne battles possible. But the most impressive piece of technology that this company has produced would definitely be the realizer. It is actually just a simple piece of technology that is implanted into our brains and grants us supernatural abilities through science. We can do things like create a special area around us called a territory, which allows us to gain powerful abilities like super strength and super endurance. But these can only be obtained as long as the wizard remains in the territory. I am not aware of any other tech in D.E.M. Industries, as I only spent my time there as a wizard under Ryoko Kuzukabe's command. Now, what did I exactly want to achieve by joining D.E.M. Industries? The answer is straightforward and simple. From my observations from my battle with Commander Ryoko Kuzukabe, I noticed a lot of high-tech weapons being used, giving me the impression that D.E.M. was not actually an environmental company, but a secret military company full of special mercenaries that are instructed to carry out secret and covert missions to protect the company's interests. I wanted to join them since I could get a hold of advanced technology which can most likely track down those two bitches Akeno and Koneko. But my mission was cut short as I found out something disturbing about D.E.M. My deduction of what D.E.M. Industries really was only half right. I was correct that they secretly possess super weapons that could give the human body supernatural abilities. They could also perform highly advanced attacks on their targets that humans could not imagine could ever exist. But what I was wrong about was that I incorrectly guessed the purpose of D.E.M.'s existence. But I only discovered the truth by piecing together several suspicious documents and intel which led me to find out the horrifying truth. One night, I was sent on a secret mission together with my unit to assassinate a prominent journalist who regularly wrote negative articles about D.E.M. Industries. But we weren't killing him because he continuously criticizes the company, but because our superiors told us he had sensitive information about D.E.M. Industries on his hands. This information was so top secret that revealing it to the public would result in devastating consequences. 4 months later. Cadiz, Spain, October 17, 2035, 11 p.m. Commander Kuzukabe, Mildred, Mikey, and I were waiting in a hotel lobby in the city. Our instructions were to infiltrate the place and kill the journalist who was currently on holiday in Spain. We were also told to extract some suspicious-looking articles or papers from this journalist and burn them. We were strictly prohibited from reading them. The person in charge of this operation wasn't Commander Kuzukabe, but it was another high-ranking wizard by the name of, I think her name was Artemisia Bell Ashcroft. She is in charge of a massive legion of wizards based in Western Europe. She specially requested wizards from Japan to carry out this mission despite the fact that she has tons of wizards at her disposal all across Western Europe, from the Iberian Peninsula, which includes Spain and Portugal, to Scandinavia, which includes Norway, Sweden, and Denmark. We didn't question this request as my fellow wizards, including Commander Kuzukabe herself, was pretty excited to get a chance to visit a foreign country. Hotel lobby. Origami. So this guy who's a journalist somehow got his hands on sensitive information about D.E.M. Industries. How do you think that happened? Mildred. Let's see. According to the report put together by M.S. Ashcroft, this man is Luis Jimenez Alonso from Pamplona. He is an independent journalist who frequently criticizes D.E.M. Industries, and the report states that he allegedly infiltrated a D.E.M. building in Barcelona by disguising himself as a member of a client company and secretly stole sensitive information which is not to be revealed to the public. Ryoko. Hey, wait, our phone that was issued to us just received a message. Okay, let's go. We won't kill the man immediately, but we'll interrogate him first. The girls made their move and stormed into the journalist's room. He was caught off guard and was pinned to the ground by Ryoko and Origami. Mildred and Mikey searched the room for any sign of documents or hard drives that the journalist had. Mildred. Here we are. The important information that M.S. Ashcroft wanted us to destroy. Now let's see. How should we destroy them? Mikey. Why don't we just pack them into opaque bags and then toss them into an incinerator? Or why don't we just toss them into a shredder? Luis. Wait. Read those documents. You are from D.E.M. Industries, right? Take a look at those documents and pictures. It's the truth behind this whole company." The journalist, Luis Alonso, shouted for the girls to read the documents first before they tried to destroy them. The girls looked at each other and were unsure of what to do. But they were curious, so Mildred took out a few documents and started reading them. Mildred gasped, "Oh shit." Ryoko, what's wrong?" Mildred, "Let Mr. Alonso go. I need him to explain what I'm looking at. Now." She rushed over to Luis and showed him the document she was reading. "Luis, this over here is a list of people including media figures, politicians, military commanders, even heads of state from across the world. They are all on D.E.M. Industries payroll. They are all puppets of D.E.M. Industries who are acting on their behalf to benefit only them and not the people they serve. These people on their payroll are also paid to cover up any wrongdoings by the company. For example, there was a massive ecological disaster caused by radioactive chemicals in the Pacific Islands which forced many to relocate 2 years ago. The news said it was due to a chemical spill from a ship off the coast of the island, but the truth is that D.E.M. paid many individuals to say that. What really happened is that D.E.M. Industries was using the island as a test subject for a nuclear battleship despite the fact that they knew the island had inhabitants. If you want to read more about that incident, a report I put together about it is within that hard drive." Ryoko, wait. So you're telling me that this company truly has some dirty business going on? I always had my suspicions, but I never thought that it was true. Luis, unfortunately it is all true, and the Pacific Islands disaster is just one of many incidents which were covered up. I work for the Spanish government, and was tasked with infiltrating the company, and stealing valuable information that could guarantee the company's destruction. I was also a wizard like you three, but I managed to fry the realizer in my brain and stop D.E.M. Industries from tracking me down so fast. I wonder how they found out about me being here. Smash. Suddenly, there were sounds of shattered glass and the whole room went dark. The girls got onto the floor and avoided getting hit by the glass shards. Origami, Commander Kuzukabe, are you alright? Ryoko, SHHH. She pointed to a red dot moving about the walls of the room. Ryoko whispered, "There's a sniper somewhere outside the room observing us. We must make it out of here alive and get all this intel out of here." The girls and Luis did as Ryoko said and moved to safety. Once they were in a concealed position, they began discussing their next course of action. "Luis, right now, we are trapped. I'm guessing they probably bugged your clothes with microphones and heard me telling you the truth. If they have a sniper out there hunting us, then they probably have reinforcements coming to kill us all. Sigh. My real name is Jorge Garcia Gutierrez from Zaragoza. It was nice knowing you for." Origami, no, this isn't the end. We can still make it out of here. We just need to fight the hostiles and clear a path for an escape. Ryoko, I agree. We can't just die without letting the world about the truth. Jorge, weren't you sent on a mission to expose D.E.M. Industries? Jorge, you're right. I've already come this far. Take all these documents and hard drives with you. This also includes instructions on how to remove and disable a realizer from your brain. Those realizers act as trackers, so remove them as soon as possible. I will distract any forces from D.E.M. Industries and let you all get to safety. Get to the door and wait for my signal, then run. I will blind the sniper's vision so nobody gets hit. Before this all goes down, what are your names? Ryoko, my name is Ryoko Kuzukabe. This is Origami Tabichi, Mildred F. Fujimura, and Mikey Okamine. Nice to meet you. Jorge, nice to meet you too. Alright, get ready. The girls crawled to the door and waited for the signal. Jorge sneaked to his closet and opened it up. He took out 3 grenades. Jorge pulled out the pins of the grenades and rolled them towards the window area. He shouted at the girls to start moving out. As soon as the door swung open, the grenades exploded and the sniper's vision was obscured by the explosion and smoke, allowing Jorge and the girls to escape. As they burst out of the door, they saw the corridor was clear after checking both sides and decided to head for the stairwell for their escape. They rushed down the stairs and arrived in the hotel lobby. It was also clear, so they headed out into the streets to continue escaping. Jorge, I plan to escape to Morocco by boat. I have a small motorboat prepared for myself at the port. We will head there and make our way out of Cadiz. The girls complied with Jorge's instructions and immediately set their sights on the port. Throughout the entire journey there, the 5 of them snuck through Cadiz and avoided any unwanted attention from the public. They made it to the port, and Jorge took charge of the escape and led the girls towards the motorboat meant for the escape. Jorge, alright, place all the important information into these boxes, then hand me over the bags. I will act as a decoy while the four of you will make it to the city of Tangier and meet up with a few contacts of mine who also work for the Spanish government. When you meet them, say that Jorge had been captured and we are the ones he entrusted this information to. Also say that you girls learned the truth of D.E.M. Industries and decided to defect. Make sure you stay alive. If you die, D.E.M. Industries will cover up your death and the world will go on without knowing anything. That's why everyone says nobody quits D.E.M. Industries, because all who try to quit are killed. Anyway, we don't have time for any other questions, so go south until you reach Tangier. Go. Without saying anything else, Jorge left and headed in another direction. That would be the last time the girls saw Jorge Gutierrez. They will still remember him as the one who revealed the truth and the one who sacrificed himself to allow them to escape. But nobody knows what happened to him. Some of the girls believe that he was killed, while some believed he escaped and is on the run. The girls arrived in Tangier and met up with Jorge's contacts. They quickly grasped the situation and decided to help. The girls' realizers were disabled and the agents decided to help them get back to Japan. The four girls decided to split up so that D.E.M. Industries' chances of catching them all at once will be slim. Origami ran back to Tengiz City, but she never knew about the whereabouts of her former comrades. All she knew was that she must fight to stay alive and make sure that the truth will come out. 2 years later, 2037. Raha's in high school. After 2 years on the run, Origami believed she was in the clear. She found a secluded alley in the city. She decided to build a secret base there, although the resources were hard to obtain. But she somehow managed to complete it despite its small size and limited facilities. Revealing the truth was a much bigger problem, since many people across the world who are paid by D.E.M. Industries held powerful positions within society. Origami wouldn't be believed by many and would only reveal her location to the company. All she could do was hold on to the information and decide on what to do later. Origami decided to return to school, since she monitored the whole city with her computers and cameras and found no sign of D.E.M. Industries. Even Ellen and Jessica, who were sent to the city to observe Shido, were not even aware that a rogue wizard had escaped with highly sensitive information. The Spanish agents who helped Origami and the other girls successfully tricked Artemisia Ashcroft that they were on the run somewhere in North Africa, resulting in the entire D.E.M. Department of Western Europe to solely focus on searching for the rogue wizards. Artemisia had her own reasons for not revealing this fact to her superiors or other regional departments, since they would get really mad at her for allowing someone to escape with confidential information. Artemisia even lied to the Department of Japan that she assigned them on more missions because she liked their skills and teamwork. Thus, not even Ellen knew about Origami's defection, and since Origami wasn't even aware that Ellen was part of D.E.M. Industries, the both of them just saw each other as student and teacher, nothing else. They weren't even aware of each other's true identities. One day in school, when she returned as a first-year student at Rahazan High School, she felt lonely. Not only did she lose her parents, but her fellow wizards whom she worked with were separated from her and were also on the run. Origami showed no emotion or expression as she felt empty inside. Even amongst the crowds of students who passed her by, nobody could tell that Origami was in great pain. But a certain blue-haired student noticed her and asked if she was alright. Shido, hey, are you alright? You seem a little lost. Origami, huh? Oh, thanks for your concern. I'm just a little lost. Shido, oh, I see. Don't worry, it's everybody's first day of school, so naturally some of us won't be able to find our classes. Which class are you from? Perhaps I can help you. Origami, class 1 to 4. Shido, oh really? That's my class as well. Come on, we'll go to class together. We're classmates after all, right? In that moment, Origami felt something warm in her heart. It felt that the emptiness within her was filled with warmth and compassion. From that day onwards, there wouldn't be a day where Origami did not look at or think about Shido. Eventually, this led to her developing a liking to Shido, and she would stare at him for hours in the classroom without him noticing. Origami thought as if she found a new purpose to live. She didn't know how to express her feelings in words, so all she could do was simply stare at Shido and hoped he noticed. Flashback end. Shido, I didn't realize that you had gone through so much. I'm really sorry if I didn't talk to you more, Origami. Origami, no, it's fine. I have accepted what has happened and I intend to move forward on my plan to find those two bitches who took away my life from me. As they were busy feeling somber about the whole situation, David was having an internal crisis. David, Akeno, Koneko, those bitches are still alive. Grr, I can't believe they murdered this girl's parents all because she had a sacred gear. It seems they are no different from their tomato whore master. Alright then, if those band of bitches want to play like that, then I'll make sure to teach them a lesson. He was having flashbacks to when his partner found out that his death at the park was staged by Rias and that the only reason she saved him was because she could use his power and get her out of an engagement. David was feeling angry and vengeful. Then, he decided to partially tell the truth behind everything that's been happening. David, Origami, you said those women's names were Akeno and Koneko. Origami, correct. Is something wrong? David, you don't need to search for them anymore, because I happen to know them personally. Everybody was shocked. Origami never expected that Shido's father would be acquainted with the people who murdered her parents. Origami immediately asked in a demanding voice, "Wait, what? How? Tell me, where are they right now?" David, I understand you want to get revenge on them, but hear me out first, because I have some very important things to say. First of all, Shido, remember when I told you the story about my best friend who got a girlfriend and he took his own life after he found out she was cheating on him? Shido, yes, I remember. It was that day when I came home after hanging out with Toka. David, that's right. The truth is, I wasn't telling the whole truth. My best friend didn't just get a girlfriend after his first one tried to murder him. My best friend actually got a harem. But the ending was still the same. They all cheated on him and he took his own life. The interesting part here is that Akeno and Koneko, the ones who killed Tabichi's parents, were a part of his harem. Shido, what? Origami, so that's how you knew them. Tell me more about them. David, I will get to that. Secondly, I wasn't telling the truth when I said my best friend took his own life. What actually happened is that my wife saved him. Shido, so he's alive. How did mom do it? David, that's the complicated part. I will explain it to you. But first, I need to reveal to all of you about something. Toka Yatagami, give me your hand, I have to show everybody this. Toka was wondering why David wanted to hold her hand, but she reached it out since she was also curious about what he planned to do. David then placed his hand on her hand, and it started glowing with a bright red aura. The whole room was shocked. Shido and Origami just looked on with awe as they observed the red aura getting brighter. Eventually, the aura died down and David let go of Toka's hand. He said to her, Yatagami, when I first saw you, I could sense a strange yet familiar power within you. I analyzed your energy signature for a bit when I realized what was within you, a sacred gear. Origami, wait, sacred gear, you mean the thing that those two women wanted from me? David, correct. I know this is all hard to believe, but they do exist. To prove its existence, I want Toka to think of something she holds strong feelings for and pretend as if you are summoning a special magical weapon. I gave her sufficient power to help her conjure her sacred gear. Toka, okay, I'll try. She closed her eyes and thought about Shido, the boy she was madly in love with. As she focused on the images of Shido and the memories she spent with him since the day they met, Toka followed David's instructions and thought about calling forth a weapon, which is her scared gear. With assistance from the power given to her by David, she managed to materialize a great sword with mystical and unique designs. Shido and Origami, no way. Toka was holding a massive sword in her hands that seemed heavy to hold, but she somehow managed to carry it without any difficulty. Toka, what's this? David, that is a sacred gear. All sacred gears have different appearances and abilities. For example, the sacred gear that she is holding right now looks like a sword, but I'm sure it can do more than just slicing and cutting. It is up to Toka to discover the rest of her sacred gear's abilities. Shido, hold on, Dad. How do you know so much about this situation? First, you revealed that you personally knew the murderers of Origami's parents, then you just casually explained what a sacred gear is as if you were familiar with them. What's going on? David, son, I know you are very confused about this, and the explanation for that will take very long to say, and I will just say the important parts here for now. Please bear with me and listen to what I have to tell you. Shido didn't say anything else. All he could do right now was listen to his father, who seemed like the only one who knew about the truth. David, alright, thanks. Now, Tabichi, I can tell that you indeed possess a sacred gear. Would you like me to show you? Origami, at first I didn't believe you, but now that I see that Toka has one, I want to know the truth and see mine as well. David agreed and did the same thing by providing Origami with enough power to conjure up her sacred gear. Origami focused and also managed to summon it. Her sacred gear was a set of white and golden colored cannons that levitated by her side. She spent a while looking at them, wondering what they could do. But more importantly, she finally understood the truth that the two women who murdered her family were telling the truth. But this didn't change her opinion about them. In fact, Origami felt much more bitter towards them, and vowed for vengeance against them. David, Tabichi, I can tell from your face that you want to immediately hunt those bitches down. But hear me out first, since I know those two women, I know for a fact that they have supernatural powers as well, and I can guarantee that if you were to go against them on your own, you would lose. Origami, what? You mean I'm too weak? David, I'm afraid so. And it's not just the two of them. They also have a lot of friends who possess powers which can obliterate us. I, myself, would like to take them down. But we simply lack the strength and skill to carry out any sort of revenge. Please listen to me. I mean it when I say it when you don't stand a chance against them. Origami, so what should I do then? Give up? David, no, my wife and I will train you, Toka, and Shido to use your respective powers effectively and properly. But I first need you to stay put for the moment and lay low for a while. Don't forget that D.E.M. Industries is after my son and Toka. We need to come up with a plan first to purge that evil company's presence from this city. Shido, hold on, Dad. You said I had powers just now. What are they? How did you know about this? David, well, your power is to copy any sacred gear and use them as effectively as the original user. As for how I know this, it's another long story. But I promise I will tell you the whole truth. For now, please trust me and let me train you to utilize this power. I know this is a lot to take in, but if you want to stay safe for the time being, all you need to do is follow my instructions. Shido, fine, I'll trust you, Dad. I just hope I get to live after all this blows over. David, you will, and I will be there to protect you every step of the way. Origami's secret base. Tuesday, 1:15 p.m., 2040. David, Tabichi, you said you have cameras all over the city. Origami, yes, why? David, does that include the school? Origami, well, I do have cameras watching the entire school's vicinity right here. She gestured towards a set of monitors by the side of the surveillance room. David, excellent. We can see the enemy's next move and intercept them from there. But we're going to need to train you first in your sacred gear abilities. Toka, but how? We don't have the time or space to do that here. How are we supposed to train in this cramped space? David, don't worry about that. Ray-chan, set up that pocket dimension for these kids to train. Rain, got it. Einsaf, Prisma Keter. Suddenly, a massive white light began to shine from behind Rain. The light spread from behind her all the way to the corners of the room. Then, the whole place was turned into a massive room of glass. Shido was shocked. Not only did his father have special powers, but his mother as well. He just stared in awe as he observed the walls of the room, which were now sparkling panels of glass with different colors swirling inside. Then, Rain pushed her palm forward and the room became bigger. Somehow, the room, which was the same size as the secret base, had now expanded into the size of a basketball court. The three students were stunned by this, and were questioning just how much they knew about this world and its possibilities. David then started speaking. Okay, this is a pocket dimension where time is infinite, but my wife can't hold it for long as it saps her power. In fact, this ability is an offensive attack meant to trap an enemy inside and destroy them with powerful rays of light, not a miscellaneous ability that gives the user a private training space. But we can use this place for a while to train for as long as my wife can sustain the existence of this place. Toka, so, what do we do from here? David, Yatagami, you're training with my wife. Tabichi, you're training with me. Shido, sit down first and observe us. I want you to get a grasp of their abilities. Shido, so, I basically have to do nothing but watch. David, yes, but I want you to carefully take note of how your classmates unleash their power. Because since your ability is to copy other users' abilities, knowing how their abilities work is crucial. Shido, alright, I understand. Can we start now? David nodded and proceeded to gesture Origami to follow him to one section of the room. Origami complies and they arrive to a section of the massive glass room. David, now summon your sacred gear. Let me see how it works. Origami followed his instructions and focused on conjuring her sacred gear. It took some effort, but she managed to do it again. Many white and golden cannons were levitating behind her in a circular formation. David took a look at Origami's sacred gear and suddenly had a vague flashback. It feels like I have seen this sacred gear before. I swear I've seen it somewhere before. Never mind, I'll only know once I've seen what it can do. Alright, these look like cannons. Try controlling one and firing it. Origami did as David said and controlled one of the cannons behind her back and floated it forward. Then, she tried pretending to fire the cannon in her head. And what happened next was a powerful bullet made of light being fired out of the cannon Origami controlled. David then remembered what the sacred gear was. when he was still the Welsh dragon, Drake, he fought with Albion during the Great War and got tangled up with the devils, fallen angels, and the angels. David vividly remembered that there were a certain group of powerful angels he slayed while defending himself from enemies from all sides. After the war finished and he was sealed into the boosted gear, David spent his life with his first few users and learned that the abilities of those deceased angels were then also sealed into sacred gears as well. If he recalled correctly, the name of the sacred gear that Origami possesses is one of them, and its name was Metatron. David also remembered Toka's sacred gear's appearance, and he recalled its name, it was Sandalphon. All of the sacred gears were named after the archangels of heaven because each of them discovered the power of the deceased angels still intact, and decided to name each one after the archangel who discovered them. It was shocking for David to see the abilities of powerful angels he slayed in the past and see them in the hands of some humans. But this also meant that David knew how each sacred gear worked and its abilities as well. This made it easier for him to teach the girls how to properly use their sacred gears. David continued teaching. I see, so it's a sacred gear which is capable of blasting bullets infused with destructive light. Tabichi, try controlling a few more and see if they can shoot simultaneously and continuously. If you want a sacred gear to work, then focus on doing what you want it to do. Origami, got it. She stretched both her arms to the sides and swung them forward in a move that brought multiple cannons to the front. Then, she pushed her palm forward and commanded the cannons to fire a huge barrage of light bullets. David, excellent. It seems like the energy boost I gave you is helping you control this thing quite well. I'll leave you to experiment with your sacred gear. I need to check on Toka's progress. Origami, I understand, but Mr. Murasame, how do you instinctively know the functions of my sacred gear, and those that have a name, because I'm thinking of giving it a name? David remembered something important and decided to tell Origami. Oh, wait, each sacred gear has a name. Yours is called Metatron, a sacred gear that can fire continuous barrages of light-infused bullets onto their enemy. As for how I know this, I'll just tell you that I've seen it before and I saw it in action. Origami, you mean you've seen this power before? David, correct. And since I know this one a little well, would you like me to tell you its abilities? Origami, well, that would be great. Tell me. David proceeded to tell Origami all the abilities of Metatron which he remembered when he battled the angel who first possessed that ability, informing her of abilities and how to do them like Metatron, Shemesh, Metatron, Kadur, and different abilities which he could remember from the battle with that angel from the Great War. Origami, this is very interesting. Leave it to me. I'll try to do what you told me. Thanks, Mr. Murasame. David, no problem. I believe you have potential, kid. Just don't be reckless and focus on discipline. That way, you'll be able to eventually master Metatron. He walked away to see how Toka was doing. David also thought that just like Origami, he should also tell Toka the name of her sacred gear and its functions. Meanwhile, Rain was busy training Toka with her sacred gear. Rain, Ein Saf, Anaf. Rain summoned a tree behind her and ripped out one of the branches, giving her a sword to spar with Toka. Toka held her sword in her hands tightly and prepared to spar. She tried her best to recall all of her kendo moves which she used to practice every day. When she felt ready, Toka charged towards Rain and swung her sword against her. Rain blocked it easily and pushed back Toka. Toka was surprised how strong Rain was and how easily she managed to counter her strike. So, she decided to go on the offensive instead and tried to get a hit on Rain. Toka charged forward once more, but this time Rain wasn't standing still and also charged towards Toka. The two of them clashed their blades against each other and performed a variety of strikes from different directions as well as going defensive and blocking each strike that came their way. David was observing the spar and was taking notes of Toka's performance as she sparred with Rain. David, interesting. It seems that Toka already has some knowledge about sword fighting. Perhaps I can tell her the abilities of Sandalphon right away. Wait, I want to watch this first so that I can evaluate her skills properly. He watched for a few minutes as he saw his wife and Toka continuously slashing swords and not resting for even a second. David noticed that Toka was great at both offense and defense, which were important qualities to have. So, he decided to stop the fight and tell Toka what she is capable of. David, hold on, you two. I need to say something important to Yatagami. Both of them stopped as soon as they heard David calling for them to pause. David walked to Toka and told her about her sacred gear. Alright. This sacred gear is called Sandalphon. It is a sword-shaped sacred gear which can do more than just slashing and cutting. Try sending some energy into Sandalphon and slash your target from a distance. Toka was surprised, asking, what? It can do that. Now knowing an ability of her sacred gear, she was eager to test it out. Toka faced the wall and slashed the sword in multiple directions while focusing on powering up her sword with energy. She was able to send multiple slashes composed of powerful energy, and caused a few cracks within the prism room, although the cracks regenerated a few seconds later. Rain commented on the damage done by Sandalphon on the prism room. Impressive. This is the first time I've seen someone cause some damage to the prism room. I thought that the walls of this place could absorb any damage inflicted, so I think Sandalphon might be a powerful sacred gear capable of immense destruction. David agreed with his wife and gave some advice to Toka. Indeed, this sacred gear seems like it has the potential to become a powerful weapon that should not be underestimated at all. Anyway, Yatagami, try improvising with your strikes. For example, try slashing in multiple directions on your surroundings and implement skills like acrobatics, which include backflips or side flips. Sandalphon can become a tool of mass destruction if the user improvises correctly and handles it properly. Toka nodded and proceeded to continue sparring with Rain. All this time, Shido was sitting down by the side observing both Origami and Toka utilize their sacred gears and performing a wide variety of powerful and spectacular moves. Shido thought to himself, wondering why he was born with a lame ability. Sigh. Why do they get such cool abilities? All I can do is just copy what they can do, and I don't even know how to do that. As he was pondering, Shido noticed his father approaching him. David, hey there, son. I just want to check how you've been taking in all this information. Shido, well, I still have lots of questions, and even when I get an answer, it just creates more questions. David, what would you like to ask me first? I'll try to answer as much as I can without too much confusion. Shido, first of all, what are you and Mom? I observed the two of you and saw that you have strange powers and talk about the supernatural so casually as if you were born and raised in it, and that leads me to the second part of the question, what am I? David took a while to process what his son had just asked. He knew that this question had a definite answer, but the problem was that it would take too long to explain. However, David knew that Shido had been exposed to the supernatural and he was now on board with no chance of turning back to a normal life as a regular human oblivious to the supernatural anomalies constantly occurring around him. So, he decided to cut to the chase and give Shido some context first before telling him the truth. David, to make sure that this explanation is easy to understand, I need to give you some background information about myself. Firstly, my name isn't David Murasame nor is it David Griffith. My true name is Drag and I am a dragon, the Welsh dragon to be precise. And as my name suggests, I am not a human, but a dragon. As for your mother, nobody knows what she is, not even herself. But I can tell you that she is not a human. Shido was shocked. Throughout his whole life, he had been under the impression that his father was just a regular human, but he had never thought that his father was secretly a dragon. This revelation also made Shido question his entire life, which prompted him to not ask any questions and let his father speak. David continued, I know, it is pretty unbelievable, but it is the truth. However, things weren't always like this. What I mean by that is that this body of mine you are looking at right now isn't my original body. I once had a body of a dragon which was gargantuan, but that was several hundred years ago. At that time, I was known as the Red Dragon Emperor, one of the two heavenly dragons, the other one being my rival, the White Dragon Emperor. His name was Albion. This part of my life often involved battles with him to see who was the strongest. But one day, all of that came to an abrupt end when the both of us got caught in the middle of a massive war between the angels, fallen angels, and the devils. Shido became astonished to know that there were other mythological creatures that existed in this world, so he interrupted his father and asked, wait, angels, devils, aren't those mythological creatures? David, correct. But the truth is that they exist, and not just them. Every mythological creature and figures which include gods and goddesses all exist. Think of a mythology. I can tell you with absolute certainty that they exist. Shido, that means heaven and hell also exist. I hope I haven't done anything wrong in life. I wish to go to heaven. David, haha. I understand what you mean. I met actual angels before and I can tell you that they are beautiful, especially Archangel Gabriel. I have seen her personally before. I have also been to hell before and met their kings. Don't worry, they are actually quite friendly once you get to know them. A devil whom I knew personally was Lucifer, Surzek's Lucifer. Shido, whoa, you've been to heaven and hell. David, that's right. But we're getting off topic here. Back to my story. I was in the middle of a battle with Albion when we got caught up in a war involving 3 biblical factions who were all enemies. We retaliated but we lost. In the end, both our bodies were completely eradicated from existence and our souls were sealed in sacred gears. The one which contained my soul was called the boosted gear, while the one my rival, Albion, was called divine dividing. Our fate was to be born alongside humans who would be our hosts and be used by them as weapons and continue our rivalry. We would move on to another human when our current user dies. Thus, I lived alongside many humans and experienced countless memories with them. If there was one person I could never forget, it would be in my opinion the strongest yet most recent user of the boosted gear, my best friend, Issei Hyodo. Shido, wait, so your best friend was actually one of your hosts? David, correct, and to be honest, his life story plays a huge role in many of the things you can't seem to grasp easily. But if there was one thing he has some direct connection to, would be your own existence, son. Shido was getting really nervous. His father just dropped a truth bomb on him, and he was feeling many mixed emotions. Just now, Shido was eager to find out the truth, but now that his father just revealed that he was connected to his deceased best friend, Shido was slightly hesitant in hearing the truth. But he wanted to get to the bottom of this situation, and why his normal life was suddenly thrown into this swirl of chaos and confusion. David, son, I understand that you are very scared. However, if you are really adamant in learning the truth behind everything, I must tell you Issei Hyodo's backstory and the timeline of events that lead up to this point. David told his son about all the memories he shared with Issei since the day he was born 34 years ago. He told him all about Issei's childhood experience, his transformation into a massive pervert who constantly lusts over breasts, and how he got into a lot of trouble over it. Shido giggled and laughed over the funny stories that happened during Issei's entire childhood and his years during elementary and middle school. Even David couldn't help but laugh and smile nostalgically as he remembered every precious memory he spent with Issei. But the happy mood faded away as David began talking about Issei's life in high school. David talked about the time Issei received a confession from a girl named Yuma Amano, who was secretly a fallen angel named Rainier who wanted to kill him because he possessed the boosted gear. David became real grim when he spoke about the time Issei was murdered in the park. He paused for a moment before he continued with Issei's story, talking about the moment where he was saved by his second girlfriend, Reincarnation, a devil who was the little sister of the Devil King and the ruler of the town he was born in. David explained the entire peerage system to Shido, and how Issei played an important role in this new group. He talked about reincarnation as a devil and how it affected Issei in his new life. David spent almost an hour telling the tale of Issei and all his heroic feats. As Shido listened to more of Issei's story, the more he became an admirer of him. Shido was especially stunned when he learned Issei had created a huge harem of girls. David mentioned notable people within Issei's harem and described them in detail, including Rias, Akeno, Asia, Zenobia, Irina, Rosweiss, Koneko, and Ravuel. Shido listened to his father as he talked about all the wacky and perverted antics the girls got into with Issei while being completely hypocritical and hating him for being perverted too. Eventually, it was time to get to the part where Issei was unexpectedly and painfully betrayed by the ones he loved. Shido could see that it was painful for his father to recall all the hurtful memories of the betrayal as he was there to see every moment of it. David was feeling angry and upset at the whole thing, but he needed to stay strong and carry on Issei's memory. He made sure to include Florian Andromalius's role in his betrayal, explaining that Florian and his family members planned to overthrow the underworld government, and part of their plan was using Issei's harem as tools to achieve their objectives. Finally, David revealed the truth behind Issei's death. David, alright, son, we've reached the final chapter of Issei Hyodo's life. Just a few hours before he died, Issei actually met your mother, who was working as a medic in the city of Cheyenne in the state of Wyoming. She was sent there alongside many other military personnel as there was devastating destruction caused by a massive battle between Reincarnation's peerage and Issei's two friends who didn't betray him. Issei happened to learn about his reincarnation as a devil, which had a dark twist. He lost his mind and fled from the area and crashed on a mountain somewhere else. Issei was about to die when he was saved by your mother. Just now, you saw your mother having supernatural powers when she sparred with your friend. Another ability she possessed was the ability to reincarnate someone, but they would have to restart their life as a newborn baby and then grow up. Your mother did this with the help of my power and her own power, and managed to reincarnate him into you. This absolutely blew Shido's mind. This whole time, he was the reincarnation of his father's host, who was unfortunately betrayed by his loved ones and ended up almost dying, but was saved by his own parents and ended up reincarnating into the boy he is today. Now being exposed to reality and the truth of the supernatural, Shido took a while to process everything before acknowledging and accepting it. Suddenly, Rain appeared out of nowhere and asked, "Son, are you alright?" Shido looked up and noticed Toka and Origami with his mom looking at him. They seemed to be concerned for him, and Shido wondered why, before realizing that they also stood next to Shido and David for the whole time without them noticing, and learned about Issei's backstory and how he is connected to Shido. Then Shido spoke up, "Don't worry everyone, this Issei fellow was my past life, and I just feel sorry for him." David then told Shido about the final detail about Issei's death. "Also, your mother has kept Issei's memories stored inside an orb which only you can open. Originally, when we planned to raise you, we eventually wanted to reveal them to you when you turned 18, so that you'd be reminded that Florian and his family were still plotting to overthrow the underworld government. As for why we decided to choose that age, we just wanted you to have a normal life before we revealed the memories to you." Shido: "I see. Well, is there any need for revealing those memories to me now that you've told me Issei's story?" David: "No, you see, although you know the story, you don't know the experiences and feelings that Issei felt when he lived through those moments in his life. Not only did we wanted to show you his memories, but to also make you go through everything he's been through, so that you would regain your motivation to stop Florian and teach Rias and her peerage a stern lesson." Shido: "So, this whole time, I've been someone incomplete. All I need is his memories and I will become whole again." David: "Yes, I'm truly sorry, son. We shouldn't have kept this from you this whole time. We should have been honest from the start." He went over and hugged Shido. Rain subsequently did the same and also embraced her son. Shido was silent this whole time. He felt unsure and uncomfortable of the whole truth. He sat on the prism ground quietly and thought about everything he learned. Then, Rain decided to close the prism chamber and return everyone to the real world. From the ceiling, the sparkling and gleaming surfaces started to disintegrate, and the boundaries of the room began to shrink. Eventually, the room shrank to the size of Origami's secret base. Everybody was shocked when they saw the time on the clock was still 1:15 p.m. They realized that absolutely no time had passed even though they spent a long time in the prism room. The atmosphere felt heavy and tense, as if there was a tremendous weight that was pushing down on everyone in the room. While his parents were still hugging him, Shido suddenly got up and they backed off. Then, Shido walked to the surveillance room and pressed the door button, which automatically opened the trapdoor. Everyone was confused and concerned with what Shido was doing, and his father was asking what was going on. But Shido didn't say anything and immediately sped out of the place. Rain was shocked, and quickly chased after her son and called out for him. "Wait, Shido, where are you going?" Toka, Origami, and David all saw this and also chased after Shido. But Origami made sure to close the trapdoors and concealed the location of her secret base. Shido's friends and family all pursued him as he strayed further away. Scene break. On the road towards Shido's home. 1:45 p.m. As Shido was running back home, he thought about every single memory in life which he spent with his parents. Shido felt as if he lived a lie this whole time and felt angry and frustrated. He continued running up the slope of the road as he got closer to his house. Eventually, Shido reached his destination and quickly opened the doors and entered it without hesitation. Shido shut the doors but didn't bother to lock it. All he wanted right now was some peace and privacy to settle down and try to forget about everything. He ran to his room and hopped onto his bed, covering his entire body with his blanket and stuffing his face into a pillow. He thought to himself, questioning why his birth was the result of circumstances from his past life. Why did I have to be born like this? Why was my whole life a lie? Did my parents even love me in the first place? What am I? Am I a monster? There were so many unanswered questions which only left Shido very confused and frustrated. He started questioning his purpose for existing and was feeling quite upset about his entire life. Shido just wanted to grow up and be a normal person, but he was suddenly dragged into the affairs of the supernatural and couldn't escape from it. He felt as if his entire ordinary life as a normal human had just collapsed and shattered into pieces. Shido cried melancholically as he continuously sobbed with great sadness and despair. He now knew that he could no longer be the normal boy he wanted to be, because all signs of normality had disappeared. No, there wasn't any normality to begin with. Shido was destined to receive Issei Hyodo's memories and feelings so that he can gain the willpower to fight some devil who plans to usurp power in the underworld. While he continued to weep, Shido heard the sound of the front door opening, but he didn't care at all since he was too distraught and anguished about this sudden change in his life. The person who entered the house was his mother, Rain. She, being Shido's mother, immediately knew where he would be if her son was sad and wanted to be alone. So, she instinctively dashed up to his room. Rain quickly opened the door and found her son hiding under the blankets and crying all alone. She knew that she had to approach Shido without upsetting him further, but Rain never planned how to do so when this kind of situation arrived. For the time being, all she could do was stand by his bed in shame as Rain felt that she had failed as a mother. Eventually, David, Toka, and Origami also arrived at the scene. They saw Rain quietly standing in front of Shido's bed and not saying anything at all. David analyzed the situation and correctly deduced what had happened. He knew that Shido was upset and consoling him would most likely be ineffective. Although he didn't know how to comfort his son, David at least went over to his wife and embraced her as a sign of comfort. As the two parents stood still, Toka decided to try and comfort Shido as his friend. Origami wasn't sure what to do, so she just stood at the door while she watched Toka approach the bed. Toka said softly, "Shido, it's me." She slowly moved her hand towards him. At first, she hesitated in her attempt to make him feel better, but Toka knew that the longer he was left unchecked, the worse he would become. So, Toka mustered up courage and placed her hand on Shido's forearm, which was tense as his hand was gripping on the pillow. Shido didn't even budge when Toka held his forearm. She bent down to him and gave him words of support which would be most appropriate for this volatile moment. "Shido, I'm here for you. You probably feel so alone right now, since you learned that there's nobody who can understand your feelings. I, as your friend, cannot do much right now, but I want to let you know that my view of you has not changed." Shido responded to Toka in a sad voice despite stuffing his face into his pillow. "No, I'm a monster. My birth was never formed from life between my parents. I'm just the empty puppet of a dead person who is missing his memories. I'm not Shido. I'm Issei Hyodo, but without his mind and heart." "No, Shido, you're not a monster. You've been the kindest and most compassionate person I have ever met in my life. I was all alone when I transferred to Rahazen High School and had nobody to talk to and open up my feelings to. But you talked to me and you said so many nice things which made me happy for the first time in so long. Your past life and his memories do not define you. You created your own life story by simply living the way you wanted as Shido. If there's nobody left to love you, then I will stay here by your side and give you my unconditional love and support. I mean it when I say that I wholeheartedly love you. You can think of this as my love confession to you. It doesn't matter if you're human or not, because I think you're the best human I've ever met in my whole life. I love you, Shido, and there's nothing that will change that." Shido calmed down for a moment and turned to look at Toka. His face was all tense and red. There were still tears forming around his eyes and flowing down his cheeks as he quietly sobbed. "Shido, do you mean that?" He still seemed very distressed as he asked. Toka smiled and cheerfully replied to him, I mean it." At that moment, Shido didn't feel so isolated and lonely as just now, as his friend came over to console him with comforting words of care and support. Shido was so touched that he went in for a hug. Toka reciprocated the hug and wrapped her arms around him. After a few moments of hugging, Shido and Toka broke the hug and separated, but Toka gave Shido a kiss on the lips before winking at him. Shido didn't expect the kiss, but he didn't react negatively and simply smiled. However, the kiss did made him feel a bit strange. It was almost like a massive surge of energy had flowed into his body and was powerfully resonating in his body. But he didn't pay attention to this as he was still feeling a little blue. His parents were watching, but they still felt ashamed of themselves, so they didn't do anything. Origami surprisingly didn't feel any jealousy or envy, but she felt touched when she watched their entire conversation. Time passed and eventually Shido settled down. He couldn't see his parents the same way as he had always viewed them since childhood, since Shido learned their true identities. It would take some time for him to get over all this, which is why he decided to make a decision. "Shido, Mom, Dad, I want to stay with Toka for a while." His parents were shocked at this statement, but they probably expected something like this to happen as they figured their son would want some distance from them before he accepted reality. Toka, on the other hand, was blushing in embarrassment and couldn't properly say anything. Toka said, "What, stay with me? But I live in a girl's home, boys aren't allowed. I'd be breaking the rules if I even brought a boy back, not to mention that the other girls would freak out if they learned that a boy was present." "Shido, it's not breaking the rules if nobody finds out. Besides, why are you acting like this? You just kissed me. On top of that, you also confessed your feelings to me earlier today, although it was accidental." Suddenly, Origami interjected into the conversation and said, "No, Shido should stay with me. I have a secret base within the city that not even D.E.M. Industries knows about. He would be much safer there if he stayed with me." For some reason, Toka felt really anxious when she heard what Origami said, so she responded, "Wait. I know you have a point, but if he's going to stay with you, then I'm coming too. The place might be small, but we can all fit in it, right?" Eventually, Shido had enough of the talking and blabbering, so he ended it by making a compromise. Alright, why don't the three of us stay at Origami's place? I don't mind that at all. The three of us are targets of D.E.M. Industries and we need a place to hide. Perhaps Origami's place will be the best possible location for a hiding place. Both girls thought about it before they too agreed on the proposal. However, Rain spoke up and asked Shido, "Son, what about us? What are the both of us supposed to do?" Shido didn't respond immediately, but he had to think of what would happen to his parents even though he still hadn't fully accepted who they truly were. But in the end, Shido still appreciated them for raising him his whole life and giving him their parental love and support. So, Shido also allowed Rain and David to stay in Origami's place. Origami didn't hesitate one bit and immediately agreed to taking them in. They decided that they should leave right away and head for Origami's secret base. Forget about taking D.E.M. by surprise at school. They needed to lay low for now until things get slightly calmer. Scene break. On the way to Origami's secret base. 2:10 p.m. The whole group of them were hurriedly making their way to their destination, hoping that they would make it in time before D.E.M. Industries pinpointed their location. Unfortunately, 3 wizards from D.E.M. Industries had already been following them from the start. They were secretly dressed in civilian attire while stealthily stalking them from behind. Within that group was Ellen Mathers. She had specially called for 3 professional wizards from D.E.M.'s Department of East Asia. Ellen turned back to the trio of wizards who have been called to carry out the mission of kidnapping Shido. All 3 of them were highly skilled wizards who were trained to do a variety of methods. No ordinary human, regardless of the strength, could ever come close to beating them in battle. Ellen, alright, you see that blue-haired boy over there? He's our target, and we need him alive. Understood. Murayama, yes, ma'am. K-Taste, of course. Kai-Day, got it. Ellen reminded them of the instructions. Remember, K-Taste and Murayama will separate the other people from the boy and Hyodo will come in and take him away. Once again, Kai-Day Hyodo, I know you doubt yourself about this task, but we all believe you are up to it. Don't underestimate yourself just because you are half the age of your senior teammates here. The 3 women nodded and pursued Shido as Ellen began to walk away, but even though she had confidence in her wizard's abilities, Ellen still couldn't help but think of why Shido survived the first attempt in capturing him earlier today. Strange. After the first attempt failed on the school roof, I looked all around the school for Shido Murasame and couldn't find him at all. Did he leave the school early? No, if that's the case, then our scouts would have spotted him at home. I remember the only person the scouts saw in there was his father, before he left somewhere. It was only almost an hour later when the scouts saw Shido run into his house, followed by his parents and classmates, one of whom was the girl he ate lunch with on the roof. Could it be possible that Shido Murasame anticipated this entire thing coming his way? No, that's impossible. The only way that the first attempt was thwarted was that someone from the outside knew about our plan. But who? I'm going to have to conduct a search on this. But I don't even have any leads to begin with. I'll guess I just have to consider the possibility that perhaps it was that traitor Elliot who interfered again, just like how he interfered in that time in Greece. As the 3 wizards stalked them from behind, they began to chat amongst each other. K-Tace worriedly asked her junior teammate, Kai-Day, you seem pretty tense about this mission. Is everything alright? Kai-Day bluntly replied, Everything is fine, Ms. K-Tace. I'm an obedient soldier who follows orders and does not complain or defy authority. Murayama commented on what Kai-Day said. Well, that seems good and all, but don't you feel a little bad for this boy? What would his friends and family think if he suddenly disappeared because of us? He is the same age as you and... Kai-Day didn't even let her finish and started talking. And what? You mean I shouldn't hurt him just because he's similar to me? Don't compare me with him. Look at him. He has friends and family accompanying him. How sweet of them. I never grew up feeling any kind of parental love or receiving support from those around me. My older brother was murdered before I was even born and the police still can't find the murderer after almost 17 years. I'm going to reach my 3rd year of high school and my parents are still not over his death. They never even gave me any attention when I grew up as they always grieved over my older brother, Issei. I was even isolated by my classmates simply because I was related to him. They said they didn't want to be associated with that pathetic perverted family. I was all alone, you know. I hate my brother so fucking much that hearing his name makes me mad. I don't care about other people. I want that boy to know what it's like to be alone and be ignored by everyone. Murayama and K-Tace looked worried when she said all of that, as they felt like Kai-Day will go down a dark path if she believed like that. Meanwhile, Shido and his friends and family had just arrived at the end of the alleyway where the entrance to the secret base was. Everybody was waiting for Origami to open up the trapdoor. Origami went to the section of the wall where the fingerprint scanner was. She was about to remove the false bricks from the wall when she suddenly stopped. Everybody got frantic when they saw Origami stop for no reason, even though they are completely vulnerable. Shido anxiously asked, "Origami, what's the holdup?" But then, Origami turned around and side-flipped in front of Shido. Then, she immediately summoned Metatron and fired several bullets of light in multiple directions. Everybody didn't expect Origami to suddenly attack out of nowhere, and were wondering why she was. But when they looked into the direction she was attacking in, there were 3 women in mechanical suits that were trying their best to parry the bullets with their laser swords or dodge them. Origami said in a serious tone, "It's the E.M. Industries. I know that battle suit, I've worn it many times." Toka asked, "How did you even know they were here?" Origami, "I programmed my watch to detect similar wave signatures from the realizer as a way to detect anybody dangerous associated with the E.M. Industries if they were nearby. The watch doesn't make a sound, which is good since it won't let the person near me know that I'm aware that they are close. Instead, the watch tightens on my wrist and vibrates similar to an alarm. The watch had actually started vibrating from the moment we left Shido's house. I only didn't say anything because I wanted to lead them here." Shido worriedly asked why Origami led the wizards to a tight space. "But why here? This is a dead end and the only way out is blocked." But Origami confidently replied, "That's the best part. Wizards aren't trained to fight in tight spaces like these. They need to cover a wide area and surround their enemy. Taking them head-on is much more time-consuming and more difficult." With that, Origami charged forward as Metatron's cannons flew by her side and blasted more barrages of light bullets towards the wizards. Rain and David wanted to step in and help, but Toka stopped them and confidently declared that she and Origami would take care of it. "Leave it to us. We will show these supernatural wannabes the true taste of genuine power." She summoned Sandalphon and fiercely charged towards the wizards. Both adults were doubtful of the girls' abilities, but they wanted to observe their fighting styles and their combat skills after training them in the Prism Dimension. Murayama had done her best to dodge all the light bullets, but a few had grazed the surface of her jetpack and prevented her from going airborne. She thought to herself, "What the heck is that ability? I know that our laser guns can do the same, but this girl just summoned a whole regiment of artillery cannons that can fly and continuously shoot without reloading. I need to make quick work of her and achieve our objectives." Murayama charged forward at Origami to strike her with the laser sword, but Toka came blocking the sword out of nowhere with Sandalphon. Murayama, "Darn it, this girl too, is she a wizard? What kind of sword is that? I don't know what it is, but I can tell that it is not some ordinary laser blade like the one I have." Then, Kates flew up into the air and fired 2 laser guns towards Toka, but Origami protected her by using one of Metatron's unique abilities. Origami shouted out, "Metatron, Megan." That command caused all the cannons to fly past her and fall into a circular formation and spin rapidly like a pinwheel. Then, the speed of the pinwheel accelerated to the point where it reached the speed of light and deflected any external force from its intended trajectories. Basically, Origami created a shield made of light to defend Toka and Shido from the light bullets. Kates, "What? All the bullets were deflected? No way. What kind of girl is she?" Kates was horrified that her laser bullets were all blocked by something she never expected to see in her life. But David suddenly called out to Origami and told her one of Metatron's abilities. "Tabichi, take the fight to the skies and finish of that wizard. Use Metatron, Malak to fly." Origami said, "Got it, Metatron, Malak." She eagerly jumped high into the air with her cannons flying behind her and continued blasting powerful projectiles at Kates. Kates tried to block the bullets with her laser sword, but the blade snapped into pieces as soon as it came into contact with the bullets made of light. The other light bullets subsequently hit her armor and caused a considerable amount of damage to her gear fixed into her battle suit, including her jetpack, which caused her to fall towards the ground. But Kates was saved by Kai-Day, who came to her rescue. Kai-Day, MS Kates, "Are you alright?" Kates, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Cough. "It's just that those bullets made of light had got me good just now, but they didn't hit any vital spots. I think I'll take a breather first before we'll continue the mission. Go, help MS Murayama and give her some backup. She needs it against these mysterious students who possess weird powers." Kai-Day nodded and immediately charged into battle after putting Kates against the wall and letting her rest. Kai-Day looked forward and saw that Toka was overwhelming Murayama with a flurry of sword strikes which were repetitively forcing Murayama to go on defense mode. Kaede knew that she had to help her teammate, and decided to jump high in the air with the help of her jetpack's boost and activated her laser sword, falling down as she attempted to catch Toka off guard and strike her on the head. But Origami came to her defense, and sent multiple bullets of light directly at Kaede. She couldn't react in time for a counterattack. All she could do was dodge the attack by activating her jetpack boosters and fly upwards. Kaede looked down upon Origami, who was also levitating higher into the air to get closer. Kaede asked Origami, "Who are you and what are you? Why are you getting in our way?" Origami hesitated to answer at first, but then she decided to avoid Kaide's question and instead ask a question of her own. "No, what are you doing? Why are you trying to take away my friend? Don't you even feel bad about the people who care about him, like his parents or his friends? Why do you carry out such a despicable act which hurts many without even any remorse or sympathy for your victims?" Kaede was taken aback by this response, and she couldn't think of an answer. But since she wanted to avoid getting hit by those bullets, and buy time for Kaede to recover her strength, Kaede decided to answer Origami's questions. Kaede replied, "I'm just following orders. Stand down and back off right this instant. That boy is labeled dangerous in our reports, and we must capture him alive. And what's the big deal with his friends and family? They can all learn to live without him just like how I lived all alone without any kind of support from friends or family." Origami, not having any friends or family is not a legitimate reason to justify your actions of tearing apart bonds between people who care about each other. Don't ever use your pain to justify your attacks against others who were innocent and have done nothing to you. I grew up just like you, no parents, no friends. I was all on my own. But did I hurt anybody else and wanted them to feel my pain? No, because it is stupid to hold pointless and baseless grudges against people who have it better than you. They deserve to be happy, and if it really pains you to see them enjoying themselves, then it is up to you to make yourself happy, you hear me?" That response obviously made Kaede really pissed. Origami could see her entire expression become enraged with fury. Origami knew that Kaede definitely was going to get even more serious in fighting now, so she decided to step it up a notch as well. Kaede came flying towards her with a laser sword, shouting angrily, "You bitch, you're fucking dead." She flew at high speeds directly at Origami and prepared to strike her and deal a lethal attack to her. Origami didn't move at all. She just waited for Kaede to get closer, and when she arrived just in front of her, Origami immediately flew upwards at even faster and blinding speeds to dodge the attack. Kaede didn't see Origami move at all with her own eyes since she was too fast and ended up slicing the air in front of her where Origami was. Then Origami performed another attack on Kaede. Metatron Kadur. Then, all the cannons dispersed from Origami, with only a few of them still stationary and floating by her side. As for the cannons who split from the formation, they rapidly surrounded Kaede from all sides and immediately blasted multiple projectiles at her. Kaede was defenseless and had no way of escaping. But then, she summoned her territory. A green sphere formed around her, and she used her laser blade to somehow deflect all of the bullets coming her way. Origami was shocked, and she felt stupid that she had forgotten the territory existed. Origami thought that Kaede most likely gave herself superhuman strength and speed which managed to let her pierce through the bullets from Metatron. She quickly withdrew her cannons back to herself and thought, "Damn it, this bitch is good. Will my shields I create with Metatron be able to block her strikes now that she's activated her territory? Wait. No. I need to keep doing this. I have to keep her busy and constantly make her use the territory. I clearly remember that there's a limit for the realizer. In that case, I'll do this." Origami immediately sent her cannons back into their former positions and started blasting right back at Kaede. Just like she expected, Kaede was able to slice through each of the bullets easily. But this time, Origami kept up the pressure and didn't stop firing the bullets. As time passed, Origami saw Kaede constantly piercing through all of the bullets without even faltering in her movements. She was stunned by just how consistent Kaede was in her ability to move at a constant speed without getting tired easily, making Origami question if she really was a human to begin with. But eventually, Origami's intended result happened. Kaede eventually stopped all of a sudden and her vision became blurred with a red tint of blood in her eyes. She fell to the ground and she hit the surface hard. Kaede was completely motionless. Meanwhile, Toka had almost defeated Murayama. The problem is that Murayama had figured out Toka couldn't fight as efficiently and effectively when she wasn't in close distance. So she decided to continuously retreat backwards while defending herself before subsequently unleashing another attack which would cause Toka to step back and defend, resulting in the distance between them getting bigger. Murayama thought that she had probably managed to secure some breathing room for herself, but she was wrong. Toka simply walked backwards as well, and the distance between them increased even more. Murayama was shocked by this move by Toka and lowered her sword since she thought there was no way Toka could attack from that distance. But completely unaware of Toka's capabilities, Murayama decided to withdraw her laser sword and use her laser guns instead. She fired several bullets at Toka to deal some damage from afar, but Toka started charging towards Murayama and easily parried all the laser bullets. Once she was done with that, Toka sent a few energy slashes towards Murayama. Murayama was shocked by this, not realizing that Sandalphon could attack its enemies from a distance without even needing to be close. She quickly whipped out her laser sword to block the incoming slashes, but the sword snapped and the slashes sent Murayama flying towards the wall, crashing into it and creating a huge hole in the wall. Shido and everyone else were in awe as they saw Toka and Origami do such spectacular and beautiful things with their sacred gears. They thought that the fight was over and thought about what to do with the bodies of the wizards who are all unconscious and immobilized. Origami and Toka regrouped with Shido and his parents and looked at the alleyway, which received lots of damage from the fight. The group decided that they should dump their bodies down the sewers and hope they wouldn't get up. Shido and Toka carried Murayama's body and opened up the drain cover and tossed it inside. But as they were moving all the bodies towards the sewers, Kaide was still conscious. Kaide thought to herself, "No, that little bitch. How could I have not seen this coming? What could that power possibly be? Those two girls we fought had certainly matched our strength and easily wiped us out. Could it be a sacred gear? Yes, that's the only possible way. I'd better make quick work of them and report this back to Rias." David watched Origami and Rain carry Keite's body and lowered it into the sewer. He approached Kaide but stopped in his tracks when he felt a strange aura coming from her. This aura was all too familiar to David. He instinctively backed off and he prepared himself to fight. David shouted, "Everyone, it's not over yet. That girl over there is not a human." Everyone else stopped and looked over at Kaide. The three students were unsure of what David meant by that. But Rain immediately understood what was happening since she felt the weird aura too. She immediately ordered Origami to quickly drop Keite's body into the sewer and close the cover before regrouping with David. Everybody rushed over to David and asked what the heck was happening. Shido asked anxiously, "Dad, what's going on?" David replied in a tense manner, "That girl you see over there is not a human. I can tell from her aura. Yes, I remember this aura all too well. This girl here is a devil." Everybody gasped in shock as he revealed the true identity of the girl. But what shocked them even more was that Kaide started standing up. Then, Kaide spread out her devil wings, which were similar to that of a bat's. "Toka, that's a devil." David, "Yes, we must not underestimate her power. She most likely possesses much greater strength than she did just now." Origami, "Did you manage to hit her with a bullet of light earlier?" Origami, "No, I didn't intend to hit her. I planned for her to reach her limit first so that she would immediately be unable to fight any longer. I ceased the firing of the light bullets once I saw her collapse onto the ground." David, "Well, shit, it could have been useful if she got hit at least once. Since light is the weakness of a devil, it would have almost certainly guaranteed an early death for her. Anyway, she's probably aware of that and is very wary of you. Get ready for round 2. But before that, I need to ask this girl some questions." Kaide slowly stepped forward and looked at the whole group with anger in her eyes. David took a few steps forward and began questioning the girl. "David, you're a devil, right? I can tell by your aura, and judging by the intensity of your aura, you're probably not some stray and most likely part of a devil's peerage, right? No need to lie to me. I know all about the underworld and the peerage system." Kaide stopped in her tracks and seemed shocked that this man immediately knew what she was. But she went back to having a serious expression as Kaide asked him back, "How do you know that? Answer me, human." David, "I will tell you if you tell me your name." Kaide Hyodo." Everybody recoiled in shock and disbelief. David, when he first saw Kaide, thought that she had some resemblance to Issei. The only difference was that her hair was much longer and tied into a braid which was hanging behind her shoulder. But now David was speechless. There was no way that Issei had any other siblings or relatives. David spent his whole life as Drake with Issei and clearly remembered he had no other relatives his age. However, David's doubts would be confirmed when Origami asked, "Hyodo, as in Issei Hyodo, was he by any chance your brother who was murdered?" Kaide also recoiled in shock as she didn't expect Origami to know her brother, but she became angry and questioned Origami. "You, how do you know my brother? He's been dead for over 17 years now. And don't say his name, he ruined my life even when he's dead." Origami didn't know how to respond. but David luckily came to the rescue when he successfully changed the topic of the conversation. Your aura tells me that you have 4 pawn pieces inside of you, am I right? That means you're probably pretty weak. I can tell that you don't have a sacred gear. But I wonder what made you so intriguing to your king that made them want you to join their peerage. Kaide angrily replied, don't underestimate me. I'm a devil who can kill all of you freaks in an instant. Try pissing me off if you want, it'll be a swift death for you. David, whoa, watch your behavior, kid. I wonder, why did you join D.E.M. Industries knowing that quitting will result in your immediate demise? Won't your king be angry that you joined someone else? Kaide, quiet. Master Rias is currently busy with some stuff in the underworld. She's been gone for months now and is letting all of us do whatever we please. I joined D.E.M. a year ago and juggled my high school life with it because I was ordered by Master Rias to infiltrate it and annihilate its headquarters of this prefecture, which is based in my town. She doesn't like them one bit. David, huh, so you're a double agent, working for your master, Rias, was it? Is her full name Rias Gremory? Kaide, how do you know that? David, that bitch owes my best friend an apology. She deserves to fucking die for all I care. Kaide angrily charged at David and prepared to strike him with a punch infused with demonic energy. But David caught her wrist with his bare hands as her fist stopped right in front of his face. Kaide was shocked as she saw this mysterious man easily stop her punch without even flinching. Then David said in a deadpan expression, pathetic. That's an amateur move. I bet this'll finish you off for good. He used his other hand to grab her forearm and David flipped Kaide over his shoulder and slammed her into the ground with brute force. Kaide hit the floor face first, and she struggled to sense her surroundings. When she turned over her body and looked upwards, she saw David was standing in front of her. Kaide reached out her hand and sent a fireball from her palm towards David, but he easily performed a roundhouse kick and the wind caused by the motion of the kick extinguished the fireball. Kaide was even further shocked by this. She began to question whether David was a human or not, and how he knew so much about the supernatural. David picked Kaide up and tossed her towards Rain, who jumped up and performed a side kick to Kaide's body as she approached Rain. Then, she bent down towards Kaide, who was lying on the floor, and extended her hand over her face. Finally, Rain sealed Kaide's memory of her encounter with them and knocked her unconscious. Rain said as she stood back up, Kaide Hyodo has forgotten about this encounter with us. All she remembers is that she is on a mission to kidnap Shido, but her memory when she spotted him earlier today was wiped out. Basically, she knows she was assigned to kidnap my son, but she doesn't know where he is. We will throw her down the sewer and hope the flow of the water will lead her somewhere far away. Shido, Toka, and Origami all looked at each other before agreeing that they should all throw Kaide down the sewer. David picked her up and simply tossed her down the drain. He didn't even bother to see the dirty water she landed in because it was disgusting. All David needed to hear was a big splash noise, and that was it. He closed the cover and breathed a huge sigh of relief. David suggested that they enter the secret base now and analyze their surroundings. Origami agreed, and she opened up the trapdoors for everyone to enter. David followed Origami into the surveillance room and started watching all the monitors. He asked, how are we supposed to identify people associated with the E.M. Industries? Aren't they like the masters of disguise and deception when it comes to blending in with civilians? Origami replied calmly, not to worry. I have another handy tool which can sniff out the ones associated with them. This tool can detect invisible waves in our atmosphere which are caused by the realizer, as well as detecting the special magnetic waves in D.E.M. keycards and personnel who are not wizards. She did some typing on her computer and it opened up a sonar and radar application on her screen. From the looks of things, it appears that D.E.M. Industries has fully moved out of Tenga City. There was just one person left on the screen. David asked, find that person right now. We need to know who is still present in the city. Origami complied and pinpointed the location of that person. She pointed at a screen for David to look at. He saw that the person that the radar and sonar picked up was Ellen Mathers. David and Origami watched her and noticed she was on a call with someone. David, damn it, what's she doing here? Why is she the only one left in the city? And who's she talking to? Origami, don't worry, I can intercept her call. She did some more typing and tapped into their call. One of Origami's computers started playing audio of the call. Ellen, I'm sorry Ike. I'm sorry we failed you. Westcott, no need to be sorry Ellen. It's Bailey's fault, she's such a bitch and can't get her assignments done. But anyway, I'm calling off the mission to capture Shido Murasame. It's been going on for way too long, and no progress has been made. You're coming home. Ellen, really? Westcott, that's right, take a rest for a while. I'm pretty sure it was tiring handling all those students for 2 years, so consider this a welcome home gift from your boss. And not just any boss, the boss of D.E.M. Industries himself. Ellen, thanks Ike. I will not betray your expectations in the future ever again. Westcott, don't worry, I'm sure you mean that. Just make sure to not screw up next time around. Do you understand? Ellen, yes. Westcott, good. See you back in London. Call end. David and Origami felt tense after listening to their conversation, but they got a lot of new information about D.E.M. Industries after listening to it. For example, they now knew that Shido was safe and that there was nobody else coming after him. They reported this information back to Rain, Toka, and Shido. Rain, so Ellen is gone. Great. Now I can't pulverize that woman into dust for trying to hurt my son, but at least we now know where D.E.M. Industries is most likely based in. I will do some research on them and see if I can get anybody with the name Isaac. But what do we do now? David felt that their current numbers weren't sufficient to take on D.E.M. Industries right now, so he decided to tell everyone about the other sacred gears related to the angels he slayed in the Great War. Everyone, right now, our strength and numbers are not enough to stand a chance against any powerful force. D.E.M. Industries has massive power all over the world and we can't stand a chance against them. Don't forget about Kaide Hyodo and Rias Gremory. I can tell with absolute certainty that they will wipe us out if they came at us with all their allies, which is why I want to suggest recruiting more members into our team. Shido, more people, but how? We don't even know how to tell who has a special power. David, son, I will give you a special power which can allow you to feel whether or not you are close to someone who has supernatural powers. You can also use this to track down anybody who possesses a sacred gear and recruit them into our team. Shido, okay, but how do I tell if that sacred gear is good? David, simple. Toka's and Origami's sacred gears are actually similar to each other. There are also 8 more sacred gears which are similar to them that I believe will be our best options in building a strong team. Shido, well, what are they? David, there are 10 sacred gears in total that are similar to each other in terms of the type of energy they radiate. So far we have 2 of them. But this is the full list: Metatron, Ratziel, Zafkiel, Sadkiel, Camel, Michael, Haniel, Raphael, Gabriel, and Sandalphon. We have the 1st and 10th one, which are possessed by Origami Tabichi and Toka Yatagami respectively. We must search for the other 8 and recruit their users into our team so that we can stand a fighting chance. As for how to find them, not to worry, I tried searching for their energy signatures by scanning the entire city. It was just to test my luck, but I could not believe it when I actually found all the other 8 signatures within Tengu City. Origami, wait, that means they are all here. David, I know, pretty lucky, am I right? Because the worst case scenario would have been that all the other 8 users were scattered all across the world, since anybody around the world could have been born with them. Shido, so, Tengu City is our search radius. Got it. Now that we know the truth behind this world, I will do everything in my power to make sure that we get stronger and transcend our current human abilities. I guess this is my life now. I will use my power absorption ability to gain the powers of these 10 sacred gears so that I won't be as useless, and I can fight just as well as them. Let's get out there and create a name for ourselves. We shall become an unstoppable and powerful team. Hamamatsu, Japan, Wednesday, 3 p.m. Kaide was lying on the shores of Hamamatsu after drifting through the sewage system and ending up somewhere out along the coast. She woke up and looked around, only to not remember anything that happened before that. Kaide looked around and found Keitase and Murayama lying on the ground completely motionless. She walked over to try and wake them up, and as she shook their bodies to try and get a reaction, Kaide tried her best to remember what happened earlier. All she could remember was that she was sent on a mission to capture a boy, but couldn't remember any details about him. Suddenly, someone called out to her. Rias, Kaide, there you are. What are you doing all the way out here? You haven't answered my calls for the past day. Kaide rushed over to Rias and tried to explain the situation to her, saying that she couldn't remember anything that happened and that she just found herself here. Rias was confused by Kaide's response, and wondered how her pawn could not remember a single thing that happened just yesterday. She began to suspect that something associated with the supernatural had tampered with her memory. Rias thought to herself, if I remember correctly, Kaide informed me that her most recent mission was attempting to capture a boy named Shido Murasame who was suspected of having supernatural powers. Is it possible that he might have something to do with this? Never mind, I can sort that out all later. Right now, I better get Kaide and these two back to Kuo Town. My name is Kaide Hyodo. I am currently 17 years old right now and I am in my second year in high school. I hate everything that is happening in my life. Since the day I was born, my parents constantly grieved over my dead older brother who I've never met. I don't understand why they would pay so much attention to their son who's dead instead of paying attention to their daughter who's alive. I was constantly neglected by them as my parents would spend almost the entire day in front of the altar and grieving for my brother. I was also isolated from other kids as I grew up because their parents didn't want their children hanging around me. The reason for that is because from what I heard, my big brother was a huge pervert and many people hated him for that. As a result, I was also falsely and unfairly treated like an outcast by everyone around me. I grew up all alone and began to resent my brother as the years went by. I was often bullied by others because I was related to my brother whom everyone hated. I learned to fend for myself and fight on my own since nobody wanted to be my friend and simply wanted to hurt me. Issei Hyodo, I hate you with all my heart and soul. You destroyed my life before I could even begin to live. I swear if you were alive, I will kill you in your sleep and not feel any regret because I don't give a shit if you live or not. You ruined my life and I will make sure everyone will know how I felt. They will laugh at me all they want, but the time will come when I will be so much better than them. If they want to mess with me, I will just beat the shit out of them. One day, I met a woman named Rias Gremery who claims to know my brother personally. She told me that she was his girlfriend and that my brother wasn't as bad as I thought. Ms. Gremery proceeded to reveal the truth behind the supernatural, saying that devils and angels exist along with many other mythical beings and objects. I refused to believe it at first, but when Ms. Gremery showed me who she really was, I was stunned. She told me that she will train me to become strong and skilled in magic. I was trained in magic under a mage by the name of Lefei Pendragon and Ms. Gremery's best friend, Akeno Himejima. I learned to use fire, lightning, water, and ice magic and quickly grasped the basics and moved on to advanced skills quite quickly in a matter of weeks. I was also taught more types of magic by more of Ms. Gremery's friends. She had a friend who was a Valkyrie by the name of Rosweiss, who taught me to use Norse magic. There was a Nico Mata named Kuroka who taught me yokai magic. I never thought all these types of magic existed, but I loved it as I felt that being able to use them made me invincible. I was then trained in swordsmanship by two of Ms. Gremery's friends. They were Irina Shida and Zenobia Korda. They were tough tutors, but I was able to get used to their teaching style and become a master of the sword. Then, I was trained in martial arts by one of Ms. Gremery's friends and Ms. Kuroka's younger sister, Koneko Tojo. She was quite harsh in her teaching and insulted me often, but I was used to that kind of thing since young and eventually got better at fighting. When I became strong enough, Ms. Gremery wanted to make me part of her peerage. She gave me 4 pawn pieces and I became a devil that day. My parents actually paid more attention to me when they learned that I was spending time with Ms. Gremery. They were happy that I was making friends for the first time and constantly asked what I did with her. Of course I had to make up a cover story and not reveal the details of the supernatural to them. I like being a devil. I was finally gaining friends and attention from my parents. But what I loved most about being a devil was that I finally gained some self-confidence and boosted my self-esteem. Whenever someone tried to bully me, I would just beat them down mercilessly and teach them a lesson. Soon, everyone feared me and nobody dared to approach me. I went on many missions assigned by Ms. Gremery, whom I began to call Master Rias. I killed many strays who lurked around town at night. I also worked with other people from other mythologies such as heaven and the fallen angels. I began to really enjoy life and was looking forward to see what kind of exciting things are awaiting me in the next 10,000 years of my lifetime. Right now, I am currently on a mission to infiltrate a company called Dem Industries and chase them out of my town. Although military experience was a requirement, Master Rias contacted 2 old schoolmates who were my brother's classmates, and were currently working in Dem Industries to give me a recommendation to get me hired. Their names were Kates and Murayama. They used to go to school together with my brother many years ago, and from what I heard, Ms. Murayama liked my brother but never had the courage to ask him out. Anyway, I easily impressed the 2 of them when I fought them in close combat. I was then assigned as a wizard and was assigned missions by Dem Industries to carry out covert operations which protects the company's interests. But I wasn't there to work for them. I was there on an assignment by Master Rias to eliminate Dem Industries from our town. As for why she wanted them to be gone from Kuo Town, it's because she says that the company has some secret dealings with the supernatural. Master Rias claims that the company wants to obtain supernatural powers for some unknown purpose. So I was sent to infiltrate the company to confirm her suspicions and take them out. I later found the allegations to be true. I was sent on a mission to capture a boy named Shido Itsuka who is believed to be associated with the supernatural, and we were instructed to obtain his powers. My teammates were MS Keitase and MS Murayama, but they didn't believe the allegations of the boy having supernatural powers, but complied with instructions because they heard they could get superb rewards if they completed the mission. I can't remember what happened after that. 17 years ago. Kuo Academy, 10:00 a.m. One morning in Kuo Academy, Motohama and Matsuda were busy chatting with each other about Issei's strange disappearance. He just came back after so long and all of a sudden he vanishes off somewhere again. Being his two best friends at school, the perverted duo couldn't help but worry about Issei. They weren't able to focus on their classes since the morning and had difficulties trying to keep in their doubts and concerns. Matsuda, yo man, don't you feel a little weird that Issei just peaced out again without saying anything? He just left like a dad saying he would go and get the milk. Motohama, I feel you man, and not just Issei, the rest of the occult research club just straight up disappeared. I know that Kiba had just returned since yesterday, but I tried asking him what happened, but as soon as he saw me, he just ran away. What's his problem? Matsuda, I don't know man, for the first time, I'm actually focusing on something more than girls. There is some serious and freaky shit going on here. I heard a rumor that the girls of the orc came back recently, maybe we'd try asking them. Motohama, perhaps. But I don't even have the courage to ask them. I'd bet if we even try to get close to them, the other students will beat the shit out of us before we can ask. Matsuda, holy shit. I guess that's a possibility. But we can't just stay silent and do nothing about it. We need to report this to the police. We've waited for too long without any answers. The two perverts shared their worries about Issei. They felt like they should do something and were really considering reporting Issei's disappearance to the police. But in the end, they really didn't need to do anything because Sona Citri walked in to give an announcement to the class in the middle of a lesson. As Sona walked in, all the students averted their gaze to her as they all wondered why the student council president came in all of a sudden. The teacher stopped his lesson and greeted Sona. The two talked for a while and Sona walked to the front of the class while the teacher stood by the side to listen. Sona began to speak in a serious tone. Attention students, if I may have your attention, I would like to give an announcement regarding your classmate, Issei Hyodo. As you all know, Issei has been not attending school for the past month due to personal family reasons. However, he managed to return home recently and start attending classes. But Issei once again has been absent for no reason. As for why Issei has disappeared for the second time. Sona appeared very tense while she spoke to the class. The students became nervous and were eager to know why Issei had mysteriously vanished. But what shocked them was that Sona looked like she was about to cry when she was about to reveal the reason behind Issei's absence. This made them feel like they were at the edge of their seats and were pretty scared about what was happening. Sona continued, last night, Issei Hyodo was found dead. His body was discovered somewhere in the forest near the outskirts of the town. Authorities have been alerted but so far have not managed to find any leads. The school is planning to hold a memorial for him in the hall later today at 12 o'clock noon. All classes are to stop for 3 days out of respect for Issei Hyodo. All of you are invited to pay your respects at his home, although it is optional. I'm truly sorry, everybody. That announcement made the hearts of many sink. Matsuda and Motohama were the ones most affected by this. After almost so long of not seeing their friend, he just dies for no reason and didn't even tell his friends where he went. The worst part of it all was that they thought Issei was most likely alone when he was left to die. It must have been scary and frightening for the young boy to have experienced such a terrible fate. Naturally, Matsuda and Motohama broke down in tears when they heard the news. The whole class, who was initially unsure of how to feel about Issei's passing, turned to them and were feeling awkward when they saw the two class perverts crying for their friend. The two boys then hugged each other as they grieved their deceased friend together. The rest of the class felt like it was best if they tried to ignore the two boys crying, since feeling somber and upset in this situation was a bit difficult, since Issei had such a lecherous reputation which made many dislike him. Keitase thought to herself, I don't even know how should I properly feel in this situation. I just hope we find out why Hyodo suddenly died. I wonder what Murayama thinks. She turned to see Murayama's reaction to this sudden revelation and was surprised to see her looking very shocked and distraught at hearing about Issei's death. Keitase looked at her and wondered why her friend was feeling this way even though she hated him. Suddenly, Murayama started crying, the third person to do so when they heard the news about Issei's death. The whole class turned to her and was also just as shocked as Keitase. Murayama was sobbing a lot, but she said some words that could still be heard properly. Why didn't I say anything? I shouldn't have waited so long to tell him. Kate got out of her desk and came over to comfort her friend and asked her why she was feeling this way. Hey, it's alright, just take a deep breath and tell me what's going on. Murayama turned to Kate and told her why she was sad while still trying to wipe her tears from her face. I liked Issei. I liked him this whole time, but I never managed to convey my feelings through to him. What do I do now? How am I going to recover from this? That response shocked the whole class, even Sona, who was still standing silently at the front. Kate didn't want to believe what her friend said, but seeing her reaction made her feel that she was telling the truth and that she was being honest about liking Issei. Kate was still having a hard time believing what Murayama said, but as her friend, she decided to comfort her by placing her arm around her to show some emotional support and to give Murayama some company. The rest of the class eventually felt a little sad that Issei had passed away. They thought about all the times Issei had just about angered everybody with his perverted antics with his two friends, but for some reason, instead of feeling a little relieved that Issei was gone, everybody felt solemn at his passing. Sona decided to give the class some space to process everything she had told them and left the classroom. Sona walked back to the hall to prepare for the memorial and recalled all the times she fought alongside Rias with Issei serving as her pawn. Although they hadn't spoke much since they were in different peerages, Sona felt like she was missing a piece of herself. She could feel her stomach having this empty feeling within her, and it was bugging her quite a lot. Meanwhile, at Issei's house, Rias and all the girls were having a moral dilemma. Rias still remembered what Kiba said to her at Colorado when they found Issei's mutilated corpse on the cold and rocky surface of the mountain. Throughout the entire time she was cheating on him, Rias for some twisted reason felt joy and exhilaration whenever she was committing adultery behind Issei's back. It almost felt like cheating on him made her happy. And it wasn't just her, all the other girls felt the same way, not even the slightest sense of regret or remorse when they betrayed Issei. Despite acknowledging the fact that she and the others cheated on Issei and yet still continued, Rias was still angry of Issei's death for the wrong reasons. She felt like his death meant that she could no longer be the rating game champion since Issei's power played an instrumental and vital role in getting her peerage into its prominent and prestigious position within the underworld. The loss of Issei meant that her peerage would go into severe decline since it lost its most important person. Rias thought to herself, this is all just a bad dream, right? Issei can't be dead. He's still alive, but he's playing a prank, right? How am I supposed to become the strongest now? Issei, why did you have to die? Do you know how I feel right now? She felt as if the whole world was crashing down on her and her dreams of being the rating game champion were crushed prematurely. But once again, she felt stressed out and frustrated for the wrong reasons. Suddenly, Rias thought that it was a good idea to call her boyfriend, Florian, who is secretly only using her and only wants to kill her, but she doesn't know that. Rias really wanted some company and thought that perhaps the girls would also feel relieved if their boyfriends came to comfort them. So, she called Florian via Magic Circle and asked him to come over because she needed some company now that Issei was dead. He agreed to show up with his brothers, but Florian only said yes because he felt as if Rias no longer had any use to her and wanted to break up with her now that he cannot use her to get the boosted gear. On top of that, Florian felt like it was also useless to get information about the underworld government from Rias, as he could just simply get his sister to relay information to him. Living room, 10:45 a.m. All the girls gathered in the living room and sat on the couches and awaited for their boyfriends to arrive. Eventually, a magic circle appeared on the floor and out came Florian, Werner, Severino, Moritz, and Gustav. The girls all ran to their boyfriends and hugged them tightly. The boys pretended to comfort them by hesitantly hugging them back while holding in their desire to kill them. However, Asya and Irina were confused when they didn't see Nikolaus or Alexander among the boys. Irina asked Florian, where's Nick? He didn't come with you guys. Florian was internally pissed off and still hadn't got over Nick's death, but he decided to hold in his anger and tell Irina what happened to his brother. Nick is dead, and so is Alex. Ask your friends Yudo Kiba and Saji Genshiro why they killed them. Asya and Irina couldn't believe it and felt like they were dreaming for a second, but Irina remembered what Kiba said to her in Wyoming when he revealed that he had killed Nick back in the hotel in Los Angeles. She now realized that Kiba was telling the truth and couldn't believe it. Asya initially denied that Alex had died, but looking at the group of boys and not seeing him made her acknowledge the harsh truth. The two girls broke down in tears as they learned that their boyfriends were dead. As for the other girls, they were shocked at what Florian had just said. They had just seen Alex and Nick a day ago and all of a sudden they were announced dead. Irina wasn't taking the news very well. During her fight with Kiba in Wyoming, she continuously denied that her boyfriend had been killed by Kiba. But now that Florian basically confirmed what he said, and it made Irina face the truth of what happened. Asya, who was already shaken by the events of the past few days, couldn't believe that Alex had died. Both girls remembered everything Kiba said to them in Wyoming about killing Alex and Nick. They tried their best to forget about what he said but couldn't shake off the feeling that he was for some reason telling the truth. Now, they had to face reality. Both girls remembered Kiba and Saji asking the girls whether if they were satisfied about cheating on Issei, and they also remembered being asked by Kiba how Issei would have felt if he had found out. Although Issei was dead, Irina and Asya felt very regretful about everything they had did behind Issei's back. For some reason, both girls felt like they should have been lucky that Issei never caught them. But they felt completely different. The two girls asked themselves how they even started cheating on Issei, which led everybody to this messy situation. And that's when they remembered the first day of Issei's stay in the hospital when they met Florian and his brothers. Flashback. 2 months ago. Kuo Town, Japan. After the Surzex, Lucifer sealed himself along with other leaders including Azazel and Michael inside the isolation barrier field to fight the Trahexa. Issei Hiyoto had fallen into a coma due to battle exhaustion and was rushed to a hospital set up by Rias in Kuo Town. All his friends had gathered around him as he lay on the bed completely motionless, showing no signs of consciousness. The girls were heartbroken and inconsolable. Asya, Koneko, and Ravo were all hugging onto his arms and begged that he woke up. Irina, Zenobia, Akeno, and Gasper were shedding tears and hoped for their friend that he would regain consciousness again. Kiba looked upon Issei's body with great worry and concern, wishing for his best friend to wake up soon. Rias was sitting next to Issei's unconscious body and was crying uncontrollably. The war had just ended, and although many celebrated, Rias had to go through one final fight. And that was a fight to maintain her sanity as she dealt with a life without Issei by her side. It was very difficult for the orc to deal with this predicament. Issei had played an instrumental and significant role in helping them overcome their problems and pasts and growing into the people they are today, so they couldn't bear to see the person who helped them so much go through something like this. As the group was standing quietly and hoping Issei would wake up soon, Ajuka Beelzebub entered the room. Ajuka saw everybody was looking very stressed and worried, so he decided to speak calmly and convey his message. Ajuka, may the members of Rias Gremory's peerage please follow me for a briefing of what's going to happen next. It's about how life is going to be like for, maybe the next few months. Everybody except for Rias stood up and slowly walked towards the door. Akeno, who was the last person about to leave, turned back and saw Rias still sitting by Issei's bed. Akeno asked curiously, Rias, you're not coming? Rias simply sighed and said, I just can't leave his side. Issei-kun has done so much for me. It would be wrong as his girlfriend to just leave him for a moment, even if the Devil King orders me to. Akeno pondered in silence for a few moments before responding to Rias. I understand, we'll relay Lord Beelzebub's message to you when we get back. Okay. After saying that, Akeno left to join the others. Once most of Rias's peerage had left with Ajuka, it was just Issei and Rias left in the room. However, they weren't alone. Outside of the room, there were a bunch of doctors standing outside talking amongst themselves. Florian, alright, I got this. I simply have to disguise myself by looking like the Red Dragon Emperor, take advantage of Rias Gremory's mental state and make her cheat on him, and extract information from her while pretending to be her boyfriend. Brothers, you will do the same for each of the girls in the peerage. You were all assigned a girl to target. I'll try to get Rias to send away the Valkyrie, since she's proven to be way too loyal to Issei Hiyoto and would pose a problem for us. As for the Knight and the Dampire, I'll also try to get Rias to send them away too. They'll be a massive problem for our plans. Don't forget the main objective of this plan. We must steal the boosted gear from the Red Dragon Emperor by bringing him into a weak state when he sees us with his girlfriends. As Florian said his plan of action, his brothers all nodded in agreement and placed their trust in him as they watched his attempt in convincing Rias to cheat on Issei and be with him. Florian walked in the room and thought to himself, Surzex Lucifer, what are you going to do now that I will get your little sister to cheat on your beloved little brother-in-law? You brought this upon yourself. If my father hadn't lost to you, then you'd be alright. The door opened and Rias saw a doctor walk in. For a moment, her heart stopped as she thought the doctor had a massive resemblance to Issei, but she snapped out of it and remembered that the real Issei whom she loved was in a coma. The doctor went to the bed and looked at Issei, before talking to Rias. Miss Gremory, my name is Dr. Fokeler. I'll be conducting some tests on the Red Dragon Emperor to make sure he's in stable condition. "Don't worry, I'll be fast and the procedure won't hurt him, so stay assured that he will be fine." Florian proceeded to make himself look like he was doing what a doctor should be doing. He stood from the other side of the bed, where he and Issei were both visible in Rias's line of sight. Rias felt like the doctor looked pretty similar to Issei, but initially felt like her eyes were just playing tricks on her. But now that both the doctor and Issei were close to each other, she could now make a comparison. Rias was shocked when she saw a very uncanny resemblance between the two of them. She felt like it was probably just a coincidence that they looked similar, but Rias began to compare the appearances of the two and felt that the doctor was just a much more handsome and attractive version of Issei. Rias felt like it was immoral to feel attracted to another man when her boyfriend was literally in front of her unconscious. However, she felt her heart race as she began to see the doctor as Issei himself and imagined herself on a date with him. She blushed as thought of that scenario. Rias knew that Issei would be heartbroken if he found out that she preferred another man over him, so she decided to hide her blush and conceal the fact that she had an obvious crush on the doctor. But Florian spoke. "Miss Gremery, are you alright? Your face is all red and you look pretty nervous. Is everything fine?" Despite her best efforts to hide her blush, the doctor had noticed it and questioned why Rias looked like that. This only made Rias blush even more, and her face was almost as red as her hair. Now she couldn't make up a random excuse to say that she was alright, so Rias decided to tell the doctor about his resemblance to Issei. Rias nervously spoke. "Well, it's just that you have a similar appearance as my boyfriend, Issei Hyodo. I thought for a moment that you were actually him and, well..." The doctor spoke up as she was struggling to form a sentence. "Oh, is that so? I get that a lot. You should see how my brothers and I look like. It's almost as if we are an army of Issei Hyodos." Rias blushed profusely at what the doctor said and thought, "Oh my god, a whole group of Isseis. I can't imagine something like that, but the thought of being surrounded by many Isseis would be paradise for me." Florian looked at Rias with a deadpan expression, but he was internally smiling in joy and malice as he thought about what he had done. "Haha, I got you now. You're probably thinking of me as a much more attractive man than this little shitbag is, right? Now all I have to do is just be careful with what I say." Florian calmed down and began talking again. "Say, how would you describe your relationship with him? Many in the underworld are curious about your love life with Issei Hyodo, including myself." Rias snapped out of her fantasies and looked at the doctor, before answering, "Well, I would describe our relationship as... well, I think I'm keeping many things from him. For starters, Issei-kun seems happy and excited that he has me as his girlfriend. He has done so much for me and only cares about protecting me and making me happy. But deep down, I just want him to be less perverted and stop obsessing over my breasts every once in a while. Issei may think that our relationship is going smoothly, but I think it's crumbling apart. And it's my fault since I don't have the courage to bring it up to him." Florian didn't say anything for a while, before he answered back, "Well, why don't you try practicing how to bring up your true feelings to him? You can use me as practice, since I look like your boyfriend." Rias was surprised at the suggestion by the doctor, but she looked at him again, and could only see Issei's appearance overlapping his. Suddenly, she felt like it was a good idea to try getting experience with her relationship with Issei by cheating on him with another man just because he looked like him. In the end, Rias completely forgot about Issei and started talking with Florian. At first, she just knew the doctor as Dr. Folkler, but as their conversation in Issei's hospital room progressed, Rias became acquainted with the doctor as Florian and even began talking casually with him. Although it was wrong, Rias personally felt that she hadn't done anything wrong. Since Issei was a full-blown pervert who was attracted to any woman with large breasts, he would have also cheated on her by courting another woman. Thus, Rias felt like she was innocent in all this and viewed her affair with Florian as just harmless practice and experience for her actual relationship with Issei. Eventually, Akeno and Asya came back to the room. They saw Rias and Florian chatting cheerfully with each other and wondered what was going on. They asked Rias who this man was and why was she talking to him so casually as if he was her friend. Rias decided to just tell them the truth but construed the details such that it would be biased towards her, believing that Akeno and Asya would understand. The two girls couldn't believe what Rias had just told them, but after spending a while considering what she said about gaining experience, the two girls also decided that it wasn't a bad idea. As Florian watched the girls slowly betray Issei, he was grinning with malice. Everything was going according to his plan to seduce the orc girls, and all Florian needed to do next was bring the rest of the brothers into the plan. Eventually, the rest of the girls except Rosweiss were told one by one about Rias's plan to become closer to Issei by cheating on him with another man and convincing them that they too should do the same as her. They were very hesitant to follow her lead at first, but Rias was eventually able to convince all of them without letting Gasper, Kiba, or Rosweiss know. Rias sent the other three away, hoping that with their absence, the girls could secretly go out with their new boyfriends without anybody knowing. The girls had to resume classes in school, but they lied to the student council every day about seeing Issei in the hospital and secretly seeing Florian and his brothers. As the girls spent more time with their new boyfriends, they viewed them as much more lovable and capable men than Issei, who was now practically seen by them as a useless pervert. Unbeknownst to the girls, they were only being used by their new boyfriends who were secretly planning to overthrow the underworld government and seize power. Florian and his brothers wanted to use the girls and piss off the Red Dragon Emperor so that they can take advantage of his mental state and steal the boosted gear. They knew that Issei was in a coma, but Florian told his brothers that the more time they spent seducing the girls and manipulating them to hate Issei, then the chances of success of stealing the boosted gear will be higher. His brothers begrudgingly agreed despite the fact that they all hated Rias and her peerage. Flashback end. Their affairs went completely unnoticed until Issei awoke from his coma 2 months later. He eventually found out the truth with his friends Kiba and Saji, but they failed to reveal their affairs to the underworld government as they were ambushed by Florian's sister, Priscilla. Kiba and Saji were defeated by Rias and her peerage in a fight, and were subsequently forced to stay silent about the whole thing, otherwise their girlfriends would be threatened. Issei, on the other hand, had mysteriously died from unusual circumstances. When the higher-ups were notified of his death, they all tried their best to find out what killed him, but their search came up empty-handed. The only clue which could give some insight to everybody was that Drake could no longer be detected by Albion, meaning that the possibility of Issei being attacked by a very powerful creature with the capability of wiping out literal souls was high. The underworld was on high alert for anything that could be highly suspicious and dangerous, but even with many forces spread across the globe searching for such a perilous creature, there was still no results. The devils eventually gave up and decided to inform the fallen angels in heaven about Issei's death. Governor Shemhazai was shocked by this sudden revelation, and the thought of Issei suddenly dying under mysterious circumstances was placing a lot of stress on him. Shemhazai and many of his subordinates set up an investigation team to find out about Issei's death, but just like the devils, their investigation ended shortly due to insufficient evidence and information. Gabriel was heartbroken when she learned of Issei's death. The other angels in heaven were also saddened to learn that the Red Dragon Emperor had passed away. Soon, the news spread to the rest of the underworld and many factions were shaken by the unexpected news. It was decided that Issei would get a funeral in the human world, where there will be a wake for people to pay their respects before he would be sent off to the underworld, where a special mausoleum will be constructed for him as a gesture of gratitude for his heroic actions during the Evil Dragon War, and so much more. Now back to the present, the girls were shaken by the news from Florian. Asya and Irina were still crying as they mourned the deaths of their boyfriends, who had been killed. Then, Irina said to herself while trying her best to acknowledge reality, so Kiba was telling the truth, he did kill Nick. Rias happened to catch what Irina just said and asked about it. Wait, Kiba, he did this? Florian responded to Rias, correct, your knight along with your best friend's pawn killed my brothers. You're lucky they aren't here right now, otherwise we would have killed them on the spot. Severino was gritting his teeth and clenching his fists as he tried to contain his anger caused from wanting to avenge his fallen brothers by killing Kiba. But he knew that by doing so, the plan to overthrow the government in the underworld would be doomed to fail since they wanted to keep a low profile for now and not do anything reckless. Finally, Florian had enough of being around Rias. His main objective of this plan was to just use them to get closer to Issei and kill him to steal the boosted gear. But now, he blew the opportunity to steal it, and now he's left with much less power. Florian had despised Rias all this time and had tried his best to put on a facade of a romantic boyfriend the whole time. Now it was time to break off from Rias, whom he considered deadweight. Florian, listen Rias, let's break up. I don't think I can do this anymore. We only started dating because you wanted to gain more experience in relationships so that you can become a better girlfriend for Issei. But Issei is dead now. I don't think there's any point in staying together anymore. Goodbye. Rias was shocked by what Florian had just said. All she could do was watch Florian leave in disbelief and despair. Rias wanted to call for him to come back, but she remembered what Florian said about becoming a better girlfriend for Issei, and felt guilty when she remembered that she only dated Florian just so that she could become a better girlfriend for Issei. but ended up throwing her love for him away and left him for another man. The other girls were also feeling the same. For the first time in months, they all finally felt guilty about their actions they did behind Issei's back. To make things much more disgraceful, the girls only started feeling guilt and remorse for their actions only one day after Issei had died. If they had really loved him, then they would have been crying their eyes out and mourning his death the second they saw his body in Colorado instead of feeling conflicted about Issei dying and calling over the men whom they were cheating on Issei with so that they can get some comfort. Utterly pathetic and disgraceful. The girls stayed in their rooms, finally realizing the consequences of their actions for the rest of the morning until somewhere in the middle of the afternoon. However, although all of them acknowledged the fact that what they did was wrong, the girls didn't want to face any consequences, for they feared that they will be much harsher than death. So, Rias and the girls all decided to wipe out Kiba and Saji's memories about what they saw in America. The girls felt really stupid as they believed they should have done that in the first place. Time skip. Issei's house, 3 p.m. On the way to Issei's house, Matsuda and Motohama were still shaken by the news this morning. They had just attended the memorial service at the school hall and were on their way to Issei's home to pay their respects. Matsuda, you know, this road seems very familiar, don't you think? Motohama, yeah, we always went to Issei's place to look at his collection of magazines and discs. We always felt excited when we walked home together and talked about our preferences for women. But now that Issei is gone, I feel completely different. The two boys recalled all the times they hung out with Issei and felt nostalgic as they looked back on every memory he was in. The two boys remembered the times they got angry with Issei because he got with a girl who was part of the orc. But now they felt bad at what they did and said. Then, Matsuda decided to tell Motohama about something he always felt whenever he thought about Issei. Hey man, I know the three of us got together because we were all perverts. But the thing is that I wanted to get to know Issei as more than just a pervert. I wanted to know him more as a regular person, you feel me? Motohama replied, yeah man, I was actually feeling the same. I wanted to know more about Issei's personal tastes and preferences. I saw him more than just a fellow pervert at school. But we wasted our opportunities to get to know him more and will never be able to know him better. The two boys continued walking to the wake while talking about how Issei had impacted their lives. Eventually, they reached Issei's home and saw the entrance crowded with people. Upon closer inspection, the two of them saw many people who seemed unfamiliar, as if they were not from Kuo Town. One of the people at the entrance saw the two boys looking at the house and went to greet them. Barakiel, greetings boys, may I help you? The man who greeted them was the vice-governor of the Fallen Angels, Barakiel. He had been informed by Shemhazai about Issei's passing and immediately came to his wake to pay his respects and to also check on his daughter, Akeno. The two boys were curious who this man was, so they decided to introduce themselves first before asking who he was. Matsuda. Hello sir, my name is Matsuda. This is my friend, Motohama. We are friends of Issei Hiyoto at school. We came to his place to pay our respects. Who would you be, sir? Barakiel. Well, nice to meet you too. My name is Barakiel and I am the father of Akeno Himejima. She is currently one Issei Hiyoto's girlfriends. I also came here to pay my respects and to check up on my daughter. I'm worried that this devastating news would impact her greatly. The two boys were shocked that Issei was really dating Akeno. They had just believed it was a rumor. But seeing her father show up at his funeral, it was undeniable proof that the rumors were true. The boys would have felt jealous in this situation. But they didn't feel like it since they should keep quiet out of respect for Issei. Then, Barakiel showed the two boys into the house and brought them to a room where there was a wooden coffin in the middle of the room surrounded by flowers. The boys saw that there were some people already standing by the coffin and weeping. The two boys walked over to the coffin and saw a picture of Issei placed on the surface of the coffin. It was heartbreaking for them to see something like this. They just saw their friend for one day after a long period of disappearing without any reason, and then he suddenly dies. Motohama wanted to know how Issei died, so he asked Barakiel what happened. Motohama, Mr. Barakiel, do you know how Issei died? I mean, I want to know how my friend had suddenly died. He disappeared for so long and out of nowhere he just dies. Could you tell me what happened? Barakiel stood quietly for a while, wondering how he should respond to his question. He remembered being told by Shemhazai that Issei had obviously been murdered by someone. The problem was just that they didn't know what killed him. So, Barakiel decided to tell the partial truth and use it as a cover story for what actually happened. Barakiel, Issei was murdered in cold blood. His body was discovered in a forest just outside of the town's boundaries. Authorities have been trying to search for the culprit, but they haven't found any leads so far. The hearts of the two boys sank when they heard what Betrayal told them. The two of them probably anticipated that Issei had died due to natural causes, but they never thought that the reason for his death was murder. A feeling for vengeance brewed within them, wanting to find the murderer who killed their friend. The two boys looked around the room and saw Kiba leaning against the wall, standing next to Saji, Gasper, and Rosweiss. Kiba looked very stressed out about this situation, and the two boys decided to keep their distance from him as they believed Kiba just needed some space to sort out his thoughts. But deep down, Kiba was feeling conflicted about what he should do about Rias's affair. He knew it was the right thing to do, but Kiba feared for Tsubaki's life as he was worried about what kind of messed up things Rias would do to her. Not to mention that he was being watched 24/7. Even if Rias or any of the girls weren't around, they could still be monitoring his behavior at all times, so Kiba really had no choice but to stay quiet as he felt like he had been checkmated. Issei was already gone, and he didn't want to lose anybody else, so Kiba forced himself to stay quiet against his own will, feeling regretful that this action would hurt Issei if he found out about it. Saji was no different from Kiba as well. He thought the exact same things but also considered the fact that Rias could have already fabricated a cover story with Florian which would make his own side of the story seem illegitimate. He also feared speaking out because Rias had a lot of influence and connections compared to him. Saji and Kiba were the only ones who know about this information, but speaking out was going to be a real hassle since Rias was watching them constantly, and would immediately know if they wanted to try revealing the truth. She would find a way to stop them from ever telling the truth before they could even say anything. Gasper was crying as he couldn't believe that Issei had died. He had done so much for him since they met, and helped him become stronger. He regretted staying in the hospital with Valerie and thought that perhaps that he should have spent some time with Issei and possibly have prevented whatever that killed him. Rosweiss was heartbroken as the man she loved had died without any proper explanation. All she knew was that his body was in very bad shape, but nobody knew what caused it. Rosweiss regretted returning to Asgard to visit her relatives when she should have stayed by Issei's side in the hospital until the day he woke up. Unfortunately for both Gasper and Rosweiss, they would never find out the truth behind Issei's death because the culprits, Rias and the Orc girls, have already covered up their tracks and were about to erase the last few traces of evidence. Matsuda and Motohama continued staying at Issei's home for the rest of the day until the evening when they decided to head home and come the next day to continue paying their respects. 6:30 p.m. Among the people gathered around the coffin, a certain Riser Phoenix was feeling somber yet nostalgic as he recalled the memories Issei had given him. He truly felt humiliated and humbled when Issei had defeated him after crashing the engagement party. However, Riser felt grateful that with Issei's help, he became a better person. Riser never expected himself to miss Issei, but there he was, standing quietly as he reminisced about all the times Issei had interacted with him. Riser came to pay his respects along with his entire family. They also came here to meet up with Ravel, who was currently staying at Issei's house. They spent the whole afternoon paying their respects to Issei but never saw Ravel show up at all. However, Ravel finally left the room and came down the stairs. Riser spotted Ravel and rushed over to her, wanting to show sympathy to his sister for losing her boyfriend. Riser, Ravel, I'm so sorry for your loss. I know you loved Issei very much, and it must have been very hard for you recently. Ravel was still feeling guilty inside and regretted her actions, but when she heard what her brother said just now, it only made her hurt more inside as the amount of regret continued to accumulate. Ravel realized that she had done something truly awful to the man she loved and said many horrible things behind his back. All she could do now was break down in tears as Riser hugged her to console her. Then, the rest of the girls came down from their rooms and were looking pretty wrecked. Betrayal rushed over to Akeno and hugged her. After all, it was his responsibility as a father to care for his daughter. Betrayal said in a consoling and soft voice, oh dear, gorgeous." Akeno didn't know what to do but just hug her father back. She felt very regretful about being unfaithful behind Issei's back when he was in a coma. But she was also scared as she didn't want her father to find out about her affair. Then, Irina spotted Gabriel walking towards her with a sad expression. Irina panicked because she didn't want Gabriel to find out about her actions and feared for her life as she thought about the harsh consequences that she will face when the three factions find out. Irina braced for what Gabriel was about to do, but was surprised when Gabriel simply embraced Irina and stroked her head gently. "Gabriel, it's alright, Irina, it's alright to be sad about this. I know you liked Issei since childhood and I'm sure it must be very painful for you to lose someone you love very dearly. My most sincerest condolences to you." Irina had calmed down after she found out that Gabriel only wanted to comfort her. But just like Akeno, she also didn't want Gabriel to find out about her actions. All she could do was hope Kiba and Saji would not say anything after they had been threatened by Rias that she would hurt their girlfriends. Gabriel let go out of Irina and proceeded to comfort Asya and Zenobia in the same way. The two girls also felt regretful that they had lied to everybody about what they've been doing while Issei was unconscious in the hospital. Asya herself remembered what Kiba said to her when he and Saji crashed their room and scolded her like Vincent and Jules when they went into Brett's room. Asya finally realized the magnitude of her actions and realized what kind of repercussions it could have caused if someone had found out. She kept trying to calm herself down, saying that at least Issei didn't know about it. But unbeknownst to her, Issei had already known about everything they had done behind his back. It would only be until almost 2 decades later will Asya face the consequences of her actions. Then, Team Vali and Ophis arrived at the wake. Kuroko was saddened at Issei's sudden death, so she rushed over to her little sister and gave her a hug to comfort her. Koneko realized that Issei was more than just a pervert to her. He was someone who helped her overcome the trauma of her past and helped her embrace who she was. Koneko realized that Issei wasn't the worst, she was. Vali watched the entire thing and observed the girls' behavior. It was obvious to him that they were devastated by Issei's death. However, he couldn't help but feel a little sense of regret and shame radiating from the girls as he watched their behavior. But Vali didn't care too much about it since it could have been a trivial matter between the girls and Issei, so he decided to not question it, although he still felt slightly suspicious about the girls. But Vali would eventually forget about it. Finally, the most important people had arrived at the wake. From the entrance came in the Queen of Surzek's Lucifer's peerage, Graphia Lucifuge. She had rushed over along with the current Devil King, Ajuka Beelzebub, after finding out about her little brother's passing. Graphia wasn't immediately informed about Issei's death. She was peacefully looking after her son while the main figures of the underworld were busy trying to find the cause of death. However, when all their investigations came to an abrupt end, they decided to declare Issei's death as a death due to unknown causes. Graphia was subsequently informed about Issei's death, and she refused to believe it at first. But Ajuka had told her many times that he died and even showed her pictures of Issei's mutilated corpse. Graphia wasn't going to believe Issei had died until she saw the body herself. So she rushed over to the human world to Issei's house and see it for herself. Graphia saw Issei's coffin and couldn't believe her eyes. But she saw many important figures from the 3 factions such as Gabriel and Barakiel, all with sad expressions. She walked towards the coffin and removed the picture from the cover. Then, she slowly opened it up to see whether or not Ajuka was telling the truth. Nobody tried to stop her because they needed Graphia to see the truth for herself, and if she continued to deny it, then things would end up pretty bad for her. She slowly lifted the coffin up and saw a mutilated corpse which was completely unidentifiable. Graphia covered her mouth in shock and shut the coffin. She fell onto her knees and was breathing heavily. Graphia finally saw the truth for herself and broke down in tears of grief. Everybody felt sorry for her when she learned of Issei's death. Rias was just sheepishly standing by the corner of the room, still hoping that nobody will find out about her affair with Florian. But she needed to not look suspicious in front of everybody, so she walked over to Graphia and hugged her from behind to make it look like she was comforting her. Rias thought to herself, "Don't worry, I'll make sure nobody finds out about what I did." Later on, everybody gathered in front of the coffin and waited for the first person to give their eulogy. The person who was first in line was Vali. Vali was very stressed out by the recent events. He found out his rival had died and wanted to find the entity that killed Issei and then kill it with his own hands. Vali walked to the front and saw the people who were present. On his left was the Phoenix clan who were waiting for him to begin. In front of him was Barakiel, Gabriel, and Graphia who were standing with their subordinates who accompanied them to the wake. On his right was the Orc and the Student Council. Vali felt sorry for them as they lost someone who had played a major role in helping both groups grow. He took a deep breath before speaking, thinking about all the time he clashed with Issei at the Peace Summit. Vali spoke. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Vali Lucifer, the White Dragon Emperor. I was a rival to Issei Hiyoto. When I first met him, I thought that he was just a weak human who couldn't use the boosted gear properly. But when he showed his true power and defeated me at the Peace Summit, I thought that maybe Issei wasn't such a terrible guy after all. I spent many hours thinking about how we would meet again, and what I would do if I saw him. We did end up seeing each other a few more times, but didn't seriously fight and just talked. But the one thing I never expected was fighting alongside him against my evil grandfather. It was during that time when I truly respected him not only as a rival, but a friend and even considered him a brother. My view of Issei changed that day, and I saw him as a trustworthy ally and to some extent saw him as a role model. But I never thought I would see the day when Issei died. What pains me is that he was all alone during that time. I bet that he was really scared as he was living through his final moments in life, worrying about how his loved ones would deal with his passing. Issei, I promise you, I will search the ends of the earth to find the murderer who killed you, even if it will take me the rest of my life. But for now, rest in peace. I will miss you. Vali finished his eulogy and bowed to the crowd before walking away. A few more eulogies were given throughout the evening by individuals such as Barakil, who talked about how he was thankful to Issei for bringing him closer to his daughter. There was Itsuka, who talked about the massive mark Issei had left on the underworld and how everybody will dearly miss him. There was Sona, who talked about all the great things Issei has done for everybody in Kuo Academy and spoke about him with great respect. There was Office, who spoke about how Issei had left a great impression on her, and why he will be someone she will never forget no matter how much time had passed. Time had passed and many were already feeling tired, so many of the people who attended the wake decided to go home for now and come back another day. Over the course of the next few days, more people showed up at the wake. For example, Xiaticus and Venelana, the parents of Rias and Serzex, showed up to the wake and tearfully paid their respects to Issei. Serorg also showed up with his peerage and Sigvera Agars to act as guards for the wake so that they can protect the people who showed up to pay their respects. Governor Shemhazai also came with his other fellow fallen angels such as Sahariel, Tamiel, and Penamun. Gabriel came the following day with Delio Gesualdo and Griselda Corda. Besides individuals associated with the underworld, there were also humans in Kuo town such as Issei's classmates and teachers who came to pay their respects. Other figures such as Tannen in human form and Shiva also came to the wake. On the third day of the wake, Issei's parents returned home, wanting to surprise Issei with a little sister who was currently in his mother's womb. But they were shocked to find out that Issei had been murdered while they were away on vacation. Goru and Miki hated blamed themselves for not being there for their son when he was alone back in Japan. If they had stayed back at home to look after him, then perhaps he would still be alive. There wouldn't be a single day that went by where Issei's parents wouldn't think about their son. Even 17 years later, when their daughter, Kaide Hyodo, was born, Goru and Miki still couldn't get over Issei's death. Everybody blamed themselves for neglecting Issei and constantly focusing on their own personal affairs. But the one thing that nobody knew was that the real killers of Issei were living right next to them this whole time. Saturday, 10:30 p.m., Kuo Town, Japan. Kiba was walking along with Saji in the park late at night. Both boys wanted to share about how they've been feeling these past few days. Saji asked solemnly, "So, what now? We already have the information and evidence we need to prove Rias and the girls are guilty. Yet we are being pathetic and staying silent this whole time. We are dishonoring Issei and insulting his legacy. What do we do now?" Kiba didn't say anything for a while before he turned to Saji to give his answer. "You know what Rias said back in Wyoming. Tsubaki, your siblings, Momo and Ruruko will all be harmed if we speak up. Not to mention we are also being watched right now as we speak. If we are to protect ourselves and our loved ones, I think we need to stay quiet." Saji, are you serious? We are being bad friends to Issei if we are cowards and stay silent. I think we should. Kiba interrupted and said, "We already lost Issei. I don't want to lose anyone else. Listen, Rias has defeated us. She has us surrounded and we can't do shit." Saji wanted to respond, but he thought about what Kiba said and realized he was right. Every action the two boys take are being monitored strictly. They don't even need to do anything. One move which makes Rias suspicious will result in a bad ending for them. Saji just sighed in defeat and didn't say another word. The two boys continued walking together in the park, feeling awkward about the exchange they had just now, but after a few minutes of following the path, they encountered something in the shadows under several trees. The boys immediately sensed that the figure standing under the trees was not human and prepared themselves for a fight. But the figure just turned around and walked further into the shadows. Kiba called out to the figure, "Hey, get back! Where do you think you're going?" He rushed after it with Saji following closely behind. They sprinted through the woods and tried to catch up with the figure, but they were stopped in their tracks as ice materialized on the ground and froze their upper bodies and legs. "Saji, what the heck is this? Why are we frozen?" The two boys tried their best to thaw themselves out of the ice, but they were stuck. Then, Kiba got a glimpse of the mysterious figure walking towards them. Kiba shouted at Saji to get his attention and look forward as the figure who most likely trapped them in the ice was coming towards them. When the figure got close enough, the two boys saw that it was Rias who was hiding among the shadows of the trees. Kiba and Saji recoiled in shock. They were worried if they had set her off somehow. Saji angrily asked Rias, "You bitch, we kept our promise of being quiet. What do you want this time?" Rias didn't say anything and continued walking up to the boys with a stern expression. The boys looked around and saw the other orc girls emerging from the shadows. The boys now knew that they were set up this whole time, and it was most likely Akeno who used ice magic to freeze them in their spots. When Rias got close enough to the boys, she started speaking to them in a cold and emotionless voice. "I know you've kept your promise, but I don't think I can trust you idiots to stay quiet. That's why I'm wiping your memories of everything that's happened this past week." "Saji, you what? Are you insane? What the hell are you trying to accomplish by doing that? Don't tell me you're trying to cover up your tracks." "Rias, they'll kill me if they found out. I must make sure nobody finds out about this. Forgive me, Kiba. Forgive me, Saji." Without saying anything else, Rias used her powers to erase the boys' memories of everything that happened to them this past week leading up to Issei's death. Kiba and Saji tried their best to resist, but they were frozen in position and eventually lost all their memories of the events in America and the days before that. The two boys fell unconscious and Akeno unfroze the ice, causing them to collapse onto the ground motionless. Rias sighed a sigh of relief and said in a very tired voice, "Phew, that's the last of them. We are safe, girls. Nobody knows about what happened. I don't think Florian or any of his brothers would be dumb enough to snitch on us, as they will also get punished harshly. Let's just bring the boys to their respective homes and we'll figure out what to do from there." Asya asked anxiously, "Are you sure we really covered it up? We need to make sure that there are no more witnesses." Zenobia walked over to Asya and gave her a pat to the back, reassuring her, "Don't worry, Asya. I'm sure Kiba and Saji were the only ones aware of what we did. I think we're good." Then, Zenobia turned her attention to Rias, asking what should they do now to fill up the power gap left by Issei when he died. "Rias, what do we do now? Issei is gone and he was the most powerful person in the peerage. Surely we have to find someone to replace him, right?" Rias answered, "Correct. However, Issei is just simply irreplaceable. When we were in Colorado and found Issei's body, Albion said that he could not detect Drake anywhere. Maybe there's a possibility that the boosted gear is truly gone." Akeno responded nervously, "Then that means that finding a replacement for Issei is going to be extra tough, right?" Rias, "Yes, but not to worry, I have 8 pawn pieces with me right now. We can find 8 potential candidates for a pawn position in the peerage. However, recruiting them will be a hassle, which is why I want you all to find people with strong sacred gears and do anything to get them to join us." Irina asked with curiosity, "Do anything to get them to join? What does that mean?" Rias, "I don't care if you hold their family hostage or kill them so that you can swoop in to recruit them. We will do all that it takes to become the strongest peerage in the underworld. Just don't let the people you are recruiting know that you are using extreme methods to get them on your side." The girls nodded to Rias's orders, agreeing to search for sacred gear users and recruiting them using any methods regardless of how cruel or heartless they may be. After all, the girls never cared about how others would feel. They just wanted to help Rias be the raiding game champion and become the strongest peerage in the underworld. Nothing else mattered. Unfortunately for Rias, someone did capture all the evidence. It was Issei. He heard her entire conversation with Kiba and Saji in the medic tent in Wyoming. Right now, footage of the evidence is currently being stored in a memory orb created by Rain Murasame, which she used to record all of Issei's memories. Rias and her friends may think that they are safe. They think that they have successfully gotten away with everything they did to me. But justice will eventually catch up to them and force them to face the consequences of their actions. No criminal will be able to escape punishment no matter how hard they try to escape. So enjoy your happy times, Rias. It won't be long before I get my revenge. Tengu City. 3 weeks after Ellen's failed attempt to capture Shido. Shido quickly came to terms with his existence and reconciled with his parents, although he never saw them the same ever again. He was also particularly nervous around his mother as nobody knew what she was at all. However, Shido still loved his mother since she never hurt him in any way and loved him his entire life, so Shido didn't really distance himself from Rain too much. In contrast, Shido was much closer to his father since he revealed all the details about his life as the Welsh dragon without leaving out a single detail. Shido often came to his father to hear his stories since they were very exciting and intriguing. David also gave Shido the ability to detect and identify anybody who was associated with the supernatural by giving him a special sense which helps him detect supernatural energies. On top of that, David and Rain helped Shido develop his ability to communicate telepathically with them, since they share the same energy. Toka had also regained the motivation to begin practicing kendo again. She remembered all the times when she had enjoyed it but stopped completely after everybody had lashed out at her for losing to some stranger. Toka picked up her bamboo sword for the first time in a long time, and with encouragement from Shido, she slowly began to redevelop and train her skills once more. Toka had already joined the kendo club in Rahazen High School. She quickly rose through the ranks and impressed many of her peers in the club, unaware that Toka was previously a kendo champion. So, the leaders of the club decided to give her a senior position in the club and allow her to teach other members. 3 weeks have passed since Ellen failed to capture Shido and left Tengu City to go back to London. So, as of now, Shido was safe and could go back to school. He also accepted Toka's confession the other day and they started dating. Shido and Toka actually loved being together, although Origami was really jealous and continued to pretend to be Shido's legitimate girlfriend and be around him at all times, causing Toka to argue with Origami a lot. But even though they were safe for now, this wasn't the time to slack off and continue living as if nothing had happened. Shido and his friends faced an almost near-death situation, and they were not even aware of it. So everybody has to make preparations to become stronger and recruit the other 8 sacred gear users in Tengu City. Sunday, 9:00 p.m. Shido was sitting alone at the dinner table thinking about the recent events that had happened. He remembered that part of Origami's backstory where she mentioned Akeno and Koneko trying to take her away from her parents, which led to total disaster for everybody involved and forced Origami down a chaotic path. He also thought about the time David told him about Issei's death being staged the whole time and was only resurrected because he had a powerful sacred gear. Shido turned to the counter to see his mother finishing up his bento for tomorrow lunch, and then turned to the living room to see his father sitting down quietly and scrolling through his phone. Shido called out to his father, "Dad, could we talk for a moment?" David looked up from his phone and turned to Shido, before asking, "What is it, son?" "Shido, it's about Toka and Origami. I would like to ask you how I should protect them from external threats such as Rias Gremory and her peerage who destroy innocent people's livelihoods and forcefully make them part of their peerage simply because they have a sacred gear. I don't want anybody like that to ruin Toka or Origami's lives." This response prompted David to get off his chair and walk towards the table. Rain had also taken note of the conversation that was happening, so she was also paying attention. David sat down and asked, "Well, what would you like to do for them?" "I also haven't thought about that. Remember when we faced Kaide Hyodo in the alleyway? We threw her down the drain, which probably led her to somewhere else in Japan. But she has pawn pieces which Rias Gremory can use to track her location." Kaide Hyodo also revealed that she was instructed by Rias Gremory to infiltrate Dem Industries for some reason. But the important thing is that Kaide most likely notified Rias of whatever mission she was doing while undercover. In this case, it would be about you and the possibility of you being associated with the supernatural. This means Rias would most likely search Tengu City for you since it was the location of Kaide's most recent mission and might coincidentally discover other sacred gear users who are completely unaware of her dirty methods she uses to recruit people into her peerage. So I'll wait for your suggestion while I'll try to think of my own. Shido thought quietly for a while. Although he wanted to protect his girlfriend and classmate, he hadn't thought of proper way that guarantees their safety. So, he stayed silent and couldn't answer the question. Rain suddenly spoke up and gave her own suggestion. "Why don't we let them stay here?" Shido snapped out of his train of thought and turned to his mother, before asking, "That's not a bad idea. But Toka lives in a girl's home where she's not allowed to leave. I'm fine with Origami staying here, but I think that she will be fine in her secret base." Rain then said, "Both of them have no parents, right? Then the solution is simple, we just adopt them." David was taken aback by this solution, so he responded, "Adopt them? Are you sure the 2 of us can support 3 people? We will need to spend more money to feed everybody in this house." "Rain, don't worry, darling. I'll help you find employment. I'll speak with you about it later. But anyway, what do you think of this suggestion?" Shido thought for a while, taking everything into consideration about this suggestion. I don't mind letting them stay here. In fact, I think I will appreciate their company here. And this proposal also means we will not be separated since we will come home together on the same path. Alright, I've made up my mind." Shido responded to Rain, "Okay, Mom, I think we will let them live here." "David, I thought about it for a while, and realized that this is probably the best option here. Since all the sacred gear users will be in one house, it will be easier protecting each other from enemies. I guess it's settled then, we will adopt them. Rain nodded at their responses and proceeded to think of the next step of action. After she had finished Shido's bento, Rain and David talked about the adoption process. Since Origami lived alone without any support, it will be easy to adopt her without much papers to sign. However, Toka was living in a girl's home and would require speaking with management and discussing adoption. But Shido's family wanted to protect both Origami and Toka. So they are determined to see through this plan no matter how hard it will take. Monday, 8:30 a.m. Raha's in high school. Shido and Toka were walking together hand in hand. Since they were a couple now, it was only natural for them to be this close and intimate with each other. Other students just stared at them in shock and disbelief, not expecting the plainest guy in the whole school to suddenly get a girlfriend out of nowhere. The couple didn't mind all the gazes from their schoolmates. The only thing that bothered them was that Origami was following closely behind and glaring at them with jealousy. Shido thought about his family's decision to adopt both Toka and Origami and decided to keep it a secret until he surprised them with it. The couple entered the class, and as soon as everybody saw Shido, many of his classmates came rushing to him in confusion and surprise. Male classmate 1. What, Shido, what's the meaning of this? Why are you holding hands with Toka? Are you dating or something? Male classmate 2. Yeah man, the two of you look awfully close. Not only do you have a steaming hot mom, but now you're dating the transfer student. Damn it, how the heck is your luck with the ladies so high? Tanamachi, dude, you told me that you weren't interested in girls. Did you reject Ai Yamabuki the other day not because you weren't interested in getting a girlfriend, but simply because you hated her? AI, that's right, you're the worst. Did you just flatly reject me because you hate me? What part of me is not likable to you? Am I ugly or what? My, what she said, you're the absolute worst. Me, that is so lame. Shido and Toka were caught off guard by this onslaught of ridiculous comments and questions their classmates were hurling at them. Shido became increasingly awkward with each remark being thrown at him. But Toka suddenly hugged Shido's arm and responded to her classmates with a confident and sassy smile. Toka, that's right, we're dating. So listen up, you can cry and beg all you want, but this girl is already taken. And just for your information, we already kissed. Huh, everybody was shocked at this revelation and the immediate response that Toka gave them. But one classmate asked one more question. Female classmate, but wait, what about that time when Origami also confessed to you? Did you reject her too? Shido, well that's... Suddenly, before Shido could say anything, Origami came from behind and hugged Shido's other arm, much to Toka's shock and jealousy. Everybody once again recoiled in surprise. But before anybody could say something, Origami made a series of bold statements. Origami, Shido didn't reject me. He also accepted my confession and now I am part of his harem. Shido, huh? Toka, what? Get away Origami. Shido never said anything about accepting your confession. He accepted mine and mine only. Origami, then I will be his mistress. Toka, huh? No, it doesn't work like that. Get away from him. The two girls continued fighting each other in jealousy while Shido was just tired of the noise that was coming from all sides. The whole class just watched the entire ordeal unfold in utter shock and many were rendered speechless. Tanamachi couldn't help but feel jealous of Shido, seeing that he had two girls who have already confessed to him, and he himself was still stuck with a digital girlfriend. Then Ms. Okamine walked into the class. She stepped inside and turned to see the entire class grouped around one spot. Ms. Okamine asked in confusion, why are all of you surrounding that area? She walked over to observe what was happening, and was shocked to see Shido was being hugged by two girls. Ms. Okamine was in disbelief and said, what? Two girls already? How does a high school boy have much better luck than I do? She started crying and ran out of the class. Everybody watched her leave and after a few moments of hearing her footsteps become softer, it became clear that she was probably not going to return to class. Tanamachi, well, I don't think she's gonna be coming back anytime soon. Should we go check on her? AI, don't worry, this isn't the first time we've seen this. She'll eventually come back. In the meantime, let's just return to our desks. Class started a bit later than usual because Ms. Okamine spent a while crying in the restroom wondering why she can't get married yet. Nonetheless, she still returned to class and began teaching. The school day went on as usual. The only difference was that Ellen no longer teaches at Rahazen High School, so a substitute teacher was assigned to teach the class. But now, the school hired a new teacher who would be able to teach the class. 10 a.m. The students waited for their new English teacher to arrive. He came in and all the students were enthralled by his looks and appearance. The girls were squealing in excitement as they admired their new teacher's beauty. The boys were so stunned that even many admitted that their new teacher was definitely handsome and greatly envied him. But not everybody was enchanted by his looks. Shido was completely shocked when he realized the teacher was his father, David. Shido exclaimed with a startled expression, "Dad." David turned to him and saw Shido. He happily greeted his son and waved his hand. "Oh, hey there, son. Your papa is here. Isn't that great? Your mom managed to get me a job here. How does that sound?" The whole class went silent when they heard the unexpected revelation. Their jaws dropped, and their eyes were wide open due to shock. "Everybody, Dad." Tanamachi turned to Shido and asked, "Wait, Shido, that's your dad. Why is he here? First your mom and now your dad. What the heck is going on?" Shido, "Dad, is this what you meant when you—" David, "Alright, that's enough. Class is about to begin, so quiet down," he shouted at the both of them to stop and listen. The two boys sheepishly nodded their heads before settling down in their own seats. After that, David began teaching, and he actually did a surprisingly good job even though he was a dragon with absolutely zero experience in teaching. Shido was actually impressed with his father's methods when he taught the class. He thought that perhaps his father had a natural talent for teaching. It was most likely because that talent became more refined over time since David used to teach his past users many of the boosted gears techniques. Class went on as per normal and continued all the way until lunch, but before David dismissed the class, he asked for Shido, Toka, and Origami to see him in his office for a while. The whole class simply stared at the trio at the back with looks of cheekiness and mischief. Perhaps they thought that the trio was in trouble because they were thought to be in a polyamorous relationship involving 3 people. Then, David allowed the class to go for lunch and gestured to the mentioned students to come out. 12 p.m. They walked out of the classroom and followed David through the hallways. But instead of going to the faculty room, he led the trio to the back of the school, much to their confusion. Shido, Dad, is something wrong? David turned around and responded, "Well, now that the 3 of you have sacred gears, I would like you 3 to meet my wife and I every weekend at this location just outside of Tenga City." He showed them a map of the city and pointed to a red X drawn on the map which indicated a small building in the middle of a forested area. Origami asked, "I would guess that it would be where we will be training, right?" David, correct. I understand that it will take some time to find and recruit a sacred gear user, which is why if damn industries or stray devils attack us, I must train you 3 to use your abilities properly. Toka, I see, so it will be just the 3 of us with you and your wife, Mr. Murasame. David, yes, but I want you to train amongst yourself during the weekdays, which is why every day after school, I want you 3 to come to this other location after school. He took out the same map but pointed to a building in the industrial outskirts of the city. Shido, alright, so I guess we have a plan, but Dad, I don't know where to find the other sacred gear users. I spent the past 3 weeks searching the city, but they seem to be pretty evasive. Since you can also detect their signatures, did you have any luck finding them? David, no, son, I also tried searching with your mother, but we had no luck finding them too. It seems like whenever we are locked on to their energy signature, they get stronger as we get closer but eventually disappear whenever it gets too strong. I think this might be a defense mechanism for the sacred gear to prevent any external threats from tracking them down. Damn it, Michael. I bet you and the other archangels made this modification back then to prevent the devils or fallen angels from obtaining your fellow angels' powers. Origami, a defense mechanism to conceal its presence. If that's the case, then how come Akeno and Koneko were able to track me down? They're devils, so shouldn't I be hidden this whole time? David, to answer your question, I think it has something to do with the angel who is friends with them. Irina Shido, the ace of Archangel Michael. My hypothesis is that the angels specifically designed a device or developed an ability which exclusively allowed only angels themselves to track down those sacred gears, and being a subordinate of Michael, the leader of heaven, Irina Shido might have gained access to that thing which helped her and her friends to track you down. But then again, that's just a hypothesis. Origami, if that's the case, then I have an additional target I need to hunt down besides Akeno and Koneko. Do you know how she looks like? David, I'll show you a picture of all of them. But promise me you won't go off on your own to fight them, because your current power isn't enough to beat even one of them. David placed his palms close together, and a bright red glowing energy started forming between his palms. Then, David faced the wall, and flashed an image with the red energy as if it was a visualizer. The image was a picture of Rias Gremery's peerage from 17 years ago. It showed all the boys and girls who were part of the peerage. David named each one of them and explained who they were and what kind of role they played in the peerage. The trio took a look at each of the people shown in the images. Shido looked at Issei and thought to himself, so this is how I looked like 17 years ago in my past life. He pondered about what kind of life Issei Hyoda lived. Origami looked at Akeno and Koneko, clenching her fists and gritting her teeth, saying that she could never forget the appearance of those two girls who destroyed her childhood that day. She also took a look at Irina, and also vowed to hunt her down as revenge for revealing her location to the devils. But Toka gasped in fear as she recognized two of the girls in the picture. She stumbled backwards and struggled to breathe. Shido noticed this and asked if his girlfriend was alright. "Toka, are you alright? What's wrong?" Toka pointed at the picture and said, "Shido, do you remember those two mean ladies who ruined my reputation on the day of my high school's festival? It's those two over there. The orange-haired one with the twin tails and the blue-haired one with the green strip of hair. They were the ones who humiliated me in front of the whole school." Shido and David gasped in shock as Toka revealed identities of the two girls who ruined her life that day. David felt angry at the two of them, cursing them for ruining another person's life. Shido finally knew who were the ones who hurt his girlfriend and made her go through hell. He clenched his fist and swore to bring them down. David said in a soft but threatening voice, "Zenobia Korda, Irina Shido, you two, I guess all of us here have something against you and your fellow bitches. The day will come when you will pay for all of your sins." The trio could see their teacher fuming with rage and felt his anger radiating strongly. It became clear to the three of them that David held a grudge against the orc girls. Shido wanted to calm his father down, but David's aura was so powerful that Shido couldn't even get near him. David calmed down after a while and resumed talking. "David, sorry about that, kids. Anyway, back to the main topic. Toka, I understand that you live in a girl's home and you are not allowed to be outside after 5 p.m., which is why my wife and I are adopting you and Origami into our family. We also spoke with Shido about it, and he fully supported this decision." Toka and Origami's eyes widened in surprise before doing a double take to see if what David said was true. Then, the two girls asked if what he meant what he said, before David confirmed it. The girls turned to Shido, and he only smiled at them. Toka stammered, asking, "But why?" "David, I don't want to see any more people get hurt by the orcs simply because they have a sacred gear. My family will take you in and I promise that we will protect you all." "Origami, I can't believe this. Do you actually want us to be part of your family?" David smiled warmly at them and nodded his head. Toka ran towards Shido and embraced him tightly. Before giving him a kiss on the lips, Origami fell onto her knees, feeling really touched about David's decision to adopt both of them. David chuckled at the sight before him. Before picking up Origami and hugging her, Shido and Toka soon joined in on the group hug. Toka was crying tears of joy because there was someone who was willing to adopt her into their family, thus she didn't feel alone anymore. Origami simply smiled, appreciating the heartwarming gesture that Shido's family had shown to them. Toka said happily to Shido as she was hugging David, "Thanks, Shido, you're the best. I just hope that there's enough for me to eat." Shido chuckled at her remark and assured her that there is sufficient food for everyone to eat. Soon after, they all broke the hug and focused on what David had to say. David continued on the final part of what he wanted to tell them. "Shido, don't worry about not finding another sacred gear user in Tengus City. Although I couldn't find any of them, I could still narrow down the location of one of them to a hospital somewhere on the other side of the city. It's Tengus City General Hospital, and a sacred gear's energy signature gets very strong when we approach the building, but when we enter the hospital, it immediately disappears. I highly suspect that one of the other 8 sacred gear users is somewhere in the hospital." Shido asked, "Tengus City General Hospital, huh? I see. But how would I know who it is? You said that the energy signature disappears whenever you get too close, so how am I supposed to know who I am supposed to be looking for?" "David, maybe you have to get literally next to the person who has the sacred gear. I think this is the solution to identifying the person who possesses it, because I stood right in front of Toka and Origami and I could sense that they had a sacred gear. But when they walk away, the energy signature disappears, so I think that the method of identification is by going near someone and check if they are the person who has it." Shido, "Alright, I guess I have to approach every person in the hospital then." "David, I guess so. Anyway, Toka, I'm going to have to speak with the management of your home about adoption, since there is a process involved." Toka, "Sure. I'll take you there tomorrow after school, since I need to stay in school for kendo practice." "David, is that so? Okay then, Origami, you can come right away. We are always happy to welcome you whenever you want." Origami, "Understood. I'll pack my things and get ready to move, though. I would still like to use my secret base as a location to watch the boundaries of Tengu's city for any external threats. David, that is understandable. We will discuss about what to do for your secret base. Right now, head back to class and have lunch. We will sort out everything later on. 3:20 p.m. Outside of Tengu's City General Hospital. School went smoothly for everyone and Shido immediately left to search the hospital for the sacred gear user that David managed to locate. He spent a while walking through the entire city to reach the hospital. Since he was taught by David to identify supernatural signatures as well, Shido used it to sense the presence of the sacred gear. Just as David said, the energy signature became more powerful as he approached the hospital, but as Shido entered the place, the signature was gone. Shido thought to himself, alright, time to search this place. He started with the hospital staff, which included the receptionists, janitors, nurses, and doctors who were walking up and down the hallways. However, none of them were the person that Shido was looking for. When he went through the hallway several more times, Shido confirmed that he had seen every staff working at the hospital and that none of them had the sacred gear. This meant that the person who possessed the sacred gear was a patient. So, Shido started from the ground floor and slowly made his way up the building as he passed through each hallway with rooms for patients. Eventually, Shido reached the top floor and began sensing an energy signature nearby. Although it was faint, it meant that the person with the sacred gear was close by. Shido slowly walked past each door and felt the faint energy signature became stronger. To make sure that he got the correct room, he walked up and down the entire hallway until he pinpointed the room where the energy signature was the strongest. It didn't take long for him to find out that it was one of the rooms towards the end of the hallway. Shido found himself in front of hospital room with the name Himekawa on the door. He confirmed that this was the location of the sacred gear user. He knocked on the door to let the patient inside that he was coming in, before opening the door and entered the room. Shido looked around the room, and saw a girl lying down on the bed face up. She was wide awake and was looking in his direction. The knock most likely caught her attention, and she turned towards the door to see who it was. The girl looked confused, so she got up from her bed and struggled to push herself to stand up. She staggered towards Shido before she asked him in a soft and nervous voice, "Excuse me, who are you?" The girl had a white rabbit puppet on her left hand and she had long and curly blue hair which grew past her shoulders. It was obvious that she wasn't looking well. Her skin was quite pale and sleep circles were distinct around her eyes. She was just slightly shorter than Shido, only reaching his chin level. Shido didn't know how to answer. He tried to come up with an excuse on the spot, but he couldn't think of one, so he decided to introduce himself first to let her know she wasn't in any danger. Shido, sorry for the intrusion, I'm Shido Murasame. I was told that I could find a certain patient by the name of Himekawa here. Would that be you? Yoshino, that is me. My name is Yoshino Himekawa. Do I know you? Shido, well, I come from a community support group which has organized an event where we will pay visits to sick people in hospitals and cheer them up. Why yeah. Are you fucking serious right now? As if anyone would believe that shit. But Yoshino responded, oh, is that so? Well, I appreciate the help from you. And since I'm pretty bored, I guess I could talk a bit. Mommy hasn't come to visit me for almost 2 weeks now. I wonder if she's okay. She staggered back to her hospital bed and sat upright, waiting for their conversation to start. Shido calmed down when Yoshino didn't freak out or anything, so he walked over to the side of Yoshino's bed and started talking to her. Nice to meet you, Himekawa-san. My name is Shido Murasame, and I am currently a student in Rahazan High School. Right now, I'm in my second year of high school. How about you? Yoshino. My name is Yoshino Himekawa, but please call me Yoshino. I'm 16 years old right now, so I'm supposed to be in my first year in high school. But I suddenly came down with an unknown illness when I was 13 and I have been bedridden since. My mommy has always been the only one taking care of me. She pays me a visit almost every day to make sure that I am alright. But she hasn't come here for 2 weeks now. I'm really scared and lonely. Shido. Oh, I see. I'm truly sorry for you, Yoshino. I can't imagine how painful it has been for you this whole time. Your mother reminds me of my mother when she was young whenever I fell ill and would always spend the whole day by my side taking care of me. I think your mommy is a great person. Yoshino smiled at his comments and agreed, my mommy is amazing. Shido took note of the white rabbit puppet on her hand and inquired about it. By the way, who's this little fella on your hand? Suddenly, the puppet spoke in a different voice and attitude as if it had a mind of its own and scared Shido. Yashinon, well, look who finally noticed me. Nice to meet you, Shido. My name is Yashinon. Shido breathed heavily as he was trying to process what the puppet said. Then, he calmed down and spoke. Oh, nice to meet you, Yashinan. Sorry if I was being a little rude just now. I just didn't expect you to start talking. Yashinan spoke again. Hee. The doctors who come to check up on Yoshino had similar reactions as you, Shido. So I don't think you should be ashamed of it. It's not every day where you see someone like me talking out of the blue. Shido, oh I see. So Yoshino, who is Yashinan to you? What kind of relationship do the two of you have? Yoshino, Yashinan is who I want to be. Yashinan is strong and brave. Unlike me who is weak and scared, Yashinan is like a hero to me, always protecting me no matter what. Whenever I get scared, Yashinan always tells me that I'm not alone and that I can talk with. Shido, oh, so that's how it is. If I'm being completely honest, I think you're pretty strong yourself, Yoshino. Although you've stayed in here for so long, you've managed to overpower this disease for over 3 years. I'm impressed and I do believe that you will recover from it. Don't feel sad. Just now that many people like me would definitely support you, just like your mommy and Yashinan. Yoshino widened her eyes at what Shido said. For most of her life, the only memory she could remember was the small and dull hospital room which shut her off from the rest of the world. The only things of note which she could recall were the times her mother visited her and always put on a cheerful display to cheer her up. Yoshino was very grateful for everything her mother had done for her, and hoped to recover soon so that when she grows up, she will return the favor to express her gratitude to her mother. But Yoshino often felt like her life was coming to an end whenever she felt seriously unwell, resulting in her losing hope in her recovery and survival. However, Shido's touching and encouraging words tugged at her heartstrings and made Yoshino feel emotional. She couldn't help but cry despite being in poor health. Shido simply smiled as he knew that his words managed to cheer Yoshino up and temporarily gave her a moment of comfort from the pain and suffering from her illness. Shido let her cry for as long as she wanted because he knew that Yoshino probably hadn't felt this happy and thankful for a long time. After a few minutes, Yoshino eventually stopped and took several deep breaths to calm herself down. Then, Shido decided to do Yoshino a favor by finding out the whereabouts of her mother so that Yoshino wouldn't be worried. Shido, hey Yoshino, do you want me to go find your mommy? I will find her and make sure that she's alright. I know you are very worried for her, so I wanted to help you in any way I can to make you feel better. Yoshino's eyes widened in excitement and hope as she listened to Shido's request, to which she immediately agreed by nodding her head. After that, Shido waved at Yoshino and told her that he would be back with good news. As he left the room, Shido coincidentally bumped into a doctor who was just about to enter Yoshino's room. Both were startled when they accidentally bumped into each other, but Shido told the doctor he bumped into that he was fine and that it wasn't such a big deal. The doctor also said he was alright and said goodbye to Shido as he left for the ground floor. The doctor entered the room and saw Yoshino sitting upright on the bed waiting for him. He was shocked when he saw her smile, since each time he came in to do checkups on Yoshino, she would usually be gloomy and blue. The doctor assumed that Shido was most likely a friend who came to cheer her up and felt proud of whatever he did to make Yoshino feel happy. But then the doctor felt nervous because the reason he came into Yoshino's room was not to perform any checkups, but it was to deliver some bad news. Doctor, good afternoon, Yoshino. Sorry if I barged in while you were talking with your friend, but I have some news for you. Yoshino, no, it's okay. What is it about? Doctor, there are 2 pieces of news I got. The first one is about your condition, and the second one is about your mother. Yoshino, my mommy, what happened to her? Doctor, I'm really sorry, but she's... Scene break. 3:50 p.m. Ground floor of Tenga's City General Hospital. Shido went to the reception desk and told the staff that he was a friend of Yoshino's and that he wanted to call her mother to find out about her whereabouts. From there, he learned that Yoshino's mother's name was Nagisa Himekawa and that she was a single mother who was working many jobs in order to help pay for over 3 years' worth of medical bills. The staff gave him the phone number he was supposed to call and even gave Shido the numbers of her workplaces just in case her personal phone number did not reach. Shido waited for a few moments after dialing her phone number, but all he got was an automated voice saying that this number was no longer available. He found it strange, but he guessed that Nagisa was most likely working right now. So he called one of the business numbers to see if he could contact her. This time, the call went through and Shido began asking about Nagisa's whereabouts. Shido, hello, is this Tenga's City North Hardware Megastore? Manager, yes, my name is Nishikawa, the manager of this place, how may I help you? Shido, my name is Shido Murasame, please just call me Shido. I am looking for one of your workers by the name Nagisa Himekawa. Does she happen to be here right now? Manager: Oh, so you haven't heard. Shido: Huh, heard about what? Manager: Well, Nagisa got into an accident while working here a few weeks ago. She was busy moving boxes in the storage room when a bunch of boxes containing heavy beams of steel from the top shelves rolled off and hit her on the head. She fell down and spent almost 2 hours in there lying on the floor losing a lot of blood. Nagisa subsequently died due to blood loss from a hemorrhage caused by the impact from the beams hitting her, and the impact of the fall when she hit the floor. I'm really sorry, Shido. It's my fault that she's dead. Shido couldn't respond. He was going to deliver good news to Yoshino after he found out where her mother was, but instead of finding out Nagisa's location, he discovered that she had died 2 weeks ago. His mind was racing and he was scared to face Yoshino and tell her the truth. Manager: Shido, are you there? Shido hung up the phone and he sat on a chair, wondering what he should do. The last thing he saw before leaving the room was Yoshino's expression of hope and longing as she looked forward to hearing the news of her mother. But now everything had gone south and things were getting really tense. He was breathing heavily as his heart was racing. Shido knew that the damage has been done and that nothing will bring back Nagisa. But he still couldn't muster the courage to face Yoshino and tell her the truth. Shido decided to go back to Yoshino's room but simply stay outside her door and prepare himself so that he can tell her what happened to Nagisa. Shido felt each step towards the elevator was making his stomach churn more and more. It became increasingly uncomfortable to breathe and his head was getting giddy. He pressed a button to level 4 and leaned against the wall and grabbed on the railing so that he could stand. When the doors finally opened, all Shido could see was the empty hallway that led to Yoshino's room. He staggered out of the hallway as he anxiously approached the room. At times, Shido even considered turning around because he didn't have the determination to reveal the horrible truth. But he knew that the longer he hesitated, it would only hurt Yoshino even more when she will inevitably learn the truth for herself and hate him for breaking his promise. So, with whatever strength and willpower he had left, Shido made one last push to her room. He stood outside and his hands were shivering in fear and anxiety. Shido slowly moved his hand towards the doorknob and grabbed onto it, before twisting it and pushing the door open. Shido braced himself for what was going to happen. He prepared to see Yoshino's smile of hope disappear as she will be greatly saddened by the loss of her mother. However, Shido didn't mentally prepare himself enough because the sight he saw in the room was much more horrifying and traumatic. As the door slowly swung open, Shido saw that Yoshino, instead of lying in bed awaiting for his return, she was by the window and trying to climb out of it, using her strength to pull her leg over the ledge. Shido recoiled in horror as he realized that Yoshino was trying to take her own life by falling from a dangerous height. He instinctively rushed towards her and pulled Yoshino back into the room. Shido: No, Yoshino, stop, what are you doing? He begged for Yoshino to not do something so dangerous and asked her why she was doing this. Yoshino turned around and Shido saw that she was shedding tears down her face. He didn't expect Yoshino to suddenly cry when he was gone, so Shido asked her what had happened. Shido asked, Yoshino, what's wrong, what happened? Yoshino struggled to speak as her breathing became much more difficult and unstable, but she managed to mutter out a few words in a heartbroken voice. Mommy is dead. This was much more shocking to Shido. He questioned how she somehow knew the truth behind her mother even though he hadn't said anything, but then Shido remembered bumping into a doctor before he left for the reception counter. He guessed that the doctor was the one to deliver the bad news to Yoshino, and that she was probably engulfed with grief and sadness to the point where she wanted to take her own life. Shido felt sorry for Yoshino and hugged her as she cried. He picked her up and placed her back onto her bed and continued consoling her. Shido could only watch as Yoshino was mourning her mother's tragic death. He gave her some water to make her feel better and stayed by her side until she stopped crying. 10 minutes had passed and Yoshino had calmed down a bit, but she was still shedding tears and her eyes and cheeks were all red. Shido gave her another glass of water and sat down by the chair next to her bed. Shido said softly and regretfully, I'm sorry, Yoshino. I broke my promise. I'm so sorry for being a terrible person. Yoshino turned to Shido and said, It's not your fault, Shido. There is nothing we can do to bring my mommy back. Shido, then, would you like me to stay here? Yoshino looked down and tearfully said, I would greatly appreciate that, but I'm sorry, Shido. I don't have much time left. Please go home so you don't have to feel sad when I'm gone. Shido widened his eyes in shock as he heard that, frantically asking, what do you mean? Yoshino, the doctor said that I only have a few weeks left to live, He said that my organs are slowly failing one by one. It will only be a matter of time before their functions fail and I will die. I'm sorry, Shido. Shido became emotional and he couldn't believe what he just heard. He broke down in tears of grief and regret as he felt helpless in this moment. He desperately prayed that this was all just a nightmare, and that he will soon wake up from it. But this was reality, and he couldn't deny it. Shido looked back to Yoshino and asked her, "Would you like to be my friend? You've been in here for so long by yourself and I think you'd be scared if you died all alone. So I want to be your friend so that you'll have someone by your side until that time comes." Yoshino, "Yes, I would like to be friends. Thanks so much, Shido." She hugged Shido as a gesture of gratitude for everything he's done for her even though they just met less than an hour ago. Shido then advised Yoshino to have a rest since she was pushing herself and needed to prevent her illness from getting worse. She agreed and fell asleep on the bed. Shido took out his phone and texted his father. Texting. Shido, "Dad, I've found her. I found the user who has one of the 8 sacred gears we need, but I've got some bad news." David, "Great job, son. Tell me, what's going on?" Shido, "Her name is Yoshino Himekawa. She is a patient with a terminal illness in the hospital. She just recently lost her mother, and was told that she just has a few weeks left to live. What should I do?" David didn't respond. The text ended here and Shido was getting worried. He tried calling his father but he wouldn't pick up. But after a few minutes, David suddenly came through the door with rain, surprising Shido. Shido jumped in shock and said, "Dad, Mom, how did you find me?" David, "We can sense wherever you are, son. But anyway, is that girl Yoshino Himekawa, the one with the sacred gear?" Shido, "Yes, but..." Rain, "Say no more, leave the rest to us." She didn't even let Shido finish and walked up to Yoshino with David. Rain observed Yoshino and looked at her physical condition. It was obvious she was in bad shape and any medical attention at this point would be pointless to save her. However, Rain was unfazed and proceeded to analyze the illness that was causing Yoshino a great deal of suffering. She placed her hands over her body and they started glowing. After a while, Rain had a grim expression on her face which worried Shido. Then, she turned to David and told him about the illness. "Throughout my time as a medic in the U.S. military, I've been to multiple war zones where diseases were rampant and deadly. However, I've never seen a disease like this. Why don't you take a look and see if you can figure out what this is?" David stepped towards the bed and observed Yoshino. He used his powers to figure out what the disease was. Suddenly, David jolted backwards in shock and disbelief when he learned what the illness was. David turned to his wife and son, revealing the origins of the illness. It's not an illness known to humans. This is an artificial illness only known to devils. Shido, what do you mean? David explained. This particular virus strain is one that is unique to devils. It was originally developed as a form of execution for those who committed crimes so harsh that they deserved a slow and painful death. Yoshino here has this same exact virus, but it is much weaker because if she had the real thing, she would be dead in hours. Don't worry, the virus is not contagious as it was designed to only infect the criminal. Shido, wait, if you're telling us that this virus is man-made, then wouldn't that mean that Yoshino didn't contract this virus on her own? Someone had infected her intentionally. David, yes, since this is a virus created by the devils, it's highly likely that the person who did this was a devil who wanted to kill Yoshino because of reasons we don't know. However, given the circumstances of the past years regarding sacred gear users like Toka Yatagami and Origami Tabichi, both of whom have encountered members of Rias Gremry's peerage, it is highly likely that it was Rias Gremry herself who wanted to make it look like Yoshino was going to die and then miraculously appear out of nowhere and reincarnate her as a devil who would be part of her peerage. Shido, Yoshino said that she contracted this virus 3 years ago. Do you think that Rias might have already discovered the other 8 sacred gear users? David, that is a very plausible scenario, and if it is the case, we must move fast and locate the remaining users before they fall victim to Rias Gremry's deception and lies. For Yoshino's case, Rias might be checking in and out of her condition to see when would be the right time to swoop in and force Yoshino as a member of her peerage. Right now, I don't seem to detect Rias or any of her friends in Tengu City. I think we need to quickly save Yoshino and hide her somewhere in our house with magic seals so that nobody can detect her. Shido, Dad, I've been thinking, should we create our own peerage system so that we can recruit the other sacred gear users first before Rias can get to them? David, I think that's a splendid idea. We will just create our own version of the evil pieces that will instantly reject any devil pieces so that our own members will not become devils and will not have to fight for Rias Gremry. Your mother and I will work on that, so don't worry, we've got it covered. Right now, let's focus on saving Yoshino. Since she only has a few weeks left, I bet Rias will arrive at the opportune moment to appear and forcibly make her a member of her peerage. But I can tell from the energy signatures all around Tengus City that she has no way of watching Yoshino. This means that a magic circle on a paper which was similar to the one Issei Hyoto received from Rias's familiar might be somewhere in this room. David looked around and turned his eyes to the nightstand with a bunch of items such as a glass of water, a bouquet of flowers, and a stack of papers which were all lying on top. He searched through the stack of papers and found a piece of brown paper with a magic circle on it. David, there's no doubt about it. This is a magic circle used by Rias. There's some words below here. From what I can tell, these words are actually a time and date somewhere in the future. Shido, the future. How far in the future are we talking? David, somewhere close to midnight almost 2 weeks later. I'm guessing this is when Yoshino is supposed to be on the brink of death and Rias is supposed to show up in her room. Without saying anything else, he took a lighter from his pocket and burned the magic circle. This way, Rias would not appear in Yoshino's room and her plan of making Yoshino a member of her peerage will be foiled. Even if Rias came to the hospital to check, Yoshino would be long gone and already allied with Shido's family. David, that should do it. Now Rias can't teleport here. We've temporarily managed to stop her in her tracks for now. But now let's go back to the important stuff, the virus that Yoshino has. Rain, right. Is there a cure for this? David, no, the devils never created one. Fortunately, our powers are strong enough to kill this virus. We just need to be careful to not injure Yoshino while we eradicate this virus. We will use our powers to find out where this virus thrives, then we will send powerful energy through Yoshino's body and eliminate it. Are you ready? Rain, yes, let's do it. The both of them stood across from each other and stretched their hands over Yoshino's body. Then their palms started glowing as they closed their eyes to detect traces of the virus. It didn't take long for them to figure out which parts of her body were being heavily affected by it, so they proceeded with the next stage of the operation where they will eradicate the virus once and for all. Yoshino's blood vessels were glowing with bright red and blue energies flowing through her body. The entire procedure to cure her took a few minutes, but David and Rain managed to save her life. Shortly after the operation ended, Yoshino opened her eyes and she immediately sat upright. She looked left and right to see Shido and 2 others next to her bed. Yoshino, Shido, what's happening? Who are these people? Shido, Yoshino, are you alright? Try walking. Yoshino was confused by Shido's behavior, but then everything hit her when she realized that she didn't feel as frail and weak as before. She moved her joints around without much difficulty and got off her bed to try standing. Yoshino was even more shocked when she found herself walking around the room without any difficulty, and even managed to run for a few seconds before she felt tired. Shido looked on in surprise as he realized that his parents had truly cured her of the disease that had caused her so much suffering. His eyes widened and glowed in joy as he exclaimed, Yoshino, you're alright now. He rushed over to his new friend and hugged her tightly. Yoshino couldn't believe it as she just performed basic human functions like waking and standing without any struggle for the first time in so long. What's even better was that she didn't feel so tired anymore and was feeling very energetic. That's when she truly realized that she had been cured of her illness. Yoshino hugged Shido back, and the two were crying tears of happiness and relief as they celebrated Yoshino's recovery from her illness. David and Rain watched on, feeling happy about their efforts to save Yoshino. Yoshino, I'm alive. I'm so happy that I'm alive. Shido, yeah, I was so sad when I thought that I lost you. While Yoshino was still hugging Shido, she looked over to David and Rain and asked who they were. Excuse me, who are you two? David, nice to meet you, Yoshino. My name is David Murasame and this is my wife, Rain. We're Shido's parents and the ones who cured you of your illness. Yoshino, really? You cured me? Thanks so much. She separated from Shido and ran towards his parents to give them a hug. Rain and David came forward to hug Yoshino. Shido felt like this was such a wholesome moment he was witnessing right now, but he didn't know what to do next because the reason he came to see Yoshino in the first place was to recruit her into his team. But for the time being, he decided to ask his father what they would do next later and simply enjoy the happy moments. 4:20 p.m. The doctors were called into the room and were surprised to find out that Yoshino has miraculously recovered from an illness which almost brought her to death. They spent roughly an hour and a half performing more tests, and subsequently discovered that the virus had indeed been eradicated from her body. They couldn't find a plausible explanation for this unexpected result. But they celebrated anyway because Yoshino had somehow survived this illness. Since Nagisa had passed away, Yoshino was left orphaned without any parents or any known relatives to take her in. So, Rain and David offered to adopt Yoshino and let her live with them. She was going to come home with Shido's family right after the hospital officially discharged her. Shido and Yoshino were sitting in the lobby waiting for their parents to finish up some paperwork from the hospital and decided to have a chat while they waited. Shido, how do you feel, Yoshino? Aren't you happy to be going home? Yoshino, well, I do feel a little hungry right now. I was so sick that I couldn't eat any food, so I'd greatly appreciate a nice meal. Shido, don't worry, my mom is the best cook in the world. She can cook anything you like. Yoshino was happy and looked forward to try some of Rain's food for dinner. Then Yashinan spoke. Don't forget Yashinan. I want some food too. Shido, alright then, I promise that tonight's dinner will be delicious. Just wait and see. He was glad that everything ended well, but there was still one problem left, and this was arguably the most important issue that still hasn't been resolved. Shido needed to tell Yoshino about the supernatural, otherwise she would be in danger of being attacked by external threats. But he already came this far. There was no room for hesitation in this situation, and it was vital that Shido immediately tell Yoshino about sacred gears and the supernatural. Shido, hey Yoshino, can I ask you something? Yoshino, sure, what is it? Shido, do you believe that people with powers exist? Yoshino, like superheroes, yeah. My mommy always told me stories since young about many amazing superheroes with superpowers to defeat evil villains. The stories she told me always gave me courage and made me feel brave. But it didn't last because I'm always scared. That's why I look up to Yashinan, because Yashinan is strong and confident. Yashinan is my hero, and one day I would like to be like Yashinan. Shido thought to himself, oh right, she hasn't been able to mentally mature since she was sick throughout all of middle school and never had the chance to grow up. Oh well, at least this makes it easier for her to accept reality. It's now up to me to deliver the truth in the correct manner. Shido continued speaking, what if I told you that they do exist? Yoshino, then I would like to know who they are. I want to meet them. I want to learn how I can be brave and strong. Shido, you already have. They are the people who saved you from your illness. Yoshino, the doctors, but suddenly she finally realized what he meant by that. Yoshino, your parents have superpowers. Her eyes glowed in surprise and curiosity. Shido, and so do you. I can sense that you indeed have powers. Yoshino, I do. Well, what are they? Shido, well, I need my mom and dad to help me with that. They can help you unlock your power and train you to use it well. But let's wait for them to come back so that we can all go home together. Can you do that? Yoshino, yup. She nodded her head excitedly as she eagerly waited for Rain and David to return. A few minutes later, Rain and David came back. Shido and Yoshino got up from their seats, getting ready to go home together. But before they left, Rain told them what they did while they waited for them to return. Rain, alright, we've signed the discharge papers and everything else. But we erased all the memories of the doctors and altered them to make them believe that Yoshino had died early. Basically, if Rias came here, she would think that Yoshino died before the intended date she was supposed to show up at the hospital. Thus, she would have no choice but to accept defeat and look elsewhere for other sacred gear users. David placed his arms over his shoulders and began stretching, talking in a tired voice. Now that everything has been settled, let's all go home. Yoshino, we will be your new parents so you can call us mom and dad, okay? Yoshino, okay. Rain, hey, it's alright. I know you still love your own mommy very much. So you can take as much time as you want before you accept both of us as your new parents, okay? Yoshino, okay, thanks Mrs. Murasame, thanks Mr. Murasame. She ran towards Rain and happily gave her a hug. Finally, everybody left the hospital as they headed home. Shido was glad that everything went well and he managed to recruit one of the 8 sacred gear users into his team. Now, he just has to quickly find the other 7 before Rias or any other person beats him to it. Time skip. 5:15 p.m. Shido's house. Everybody reached home and took off their shoes, before Shido walked in and headed straight for the shower. Rain and David led Yoshino through their home and gave her a tour of the house to let her become familiar with the place. Yoshino looked around as she admired the interior of the house, feeling a sense of satisfaction as she finally could see the world outside of the hospital room she was imprisoned to for 3 years. In the dining room, which was shared with the kitchen, they happened to see Origami had moved in and was sitting by the kitchen counter drinking coffee. David greeted her upon seeing Origami in the kitchen. David, hi Origami. I see you've moved in already. How is the place? Origami. Hi Mr. Murasame. The place is quite nice and spacious. It feels so great to live in an actual house for so long. By the way, who is this? David, this is Yoshino. She has a sacred gear just like you. She'll be living with us from now on too, so make sure to get along. Origami's eyes widened in surprise as she asked, wait, so she has powers too? Yoshino also widened her eyes in surprise as she too asked, you have powers too? Looks like Shido was telling the truth after all. Rain, oh, Shido told you already. Well, I guess that means we don't need to explain much anymore. We will just have to tell you about the supernatural and everything. David couldn't help but feel impressed by his son's initiative to tell Yoshino about the truth of their world and how quickly she accepted the fact that she had powers. He chuckled as he complimented his son. Haha, Shido, it seems like you're really growing up now. Shido had finished showering and Yoshino had already seen the whole house. Since Origami and Yoshino were moving in, they were given rooms to stay in. Toka was also given a room, but she hadn't moved in yet because David and Rain needed to complete some paperwork before they could officially adopt Toka. Shido went to his room and immediately jumped on his bed and closed his eyes. He had a long day and simply wanted to rest for a while before going down to the dining room to have dinner. I finally recruited my first member into my team. There is so much work left to do and there's no room for stopping. Rias may be trying to get her hands on the other sacred gear users in our city, but little does she know that she has a competitor, me. I will make sure that nobody else has to suffer at the hands of Rias Gremory. I will make sure that nobody will have to go through the same pain as Issei Hyodo ever again. Watch out Rias, the end of your luck is nigh, and you won't see it coming. Monday, 10 p.m. Shido's house. Shido and Origami were watching Yoshino as she tried to activate her sacred gear. David had given her the power needed for Yoshino to perform a simple skill. Yoshino focused hard and managed to summon a medium-sized ice shard towards the wall, and it flew right through it. She also managed to turn the floor around her into ice. Shido was stunned, saying, "Whoa, so you have ice powers, huh? That's amazing." Origami analyzed Yoshino's power. From the looks of it, it seems like the ice shard Yoshino summoned was very formidable and sturdy since it managed to break through a tough concrete wall. Perhaps her sacred gear is meant for defense. Yashinon, oh look, Yoshino, that was amazing, again. Yoshino was still speechless after seeing what she was capable of. She was staring at her hands and wondering how she managed to conjure up powerful ice shards to deal damage to the wall. She felt happy that she really had powers, but was scared whether or not she would be able to control them or become stronger. Rain walked up to Yoshino and pat her on the shoulder, assuring her, "Don't worry, it's fine. That was amazing and we all liked it. Keep it up. I believe you can do so much more. Just focus and you'll be able to master your power eventually." Yoshino looked up to Rain, who was smiling gently at her. Yoshino listened to what she said, before nodding her head and prepared to try again. Meanwhile, David spoke to the group while watching Yoshino attempting to try another attack with her sacred gear. "Okay, I have identified Yoshino's sacred gear as Sadkiel. It is a sacred gear able to freely control ice and manipulate it in many different ways. Now, Sandofan takes the form of a great sword and Metatron takes the form of several cannons that float around the user. In the case of Sadkiel, it takes the form of a massive rabbit-like puppet which can turn water and water vapor into freezing ice. Keep in mind that Sadkiel only controls ice. Not water or water vapor, but can turn those two said states of water into ice." They listened to David's explanation of how Yoshino's sacred gear worked and observed how she attacked. Origami took note of Yashinon on her hand and said, You said Sadkiel looks like a massive rabbit puppet, right? Well, don't you think it is a coincidence that Yashinon kinda resembles that puppet you mentioned, Mr. Murasame?" David took a look at Yashinon before replying to Origami, "You're right. It really looks like the puppet she's supposed to conjure when she wants to use Sadkiel. However, I think she can only use her own hands to summon and control ice for now since this is her first time using her sacred gear." Shido, Origami. "Why don't you two meet up with Toka and Yoshino tomorrow and head to that industrial building where my wife and I will train you for to improve your use of your powers?" Shido, "Sure, Dad. We will meet you there after school tomorrow. I'll contact Toka and tell her about everything that's happened." David, "That's fine. We'll see you there tomorrow. By the way, we've already applied for Yoshino to attend the same school as you. She'll start tomorrow as a first-year student, so make sure to look for her during lunch break and be acquainted with her." Shido, "Well, that's great to hear. I'm glad she's finally able to live like a normal girl. But anyway, do you think we should tell her now, about the supernatural and everything?" David, "I suppose so. I think the sooner she knows, the better. He walked towards Yoshino and called for her to pause for a moment and gathered everyone together. Yoshino, is something wrong, Mr. Murasame? David, it's about your power. Yoshino was confused and asked, my power? Is something wrong with the way I'm using it? David, no, you're doing fine. The thing is, your power is actually called a sacred gear, and its name is Sadkiel. Yoshino, Sadkiel, sacred gear, what are you talking about? David sat next to Yoshino with Rain and revealed the truth about the supernatural to her. Okay, humans and animals aren't the only living and sentient creatures that live on this planet. There are also supernatural beings such as gods and dragons who exist in different realms, but occasionally pay our planet a visit. Yoshino, G-gods exist. Yashinan, oh, looks like things are getting intense. Tell me more, the suspense is killing me. David, alright. Your sacred gear along with many other sacred gears were created by the God of the Bible and allows humans to possess them. You can have a sacred gear if you were born with it, no other exceptions. Each one has a unique ability, and its own name. Yours is called Sadkiel. Named after an archangel of heaven after said archangel recovered the remnants of a deceased angel's power, and transferred it into a sacred gear. Right now, Origami here possess a sacred gear named Metatron. Origami proceeded to summon several cannons which were floating in a circular formation around her. Yoshino was amazed by everything that was being shown and being told to her. She had a million questions but she decided to ask one at a time. Yoshino, does Shido have any powers? Shido, well, I have the ability to receive other people's sacred gears but so far haven't been able to find out how to use it, hehe. He was embarrassed as he still couldn't figure out how to summon Sandalphon or Metatron. David, well, son, if I'm being perfectly honest, that ability you have was once one of the unique abilities of the boosted gear. It was all that was left of the boosted gear after most of its energy was used to give you a strong body, so there is no exact way to perform this power without help with the boosted gear. However, I can tell you that it is possible to use your ability to use other sacred gears. I can't tell you how to use it, which means you have to figure it out on your own. Sorry, but I don't think I can't be of much assistance. Shido, it's fine, those dem people say that I have supernatural energy within my body, right? It can't be that hard to figure it out. Yoshino, wait, what is this all about? I'm really confused by what's going on right now. Everyone else decided to tell Yoshino the events of the past 17 years and how they have affected the present. It took a long time to explain every detail that was important and to answer every question that Yoshino had. But eventually, Shido's family were able to get Yoshino to understand everything that was important. At the end, Yoshino was feeling disturbed by the truth of everything that happened which led up to this point. She couldn't believe that the supernatural was real and that many things she thought were myths were actually real. She felt tired having to process a lot of information, but Yoshino was able to absorb most of the important details. She yawned as her eye began to close and almost fell onto the floor. Rain rushed to her and hugged her, gently saying, There, why don't we go to bed now? You must be very tired and sleep is very important. Come on, let's go to bed. She carried up Yoshino to her room and tucked her into bed before she left for her own room. The rest of the family proceeded to head to their own rooms, seeing that it was getting late and they had an early morning tomorrow. Time skip. Tuesday, 12:10 p.m. Raha's in high school. Toka, so, the new girl is our junior. Shido, yup, her name is Yoshino and she possesses the sacred gear Sadkiel. She might be a little shy so make sure to not be too loud. Shido, Toka, and Origami were sitting together after joining their tables to eat lunch. They were waiting for Yoshino who was coming up to meet them. As they talked, Tanamachi was talking with Ai and her friends about Shido eating with two girls together. Tanamachi, hey, don't you think that Shido might be getting a little too carried away? I mean, the dude practically has a harem now. It will only be a matter of time before he gets another girl, don't you think? AI, I don't care if it was a fake confession. I would get my revenge of Shido for rejecting me instantly as if I was an immediate pass. Yeah, Shido's the worst. We will make him know what it's like to be rejected. Me, that is so lame. The girls weren't even listening to Tanamachi and were busy angrily plotting to get revenge on Shido for rejecting Ai even though her confession wasn't even a real one. It seems that Shido's rejection had severely shattered Ai's confidence. Tanamachi tried to get their attention. Girls, why don't you try improving yourselves to become the ideal girl for Shido? Ai turned to Tanamachi and asked, improve ourselves, how? Tanamachi proceeded to explain his suggestion. Well, maybe Shido had his reasons for rejecting you, So why don't you befriend Toka and Origami so you can find out what Shido's preferences and tastes in girls are? That way you can become his ideal girl in no time, and when he starts liking you and then confesses to you, that's when you will reject him like how he rejected you. AI, that's not a bad plan, but I gotta ask, why are you helping us? You sounded pretty enthusiastic about that plan. Tanamachi looked down on the table and slammed his hands on the surface of the table, before enviously saying, because that little son of a bitch suddenly has a harem now, even though he has told me since childhood that he has no interest in girls whatsoever. I wanna see him go down. AI, whoa, I guess you have a reasonable motive for that, makes sense. Me, that is so lame. Suddenly, David appeared out of nowhere and entered the classroom. He was angry and was approaching Tanamachi menacingly. His veins were very visible on his face, and he was huffing angrily. David walked up to Tanamachi and leaned towards his face, furiously interrogating him. Did you just call my wife a bitch? Tanamachi freaked out and leaned further backwards. Ai and her friends were anxiously watching David, looking like he was about to beat the shit out of their classmate. They wanted to say something, but there was something up with David that made the girls shiver in fear. Eventually, Tanamachi mustered up some courage and managed to respond. No, Mr. Murasame, I didn't say anything. David once again asked, Are you sure, punk? Tanamachi, yeah, I swear I didn't say anything about your wife. I mean it. David moved back from Tanamachi and exhaled a loud sigh. Before he turned to leave, David said one last thing. Good, because if you had actually said that, I was going to make your spine become as flexible as a skipping rope. I'm living in your walls, boy. You better fucking sleep with when I open tonight, cause I'm listening to every freaking word you say. David gave Tanamachi one last ominous glare before he turned around and stormed out of the classroom. Tanamachi was still trying to catch his breath after what just happened. He never expected David to unexpectedly barge in and get interrogated by him as if he was a criminal. Shido and his friends were sitting at their own table and laughed at the whole scene. They found it cute that David was such a nice husband to the point where he would threaten his own students with incomprehensible violence. What a guy. After settling down, Toka mentioned something to her friends. Oh right, I forgot to mention this to you guys, but I invited one of my juniors in the kendo club to come and eat lunch with us. Is that alright? Shido, oh that's fine, the more the merrier, right? I guess we better make some space for Yoshino and your junior. Origami noticed Yoshino coming in and said to her friends, Speaking of whom, look who has arrived. She pointed to a girl who entered the classroom. Yoshino walked in and waved to them, and Shido gestured for her to come sit at an empty spot so that she could eat lunch together. Shido, hey there, Yoshino. How are you feeling today? How was your first day of school? Yoshino, I'm feeling great. High school is a bit strange for me, since I've been absent from school for almost 3 years now. But I'm fine, thanks for asking, Shido-senpai. She proceeded to hug Shido from the side, which surprised Shido but made Toka and Origami jealous. Toka, hey, stop that. He's my boyfriend. She walked over to Yoshino and tried to pull her away from Shido. Origami, that's right, back off. You have no right to approach Shido like that. Yoshino, wait. What are you doing? Shido-senpai is my friend. Toka, no, stop. You're getting a little too close for a friend. Shido shouted, Alright, that's enough. The two of you calm down. Toka, this is Yoshino. Yoshino, this is Toka. Since the two of you will be living together with us under one roof, please just get along with each other. Toka backed off and apologized. Oh sorry, Shido. I shouldn't have done that. Yoshino, I'm sorry, Shido-senpai. She started tearing up. But Shido gave Yoshino some head pats to console her. Although Toka didn't do anything, she was still obviously jealous that she didn't get any head pats, which made her lean in closer and pointed her head towards Shido, indicating that she also wanted head pats. Since Shido felt like he needed to be fair, he also decided to give Toka head pats to make her feel better. Her jealousy and anger immediately disappeared when Shido began patting her head. She was happy and was simply enjoying the moment, not caring about anything else. The whole class who happened to be watching everything that just happened were all in shock. The boys couldn't believe that Shido got yet another girl and that they were acting so intimately. The girls were stunned by Toka's bravery to demand something as intimate as a head pat in front of so many people. Tanamachi and the boys was fuming with rage and jealousy upon seeing Shido getting the ladies while they were all still single and had no girlfriend. Ai and her friends were utterly speechless and surprised by the entire scene. Just when things couldn't get any worse, it did, because another girl entered the classroom. She looked around and spotted Shido's entire group on friends. before cheerfully calling out, "Hey, Toka-senpai, I'm here. Huh? What are you doing? Why is that boy head patting you?" Toka turned around to see the girl who had called her, and recognized her as her junior from the kendo club. Toka called out to her, "Oh, hey there, Kotori, don't mind me, we're just messing around." She was trying to not make the situation more embarrassing. "Origami, don't worry, it's fine, please come in and have lunch with us." Kotori walked into the classroom and looked around. She saw that the boys' faces were all shocked as if she was someone they never expected to see. Then she turned to see the girls were also shocked. Kotori didn't understand why they were behaving like that, but she didn't care and walked over towards Toka. Kotori peered over and saw Shido sitting on the chair and awkwardly smiling. For a moment, Kotori jolted back in surprise, which confused Shido. He became anxious because he thought maybe he had something on his face or his hair was a bit weird. But Kotori calmed down and proceeded to slowly sit next to Toka, while still looking at Shido in the corner of her eye. Toka introduced Kotori to the group. "Everybody, please meet my junior from the kendo club, Kotori Itsuka. She's becoming pretty good at kendo, and she is almost becoming as good as me." Yoshino. "Hi Kotori, nice to meet you, my name is Yoshino." She shyly reached out her hand for a handshake, to which Kotori responded by shaking her hand. Origami waved and said, "Nice to meet you, Kotori, my name is Origami Tabichi." Shido introduced himself and said, "Hi, nice to meet you, my name is Shido Murasame, thanks for always being friends with my girlfriend, Toka." Kotori, What, boyfriend? Toka-senpai, you have a boyfriend? Toka, yup, that's right. What do you think? Doesn't Shido look a little cute? She confidently showed off her boyfriend to Kotori. Kotori awkwardly glanced at Shido before turning back to Toka and responded, "I guess, he is a little cute." Shido was blushing since he didn't expect himself to be complimented. He blurted out to Toka, "Hey, please don't say that, it's kinda embarrassing, you know." Meanwhile, Tanamachi and the boys were glaring at Shido with the most intense and hate-filled death stares, muttering under their breaths, "The fuck, did she just call him cute? Shido Murasame, we're so gonna fucking kill you." Shido's classmates couldn't take it anymore and proceeded to ignore everything they were saying. Suddenly, Shido felt an unusual sense of danger brewing in his body. It felt as if there was a strong feeling that miraculously burst into life and was growing stronger with each passing second. He snapped out of his train of thought and looked around to find out what was causing him to feel like this. But as more time passed, Shido began to recognize this feeling. It was the same type of feeling he got whenever he was directly next to a sacred gear user. Shido thought, another one, in this classroom. Who could it be? Let's think. I've known everybody here for a long time now. There's no way my classmates could be the one I'm looking for, and I've also memorized Toka, Origami, and Yoshino's energy signatures, which means that the only other person who could have the sacred gear is. He turned to the front and looked at Kotori. That's when Shido realized that she had a sacred gear just like the rest of them. Since he was the only one who could detect the energies of sacred gears, Toka and the other girls couldn't detect them. So, he decided to secretly pass along a secret message on paper to Origami. While the girls were busy talking to each other, Shido took out a piece of paper and scribbled some words on it. Then, he tapped Origami's arm and handed her the paper. She turned to Shido and saw his serious expression, which prompted her to be on guard. But then, Origami saw the piece of paper that Shido was trying to give her, so she took it and read it for herself. "Kotori is one of us, she has a sacred gear. Get her to meet with us and my parents behind the schools so that we can recruit her into our team. I'll tell Yoshino and Toka later when Kotori leaves." Origami's eyes widened upon reading the entire message. She nodded as a sign of acknowledging the instructions given by Shido. Then, Shido took out his phone and texted both of his parents of his discovery. Rain and David got the message and agreed to meet them after school to recruit Kotori into their team. Then, Shido turned off his phone and decided it was a good idea to become acquainted with Kotori so that he can find out whether or not she is aware of her sacred gear. So, he decided to ask about Kotori's friendship with Toka, hypothesizing about the possibility of sacred gear users being naturally drawn to each other. "Hey Kotori, how did you and Toka become friends?" Kotori looked to Shido and said, "Well, since you are Toka-senpai's boyfriend, you know she is living in a girl's home, right? The thing is, I also actually live in the same home as her and go to Rahazen High School on the same condition that we must return to the home by 5 p.m. We've actually never spoken to each other because we weren't that close. But when Toka-senpai joined the kendo club, I recognized her from the home. And we started talking. That's how we basically started talking." Toka, Kotori is actually a very nice person. She may appear cold to strangers at first, but once you start to get to know her, she will eventually warm up to you. Shido, I see, so what happened to your parents, Kotori? Kotori didn't answer at first and appeared hesitant to say anything, but she decided to say something anyway. You won't believe me. This response only confused Shido and his friends. He turned to Toka for answers, but she shook her head to indicate that she doesn't know anything either. Toka said to Kotori, "Hey, it's alright, you can tell us. My friends and I have seen many crazy things together. We won't laugh or make fun of you." Yoshino, yeah, we're friends, right? Kotori still looked very hesitant to say what happened to her parents, but she eventually relented and told her friends, "Well, my parents didn't die or anything, they just suddenly forgot about me one day. I thought they were playing a prank on me when they told me that they didn't have a daughter, but when I saw them becoming increasingly nervous and even threatened to call the police on me, I realized that something was wrong." Shido thought to himself, concerned about the details of Kotori's backstory. Her parents forgot about her. Wait, think. I remember there was this one time where mom was able to make Kaide Hyoto forget about ever meeting us. But I don't think she would ever try to do something like that. I need to find out more. Shido, when did this happen, Kotori? Kotori, 5 years ago, on the same day as the Great Tengus City fire. Origami suddenly feared the worst, thinking, wait, that's the same day my parents died. If Kotori's parents suddenly forgot about their daughter without any clear explanation on the same day my family was killed by 2 devils, then there might be a possibility where there were even more devils affiliated with Rias Gremory on that day also seeking out other sacred gear users. Could it be that it was the devils who wiped out her parents' memories of her? Then, Shido continued asking, is it alright for us to know what exactly happened on that day? We're worried for you and would like to understand your problems. Kotori, it wasn't just my parents. Besides the 3 of us, I actually had an older brother. His name was Kaido, and at that time of the day when I found out my parents had lost their memories of me, I quickly rushed out of the house to my brother's high school to see if he still remembered me. Could we talk about it outside? I don't like talking about it near so many people. Shido, it's fine. Let's go to the rooftop, the place where all of us share our worries. I'm sure you'll much more comfortable sharing your story up there. They all proceeded to leave their seats and headed out to the roof. As they were walking there, Shido decided to break the news to Toka and Yoshino, who were walking behind Kotori and Origami. Shido whispered to them, "Hey girls, I have to tell you this right now. Kotori is a sacred gear user, one of the remaining 7 we have to find." Toka and Yoshino gasped in shock as they heard the truth. They assumed that Shido started asking Kotori about her past because he wanted to find out how much she knew about the sacred gear. Shido continued, "I've already told Origami and my parents about it. We've agreed to tell Kotori about everything after school. For now, don't say anything to her." The 2 girls nodded and continued walking towards the rooftop. Once everybody got there, they all waited for Kotori to start telling her story. Kotori, thanks, I will start telling my story now. Flashback. 5 years ago. I was very frantic when I found out that my parents suddenly forgot about me. It's as if I never existed in their lives. But they said goodbye to my brother and I when we left for school earlier that morning, which means they still remembered me that day. I don't know how they suddenly forgot about me so suddenly. I'll actually say that my brother looked like Shido-senpai. But his hair was red just like mine. That's why when I first saw Shido-senpai, I was shocked because I thought I saw my brother, even though, well, I guess I have to tell the story first. 6:30 p.m. Outside of Kotori's house. I rushed out to look for my brother since this time of the evening meant that he was most likely nearing our home, and I needed his help to figure out what was going on. As the sun was setting, Kotori Itsuka rushed along the road to search for her brother, Kaido Itsuka. She was scared because she didn't know why her parents suddenly forgot her and was hurriedly searching for Kaido because he was the only one who could help her in this situation. It didn't take long for Kotori to find Kaido straddling along the street on the way back home. So she ran towards him and hugged him tightly because she was really afraid of this scary situation where she was all alone. Kotori, Oni-chan, help, mom and dad has forgotten about me. Kaido, huh, Kotori, what happened? Is everything alright? He quickly wanted to make sure that his little sister was alright since she looked really scared. Kotori, mom and dad are acting as if I don't exist. It's not funny. I need your help. I don't know what to do. She was crying as she was desperately trying to relay the situation as fast as she could. Kaido, hey, it's alright, I'm here for you, take me to them, I need to know what's going on. Kotori grabbed his hand and ran back to their house. Kaido was becoming increasingly worried since his sister sounded very worried about something serious that had happened. He wondered what kind of situation had suddenly happened to make Kotori feel like this. When the siblings reached home, Kaido rushed inside to see what happened. As he approached the kitchen, Kaido saw his father, Tatsuo, sitting down on the table on his computer doing work. Then he turned to the living room to see his mother, Haruko, leaning against the wall on a phone call. Kotori was secretly hiding behind a pillar to make sure she wasn't spotted. They spotted him and greeted him warmly. Tatsuo, welcome home, Kaido. How was school? Did you enjoy club activities? Haruko, welcome back, son. I'm pretty sure you must be tired, so why don't you go take a shower first before coming down and have dinner with us? The food is already prepared for the three of us. Kaido recoiled in shock and said, wait, three of us? Haruko, yes, is something wrong? Kaido, what about Kotori? Isn't she eating as well? His parents just looked at each other with a confused expression, not saying anything at all but simply raising their eyebrows. Then, his father turned to him and spoke. Tatsuo, listen Kaido, I don't know if you're finding this funny, but we've had enough. For the last time, we don't have a daughter named Kotori. This prank isn't funny and it's really beginning to creep me out. Tell that Kotori girl's parents that I want to speak with them. She shouldn't just barge into someone's house and claim that they live here simply because they are allegedly our family. Haruko, don't tell me you were planning to play this stupid prank on us with that little girl. I'd be very disappointed to find out if someone such as you were to do something like that. Kaido widened his eyes in disbelief as he listened to everything his parents said. Then, in a moment of desperation, he pleaded with them to stop this madness. What are you talking about? Kotori is my little sister. She is part of our family. Why are you both acting as if she doesn't exist? Then, he rushed to the kitchen counter and grabbed a family photo of the Itsuka family, and showed it to his mother. Look, this is Kotori. If she isn't your daughter, then why is she even in this picture? Haruko, like I said, I don't know who this girl is. How did you manage to get a photo of us with her? It looks so real that it's giving me that creeps. Kaido stumbled backwards and was trying to catch his breath as he couldn't believe a single word he was hearing. Before he could try and say anything, Kotori came rushing out from behind the pillar and ran towards her mother and hugged her. Kotori shouted in despair, Mom, please stop. How could you be like this? I'm your daughter. How can you forget me? She was crying as she begged for her mother to stop acting like she never existed. However, Haruko angrily pushed Kotori away and yelled, Listen kid, I'm getting very tired of this. You enter my house without any permission and you claim that you're my daughter. Get the fuck out, you're really testing my patience. Kotori had fallen to the floor and listened to each word her mother said in utter shock and confusion. When Haruko finished, Kotori started shedding tears again, but she was too startled to make a noise. Instead, Kotori simply got up and ran out of the house. This prompted Kaido to quickly chase after her. His parents were calling for him to come back, but it was futile as Kaido continued to run after Kotori to make sure she was safe and wouldn't end up in any dangerous places. Kaido spent the next 10 minutes chasing after his little sister no matter how far or how fast she ran. He just wanted to get to the bottom of this mysterious and weird situation which has definitely shaken him. Eventually, Kaido caught up to Kotori and was panting heavily. The siblings ended up somewhere on the other neighborhood and the sun was about to descend past the horizon. Kaido called out to Kotori, Hey, Kotori, wait up. He went to her and managed to grab the back of her uniform to stop her from running further away from home any longer. Kotori just fell to her knees and was crying. She felt that she was kicked out of the house for no apparent reason and she didn't know what else to do. Kaido hugged her to let her know that she wasn't alone and that he was going to help her find out why their parents were acting very strange. Kaido, don't worry, Kotori. Your big brother is here for you. I'll make sure that our family will be back together as one again. He tried to comfort her as much as he could while Kotori continued to weep. After a few minutes, Kotori had eventually stopped crying and she turned to look at Kaido, asking him, Oni-chan, do you promise to fix our family? I don't want to be alone. Kaido reassured her and said, Everything will get better in time. I'll make sure that our parents will remember you no matter what it takes. I just need to find a starting point so I can start investigating. However, before Kaido could even formulate a plan, two women approached him from behind. They heard their footsteps and turned to see them. Kaido, who are you? Woman 1, good evening, children. My name is Irina Shida and this is my friend, Asuya. The two of you seem quite distressed. Is everything alright? Kaido, well, my parents somehow forgot that my little sister still exists but only remembers me. I want to find out why this happened. Irina, that sounds pretty heartbreaking. It is really sad for a parent to suddenly lose their memories of their children, am I right? So why don't we lend you a helping hand? Kaido, a helping hand? What do you mean? Asuya, your parents didn't lose their memories of your little sister for no reason. All their memories, which included her, were all wiped out by a devil. Now I know. Kaido didn't even let her finish and interrupted her. What? Look, I don't know what kind of crazy cult you two are trying to introduce me to, but I simply have no time for that bullshit. Devils. Are you fucking kidding me? Just stop it already. Irina, but we're telling the truth. Look, Asuya is a devil herself and can show you her wings. Then, a pair of wings resembling those of a bat sprouted from Asuya's back. Kaido and Kotori were shocked as they saw the jagged and pointy shape of the wings. Kaido was breathing heavily and was questioning everything that was happening from just now at the house until now when he just saw a devil for the first time. Kotori was scared and closed her eyes as she hugged Kaido for protection as she viewed Asuya as a monster. Kaido demanded Irina and Asuya to leave, wanting to protect Kotori from whatever they could be. Leave, now, I'm not going to repeat myself. Irina, come on, don't be so mean, just give us a chance to help you and you'll eventually understand everything. If you want this problem to be solved, let us speak with your little sister so that we can. Kaido, fuck off, I'm not letting you bitches approach my little sister, get lost. His shouting startled the two women and their happy and cheerful demeanor slowly shifted to impatient and pouting faces. Irina once again spoke, but with a hint of impatience this time. Now hold on right there. It's really rude for you to talk like that to your elders. I'll have you know that we're the ones who are trying to help. You need to keep quiet and let us do the talking. Do you understand? Kaido, I don't care what kind of help you are offering. I've already made up my mind that we are going to speak with you anymore. Come on, Kotori, let's go. The siblings got up and started walking away. But even though they clearly indicated that had completely no interest in speaking with the two girls, Irina walked forward and grabbed Kaido's shoulder, preventing him from walking off. Irina, where do you think you're going? I already told you that we have a solution for your problem, so stay right where you are and just listen, okay? Asuya, that's right. The two of you are such bad children, just give us a chance to explain ourselves. Kaido, get the fuck away from me, bitch. Suddenly, Kaido threw his elbow backwards and smashed it right into Irina's nose, causing her to stumble backwards and resulting in a broken and bleeding nose. Asuya, Irina, hold still, I'm coming to help. Kaido, I practice martial arts in school. I don't care if you're a devil or whatever you are, but if you try to hurt my sister, then I'm going to have to beat the shit out of you. He proceeded to use a back thrust kick to Irina's liver and caused her to fall onto her knees, and she covered the impacted area with her hands because it was super painful. Asuya came to Irina and started healing her. But Kaido ran forward and did a flying knee strike to Asuya's face, and she fell to the ground with several pieces of her teeth knocked out of her mouth. Kaido, I'm not done yet, take this. He picked up Asuya by her hair and proceeded to ram her head repetitively against the lamppost with brute force until her forehead was bleeding. Then, for the final blow, Kaido pushed her head downwards and he slammed his knee against her faces, resulting in many bruises and fractures. Kaido breathed heavily as he finished off Asuya, but when he turned to face Irina, it was too late. Like a strike of lightning, Irina used her sword to slice Kaido's body from his chest all the way to his lower abdomen. Blood was pouring out from his body like a fountain, and Kaido fell onto the floor completely immobilized. Kotori's eyes widened in shock as she witnessed the horrifying sight happening in front of her. She screamed for her brother, who had been almost cut into two separate pieces. Oni-chan, no. Her legs felt very weak and she instantly fell onto the ground. No matter how hard she tried to get up, her body wouldn't allow her. Kotori could only see her brother bleeding out as she made futile attempts to bring herself on her feet. The sight was so shocking and traumatic that Kotori felt sick. Her stomach was churning to the point where she felt like it was dissolving from acid. She fell flat onto the ground and could only move her head and arms. Kotori crawled towards Kaido despite the heavy pressure and dizziness she was feeling. She slowly crawled little by little as she struggled to breathe properly. But before Kotori could even get close to Kaido, Irina stood in front of her and blocked her path. Irina knelt down and spoke to Kotori. Don't worry about your brother, just let us help you. You will be alright if you come with us. Even though she just killed someone, Irina was cheerfully smiling as she was talking to Kotori, who seemed greatly affected by this incident. Kotori felt her heart racing and her body temperature rising. She felt an intense urge to kill the murderer who killed her brother in front of her eyes. The muscles on her face tensed up as Kotori began to angrily narrow her eyes at Irina. I didn't know what happened next. All I know is that I flew into a rage and I fell unconscious. When I woke up, I learned that a fire had happened and affected all of Tengu City. I somehow managed to survive the devastating blaze of the fire and stayed completely unharmed. I awoke in the same spot, but I looked around and saw the whole place in a mess. But then I spotted my brother's body, which had been burned to the point where it couldn't even be recognized. I got up and quickly rushed towards him, but I knew that it was too late since he had already been killed before the fire even began. I simply knelt in front of my brother and looked at his charred and mutilated corpse, but then, I looked over to the side of his body and noticed something had survived the fire and was intact. I think he kept it in his jacket, which is why it somehow miraculously survived. I slowly took it out and saw that it was the family photo that my brother showed to my mom earlier that evening in his desperate attempt to make them remember me. My parents survived the fire along with almost 95% of the city's population. Most survived due to the coordination of the fire department, the police, and the hospitals who tended to the injured. I watched from across the street as my parents had a funeral for my deceased brother. I couldn't take it anymore and ran away since I had nobody to turn to. I found the girls' home where Toka-senpai would move into in the future after running for a while, and I became an orphan. Years passed and I grew up all alone. It was only the beginning of this semester that I started attending school. I'm only 16, but so much has happened already. I don't know why this has to happen to me. End of flashback. Kotori was tearing up as she recounted her past where she had lost everything. Yoshino was also crying and she hugged Kotori as a sign of sympathy and support. Yoshino, we're here for you, Kotori. You're not alone. I'm your friend and I'll be there for you no matter how dangerous things get. Toka, same here. You can count on us for anything. That's what friends are for. She proceeded to join in the hug. Shido felt sorry for Kotori after hearing her story. But as he was about to say something, Origami took out her phone from behind her back and pressed the hang up button after making a call. Shido, what, Origami, were you making a call this whole time? Who did you call? Origami, our mom and dad. I think they should hear this too and give their thoughts about it. I figured we should tell them as soon as possible without delay. I feel that now is better than later. Origami had secretly called Rain and David and placed her phone behind her back so that they could both hear Kotori's backstory. Then, David and Rain opened the door and arrived on the rooftop where the students were. As they walked towards them, David spoke. We've heard everything, so don't worry, leave the explanation to us. Rain walked forward and hugged Kotori, saying, It's alright, Kotori. You can stay with us if you like. Kotori was shocked by this. But after remembering the years of feeling all alone, she decided to accept Rain's offer, take her in and hugged her back. Kotori, I would love that. I don't want to be alone anymore. Then, David immediately explained the truth of the supernatural world and unraveled the mysterious and secretive layers of the world, which showed Kotori a whole new dimension of bizarre existences and mythical yet enchanting aspects of this world. He also explained who his family really was and all of their pasts, which have impacted the events of the present. Later, David explained the sacred gear system to Kotori and how she possessed one since young and what kind of powers she has. Rain created a protective barrier so nobody could see them. Then, David gave some energy to Kotori so she could have enough power to activate her own sacred gear. Like all the previous users Shido's family has recruited so far, Kotori managed to summon hers in a massive halberd formed in her hands. Although it looked super massive compared to her, Kotori somehow had the strength to be able to swing the large halberd around without any difficulties at all. David, I know this one quite well. The angel I battled who possessed this power was pretty irritating. This is the sacred gear, Camel. It has the power to regenerate any injury ranging from small cuts to literal amputations in the form of healing flames. For example, let me demonstrate. He took out a Swiss Army knife from his pocket and created a cut on his forearm, before reaching out the injured arm to Kotori. David instructed Kotori to swing the halberd at him so that the flames formed from the swing of the weapon will fly onto his forearm and heal the injury. Kotori was confused by the description of her sacred gear's ability, but she decided to listen to David since he seemed very knowledgeable about this sort of thing. She swung the halberd downwards and several bundles of flames flew directly at David. Some flames managed to land on the injured arm. Soon enough, the cut on the forearm was gone and his skin was perfectly fine without any scars, as if he was never injured in the first place. Shido, whoa, look at your arm, it looks completely fine. David, yes, Camel in my opinion has the best healing ability among all the sacred gears I know that can heal. Toka and Yoshino were simply amazed by Camel's superb healing ability and continuously observed David's arm as they tried to spot any small scars or marks but couldn't find any, leading both of them to believe that Camel is indeed an amazing sacred gear. Kotori. I never knew that this kind of thing existed in this world. I always thought that we were all just humans who could do nothing like this. Could I see your sacred gears? Toka. Sure. Come on everyone, let's show our newest team member what kind of super cool things we can do. Toka summoned Sandalphon into her hands and swung it around, creating many powerful slashes which fractured the barrier's walls, before shortly fixing itself. Origami summoned Metatron, materializing many exquisite cannons with unique designs on them, and fired a volley of light-infused projectiles towards the walls of the barrier. Yoshino did her best and managed to conjure several ice shards using the power of Tsadkiel and sent them flying towards the barrier, and everyone was surprised to see the fractures caused by the ice shards were almost as big as the cracks caused by Sandalphon. Shido, in contrast, didn't have the slightest idea of how to summon the sacred gears his friends had, but tried his best anyway by focusing hard on conjuring Sandalphon in his hands. Unexpectedly, Shido was actually able to materialize the sacred gear within his hands, but it quickly faded away after a few seconds. Toka, whoa, was that my sacred gear? Did Shido manage to successfully copy mine? Origami and Yoshino were shocked by this, seeing how quickly Shido has developed his skills by managing to successfully summoning Sandalphon for a few seconds before it disappeared into a flock of glittering dust. Rain and David were impressed. Even though their son hasn't discovered the way to copy a sacred gear, he somehow managed to conjure it in his hands, albeit the duration of its use lasted only a few seconds. Both of them thought that perhaps Shido needed some training before he can improve on making the sacred gears he summons last much longer. Kotori asked, Shido's power is the same as Toka-senpai's. David corrected her. No, Shido's power is to copy other sacred gears. So far, he hasn't been able to successfully materialize one until just now. I don't know how he managed to do it, but I'm impressed. Shido thought, I did it. I did it. Although it was just a few seconds, I still managed to summon Sandalphon. Now let's see if I can do the same for the rest. He proceeded to try and conjure Metatron and Tsadkiel, but no matter how hard he focused, those two sacred gears would never form, which slightly disappointed him. Rain came over to him and said, It's alright, son, this is your first time using your powers, so it's only natural that you won't get it immediately. Everyone was once a beginner, so don't feel so discouraged. Shido, thanks mom, we'll meet you and dad after school for training. How did I manage to only summon Sandalphon? No, how did I even manage to do that when I have no clue how my power works? I guess I have no choice but to keep trying my best to find the method to copy other people's sacred gears. After this, Rain unlocked the protective barrier and everyone walked back to class. Kotori was holding Rain's hand and was continuously asking questions about the supernatural. Shido, on the other hand, was feeling somewhat satisfied at the progress he made. The other girls were feeling happy that there was going to be a new member in their team very soon. However, David was feeling a little suspicious. After witnessing the flames of Camel and recalling the details of Kotori's backstory which he and his wife overheard as Origami secretly let them hear it, David came to the conclusion that the Great Tengu City fire was caused by Kotori, who had reached a volatile emotional state which caused her to conjure her sacred gear but wasn't able to control the flames it produced, which resulted in uncontrollable flames spreading across the entire city. This created a dilemma for him. David didn't know whether or not it was good to reveal to Kotori that she was the cause of the fire which engulfed the entire city 5 years ago. At first, he felt that he should tell her the truth so that she can come to terms with it and accept the truth surrounding the events before moving on. But at the same time, David felt like it was bad to reveal the truth to her because she might be too horrified of it and most likely might enter the same emotional state she entered 5 years ago, which enabled her to create the devastating fire that destroyed most of Tengu City. But after a tough decision, David eventually decided on not telling Kotori first, and felt that he should consult his wife first before he did anything. For now, David could relax and teach everybody how to properly use their sacred gears. But deep down he knew that he couldn't kicking down the can, as Kotori would have to face the truth one day. The group headed back inside the school as they left the roof one by one. But unbeknownst to them, someone had been watching them from the very beginning. From a massive distance away on an isolated field full of trees, a woman who worked for Dem Industries was closely eyeing the group, who were talking among themselves on the rooftop, and used high-quality radio equipment to listen to their entire conversation. Jessica, you brats, I've finally got you now. The woman who was spying on them was Jessica Bailey, after she had failed to complete the assignment of kidnapping Shido Murasame. Her boss, Isaac Westcott, was furious with her handling of the task and punished her by demoting her rank and promised to reinstate her former rank if she managed to give Westcott some precious information which can be helpful to him. And that was what she managed to do. After uncovering lots of useful information from the students' conversation, Jessica felt like it was time to report to Westcott about her findings. However, a certain thought struck her head. Jessica, wait. Those kids are pretty weak. Although I couldn't see them from the barrier created by their mother, I can still tell that they are no match for my company's superior technology. What if I personally captured the boy and his family? Westcott will definitely recognize me as someone worthy. I'd better get to work quick. Jessica managed to capture several pictures of the group using a camera with a powerful lens, as well as obtaining clear audio recordings of their entire conversation about the supernatural and sacred gears. She was menacingly scheming about how she should capture the group on her own while heading deeper into the forest where she set up her own camp. Scene break. 3:30 p.m. School had ended and the group except for Toka and Kotori went to the industrial building where they were going to train. David and Rain brought Kotori to her girl's home to sign papers for adoption. The couple was going to finish up the paperwork with the home's management, while the other children trained on their own, so Shido, Origami, and Yoshino decided to train by themselves until David and Rain came back. The training area was an abandoned warehouse with a vast amount of space available for training and a viewing deck on the second floor under a metallic roof. The trio entered the building and looked around the area. Origami. According to Mom, she said that she has already set up some personalized devices and machinery which can adapt to our training pace. It's got to be around here somewhere. They all looked around the area with Origami scouting the entire ground floor for any machinery which can still be used. Shido and Yoshino climbed the stairs up to the viewing deck and started their search from there. Shido was standing by the railing and observed the ground floor from there. He darted his eyes across the massive room of the building and tried to spot any peculiar objects that were similar to the description of the machinery described in Rain's instructions. Eventually, Yoshino found the specified devices located on the railing of the viewing deck. She called for Shido and Origami to come quickly to see the device she found. They arrived at her location and observed the machinery that Yoshino had discovered. It was a gray-colored, modern-looking console with many buttons on it with different colors and sizes. Origami noticed a paper booklet labeled Training Instructions attached to the console by a hook and proceeded to take it off and read it. Press big red button with power symbol to activate the training ground. Origami, hold on, let me try turning this thing on. She pressed the red button with the power symbol on it, and a weird metallic clank sound was heard. The trio was confused and looked around to find the source of the sound, but then, the console started glowing and several streaks of bright light were emitting from it. The streaks of light were getting brighter to the point where the trio had to cover their eyes. Eventually, the light died down, and the trio opened their eyes to see what happened. What appeared in front of them was the same exact room with the same size and dimensions as the warehouse, except the walls were designed with a virtual theme with yellow tiles sprawling all across the area, similar to a metaverse dimension in a virtual reality simulator. Yoshino, whoa, is this the training grounds? It looks like something out of a video game. She was in awe of the room's design and was admiring it as she looked around the entire interior. Origami looked at the booklet and continued reading. Hello kids, it's your mother. I've made this training ground with your father during the past 3 weeks after Ellen had left the city. We felt that it was crucial that we get your abilities up to scratch immediately before another attack comes. The training grounds design is similar to that of a virtual reality game because I thought kids your age would like this sort of thing. Anyway, the console controls the training grounds and is divided into 3 sections. It includes dummy practice, beast sparring, and infiltration. Dummy practice is basically a training mode where you are to fight moving virtual monsters that can do things similar to humans such as walking or running. But some have special abilities such as flying or digging. You must work together as a team to defeat 3 waves of incoming monsters which can come from any direction. So it is vital that you must be completely aware of your surroundings. There is a time limit for all of you to defeat the monsters, so come up with a plan to swiftly take them all down. The monsters get tougher and stronger with each round, and after the end of the 3rd wave, there will be a boss fight which is a battle against a gargantuan monster the size of a 2-story building. Once again, work together to beat it before time runs out. There are 3 difficulties: easy, moderate, and difficult. I suggest that you start with easy mode as the intensity of the fight is similar to that of the battle with Kaide Hiyoto and her teammates from DEM Industries. You can also select the type of terrain to fight in. For example, tundra forest and cold temperatures, a desert with hot temperatures, a marshy and humid rainforest river delta, a rugged and steep mountain range, and a dark cave system. You must beat the training in all these types of terrain if you want to unlock the next difficulty. Beast sparring is basically the same as the boss fight at the end of dummy practice, except you all have to fight 5 rounds against mythical beasts which exists in the supernatural world. They all have different abilities, and the point of this training is to mainly test your ability to quickly adapt to your surroundings, your thinking and planning speed, and your ability to quickly change fighting styles after each battle. The rounds get harder after each one, so be prepared for a prolonged fight. The last training type is infiltration. It is basically an attempt to raid a stronghold filled with monsters and obtain 3 items which are needed to win. After obtaining the required items, all of you are to fight of the remaining monsters while trying to find the exit portal which everyone has to pass through in order to win. Use the 3 items you found to activate the portal. There are also different maps for infiltration, such as a medieval fortress surrounded by forests, graveyards, and a river which cuts through the fortress itself. There is also a map with a narrow mountain pass with massive cliffs surrounding it with a small stream cutting through. Finally, the most challenging map would be the skyscraper in a massive metropolitan city. That's all we have for you now. There will definitely be changes to the training grounds when we recruit more Sacred Gear users into our team. In the meantime, work hard and get stronger. We believe in you. Shido, wow, in 3 weeks, they built this for us. I'm really impressed. Why don't we start with the first training mode to see how we will perform? Origami, seems reasonable. Let's do it. She followed the manual and activated dummy practice easy mode. Then, an automated voice said, "Please type your names using the keyboard on the console." The trio typed their names and the automated voice spoke again and instructed them to climb down onto the first floor. They headed down the stairs and arrived on the ground floor to see what was going to happen. Then, the entire interior of the warehouse started changing dramatically, and it changed into an outdoor setting with the same metaverse theme of a vast mountain range. The trio looked around and were amazed by just how much ingenuity and detail has gone into the making of the training grounds. Yoshino, this is amazing. I never knew that your family was capable of such things, Shido. Shido, same here. I never knew my parents were such dedicated and talented people when it comes to creating training simulations to help us develop our skills. Anyway, let's see what happens next. Automated voice, welcome, Shido, Origami, and Yoshino. This is dummy practice easy mode. The maps chosen for your training are all randomized, so you must quickly adapt to your surroundings and kill all the monsters. But before we can even start, the training requires the 3 of you to do warm-ups before the training commences. This initial warm-up is to ensure that your bodies are physically capable of withstanding the harsh conditions of the training a normal human body cannot handle. That being said, please complete 80 push-ups per person in 1.5 minutes. Begin. Shido, what, push-ups? But I guess there's no complaining then. He looked around and was shocked to see Origami was already doing her own set of 80 push-ups in rapid succession without any slacking. Yoshino was worried as she didn't feel so confident about doing push-ups because after an extended period of time within the hospital without any opportunity to exercise, doing even a single push-up might be hard for her. But nevertheless, Shido and Yoshino decided to give it their best shot and attempted to complete their own set of push-ups. It didn't end well as both Shido could only do 7 while Yoshino could only do 5 during the 1.5 minutes time limit. Both of them found it exhausting to perform just a single one and immediately got tired when they actually did 1 push-up. Origami managed to do so much more, but she only did 52 push-ups before the time ended. Even with a lot of prior training and workouts in her past years, Origami still didn't manage to hit the required number of push-ups needed for the initial workout before the next warm-up set. Origami, still not strong enough. 80 push-ups in 1.5 minutes is only possible for me if I am able to do it in the same rapid pace I moved at consistently without any stops. But doing a repeating action requires force and strength, so it is gradually depleted until I have to take a break and replenish my energy. Sigh. Why don't we start with conditioning our bodies so that we become physically fit enough to complete different types of workouts, as needed by the training program? Shido, you know what, Pant, I think that's a good idea, Pant. Yoshino, I agree, let's just take a rest now, I'm so tired. The trio decided to take a water break first before they will start doing simple workouts to help increase their strength, power, and stamina. Origami temporarily became Shido and Yoshino's fitness trainer to help them get physically fit. Scene break, meanwhile. Tenga's City Girls' home. 3:55 p.m. David and Rain were just finishing up the last few bits of paperwork with the manager of the home. Toka and Kotori were watching from the side of the room, waiting for the good news. David, alright, I assume this is the last of the papers, Ms. Kiryu. Kiryu, we're finished. Toka, Kotori, you may head home with your new and adoptive parents. Toka, wait, so that means I can call you mom and dad now. Rain, yes, we're your new parents now, so let's all get along. Toka and Kotori happily hugged their mother as they felt extremely grateful for everything she and her husband has done for them. Meanwhile, David looked on with a gentle smile on his face as he found the sight wholesome, but he decided to ask a question to the manager. David, Ms. Kiryu, is Ika your first name by any chance? Kiryu recoiled in shock and said, why yes, how did you know that? David, well, shit. I need to make up a lie right now, maybe this will work. My wife used to go to Kuo Academy in Kuo Town and was actually a student of a next-door class. She knew about you mainly because of a student by the name of Issei Hyodo. She always found the stories of his antics spread by your classmates pretty disgusting yet entertaining at the same time. It was through these stories where she heard of you but never got the chance to speak with you. Kiryu, I see. So you were a student at Kuo Academy too, Mrs. Murasame. Rain, why yes, damn it, Drake, why did you have to put me in this situation? Sigh. I guess I have no choice but to play along. You're correct, Ms. Kiryu. I was a student from Kuo Academy. Kiryu, well then, it's nice to meet you. She shook hands with Rain. David, so anyway, I would like to ask about what happened after Hyodo died. Kiryu, everybody was stunned by his sudden death. What made it creepier was that Issei was murdered and his body was found in the forest just outside of town. The murderer still hasn't been caught even after 17 years. When he was still alive, I always teased Issei and his two friends for being perverts. But I guess that was pretty hypocritical of me since I was the biggest pervert of the girls back then. After Hyodo died, I actually felt sad. His two friends were the ones most affected by his death. You won't believe it when I tell you that they actually stopped being perverts and actually began focusing on their studies so that they can get a better future for themselves before their perversion ruined their lives. Today, they are philanthropists who have changed their ways and work together to help those who are in need. In fact, they inspired me to set up this home for girls and even funded my project to build and operate this place. Sigh. I think I should meet up with those two for a chat. It's been months since we last saw each other. David was speechless. He was shocked at just how much has changed since Issei died 17 years ago. He couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction after hearing Kiryu's story. When he was still dragged and sealed inside the boosted gear, he remembered Kiryu as just the perverted four-eyes girl who constantly teased Issei. Now she had matured and had grown up. David decided to ask more questions to get more information about Issei's friends and family after he died. David, I heard a rumor that there was a girl named Rias Gremery who dated him, is that true? Kiryu, it totally shocked me. No, everyone when we learned that those rumors were true. But guess what? Issei indeed had a harem. He had several girls in his harem. 3 of them were actually my classmates. I really couldn't believe my ears when I learned the truth of those rumors. I found out they were real because I attended Issei's memorial service in our school hall, and those girls who were rumored to be dating him were all giving heartfelt eulogies about him while crying their eyes out. It was so shocking that it almost seemed fake. But anyway, I don't know what happened to those girls. All I know is that they continued living with Issei's parents even until now, and from what I heard from former classmates, the girls always seemed melancholic and depressed. However, I know for a fact that his parents actually gave birth to a baby girl after Issei had died. I met her a few times after I visited school for some nostalgia and learned that Issei had a little sister who went to the same school as him. Her name is Kai-Day and she goes to Kuo Academy too. She seems like a beautiful girl on the outside, but on the inside, she seems like the delinquent type of girl mainly because of her attitude and her coarse language that she constantly uses. I don't think I can remember anymore. I guess that's it. I hoped it helped. David felt an intense rage surging from within. He thought of the audacious prospect of Rias and the girls living together with the parents of the boy whom they betrayed and murdered. Are you fucking kidding me? Those bitches are living with his parents, and they think they are entitled to something like that. I never knew you would stoop this low, Rias Gremery. When we get strong enough, we're gonna teach you a lesson that will greatly scar you for life. But then, Kiryu interrupted his train of thought. Hello, you seem pretty scary there, Mr. Murasame. Is something wrong? David Oh no, nothing's wrong. I don't know what came over me just now. Kiryu, I see. Well, I guess that's it then. You may leave now. I've got other matters to attend to. David, okay, goodbye. Kiryu, let's go home, kids. The couple left her office with their new adopted children, while Kiryu decided to call Motohama and Matsuda because her conversation with David made her feel like talking to them and catching up again. While the ringtone rang, Kiryu thought to herself, why does this nostalgic feeling feel so good yet so painful? Even though 17 years have passed, I can't help but feel a great ache in my heart as I remember those days. I kinda really wished I hoped to get to know Issei more as a person while I still had a chance. I hope he's doing well in heaven. I pray for him to find peace. David and Rain were actually bringing Toka and Kotori home to show them the new house first before they would head to the warehouse where the others were. David felt proud that his family managed to recruit 4 sacred gear users after only 3 weeks. 4:30 p.m. Shido's house. David, we're home, kids. This is where you'll be living from now on. I hope you'll get along with each other nicely. Toka replied, yup, I think we can get along with each other. Kotori cheerfully agreed, you bet. I promise that I will be good to all of you. Rain smiled with gratitude and said, that's great to hear. Now come on inside. We want to show you the place, and then when we're finished, please leave your bags here and follow us to where Shido and the others are. The 4 of them entered the house and immediately showed them the different rooms and their purposes. Toka and Kotori were especially excited when they learned that they got their own rooms. They also particularly liked the kitchen and the dining room because of its architecture and design. They looked forward to having meals together with their new family in their new house. Once the house tour was finished, Toka and Kotori left their bags in their rooms as instructed and left the house with Rain and David and began driving to the warehouse where Shido and the others were. Meanwhile, just an hour ago, Origami began teaching Shido and Yoshino different types of dynamic and static stretching to improve the flexibility of their bodies and prevent any difficulties from moving their joints when they started the real workouts. Both of them felt a lot of pain when they stretched their arms and legs in positions they didn't even feel was possible for them, such as the hamstring stretch and standing up straight then bending down to touch your feet with your fingertips. Shido and Yoshino felt discouraged that they wouldn't be able to become stronger, but Origami decided to encourage them by saying some motivational words to help them understand the importance and the benefits of stretching and working out daily. Origami, don't worry, all of us were once weak. You're not trying to impress anyone, so just focus on your own progress. Rome wasn't built in a single day, so keep trying every day and you will get better. Trust the process and you'll eventually be the best. Never give up. Suddenly, Shido and Yoshino felt a huge surge of motivation that empowered both of them to keep working hard. They agreed to continue doing stretching with Origami before moving on to the actual exercises and workouts which improves muscle strength and power. Despite how painful their bodies felt when stretching, they realized that getting physically fit is not a rushed process but is a long-term progression that results in several benefits. Therefore, the trio were committed to setting goals for themselves in order to achieve the ideal strength and power they need to use their sacred gears better. Soon after they had completed their stretching, Origami decided to teach something simple to them, such as elevated, decline, and incline push-ups, which were easier to do than ordinary push-ups. This way, they could get used to the motion of the push-up and engaging different muscle groups to help them perform better. Then, the trio had a water break before they started again. Shido felt his entire chest was really sore and was worried that he'd have to do more workouts that might require him to use his chest muscles more. But this time, Origami had them do sit-ups to improve their abdomen muscles and increase core power. Yoshino felt it was quite difficult to perform several sit-ups in succession since this was her first time ever working out. Both of them felt exhausted after only managing to do 17 sit-ups. Finally, they had one last water break before the last workout exercise. It was squats, which were meant to increase leg strength and endurance. It was arguably the easiest of the workouts that Origami gave them, but it was harder than it looked since they weren't used to using this much strength from their leg muscles. At the end of their sets of squats, Shido and Yoshino felt really tired and really wanted to lie down. Origami, in contrast, was still feeling energetic and looked like she was ready to do more. Origami, it's fine, don't exert yourselves too much. It's important to take breaks and drink lots of water. I'll also consult with Mom and Dad about a diet plan which is healthy for you. Shido and Yoshino were relieved when they heard that. But they knew that it doesn't mean that they should slack around as much as they wanted. It meant that they should take the opportunity to rest well before recuperating and commencing workouts again. A few minutes later, Origami decided to tell them about different foods and what kind of important things they contain which assist in body growth. Origami, Proteins are important for the muscles and the bones. Personally, I prefer to eat salmon, chicken, eggs, and dairy products because those foods are high in protein, which are necessary for muscle growth. Carbohydrates, or carbs, are necessary for energy. Make sure you eat a lot of foods rich in carbs, such as rice, bread, potatoes, or pasta. Don't forget to eat fruits and vegetables, because they play an important role in helping you stay healthy. And hey, wait. Is that who I think it is? She stopped halfway in her sentence and noticed a car pulling over by the entrance of the warehouse. Shido and Yoshino turned around and confirmed that it certainly was their parents and their friends. David and Rain came out with Toka and Kotori and greeted the trio who had been working out together just now. Toka, hi Shido, what's going on here? Shido, well, we activated the training grounds, but we needed to complete 80 push-ups in 1.5 minutes or the training simulation won't start. But I couldn't even do 10. What a bummer. Rain, I see you've managed to find your way around the complex controls of the training system. I'll tell you all this. The training that is included inside the system is meant for people with supernatural capabilities. I know you all can perform supernatural skills that humans can't do, but there are many other creatures and entities out there with much more superior abilities which outclass yours. That's why we'll get everybody up to shape before we can start doing some actual training in the system. Origami asked, Say, isn't 80 push-ups in 1.5 minutes impossible for anyone? I think it's pretty ridiculous. David, it is impossible, if you're a human, but I want to tell you that all of you possess supernatural capabilities which you have not yet unlocked. To make sure you can successfully perform 80 push-ups in 1.5 minutes, I'll teach you a skill which basically enables you to gain additional power from the existing energy within your body. This special energy is formed with the power of the sacred gears in your body together with the energy of your own body's energy. I call this skill dual cycle harness. Because you make use of the flow of energy made up of two different energies to make yourselves stronger. Come on, let's go. David lined up everybody in a line and told them to focus on conjuring their sacred gear but do not fully materialize it, and simply focus on feeling the flow of their surging through their bodies when they attempt to summon their respective sacred gears. They did as they were told and focused on impartially summoning their own sacred gears and switched their attention to the flow of energy that could be felt when the sacred gear was about to appear. At first, they only heard the sound of their breathing, then they listened closely to the sound of their heart beating. As they tried to perform double cycle harness, David elaborated on the concept of this technique. Introduction. Double cycle harness is a technique which only sacred gear users can perform. It's also a technique I invented alongside with your mother many years ago, when Shido was still a toddler. We've never tested this out, meaning you're the first ones to test this technique. Don't worry, I'm sure you all can do it. We've done the math and everything. Concept. Anyway, when sacred gear users try to summon their sacred gear, its energy flows through their bodies and will end up appearing if they focus hard enough. However, your own body's energy flows in the opposite direction to prevent the sacred gear's energy from damaging your own body. So it's basically a layer of protection to help your body handle the summoning of your sacred gear. The movement and momentum of these two energies eventually equalize each other out and create a unique and new type of energy which is stronger and can be considered a powerful exoskeleton which can vary in intensity. The term for this exoskeleton is called dual cycle energy. This also means that it gives sacred gear users the aura of fear and intimidation around them depending on how strong this exoskeleton is. This is how some people can correctly guess how powerful an entity is just by reading their energy signature's influence on the environment. As for supernatural beings with no sacred gears such as dragons like myself, angels, fallen angels, devils, and gods, they just simply use their own natural aura and abilities they have since birth to intimidate their opponents. Application. Once you've achieved command of the flow of the dual cycle, you're supposed to separate an amount of energy from the flow and transfer it to any part of your body you want to use. For example, you can accumulate your dual cycle energy into your legs and perform kicks with godlike physical force. You can also store loads of it in your muscles and you can never get tired or exhausted. Think of it as a tree that immediately regrows fruit whenever it gets plucked off, and that fruit is helping you gain supernatural abilities. So don't worry about your dual cycle energy draining quickly as it regenerates quite fast. End of elaboration. Shido asked his father, I don't exactly have my own sacred gear, so what would that make me? David, technically you classify as a supernatural creature with natural power since you have dragon blood, but you have not lived up to the point when you mature and your natural dragon aura unlocks and then allows you to use your powers on your own. So for now, you are still as good as a normal human. I want you to learn dual cycle harness because I know for a fact that we all saw you manifest Sandalphon, which is basically the same as possessing a sacred gear. Your transferability from the original boosted gear acts as a storage unit for different types of sacred gears that you can absorb and copy. Therefore, Sandalphon must have its energy circulating around your body, and this makes you eligible for dual cycle harness. Rain. I know this is a lot of information, but it is the basis of this technique which can drastically help you. Just give it a go, and we'll see how each of you will fare. Toka was confused since she didn't know what she was supposed to be feeling for. She could only manage to focus for about 30 seconds before she would have to relax her mind and start trying again. Kotori and Yoshino tried their best to maintain that specific state of materialization when impartially summoning their sacred gears, but also didn't seem to know what they should be feeling for. They didn't even know what a flow of energy is even supposed to look like. Origami simply trusted the process and consistently maintained the desired state of materialization when conjuring her sacred gear and tried hard to feel the flow of her aura. However, she felt was an echo of her heart beating. Nonetheless, she still persevered in acquiring the ability to sense her own dual cycle energy. Shido decided to focus on conjuring Sandalphon since he didn't have any other sacred gear or one of his own to summon. He did the same as the girls but found it hard to even summon Sandalphon. He stretched his arms forwards and gripped his hands into a position as if he were holding a sword. He thought to himself, come on, there must be a way to properly summon Sandalphon and make it last. What did Dad say about sacred gears? I think it was something about focusing on a particularly strong emotion which enables you to activate it. Let me try. Shido decided to think about all the atrocious crimes Rias and her peerage have committed against his family and friends, and angrily vowed to brutally kill them with his own bare hands. He felt a great anger, and a strong desire for vengeance surged throughout his body and immediately felt a mystical power beginning to grow stronger inside of him. Shido, I think that's it. Now imagine Sandalphon within your two hands. Alright, the feeling is getting very powerful. Okay, that's it. Stop right there. I feel that if I continue to focus on this feeling, Sandalphon will actually appear and I will have to try again. Now let's try to feel that dual cycle energy like my dad mentioned. Shido made the final push in his first attempt to feel the influence of his dual cycle energy, which he can learn to harness to gain supernatural abilities. But just like the rest of the girls, Shido was also stuck at an impasse. He felt, damn it, why is this so hard? Can't Dad be a little more specific? What if I try sensing it from my hands? If I'm materializing a sacred gear using my hands, then shouldn't that particular flow of energy be strongest there since my body is doing its best to create it? Okay, let's see if that works. Shido tried his best to feel the energy that is most likely bursting in life from trying to materialize Sandalphon. He focused hard. Eventually, Shido gained this feeling of touching a delicate and loosely attached object made of silk that was invisible yet easily detectable with his fingers. He fidgeted around with his fingers where he felt the sensation of silk freely rolling over his fingertips and fingernails. Shido was fascinated by this surreal sensation that was circulating around his hands and proceeded to try and trace the flow of this energy. As he followed them, Shido began to sharpen his focus and felt the sensation flowing inside his wrists, and it kept traveling up his forearms. This was it. All he needed to do was continue tracing the flow of energy until he made it back to his hands. Shido took a deep breath and concentrated with sheer determination and resolve to master this skill. He swiftly and meticulously traced the path of the flow that coursed throughout his body and felt the sensation all around his body from the top of his head to the bottom of his feet. It was as if he had a powerful exoskeleton that could withstand the most formidable force. Finally, Shido decided to improvise a little. He maintained the sensation and changed his hand position into fists. Then, he focused on the flow of energy solely on his knuckles. When the sensation became powerful enough, Shido stepped forward and ran towards a stack of barrels sitting by the wall of the warehouse. The girls and his parents were greatly confused at what Shido was doing. They just watched and were curious about what he was intending to do. Once Shido reached the stack of barrels, he sent a powerful punch forward to one barrel and completely disintegrated it into hundreds of pieces. Smash! Shido watched in utter shock and awe as he commented, "Holy shit, is this the power of dual cycle harness?" The others came rushing towards where Shido was and looked to see hundreds of rusted steel fragments of a barrel lying on the floor. David was shocked, yet impressed by the same time. His son had figured out the key to dual cycle harness and successfully applied it to a powerful punch. Rain and the girls were surprised. They never expected Shido to quickly harness his aura and actually destroy a barrel with his bare fist without any background in martial arts or any experience in strength and power training. But eventually, they cheered him on as they celebrated Shido's success in performing his first attack involving the use of his dual cycle energy. David, haha, attaboy, Shido, you did it. Toka, OMG, that was so awesome, Shido, tell me how did you do it, I wanna know. Yoshino, what was that? That barrel looks so tough yet you broke it into many chunks. Kotori, no way, you really just smashed that barrel into a pile of rubble, please teach me. Origami, wow, this power. If I can learn that power then maybe I can take down Reincarnation and her peerage so I can finally avenge my parents. Rain, I'm proud of you son, why don't you share with us how you managed to do that? Shido felt a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction after witnessing the aftermath of his first application of dual cycle harness. He didn't feel confident in performing the techniques since he learned that it was a prototype skill that was recently developed without any initial testing. With this newfound motivation, Shido felt like it was a good time to start helping his friends get better so that their chances of surviving against supernatural threats will increase rapidly. He explained the entire process to the girls and how he eventually managed to attain control of the dual opposing forces that sustain their bodies. Toka and Origami went off on their own to test it out. Kotori and Yoshino went to another section of the warehouse and practiced on their own. Origami did as Shido explained, and within a few tries she successfully managed to obtain command of her dual cycle energy and manipulated around with it. She decided to focus some of it around her leg and performed a roundhouse kick to a barrel and sent it flying towards the wall, and even dented it. Toka had a little bit of difficulty grasping the concept of the technique, but she persevered and eventually learned dual cycle harness. She accumulated some energy at her fists and punched through the air, sending tremendous wind pressure towards a stack of crates and smashed them to pieces. David and Rain were observing their progress as they provided tips for them to improve their usage of dual cycle harness so they can quickly increase their strength and become stronger fighters. Meanwhile, Shido had been leaning against the wall and was thinking about that silky sensation that gave him the ability to disintegrate sturdy objects with his fists. However, his train of thought was interrupted when he noticed Kotori and Yoshino both with confused expressions when they tried to attempt dual cycle harness. He decided to help them out and see how accurate and reliable his method of harnessing his dual cycle energy would be. Shido walked over to them and asked how they were doing. Shido, hey there, Kotori, Yoshino, how are the two of you doing for dual cycle harness? Kotori, you make it sound quite easy but it seems really difficult. Yoshino, yeah, I'm kinda worried I won't be able to get it. He saw that the girls seemed confused, so Shido decided to give them advice to help out. Shido, you both are able to conjure your sacred gears, which is why I want you to try and reach that impartial state of manifesting it, and I'll tell you what to do from there. Both girls looked at each other and still seemed puzzled, but they decided to give it a shot since they trusted Shido would know something useful. Yoshino and Kotori managed to reach and maintain that state of materialization of their sacred gears and awaited his instructions. Shido, alright, now that you've achieved the desired effect, think of something which makes you feel very emotional. For me, I thought about Reincarnation and her peerage's crimes against us and vowed for revenge against them. You can think of any emotion, it just needs to be strong. They proceeded to do as he said. Yoshino thought about things that would make her emotional, so she dived through her memories and wondered what would make her feel strong emotions. Yoshino, throughout my whole life, I had always stayed in Tengus City without leaving once. It was just my mommy and me, I've never even met my daddy. Those days when I was still well and mommy was still alive seemed so long ago. Then my illness started and I stayed bedridden for over 3 years and missed out on so many things. That hospital room was all I can clearly remember. My childhood memories seemed to have been erased. Maybe it was because the pain from being sick had made me want to stop thinking for a while and just go to sleep. When I was approaching the end of my life, I learned that my mommy had passed away when she was working. But then I met Shido-senpai who made my day brighter by being such a kind person. He continued being nice to me even towards the end of my life and took care of me just like my mommy who used to visit me frequently back then. Now that I'm healed, I can find a way to repay his kindness and show my appreciation and gratitude. All I feel when I think of Shido-senpai is respect and admiration. So I think I will go with those emotions. Yoshino focused on all the generous and thoughtful actions that Shido had done for her. As she recalled each heartwarming moment, the level of respect that Yoshino felt for him only grew higher. As her emotions grew stronger and stronger, she was approaching the specific state of materialization of her sacred gear that was needed to feel the dual cycle flow. Once she reached that point, Yoshino stabilized her emotions and started feeling for the flow. Meanwhile, Kotori thought about the things that would help her feel strong emotions and feelings that will help her feel the dual cycle flow. Kotori, my life used to be very simple. My parents loved me very much, and so did my big brother. But when I was 11, those two wicked women came and ruined my life. My parents forgot about me and my brother was killed in front of my eyes. I spent the next few years of my life living all alone with no friends or family that could take me in. I thought that I was always going to be alone until I went to school and made friends. For the first time in a long time, I felt loved and cared for. Shido-senpai's family was willing to adopt me even though I just met them. I think this feeling of longing for love and affection is the emotion I will choose. Kotori also focused on those emotions to help her achieve the ideal state of materialization of her sacred gear. She too was also able to reach and maintain that state and awaited for Shido's next instruction. Shido, alright, now that both of you are in the perfect state to feel the dual cycle energy, I want both of you to feel the flow of energy around your hands where the sacred gear would form. You should be feeling for a smooth and silky sensation. Both girls heeded his instructions and proceeded to try their best to feel that mentioned sensation. After a few seconds of focusing on the surroundings around their hands, they felt the silky feeling that Shido told them to feel. Once they felt it, they informed Shido of their discovery. After that, he told them to trace the flow of energy from the source of that silky sensation they felt and trace the path of the energy throughout their entire bodies. The girls did so, and although it took a few minutes and several tries, Kotori and Yoshino managed to grasp the basics of the technique. Now that they felt the flow of the dual cycle energy, Shido allowed them to improvise and see what kind of interesting things they could do. Yoshino decided not to release her dual cycle energy in the form of any attack. Instead, she stored up huge reserves of energy within her body and started doing push-ups. Previously, she could only do 5. But somehow she was now able to do many push-ups in quick succession without showing the slightest sign of fatigue. Yoshino tried to feel for any pain or aches in her arms and core but did not feel any discomfort, almost as if she was used to the motion of rapid and successive push-ups. Shido and Kotori watched on in awe as they questioned just how convenient and useful dual cycle harness could be if they cultivated and learned it the right way. Then, Kotori decided to use her own application of dual cycle harness. She stored most of her harnessed energy in her legs and did some stretching, before sprinting around the perimeter of the warehouse interior. As she ran, Kotori could tell that she was running much faster than usual and wasn't getting tired so easily. She spent a good 5 minutes dashing around the place before she decided to stop and process what just happened. Shido thought to himself, "Whoa, look at that. I can't believe something as convenient and powerful as dual cycle harness was never invented by people with powerful sacred gears. I guess we better keep it a secret. Why don't we make it our family's secret art?" As he was pondering about the technique and what could come of it, Shido was suddenly interrupted in his thoughts by Yoshino and Kotori. They wanted to express their gratitude for teaching them. Kotori, thanks Shido-senpai. Thanks for teaching me how to properly do dual cycle harness. I really appreciate it. She was blushing and sounded quite shy. Yoshino, thanks Shido-senpai. I learned how to do dual cycle harness, and it's all thanks to you. Unexpectedly, Yoshino sounded more cheerful to Shido than Kotori, which is a little unusual because both girls would normally have the opposite personalities. Shido shyly looked away and said, "And no, don't thank me. I was just trying to help. It was nothing really special after all, since you're my friends." He tried to brush off the fact that he was obviously flustered by their comments, but it didn't help since he sounded so embarrassed, and was profusely blushing. Then, Yoshino suddenly walked to him and said, "You're such a nice person, you know. You did so much for me when we met in the hospital and I really liked it when you made my day better. I like that part of you where you always want to help others. I can't help but feel happy when I'm around you." Shido did not expect something like this from Yoshino, who was very shy and timid most of the time. Shido decided to keep her happy by saying he just wanted to be a good person and wanted to help. "Shido, it's fine, Yoshino. It's what good friends do, right?" He looked up to see what his parents and the other girls were doing, only to see a sight that made his heart sink. Toka looked at Shido with a piercing and intimidating gaze, asking, "Shido, tell me, what do you think you're doing with Yoshino?" Shido was shivering in gear and didn't know how to answer. He recoiled in shock and said, "What? Toka, wait, it's not what you think. I was just teaching Yoshino and Kotori how to." Toka, teaching? What part of teaching includes a guy messing around with other girls when he knows full well that his girlfriend is right here? She marched up to him angrily and was clenching her fists and gritting her teeth. When she got close, Yoshino got scared by Toka's angry demeanor and instinctively clutched onto Shido for protection, but this only escalated the situation and Shido was scared shitless. Kotori immediately got in between Shido and Toka, desperately trying to calm the situation. Wait, Toka-senpai, it's really not like that. It's just Yoshino really admires Shido-senpai and wanted to repay him for teaching us. Why would Shido-senpai cheat on you when you're literally right here? Toka was still fuming with jealousy and anger, but she was able to process what Kotori told her and didn't immediately say anything else. Eventually, she sharply exhaled and walked up close to Shido and glared him in the eyes, saying, "Alright, but you're sleeping with me tonight. I need to remind you who you're dating." She pouted in jealousy and looked at Shido with a frightening gaze. Shido, why yes, got it. He sheepishly nodded. Then Toka said, now I want you to cuddle me too, and I also want more head pats. Shido, right now, well, okay. He walked to Toka and hugged her with his 2 arms and also patted her head at the same time. Shido looked at Toka's facial expression and noticed that she gradually turned from angry to happy in just a minute. He was glad that she wasn't frowning anymore and pledged to watch himself whenever he was around other women so he wouldn't cheat on Toka. After all, he didn't want to be as bad as Reincarnation. While she was still hugging Shido, Toka turned to Yoshino and said to her in a jealous and grumpy voice, "Now as for you, I know we're going to be living under one roof, but I want you to keep your distance from Shido because I'm his girlfriend, got it?" Yoshino was frightened and said, okay. She seemed pretty upset that she wasn't able to get close to Shido as much as she wanted to. When everything had finally settled down, David broke the silence and announced what was going to happen next. David, alright, that's enough everybody, let me move on to the next section of the training. There's no time limit and you can set your own goal, because you can do this wherever you want and whenever you want. The truth is, dual cycle harness can be done without reaching that impartial state of materialization of your sacred gear. The only reason I wanted all of you to do that was because it would make it easier for all of you to detect the dual cycle energy. You can actually harness your dual cycle energy even when you are at rest. It's just much more difficult to feel it, which is why I want all of you to train at your own pace and try your best to achieve control of your dual cycle energy without any help with your sacred gear. Rain, is there any questions? If not, let's all head home now. It's good to have a good meal and sufficient rest after training. They shook their heads to indicate that everything was clear and that they were ready to head home. Everyone entered the car and Rain started driving home. 5:30 p.m. On the way home, everybody was feeling really tired and were looking forward to reaching home. Rain was driving and David was sitting in the passenger seat wondering to himself what the future holds for his family. Kotori and Yoshino were sitting in the middle row talking to each other and becoming more friendly. Toka and Origami were sitting in the back row and fighting over Shido, who was sitting in the middle. Toka, hey, not you two, get away from him, Origami Tabichi. Origami, likewise, get away from Shido. Toka, no, you get away, he's my boyfriend. Origami, then I'll be his mistress, we can all be equally happy like that. Toka, excuse me, no, that's not how this works. Shido was feeling very exhausted and stressed out by their argument and had enough, so he decided to speak up and stop them before things escalate. Shido, alright, calm down, I'm really tired and I'm pretty sure you are too, at least wait until we get home. Both girls stopped fighting once Shido raised his voice. To calm things down even further, he patted Toka's head and she eventually settled down and became happy. On the other hand, Origami was looking at Toka getting head pats with envy and decided to try something bold. Origami, hey Shido, I'm sorry, could you at least pat my head too, just once, please? Toka took notice of that and darted her eyes towards Origami, staring at her with suspicion. Before Shido could even say anything, Toka said to her, just one, that will be all. Shido was bewildered by this response, but to avoid making things even more awkward, he wanted to just get over it and reach home. So he stretched out his hand to pat Origami's head, but something completely unexpected came out of the blue. As Shido was bringing his hand closer to Origami, she suddenly pulled his hand and brought Shido closer, leaning in and kissing him. Crack. At this very moment, Shido somehow felt it was like the end of the world. He could feel a condescending and threatening aura coming from Toka. He was scared and his bones were shivering. He slowly turned to Toka, only to see an extremely furious and monstrous expression smeared across her face. Shido was terrified by this expression, and quickly tried to calm her down. Wait, Toka, calm down. I didn't intend to do that. It wasn't intentional. But he was cut off as Toka spoke in an angry and low voice. Toka, I let my guard down. Origami Tabichi, I'm gonna fucking rip your eyeballs out. She was screaming angrily and trying to hit Origami, who was smirking confidently at Toka while hugging onto Shido's body. The others in the car were taking note of this and were becoming increasingly concerned with what was going to happen, except for David, who was instead getting more annoyed with each passing second. Eventually, he had enough of the quarrel in the back and decided to get them to be quiet. Hey, kids, if you keep going on like this, you're gonna be grounded, you know, just behave yourselves and just shut up, would ya? That made the three in the back immediately cease their fighting and tremble in fear. Toka and Origami backed away from Shido and leaned against the car doors and looked out the windows, regretting what they did in shame. Shido on the other hand slumped back and was relieved that the noise was all over, but he couldn't get over the fact that Origami was daring and bold enough to kiss him right in front of his girlfriend. Then, Shido felt a little weird. From the time he entered the car until now, Shido was feeling sore from all the workouts and stretching he had done with Origami and Yoshino earlier this afternoon. However, as he felt almost no discomfort or aching in his body after Origami had kissed him. Shido thought, wait, where did all the pain go? Did Origami heal me by doing that? It must have been some form of application from dual cycle harness. Did Origami manage to already master it without help from her sacred gear? It must be. The feeling I got after she kissed me felt very rejuvenating and it feels like I just woke up from a great nap. The last time I've ever felt this energetic after feeling pretty bad was that time I was still coming to terms with the truth behind my existence, and then Toka kissed me and somehow I felt really. Finally, the realization hit him. Shido had been scrambling for answers on how to duplicate his friend's sacred gears, and although this answer was hypothetical, Shido had a very strong hunch that he found the proper method to obtain another sacred gear's power. All he could do for the moment was wait until he got home and stay in the privacy of his room so that he could try out his hypothesis. However, Shido felt like probing a bit further, so he asked Yoshino, "Hey Yoshino, do you still feel sore after all those workouts with Origami?" Yoshino turned behind and responded, "Well, of course. I feel like lying down right now. I wonder how long the aching will stay." Shido thought, there's no denying it. But there's no way something as simple yet ridiculous as that would make me able to perform another sacred gear's ability. Let's go home first, then I will try. He decided to give it a rest for a while and focused on reaching home first before doing anything. Scene break. Tengu City is an inland city, meaning that there are no beaches or coastal areas for recreation. Everything sits within a valley between the mountains. They are also not really connected to much of Japan's major cities. To reach other cities, one must take the train which connects to all of Japan. As for roads, there's only several roads which lead to other smaller and rural towns, including a town much further inland surrounded by forests and mountains known as Kuo Town. Somewhere in that town is a high school named Kuo Academy, which gained notoriety and infamy 17 years ago when a student named Issei Hyodo had been tragically murdered and the culprit was never caught. As a result of that incident, the school management came under fire from parents and students alike, questioning the security of the people who learn and work at the school. However, since the murder never took place in the academy itself, Kuo Academy was allowed to continue its operations under watchful eyes from authorities and communities who were deeply concerned with the safety and well-being of everyone involved with the school. Now let's move into the present. Although Issei Hyodo has been dead for 17 years now, the people still live in fear of living in the same town as the murderers since no culprits were found. Admission into the academy decreased in the years following Hyodo's murder, but steadily increased again as no violent crimes like homicide happened again. One student in this present age who has gained a lot of attention is Kaide Hyodo. The people of her neighborhood didn't like her as her late older brother had been an infamous pervert whose antics disgusted the townsfolk. As such, she was scorned and isolated by everybody, resulting in a lonely childhood with barely any friends. This kind of life for Kaide continued all the way until she met Issei's former lover, Rias Gremory, who had reincarnated her into a devil and gave her a position in her peerage with 4 pawn pieces. Kaide was subsequently trained in many types of skills by members of Rias's peerage and her friends. She went on to become a formidable asset in Rias's peerage and was treated like family. Kaide would complete many missions assigned to her by Rias, and would produce exceptional and amazing results when she reported back. Most recently, she had been tasked with infiltrating DEM Industries and gathering evidence of collusion with the supernatural for their own benefit. The whole point of this difficult assignment was to find and present evidence to the higher-ups in the underworld, so that it can prove that DEM Industries is a dangerous and can pose a serious threat if not dealt with immediately. So far, Kaide was so close to obtaining those crucial pieces of information during a mission to capture a certain Shido Murasame, but was defeated by him and his family, before being thrown into a drainage hole and being carried by the water all the way out to sea. Kaide was found by Rias through the evil pieces and was brought back for questioning to find out what happened on her mission. Kuo Academy. Orc Room. 5:15 p.m. Rias, are you sure that you really cannot remember a single thing? Kaide, like I said, I don't remember anything that happened on that day in Tengus City. The most I can remember was trailing that boy with MS, Kates and MS, Murayama, and then I forgot what happens next. Rias and her peerage had been asking Kaide questions about what happened on her mission to capture her target, but so far has not received any clear answers. Rias turned to Akeno and asked, Kaide said that this Shido Murasame was suspected of having supernatural powers. Do you think he had something to do with this? Akeno, it's possible that some sort of memory-erasing power was used to make Kaide forget about the events of that day, but we cannot be sure if it was indeed that boy did it. However, seeing as how narrow our choices for a suspect is, it's not impossible that it could be him. I suggest we all go to Tengus City in person to find out more. Then, Zenobia joined in the conversation and gave her views of the situation. Well, we don't even know much about this boy in the first place. All we know is where he lives, which school he goes to, and who his parents are. According to the information that Kaide gave us before leaving for the mission, Shido Murasame is a 17-year-old boy who goes to Rahazan High School and has a mother who works as a teacher there, while his father is unemployed. It really looks like the profile of a regular young boy who has a normal school life, but if he is truly involved with the supernatural, then we must be careful because he has done well to conceal his true identity to the point where an international company with state-of-the-art technology can only gather so little information about him. Asya, I don't think staying here is going to do us any good. Going to Tengus City to confront the source seems like the only reasonable choice to make. It's just one boy. How bad can it get? It's not like he has a team of other supernatural beings whose powers can rival ours. Rias, you have a point, Asya. However, we will not go there right now. We will infiltrate the city after 2 months has passed. Asya, but why? Rias, in about 2 weeks, we will gain another peerage member, so we have to wait for those 2 weeks to pass first. Irina, a new member, tell us more. How come we've never heard of this? How did you manage to find someone? Rias, this particular person is currently in the hospital right now suffering from a devil virus. I infected her 3 years ago and have waited until now to swoop in and recruit her into our peerage. Koneko, remember that assignment I gave you to kill a particular person in Tengus City? Koneko, you mean Nagisa Himekawa? Yes, I do remember. You told me to kill her and I did it. Though it was kind of though since I was hiding in the top shelves and had to keep myself hidden from her. Why are you bringing this up now? Rias, Nagisa Himekawa is the mother of the new member. I made you kill her so that she can be removed from the picture, leaving the new member all alone. When she learns that she has no family left, she wouldn't hesitate to join us when I arrive in her dying moments and give her second chance at life, right? Zenobia, whoa, you mean this plan to recruit this person was set in stone long ago? Wow, that's what I would expect from someone as smart as you, Rias. Let's not tell Kiba, Gasper, and Rosweiss. Those three are the type to disagree with this. They simply don't know what it means to get what you want using any means. Asya agreed with Zenobia and praised Rias. You're amazing, Rias. I can't believe you thought of something as meticulous as this. Rias, thanks. It became clear to me 5 years ago that directly confronting the people with sacred gears was not a good idea. A massive fire was started as a result of that. Luckily, nobody but us seems to know about the cause of the fire being that girl with red hair tied into twin tails. Let's confront her another time. Anyway, from now on, let's work in the shadows and recruit our new members from there. How does that sound? Koneko, you are our king after all, so you can count on me to follow all your orders without hesitation. I'll do what it takes to make sure we become the strongest peerage in the supernatural world. Irina, same here. I'll make sure that I will do better than last time when I failed to recruit that girl into the peerage 5 years ago. If I meet her next time, know that I won't fail. Kaide, well, this is what I admire about you, Master Rias. You really saved me when I was at my lowest point in life. But then again, my life has always been crappy. I will dedicate my life to serving you, so you can count on me. Rias, well, that's wonderful to hear. I'm happy that all of you have agreed to everything I've requested over the years. I'll make sure that I will be a good leader and produce great results from which we can reap the benefits. Then, she got out of her seat and gestured everyone in the room to follow. When Rias opened the door, she saw Kiba, Gasper, and Rosweiss waiting for her. Rias, thanks for waiting patiently, you three. Let's all go to Kaidea's place to have dinner. I'm pretty sure Mr. and Mrs. Hyoda will prepare something delicious for us. Kiba, no problem, Rias. I'd do anything for you, since you're the best king after all. Rias, it makes me happy when you say that, but Kiba, I have a question. Remind me, what was the reason for you wanting to help me out so much? Kiba, isn't it obvious? It's because I learned Issei was killed by an unknown and powerful creature that caused our peerage to go into a decline. I want to help you so we can become stronger and find that creature and kill it ourselves. Rias, yes, now I remember. Let's go eat dinner now, I'm hungry. Kiba turned around and walked off with the rest of the peerage, while Rias was smirking cunningly as she was proud of successfully wiping out Kiba's memories of the events in America 17 years ago. Scene break. Shido's house, Tengu City. Everybody had reached home and was eager to have a shower and wind down for the day. As Shido exited the car, Toka suddenly grabbed his hand and cut in front of everyone. He was caught off guard by this, but he knew that she was mad that he let his guard down and let other girls hug and kiss him while she was watching. Toka continued pulling Shido into the house and into her room. Then, she closed the door and locked it. This made Shido scared, as he was worried about what was going to happen next. Toka turned to him and pouted, saying, Tonight we'll be sleeping here together. I won't lose to any other girl who wants to steal you away from me. You got it. Once she was finished, Toka wrapped her arms around Shido and looked him straight into his eyes while pouting jealously. Shido was somewhat relieved that Toka didn't act so angry this time around. All he needed to do now was nod to indicate that he understood and also follow up with a few more head pats to make Toka happy. He did so and calmed down when Toka really cheered up when he was patting her head. Then, Shido said, "Dinner is going to be ready soon, so why don't we take a shower first before heading down?" Toka got excited at the sound of food and exclaimed, "Yeah, let's go. I want to see what kind of delicious food will be prepared tonight." She took a set of clothes and her towel before speeding out of her room towards the bathroom. Shido thought about how Toka immediately gets happy at the mention of food, but then he also remembered something else important. That girl really likes food. Oh wait, that's right. Why don't I try testing my hypothesis? Now that he had complete privacy, Shido felt like it was the opportune moment to figure out whether or not he really gained a new power. Shido started focusing on his emotions and slowly reached the point of near materialization. Then, he tried summoning Metatron's cannons around him. To his surprise and joy, it really appeared. Although the number of cannons was much smaller compared to how many Origami could summon, since it was his first time summoning Metatron. From these results and conclusions, Shido could confirm with absolute certainty that the method of gaining a new power was through kissing. It may seem like a ridiculous way of becoming stronger, but all the evidence had pointed to this, and there was no more need for further investigation. Shido thought to himself, glad yet weirded out by this conclusion. Wow, who would have thought that the way to gain another Sacred Gear's power was by kissing the user? But at least I'm glad I figured out how to use my power. I thought I was going to be weak forever. Anyway, let's inform Mom and Dad about this discovery. I think it is great progress. Time skip. 30 minutes later. Dining room. Rain and David had prepared Italian food for dinner since it was delicious and nostalgic for the both of them. Everyone else had gathered at the table and were eager to eat it. Toka's eyes were gleaming with happiness as she loved the smell and appearance of the food, and so did everybody else. It was obvious that they wanted to start eating already. Finally, they all ate together and cooled their heads down as they could relax after a long day. After finishing a delectable meal, David made an announcement. "David, alright, I need to inform all of you about something new that has been in the making." "Origami, what is it?" "David, your mother and I have created our own personal version of the evil pieces. We call them the virtue pieces, because virtue is the opposite of evil. It's meant to form our peerage, which acts as a defensive team against external threats who endanger the lives of the people in Tengu City. It also follows the pieces used in chess. Here are all 16 pieces that we've made. They are all infused with dragon energy that reincarnates the person into a dragon and will gain a great deal of power." "Kotori, a dragon? You mean that if we take that chess piece, we will become dragons?" "Rain, yes, and you will also gain new abilities depending on which piece you absorbed. Don't worry. You will still look like a human when you turn into a dragon. One of the abilities you gained is the ability to partially or completely transform into a dragon whenever you want." Shido and his friends were stunned by the various functions of the virtue pieces. leading to some such as Kotori and Yoshino to doubt their own safety when absorbing one. David decided to show them what he and his wife had been working on, so he reached into his bag for the virtue pieces. He took out a small box and opened it up, revealing a whole set of golden chess pieces that exerted a strong aura. Shido and his friends were all admiring their intricate and beautiful designs that were incorporated into the making of the pieces. Then, David picked up the king piece and said, "Rain and I won't be part of the peerage. We will act independently when dealing with enemies, but we shall act as your allies if you need us." I was planning on making Shido the king, since by the time the entire team is assembled, he would have gained all 10 sacred gears, making him the strongest. Shido was shocked and said, "What? I'm the king? But why? I thought that position would be better for you, Dad." David, this peerage was created to protect and recruit the other sacred gear users from Reincarnation or other devils who seek to forcefully recruit them into their peerage. Your mother and I don't need the pieces because we can manage ourselves just fine. It's you and your friends who need protection from external threats. You might be the king of the peerage, but you report to us since we are the ones who give orders. He finished and handed Shido the king piece. Shido, okay, if it's for the sake of everybody's lives, I will take responsibility and become the king. After all, I think it's fitting for a situation like this. Issei Hyodo's reincarnation versus Reincarnation, the bitch who betrayed him. It's settled. How do I become the king? Rain, hold it in your palm and close your hand, then focus on its power and absorb it into your body. Prepare yourself for any side effects. The king piece contains the most power out of the 16 pieces and will give the holder a massive power boost, so your body might evolve to adapt to handle the power. Shido did as instructed and closed his eyes, focusing on the sheer draconic energy that was surging in the piece. He took a deep breath, and then pressed his fingers downward while concentrating on becoming one with the king piece. Eventually, Shido could feel immense energy surging through his body, and after only a few minutes, Shido opened his eyes after fully absorbing the king piece. He opened his hand to see that it was gone, which meant that he successfully took in the king piece. Toka got out of her seat and asked Shido with concern, "Hey, are you alright, Shido? How are you feeling?" Shido, "Well, so far, nothing much but heartbeat. Shido recoiled backwards in discomfort as he felt tremendous forces of energy flowing rapidly throughout his body. He fell on the floor and had a hard time trying to breathe. Everybody got out of their seats and rushed towards Shido. His friends were worried about what was happening to him. Toka held onto his shoulders, constantly asking what happened and if he was alright. David and Rain were feeling very tense. They watched on and increased their powers just in case they needed to step in when things go bad. Shido was still on the floor, feeling the side effects of absorbing the king piece. It felt like surges of electricity were flowing everywhere in his body. Luckily, after a minute or so, Shido had calmed down, and he felt an unusual sense of euphoria, as if pure adrenaline was traveling through his body non-stop. He looked around and noticed that his eyesight had improved. Shido could see outside the window much more clearly even though he wasn't even close to it. But more importantly, he was confused about the current state of his body. He didn't know whether or not the king piece had caused any mutations or modifications to his body. Then, Toka asked worriedly, "Shido, are you alright? Are you hurt?" This caused Shido to snap out of his confusion and look to his friends and parents who were observing him cautiously. To reassure everyone, Shido said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. I just feel unusually awesome right now. I feel like I could go running along an entire mountain range and will not stop until I reach the end." David stepped forward and took a look at his son for a while, before saying, "Okay, I think it worked." Shido, "What worked? Is something supposed to happen?" David, "Yes, much like the devil evil pieces which reincarnate someone into a devil, you have become a full dragon now. You used to be a half dragon from my side and half who knows what from your mother's side. But now the king piece has erased that unknown half of your body composition and replaced it with dragon properties, thus reincarnating you into a complete dragon." Shido, "Wait, what? You mean I've become a full dragon now? What's going to happen?" David, "Calm down, son, it's fine. I'm a dragon too, so I can help you control your new abilities. It's going to be alright." He walked forward and pat him on the shoulder. Shido was still breathing deeply but had calmed down a little since his father reassured him that everything was going to be fine. It would take him a minute or so to fully relax, but Shido decided to not wait around and ask what was going to happen now that he's the king of the peerage. Shido, "So what about the other pieces? What will happen to them?" David, "Each piece grants special and unique abilities to the people who receive them. For example, the Knight piece gives the user the ability to move at blinding speeds. The Rook piece gives the user the insanely high defenses and attack power. In addition, the king has the ability to swap places with the rook, similar to the castling technique in chess. The bishop piece gives the user immense magic boosts. The queen piece gives the user the abilities of all the previously said properties of the knight, rook, and bishop pieces. The pawn piece gives the user the ability to promote to any of the other pieces besides the king piece if they are in an enemy territory or if their king gives them permission to do so. In addition, a person can have more than one pawn piece at a time. Basically, Shido, I want you to decide which piece will go to your friends. You may take your time to decide, but it must be done by the end of this week. We can't afford to waste any more time. Shido looked to his friends and saw that they were quite concerned with not only his new transformation into a full dragon, but they were also worried about the decisions and choices Shido will make which may critically affect their futures. The future was a huge blur and any action taken can be considered a major risk. However, due to Shido's determination to protect his friends and family as well as avenging Issei Hyodo by defeating Rias Gremory, Shido made up his mind immediately and announced his next intentions. Shido, I've decided. Don't worry girls, look at me, I'm perfectly fine. But other than that, I already decided which pieces you are each going to receive. The girls were surprised by this response, but they had firmly placed their trust in Shido and believed that he could make the right and rational decisions which can benefit everyone in the long run. So, they were quite pleased to hear him unfazed by this sudden change in his life and didn't hesitate to accept it and move forward. Origami, well, what are we going to get Shido? Shido, Toka and Kotori will get knight pieces since they use melee weapons. Sandofan and Camel will definitely be great assets in battle when combined with high speeds. Origami will get 2 pawn pieces, since Metatron is versatile and can be good with any of the pieces. Yoshino will get a rook piece since Sadgyo focuses on high defense which means impenetrable ice walls, as well as high offense attacks which means unstoppable and formidable ice shards which can break through the toughest defenses. That is how it will go. David, are you sure? Once the pieces have been absorbed, there's no going back. Used pieces can't be extracted because it will kill the person who has them. So are you really sure about this selection? Shido looked at his father with determination in his eyes and firmly restated his intentions. Yes, I've made up my mind and I strongly believe this choice is the best we have. David looked at his wife, waiting to hear her thoughts about this. Rain got the hint and looked at Shido. Then I have no further objections. Let the procedure start now. The girls breathed in and out, readying themselves for the absorption of the pieces. David took the pieces that Shido requested and gave them to each respective person. Once he was done, David said, "When you're ready, you may begin." The girls did the same as Shido and concentrated on absorbing the pieces they were given. After a while, it was complete. Similarly to Shido, the girls felt uncomfortable side effects which made them feel weak as their bodies were gradually evolving into those of dragons. Since the other pieces had much less power than the king piece, their transformation duration was much shorter, and they didn't feel as much discomfort as Shido. The girls were breathing heavily as they were getting used to their new bodies. Shido rushed over to Toka and asked her, "Toka, are you alright? Does your body still hurt?" She looked up towards him and smiled confidently, saying, "Hey, don't worry, I'm fine." The other girls were also fine as they all were able to stand up again. David and Rain asked what kind of new immediate abilities they gained upon the completion of the process, and the girls said that they gained much sharper vision and much better hearing. David smiled in reassurance, knowing that the virtue pieces were a success and that nothing had went awry. He proceeded to inform them of the possible abilities they most likely will gain now that they are dragons. Okay. Since you are all dragons now, possible abilities that you have a high chance of having now are increased vision, which includes night vision, increased hearing, which allows you to clearly hear sounds from up to 20 yards or 18 meters away, increased endurance, improved sense of smell, which can allow you to smell the faintest scents, improved reflexes, and improved physical abilities such as higher jumping and stronger throwing. You may try out in your free time to see what has changed. This weekend, I'll teach all of you how to partially transform into a dragon, which can help you gain stronger attacks and better defenses. He demonstrated by transforming his arm into that of a dragon claw. His skin turned into crimson scales and his fingers transformed into sharp claws. Shido and his friends watched in awe, knowing that they were now capable of doing amazing things. David, don't worry, you are able to turn the transformed parts back into human. And just to reassure you all, you cannot just suddenly transform against your will, you have to focus to partially transform, so don't worry about unwanted transformation. Rain, anyway, does anybody have anything to say before we let you go do your own things? Shido, yes, I learned how to use my powers. I learned how to absorb another sacred gear using my transfer ability. Everybody was now paying attention. They were all waiting eagerly for Shido to show his discovery to them as they were curious how he managed to solve it. Shido started focusing on his emotions and managed to summon 6 cannons of Metatron, surprising everybody. Origami, how did you learn to use Metatron? Shido, you see, the way for me to absorb a sacred gear is by kissing the user who possesses the original sacred gear. I discovered this when Origami kissed me. David, say what? Kissing? Are you serious right now? Shido, I'm not joking. The only 2 sacred gears I can summon belong to Toka and Origami, both of whom I have kissed. Otherwise, how would I be able to summon Metatron just now? Rain, this is pretty interesting. I didn't expect your method of obtaining a sacred gear power to be kissing. I guess you have to kiss each user you find to obtain their power then. Toka, why yeah, I guess it's really that simple. She was visibly irritated and her eyebrow was twitching. David, but a kiss is something that is not something easy to get. Just imagine if you just asked the user so casually for a kiss, you'd be immediately rejected. I think you should bring them out for dates and make them fall for you so that it creates a comfortable environment similar to a couple's relationship where kissing is not so embarrassing. This reminds me of Issei, who wanted to be the harem king. Shido, dates, huh? Well, I don't know if I got the riz. I'm kinda scared of how those users would see me in their eyes. David, don't worry son, I am a married man and I can teach you how to get a girlfriend. Just start by taking things slow and simply become friends. Then you eventually progress on in your relationship with them, and you'd be holding hands with them in no time. David was feeling pretty proud and boastful, until he saw Toka infuriating with rage and jealousy, and could clearly feel her aura getting stronger, as she got even angrier. Then, Toka grabbed Shido's hand and went to her room. Everyone was speechless and they decided that they should probably discuss this another time when they have energy. For now, they did their own things for the rest of the night, hoping to get some rest. Friday, 8:30 p.m. Forest outside of Tengu City. After 4 days since their transformation into dragons, their lives went normally this week until an unusual incident happened which made David take note of it. Shido and his friends were out in a dark forest just outside of the city limits searching for several suspicious individuals that were lurking around the forest when the sun had set, and the lights were out. On Wednesday, these particular individuals that Shido was looking for had attacked a family sleeping at night in their house which was located in a suburb near the forest. The police said that the culprits had violently broken into the house and the victims were murdered in cold blood. The case became infamous mainly because the injuries inflicted on the victims were wounds that could have not been done by ordinary humans. The chest and stomach regions of the body were brutally opened up and their internal organs were gone. Investigators could only speculate that the culprits who did this were cannibals. There were trails of blood leading out of the house and into the forest. Despite their best efforts, massive squads of police officers could not find a single lead that could lead them to the culprits. It was almost as if they simply struck at night and then vanished shortly after. Shido's family had taken note of this incident, and they immediately knew that someone who would be willing to do this and successfully get away with it would be a stray devil. So, David decided to use Origami's former secret base in the alley as a surveillance center for Tengu City, which they had turned into their territory. Before Origami moved into Shido's place, she lived in her secret base on her own while on the run from Dem Industries. This meant that she had to be on high alert at all times to prevent herself from being captured. That's why she hid many cameras around the blind spots of the city and also hacked existing cameras to see everything happening in Tengu City. Yes, even the forests and the mountains surrounding the city. But now that she is living with Shido, there was no need for her to stay in the secret base. However, the number of security installations was too much and too good to be abandoned, which is why David and Rain decided to use that place for security checks against any external threats. Back to the present, David had used one of the cameras to view the footage of the murder of the family that was killed. He caught the 3 culprits breaking in through the window and spent a few minutes in there. Then, they left with blood stained all over their bodies and fled the scene. There was no denying it, those were strays that fed on humans. Knowing that the civilian population is powerless before the ruthless strays that kill people, David knew that he had to act before there would be more victims. He and Rain stayed in the former secret base to direct and locate Shido's peerage to make sure they weren't separated and were safe. Meanwhile, Shido would lead his friends out into the forest to search for the strays. The forest was so obscured by the darkness that nobody could see anything. Luckily, the team had gained night vision and could see better in the dark. But even with this ability, they couldn't find the strays anywhere in the surrounding area. Shido ordered his team to get into a defensive formation. Okay, everyone. I can sense the auras of the strays right here. Get into a circular formation and stand around the beacon. Everybody immediately stood ready and assumed fighting stances, waiting for the strays' arrival. Their eyes darted around the whole area, looking for the most subtle movements and hearing for sounds. In this moment, everything felt suspenseful. Everybody had their guard up and were focusing on the surroundings for any sudden attacks. Suddenly, the rustling of leaves and the snapping of twigs could be heard around the area. This made everybody summon their sacred gears. Shido decided to summon Sandalphon since it was the most suitable weapon in this situation. Things got more intense as the sounds of the leaves and twigs were becoming more frequent. Kotori anxiously asked, where is it? Where is this stray? She looked left and right while gripping onto Camel and preparing for the stray's first strike. Toka got frustrated and decided to taunt the stray. Come on out, you scaredy cat. We're right here. She kept her guard up and scanned the surroundings to see where the stray would pop up. Origami summoned an additional 3 cannons to increase her defenses while Yoshino conjured up ice in her hands to prepare to summon an ice wall to block any incoming attacks. However, the ominous sounds all stopped. This made them nervous. A sign that the sounds have stopped meant that the strays have found the perfect place to strike and were simply waiting for the right moment to attack. Shido slowly looked left and right, searching for their enemies who were hiding. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from above. Shido looked upwards and saw the stray jumping from the treetop and coming down towards him. The stray had sharp fangs and teeth, opening its mouth as it prepared to bite Shido's head. Once the stray was in his sight, Shido used his dual cycle energy in his legs to boost himself upwards and swung Sandalphon onto the stray's head. Slash. The stray was cut in half as Shido sliced it from its head to its crotch. The 2 pieces of its body flew apart from each other and blood splattered across the ground and the bushes. Everyone else turned to see Shido successfully killing one of the 3 strays that were lurking in the forest. Toka was surprised and said, "Whoa, that was fast. I didn't even notice until I saw the body." She was in awe of how fast Shido had grown from not knowing how to use his ability to making the first kill of the night. However, the second stray attacked from behind and was charging towards them. This stray was much bigger and was throwing its massive fist towards Yoshino's head from behind. But the attack was noticed, and Yoshino quickly formed a large ice wall to block the incoming strike. Crack! The stray's hand was broken upon impact with the ice. The jagged and rugged surfaces equipped with extremely high durability and defense made a good combination to block a powerful punch. The stray roared in pain as its broken hand was dangling around like a puppet. Then, Kotori jumped up into the air and infused her halberd with scorching flames. She struck downwards and created a flaming scar on the stray's belly. The stray caught on fire and fell onto the floor as it struggled to breathe. While it was squirming on the floor, Origami fired 3 of her cannons and blasted light bullets towards the stray. The light bullets pierced through its stomach, heart, and head, blowing those portions of the body away and killing it. 2 strays down, 1 to go. Things settled down and Shido asked, "Is everybody alright? Nobody is hurt, right?" Toka, "Don't worry, Shido, we are all fine. We were just caught a little off guard." Shido, "It is our first time doing something like this, so it's only natural that we struggle a little. What matters is that nobody is hurt. Well done, everybody. We just killed a freaking stray devil. Now there's just 1 more to go. I can sense somebody's aura over there among those trees." He pointed to a group of trees to their left which had large bushes growing around its roots and large branches with big leaves obscuring the entire area. Kotori confidently stepped forward and said, "Leave it to me, I'll dig that little fucker out of there." She swung Camel towards the trees. A large slash of bright flames flew across the forest and burned the targeted trees. What followed next was a scream of pain that echoed through the area. Once the final stray's location was confirmed, Shido and his friends sprinted towards the stray. Toka ran in front of the group and sent powerful slashes of energy towards the burning area. Horizontal and vertical slashes instantly cut through the trees, and they fell onto the ground. Then, the stray was now visible, and it had many severe burns and cuts on it. "Stray, you fuckers, I'll remember this." It hissed at the group before it turned and ran away. Upon seeing it attempting to flee, Shido sped up by increasing the dual cycle reserves in his legs and boosted towards the stray at lightning speeds. Once he got right behind the stray, Shido raised Sandalphon high in the air and pierced through the stray's back. It coughed out blood upon being impaled and fell onto the ground. Shido continued to let Sandalphon stay in its body and proceeded to inform his parents of the outcome of the situation. "Shido, over radio. Dad, it's done. Although, one of them is still alive but it's currently being pinned down to the ground after I impaled it with Sandalphon. Should we question it and ask what it's doing here? David, no, it's no use, just kill it. There's no good coming from interrogation with a stray. Finish it off and come home. Just then, the rest of the group had arrived at Shido's location. Shido, got it. He picked up Sandalphon and pulled it out of the stray's back, then he raised it upwards and prepared to slice it in half across the waist. But then, the stray desperately called out, wait. I had orders. We didn't act alone. It was Bailey who ordered us to do this. The group became curious and began to question the stray. Origami stepped forward and demanded answers. Bailey, you mean Jessica Bailey, from Dem Industries? Stray, why yes, my friends and I aren't strays, we are innocent devils who are part of a peerage in the underworld. A few days ago, Jessica Bailey summoned us using a magic circle and made a contract with us. She said that our task was to eliminate you guys and bring her back your bodies. But when we tried to attack your house at night 3 days ago, but it seemed like there was a strange seal protecting your home from us, we got hungry and decided to feast on some humans to replenish our energy and try again. Well, it was my 2 friends who killed and ate them. I was just keeping watch. Then we hid in the forest. And we were then found and killed by you guys. Shido, you mean to tell me that we were the true targets this whole time? Tell me, where is Jessica Bailey right now? Tell me now or I will cut you in half. Stray, I will tell you, but I need to tell you first that you won't talk with her for long since she will instantly kill you. Toka, what's that supposed to mean? Stray, Jessica Bailey summoned us and ordered us to kill you. But we had actually refused her, and then decided to kill her since she was getting on our nerves. However, what followed next was carnage. My teammates and I were brutally beaten to the edge of death. I don't know what it was, but I could tell that she was equipped with high-level technology which wasn't powered by any magic, but it was simply a product of human technology. Bailey was like a killing machine with those high-tech weapons. I really thought I was going to die that day. It was only when Bailey offered to spare us if we agreed to follow her orders, so of course we accepted. Shido, how can I be sure that you're telling the truth? Origami walked to Shido and said, I think it's the truth. I worked with Jessica Bailey before, and I can tell you that she was a sadistic and ruthless person. She constantly takes missions to the very extreme and doesn't care in the slightest about any destruction she causes along the way to accomplish her assignments. Bailey is different than Kaide Hyodo. She's on a whole different level. If I'm being honest here, Bailey would be unfazed if she encountered us. I would even think that she has a slim chance of defeating us combined. Yoshino, then what should we do? We can't just go up to Bailey and simply force her to leave. She would definitely attack us and probably kill us. Shido, I understand your concerns, but let's settle that later. Let's focus on asking this stray where we can find Bailey. He turned to the stray with a stern and demanding expression, and in addition also increasing his aura to make him feel intimidating. The stray knew that his fate was sealed, so he decided not to hide anything. Bailey is somewhere hiding in the Akaishi Mountains just southwest of here. I don't know the exact location, but I knew we met her somewhere on the mountain slopes near one of the peaks. Shido, I see though, I still have some questions for you. Stray, I'm about to be killed here anyways, so go ahead and ask me whatever you want. Shido, do you happen to know anybody in the underworld by the name of Rias Gremory? Stray, yes I do. My master is friends with her. Why do you ask? Shido, we have a bone to pick with her, and right now, I want to know what she's been doing these days. Stray, all I know is that she's been hiding everything she's been doing for the past 17 years. I think she's just heartbroken from her lover's death and decided not to speak publicly anymore. Shido, Rias is definitely hiding something. I know that her being sad is just a lame excuse to hide that bitch of personality of hers. Judging by how all of my friends here have encountered people linked to Rias, I bet she has some sinister plan for Tengus City's sacred gear users. After taking a while to analyze what the stray told him, Shido decided to ask one last question. What's your name and who is your master? Don't worry, I won't go after them. Stray, my name is Sebastian Haas. I used to be a human that was reincarnated into a devil. My master's name is Sikvera Agars, and she was the one who personally introduced me to her peerage. Shido, I see, I have no clue who she is, but it doesn't matter. Sebastian, thanks for all this information you've given us. However, although you didn't kill anybody, you still let your 2 friends kill innocent people, and on top of that, you tried to attack my family while we're asleep. So, may God forgive you because I won't. Shido raised Sandalphon into the air and slashed Sebastian's neck, decapitating him and finishing him off for good. Then, Shido got on the radio and informed his parents of new developments in the mission. Okay, Mom, Dad, turns out that the strays we were hunting were part of a peerage whose king is called Sigvara Agars. Do you know who that is? David: What? They are not strays. Wait. Ugh, never mind. Anyway, yes, I do know who Sigvara Agars is. In fact, Issei Hyodo also knew her. If you really killed 3 members of her peerage, then we have to prepare for a massive fight. Sigvara is allied with Rias Gremory, Sona Citri, and Serog Bale. They are all strong devils with powerful peerages and they can easily decimate us if we tried to fight them. Shido: Wait, what? You mean Issei's former student council president and the strongest of the youth devils? Those guys. David: Yes. And they will eventually find out what happened since the evil pieces of those devils you killed can be traced. There's no denying that they were killed, which is why we need to make it look like someone else killed them. Shido: Someone else, you say? Well, today is your lucky day. I learned from those devils that they were actually here to kill us, as agreed upon a contract they signed with a certain dem worker by the name of Jessica Bailey. Why don't we pin the blame on her since she requested those devils to murder us? Eye for an eye. I think that's pretty fair. Rain: Jessica Bailey? You mean she ordered those devils to kill us? Where is she? What about those people that those devils ate? Shido: Hold on. Those devils got hungry and decided to feast on humans after failing to break through our home's protective magical barrier. They were planning to try again, but they couldn't because we killed them first. As for Bailey, she is somewhere hiding in the Akaishi Mountains southwest of here near one of its peaks. I heard she is also equipped with destructive weapons, so that makes her quite a dangerous foe. David: So Bailey has links with the supernatural and has deadly weapons, huh? It seems she is a rogue soldier of Dem right now, since we know for a fact that the mission to capture you has been cancelled. It also means that Bailey might be more dangerous than we thought. Shido: So what do we do now? David: Keep training more. When Bailey comes face to face with us, your mother and I will be there to support you in battle. But if we are to have a better chance at beating her, then we need more allies. Shido: I understand. Is there anything else you want to add? David: No, that will be all. Head home first. Your mother and I will head to the forest because we have some things we would like to do with the evil pieces left in those corpses of the devils. Shido and his friends subsequently left the forest and made their way back, wondering what David and Rain needed to do with the evil pieces. Meanwhile, Origami's former secret base. David had turned off all the radio communications now that the mission was over. Sitting next to him was Rain, who had also been observing the timeline of events that happened in the mission. Rain asked her husband, "What is it that you want to do with those evil pieces?" David: I think I can delay the time it will take for anybody in the underworld to find out about this incident. But first off, the evil pieces are filled with demonic energy. Do you think you can extract it and place it into an orb like how you did the same to Issei's memories? Rain: I can, but why? David: The evil pieces will become inactive and Sigvara cannot use them to track down her peerage members' locations. Then, we will carry whatever remains of their bodies and dump them somewhere else. As for the demonic energy stored in the orb, we need to find a way to somehow transfer all of it to Jessica Bailey. That way, we can make it look like she killed those devils and consumed the evil piece's power. Rain: Sounds like an elaborate and smart plan. Let's go. It's better to do this now before Sigvara Agars find out and tells Rias Gremory or anybody else. Both of them left their seats and left the secret base. They made their way to the forest to collect the leftover evil pieces and initiate their plan to trick anybody from the underworld into thinking that Jessica killed Sigvara's devils. Meanwhile, Shido and the gang had reached home. They sat down at the dinner table and went to get leftovers to eat since they were feeling hungry. While they were eating, Shido decided to initiate a discussion about their next plan of action. Shido: Alright everyone, I've got some news for all of you. Here's what Dad has updated on the current situation. Basically, the devils that were hired by Jessica Bailey to kill us were part of a peerage whose king is Sigvara Agars, a close friend of Rias Gremory. When she finds out that some of her members are missing, she wouldn't hesitate to search for them, and we know for a fact that their bodies will definitely be found. Once that happens, Sigvara wouldn't hesitate to contact other devils such as, like I previously mentioned earlier, Rias Gremory, her best friend Sona Citri, and her cousin Serog Bale. If you remember the story of Issei Hyodo, you would know who those devils were. Facing them in combat is basically a suicide mission. We must avoid that at all costs. Yoshino: That means the situation is quite dangerous, right? How are we supposed to survive? What's going to happen? Shido: For the time being, we need to worry about Bailey. she is still alive and she most likely can summon more devils and make them do her bidding. The worst case scenario is when she personally comes to Tenga's city to face us herself. Origami. Although I've worked with Bailey several times in the past, I don't think there is really an effective way to bring her down. She's basically a tough enemy with killer instinct who won't stop at whatever comes her way. Toka, is there a reason why Bailey acts so rash like you described? Origami. Well, all those dangerous and reckless acts are things that Bailey has done or actions that Dem would not approve of, since their missions are meant to be covert. It's almost as if Bailey is trying to attract attention and become noticeable. Kotori. Maybe she wants to be promoted. If she wants attention, who is she trying to impress? The only possible person she could try and impress would be her boss, since most promotions would be made by him. Origami. Westcott. Most likely. I heard from my other teammates who have worked with Bailey in the past that she has always muttered under her breath about gaining Westcott's recognition and praise, so I believe she is most likely trying to catch his attention. Yoshino. Then why hasn't she been able to do so after all the stuff she did during her missions? Origami. Maybe it's because of MS Mathers, our former English teacher. I tapped into a call she made with Westcott before she left for London. He said that MS Mathers was much more reliable and dependable than Bailey ever was, so maybe MS Mathers overshadows Bailey and also performs much better than her. Toka. Since Bailey was initially in charge of the mission of capturing Shido, does her failure to complete it mean that she would most likely be demoted? Origami. Definitely. In fact, Bailey was actually Captain Kyuzukabe's superior whom she reported to until she was demoted once again. Judging by her streak of recklessness and inefficiency, I can guarantee that Bailey was demoted again for her failure to capture Shido. Shido. A person who is willing to throw away everything just to get the attention of someone else. It seems Bailey might be the type of person to go to extreme lengths to accomplish what she wants. Be careful, everybody. Bailey is definitely going to try something dangerous again. Let's all stick together and make sure nobody goes anywhere alone. All understood. With that, they finished up the evening and proceeded to sleep early for the night and prepare for tomorrow. Since it was a weekend tomorrow, they needed to head to another training facility set up by David and Rain located somewhere outside of the city in the forested mountains where there was an abandoned building. It would be the first time they needed to use the new training area, so they were quite curious what it was all about. Time skip. Saturday, 10 a.m. Training wasn't going to start until 4 p.m. in the afternoon, so everybody was free to do whatever they wanted. Since Shido had lots of free time, he decided to spend some time with Yoshino and Kotori so that he could get to know them better. Both girls had been imprisoned to a hospital bed and an orphanage respectively, so Shido felt that it was right to show them other parts of the city. David recommended a cafe named Rose Thorns that just opened up in the shopping mall in the city center and suggested that Shido should go there because it was a type of cafe meant for younger people. Toka had begrudgingly agreed to letting Shido have a harem on the condition that she was his number one and he wouldn't neglect her. That being said, Shido decided to allow Origami to become the second girl of his harem. Today, Toka hung out with Origami so she could improve her friendship with her and tried to decrease tensions between them. Coincidentally, the two girls ended up going to the same cafe David suggested without knowing Shido was coming too. Scene break. At a cafe in the city center, Toka was sitting across from Origami and were having drinks while chatting with each other. They felt that since now they were part of Shido's harem, it was necessary to get along with each other before conflicts would arise. That's why they took this time get to understand each other and erase any misunderstandings. Toka, so you're telling me that you liked him because he helped you in the beginning of your first year in high school? Origami, that's correct. After learning the truth of Dem and being separated from my former teammates, I was lonely and had no living relatives that I knew of. Despite how hard I tried to focus on avenging my parents, I could not avoid the feeling of loneliness. I kept telling myself that I will take back my life after killing Akeno Himejima and Koneko Tojo. But deep down I felt that my life has already been destroyed and irreparable. It feels a little embarrassing for me to admit this, but I always wanted someone I could love as well. That was when I met Shido for the first time. The way he reached out for me felt like a massive burden was lifted off my shoulders, and I also felt like a miracle had happened. Since that day, I always wanted to get to know Shido, but I never had a clue on how I should approach him. After all, I still had the mindset of a soldier in my head, so I was scared I would have scared him. After 2 years, I still didn't have the courage to talk to him. I thought that I had all the time in the world to prepare myself for the moment when I introduced myself. But I was too late when I saw you and Shido eating together during lunch and heard you both speaking so casually to each other like a couple. In that moment, I felt like I lost a part of myself. I really didn't want to believe that the two of you were dating, because I would feel like I lost a loved one again. So, I followed you on your date at the mall and at the park. I heard and saw everything and came to the conclusion that the both of you were already developing feelings for each other despite meeting on the same day. I am sorry. I shouldn't have been so selfish and invasive. Toka, well, how do you feel now? Origami, honestly, I don't think I deserve him. I brought him into this entire mess with Dem Industries and now he has to be on guard every day no matter where he goes, and the normal life that Shido has always wanted is never going to be realized. It's my fault that his life is messy and chaotic. Toka, I'd beg to differ. I don't think it's your fault. If we are to blame someone, it's Reincarnation. She and her peerage has harassed and hurt all of us. It's her fault that we are all this situation together. So don't blame yourself for making things so messed up. It was already like that many years ago. All of us were on board the supernatural train since birth and there's no turning back. We are just people who were born in the storm and we're now finding a way out of it. Remember, we are more than just friends now. We will have each other's backs no matter how tough things get, and we will fight through thick and thin until victory is in sight. Surrender or defeat is not an option. It will take all of our collective efforts and strength to bring down Rias. Origami was shocked yet impressed with Toka's words, which made her say, "Wow, I didn't know that you had a way with words, thanks Toka. Know that I also feel the same way and that we'll fight the toughest battles together with everyone else. Rias Gremory has started a war that we will finish. We are not going to show any mercy, and we will show those bitches in the underworld just how much they fucked up." Both girls felt fire up after their conversation, and as a sign of their friendship, Toka and Origami shook hands for the first time to signify the unbreakable bonds of camaraderie and unity between the people who had their lives ruined by Rias Gremory and were out for revenge. The handshake also cemented their friendship, and although they still saw each other as love rivals for Shido, they now saw each other as sisters who would back each other up no matter what. Then someone called out to the two girls, "Hey Toka, long time no see." "Reunion, it's nice to see you again Toka." Toka was surprised when she saw Kaguya and Yuzuru, her former friends who brought her to the girls' home she used to live in. Toka, oh Kaguya, Yuzuru, it's been a while, how are the two of you? Kaguya, we've really missed you, you know. Ever since you've moved on to the next world, we've been wondering just what kind of brand new daily habits you've picked up. Are your new overseers treating you respectfully and courteously? Yuzuru, inquiry, how have you been these last few days? I hope your new parents are treating you alright. Toka, don't worry, everything is going great. Here, let me introduce the two of you to my friend, Origami Tabichi. Origami, hello, it's nice to meet some of Toka's friends. Kaguya, hehe, pleasure to meet a companion of Toka. Any ally of Toka is an ally of mine. My name is Kaguya Yamai. Yuzuru, introduction, nice to meet you, Tabichi. My name is Yuzuru Yamai and I hope we will get along. Toka, so anyway, what are you girls doing here? Kaguya, we were coincidentally out on a quest trying to search for you. We were wondering who was the kind and pure soul who was willing to take you to the next world. We wanted to show some appreciation and gratefulness for the kind-hearted gesture that your new overseers have shown to you. Speaking of which, who were they? Toka, well, my boyfriend's parents took me in and I've been living there since. It's a lovely place and I would like to show you the house one day. Yuzuru, surprise, you have a boyfriend. Who is he? Kaguya, oh, looks like Toka has found a partner. Tell me more, Toka. I want to know what this boy is like. Toka smiled joyfully as she began to talk about Shido. Well, his name is Shido Murasame and he is a boy with a chivalrous spirit and a heart of pure gold. It was just my first day of school and I didn't know anybody. But Shido offered to be my friend, and since then, we've got to know each other, and we're now a steady couple. Yuzuru, interest, how does he look like? What kind of boy is he? Toka, takes out phone, here, isn't he pretty cute? Kaguya, ooh, you're so lucky, Toka, he looks really cute. I'm happy for you. She began swiping to see all her pictures of Toka and Shido together. Toka felt pretty proud about having Shido as her boyfriend. She was beaming with confidence and joy as she looked at each image that Kaguya was swiping in her image gallery. Then Yuzuru asked, question, where is Shido right now? Toka froze up when she heard her question. She knew that he was out with Yoshino and Kotori because he wanted to show them around the city, but if she told Kaguya and Yuzuru the truth, they might see her weirdly, so she made up an answer on the spot. Toka, well, Shido is out with some friends. Kaguya, friends, huh? You sure he's not cheating on you? Toka, no, he would never do that. Origami said in agreement. Of course not. Shido is a loyal boyfriend and he would never cheat on us. She quickly covered her mouth in horror as she realized what she just said. Kaguya, us? What do you mean by us? Isn't Shido dating Toka? Why did you phrase it like you're also as close to Shido? Is something weird going on here? Yuzuru, doubt, is Shido really dating you? What's going on? Toka panicked and quickly said, and no, it's not like that. It's a misunderstanding. You see, Origami is my best friend at school and she follows me on my dates with Shido to make sure he doesn't do anything bad. Yuzuru, uncertain, that still doesn't answer the question why Tabichi said us. Does he happen to be friends with her too? Toka, why yeah, because of that, Shido also got to know Origami as a friend too. Kaguya, but what if he cheats on you with her? Wouldn't it make you a little scared to let her come along frequently, which might lead to him liking her over you? Toka, no, Origami knows that if she did that, our friendship would be over and she would regret it for a long time. At this point, other people in the cafe were looking at the girls talking. They were confused about their topic of conversation but continued to listen, and since it was an unusual topic. Toka and Origami were praying really hard that Kaguya and Yuzuru wouldn't find out the truth of their life and hoped that they would believe the lies that they put out. Eventually, Kaguya and Yuzuru sighed before the former spoke. Alright, sorry for being insensitive. I shouldn't have asked you both questions like that. Yuzuru, apology. Sorry for being rude. It was bad of us to behave like that. Toka sighed in relief and responded, don't worry about it. It's fine. As long as you understand, it's all okay. She thought that she could finally relax now, but then her luck ran out when Toka looked to the entrance of the cafe and saw Shido enter with Yoshino and Kotori. Toka gasped in fear and she looked away from him to avoid being spotted. Origami also noticed them and instantly turned away. However, Kaguya and Yuzuru got suspicious of them suddenly looking away. Yuzuru, concerned. Toka, Origami, are you alright? Why did you just suddenly look away from us? Toka, it's nothing. We just thought the scenery outside looks very nice. I mean, the sun is shining, the birds are chirping, the flowers are singing, the trees are dancing. Kaguya, okay. Enough of this charade. What's going on with you two? Are you hiding something from us? Toka and Origami were freaking out as they were unsure of how to answer the Yamai sisters. Meanwhile, Shido was spending his day with Yoshino and Kotori at the same cafe. Shido, alright, so here is cafe, Rose Thorns. I know both of you girls never had the chance to explore the more contemporary places of the city, so I thought it would be nice to show you more of Tengu's city. What do you think? Kotori, I think it's really fancy. I don't go to dining establishments often, so I never expected a cafe to be this modern and flashy. Yoshino, it's a little bit noisy, but I think it's pretty nice. Maybe some food will help me relax. Yashinan, yeah, Shido, order some food because it looks really good. I want to try and see how it tastes. Yoshino brought along Yashinan since she had never had the opportunity to do so while at school. Shido, alright, settle down everyone. I'll get some food for us, so sit down here while I go and order, okay? Kotori and Yoshino, okay. Meanwhile, just one table away was Toka and Origami being interrogated by Kaguya and Yuzuru because they were acting really strange. Kaguya, come on, just tell us what's wrong. It can't be that embarrassing, right? Yuzuru, impatience, just say it. I'm getting tired of this rude silence. They still didn't say anything. They were hoping that Shido wouldn't notice them. But their hopes of keeping their lives a secret went down the drain when this happened. Shido, oh, hi Toka, hi Origami, didn't expect to see my two girlfriends here. Toka and Origami gasped in shock and terror as their efforts to hide themselves went down the drain. Now, there was no dodging the shitshow that was going to unfold. Toka slowly turned around to face Shido and awkwardly greeted him. Hi, Shido. Shido just noticed Kaguya and Yuzuru standing by their table and asked, what's wrong, Toka? Oh, and who are these girls? Are these your friends? Kaguya and Yuzuru turned around and looked at Shido with an ominous expression. They slowly approached Shido and began to talk. Kaguya, whoa, I never expected Toka to be part of a harem. So you're Shido, I've heard lots of things about you, but I'd never guessed that you were a playboy. Yuzuru, shock, what a surprise. And would you look at that, you seem to have two more sitting with you over there. Shido recoiled in pure horror as he realized what he had just said. Now rumors about him being a playboy with a harem are going to spread across Tengu's city like wildfire. All he could do was shiver in fear as the Yamai sisters got closer to him and cornered him by the wall. Kotori and Yoshino quivered in fear and anxiety as they were worried for Shido's safety. Kaguya and Yuzuru leaned in towards Shido and glared at his face, observing his body language with a judgmental look on their faces. Then, they backed away and crossed their arms. Kaguya shouted, "Explain yourself, playboy. Do you really love Toka? Or are you just toying with her feelings and playing with other girls behind her back?" Yuzuru, interrogation. "We demand answers from you, Shido Murasame. If we find out that you're nothing better than a philandering cheater, we'll beat you up and send you straight to the emergency room." Shido was breathing heavily as he listened to their words, but then, a massive stroke of luck happened as he felt a familiar sensation. Upon closer inspection, Shido felt the presence of a sacred gear radiating strongly. Since Toka and the others were standing much further away from him, there was only one person who could be the possessor of the new sacred gear. It was one of the Yamai sisters. He just didn't know who it was. But then he also needed to send a message to Origami to let her know of his discovery. So, Shido knocked on the wall in Morse code, spelling out SACREDGEAR, while being interrogated by the Yamai sisters. Origami, having the skill set of a soldier, immediately translated the entire message and informed her friends of the situation. "Origami, one of the Yamai sisters has a sacred gear. We need to get them to calm down and have them listen to us. Toka, can you do that?" "Toka, I'll try." She walked up to Kaguya and Yuzuru and begged for them to stop, assuring the sisters that nothing bad was going on and told them that the truth of the whole matter was that Shido indeed had a harem, but the reasons behind it were complicated, and she would explain it to them as long as they are willing to listen. The Yamai sisters agreed to cool down and sat down by the table with Origami, Yoshino, and Kotori. Now that the whole drama was over, Shido could finally start explaining the whole truth of the supernatural to them. Because of all the ruckus they caused, some of the customers left and made the cafe a little more quiet, which was the appropriate setting the gang needed to tell a story involving supernatural elements. It took roughly 45 minutes explaining who they really were and what their purpose is, as well as what a sacred gear is and how Rias Gremry and Florian Andromalius were responsible for their current situation. The sisters seemed confused and unconvinced at first, but when Yoshino conjured a small spark of ice in her palm, the sisters were taken aback by the sight and started to take things seriously. Kaguya, what did you just huh? Did she just summon ice from her hands? Yuzuru, disbelief. No way, how did she do that? Shido, I told you already, Yoshino has a sacred gear that can summon and manipulate ice. All of us have different abilities, and so do you. Just listen to us and you'll understand. Kaguya, okay, let me get this straight. You're telling me you're the reincarnation of a boob-loving dragon hero who is currently seeking revenge against the tomato devil and her posse of rejects who used to love you but cheated on you, and then you died because of a bunch of devil poisons and some nuclear chess pieces in your body. On top of that, you must also stop a guy who leads a whole entire army of rebels who plan to overthrow the Devil King and seize power. But now you've already recruited all these girls here who allegedly have superpowers to help you in your quest for vengeance. Did I get that right? Shido, yes, you got it right, more or less. Yuzuru, clarification. So devils, angels, fallen angels, gods, and every mythological creature exist in this world. Shido, yes, that's right. We just killed a few last night because a crazy lady placed bounties on our heads and those devils came out hunting for us. These new pieces of information were hard to digest for the sisters, who have just been exposed to their first taste of the supernatural. Thinking of the best way possible to move forward, Kaguya asked, "So, you said we have powers too, what are they?" Origami, we don't know, only Shido's parents are able to tell you. Yuzuru, request, then take us to them. We want to know everything about this world. It seems like we really don't know how deep the truth behind this world goes. Shido, I could take you to them right now, but before he could continue, a certain someone happened to conveniently show up. David, don't worry, son, leave the rest to me. They recoiled in shock as they suddenly heard David's voice. Shido and his friends were just talking about him, and he somehow seemed to appear at just the right moment when they needed to ask him and his wife for more information. Shido exclaimed in disbelief, Dad, how did you find us? David, I work here too, and as a matter of fact, I own this place and just recently opened this dining establishment today. Why do you think I suggested this place? It's because I want to build my business, ha ha ha. But seriously, I created the cafe, Rose Thorns, so that we seem like normal people to the public or other supernatural beings who won't suspect us of doing supernatural things. Basically, this cafe acts as a front for our true intentions. Since the school holidays are coming and I'm a part-time teacher, I might as well find other ways to make money. Perhaps you kids could find some part-time employment here too. I named it Rose Thorns because I wanted this place to look like a lovely and beautiful place, but serves as a front for all the dangerous and supernatural things that we do. Beautiful on the outside but dangerous to handle. Ha ha ha. Shido, what? You mean this cafe is simply a facade to hide all of our secret activities involving the supernatural? Sigh, Dad, I think you watch too much Breaking Bad. You're currently both a teacher at my school and an owner of a dining establishment. The crossover I never expected. David, ahem. Anyway, I saw you kids coming in here for a bite, but I didn't call out to you because I wanted to see how you treated each other when my wife and I aren't watching. Kagoe got up from her seat and asked, Hold on, so you are Shido's dad? Well, that's great. Tell me, what kind of super cool powers do I have? Can I? Before she could continue, David stopped her and reminded her that he is currently at work. He said, Whoa, slow down there. I won't be able to get into the specifics until 2 p.m., when my work shift ends and I'm free. So for the time being, have some food while you wait. You're the only customers here, so you can order anything you want as long as it's just one food item. Toka, just one food item. I think I'll pass. I'll just eat the Kanako bread from the bakery at the basement. She got up looking very disappointed and left the cafe. Origami, I think I'll pass too. I'll go along with Toka since we are good friends now. Why don't Kagoya and Yuzuru also come? I think we can explain everything to you in our free time. Kagoya, sure. Why not? Let's go, Yuzuru. This is our time to learn of our destiny as heroes who shall become magnificent figures for eons to come. Yuzuru, agreement. Yes, let's learn more about this sacred gear and see if we can truly be heroes. David interjected into their monologue. Sure, why not? Origami, just don't inflate their egos too much and don't make them endanger themselves. Meet back here by 2 p.m. With that being said, Origami followed behind Toka along with Kagoya and Yuzuru, which left Shido, Yoshino, and Kotori left in the cafe. Yoshino, can I get a waffle with cookies and cream ice cream? Kotori, I want some pancakes and sausages. Shido, just get me a cup of hot chocolate. I'll settle my own lunch later. David, gotcha. Just wait here while I prepare the food. He left and walked into the kitchen where we proceeded to make their food. 11:10 a.m. As they waited for David to make their food, Yoshino decided to start a conversation with Shido. Yoshino, so Shido-senpai, how did you begin to like Toka-senpai? Shido turned to her and Kotori also listened in on the conversation. Shido spent a while thinking of how he should answer, before responding, Well, I think Toka is someone who will always stay by your side despite all the shortcomings you have. I remember when I learned who I really was and how I was connected to Issei Hyodo. I cried because I felt like my entire life was a lie and that the normal life that I desired was no longer possible. But despite all those unsettling backstories behind my birth, Toka still accepted me for who I was and confessed her feelings for me. It was then I realized that maybe I could also learn to love myself again and love others regardless of their imperfections. Toka has played a huge part in my life, and I will forever be in her debt. Yoshino, I see. I didn't know your history with Toka-senpai goes way back. Shido, hehe. Oh please, I just met her a few weeks ago. It's not like we're childhood friends. But still, we already began to act so intimate with each other on the first day we met. We even made a promise to escape to somewhere off the grid and live out the rest of our lives together without being near anyone. Yoshino was surprised by this remark and asked, Wait, really? You made such a promise? Shido, yeah, I'm still dedicated to keeping it. But since we are up against Rias Gremory and Florian Andromalius, we're going to have to put that promise on hold for the moment. Kotori, but aren't you scared that some of us might die during the fight? Shido, don't worry, nobody will die under my watch. I'll protect everyone. There will be no more victims who will suffer from Rias's treachery. We will all make it out alive and we will reach the end of the tunnel together. I promise. He pat Kotori's shoulder while reassuring her that everyone will live. Kotori blushed at the unexpected gesture, but she did feel some sense of security when Shido told her that he would protect all his friends. Yoshino couldn't help but feel jealous at what Shido was doing, which prompted Yashinan to say, Oh, looks like Kotori is taking the lead. Yoshino, come on. Why don't you show Shido how much you care about him? Yoshino panicked as Yashinon blurted out such a random yet bold statement, but she was feeling embarrassed and didn't have control over her own body, so she instinctively hugged onto Shido's arm. Shido was surprised by this sudden reaction from Yoshino, but he didn't really feel that shock since this wasn't the first time she hugged him. Instead, he calmly and gently said, "Hey, don't worry, it's fine, I love all of you equally. I don't have a preference, but I did promise Toka that she was my number one, but it doesn't mean I'm going to pay attention to purely her." Yoshino calmed down as she heard those words, before proceeding to smile happily and reached in for a kiss. At that moment, Shido felt the same sensation he got after kissing Toka and Origami, which meant that he has now obtained the sacred gear, Satgil. Shido became eager to try it out and see what kind of special things he could do with it. Then, while he was in the middle of formulating attack styles in his head, Kotori called out to Shido, "Hey, Shido-senpai, you said you were going to live off the grid with Toka-senpai in the future, right?" Shido, "Yeah, what about it?" Kotori, "Could I please come along with you too? The thing is, I'm scared of being alone. I really like you for being a nice and caring person, even the two of us met recently, so I don't want you to leave me while you escape somewhere remote with Toka-senpai." Shido, "Sure, Yoshino can come too. You know what, everyone is invited. Once I use all my virtue pieces to form my peerage, we shall all live our lives as peace somewhere far from the human and supernatural chaos. How does that sound?" Kotori, "Really, are you okay with that?" Shido, "Of course. After the battle with Issei's enemies are over, we can all finally relax and live a normal life together." Kotori's eyes glowed in happiness as Shido allowed her to come along with him to live a secluded and normal life after all the dust has settled, prompting her to reach in for a kiss as well. Now, Shido has obtained Satgil and Camel. 4 sacred gear powers have been obtained, 6 to go. By the time they were finished talking, David had arrived with the food and served it to them. "David, alright, here you go, kids, your food is ready, enjoy." They all started digging into their food and munched down on it happily. As they were eating, Shido became eager to test out his 2 newly obtained sacred gears. Shido, "Say, why not after eating, we all go and train until 2 when Dad is done with his work shift?" Yoshino, "Why not? It will be a great opportunity for us to get stronger. Since a huge battle is approaching, we should improve our skills to increase our chances of winning." Kotori, "Hell yeah, I'm down for that. I hope that I can create a fire tornado which can destroy anything that crosses its path." Shido, "Alright, settle down, let's not get too excited. We'll relax for a bit before we'll head to the warehouse where we learn dual cycle harness." After that, they continued eating their food and rested for a while before setting out for the warehouse. Although today seemed like a happy day for Shido and his harem, it wasn't really a good day for certain individuals living in Kuo Town just a few miles away. Scene break. 12 p.m. Kuo Town. Inside the student council room of Kuo Academy, former student council president Sona Citri and her peerage was speaking with Sikvera Agars, who has come to request their assistance in tracking down missing members of her peerage. Sona, "So, you're telling me that 2 pawns and 1 rook from your peerage has disappeared? That's awfully strange." Sikvera, "It's the truth, they've been away for a few days now. I wanted to track them just to check in, but it seems like I can't. It's almost as if the evil pieces are not working." Tsubaki, "Have you already tried contacting them in person?" Sikvera, "I tried everything, they are not responding at all. What does this mean?" Sona thought for a while before giving her answer. If you truly cannot track them down using any methods available, then that means that the evil pieces are inactive, meaning that the demonic energy within them have been drained, leaving an empty shell behind." Sikvera became worried and asked, "You're telling me that my pawns and rook are dead?" Sona, "That's the worst possible scenario. Let's try to keep a cool head and not panic. Do you know their last known location?" Sikvera, "Tenga City. That was their last known location 4 days ago. They could be anywhere by now. I really don't want any harm to befall them." Sona turned to her peerage members standing by the side of the room and asked for their opinion on this peculiar situation. "So, what do you think? Should we assist Sikvera in this matter?" "Personally, I think it's pretty serious, since this is the first time a member of a devil's peerage has gone missing and can't be tracked down. 17 years ago, Issei died, but Rias was able to track him down using the evil pieces still stuck in his body." Saji, "Well, I think we should go too. The fact that Ms. Agars has come to us for assistance can only mean that she's out of options. Let's lend her a hand, shall we? I personally consider this as serious as Issei's sudden and unexplained death. I don't want any more victims who die without us knowing the truth. We'll get to the bottom of this and find the person responsible. Sona and the others were impressed by Saji's quick initiative to help Sikvera. This made all of them collectively agree with his suggestion and complied with Sikvera's request to search for her missing peerage members. Tsubaki, then it's settled. We'll assist Sikvera look for her pawns and rook who have mysteriously disappeared. When should we leave? Sikvera, right now will be the best time. I don't want to wait any further. Sona, then let's go to Tengus City. We'll see if we can find any clues in the area. The group got up and left the student council room. As they were heading through the hallway towards the exit, they bumped into Rias and her peerage who were secretly listening to their conversation. Sona, huh, Rias? What are you doing here? Wait a minute, were you eavesdropping on our meeting with Sikvera? Rias, I guess. Sona, Sai, you really haven't changed at all, huh? Anyway, what do you want? Rias, well, I also happen to have an interest in Tengus City too. I tried recruiting the local sacred gear users there, but we didn't have any luck in trying to get them to join us. But now, I want to investigate a probable supernatural cause which involves my pawn, Kai Day, losing her memories of her time in that city while on a mission. Sona, oh, is that so? Kai Day, do you not remember anything that happened during your undercover mission with them in Tengus City? Kai Day, yeah, I really can't remember anything no matter how hard I try. It's almost as if my memory was wiped clean. Sona's peerage was confused and puzzled by this. It would be completely impossible for any piece of technology in existence to erase a person's memory permanently, which could only mean that the one behind it was someone with supernatural powers. Tsubaki, then would you like to come with us? You can investigate your own matters in Tengus City while we investigate our own matter. Rias, that's fine with me. Maybe we could help each other solve each other's problems. The more the merrier, right? Sona, that would be convenient for both of us. It's settled. Let's head out to Tengus City to investigate the strange circumstances of the city. Rose Thorns Cafe, Tengus City. 1 p.m. Kaguya, we have returned. All bow before me and revere my power of the wind. Yuzuru, entrance. Kaguya and I have returned from training with Toka and Origami and we've learned to use our powers which control wind. The Yamai sisters returned to the cafe just an hour earlier before the agreed timing with Toka and Origami. Shido, who was sitting with Yoshino and Kotori, noticed them and were surprised that the sisters managed to grasp their powers so early. Shido, whoa, already? That was certainly fast. What kind of powers do you have? Kaguya, the almighty power to command the savage storms and howling gales. It is we who manipulate the winds to our bidding. Yuzuru, announcement. We control winds and can use them in a variety of ways, such as forming them into tornadoes, cyclones, or gales. Kotori, wind, huh, that's a very useful ability. You can probably fly through the skies and traverse massive distances in no time. Kaguya, that's right. We have transcended human limits and have gained the ability to soar through the heavens. Want to see me race a plane? Yuzuru, confirmation, yes, we can fly. As Shido and his friends were listening to the Yamai sisters describing their abilities, David happened to be listening in as well and decided to join the conversation. He walked up to them and identified the sacred gear that the Yamai sisters possessed. David, now this is surprising. I never seen a sacred gear shared by two people. Say, are you girls by chance twins? Yuzuru, confirmation, yes, we are twins. David, I think the sacred gear had moved on from its past user to you girls when you were still one ovum, biological term for human egg, in your mother's womb. But when she got pregnant, the fertilized egg split into two like how all other pairs of baby twins form, and so did the sacred gear. I think this is the explanation for the sacred gear residing within two different people. Anyway, your sacred gear is called Raphael. It has the power to control winds and command them to your bidding. You can also fly through the air at super high speeds and summon violent thunderstorms that can cause devastating effects on your targets. Kaguya and Yuzuru's eyes glowed in awe as they learned just what they were capable of. However, David could tell what they were thinking and immediately shut down their egoistic ideas. Hey, stop that. Even with that kind of power, there are still others that are much more powerful than you. The sisters snapped out of their thoughts and returned to reality. Kaguya and Yuzuru felt a little disappointed after learning that they weren't as strong as they thought, but this new change in their point of view prompted them to ask David a question. Kaguya, hold on, you mean there are others much more powerful than us? David, definitely. Shido and the rest told you about gods and devils, right? Those are some examples of individuals who have more than enough power to crush you. I'm talking about gods like Shiva, Thor, and Zeus. I'm also talking about the devil kings, Lucifer and Beelzebub too. All of us don't stand a chance against them. I think Shido told you that they even sealed me within a sacred gear too, right? Yuzuru, confirmation. That's right, Shido told us everything. I feel bad for Issei because he lived such a heartbreaking life. I've also never heard of someone as terrible and heinous as Rias Gremory. I think she needs to be brought to justice and face severe punishments. Kaguya, what she said. Now that we properly comprehend the predicament that you are tangled in right now, allow us to join you on your quest to enact vengeance on those backstabbers who only serve themselves. Just tell us what to do. David, well, you can start by going out on a date with Shido. Silence. Kaguya, what? David, you mean you don't know? Shido has to get stronger by absorbing more sacred gears, and the way to do that is by kissing the user who possesses the original sacred gear. Kaguya, what? Well, I mean, Shido looks like a nice guy, so I guess it wouldn't hurt for me to go out with him. Yuzuru, agreement. I guess if it's what we need to do, then we will see ourselves to it. Toka was in the background angrily frowning at the prospect of 2 more girls being added to the harem, but since they were her friends, she quickly accepted it and didn't mind, although she rushed over to Shido and sat by his side. Then, she said to the Yamai sisters, then let's see how you two will do. But I'm warning you, I'm watching. Then, she got up from the seat, and left Shido in the middle with 2 empty spaces next to him which were meant for Kaguya and Yuzuru. Toka walked over to another table and gestured Origami, Yoshino, and Kotori to sit with her and watch Shido's date with the Yamai sisters. They agreed and all sat down at the table. Meanwhile, the Yamai sisters sat next to Shido and were feeling pretty awkward since they didn't know what to start talking about with him. But Shido broke the silence and spoke first. Shido, so nice to meet you girls. My name is Shido Murasame and how are you today? Kaguya, if I'm being completely honest, I feel kinda strange today. I just learned the truth behind the supernatural world and learned that I have a sacred gear. So, there's that. Yuzuru, introduction. I'm feeling okay, don't worry. It's just that everything you told us this morning has completely changed what we know about this world. I just hope to be able to maintain some form of originality of our current lives. Shido reassured them, telling the sisters that his own life was also going smoothly despite the occasional clashes with external forces. It's alright, girls. There's no need to worry so much about that. Everyone in my harem is living great no matter what kind of dangers are out to harm us. You will get used to it eventually. But if you ever need help or someone to depend on, then we will be there to support you all the way. This response surprised the Yamai sisters, since they never expected Shido to be already living normally with supernatural threats in the background like it's nothing. But behaving calmly despite knowing that he would be attacked any time also reassured the sisters that everything will be fine. David was in the background watching their date and feeling like a proud dad, since he saw his son communicating in the correct manner and not making the atmosphere awkward. Then, Kaguya smirked in a cheekily manner and leaned in toward Shido, asking him, "Say, who do you prefer, me or Yuzuru?" This question caught Shido off guard. He didn't know how to answer. All he did was stay silent in utter confusion. But then, Yuzuru also leaned in toward Shido and asked, "Assumption, it's definitely me. Kaguya's curves are much smaller than mine. You definitely prefer the woman type, right, Shido?" Shido was flustered and feeling extremely uncomfortable at what the sisters were doing. As he was scrambling to form an answer for the both of them, Kaguya got mad at Yuzuru's remark. Kaguya, hey, watch your automated bot design AI translator mouth. You are so boring and lame since you talk so slow. Shido definitely prefers me because I have more personality than your android ass ever has. Yuzuru, rebuttal. At least I don't get mad and childish so easily like the immature little girl you are. Shido prefers me since I act maturely like an adult. Tension was brewing between the sisters, and nobody saw this coming. Toka and the other girls were scratching their heads in confusion because they always knew that the Yamai sisters usually behaved so nicely to each other like just now, but they suddenly started fighting over Shido, and also began insulting each other. To prevent things from getting out of hand, Shido immediately put a stop to their quarrel, shouting for them to calm down. "Alright, girls, calm down. There's no need to get so worked up over this. Why don't the 3 of us go somewhere else like the arcade and just play some games? We can have fun instead of fighting, right?" The girls just stared at him with a deadpan expression, causing Shido to feel uncertainty and doubt that he could get the sisters to get along. Fortunately, the sisters agreed to his request. Kaguya said, "Alright then, it's settled. Let's go to the arcade to play some games. What are we waiting for? Let's go." she stood up from her seat and pulled Shido along. Yuzuru, order, stop right there, Kaguya. You are not keeping him all to yourself. I'm coming too. She also left her seat and latched onto Shido's arm. Then, the trio left the cafe for the arcade. David and the other girls looked on in utter bewilderment as Shido and the Yamai sisters left. Now that whole place was quiet, David felt like it was the right time to tell the other girls about what's going to happen next after their encounter with the devils from Seatvera Agar's peerage last night. David, alright girls, gather around. I need to tell you what's going to happen now. Basically, my wife and I have already extracted the demonic energy from the evil pieces and stored it within an orb. We intend to transfer all of that demonic energy inside the orb to Jessica Bailey to make it look like she was the one who killed the devils and absorbed their power. All we have to do now is find a way to transfer the energy without being killed. Origami, being the one who knows Bailey the best, gave her suggestion. Encountering her is basically a suicide mission. Since we're her enemies and targets, fighting is basically unavoidable in this situation. To make things harder, we don't even know what kind of technology she has right now, but at least we know where she is, so catching her by surprise is also a viable option here. But if we are going to attack her, she needs to be immobilized and unable to move. Bailey is very quick and strong when she is fighting. I'd even say that getting hit by one of her attacks would be fatal. So, all of us must overwhelm her with our power and force her into a corner. David, I think we'll discuss this later with my wife during training time at 4 p.m. today. The situation is very delicate. If we screw up, Bailey will kill us. If we hesitate too long, then the underworld will find out and we'll be the top suspects. By hook or by crook, we must transfer the demonic energy to Bailey as soon as possible, preferably by tomorrow. Toka, but if she absorbs all that demonic energy, wouldn't she turn into a demon or something like that? David, we need to severely injure her. Since we know for a fact that Bailey is just a normal human, she would instantly die when exposed to demonic energy. The injuries we inflicted on her would also speed up the killing process. When the underworld finds out and discovers her body, they will buy our lie that she was the one who killed the devils. But they cannot investigate any further since interrogating a dead body will be useless. Kotori, basically, we just need to make it look like someone else did it and stop the investigators in their tracks, right? David, correct. The main problem is facing Jessica Bailey herself. The devils will also have started investigating as early as right now. Time is against us. After training, we will head down to the Akaishi Mountains and initiate our plan. I'd say that the ideal timing would be at night, when she would most likely be sleeping. Toka, got it. We'll train like hell today so we can stand a chance against her. But what about Shido and the Yamai sisters? David, the Yamai sisters already said that they would join us in our fight. Let them join us for training too. I want to help train their abilities to manipulate wind. As for Shido, I'll fill him in on the situation when he gets back with Kaguya and Yuzuru. The plan was settled. They were going to neutralize the threat of Jessica Bailey's presence and secure Tengu's city from infiltration by other external supernatural forces. Toka, hey, why don't we go check on what Shido is doing? I don't want Kaguya or Yuzuru to be stealing him away from me. Besides, I hope he can handle the both of them, since they can be a handful. Yoshino, yeah. I don't want Shido-senpai to forget about me so soon. Let's go see how he's doing. The girls collectively agreed to go check how Shido was doing in the arcade with the Yamai sisters and hoped that nothing bad was going to happen while they weren't looking. However, the girls walked by a group of extremely suspicious individuals without even noticing them as the shady group entered the cafe. David went back to the counter to continue doing his job. This whole time, all the employees that he had hired who were working their shift hadn't been listening to his conversation with the girls since the cafe was pretty empty, and they were just chatting among themselves. However, the employees suddenly became alert again when they noticed a peculiar customer enter the cafe with 3 others following behind. David was standing behind the cash register when he noticed the customer. The customer walked up to the cash register and talked to David. His heart sank when he saw who the customers were. Akeno, good afternoon, sir. May I have a cup of tea, please? David instinctively hid his aura upon laying his eyes on Akeno. He felt a brief jolt of shock when he was processing what was happening. Behind Akeno was Asuya, Zenobia, and Irina. They also came with her to the cafe. David tried his hardest to compose himself, before saying, sure, 1 cup of tea coming right up, anything else? Asuya, same here, I'll also have a cup of tea. Zenobia, I'll just have a chocolate milkshake. Irina, a cup of coffee for me, please. David typed in the orders as he was becoming increasingly paranoid. He never expected someone like Akeno or anybody linked to Rias Gremory to show up in Tengu City, let alone his cafe. While he was still guessing their reason for being here, David's train of thought was interrupted when Akeno spoke. Akeno spoke, "Hey handsome, it seems like I don't have any cash on me right now. Do you think you could spare this gorgeous lady the bill just this once?" She bent downwards a bit to show David her cleavage and moved her hand through her hair to make things more dramatic. David's eyebrow twitched and he felt a great sense of anger surging within him as he heard that. In response, he immediately turned her down. "No, young lady. If you don't have the money, then leave. I'm not giving food for free." Akeno, but look at me. I'm really poor and stressed out right now. Are you really going to be harsh on such a defenseless and pitiful lady like me? She leaned in towards David and placed her hand on his hand. David smacked her hand away and yelled, "Listen here, young lady. In this country, we use money, not looks or beauty. And even if we did, yours wouldn't be enough to pay for anything in this gosh darn dining establishment. So pay up or I'm not serving you." Akeno's helpless damsel facade disappeared as she began to lose her patience. "Huh? Who do you think you're talking to? Do you have any idea who I am?" "David, don't know, don't fucking care. Nobody fucking asked. You don't mean jack shit to me. I'm giving you a chance to pay up right now, or I'm going to have to ask you to leave." Then, Asuya rushed forward and placed her hand in front of Akeno, worriedly pleading, "Enough. Just stop that already. I'm really sorry, sir. We will pay in cash." She hastily took out money from her pocket and handed it to David, who swiped it out of her hands. After that, the four girls walked away to take a seat at a table, but not before Akeno took one last glare at David. Upon seeing the glare that Akeno gave him, David was internally bursting into laughter, gloating about her embarrassing display she put on in public. "Ha ha 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 ha, go on, glare at me all you want. You think you're so high and mighty that everyone should bow down to you. Well, think again. The consequences of your actions are coming to bite you back in the ass real soon. Shido just needs to get stronger and get more sacred gear users on his side." He drifted off in his sea of thoughts as he wondered how long it will take before Shido will get powerful enough with sufficient support from his harem of sacred gear users. But David knew that if they wanted a better chance at winning, he had to collect information on his enemies, so he used enhanced hearing and eavesdropped on the girls' conversation. "Asuya, Akeno-senpai, that wasn't very nice. I know that you love to try and seduce men into giving you free things, but I think there's a time and place for that sort of thing. Akeno, that killjoy is blind. He doesn't see my almighty and magnificent beauty. Who does he think he is?" "Zenobia, now, this is not the time to think about this. Remember the reason why we came here. It was to help seek Vera find her missing peerage members, not to seduce some random guy you've never met." "Irina, that's right. And also, I could tell that he was married because I saw a shiny diamond ring on his finger. I think the reason why he didn't fall for your charms was because his level of commitment to his marriage nullified all the effects of your seduction skills." "Akeno, married man. What if I made him have an affair with me? It's what I love doing and I take great pleasure in it." David flinched at that remark and he was boiling with rage inside. "This is why nobody fucking loves you, bitch. I bet your mother will be rolling in her grave when she finds out just how big of a shameless homewrecker you've become." Back to the girls' conversation, Zenobia quickly shut down Akeno's idea. "Hold it right there, Akeno. Haven't you learned anything from that time during Issei's funeral? If anybody from the underworld finds out about what we did behind Issei's back, I can tell you for sure that we'll definitely be punished with death or eternal imprisonment. We've all left that life of cheating behind, remember, 17 years ago. We almost got caught but we managed to cover up all of our tracks. There's no way anybody can find out what we did, so please don't go screwing anything up." "Akeno, I was just joking, you know. Anyway, let's get back to our mission. We know for a fact that the missing members of Sigvera's peerage were here in Tengu City. We're going to spend the next few days here searching every corner of this place until we find them." "Asuya, the city seems pretty normal to be honest. Even after the massive fire from 5 years ago, the people still live normally like nothing ever happened. I wonder how those girls we tried to recruit into Rias's peerage are doing now." "Zenobia, let's not try that again. The fire happened because of that. We're not going to start another disaster and catch unwanted attention." Irina, agreed, although it is a shame that we didn't manage to recruit anybody to replace Issei. Oh well, I guess Kai-Day will have to do. Asuya, yup. Kai-Day is very loyal to Rias and would do anything for her, but I think we can all agree that she can never reach the same level as Issei. Akeno, it really is a shame. Anyway, We've got eyes throughout the entire city. We've got Sona and her peerage with us looking all over the place. It will only be a matter of time before. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted when someone came rushing into the cafe. David was caught off guard and widened his eyes in shock as he saw the person entering. Rias, finally. So that's where you girls have been. We've got to go now. It's an emergency. The girls turned to Rias but were confused about what she was talking about. This prompted Asya to ask, "What's happening, Rias? Did something happen with the missing members of Sigvara's peerage?" Rias, "No, remember when I said that we were going to have a new peerage member a few days ago? You got to come with me right now." Zenobia, huh, where? Rias, the hospital. The newest member was a patient over there but she suddenly disappeared without a trace. The virus wasn't supposed to kill her until a few weeks later. The summoning circle is also gone. Someone tampered with my setup. Asya, wait. If someone really tampered with everything, wouldn't that mean that someone else who knows about the supernatural knew that you were coming? Rias, but who would it? Wait a minute, Shido Murasame. He's the only clue we have. Kaide said she lost her memories of her mission when she was sent to capture him. Alright then, we have an address and a picture. Let's go search for him. The girls all left the table and dashed out of the cafe, much to the customers' confusion. However, David was left speechless and utterly terrified. David, shit. I need to act fast before things go south. I mustn't let Rias find out about everything we've been doing here. David whipped out his phone and immediately texted his wife about the situation and asked her to conceal the house's presence by forming a barrier around it. Rain had luckily sensed the girls entering Tengu City an hour ago, and had actually placed a powerful seal on the house which made it invisible. This means that the house was safe, but the main concern was Shido. Rias and her peerage had familiars which can traverse massive distances and search even the most secluded corners, so it will only be a matter of time before Shido was found. To make things worse, Shido was with Toka and the other girls who possessed sacred gears. The last thing that David wanted was for his son to be abducted by his best friend's enemy who will cause harm to him. So, David went over to his assistant manager and asked him to manage the cafe while he was gone. David, Daisuke, is it alright if you start your shift as the acting manager now? I've got an emergency at home right now that needs my attention. Assistant manager, of course, Mr. Murasame, I'll take things from here. David sped off quickly and looked for his son at the arcade where he would most likely be since he remembered Shido would be there on his date with the Yamai sisters. Meanwhile, arcade, Tengu City, 1:45 p.m. While David was rushing up the mall towards the arcade, Shido and the Yamai sisters were playing at the arcade. They were playing a basketball shooter game where they had to score as many points as possible by shooting basketballs through several hoops which reward different points depending on the distance between the hoop and the throwing zone. Kaguya exclaimed, "Take this." She threw a basketball at the hoop and managed to score a point. Yuzuru became competitive and also did the same, but she used her wind powers to boost the ball forward and dropped through the hoop. Kaguya got mad and said, "That's not fair, you used your powers." Yuzuru replied, "Refute. But you didn't say anything about not using our powers during the match, right?" The girls were about to argue again, but Shido caught their attention as he used dual cycle energy in his arms to throw a ball across the platform and into the furthest hoop away, before doing the same with the next, and the next. Kaguya turned away from Yuzuru and watched in awe. Whoa, Shido is on a roll. How is he so good at this game? Yuzuru, amusement. Wow, I don't think I can reach there at all. Shido turned to the Yamai sisters and bragged, "I'm just built different. That's why I'm on a motherfucking roll right now." He turned back to the game and threw another basketball into the furthest hoop. While the trio was playing together, the other girls were busy watching them from behind a machine. Origami, not bad. Shido is getting used to his powers and is even using them so discreetly without the Yamai sisters even noticing. Toka, I'm only here because I don't want Kaguya or Yuzuru to steal my beloved Shido away from me. Aren't you in the slightest bit worried that he will get too carried away with those two and forget about us? Yoshino, I don't think so. Shido-senpai loves us all equally, and he will never leave anybody he dearly loves behind. Kotori, that's right. At least have some faith in him. He did made a promise to you, right? The one about running off somewhere with you after we win the war against Rias Gremory and Florian Andromalius. Toka, what? How do you know that? Kotori, Shido-senpai told us all about you and how great of a person you are. He listed many admirable qualities about you and spoke highly of you, Toka-senpai. That's when he also told us about the promise the two of you made to run off somewhere secluded and peaceful to live out the rest of your lives. Toka blushed and softly spoke. Oh, I never knew Shido saw such great things in me. Every time I saw a new girl cuddling with him, I always fear that he's losing interest in me and that I'm not good enough. My parents and all my friends abandoned me because I brought shame to their names and reputation after losing a duel with Zenobia Corda. I didn't know who she was at the time, but I felt completely pathetic when I drifted through the streets without a proper roof over my head. I continued to feel this way until I met Shido. He gave me the courage and the strength to start living my life happily again. That's why he's such a special person to me, and I don't ever want to lose someone precious like him. There was silence between the girls as they processed everything Toka had just said. Even amongst the bustling crowds moving through the halls of the mall, the girls stood by the side completely speechless and unnoticed by anybody. Then Origami spoke. Is that why you always get jealous whenever me or the other girls get close to him? Toka, I'm worried Shido will just throw me away like I never meant anything to him. Origami, then I'll let you this. Shido is not like the other people like your parents or your friends who constantly have high expectations of you and expect you to behave however it suits them. Shido only cares about your well-being and safety. He's a virtuous and loving man who never leaves behind or excludes anybody he considers a friend. We are all members of his peerage with the virtue pieces inside our bodies symbolizing the decision we made to follow him into battle with the enemies of his past life. The road towards the end will be rough and perilous, but our bulwark of camaraderie will hold us together and will not let anybody threaten our desire and will to achieve total victory alongside Shido. Remember, Shido sees us as more than just girls of his harem. You are just as equally important and cherished like the rest of us here. Toka, thanks, Origami. I guess I should really place more confidence and trust in him. He wouldn't want me around him for no reason. Shido has done so much for us, and we will repay his compassion with our loyalty and devotion to follow him into battle. She felt calmer as she got the reassurance that she needed. While they were busy talking among themselves, Shido and the Yamai sisters were busy playing air hockey. He would play against one sister before playing against the other. He had just defeated Yuzuru by smacking the disc with brute strength, which made it dash across the board and scored a goal. Now, he was playing against Kaguya, who was cracking her knuckles and prepared to try her hardest to beat Shido at air hockey. As soon as the match started, Kaguya used all of her strength and smacked her mallet against the disc with help from her wind powers. However, she used too much power, and the disc flew out of the board and crashed into a pillar. Kaguya was awkwardly looking at the crack in the pillar in disbelief and stuttered, What did I just do? Did I overdo it just now?" She was still stunned by the extent of her powers when she thought that she only used a small fraction of it. While Kaguya was still staring at the pillar with widened eyes, Yuzuru was waving her hand right in front of her face to see if she could return to reality. "Yuzuru, attention! Earth to Kaguya, are you still alive?" Shido was holding back his laughter as he was watching the comical scene unfold. The other people in the arcade were also staring in confusion at the pillar with the massive crack that was caused by Kaguya flinging the disc out of the board. But they didn't seem to realize that it was her who did it, since the disc flew out super fast that nobody could see it. Suddenly, David came rushing out of nowhere and dashed towards Shido. The girls who were hiding behind the machines were surprised to see him and decided to watch what he was doing. David panically yelled, "Shido, this is bad. The devils are here much earlier than expected. We are already suspects, and they are currently looking for us." "Shido, what, already? What do we do then? Should we engage them in battle?" David, "No, the devils have lots of reinforcements swarming around Tengu City. We don't stand a chance at defeating all of them without alerting even more powerful devils in the underworld. We need to hide right now." "Shido, got it. I'll go get everyone right now." He dashed off and looked for the other girls who he thought were still at the cafe. However, they had actually heard everything David had told him. They came out of hiding and alerted Shido that they were safe and were informed of the situation. "Toka, Shido, we're here. We heard everything." Shido was relieved, so he said, "Phew, thank goodness. Alright, Kaguya and Yuzuru are here with me. Now what about Mom?" "David, Mom is fine. She is concealing the house with a protective barrier which makes its presence undetectable. Don't go to the house. The devils are aware of our address and are probably on their way now. Go to the training bunker in the forest we were supposed to go to for training later this afternoon. Follow me." He gestured Shido and his friends to follow him and sped off into the corridor leading to the restroom. Everybody rushed after David and waited to see where he was trying to take them. After a few seconds, David arrived at a dead end of the corridor after running past all the restrooms and ordered everyone to stand in a circle as he began conjuring magic in his hands. David, okay, I'm going to create a teleportation circle to the forest bunker. Everybody, stand in a circle and I'll take us all there in an instant. We can't risk ourselves being spotted in the city by the devils who are undercover and actively searching for us. He conjured up a crimson circle on the floor and managed to teleport everybody away from the mall without anybody noticing. They reappeared somewhere deep in the forest, but they were right next to a metallic wall of a small building. This was the bunker that David was talking about. The forest around them had no clear path paved for anybody to cross through. Instead, there was loads of vegetation growing on the ground, including the roots of trees and big ferns that portrayed this section of the forest as an untouched section of the entire place. However, the bunker was the only thing that was out of place. The walls didn't seem to have any cracks or rust on the surfaces. It also didn't have any vines or mold growing on the corners or the walls. It was in excellent condition and didn't show any signs of decay. Yoshino looked at the metallic structure of the bunker and asked, "How did you manage to find this place? We are so deep in the forest, and there's a place like this." David answered her as he was opening the massive vault door with 3 layers of security. "We actually built this place 3 weeks ago, when Ellen left the city. The training mode is different from the one at the warehouse. Instead of virtual simulations, training is in real life. All of you have to work together in a team and complete missions which my wife or I will assign to you." The door opened and everybody entered. As soon as the last person walked through the door, it automatically closed and the lights turned on, revealing a staircase down towards a dark hallway. David gestured them to follow as they walked down the eerie staircase, sending echoes of their footsteps resonating throughout the bunker. At the end of the dark hallway was an elevator which only had one button. David pressed it and told everybody to get inside. He waited for everyone to enter before he went in and the doors closed. Shido looked around the interior of the elevator and saw that its design was similar to that of a mine shaft where miners would start digging from the surface and continue vertically downwards. The walls were not opaque, and he could see the craggy surfaces of the wall surrounding him. He decided to ask his father, "Dad, where exactly does this elevator go?" "David, your mother and I have dug a hole almost 4 kilometers, 2 to 5 miles, below the surface. From there, we basically created a second home for us to live in case our current house was destroyed. It has everything we need, from bedrooms to bathrooms, from kitchens to laundry rooms. It's basically an underground mansion in the form of a doomsday bunker. Speaking of doomsday, the metals of the exterior walls are able to withstand even the strongest blasts, so we are safe." The elevator began descending and moved much faster than normal elevators. Since there was only one floor it could go to, there was no need for someone's slow elevator ride that will waste time. Shido looked back up towards the surface and saw 2 metallic doors appear from the sides and sealed off the elevator shaft, hiding it from any infiltrators who found the place. Even though the elevator was moving much faster than regular elevators, the distance from the surface to the bottom will take quite a while to finish. 45 minutes later, after a long descent, the elevator finally reached the bottom. Shido felt that maybe David should have teleported them into the bunker's main room from the start instead of going down an elevator that would take over 45 minutes just to reach the bottom. "Toka, oh my god, that was the longest elevator ride I've ever been in. I'm just glad that we're finally here." "Kotori, yeah, just imagine having to hold in your pee while taking that elevator. That would be a total nightmare, wouldn't it?" "David, okay, everyone, please follow me to the meeting room. It's where I'll brief all of you on our next plan of action. My wife will also be joining us online from our home." They all followed David through a massive corridor which looks similar to a secret laboratory with high-tech designs and sci-fi themes. The bunker had several large pipes stretching across the ceiling with different words such as carbon dioxide, oxygen, and water painted on their surfaces. The walls were made of metal and the lights were shining brightly, which gave the bunker a futuristic feeling. Eventually, they all reached the end of the corridor and entered the meeting room. There was a massive round table located in the center of the room with many monitors on the wall that were currently switched off. David told Shido and his friends to take a seat while he sets up the monitor which was supposed to let Rain join the meeting. "David, have a seat wherever you want. I'll prepare the visualizer and bring Rain into the meeting too." He walked over to a podium and turned on a computer. David switched on a monitor and Rain appeared on screen with her living room in the background. "Rain, kids, are you alright? Are any of you hurt?" "Shido, don't worry Mom, we're all fine. Nobody spotted us. But more importantly, are you okay too, Mom?" "Rain, don't worry about me. The seal makes the house invisible, and anybody who goes through the plot of land will instead pass right through the house without knowing anything was there. That's how powerful the seal I placed on the house is. Kaguya looked up and said, "Whoa, so this is your mom?" Shido, yeah, she is the one who reincarnated Issei Hyodo into me. Mom is an amazing person and can do many things. Perhaps you can learn some things from her. Yuzuru, intrigue. I would certainly like to learn more from her so that I can use my powers better. David, okay, everything is ready. Now, listen up everyone, it's time for a discussion. Let me run down the background of the situation and what we intend to do next. He turned on the visualizer and the main monitor switched on. It showed pictures of the members of Rias's and Sona's peerage. David explained that each one of these members have been sighted in Tengus City according to the information given by Rain. David continued, fighting any of these devils will alert the others and they will all converge on your location. None of us stand a chance against them and our chances of survival will be greatly reduced. So, make sure that you don't encounter them at all. They know all of our faces and they are coming for us. As for the reason they are in our city right now, it can only be speculated that they learned about the truth behind Sigvara Agarz's members who were killed by us. They were probably wanting to help her out so that they can find the missing devils. That's only the reason for Sona Citri being here though. As for the reason for Rias Gremory, she only came here because of two reasons. 1. Because Kaide Hyodo was most likely found by Rias and she couldn't remember what happened, making Rias suspicious about Tengus City and labeled Shido as the main suspect since he was the last person that Kaide saw before her memories of that day were wiped out. She wants to come to Tengus City because she is also hunting for Shido. 2. Rias actually also came here to take a side trip to check on Yoshino's status since she was initially planning to wait for her to be on the edge of death before swooping in and making Yoshino part of her peerage. Fortunately, Shido found Yoshino first and reincarnated her into a dragon with a rook piece from his set of virtue pieces. This means that our speculation that Rias was the one who infected Yoshino with the virus was right the whole time. Yoshino. So it really was her. 3 years of my life were lost all because of her. Sniff. Why is Rias Gremory so cruel? Shido went over to Yoshino and hugged her, saying, "It's alright, Yoshino. We're here for you and you don't have to suffer under Rias. She's a bitch and has no moral compass. Only serving her own personal interests. You'll get your chance at revenge eventually. All of us have something against her, so you're not alone." Yoshino, thanks, Shido-senpai. I really needed that. After that, they continued listening to David's briefing about their plan. He said, "Now that Rias and her peerage are sprawled out across the city, we must hide here for now and train while we're at it. Once we get strong enough, I'll brief you all on what's going to happen next. So for now, please follow me to the training grounds. It's not as flashy and versatile like the warehouse, but it's practical and adequate for use." David walked out of the meeting room and everyone else followed. The monitors turned off and the doors automatically closed. Scene break. Training grounds, Forest Bunker. 3 p.m. Everybody arrived at the training grounds and looked around the place. There was a massive and spacious arena in the shape of a rectangle, similar to a football field. The walls surrounding the arena resembled glass with hexagonal patterns painted on the surfaces, and there were giant floodlights located along the ceiling which lit up the whole area. Kaguya was impressed with the interior design of the training grounds and dashed forward to see how big the arena was. She exclaimed, "Whoa, this is the training grounds. How the heck do you get the budget to build this darn place?" David replied, "Rain and I forged all the materials and gathered them over a period of 3 weeks from different parts of the world to build this underground bunker. It was very tiring though. The only chances we got to construct this place was when Shido and everyone else were asleep and nobody was aware. We could have designed it better, but I'm quite proud of its current design." Yuzuru, inquiry. When do we start training? You mentioned that the situation was quite serious and urgent, so I would like to know when we can start. David, yes, the Yamai sisters will train with my wife and I. She will be arriving here shortly via teleportation. Don't worry about the house. The seal will still stay activated. As for Shido and the others, train by yourselves since I trust you all to be responsible for your own development. We have only until 8 p.m. to train, so go. Don't worry about any damage to the arena. It will automatically repair itself. Shido, got it. We will head off to our side of the arena and start right away. He ran off towards one side of the arena with the other girls and began warming up. As for the Yamai sisters, they walked off with David towards the other side of the arena. POV, Shido. Shido, okay, let's begin with stretching so that we can move much better when we spar with each other. After stretching for a while, Shido decided to have Toka spar with Origami. The two girls stood opposite each other with a large distance between them. Then, they assumed fighting stances to prepare for battle. Shido, make sure to watch your surroundings. Origami, I'll let you promote yourself to any piece for this match. Toka, alright, I've always been curious whose sacred gear is better, so let's give this battle our all and find out just how strong we are. Origami, likewise, let's do our best. After saying a few words to each other, both girls dashed towards each other and conjured their sacred gears. Toka leaped forward and swung Sandalphon downwards, sending an enormous and powerful slash of energy towards Origami. Origami conjured several cannons of Metatron and sped out of the way like a bolt of lightning. It looked as if she teleported out of the way, but the truth was that she moved at the speed of light to another position to dodge the slash. Toka remembered she was a knight and decided to use her extremely fast speeds to match Origami's speed. Then, she dashed forward and jumped high into the air, sending many slashes of energy towards Origami's position in extremely fast succession. Origami looked upwards to see a storm of slashes crashing down towards her, but instead of running, she stood her ground and promoted to Rook. Metatron Megan. Several cannons flew up to the air and assembled into a pinwheel formation. Then they started turning rapidly and reached extreme speeds. The slashes from Sandalphon were deflected by the pinwheel formation, which had turned into a shield as its super-fast rotational speeds could deflect any incoming force. Cling, clank, pow. The rain of destructive slashes ended and Origami disassembled the pinwheel formation. She looked around to see Toka rushing towards her from the side and was about to send another energy slash. Origami controlled one cannon to rapidly bolt towards Toka's position and prepared to fire a light-infused bullet to her face. However, Toka was faster and backflipped to avoid the blast. While midair when she was backflipping, Toka sent a few aerial slashes towards Origami at different heights and directions. Metatron got her. Several cannons flipped to a vertical position and flew in front of Origami and assembled into a horizontal line. Then, streaks of wavy light emerged from the sides of the cannons and connected with each other, forming a shield which resembled a fence using light as a barrier. Blast, blast, boom. The energy slashes were blocked once more, but they distracted Origami and gave Toka the perfect opportunity to close the distance and perform one clean strike. Toka slashed downwards and the resulting energy slash broke the light fence with ease. Origami was knocked back and crashed onto the floor. Crash. Toka watched the crater that Origami crashed and observed for any movements. After a few seconds without spotting anything, she dashed forward and looked to see Origami laying on the floor but with her head leaning upwards, causing their eyes to meet. Toka, is that all? Origami was breathing heavily, but she blurted out something while on the floor. I was just getting started. Then, she pointed behind Toka to make her see 7 cannons charging up to fire even more powerful bullets. By the time Toka turned around and managed to process what was happening, the cannons fired powerful light beams instead of their usual bullets. Boom. It looked like she was about to lose, but Toka used dual cycle energy in her arms and upper body to give herself ultra-fast reflexes and strength, which gave her the ability to deflect the barrage of light beams aiming for her head. But when she finished deflecting all 7 beams, Toka turned her head around to see Origami was right behind her and was about to land a roundhouse kick to her ribs. Toka's hands, which were gripping onto Sandalphon, were still in the air, exposing a weak point which prompted her to twist backwards to hit Origami before she could hit her. But as she swung her sword down towards Origami's upper body, Origami stopped the kick midair and dropped her leg back onto the ground, sliding backwards and fired 2 bullets from 2 cannons that were hiding behind her. Toka saw the bullets flying towards her and decided to duck before dashing forward and performing a low strike to Origami's legs. As she approached them, Origami redirected the other cannons that she previously sent out and returned to her position, pointing towards Toka's back and charged up light beams. But this also meant that Origami left her own body vulnerable to attacks and Toka was just a few inches away from delivering a devastating slash to her legs. Seeing as both of them had no way out to escape each other's attacks, Toka and Origami decided to stop their attacks and end the duel here. The result was a draw. Toka barely managed to stop her blade before it collided with Origami's legs and Origami was able to prevent the cannons from firing. They withdrew their weapons and stood back up to shake hands. Toka, not bad. I bet we would make a great team on the battlefield. Origami, same here, you aren't so bad yourself. Shido, Kotori, and Yoshino were stunned by everything they saw during the duel. Lots of tricks and deception tactics were used to try and outmaneuver the other. but despite their best efforts, it only came to a draw. Yoshino, wow, that was amazing, she clapped her hands in applause as she was mesmerized by the battle. Kotori, you bet, that was super cool, she was jumping up and down in excitement after witnessing an intense duel. Shido, whoa, that was cool, I hope I'll be able to do that. Anyway, it's time for Yoshino and Kotori to fight each other now. I want to see a matchup between indestructible ice and invincible fire. Yoshino and Kotori agreed and proceeded to duel each other. They didn't say anything before they fought but instead immediately charged towards each other and prepared to fight. Kotori saw Yoshino running towards her and sent forth her first attack. She summoned Camel and launched multiple slashes of scorching flames directly at Yoshino. Yoshino countered the attack by covering her fists in ice and blocked the incoming flames. Surprisingly, the ice turned out to be more durable than she thought. The flames had burned off a few chunks of the ice on her arms, but Yoshino successfully blocked the attack and was unscathed. Then, Yoshino melted the ice off her arms and launched a massive volley of ice shards towards Kotori. Kotori stepped out of the way and counterattacked with a lateral slash of flames towards Yoshino. Then, Yoshino surprised everyone with a technique that nobody expected. All of a sudden, Yoshino increased her energy reserves and suddenly surged in power. Shido looked from a distance and watched, wondering what she was doing. What the heck is that? I've never seen Yoshino this fired up before. But his train of thought was cut off as Shido saw a burst of ice explode on the arena. The slash of flames was blocked in the resulting explosion, and Kotori leaped backwards to avoid the blast. Then, as the smoke began to clear, ice formed on the ground and spread across the ground like a blanket. The temperatures dropped, and the place felt really cold. Kotori summoned small flames around her body to keep herself warm and squinted into the clearing smoke. She gasped in dismay as she saw a monstrous white rabbit emerging from the smoke with Yoshino riding on top, wearing a completely different outfit. Kotori looked on in shock, asking, what is that? What is that thing that just came out of the smoke? Yoshino, since Tuesday, I've been training with Shido's parents and I've built up my power. This is Sadkill's at only a fraction its true power. As for these set of new clothes, I don't have a clue about what they are, but I feel more powerful like this. I focused on my feelings of contempt against Rias Gremory and managed to conjure my sacred gear's true form, so prepare yourself. Sadkill turned its head towards Kotori and began charging towards her at fast speeds. Kotori was caught off guard by this attack and used her Night Piece's speed to dash out of its path. Then, she continued running until she reached behind Sadkill and jumped high in the air, performing multiple flame slashes and sent them raining down onto Yoshino. Sadkill turned around and prepared to counterattack. Sadkill, hackblock. Sadkill launched an ice beam from its mouth and pierced through the incoming flames, destroying them before they could even reach Yoshino. The ice beam continued charging towards Kotori, prompting her to move out of the way. She landed onto the ground and thought to herself, what was that about? She suddenly gained a great deal of power out of nowhere. Yoshino said she focused on her emotions, particularly on her contempt against Rias Gremory. Alright then, two can play it at that game. Kotori hypothesized that if she also focused on a strong emotion, she could also gain a similar power-up. So Kotori recalled the time when her brother Kaido was killed before her eyes and vowed to kill Arina and Asuya to avenge him. Soon enough, Kotori also experienced an unusual yet powerful surge of energy in her body. All she needed to do now was build up her own reserves and attempt to gain a similar power boost. As Kotori began accumulating her reserves, the area was becoming hotter and the air was sweltering. Shido looked on in curiosity, as he wonders what kind of new things will happen as Kotori was approaching a new level of power. Eventually, the power was so strong that a blast of fire occurred. Boom! A bright explosion erupted with many plumes of fire in different colors spewing out. After a few seconds, the explosion died down, and there was a patch of smoke wavering in the air. Yoshino was looking warily at the area as the smoke was clearing up, but before it could completely clear, a figure jumped out of the smoke and flew towards her. Kotori raced towards Yoshino and looked at the changes that happened after accumulating lots of power. She also wore a different set of clothes and Camel was bursting with intense flames. She felt like she had all the power in the world to cut down any enemy that comes her way, making Kotori feel pumped up for the battle. Kotori turned back to the front and sent a massive burst of flames flying towards Yoshino. In response, Sadkill barely managed to scrape past the deadly blast of fire by jumping out of the way. Then, it shocked everybody when it started flying by hopping through the air. Although Yoshino successfully evaded the attack, she could feel a great deal of deadly heat had affected her. She could tell that getting close to Kotori would mean death by heat. So, she decided to keep moving and attacked while in the air. Satkiel sent forth another barrage of much larger and sharper ice javelins which were raining down on the arena. Kotori was unfazed and proceeded to leap directly towards Kotori at insane speeds. As the ice javelins were falling to the ground, Kotori decided to move faster than the speed at which the javelins were moving, making her able to use the falling javelins as platforms to boost herself upwards towards Yoshino's position. Once she leaped off the final javelin, Kotori flew towards Yoshino rapidly and performed a lateral strike. Satkiel responded by launching another powerful ice beam to slow the attack down. The halberd collided with the ice beam, but it didn't get pushed back. Instead, Kotori continued to persevere by trying to cut through the ice beam. The blade of the halberd could be seen barely cutting into the ice beam as Kotori was doing her best to sever through it while wrestling with the brute force of the ice beam trying to push her back. As the two opposing forces clashed with each other, the amount of ice and fire energies were increasing rapidly and causing volatile reactions all over the place. Eventually, the forces from both sides were too much that it caused an explosion which sent both Yoshino and Kotori flying to opposite sides of the arena. Crash. The girls hit the ground and the new set of clothes they obtained reverted back to their regular civilian clothes. Satkiel and Camel also both disappeared. Shido rushed over to Kotori, checking to see if she was alright and needed some help. When he arrived, he was relieved to see that she was still conscious and breathing even though she was lying motionless on the ground. Toka and Origami helped her up while Shido also went to check on Yoshino before subsequently helping her up too. While they rested by the side of the arena, Shido said, "What was that, girls? You suddenly transformed in the middle of the battle and unlocked a new form." Yoshino, to be honest, it was my first time entering that form, so I have no clue what it is. Kotori, same here, I also have no idea what just happened, other than the fact that I gained a great deal of power from the transformation. Suddenly, David and Rain showed up out of nowhere, with David saying, "That was a partial balance breaker. It is basically only a small fraction of a sacred gear's true power. To unlock it, one must be greatly affected and influenced by powerful emotions which are the key to obtaining this state." Shido, balance breaker, you mean to tell me that Yoshino and Kotori are basically on the way to achieving a final form? Rain, well, that's one way to think of it. Everybody can achieve balance breaker if they exceed a certain emotional level. But what puzzles me is how Yoshino and Kotori only managed to achieve a partial version of their balance breaker. David, I am also unsure of this result, but we have more pressing issues to discuss. The Yamai twins have learned dual cycle harness and have obtained a decent level of proficiency in using Raphael. Right now, I am going to set up targets all over the place which you can destroy. They can also respawn after a certain amount of time has passed. Basically, I want all of you to try and destroy 2,000 targets with a time limit of 45 minutes. Can you all do that? Shido, yeah, bring it on. We can take whatever comes at us. David, good. I want you to train extra hard, because this is what we're going to do after training. At 8 p.m., we will leave the bunker under the cover of night and attack Jessica Bailey. Rain has an orb full of demonic energy which we absorbed from the evil pieces. The plan is to severely weaken her body's condition to the point where the influence of the demonic energy will instantly kill her. After that, we will tip off the devils currently searching for us in Tengu's city by releasing waves of supernatural energy which will attract their attention. Finally, we flew the scene and the devils will arrive only to find Bailey's corpse obliterated by demonic energy, thus making us suspects no more. Is there any questions? Nobody said anything, indicating that they were all ready to put in their best efforts to make this plan succeed. David continued, speaking with a determined tone. Good, then let's not waste any more time. Training starts now. We have only 4.5 hours left before 8 p.m. Training grounds, Forest Bunker. Saturday, 7:30 p.m. David, okay, this is your final round before we end today's training. This time, destroy 5,000 targets within 30 minutes. Go. Shido and his harem have been training for hours to prepare themselves for a deadly and dangerous operation in order to protect their identities and innocence. Jessica Bailey will be one tough foe to fight, but they are left with no more options and this combat operation is the only way to save themselves. Right now, Shido is leading everybody, standing at the front of the group and tightening his fists as he prepares himself for the final round. He had been able to use Sandalphon, Metatron, Satkiel and Camel for all the previous rounds he fought alongside his harem. It took him a while to get used to it since he didn't use them as much, but as each round passed, Shido managed to get a hold of their abilities and use them up to a decent proficiency level. Round begin. An automated voice spoke and everyone assumed a fighting stance. Shido and everyone else were standing at one end of the arena. On the other side, several holograms of supernatural creatures such as demons, goblins, and minotaurs had appeared and were charging towards them. Shido and Origami, Metatron, Kadur. Several golden cannons appeared and flew into a row in the air. Then, they started blasting powerful projectiles infused with light that decimated any enemy that approached them. Several blasts of light buzzed across the arena and pierced through many targets that were rushing towards them. Shido and Origami kept it up for a while before the other girls started running towards the other side of the arena. Toka led the charge to the opposite side, with Yoshino riding on Sadkiel and Kotori following closely behind her, as well as the Yamai sisters who used Raphael's flying ability to fly through the air. Kaguya, Raphael, El Riem. Yuzuru, Raphael, El Nash. The Yamai sisters summoned a lance and a pendulum respectively, before proceeding to accelerate forward to face the enemies. Kaguya's lance was as sharp as a razor that could pierce through the toughest materials. Yuzuru wielded a pendulum, which was an extendable blade, as she could stretch out the chains and strike enemies from far away with the tip of the blade at the end of the chain. Shido and Origami stopped the barrage of light projectiles before charging forward too. They used dual cycle energy in their legs to boost forward and keep up with Toka and the others. After the first wave of enemies were wiped out by Metatron's barrage, new enemies started to spawn, but they were quickly slain as Shido and everyone else made it to the other side. Toka used Sandalphon and sliced through many of the newer enemies with ease. Kotori used Camel to send slashes of searing flames to incinerate her enemies, and Yoshino used Sadkiel to freeze her enemies and stop them from moving. Yuzuru spun her pendulum in the air and whipped up a formidable tornado which scooped up many targets and were sent flying to the walls of the training ground. Kaguya flew low and used her lance to pierce through her targets' bodies and masterfully maneuvered around the battlefield without crashing. Shido and Origami arrived, ready to join their friends and eliminate all the targets that came their way. Meanwhile, on the viewing deck, David said to his wife, "You know, why don't we make things a little harder?" Rain agreed. "You can never expect anything to go your way in a battle. Let us raise the difficulty." David proceeded to press several buttons and activated the hardest difficulty for the training round. Difficulty increased, Nightmare Mode. Shido turned his attention to the automated voice that spoke and thought, "I guess this is the last difficulty that we have to face. Bring it on." He summoned Sandalphon and prepared to face the next set of targets. The third wave of targets appeared, and they were much larger creatures, such as wyverns, werewolves, cyclopses, and phoenixes. Shido shouted to the Yamai sisters, "Kaguya, Yuzuru, take on the flying enemies. We will handle the ones on the ground." Kaguya, "Don't need to ask. One plate of monster meat coming right up." Yuzuru, "Affirmative. Understood. Leave these insects to us." The phoenixes and wyverns bolted towards the Yamai sisters and screeched monstrously to intimidate them. However, the Yamai sisters weren't intimidated by this and proceeded to face their targets head-on. Meanwhile, Shido and Toka took out Sandalphon and held off each enemy that approached or attacked them, despite their figures towering over them. Shido cut off a leg of a cyclops, causing it to fall onto the ground. Before proceeding to decapitate its head, Toka used dual cycle energy to give herself faster slashing speed to cut down a swarm of cyclopses and werewolves like grass. Yoshino froze an entire area with a whole pack of monsters which trapped their legs in place. No matter how hard the monsters tried to thaw out, they couldn't budge as the formidable ice cemented their legs to the ground. Then, Kotori came flying in and performed a destructive lateral slash of fire which scorched them to death, before proceeding to annihilate another swarm of targets behind the group she just wiped out. It was rowdy and intense. Shido and everybody else worked in perfect synchronization and cooperated with each other to exterminate every target that came their way. After 20 minutes, their efforts managed to help them eliminate 4975 of the required 5,000 targets. Only 10 minutes left, but that small amount of time wasn't going to discourage them. As Shido cut down the last enemy of this wave, as David spoke into the loudspeaker. "Not bad, that was some skill and teamwork all of you got there. But let's see how all of you fare when you face the final wave." Then, a massive and humongous troll, towering at over 18 m, 59 feet, with a ripped figure including arms as thick as pillars and a torso as tough as steel, appeared in the middle of the arena. It had 4 arms with skin as rough as rocks, its legs were as sturdy as titanium, and it had fangs as sharp as razors. There was no doubt that it was going to be a tough battle to defeat this Tina and its surrounding enemies within a small time frame of 10 minutes. Shido and everyone else looked nervous as they laid their eyes upon the terrifying beast that showed up to fight. Alongside the monstrous troll, there were other smaller beasts such as manticores and werewolves who were surrounding the troll like its line of defense. Despite the frightening and intimidating appearance of the beasts that appeared before them, Shido didn't waver as he was this close to finishing the final round on the hardest difficulty. Instead, he commanded his team to engage the daunting and intimidating foe which was left. All of them charged towards the final horde of monsters in unison, with the Yamai sisters flying ahead to act as distractions for the troll while the rest finished off the other monsters on the ground. Kaguya, hey crotch nose, up here. The troll looked up to see Kaguya taunting it as she flew around the air. It roared loudly and stormed towards her, swinging its destructive arms at her as it tried to smash Kaguya down to the ground. But then Yuzuru used her pendulum's chains to constrict its neck and used dual cycle energy in her arms to pull it backwards and choke it with all her might. Then, Kaguya lunged towards its face and jabbed it many times in quick succession, with each stab releasing piercing gusts of wind through its head. Kaguya continued stabbing the troll as she taunted it. What ya gonna do, big boy? Can't move while you're being choked. Yuzuru, input, it's not over yet, focus on killing this beast, and also, isn't, crotch nose, a little too cringy. I bet a 5-year-old could come up with a better insulting nickname than that. Kaguya, hey, shut up, since you talk like a robot, why don't we ask your search engine of a brain if it can come up with a better nickname? Yuzuru, retaliation, oh shut up, your mouth which was born from a Call of Duty lobby can zip it. I don't want to waste my precious oxygen on arguing with a living cringe fest such as yourself. Kaguya, take that back end. In the middle of their argument, Origami got the sisters to keep quiet as she shouted at them. Kaguya, Yuzuru, focus on holding that troll at bay. The chains are loosening, focus on fighting and less on arguing. Yuzuru turned and noticed that she had subconsciously loosened her grip on the chains. She realized that she was too focused on arguing with Kaguya and almost didn't notice that she was about to screw up. Luckily, she managed to strengthen the chokehold on the troll's neck and proceeded to keep strangling it. Meanwhile, Yoshino summoned a whole barrage of ice shards and sent them flying in all directions, piercing through many of the targets that were approaching them. Kotori masterfully fought in close combat with smaller monsters like the manticores and the werewolves and decapitated each one of them who lunged at her. Shido and Toka together against 3 minotaurs and leaped directly at them for a quick kill. They managed to slice 2 of them dead by cutting their waists off their lower bodies and prepared to finish the last one in the middle. The last minotaur turned to Shido and tried to punch him, but he dashed forward and impaled the beast in its thigh, causing it to fall onto its nest. Then, Toka delivered the final blow when she jumped on its back and pierced Sandalphon into its head. Both of them withdrew their swords and let the monster collapse onto the ground and disintegrate. Shido, great work, now there's just one enemy left to kill. Everybody else turned their attention to the troll and charged at it from all directions. It was still restrained in place as Yuzuru kept it fixed into position with her pendulum, so it was easy to land several hits on it. Origami blasted light beams through its legs and caused the troll to lose balance and fall. Yoshino summoned stalagmites of ice from the ground to pierce through its upper body as it fell towards the ground. Finally, Shido performed the finishing kill as he stabbed the troll through the side of its head. Slash. As the sword cut through the head, the troll began to stop moving, its arms and jaw dropped down, and its body began to disintegrate. Kotori wiped off some sweat from her head, commenting about what happened. Phew, that was easy. Yuzuru, agreement. Yes, the battle ended pretty quickly and smoothly, though, I think it could have gone better if Kaguya didn't become so whiny and unreasonable. She turned her eyes to Kaguya and glared at her in a disapproving way. Kaguya got offended and shouted, "Excuse me, you were the one who started it. If you had just shut up and pretend like you didn't hear anything, then maybe none of that wouldn't have happened." Kaguya marched up to Yuzuru and also glared at her with an angry expression. Yuzuru, rebuttal. I believe it was you who instigated the altercation which almost caused me to lose my grip on the chains holding down the troll. If you had just kept your mouth shut and stayed silent, we could have defeated it even faster. Before the fight could escalate, Toka came in between the sisters and pushed them apart from each other, pleading for them to stop. That's enough, we won. There was still 7 minutes left on the timer. I think we did great today, so stop fighting already. I thought you two always got along. Why are you acting like this to each other? Shido also commented, yeah, aren't you two sisters? Please don't fight or shout at each other. That's not how siblings are supposed to behave towards each other. Kaguya turned her attention to Shido and said, "Huh? What do you know about siblings?" "Shut up, Shido. I wasn't talking to you." With that, Kaguya angrily stormed off and walked towards the exit. The others just simply watched dumbfounded and concerned for what just happened. "Kotori, what was that all about? Why is she getting so worked up over this?" "Yoshino, I agree. How come Kaguya and Yuzuru were so mean to each other just now?" "Origami, not all siblings get along. Many apparently hate each other, and there is a chance it might stay like that for some for the rest of their lives. Maybe Kaguya and Yuzuru don't get along as well as we thought." Nobody else said a word since they were still confused by the situation, except for Yuzuru, who was feeling a little shameful about just now. Then, David and Rain walked to them, snapping them out of their daze and catching their attention by announcing what was going to happen. "Rain, forget it. I'll talk to Kaguya later. For now, we have a much more important mission to do." Jessica Bailey is most likely unaware that the devils she sent who were part of Sigvara Agarz's peerage have already been killed by us. This means that she most likely has her guard down, and is probably slacking off by the side of her campfire and eating roasted chicken. It's our time to initiate our plan to cover up traces of our association with the supernatural. See you all later at the elevator lobby in 15 minutes. They walked off and also left the arena. Since nothing else was needed to be done here, the girls left one by one. But Shido was still concerned about what happened between the Yamai sisters just now, since that was very unlike how they usually behave. So, he decided to ask Toka about the sisters so that he could find some information about them which could help him mediate the tensions between the sisters. As Toka was leaving, Shido tapped her shoulder and said, "Hey Toka, great work today, you were amazing." Toka, "Oh, thanks Shido. I wanted to be strong so that I can learn to defend myself and to protect those whom I love. It's all thanks to you for helping me regain my courage and strength to keep me fighting, so thanks." Shido smiled and said, "No problem, Toka. So, anyway, about Kaguya and Yuzuru, how long have you known them?" Toka looked down with a concerned expression and asked, "Is this about just now?" Shido, "I'm afraid so. If destiny is correct, Kaguya and Yuzuru will eventually become my girlfriends too, and I don't want to see them fighting like that and making the mood sour. I just want to find out if something is wrong between them." Toka paused for a moment before speaking again. "Well, I only knew Kaguya and Yuzuru for a few months, but I never spoke to them so frequently even though we lived in the same home. And in those times where I actually spoke to them, they were always together and never once argued. I wonder why that suddenly happened." Shido, "I see. So you've always seen them as friendly people. Do you know anything else?" Toka, "Wait, yes, I remember that they told me that both of them were in a tough position before they moved into the home. Maybe that has something to do with that." Shido thought for a while before he replied, "Let's ask Yuzuru. I think regarding the current circumstances right now, she'd be more willing to talk." Toka, "Okay, I guess it's about time I find out about just what is going on with my friends." The couple walked out of the arena and proceeded to sort out their thoughts. Scene break. Kaguya was leaning against the wall and still felt sour about her fight with her sister. She thought, "Ugh, why does she always have to be like that? Always so judgmental about everything I say." Kaguya continued to sulk by herself, but then Rain and David found her and decided to speak to her. "David, Kaguya, is everything alright?" Kaguya turned to him and growled, before saying, "No, nothing is alright. Yuzuru didn't have to be such a petty killjoy and ruin the mood." Rain placed her hand on Kaguya's shoulder and said to her softly, "Take deep breaths, Kaguya. You've won anyway and you've all exceeded our expectations. Talk to Yuzuru later and apologize to each other. Sisters shouldn't fight or bicker with each other." Kaguya wanted to say something, but then she thought about what Rain said and cooled down a bit, before replying, "Okay, I'll talk to Yuzuru later. I shouldn't have said those things to her." David, "Speaking of whom, Kaguya, do you happen to have something against Yuzuru?" Kaguya looked to David and paused for a moment, before saying, "Well, I don't know how it started, but I always said mean things to her since we were little. My mom died giving birth to the both of us, which left my dad and Yuzuru. I don't know why, but I began to hate my sister and blamed her for mom dying so early. It kept going on for most of our childhood, and I guess it has become a subconscious habit of mine to deeply resent and hate Yuzuru. Eventually, Dad died in an accident and we were left all alone. Even though years have passed, I still have this feeling deep inside which makes me instinctively justify my grounds and reasons for disliking my sister. I'm really immature, right? I still haven't grown up and said sorry yet, not even once. Rain, well, do you honestly feel bad about the things you said to her? Kaguya, yes, I do. But what I am scared is that Yuzuru won't forgive me for everything I said into her. I really want to feel guilty and apologize to her, but I simply can't force myself to do it. Rain, it seems like you are scared of Yuzuru not wanting to forgive you, so you always hesitate to talk to her. Is that the case here? Kaguya only sheepishly nodded. Rain, then let me tell you this. Every action, regardless of being positive or negative, will have some form of consequence resulting from it. You can do almost nothing to reverse that action because it's already done. However, you can learn from it and become a better person. I'm sure Yuzuru doesn't hate you, since she's stayed alongside you for years and never left you behind. Maybe she also doesn't know how to properly approach you and reconcile. So, why don't you take the initiative and apologize first? After all, you were the one who has been insulting her for many years. David asked her seriously, will you talk to her? Kaguya, yes. David, good. It's bad to stay upset at each other and make things awkward in the future. Be nice to your family because I can guarantee that they will always be your ally no matter how rough things get. Kaguya nodded and walked off, leaving David and Rain to head towards the elevator lobby where they would wait for the others to show up. Scene break. Along the hallway, Shido spotted Yuzuru leaning against the wall and looking down towards the ground with a guilty expression. He walked up to her and said, Hey Yuzuru, are you feeling okay? Yuzuru, assurance. I am fine, Shido. I'm just feeling guilty about what I said, thanks for asking. Shido, well, that's great to hear. I was actually hoping if you could tell me about your story, and how you eventually lived in the girls' home along with Toka and Kaguya. Yuzuru, doubt. Are you sure you want to hear it? Shido, somewhere in the near future, I'm going to be more than just a friend to you and Kaguya. I want to get to know the two of you better. Yuzuru, comprehension. I understand, then let me tell you everything. Flashback. Introduction. Kaguya and I were twin sisters who were born at the same time in Tengu City. Kaguya came out first, then me. Unfortunately, our mother died while giving birth to us, so it was just our father who raised us. Opinion. It was hard as he was a widowed father who had to take on many responsibilities and raise two daughters at the same time. The three of us lived in a small one-room apartment as it was cheaper and we could save more money. Misfortune. As we grew up, we rarely saw our father as he was mostly out working so that we could meet ends meet, leaving Kaguya and I alone at home. We had to learn how to take care of ourselves while we were at home. Dad would come home late at night, but he would always bring home dinner. That was the best time of any day. Dejection. As we grew older though, Dad had to work extra harder, which meant that he was gone for more hours, starting from early morning to late at night. This left Kaguya and I no choice but to search for breakfast and lunch outdoors, which was always unpleasant. Guilt. However, the worst part of it all was that Kaguya secretly hated me. Since I was the one who was born after her, Kaguya blamed me for my mother's death. We only put on a friendly facade to others so that we don't attract any unwanted attention. The two of us often fought, and we never told our father. He had such a massive burden, and we didn't want to stress him even more. Reminiscence. When we were 12, it was just a few days before our elementary school graduation ceremony. Dad promised that he would show up to see the both of us and celebrate by eating nice food. It was special because he was going to get off work early and see us, which was very rare. 5 years ago, 12-year-old Yuzuru Yamai was lying on her futon and thinking about what will happen after elementary school. Since she didn't have much in life, all Yuzuru wanted was for her family to be happy and safe. But that would seem a little difficult since her twin sister, Kaguya, always hated her because she blamed Yuzuru for causing their mother to die while giving birth. As Yuzuru was still lost in her daydreams, Kaguya suddenly called out to her. Listen, Yuzuru. I know that our graduation ceremony is coming up and that Dad is coming, but I want to tell you one thing, don't act like he is your father. I'm his one and only legitimate daughter. You're a murderer who tore apart our family and forced Dad to work till late so that we can keep living. When I grow up, I'm leaving this family and pursuing my own happiness. I don't need a pushover like you to destroy everything in my life. This wasn't Yuzuru's first time getting all these nasty remarks from Kaguya. All she did was just turn her head towards her and say, I see, then do your best. Kaguya, huh, that's it. Ugh, what did I expect? You've been acting so cold to literally anybody. I bet Dad is only working till late because he doesn't want to see your ugly face. Even though we're sisters and we got no choice but to work together to keep surviving in this shitty house, I mean it when I say it, when I will take the opportunity to run away from home when I'm old enough and leave you to fend for yourself. Remember, I hate you, so don't talk to me when we're in public or at home. You don't mean shit to me. This was pretty much a common occurrence within the household while their father was gone. Yuzuru would always feel sad whenever her sister berated her, but as the years passed, Yuzuru eventually got used to hearing it that it didn't even bother her. Then, the day of the graduation ceremony came. During this time in Tengu City, the entire city had survived a devastating fire and was in the midst of rebuilding itself. The elementary school which the Yamai sisters attended miraculously survived the fire with little or no damages. This meant that the ceremony could go smoothly without any changes in the schedule or logistics involved. March 2035. Tengu City Elementary School. 1:30 p.m. Next, from class 6 to 1, Yuzuru Yamai. Yuzuru walked up to the stage and received her certificate from the principal. As she looked towards the stage, she darted her eyes all around the hall, searching for her father. But she was unable to do so as she needed to get off the stage as soon as possible so that the next student could receive their certificate too. Yuzuru simply walked off the stage and returned to where her class was in the hall. Next, from class 6 to 1, Kagoya Yamai. After Yuzuru was Kagoya, she also stepped up to the stage and got her certificate. Like her sister, Kagoya was also looking all over the place for her father, but to no avail. Yuzuru saw Kagoya was looking very confused and concerned, thinking that something weird must be going on. It became more evident that something was amiss when Kagoya walked off the stage with a puzzled expression on her face. She walked up to Yuzuru and asked, "Hey, did you happen to see Dad when you were up there?" Yuzuru, confusion. "No, I did not. You did not see him too?" Kagoya, "Nope. If he was in the crowd, then he definitely might have waved to us so that we knew where he was." Yuzuru, suggestion. "Maybe we should wait until the graduation ceremony is over, then we can search for him." Kagoya, "Excuse me, we don't even bother looking for him. I told you many times you're not my sister, you should just head home first." Yuzuru didn't respond. Instead, she just looked away and felt upset for the rest of the ceremony. Kagoya also couldn't care less. She just waited for dismissal time when she could look for her father. 45 minutes later. The ceremony had finally ended and all the students were walking home with their parents. Kagoya and Yuzuru stood by the exit door and searched for their father through the massive crowd of people leaving the hall. Kagoya, "Didn't Dad say that he would come to our graduation today? Why didn't I see him anywhere? Maybe I just didn't see him." Yuzuru, concern. "Where is Dad? I'm looking through all these people and there isn't a sign of him anywhere." As each second passed with each person leaving the hall, the Yamai sisters became increasingly anxious as they watched the hall become emptier with no sign of their father. Eventually, there was nobody but the two of them and a few teachers and students left in the hall. Their father couldn't be seen anywhere, not in the hall nor in the crowd of people that passed them by when leaving the hall. Kagoya, "What's going on? Why isn't Dad here?" She was becoming worried and nervous as she wondered just what happened to her father. Yuzuru was also becoming worried as she never expected something as concerning like this to happen. Eventually, she decided to leave the hall and rush to his workplace to see if he was there. As she bolted out of the door, Kagoya spotted her and called out, "Issei, where are you going?" "Wait." She followed after Yuzuru out of the hall. For several minutes, the sisters ran through the city, looking for their father's workplace. They kept running and eventually got close to his workplace. There was just one road junction left to cross, but Yuzuru suddenly stopped in her tracks when she spotted something unusual happening at the building. There were lots of police tape barricading the entrance of the building and lots of police officers were present at the scene cordoning off the area. There was an ambulance present as well with paramedics surrounding the area. Kagoya eventually caught up to Yuzuru and was panting heavily after running for a while. She also saw the scene and asked, What's going on here? Why is the police here?" Both girls slowly approached the building and braced themselves for the worst. They didn't want their beloved father to be hurt or injured, so they prayed that nothing serious happened. Disaster. Later, we learned that Dad had been overworking himself for a long time, resulting in lots of stress. Not only that, but he suffered lots of workplace abuse from his superiors and coworkers. He was forced to work that day, otherwise they threatened to hurt us. On that day, he suffered from a heart attack while climbing down the stairs, caused by high blood pressure which was caused by the high levels of stress. He hit his head hard when he impacted the ground. The fall also resulted in a hemorrhage which resulted in loss of blood being his cause of death. Grief. It was supposed to be a special day for Kagoya and I, but tragedy struck and we lost our father. he never had a funeral since we never had any money to pay for anything. Instead, he was buried in the cemetery. Lament. Kaguya blamed Dad's death on me, saying that if I never caused Mom to die, then Dad wouldn't have to overwork himself to death. We were left homeless and ended up on the streets. Relief. Luckily, some kind folks helped us out, and we were raised in the girls' home where we met Toka 5 years later. 2 months after the graduation ceremony, Kaguya and Yuzuru were sitting on the ground, leaning against the wall of an alley. They had gone 2 weeks without food and the situation was becoming dire. Without any known relatives to help them, the Yamai sisters had basically no support. Yuzuru looked over to Kaguya and could see that she was furious and filled with hatred, not only about their father's death, but also at her. Yuzuru didn't know what to do since she was just a child and had no skills to survive on her own without a roof over her head. She just sat silently, waiting for death to come. After all, the Yamai sisters had lost all hope and had basically given up at this point. However, during the lowest point of their lives, a miracle happened. It was purely by coincidence and chance that they were saved. A group of 3 people were strolling along the street and happened to notice the sisters in the alley. Kiryu, so, what about this building? I think it looks like the best place to open it. Motohama, I think it's alright. According to the list, the price of this property is quite cheap, so I think it's the perfect place for it. Matsuda, same here, spacious and cheap, it's a win-win. But this sounds too good to be true. Why don't we check the history of this place? Motohama, good idea, let's see. Aha! It says that the previous tenant of the building was a company called Phoenix Surveillance and Security, owned by some woman named Ravo Phoenix from abroad. Why does that name sound very familiar? Maybe it's just me. But anyways, moving on. The company just moved out just 2 months ago. Wonder why though. Matsuda, but look at the rest of the tenants. They stayed for a very long time and didn't seem to have any problems using this place. The only exception would be the company you just mentioned. Maybe the building doesn't have a shady history. Kiryu, then I'll buy it. It's a good deal, so why not seize the opportunity to buy this property before someone else buys it? Matsuda, I see no problems here. How about you, Motohama? Motohama, nope. I guess this is the best place for us to build the orphanage here. Kiryu, yeah. The fire which occurred here just a couple of months ago has left many children homeless and orphaned. Tengu City is low on orphanages, which resulted in the current ones reaching full capacity. But there's still so many poor kids out there with no roof over their heads. I'm glad you guys agreed to help me out. I felt bad for the orphans and I wanted to help them in the best way possible, so thanks. Motohama, don't mention it. Whenever we see someone who is suffering as they live, it only reminds us of how Issei must have felt in his final moments when he was suddenly murdered. Matsuda, we promised Issei when we visit his grave every year that we will change our ways and help those in need. I hope Issei is proud of the work we are doing now. May he rest in peace. Kiryu, I never expected the 2 of you to make me feel emotional. It's really surprising, huh? Anyway, let's check out the rest of this building. I'll check that alley over there and wait. Do you see that? Someone is over there. The 3 of them looked over into the alley and spotted the Yamai sisters sitting quietly against the wall. Kiryu rushed over there to see if they were alright, and so did Matsuda and Motohama. Kiryu, excuse me. Hello, are you girls alright? Kaguya looked up and seemed angry and stressed out. She wanted to say something, but her hunger and drained most of her energy, which couldn't let her speak. Instead, she almost puked when she tried to use her voice. Motohama became worried and said, "Whoa, I bet she hasn't eaten in a long time. Here, have this bun. It ain't much, but I'm sure it will help you relieve your hunger. I also have one for your sister." He gave the 2 buns to Kaguya and Yuzuru, both of whom started chomping down on the buns and finished it quickly. Then, Kaguya looked up to the trio with the same stressed-out expression, possibly demanding more food. Kiryu, hey, it's alright, little girl, we'll get you some food, so wait here and be good. Okay, Motohama, Matsuda, could you go get some food while I watch these kids? Matsuda, didn't need to ask. We love helping people and we will never get tired of it. Motohama, leave it to us, we will handle the food. Then, the 2 of them walked off and left Kiryu with the Yamai sisters. Seeing as there was only one thing to do, Kiryu decided to ask the girls about what they were doing in the alley. Kiryu, so, what's your names? What are you doing here? Is everything alright at home? At first, there wasn't any response from either sister, but Yuzuru spoke up and told Kiryu what happened. Apathy, nothing matters anymore. It was supposed to be a great day for my family 2 months ago when our father suddenly died, leaving my sister and I homeless. We don't know where else to stay, other than outside my father's workplace, which is the building behind us. Kiryu, oh, you mean your father used to work here? Was he working for a company called Phoenix Surveillance and Security? Yuzuru, confirmation. Yes, we learned that he suffered lots of workplace abuse here, so we wanted to see who were the despicable people who hurt our father were. But when we arrived, the company had already moved out. Kiryu, is this why the company moved out of this building? Maybe they were caught in their actions and were forced to either relocate or shut down. I see. So, you really have nowhere else to go. Yuzuru, sadness. Yes, there isn't really any other place for us to go. I've already accepted my fate and have chosen to stay here until I die, so that I can join Dad in the afterlife. Kiryu, hey, don't say that. What if I told you that the two of you could have a place to live, like this building which I was going to buy and turn into an orphanage? You could eat lots of food and have a nice bed to sleep in. Yuzuru looked up to Kiryu with widened eyes glowing in hope, asking, hopefulness, really, you mean that you can help us? Kiryu, of course, you can stay there for as long as… Kaguya finally spoke and interrupted her. Hold on, just how do I know that you're telling the truth? Don't get my hopes up because I ain't gonna get lied to. Kiryu, don't worry, little girl, I'm really here to help. Do you want to hear the story why I want to help kids like you? Yuzuru, curiosity, yes please, I would like to hear it. Kiryu, it all started when I was in high school and learned that one of my classmates had died. He wasn't the best of people in terms of personality and behavior, but his death had certainly made an impact on the school. Personally, I felt that his death would have actually made people happy, but I never would have expected that many people sympathized with him. They felt bad for him because they couldn't imagine just how painful and scary his final moments were. The two men you saw just now were his close friends at school. They also weren't such good boys back then, but they began to change their ways and have turned over a new leaf. I was also inspired to do the same and have also started working with them. That's why I want to help. When I saw the two of you, I couldn't help but be reminded of my late friend who passed away. So please, let me help you and don't just throw your life away. My friend's death had taught me the value of life and I don't want to see people take it for granted. Kaguya, seeing as we have no other choice left, I guess we will take on your offer. We will live in your orphanage. Yuzuru, agreement. I also want to live normally again, maybe even better than before we became homeless. Kiryu, that's the spirit. Now, the orphanage, like any other building, is going to take time to be constructed and refurbished, so you can stay at my place in Tengu City. I recently bought it when I moved here, so it should be pretty new. Gratitude. From that day onwards, we were no longer homeless. MS. Kiryu and her friends had saved us from the brink of death and we lived in the orphanage. Originally, it was supposed to be for both boys and girls, but the number of girls who showed up at the place was unusually high and there were absolutely no boys, so MS. Kiryu decided to just call it a girls' home even though on paper it is still an orphanage for both boys and girls. That aside, I can't thank her enough. She has my thanks and gratitude. Sincerity. However, the thing that still bothers me till this day is that Kaguya and I never really got along or reconciled. Even though she hated me for many years, I never hated her back. She is my only family in this world and she's all I got left. Despite the harsh words that Kaguya always throws at me, I will always still protect her from danger. I just hope she one day stops hating me. That's all I ever ask for. Flashback end. Shido took a while to process what he just heard, but then he looked to Yuzuru and said, "It's not your fault, Yuzuru. You don't have to blame yourself for your mother's death. I'm sure your father loved you and Kaguya equally. He raised you both without ever giving up, right? I think that's solid proof that he genuinely loved and cared for you, so don't be so hard on yourself. If you ever want love and affection, then I will always be willing to show you some. After all, I am eventually going to be dating you and Kaguya. I just want the two of you to get along." Yuzuru looked at Shido with a surprised face, but then shortly smiled happily afterwards. Then, she said, "Gratitude, thanks, Shido. I'll remember what you said here." Without saying anything else, Yuzuru brought Shido closer in for a kiss. Upon contact, Shido felt a faint surge of energy in his body. It wasn't as strong as the time when he kissed the other girls, most likely because it was only one half of Raphael. Shido, well, I think I have Raphael now, but just half of it. I still need to kiss Kaguya to get the other half. Scene break. Finally, the time of the crucial operation has arrived. Everyone showed up to the elevator lobby and rode upwards to the surface. the elevator ride was much faster, as ascending at high speeds was definitely much safer than descending at high speeds. The elevator ride only took 15 minutes to the surface. Once there, David announced the first phase of the plan. Alright. I will stay back in Origami's former secret base for surveillance, and to hold our turf against Rias and Sona. Rain will follow you kids to Bailey's hiding place and commence the plan. Are you ready? Shido, yes, let's go. Shido and the girls along with his mom sped off into the woods, heading for the Akaishi Mountains, while David teleported to Origami's former secret base. 20 minutes later. The trip to the mountains was much faster, as everyone sped there with dual cycle energy, and arrived at the base of the mountain range. Bailey might have been most likely in possession of deadly technology from DEM Industries, so David decided to hack and use electromagnetic waves to detect any electronics which could give them a plausible location of where Bailey could be hiding. After a while of scanning each peak, there was only one peak where there were electromagnetic waves. It was Mount Kita, the highest peak of the Akaishi Mountains and the second tallest peak in Japan. To be more specific, the waves were detected on the slope of the mountain heading up towards the peak. Not wanting to waste any more time, Shido led his team up the slope of the mountain and silently sneaked upwards towards the peak, despite there being no light at all to show the path. Traps were a concern, so they all had to tread slowly to avoid getting caught and alerting Bailey of their presence. As they approached the peak, Yoshino felt something was seriously wrong. Don't you think this is too easy? There's absolutely nothing here and we are about to reach the top. Isn't Bailey the cautious type who would litter this place with traps to prevent people like us from discovering her location? Origami commented and also agreed that something didn't seem right. I'm afraid that I'll have to agree on that. Bailey is the type of person to set up a deadly ambush and face us personally. But there was absolutely nothing that stopped us on the way up. Maybe we are searching the wrong peak. Rain, no, we are definitely heading up the right peak. I can sense a human's presence up there. Just a bit more and we'll reach it. So, they continued trekking up the mountain and eventually reached a small open area near the peak. In that space was a massive tent, big enough for 8 people to sleep in. Origami stepped forward and sharpened her senses, warning the others, "Careful, Jessica Bailey is unpredictable. She might still be awake as we speak." Shido nodded with the others and they all slowly approached the tent. As they were just in arm's reach from the entrance, Toka and Kotori summoned their sacred gears. Then, Shido gave his team orders. "Okay, Kaguya and Yuzuru will fly above and provide air support if things go wrong. Yoshino and Origami will stay outdoors in case Bailey tries to escape. Toka, Kotori and Mom will follow me into the tent." Everyone nodded and headed to their respective positions. Once they were ready, Shido moved into the tent with the other 3. However, he was shocked when he discovered the tent to be completely empty. There was only a sleeping bag, a portable stove, and a big PC at the back that was just sitting there on the floor without a desk. Shido, what the fuck is this? Where's Bailey? He was utterly confused but nervous, as this was not what he expected. Seeing as there was no other choice but to look, Rain decided to suggest something. "Let's search the tent. I bet there must be some items of value here. But be careful, I still sense that faint human presence very close by. I bet Jessica Bailey must be planning a surprise attack. Or maybe she's just somewhere else before she comes back." Toka and Kotori checked the stove and the sleeping bag respectively, but found nothing of note. Shido and Rain went to the computer and booted it up. As it turned on, what scared them was that there was no password required to unlock the computer. It immediately took them to the home page where all the apps and files were. Thinking that this might be a trap, Rain scanned the computer using her powers but found nothing deadly embedded inside the mechanical components that made up the computer. Now knowing that the computer wasn't a threat, they proceeded to open the Files tab and see what kind of information it had. Who knows, maybe they could find sensitive information about DEM Industries and have a better chance at bringing them down. Upon clicking the Files icon, there was only 3 folders, labeled, For Westcott, Mission Archives, and Miscellaneous. Shido decided to check the For Westcott folder, as he believed there might be a weakness or some secret behind him which he can exploit. He opened the folder and discovered lots of images and audio recordings inside. Shido was horrified and panicked when he found out that there were images of him and his friends and family inside the folder. It seemed like all the pictures were taken at the same place though, as the background was that of the school roof in every image. Then, he played some recordings and learned that this was the day that Kotori learned of the supernatural, and that their voices explaining it to her were captured and recorded. Kotori stammered in terror, saying, "What? How did she manage to record us like that? there were no buildings which could give her the perfect angle. Rain, it's possible. During my time in the US military as a medic, I frequently collaborated with radio and communication departments on missions where I learned that devices which could record conversations from massive distances away and cameras that could take photos of things far away existed within their arsenal. Since DEM possesses technology that far outclassed anything humans have made, Jessica Bailey might have used highly advanced tools to get these. Toka became fearful of this discovery and said, then who knows just how much she has on us. If Bailey has superior technology to get any piece of information she wants, then it's possible that she's been watching us for a long time and has learned everything about our daily lives, even things as trivial as the time we wake up, or the brand of toothpaste we use, or what kind of notes we wrote in our textbooks, or even our sleep positions. This is getting really creepy. Shido didn't say anything else and continued browsing through the folder, only to find that Toka was correct and that many other photos included them doing daily things in their routine which were supposed to be only known to themselves. He decided to tell his father about what he found through his radio. Dad, you there? We just found something disturbing. I think you might want to hear this. David responded, what's going on? What do you sound so panicked? Shido, Bailey has basically been watching us and we've never even noticed. She knows all of our daily routines and memorized even the most trivial aspects of it. I don't know what she's planning to do with it, but knowing that she sent a group of devils to kill us, her intentions are not that hard to guess. David, yes, this is very concerning. Continue looking through the computer and once you're finished, rip its memory card out. Who knows what else she could have on her hands. Also, keep me on the line. I want to hear what's going on. Shido agreed and looked through the rest of the folder. It was just images full of him and his loved ones doing their everyday activities like working or studying. Then, he remembered that the folder was named, for Westcott. Shido became even more scared as he was racking his brain about what could he possibly want to do with him and his family. Fearing for his loved one's safety, Shido decided to stop looking through the folders and take out its memory card right now. Shido, let's look at the rest of the information later. How do I rip out the memory card? Rain stepped forward and lifted the computer and smashed it downwards and destroyed it using her knee. Then, the computer opened up and Rain grabbed the memory card, placing it in her coat. Everyone looked at her with surprised expressions and didn't say anything. Rain just responded by saying, what? Did you expect me to waste more time by using a screwdriver and dismantling it piece by piece? Shido was about to say something, but Toka stopped him by saying, no, she's got a point. But then, Kotori pointed to where the computer was on the ground, calling out, everyone, look, there's something there. They turned around and saw that there was a small hole which had been concealed by the base of the computer. This only made things much more worrying. What else could be possibly hiding here? Shido gestured everyone to step back as he slowly moved forward towards the hole and peeked into it. He couldn't see anything while standing up, so Shido bent down and squinted into the hole. Upon closer inspection, he could see a red light that was turning on and off and he began to hear a beeping sound. Suddenly, Shido found out that it was a concealed explosive and called out for everyone to stay back. Shido, everyone out now, it's a boom. Before he could even finish his sentence, it exploded and a massive blast occurred, followed by a bright flash of light. Origami, Yoshino, and the Yamai sisters noticed the tent exploding and instinctively dashed forward to see what was happening, but a bright light forced them to stop and cover their eyes as it was blinding their vision. After a few seconds, Origami opened her eyes to see her teammates who had infiltrated the tent within a force field created by rain. However, she didn't see Shido anywhere and got worried. The Yamai sisters conjured wind and blew away the dust that was wavering in the air, revealing Shido to have managed to summon a partial ice wall to protect himself from the blast, but was unfortunate to receive wounds on his upper body as a result of the explosion. However, Shido used Camel's healing properties and regenerated his wounds easily. He subsequently jumped back to create a safe distance from the blast zone. Toka called out in panic, Shido, are you alright? Shido turned to her and said, don't worry about me, I'm fine. I was just caught off guard for a second. Unfortunately, the radio which connects us to Dad has been busted, so we're basically on our own here. Before anybody could say anything, a bright dash of light came from behind and went straight for Shido. Origami quickly noticed this and promoted to Night, dashing in front of the light and summoned several cannons to fire at it. The dash of light stopped and revealed the one who created it to be none other than Jessica Bailey, who was wearing a DEM battle suit and wielded a laser blade to deflect the incoming projectiles from Metatron. Origami called out to the rest, Everyone, it's Bailey, she's here. Shido and the others turned and saw Bailey with a maniacal grin. She was softly chuckling under her breath and her hand which was holding onto the sword was quivering in excitement. Jessica, what's up motherfuckers, pleased to see me. She was heavily breathing as she spoke and also tried to restrain herself from laughing, causing her to appear like a psycho to Shido's team. Origami replied to Jessica, nope, in fact I would love to kill you, you will pay for messing with our lives. As she finished, the Yamai sisters came flying towards Bailey from the skies and conjured their weapons. Bailey didn't care and simply whipped out a laser gun which she used to fire at Kaguya and Yuzuru, causing the sisters to dodge to the side. Then, Jessica activated her jetpack and zoomed in towards Kaguya, engaging her in melee combat using her laser sword against Kaguya's lance. Kaguya deflected each incoming strike and said, "You know, you seem pretty crazy. What the heck did you smoke just now?" Jessica didn't reply and simply continued her onslaught of attacks with each one becoming stronger and powerful than the previous strike. As Jessica was about to perform a downward strike, Yuzuru used her pendulum and sent it flying towards her. As the tip of the blade approached Jessica from behind, she swiftly turned around and knocked it out of the way and flew higher. Yuzuru pulled back her chains and thought, obstruction, darn, she's good, she can almost predict our attacks. How the heck are we supposed to defeat her? But her train of thought was interrupted when Bailey exclaimed out loud, Is that it? Is that all you little shits got? If this is all the strength you have, then expect hell to be unleashed upon you. And by the way, I'm not really alone. Suddenly, magical circles appeared all over the battlefield and devils came out of them. This shocked Shido and his team as they didn't expect Bailey to fight with lots of backup from the underworld. But then they realized that she must have forced more devils to work for her just like she did with those members of Sikvera's peerage. Shido called out, Alright, I'll fight with the Yamai sisters and Origami against Bailey in the air. Everyone else, handle the devils on the ground. Everyone nodded in agreement and engaged in combat against their enemies. Shido, Raphael. He summoned the half of Raphael he got from Yuzuru and one metallic wing with purple designs appeared behind him. Then, Shido summoned the pendulum and flew into the air. He dashed towards Bailey and whipped up a powerful gust of wind in her direction and blasted her backwards. Not even her blade could deflect strong winds. Following that wind strike, Kaguya zeroed in towards Bailey and prepared to impale her with the lance. But Bailey used her laser gun to force Kaguya to dodge out of the way. Then, Origami promoted to Bishop and used Metatron to projectiles which were much more powerful than regular strikes as a result of the Bishop's increase in power from magical strikes. The projectiles made of pure light flew across the air and attempted to strike Bailey down, but she easily maneuvered out of their way and subsequently returned fire using a barrage of lasers from her gun. Origami masterfully moved out of the trajectories of the destructive lasers which caused loud explosions to occur on the slope of the mountain. Jessica then called out to Origami, Not bad, it seems like you're pretty fast and strong. Tell me, what's your name, little girl? Origami, I have no intention of telling you. Besides, don't you recognize me already? Or perhaps I've become unrecognizable due to the fact that I've cut my hair short. Jessica became confused and asked, Huh? What do you mean by that, brat? You mean I actually know you? Just who do you think you? Wait a minute, now that I think about it. If I visualize that girl with long hair, then wouldn't she be? No, fucking way, this is the best day of my life. Not only do I get to kill some bitches tonight, but I can also bring back a traitor. I thought Tabichi was dead when she disappeared on her mission in Spain. Turns out she simply defected and is fighting against us. How better can this day get? Jessica grinned in delight as she bolted towards Origami at high speeds, moving past the Yamai sisters and Shido who didn't even see her fly past them. Jessica whipped out her blade and attempted to slash Origami's head, but Origami ducked and used dual cycle energy in her fist to land a powerful strike to her stomach. She stumbled backwards and wavered slightly in her movements, but Jessica instantly recovered and performed a ferocious onslaught of deadly swings which forced Origami to continuously retreat backwards whilst avoiding the attacks. As they approached downward slope of the mountain, Origami backflipped onto a much lower elevation and summoned 3 cannons to force Jessica into defending herself. Several bullets infused with light flew across the air and aimed for Jessica's head, but she used her jetpack to fly upwards and dodge, before returning fire with her laser gun. Origami swiftly moved out of the way and summoned all her cannons to fire at Jessica. Metatron Malak. Origami flew into the air with her cannons floating around her in circular position and began firing laser beams which were fixated on Jessica. But Jessica activated her territory and did her best to deflect as many beams of powerful light as she could. However, Origami relentlessly sent beam after beam to attack Jessica in rapid succession. Eventually, one of the beams grazed through Jessica's jetpack and she began falling to the ground. But she broke her fall when she was able to twist her body forward and landed on her feet without much damage. Jessica looked up to Origami and shouted, "Heh, don't get ahead of yourself. I can do this the whole night. You're eventually gonna run out of steam, so why don't you surrender? I promise I'll reinstate your position in them again." Before Origami could respond, Kaguya and Yuzuru came flying behind Jessica, with the former with her lance in hand and exclaimed, "How about you watch your position instead?" Kaguya thrusted her lance forward, attempting to impale Jessica's back, but Jessica turned around and bent backwards like she was in the Matrix, avoiding a barrage of bullets fired towards her. Kaguya looked on in shock as she saw Jessica bend backwards even lower without falling. She looked down and saw Jessica smiling like a maniac and glaring directly into her eyes. Suddenly, Jessica used her hands to grab onto Kaguya, which caused both of them to fly into the air. Jessica punched at Kaguya's liver area, which caused her to flinch in great pain. Kaguya grunted in pain as she struggled to shake Jessica off her body, yelling, "Ugh, get off me, you crazy bitch." But no matter how much she twisted and turned, Jessica would always cling on without losing her grip. Then, Jessica grappled onto her joints and manipulated her body like a puppet to send her flying straight down into the woods below. Crash. Shido and Yuzuru had just witnessed what happened and were shocked to see Jessica attempt something very dangerous and unbelievable. Yuzuru immediately dashed forward to where they crashed out of extreme concern and worry for Kaguya, with Shido following behind. Origami also decided to follow since she believed Shido and the Yamai sisters would require some backup against a monster like Jessica, so she also flew in pursuit of them. Scene break. Saturday, 9:15 p.m. Somewhere in the woods near the Noro River. Kaguya had crashed onto the ground and had sustained serious injuries to her right arm and leg, as they were the parts of her body which impacted the ground first with a lot of force. She was also trying to regain her full vision as the fall also caused a concussion to the head. Luckily, Kaguya was able to properly breathe in and out, and eventually her vision returned gradually. She looked around and was confused when she realized the Bailey was nowhere to be seen. She was the one who has caused Kaguya to crash into the woods, and now all of a sudden she was gone like the wind. Kaguya summoned her lance and put her guard up, but she struggled to maintain her battle stance as the pain inflicted on her body from the fall was causing massive discomfort in the injured limbs. As a result, Kaguya had problems standing up and properly wielding her lance as her arm and leg were shivering in pain. Unfortunately, the pain was too much for her, so Kaguya had no choice but to sit back down to rest, even though this placed her at risk of being killed by Jessica very easily. Kaguya, crap. That psycho surely did some damage. I can't even fucking stand right now. Why isn't Bailey anywhere right now? Did we get separated as we fell? Ugh, this sucks. To think that I actually believed that I was pretty strong on my own. I guess I truly overestimated my own abilities. She felt miserable about her current condition and lamented over the fact that she basically couldn't fight anymore until she recovered. Kaguya really felt helpless as she sat on the ground and leaned her back against the tree, wondering what will happen next, whether if Jessica will find and kill her first, or if Shido and his team will get her to safety before Jessica finds her. Kaguya looked up to the night sky, which was partially blocked by the trees, thinking about her past as she remembered everything that she had done. Now that she properly reflected on her actions, Kaguya started to feel shameful about all those things she said to Yuzuru, feeling that she was very foolish to blame her sister for her misfortune in life. Kaguya believed that after everything she had done and said to Yuzuru, she wouldn't even be willing to save her, since Yuzuru would have likely grown to hate her. But this was the consequences of her actions. All Kaguya could do now was take a gamble and hope that Yuzuru or someone would be coming to her rescue before Jessica discovers her location. Suddenly, Kaguya felt thirsty after all the rough fighting with Jessica just now, and was craving for some water to quench her thirst. She heard the sound of water flowing further down the slope of the mountain, believing it to be a river or a creek where she could drink from. So, Kaguya used her uninjured limbs to lift herself up and staggered down the mountain slope. There was no clear path which indicated a single route to follow, and on top of that, it was dark and obscure. The only thing that Kaguya could depend on for directions was the sound of the river flowing. Eventually, after a painstaking trip down the slope, Kaguya eventually saw the faint reflection of moonlight on the ground, meaning that she found the river. She smiled in relief and made the final push towards the river, hoping to quickly drink some water and rest for a bit before she had enough energy to start flying again. Upon reaching an arm's length from the river, Kaguya fell forward and she dunked her face into the water, drinking as much as she could before lifting her head out of the river. Kaguya relaxed a bit and said, "There we go, much better now. I'll just rest here a bit. Maybe when the pain soothes a bit I can start flying back up the mountain again." But when she tried to push herself back up away from the river, Kaguya was suddenly pushed into the river with her head fully submerged underwater. Splash. It turns out that the one who pushed her into the river was Jessica Bailey, who had secretly trailed Kaguya down the mountain and attempted to attack her at the perfect moment. Jessica laughed as she held down Kaguya's head in the water with her foot. "Ha ha ha, surprise, surprise, didn't expect that move, didn't you? What you gonna do now? Are you planning to perhaps kill me? Ha ha ha." Kaguya struggled to push herself out of the water, but Jessica was stepping on her back with her other leg with brute force and pinning her down onto the ground, wanting to suffocate and drown her before dealing with the rest of Shido's team. At this point, Kaguya desperately holding onto her breath to make sure she doesn't breathe in any water, otherwise she would drown, but Jessica decided to stab her in the back with her blade, causing Kaguya to yell in agony underwater, which made her reflexively open her mouth and breathe in, which let lots of water enter her lungs. Kaguya was in intense and excruciating pain and she felt hopeless. She was going to drown with nobody coming to save her in time. What's worse is that Kaguya was going to die feeling regretful over her actions towards Yuzuru and never getting the chance to apologize. Kaguya remembered the bitter and harsh things she said to her sister as her life flashed before her eyes. Is this it? Am I really going to die like this without being able to apologize for what I said and did? I really fucked up big time, didn't I? If there was one thing I would have liked to do before dying, it would have been to at least have a friendly conversation with Yuzuru instead of always getting into fights with her. But I guess this is it. I'm really sorry, Yuzuru. Just when things were getting bleak, Kaguya suddenly felt the pressure on her head and back disappear like nothing was holding her down. Initially, she believed that it was losing her sense of touch which didn't let her feel anything as she drowned, but what happened next surprised her. Suddenly, Shido pulled Kaguya out of the river and carried her in his arms, desperately calling out to her, "Kaguya, are you alright? Take a deep breath. Just focus on breathing. I'm here for you, so don't worry. We're all here." Kaguya was coughing and struggling to breathe as she was gasping for air. Eventually, she managed to stabilize her breathing and wiped off the water in her eyes. She saw Shido and asked tiredly, "Wah, Shido, what's going on? Where am I?" "Shido, it's alright. Don't focus on fighting right now. I'm going to heal you with camel, so stay still and relax." He proceeded to use flames on Kaguya's injuries, which instantly healed upon contact with her skin. Kaguya was shocked when she felt rejuvenated from the flames instead of burning painfully. Soon, the fire disappeared and Kaguya didn't feel any form of discomfort. She stretched her hand up and down, and surprised to see that all of her injuries were healed. Kaguya looked back at Shido and thanked him with tears in her eyes. Sniff, "Thanks so much, Shido. But where's Yuzuru? Is she alright?" Shido, "Yep, she's right there." He pointed to Yuzuru, who had impaled Jessica through her body with her chains, with the tip of the blade piercing through Jessica's body and anchored onto a tree. Jessica was coughing up blood after Yuzuru basically used her pendulum as a harpoon to impale her through her armor, and was unable to free herself from her grasp. "Yuzuru, warning, if you dare try to hurt my sister like that, know that I will personally gouge out your eyeballs, obliterate your kneecaps, snap your spine, before finally ripping out all your teeth and using them as chess pieces. Now what should I do with you?" Just as Yuzuru was about to send another attack towards Jessica, Kaguya came forward, confidently saying, "Whoa, hold on there, Yuzuru, let me join in on the fun. I think it's time we show this bitch that we can out-crazy her." Yuzuru turned around and was happy to see her sister had already recovered thanks to Shido, who healed her. Then, Yuzuru said to Kaguya, "Contentment. I'll be happy to let you join me in inflicting as much pain as possible on this bitch. Shall we do that move?" Kaguya, "Yeah, let's show this Westcott attention seeker just what true pain is." Then, the sisters stood next to each other and prepared to attack. Kaguya summoned her lance, while Yuzuru released the chains restraining Jessica to her position and reduced the length of the pendulum to the point where she could properly hold the entire weapon with both hands. Then, the Yamai sisters fused them into Raphael's true form. Kaguya and Yuzuru, Raphael, Elkanaf. The lance and the pendulum fused into a massive bow with an arrow infused with destructive wind energy converging at its tip. They released the arrow and it flew across the forest and aimed directly for Jessica's vitals. The arrow kept building up momentum as it traveled through the forest and buzzed loudly as the wind energy accumulating at the tip was becoming stronger and unstoppable. All Jessica could do was watch. Even when she was free from the chains that impaled her like a harpoon, her abdominal muscles which provided structural support for her body were obliterated, and she was on her knees completely defenseless. Jessica looked at the arrow glowing with intense energy as it approached her at high speeds. It was so fast that after blinking, the arrow was already right in front of her, ready to pierce through her chest. And then, boom! Upon impact, the arrow flew through her torso like a pencil poking through paper and destroyed most of her internal organs. The arrow eventually hit a rock formation behind her and caused a violent windstorm to erupt and uproot many trees and even redirect the flow of the river within the forest. The powerful wind sent Jessica flying forward and crashed right in front of Shido, who was glaring down upon her in an intimidating manner. Jessica no longer had the strength to move her body. All she could do now was breathe and try her best to stay conscious as she was approaching death's door. Shido knelt down and said to Jessica, "So, was it worth it? Do you think that being Westcott's biggest simp was worth your efforts?" He stayed silent for a while, before continuing, "No, of course it wasn't. You were just getting cucked by Westcott as he paid more attention to Ellen Mathers. To be honest, I think going out like this is certainly humiliating, but we're not done with you. You made us clean up one of your messes, which was the one you created by sending devils to attack us and harm innocent people, something that is definitely forbidden in both the human world and underworld. You should be glad that Rias Gremery isn't the one going to torture you, because frankly speaking, I'd actually pity you if you were getting interrogated by her. Which is why, we will put you out of your misery and kill you right here and right now. Mom, let's do it." Rain arrived and held the orb full of demonic energy which was giving off an ominous glow. Then, she raised it up and smacked it down on Jessica's body. As the orb shattered upon impact, a powerful surge of sinister and menacing energy enveloped Jessica's lifeless carcass, causing internal ruptures in her body which splattered blood everywhere and blew up her body piece by piece. Eventually, the demonic energy was too much for her wounded body to handle, to the point where what remained of her corpse exploded into burning droplets of blood. Not a single recognizable feature of Jessica's body remained. It was just tiny bits and pieces left lying on the floor. Shido breathed in and out as he witnessed the scene unfold and finished. After sorting out his thoughts, he turned to his team, who had all joined up with him in his location. "We did it. We bloody did it. We fucking won." Everyone cheered in celebration as Shido declared victory and success of their battle operation. Now, all that was left was to bait the devils into this area and trick them into believing it was someone else who killed the members of Sikvera's peerage. But the work was as good as done, so they decided to head back to the bunker to rest while David tricked Rias and Sona to show up at the place where Bailey was killed. Before leaving, Rain scattered the empty evil pieces of the deceased devils around the site where Jessica died, to add more deception to the scene. As they headed back, Kaguya walked up to Shido and hugged onto his arm, happily saying, "So I guess that's it then, we've won and we can finally relax. Shido, we will lay low for now, until Dad says we can return to our normal lives. We will all be staying in the forest bunker. Also, have you talked to Yuzuru and apologized to her yet?" Kaguya, "I'm going to when we get back to the bunker. Right now, I'm tired and would really like to take a shower. But I'd like to show you my gratitude for saving me from that psycho from nearly drowning me." She turned his head towards her and kissed him on the lips, allowing Shido to gain the second half of Raphael that he needed in order to use it at full strength. Shido looked at Kaguya and smiled, before saying, Thanks, but Yuzuru beat you to it. She kissed me first." Kaguya was shocked and said, "What? No way, she did that. I didn't think she had it in her. I always saw her as a shy girl, but it turns out that she's pretty bold and brave." Shido, after all, Yuzuru was the one who got Bailey off you when we saved you from drowning, so you have a lot of amends you need to make with her. Once you do so and begin to get along well, I'll formally integrate you girls into my peerage as two of my pawns." Kaguya, "Alright, it's a deal. I promise that I'll be a much better person to the people I cherish, and a better sister to Yuzuru, my only family that I have left. Thanks Shido, I'll repay you someday." It has been over 17 years since Issei Hyodo has passed away. There has been chaos and turmoil surrounding the balance of power, and it was anybody's game to become the strongest. Fortunately, Ajuka Beelzebub, Shemhazai, and Gabriel have all collectively worked together to prevent seeds of rebellion and mutiny from taking root, which led to the three factions successfully maintaining order within themselves. It wasn't easy though, as conflicts almost erupted on several occasions. Heaven arguably had the easiest time keeping their own faction in order and sustaining the peaceful relations between other factions. The angels all agreed that there was no room for disagreements, and worked together to stay strong and move forward together. The Grigori had some difficulty, as fallen angels had their own ideas about what to do now that the Red Dragon Emperor was dead, but Governor Shemhazai and his vice-governor, Barakil, managed to stick everyone together and got them to agree on maintaining good relations with other factions to avoid unnecessary conflict and violence. But the devils had the hardest time keeping things together, as many devils were now hungry for power. Surzek's Lucifer was away fighting the Trihiksa with other faction leaders, and Issei Hyodo, who was a symbol of peace and unity among the devils, had died. This made many clans bloodthirsty and itched for fights. Although Itsuka was young and didn't have the experience to properly rule over the underworld like Surzek did, he worked hard to ensure the balance of power between different clans and households so that nobody would try and usurp power to do evil things. He had to suppress multiple rebellions within the underworld, which costed many lives to be lost. But eventually, Itsuka successfully regained control over the devils and began his reign in the beginning of a peaceful era without a Red Dragon Emperor. Itsuka had to switch his focus to many different things over the course of 17 years, but one thing that he had always focused on was tracking down the boosted gear. Since the new Red Dragon Emperor was a human who wouldn't know anything about the supernatural, evil forces would seize this opportunity, using volatile state of affairs in the underworld as a distraction to capture the new Red Dragon Emperor and use the boosted gear for malicious purposes. That would be the last thing anybody would need, which is why Itsuka assembled a team of devils, fallen angels, and angels to search for the new Red Dragon Emperor together to prevent evil people from using the boosted gear for selfish and harmful reasons. As of today, the search team has had absolutely zero luck in trying to find the boosted gear. Many felt hopeless that they would succeed as the years passed with fruitless results. However, everyone who was part of that team knew that peace and unity between the many factions of the supernatural was important. So, they kind of just dealt with everything that they came across during their search mission in the hopes of one day finding the boosted gear. Unbeknownst to the underworld, a group of rebels led by the Andromalius clan's leader, Florian Andromalius, was secretly planning to seize power from the government by using the power of the boosted gear to achieve this objective. Florian and his brothers, Moritz, Gustav, Werner, and Severino, were all part of the search team, and nobody was none the wiser. 6 years ago. At this time, Shido was only 11 and hasn't met Toka, nor is he aware of his association with the supernatural. But at the same time, the underworld decided to change the way it had been doing things ever since Issei died. Itsuka's lair, underworld. The search team were making their annual report to Itsuka on their progress of their search for the boosted gear. These were the people involved in the team. Vali Lucifer, team leader. Vali was actually offered the position of team leader by Itsuka since Albion knew the most about Drake. After Issei's death, Vali became dedicated to finding the new Red Dragon Emperor so that he can train them into a worthy rival for himself. If you can't find a rival, then train one until they become a worthy opponent. Vali was purely part of the search team for personal reasons. Vali, even though he was the leader, wanted to give up at times because he mainly wanted to find the new boosted gear user so that he could train them and battle them in the future purely for the sake of entertainment. But as the years passed and nothing came from their search around the world, Vali became bored and simply went on the search mission just because he was obligated to do so. He even tried to challenge the other team members whenever he got bored. Luckily, Albion would talk sense into him and prevent any tension or conflict from arising. Florian Fokler, co-leader. Florian was actually given his position due to Itsuka's secretary, Priscilla Fokler, being his sister. Priscilla convinced Itsuka that Florian can be helpful and also convinced him to let Florian's other brothers join the team too. In reality, Florian and Priscilla were rebels who were undercover within the government, and wanted to seize the boosted gear all to themselves should they find it. As the years passed without any good results, Florian became impatient and felt that maybe it wasn't such a good idea to look for the boosted gear. However, Florian remembered his family's past with Surzek's Lucifer, which he wasn't fond of, and eventually decided to keep pursuing the boosted gear in the hopes of one day overthrowing the government and seizing power. Arthur Pendragon, co-leader. Vali trusted Arthur and made him the co-leader since Vali could trust him. Arthur naturally said yes and worked with Vali to keep order within the search team and prevent mutiny. Arthur was also the one who recorded down the events of each day of their search mission in journals. As years passed, Arthur kept using up more journals to the point where he had a whole stack of them archived in Itsuka's office in the underworld. Dulio Gesualdo, navigator. Dulio had been all around the world, making him skilled in navigating. Gabriel wanted to add Dulio to the team as she didn't want the devils or fallen angels to secretly steal the boosted gear for themselves and use it for their own agendas. As a navigator, Dulio planned expeditions throughout every single place on Earth. Since the Red Dragon Emperor was a human who could be anywhere, Dulio spent most of his time planning routes which allowed the team to search every town that was marked on the map. Till this day, the search team hasn't finished searching everywhere. In fact, the team spent almost 9 years searching in Europe alone for the new Red Dragon Emperor. They still have yet to even touch South America or Australia. This is the reason why Itsuka keeps the mission going, because the leaders of the 3 factions all believed that the boosted gear was still somewhere out there. Lefay Pendragon, Magic Specialist. Lefay came along with Arthur and her role was to identify auras of people. She was basically the one who would identify who was the Red Dragon Emperor. Despite how hopeless everyone felt during the search mission, Lefay kept her head up and believed that they would eventually find the boosted gear. She has seen many people across her journeys in different continents and learned different types of magic during her mission. Tobio Iku's secondary fighter. Tobio, or /Dog, joined the team on behalf of the fallen angels as all of them were busy trying to stabilize their faction. As the only member of the team who represented the fallen angels, he secretly made sure to keep everyone else in check just in case there were certain members of the team had hidden agendas which can be harmful. So far, Tobio has some speculations on Florian and his brothers, but he can't seem to figure out why they stick out like a sore thumb. At times, Tobio would tell himself that maybe because he never met Florian before and wasn't used to being around him. However, there was this weird feeling that Tobio always got whenever he saw Florian and his brothers separated themselves temporarily from the group. For example, whenever they took breaks with meals in between their expeditions throughout various places around the world, Tobio would always notice that Florian and his brothers would sit at a separate table without even talking to the others. It seemed like he was the only one who noticed this. Tobio brought this up to Vali and Arthur, but the two of them didn't seem too particularly concerned about it, since they were more focused on finding the boosted gear. Despite the unconcerned behavior of the other members regarding Florian and his family's shady vibe, Tobio was the only one who kept an eye on him. Even till this day, Tobio still has a hunch on Florian, but doesn't act on it since Tobio has no evidence of Florian being a bad person. Rossweiss, secondary fighter, former member. As someone who deeply loved Issei, Rossweiss was extremely heartbroken to learn that he had been murdered so suddenly and unexpectedly. She couldn't live normally even after many years had passed. All Rossweiss wanted to know was who killed Issei so that she could find them and violently destroy them as revenge for her loved one being killed. Rossweiss was actually the one who held the most hope and dedication to the search mission for the boosted gear. Even Vali, who was leading the team, slacked off at times mainly because he had to do more searching than fighting. No matter how hopeless and pointless it got, Rossweiss never gave up hope and dedicated her time and effort to finding the boosted gear. Unfortunately, Rossweiss participated in the search mission less and less because Rias frequently called her back for occasional raiding games against other devils. Eventually, Rossweiss left the search team and returned to being a teacher at Kuo Academy, finally continuing her job after 17 consecutive years of searching for the boosted gear. Kuroka, support personnel. When Issei was still alive but in a coma after the battle with the Traitors, Kuroka secretly went over to his bed and placed a pen in his hand, making him sign a marriage form without his consent. Despite how ridiculous and immoral it was, Kuroka said that it was to revive the Nikomata race. Members of Team Vali and even her little sister, Koneko, were simply bewildered by what she did. However, Kuroka kept believing in her small little world that she was going to marry Issei. That was, until she saw Issei's dead body in Colorado. Everything had happened so fast and it seemed very unreal to Kuroka. But after a period of anger and denial, she finally came to terms with his death and became dedicated to finding the new Red Dragon Emperor. Sometimes, while on expeditions, Kuroka would try and seduce Vali or any of the other men in the group but would ultimately fail as none of them were attracted to her charms. Gustav, Moritz, Severino, and Werner Fokeler, support personnel. These were Florian's brothers who came along on the search. Priscilla was able to convince Itsuka to let them join and succeeded mainly because Itsuka felt that the team could have more manpower, and he could focus on having the other devils managing the underworld's own affairs without any shortage in efficiency. Like Florian, his brothers often excluded themselves from the group whenever it was time for breaks or meals. They never conversed with the other members of the team and instead opted to chat amongst themselves. As years passed, they also began to become impatient as the search was taking too long and felt that the search was a massive waste of time. At times, some of them would try to persuade Florian to stop the search as it was beginning to seem pointless. But Florian would remind his brothers of their family's humiliating history and invigorated their resolve to overthrow the government and usurp the throne. But no amount of determination and resolve was going to help speed the search of the boosted gear. All they could do was endure it until they someday find it. Those were the members of the search team. They had searched all over the world for the boosted gear but still weren't able to find it despite their efforts. Today, Vali and the team were reporting back to Itsuka on their progress on the search. Itsuka's office, Lilith, Underworld. Vali was calmly strutting through the halls while the others except Ross Weiss and Kuroka, since they had left the team early, were following behind. As they approached the door towards Itsuka's office, Tobio decided to ask something. Tobio: so, it's probably been the 200th time we're about to tell Itsuka that we haven't found anything. Do you think he's still going to make us look for the boosted gear despite over 17 years of finding absolutely nothing? Vali turned around and casually answered, as if he didn't have a single care in the world. What do you think? Itsuka has been continuously sending us back on search missions no matter how many times we say we couldn't find it. Anyway, let's just pretend we're listening. Itsuka's response is going to be the same old, keep searching until you find that boosted gear. Heh, I guess he really wants to find it, huh? Vali turned back to the front and opened the door. As he stepped inside with everyone else, they saw Itsuka on his desk busy speaking with someone. By the side of the room was Itsuka's secretary, Priscilla, who was Florian's sister. The person that Itsuka was talking with was Shiva, a god from the Hindu faction. Both Itsuka and Shiva turned to Vali with a somewhat stunned expression, creating an awkward moment for everyone in the room. Florian went up to Vali and said, "Dude, you could have at least knocked." Vali was still unbothered as he replied to Florian, "Relax, calm down, it's not like we're going to die. I'm pretty sure Itsuka is going to forget that happened." Suddenly, Itsuka spoke, catching everyone's attention. "Excuse me, what is the meaning of this sudden intrusion, Vali? Don't you have the courtesy to at least knock?" Vali turned to Itsuka and said, "Whoops, my bad, I kind of forgot to knock just now. I'm so exhausted from the search that my mind is not really sharp right now." Itsuka sighed before responding, "Ugh, I guess I should cut you all some slack. It's been almost 17 years and we still haven't found the boosted gear. Anyway, so what's the situation on the ground right now?" "Arthur, the boosted gear hasn't been found. We've searched all of Southeast Asia and nothing was found." "Itsuka, if I remember correctly, the latest search was in Singapore, right?" "Arthur, yes, we didn't find anything there, which means that we can confirm that the boosted gear is not in Southeast Asia. The only remaining places we've yet to search are South America, Australia, and the polar regions of the planet." Itsuka kept silent for a while, thinking about what he heard from the search team, before he turned his attention to Shiva and asked him, "Sorry to bring you into this, but what do you think we should do, Shiva? It has been nearly 2 decades and this search hasn't brought up anything. Do you think it's worth it to keep searching the entire planet despite how empty-handed we are?" Shiva, well, don't you already have the answer? Itsuka was confused by Shiva's answer and asked, "Sorry, what do you exactly mean by that?" "Shiva, you have hope that you all will one day find the boosted gear, but you don't feel confident that you are able to find it, am I right?" "Itsuka, I'm afraid so. I had high hopes for this special mission to ensure that securing possession of the boosted gear would prevent any rogue or evil individuals from stealing it first and using it for their own personal gain, but it's been nearly 20 years now. I don't know if there's any chance of finding it." Shiva, why don't we hear from the others? What does the search team have to say for themselves? As he said that, Vali decided to say his thoughts first. "Personally, I want to look for Drake. It's been more boring as I don't have a powerful rival I can look forward to fight." Sigh. "Oh well, I still wonder why I'm part of this team when I clearly have much better things to do, such as meeting Issei's sister. I've been so engrossed with this search mission that I've never even took the time to at least have a chat with her. I've never even met her before and I'm kind of interested to know what kind of person she is. I heard that she is a pawn of Rias Gremry's peerage and is quite a powerful fighter. Maybe she can be my new rival. Ha ha ha." It was time for Tobio to give his thoughts on the search mission, so he spoke. "You know, I'm only here because the fallen angels don't want to be left out. Shemhazai is so busy right now that not a single actual fallen angel can spare their time to be on the team. But if I'm being real here, why don't we just disband the team? I'm getting pretty bored and feel like I'm missing out on a lot of things. Sure, I saw the world and enjoyed it, but I had to constantly remind myself that I was looking for the boosted gear and not on vacation where I can relax. Ugh, the war is over and I still have work to do." Also, Itsuka, since we can remotely communicate with Azazel and the others, have you told them about Issei's death? Itsuka looked down and said, no, for 17 years straight, Surzex and Azazel don't know that Issei has died long ago. I don't want to interrupt their progress of defeating the Traitors. We've managed to secure a very weak and delicate peace that can be easily threatened. It will only be a hindrance if panic were to become rampant. Vali then asked Itsuka, so, who's gonna tell them? I know it will take years for the Traitors to be fully destroyed, but what's gonna happen when the faction leaders return? Itsuka, I don't know. I'm already working with Gabriel and Shemhazai. Both of them have agreed to not say anything until Surzex and the rest come back, and I don't know when that will happen. Arthur, so, why don't we look at the basic facts we have so far? Maybe we can come to a consensus about the current status of the search mission, and what we should do about it. Itsuka, what do you mean by that? Arthur, maybe it isn't worth searching for the boosted gear. Let me explain. Albion said that he can no longer detect Drake. This is alarming and has a serious implication that the boosted gear no longer exists. However, Albion said that it could still be active, but the reason he can't detect it is because another type of energy has fused with Drake's spirit and has an entirely new signature. It's possible for this to happen, especially if Drake, a dragon, were to change form into something else, like a human. But that's the hard part. It will be almost impossible to find Drake since we don't know if he is really alive in the first place, and even if he was, we don't know where, or even who he is now. That's not all. A few days after Issei's death, Gabriel had told us that the sacred gear system, which has a mechanism to keep track of the boosted gear's status, has become dormant. This is the first time something like this has happened, and we don't have any plausible explanation for it. However, the most popular theory among the angels is that the boosted gear no longer exists, and thus no longer allows the mechanism to track it. If this is the case, then we've been searching the world for nothing. I strongly believe that the search mission is a waste of time and that we should immediately cancel it, so that the members of the search team, who happen to be prominent members of strong factions, can return to their usual posts and duties. The whole room stayed silent, with everyone deep in thought and taking what Arthur said into consideration, along with their own personal views of the mission. Then Dulio spoke. I have to agree with Arthur. This has been a lost cause from the start. Besides, even if the boosted gear was still active, the current Red Dragon Emperor would be 17 years old by now. Drake would have definitely trained the new user to be a strong fighter. But since we haven't found anything, then let's disband the team and return to our usual duties. The supernatural world is currently at peace. Who in the right mind would dare threaten the balance of power now that all the factions are allied with each other? Itsuka listened to Dulio and finally made up his mind. Okay, it's settled. I think that this has gone on for too long, and we should stop it. No more search mission. We can now focus on actual events happening in the underworld. And Vali, make sure you to attend Rias's ceremony where she formally becomes the new head of the Gremory clan. It has been postponed for almost 17 years since Rias had been a shut-in after Issei had died. But finally, she became better in recent years and is now finally able to assume the position of the clan head. This ceremony is significant as it marks the beginning of a new era of the underworld where a new generation of devils shall lead us into the future. Vali chuckled before responding, ha ha ha, don't worry about it, I'll remember to come. It's about time that redhead crawls out of her den. She's been locking herself at home for so many years and she finally decides to come out. After that, Vali walked out of the room along with Arthur and LeFay, making their way to Rias's ceremony where she was going to become the new leader of her family. For almost 12 years after Issei died, Rias had locked herself at home and had a dilemma over what exactly Issei was to her. After his wake, Rias and the other girls erased the memories of Kiba and Saji who had found out about their affair. Rias initially was motivated to find new members to replace Issei, but shortly after that, Rias and the other girls felt empty, as if something important was missing from their lives. Rias assumed it was because Florian had left her on the same day. But it wasn't the case, as Florian was not the thing that Rias hadn't gotten over. No matter how many times she told herself that nobody will find out about her affair, Rias always felt sad as she didn't know why she was having this empty and lonely feeling. Normal life activities such as showering and eating became a hassle to her as Rias continuously felt like staying in her bed and not moving at all. This also was the case for the other girls, as they too also locked themselves at home and never came out, only meeting each other in the underworld but never in the human world. Eventually, Rias decided to entirely shut herself off from everybody else. She only stayed in her room and never came out at all. The maids and servants would bring her meals, and the only times when Rias came out was when she felt like showering, which became rare as she had no energy to get up from her bed. This was also the case for the other girls. Asya actually stayed in the Gremory mansion in her own room and never left at all. Thus, Asya never met her adoptive sister, Kaide Hyodo, for her whole life at all, and only met her much later when Kaide was 16. Akeno also stayed at her father's place and didn't leave at all. Barakiel was constantly worried about his daughter having become a shut-in. She could only lock herself in her room and never leave. Irina stayed in heaven while Zenobia hid deep in the forest to completely avoid contact with humans. Koneko stayed over at Vali's place in Kuo town since Kuroka offered to let her stay. Revel went back to her own residence and also never left her room. It was just this annoying feeling of emptiness and unhappiness that kept her and the other girls from feeling happy. For the longest time, Rias and the others thought that it was just exhaustion, but no matter how much they slept, the depressing feeling wouldn't go away. So, it was up to them to discover just what it was that was causing them to feel this way. Rias initially assumed that it was most likely Florian leaving her that made her feel like this. But then she realized that he was never on his mind the entire time. It only became apparent many years later when Rias realized that it could have been Issei which made her feel so down. But she denied that possibility and decided to have a chat with the other girls to see what they thought. The day the girls met up was just a month before the ceremony where Rias assumed the position of clan head, which meant that the search team for the boosted gear was still active but hadn't been dissolved just yet. 1 month earlier, Rias was sitting on her bed, looking down towards the floor and reminiscing everything that happened in her life. She wanted to start with the events of her childhood, but it was only a big blur which she couldn't see through. The only parts of her past which she could only start properly remembering from was the time when she had met Issei. Then, Rias subconsciously played back every memory of the time she and her peerage had fought alongside each other and defeated many foes who stood in their path. Particularly, Rias could only remember the parts where Issei was in the clearest and didn't know why that was the case. As the events of the past began to approach the present, Rias recalled the time she started having an affair behind Issei's back and betrayed him. Finally, it was at this moment when Rias realized that Issei was the real reason why she had been feeling so empty. His death had made her feel profound loss, but Rias still hadn't figured out just what she was precisely sad about. Was it because she only wanted Issei for her peerage so that she could become the raiding game champion? Since she staged his death where Rainer killed him, it made her feel like her dreams were crushed knowing that her peerage wouldn't be as powerful as it was when Issei was still alive. Or was it because that she truly regretted what she had done to Issei? Rias only started dating Florian so that according to her twisted logic, she could become a better, the word better is said in an extremely sarcastic tone, girlfriend. But Rias got carried away and destroyed the foundations of trust that upheld her relationship with Issei. After pondering for a while, Rias still hadn't figured out which one was it yet, but she had to put that aside as Akeno and the others had arrived at her room. Akeno, knock knock, hello, Rias, are you in there? Rias, yeah, come in, I've been waiting for all of you. Akeno opened the door and the other girls followed her inside. They closed and locked the door so that nobody would be able to hear what they were about to talk about. Akeno took a chair and sat down in front of Rias, while the other girls either remained standing or sat on the floor. As they gathered in a group, Ravel decided to start speaking. Alright, so let me guess. It's about why you are feeling this bothersome feeling. Don't worry, I feel the same way too. I'm pretty sure all of us do. Rias, well, you're not wrong, but I wanted to talk about the reason why we all feel like shit. I know that all of you girls have been feeling something similar but don't exactly know why. But I think I figured it out. Now, when I say the reason, I will tell you all in advance that I completely understand that you think that I might be going a little crazy, but I don't see any other reasons why I feel like I'm missing something important. Akeno, I don't get what you mean by that, but sure, I would love to hear the reason. Rias took a deep breath before she faced her friends and said, it's because of Issei. After he died, I felt like a significant part of my heart was ripped out. No matter how hard I try to force myself to ignore the feeling, it only persists and gets worse over the years. For a moment, everyone was silent and not a movement was made by any of the girls after hearing what Rias had to say. As the silence continued on, the girls darted their eyes across from each other to see who would speak first. Eventually, it was Asya who decided to speak. You know, I actually agree with you, Rias. Every night when I sleep, I can only see Issei's face. He was happy and cheerful whenever he spoke to me in my dream. It felt so nostalgic and so happy that I didn't even want to leave the dream and wake up. But all dreams have to end, and whenever I wake up, there's this feeling deep inside me which makes me want to reach forward and grasp onto that dream, and every time I fail to do so, making feel a huge wave of misery and sadness. Don't the rest of you think so too? Issei played a huge part in our lives and he's dead. Surely you girls also see him in your dreams or consistently think of him. Zenobia then spoke. You know, same here. Every day since he died, Issei was the only thing that's been on my mind. I didn't tell you all because I thought you would all think I'm pathetic to be sad over something like that. But now seeing more of you feeling like this, I don't think I can deny it any longer, and I will simply confirm that Issei is the reason why I'm feeling like shit every day. Irina asked Zenobia, don't you feel some regret over what you did? I do. When I heard that Kiba killed Nick, I felt my heart shatter into a million pieces. Losing him put me in a miserable position, but there was something else that had been bothering me. Naturally, I realized that it was Issei who was causing my heart to ache so painfully. It was not because I lost Nick which made me feel sad, it was because I was the worst childhood friend who betrayed the one she loves. This guilt and shame has been taking a toll on myself. I've almost become a fallen angel on several occasions in the past, but I successfully managed to prevent it. In those close calls when my wings almost turned black, I truly regretted doing all those things behind Issei's back. So, what about you, Zenobia? Do you feel at least the slightest bit of remorse or regret? Zenobia, honestly speaking, a little bit. Now that we've been left alone, I couldn't get rid of this suffocating feeling of isolation and loneliness that has been restraining me to a corner. When I wanted to desperately call for help, the first person that immediately came to my mind was Issei. But how am I going to get better if he's dead? I have nobody else I can depend on. When the feeling gets too overwhelming, I ask myself why Issei isn't here. But then I remember he's dead. However, what's worse is that I remembered that I cheated on him, and that makes me feel guilty to even think of Issei. I'm truly despicable and pathetic, right? Koneko then spoke her thoughts. I get where you're coming from. I too also regret what I did to Issei-senpai. He helped me with my past involving my sister. I never expected Issei to be the one who would give me closure. I had something precious and I simply tossed it away. But don't forget that Issei is also the type of person that would also cheat on us. It's not like he's the most chivalrous gentleman in existence. I mean, I would even dare say that Issei in his next life would also be an absolute pervert who doesn't care about a girl's feelings. Ravo retorted back at Koneko. Hey, please don't say that. I know Issei is definitely the type of person to do the exact same things we did to him, but did he ever do it? No, he didn't. Instead, Issei was loyal and stayed with us and never abandoned us. I don't think you should say those kind of things when he didn't actually cheat on us. But then again, who knows if he really did? Rias got both Ravel and Koneko to keep quiet when she said, okay, that's enough. The point is that we were the ones who cheated and there's nothing we can do to reverse our mistakes. I think we should feel at the very least lucky that Issei died without knowing what we did behind his back. For now, I wonder, what exactly is the right way to feel about this now? We've been stuck in limbo for so long that I don't even know where to move on from here. Silence had fallen upon the room again. The girls didn't know what to say and they were honestly feeling pathetic that they were finding this very difficult to manage. Then Asuya spoke. We got rid of all the evidence and nobody is going to find out about our affair. But our actions will never be undone. What we did while Issei was in a coma was undeniably horrible. This is what we've done to repay all the kind acts he has done for us. We're the ones in the wrong here. I'm sure there's no denying that. A brief moment of silence followed suit, before Irina started talking and began to cry. You're right. He was the real treasure the whole time. And we threw him away for some random guys we've never met for the wrong reasons. Rias, I really fucked up, didn't I? She started to cry as she began to finally and truly regret her actions. There was no bringing Issei back, and the last thing she ever did before he died was to cheat on him. But what hurt Rias the most was that she had absolutely nothing left, and she couldn't undo what she did no matter how much she begged. The only relief the girls had was that they assumed that Issei never found out about what they did, but they were secretly wrong as Issei learned about the whole thing, and now his reincarnation, Shido, is building up his strength alongside new allies to bring Rias and the other girls down. For now, Rias was safe. She can enjoy every good moment to escape from reality, but punishment will soon catch up to her. It's only a matter of time before Rias will realize that she had lost from the very start when she cheated on Issei. Now that the girls had finished whining and making excuses for themselves and playing the victim, Rias felt slightly better after feeling sorry for herself. with the negative feelings she'd been feeling for years beginning to weaken, Rias felt it was time to return to regular life but without Issei. Rias, okay, why don't we stop shutting ourselves in our homes? Asya, you've been in your room in my house for years. Issei's parents had a daughter and she's never met you. Why don't we introduce ourselves and tell her all about Issei? Asya, yeah, it's about time we stop staying indoors for the whole day and begin living normally again. But what do we do now? Don't you still want to be the rating game champion? Rias, of course. I can't believe I almost forgot my dream. But we need new members to fill up the power gap Issei left behind after he died. Who should we even ask to join us? Irina, I think I might know something. Rias asked curiously. You know something? Tell us. I'm begging for literally anything right now. Irina, there's an old tale in heaven that angels know about very well. It was during the Great War between the three factions, but more specifically focusing on the time when Drake and Albion got involved in the conflict. Heaven had a team of 10 powerful angels who had been slain by Drake. However, it is said that the archangels were able to salvage their powers and seal them into sacred gears. These sacred gears also move on to different human hosts just like the boosted gear and divine dividing. Each of the sacred gears were actually named after the archangel who found the remnants of the deceased angel's power. For example, Lord Michael managed to salvage one of the angel's abilities which could disable the function of literally anything using a literal key. He named that sacred gear after himself and let it become inheritable by humans. But this is the most important part. Heaven still has a device which can track down who owns those sacred gears. I can just easily obtain it from Lord Gabriel since I'm Lord Michael's ace. Then, we can use that device to track down all those 10 users who currently possess those sacred gears. Rias widened her eyes in surprise and hope, which prompted her to ask, wait, there's such a thing. Why didn't you tell us about this? Irina cheekily replied, well, I didn't think we would need those sacred gears since there was no point. But now that we need power, I think it's time we get those sacred gears into our team. Rias got excited and wanted to know more. So, do you know what kind of abilities these sacred gears have? Irina explained. Of course, it's all said in the tale. Let me tell you what they are called and what they can do. Firstly, there is Metatron, which has the ability to perform offensive and defensive formations using multiple cannons which can fire powerful projectiles infused with light. Secondly, there is Ratziel, which has the ability to rewrite reality. It's in the form of a book and the user writes whatever they would like to happen and I can guarantee that whatever the beholder of Ratziel writes in that book, it will happen. Thirdly, there is Zafkiel, the most powerful of them which has the power to manipulate time in 12 different methods. The sacred gear is in the form of a giant clock while the user has a pistol and a musket which they use to harness the time-manipulating power from the clock and attack their enemies with the time-manipulating bullets. Pretty fascinating, huh? But there is one thing though. I heard that the users of Zafkiel have been difficult people to track down throughout its history. Next, there is Sadkiel. It's actually a puppet which can grow in size and control ice freely without any restraint. It's a pretty simple ability, but the durability of the ice is no joke. If you hit your head against it, your skull will crack. Then, there is Camel. It has the ability to create the most powerful flames which can burn through anything. But the special thing about this sacred gear is that it can heal any type of injury. Yes, even amputations. Isn't that awesome? Anyway, moving on. Next, we have Michael. I previously mentioned that this sacred gear has the ability to disable the function of literally anything in the form of a key. You want to make people forget things completely. Use the key and lock their memories. You can literally disable anything and there's no way it can work once you disable it. Next is Haniel. It has the power to copy sacred gear abilities, although not as powerful as the original one. But the best thing about this one is that it has the power of shape-shifting. You can disguise yourself as anybody and nobody would be able to tell. Up next is Raphael, a sacred gear which can command the winds. You can create anything you want with those winds, such as a tornado or a hurricane, and anybody with this sacred gear can fly through the air freely like a bird. For our second last one, we have Gabriel, a sacred gear which manipulates sounds, but the sounds have the ability to mind control people. You can tell anybody to do your bidding with that sacred gear, and they wouldn't be able to defy you even if they wanted. Lastly, we have Sandalphon. It was actually a holy sword wielded by the angel when she was still alive, but heaven decided to turn it into a sacred gear so nobody could have permanent control over it. You are born with it and die with it. Moving on to the next host. But anyway, this sacred gear still maintains its sword form and has the power to potentially cut through anything, yes, even space itself. Just like Arthur Pendragon's Caliban. But I would suggest not searching for Sandalphon. I think it's a waste of time searching for it since so many other swords have similar abilities. We'd be wasting time and effort just to go after a sacred gear which shares many similarities to swords such as Durandal which we already have. It's not worth it. But to sum it up, here is the list of all the sacred gears that heaven had created and are still being wielded by humans till this day. What do you all think? The girls were fascinated by the many different and versatile abilities of the sacred gears that Irina just listed down. However, Zenobia was skeptical and asked, Isn't this too good to be true? If these sacred gears are as amazing as you describe them, how come nobody has tried to track these sacred gears down and steal them for their own personal agenda? Did heaven even think of protecting the abilities of their dear deceased allies who died in the Great War? Irina responded, I thought you might ask that. Well, it just so happens that nobody can detect these sacred gears. Unless if you stand real close, you will never be able to find them. But we also have a device that can track their accurate locations. Why do you think I said just now that heaven has a device which can track these sacred gears down? Rias was hopeful at the prospect of getting new members who possessed sacred gears capable of potentially destructive and devastating power. She decided to go on the hunt for these sacred gears and make their users part of her peerage to replace Issei. Rias, I've heard enough. Let's go find those users, don't you think so? I bet they will make great additions to our team. Akeno agreed with her best friend and said, You don't need to say that twice. All of us are thinking the same thing. Asya cheerfully said, Yeah, let's all go look for those sacred gears. I can't wait to see them in action. Rias, don't worry. We will eventually get all of them except Sandalphon since Irina suggested to not look for it. So anyway, I want you all to remember from now on, no more cheating. It left us with nothing and we need power now more than ever. Let's just not get carried away and focus on doing things normally. I bet if we just act like normal people when approaching the new sacred gear users, they would agree to join us. But what I want you all to remember most importantly is that we should never tell anybody about what we did behind Issei's back. Just imagine how scary everyone will be when they find out what we did. But that aside, let's get back into the human world and resume our progress towards becoming the best peerage in not just the underworld, but the whole universe. We all know how that went. Knowing their hypocritical and self-entitled nature, the girls have not only scarred the users of the sacred gears for life by killing their families in front of them. Issei, who is now known as Shido, has recruited said sacred gear users into his team and made one of their main objectives into making sure that Rias would suffer. Rias will eventually face the consequences of her actions and she will never see it coming. She has only made more enemies which she is completely unaware of due to her selfish nature. Her plan to integrate the sacred gear users of Tenghis City into her team backfired, and only caused them to join forces with the reincarnation of the man they betrayed. Task failed successfully. Anyway, back to a month later, Rias and the other girls took some more time to regain their energy so that they can start living normally again without feeling so tired. Rias's parents were relieved and delighted when their daughter had finally started coming out of her room and began having conversations again. Graphia and Milikas were also happy to see that Rias was no longer shutting herself off from others and warmly welcomed her back. Rias's father, Xiaticus, told his daughter that he was going to retire and live a peaceful life, which made way for Rias to succeed him as the head of the Gremory clan. Rias decided that if she was going to completely conceal her past actions of cheating on Issei, she would need to build her credibility to present a positive image to the underworld so that nobody would even suspect that she had done anything wrong. This is why she is having her ceremony where she officially becomes the new head of the Gremory clan. Before she can even start returning to do her own things in Kuo town, she needed power and authority. So Rias decided to assume the position of her clan's leader to obtain access to the necessary resources she can utilize to achieve what she wants. Gremory Estate. 1 month after Rias decided to stop being a shut-in, 6 years before present day. Within the vast boundaries of the colossal estate of the Gremory clan, a grand hall was used to set the stage for the beginning of a new generation of devils who will lead the underworld towards a brighter future. Rias Gremory was about to become the head of her family, and she was looking forward to officially receiving the title and the privileges that come along with it. Rias was standing in front of the doors of the hall, waiting for her cue to enter. As she was waiting, Sona called out to her to congratulate her. Sona, congratulations, Rias. I'm quite glad that you finally returned to the person whom you used to be. It's really great to see you with a smile on your face these few days. So, what do you intend to do once you officially become the leader of your clan? Rias stuttered as she scrambled to formulate an answer, sweating profusely as she had no idea what to say. But before she could even continue thinking of anything, Sona chuckled and said, Haha, don't worry. I know you're very nervous, which is understandable since you are about to take a big step in life. I wish you all the best and I hope that you will someday make a noble and righteous contribution to our society. Know that I'll be there for you whenever you need help. Rias relaxed a bit and thanked her best friend. Thanks, Sona. I really appreciate that. I'm going to continue pursuing my dream of becoming the rating game champion and I'll make sure I will do my best. Sona smiled at the statement and said, Now that's my best friend. Go forth and be the best you can be. But do know that I also intend to battle you every now and then, so watch out, and most importantly, make Issei proud. I'm 100% certain that he's cheering you on in the afterlife. Rias slightly recoiled in shock when hearing the last remark, before replying, Why yeah, don't underestimate me. I'm capable of doing exactly what you said. With that, the announcer in the hall said, And now ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Rias Gremory. Rias heard her name being called out inside the hall, which prompted her to open the doors to see a whole crowd of devils happily cheering and clapping for her. Rias smiled with pride as she walked through the hall towards the stage. She turned left to see her peerage along with Grafia and Milika smiling joyfully as they felt happy for Rias. She turned right to see the leaders of the three factions including Itsuka, Gabriel, and Shemhazai along with their subordinates, who were invited to attend the ceremony. On the upper decks were prominent figures of the supernatural world, such as Ophis and Vali. The entire audience gave a roaring round of applause to welcome the new leader of the Gremory clan, which symbolized the start of a new era where the people holding leadership positions have changed. Everyone anticipated a positive revolution which will come about as a result of the change in leadership. The devils placed their hope in Rias and fervently wished for her to be part of a collaborative effort among the other leaders of the underworld to rebuild society and strengthen the everlasting peace. Unbeknownst to the completely oblivious crowd, nobody knew of Rias Gremory's heinous actions she did to her former lover. But who was going to reveal the truth to them? All the evidence has been erased and nobody was going to find out. To the supernatural factions, this ceremony marked the start of a brand new era. But in truth it marked the time when they all fell for a fraud who was concealing all her crimes and planned to work for nobody except for herself. Rias stepped onto the stage where she was going to give her speech to the crowd. But who cares about that crap? It's all bullshit, and I'm pretty sure the people who know what she has done will try their best not to slice off their ears since the amount of bollocks that was going to be coming out of her mouth will make people cringe. Basically, Rias gave a speech which made herself seem like an honest person while swindling everyone else. Everybody gave her a round of applause and fell for her deception tactics. The end, not for this chapter though. Meanwhile, Florian and his family, including Werner, Severino, Gustav, Moritz, and Priscilla, were busy watching the broadcast at their place and were laughing at all the bullshit Rias was saying on live television. Moritz was cackling with laughter and said, Wahahaha, you're kidding me, right? This bitch straight up quote-unquote said, As you all know, I'm an honest person and I will never do anything to betray those whom I really cared about. I mean, isn't that kind of shit more likely to make people suspect you did something wrong? Gustav agreed with his brother and responded, Well said, bro. I'm pretty sure that Tomato is aware of her actions, and I really don't know if she's deliberately trolling or not. But anyway, don't you think it's pretty scary that many people in the crowd seem to easily believe what she's saying? Florian scoffed and said, Pfft, they are all gullible idiots. I have to admit that she actually did a great job at successfully erasing all the evidence. I mean, if people really knew about what she did, then the three factions will be immediately crashing into her room sweat style and arresting her. Severino, sigh. I can't believe she's done this. The worst part is that we can't snitch on her. If we say something to the authorities, we will also be punished since we also participated in the affair. All we can do is sit back and watch. Florian turned to his younger brother and said, Don't worry, Severino. This means that people will be less likely to be prepared for our inevitable rebellion. The three factions won't even see it coming. Priscilla, who had been quiet this whole time, finally spoke. But Florian, what about the boosted gear? Didn't you say that we needed that sacred gear to obtain the necessary power needed for the rebellion? What are we going to do now that the search has been cancelled? Florian replied, Forget it. Arthur Pendragon's opinion on the whole search really made me rethink the whole situation. Maybe the Red Dragon Emperor is truly gone. If that is the case, we will have to settle for the White Dragon Emperor. But that's going to be a challenge since he is a battle maniac with loads of experience which can easily shred us. For now, divine dividing is on the table. But we should look for other options. Firstly, I know we've all been training for the past 17 years. But I know for a fact that it's not enough. We need more power and I think I know the best place to find it. Werner became curious like his siblings and asked, You do? Where? Florian, you know those evil pieces that Dad left behind after all his peerage members had left. We have a total of 15 evil pieces including the queen, rooks, knights, bishops, and all 8 pawn pieces. But guess what? Dad actually kept a king piece without the knowledge of the devil kings. Severino became shocked and said, "What? Dad had a king piece? Isn't that illegal to own?" Florian, yes. But he never used it. He just kept it in his bedroom drawer and never even touched it. Initially, when I was constructing the first draft of the rebellion plan, I thought that the king piece along with the other evil pieces were going to be useless since the 3 factions could work together and destroy anybody who wielded these pieces. But I think we found the perfect candidates for the evil pieces which Dad left behind. Priscilla, are you even confident that these people will be even willing to help us succeed? Florian, you know Loki and Kokobile. They are currently being locked up and sealed. They are violent individuals who seek war and destruction. What if I told you that we could modify these evil pieces we have right now to successfully control people like they are puppets, and insubordination will lead to their deaths? We could use these kinds of things to create powerful fighters for ourselves and never have to worry about facing disobedience. Moritz widened his eyes in shock and said, "What? No way. Are you planning to use Kokobile and Loki as puppets? How the heck are we even going to achieve something like that?" Florian, don't worry. We are the Andromalius clan. We don't have a signature family art, but we do have our supreme intellect which we have utilized over the centuries to efficiently gain strength instead of brute force and intense training. We will figure something out. I think Uncle Geldheim might be able to make my idea work, since he is quite a smart fellow. Priscilla, alright. If you say so, then we will proceed with your plan. I'll call Uncle Geldheim to have him join our plan. I will also try and extract information from Ajuka Beelzebub. I'm pretty sure he has a list of some notorious criminals who have extremely powerful abilities which we can use to strengthen our rebellion. Florian, thanks, big sis. I really appreciate that. Now, why don't we all raise our glasses together to mark this special occasion? He grabbed his glass of wine, and so did the rest of his family. All, to our fallen brother, Nikolaus, to our fallen brother, Alexander, to our deceased youngest brother, Albright, to our parents, who loved and protected us, to justice, who will bring the highest order of punishment and damnation upon those who betrayed us. Florian and his family had strengthened their resolve to overthrow the government and usurp power. They decided to no longer search for the boosted gear as they believed that Drake was dead and there was no more Red Dragon Emperor. Unfortunately for them, the reincarnation of the Red Dragon Emperor was going to build up his strength and quash their rebellion and dissent. Saturday, 10:30 p.m. Here's the rundown of the current situation. Earlier today, Sona Citri and her peerage were willing to help Sigvara Agars investigate the disappearances of her peerage members, whose last known location was Tengiz City. However, Rias Gremory and her peerage eavesdropped on their conversation and coincidentally had their own investigation regarding Shido and his alleged involvement in erasing Kaide Hyodo's memories of the day she was supposed to capture him for Dam Industries. Rias decided to use this opportunity to follow Sona into Tengiz City so that both peerages can do their own things. In reality, Rias only wanted to investigate Shido while the rest of the peerage were more interested in helping Sona. Rias allowed them to help Sona since she felt she could handle her investigation regarding Shido alone. Akeno, Zenobia, Irina, and Asia wanted to help Sona find the missing members of Sigvara's peerage, but Rias kept Kiba, Gasper, Rosweiss, Koneko, and Ravo by her side so that she could investigate the possible association of Shido Murasame with the supernatural. However, Rias decided to take a side trip to the hospital to see Yoshino Himekawa's condition in the hospital, since Rias infected her with a virus 3 years ago so that Yoshino would reach a near-death state, which was the perfect condition needed for Rias to swoop in and integrate her into her peerage. However, Shido found Yoshino first and made her a part of his team before Rias could do anything. Rias arrived at the hospital to learn from the doctors that Yoshino had died earlier than expected. This made Rias worry that something had happened and went up to the hospital room where Yoshino stayed. She found the place to be completely empty, but remembered that she placed a magic circle in paper form in the drawer next to the bed and proceeded to check it. Rias was shocked when she found the magic circle was gone. What she doesn't know is that David and Rain cured Yoshino and destroyed the magic circle. Seeing as things were looking strange, Rias rushed to find her peerage members and inform them about this situation, but she didn't want to let Kiba, Gasper, or Rosweiss find out what she did to Yoshino, so she decided to find Akeno and the other girls who offered to help Sona. Rias managed to find Akeno, Zenobia, Asia, and Irina at the Rose Thorns Cafe and requested for their help in finding the one who tampered with her setup in the hospital. Seeing as Shido was the only clue to the situation, Rias and her peerage searched Tengu City for him, but didn't manage to find him since David overheard them and alerted his family about what was happening. In the end, Rias couldn't find Shido and eventually gave up, but since she was still in Tengu City, she decided to help Sona as there wasn't anything much to do. Besides, Rias was also pretty interested in finding out what happened to the missing devils of Sikvera's peerage. 1 hour after Shido killed Jessica Bailey. Western banks of the Noro River. Inside the dark forest at the eastern base of the Akaishi Mountains of Japan, Rias Gremry and Sona Citri alongside their peerages were racing across the entire woods to find the source of an unusual energy they felt coming from the area. The one who detected the unusual energy was Kaide Hyodo, the younger sister of the late Issei Hyodo. She had alerted everyone of an unusual energy signature happening somewhere outside of Tengu City, which prompted Sona and Rias to redirect their attention to the strange energy Kaide felt. Kaide, it's very weird. I can definitely tell that it's demonic energy, but I don't know why it's all the way out here far from Tengu City. But anyway, this is our closest lead. We checked Shido Murasame's address in Tengu City, only to find that it was an empty plot of land with nothing on it. Zenobia, definitely strange, but I think we're close now. I can see something straight ahead. Kiba, you sure it is here? Kaide, positive. I can feel the demonic aura becoming stronger and stronger. Eventually, they all reached the site of where Shido and his team killed Jessica with demonic energy from the deceased devils of Sikvera's peerage. The stench of blood was pungent, and was wavering in the air, making everyone feel a little sick to their stomachs. Not only the smell, but the sight of dried blood was everywhere. The branches of trees and leaves of plants were stained with blood. Around the source of the demonic energy, there were little bits and pieces of human flesh that were remnants of Jessica's body after it exploded due to exposure to demonic energy. Kaide ran forward and observed the sight. She looked around and was shocked when she found something on the ground which she was familiar with. Kaide, Master Rias, over here, I found something. Rias ran over to her to see what Kaide had discovered, and she saw her pick up a small mechanical chip which looked like a SIM card. Rias asked with curiously, what's that you got over there? Kaide, this is a DEM realizer. Only workers from DEM Industries have these things. They are actually implanted into their brains which can grant them supernatural abilities such as abnormal strength and speed. I can tell that this realizer has been used to its maximum capacity several times, as shown by these small signs of rusting here. What makes this mysterious is that the realizer is somehow out of the user's brain, and is now lying around here. Rias, maybe it was a DEM worker who died from an accident. Besides, I can tell that these small little burnt pieces of flesh on the ground obviously belong to a human. But what exactly happened here? As the questions kept piling up with more discoveries made, Koneko suddenly alerted everyone to something she found as well. Koneko, everyone check this out. She held out her hand and showed 2 pawn pieces and 1 rook piece. Asya widened her eyes in shock and exclaimed, "What? Aren't those evil pieces? But they aren't red like usual. Instead they are just transparent and almost resemble glassware." Rias went over and observed the evil pieces which now resembled glass figures of chess pieces and said, "This doesn't make any sense. Why isn't there any demonic energy in these pieces? Koneko, could you please find the exact location of the demonic energy in this place?" Koneko, we're right in the middle of it. We're currently standing in the source of the energy itself. I just don't know what is causing the energy. Sona was present with her peerage and looked around the place, before she noticed the burnt pieces of flesh on the floor and observed them. After a few moments, Sona said to everyone, "It's the flesh bits which are scattered all over the place. Upon closer inspection, I can tell that it's definitely these pieces of flesh on the ground. But what does this mean?" We know for a fact that the flesh belonged to a human since Kaide found a DEM realizer which only humans are capable of using, but we just discovered that this person's bits of flesh contain demonic energy. Could it be that this person may have been trying to absorb demonic energy? If you think about it, the scenario most likely went like this. This person tried to absorb the demonic energy from the evil pieces belonging to Sikvera's peerage members but failed and exploded into pieces as a result. I don't know how else to put it, but that's the best possible scenario I can think of. What do the rest of you think? Kaide, I think Sona might be right. Master Rias and I have long suspected DEM Industries of actively being involved in supernatural activities. I think this is solid proof that one of Dem's personnel might have been trying to harness demonic energy as a weapon using devils as test subjects. And if this is the case, then we must act fast and neutralize Dem Industries. Since they are a worldwide organization, let's purge them out of Japan first before moving on to other regions of the world. Rias, you mean that we actually managed to find some evidence that we really needed? That's great. Sona, can you report back to Sigvera about the news of what we found? Because I have my own personal business with Dem Industries. Sona, if it's that urgent, then go ahead, I'll tell Sigvera the bad news. But I have to ask, what kind of personal business do you exactly have with Dem Industries? This question by Sona also made everybody curious about Rias's intentions with Dem Industries, which prompted all of them to shift their attention to her. Rias faced everyone and started talking. Alright, so here's how it started. After I finally stopped being a shut-in and became the current head of the Gremory clan, I returned to the human world to find out that so much has changed. For one, I learned that there was an urban development plan which was going to turn Kuo Town into a city, after which it will be renamed Kuo City. But one thing that caught my attention was the massive 50-story building owned by Dem Industries, which seemed to stick out like an eyesore. It was like seeing a skyscraper in a suburban area. I got curious and decided to find out more about them. I learned that Dem Industries moved to Kuo Town because they wanted to be a key shareholder who would be part of the town's urbanization plan. They wanted to help develop the town so that the increased financial output from the developed Kuo City will help them get richer. But then, I learned that Dem Industries had a very shady reputation. Many countries around the world accused the company of corrupt practices and illegal business dealings. I didn't care much about it since Dem Industries had nothing to do with the supernatural, but I wanted to keep an eye on them in case they wanted to do something to my territory. After a few years, I actually saw something I shouldn't have seen. One night, I was walking around town and noticed a bunch of workers from Dem Industries causing a commotion at a resident's home. I got curious, so I looked to see what was happening. Using my enhanced hearing, I overheard one of the workers saying, "Listen, we need your help with our company's work. We've been instructed to take you to our headquarters in the city center so that we can find out more about the supernatural. You've already admitted to being involved with devils and stuff like that, so why are you hesitating to come with us?" Or something like that. I became really concerned about what that worker said, so I rushed over there to see who exactly these workers really were. There's no way that two regular humans would find out about the supernatural without even having a sacred gear or a strong aura. When I arrived, I unleashed my demonic aura and spread my wings to scare the workers from Dem. The two of them fainted upon seeing me and collapsed on the ground. I looked to see who those two workers were talking to, and it was actually an old client of Issei's. I think his name was Miltan. Anyway, I had to wipe his memories of seeing me in my devil form. But I also realized that Dem Industries really had suspicious and dangerous dealings with the supernatural. If a company with expansionist ideals were to harness supernatural power to become bigger, then it will pose a big threat to humans and us devils as well. Which is why I had Kai Day infiltrate Dem as a spy to gather information for me. I needed solid evidence to show the higher-ups in the underworld that Dem is a dangerous company, and that we must immediately take care of them. Until now, we haven't been able to find anything useful. But Kai Day showed us technology that Dem has been hiding from the world for so long. I think that maybe we can make use of them, but I personally think supernatural power is better. However, right now, we can confirm that this is solid evidence that Dem is doing dangerous experiments with supernatural entities such as the devils from Sigvera's peerage. You know, Sona, do you want to work together to bring Dem Industries down? Sona pushed up her glasses before saying, "Didn't need to ask. If the threat of Dem is as great as you described it, then why don't we quickly eradicate them before things get out of hand?" Rias, thanks Sona. I knew I could always count on you. Anyway, it's getting pretty late. We have loads of information we need to report back, and we also need to make preparations for the plan to eliminate Dem Industries. Sona, I agree. Let's head back to Kuo Town, but let's collect some samples from this area. I think that we should have some physical evidence ready just in case. Both Rias and Sona ordered their peerages to collect pieces of evidence, including the burnt realizer and the scraps of burnt flesh all around the forest. While they were at it, Rias sneaked to Akeno to secretly send her a message. Rias pissed Akeno, "I need to tell you something." Akeno, what is it? Rias, forget about Shido Murasame. Our priority now is Dem Industries. Our search earlier this afternoon probably proved that he was just a regular boy. We don't need to worry about him for now. Akeno, I see, then let's get these scraps of evidence back to the underworld and present it to Lord Beelzebub. Both peerages continued collecting evidence through the night, but Ryusa's decision to no longer pursue Shido had saved him. Speaking of whom, Shido and his team returned to the forest bunker to rest for the night. He was busy sitting on his bed next to Toka, who wanted to sleep with him later tonight, which he agreed to. Shido was tired from the training and fighting of the day, sighing as he said, "Phew, what a day, don't you think so, Toka?" Toka was also exhausted from the fighting as she massaged her sore arms. "Yeah, but I got to admit that we were super cool out there. Who knew that we could do such amazing things? Did you see me do that 12 in a row kill on those devils that were with Bailey?" Shido tried remembering the events that happened on Mount Kida earlier this evening, but he couldn't seem to remember, saying, I don't think so. I was fighting Bailey in the forest, so I don't think I saw you fight." Toka got a little upset before saying, "What? I wished you could have seen me in action fighting those devils." Shido, "Hey, don't worry about it. You are already amazing. I don't need you to kill a god for me to think that you are great. I just want you to be safe after all the fighting, okay?" Toka blushed and said, "Oh, thanks Shido. But do you think that I will make it to the end of the road with you and everyone else?" Shido wrapped his arm around her shoulder and said with determination and resolve, "Of course, and I'll protect you every step of the way. We are all in this war together, and we shall never yield or admit defeat. Victory is the only option here." Toka was reassured by her boyfriend's words and put her mind at ease, before responding, "I understand. We shall show no mercy to those bitches who hurt Issei Hyodo. I also swear that I will kill both Zenobia Korda and Irina Shida with my blade and make them die slowly. I will never forgive those two for destroying my life." Shido, "Same here. Let's avenge my past life, shall we, for Issei? The ones who hurt him have managed to evade punishment for a long time, which means we have the responsibility of making sure justice is served." The couple was feeling very eager to start training again, but their bodies didn't agree with those thoughts. They were simply too tired to even stand back up. Hours of training and an intense mission had exhausted all of them to the bone, and their bodies were begging for rest. So, with their energy almost drained, they decided to head to bed and sleep. Team Shido could finally rest quietly without the worry of the underworld finding out about their sacred gears and their actions behind the battle at Mount Kida. Meanwhile, Origami decided to gather the rest of the girls for a meeting at Yoshino's request. Kotori, Kaguya, and Yuzuru all came to Origami's room to see what this meeting was all about. Once they all settled down, Origami asked, "So, what's this meeting about, Yoshino?" Yoshino, "Well, it's just that since we've taken out a Dem commander, do you think that Westcott or Ellen will return to Tengus City? I mean, they are definitely going to notice that one of their commanders has been killed, so don't you think it's only going to be a matter of time before something is wrong?" The other girls also seemed to be worried at what Yoshino said. The more they thought about it, the more it seemed like a greater danger was going to arrive imminently. Who knows what Dem is going to do once they realize that one of their prominent members has mysteriously disappeared. Origami started thinking of the possible outcomes that will arise as a result of their victory after the battle against Bailey. After being in Dem for some time, Origami was an expert in anticipating how the company would react if they were going to retaliate against an enemy. She took in all the facts and events that were associated with their battle and analyzed the likelihood and intensity of a Dem counterattack. Origami spent a good 2 minutes thinking over this before she gave her answer to the other girls. Origami, Dem is definitely going to figure out. Bailey might have been acting alone, but Dem is obviously going to have to track her every movements just in case Bailey tries to leak any information that would harm the company's reputation. It's just a matter of when they are going to realize what happened. Bailey might be gone, but the threat of Dem is still present and will eventually come back to haunt us. And when that time comes, it's going to be a bloodbath. Bailey was one of Dem's best fighters, so if they learned that there were some people who were able to kill her and destroy her body, then they are going to send an entire battalion of wizards to wipe us out. Tomorrow is Sunday. We will spend that time training to become stronger. We have already defeated powerful wizards such as Kaide Hyodo and Jessica Bailey. I don't think a squadron of mediocre wizards are going to lose that much of a threat, but I think there is one person that we still need to be wary of. Kaguya, And who's that? Surely this person can't be that much of a serious threat. Origami, maybe, but we need to be very careful. The person that poses the highest level of concern is Ellen Mathers, my former English teacher who was acting undercover so that she could obtain information on Shido. She's since left Tengus City, but before she left, I managed to tap into one of her calls. Ellen was speaking with Isaac Westcott, who is the boss of Dem Industries. From the tone of their conversation, it seems like Ellen knows Westcott very well. since he is mainly responsible for all the corrupt business practices of the company. He is definitely going to need a bodyguard who can defend him from any type of assassination attempt. What if Ellen is that bodyguard? I doubt that Dem is just going to send in some random woman to monitor a boy who allegedly has links to the supernatural. This insight made the girls think about the possibilities of the future. Either way, Dem was going to find out, and there was no avoiding conflict. The only way forward was to keep training to increase their powers and skills so that they would have a better chance at fending off external threats. Then, Kotori stood up and said to everyone, "Why don't you hear my suggestion? It's not much, but I think it could be of some help." The girls turned to her with curiosity and were eager to hear what she had to say. As all eyes fixated on Kotori, she decided to say her suggestion. Dem Industries is everywhere in every country across the world. Why don't we map out each branch that is in close proximity of Tengu City? We can anticipate how long a Dem attack is going to take to get here, and we will have ample time to prepare for an incoming attack. I mean, we don't even know what kind of technologically advanced devices Dem possesses at the moment, but one thing we know is the locations of each of their buildings. You can hide all the data you want, but you definitely can't hide a building, right? Origami, you know what? I think that's a great idea. If we can determine the most probable locations where Dem forces will assemble before heading out to Tengu City, then we can create proper defense protocols that we can follow in the event of an attack. Yuzuru, question, how are we supposed to know if an attack is coming with limited technology and gear? Origami, my former secret base can tap into radio communications and I have full control over the city's surveillance cameras. I can intercept orders from Dem buildings to their subordinates, and we can learn what they plan to do while we start our own plan of thwarting them. Think of it this way, Dem is an extremely efficient and organized company who will do anything in their power to achieve what they want. I spent time with them and have learned all their tactics. These defense protocols that we are trying to create can be the way to properly combat Dem head-on instead of being caught off guard and wiped out before we can get a chance to organize ourselves. Kaguya, so what you're saying is that we can stop them before they can reach us, right? Origami, correct. When it's alright for us to head back up to the surface, I will head back to my former secret base to modify the security systems to be suitable for monitoring a massive area which needs to be secure for us to live like normal people while doing stuff involving the supernatural without any external threats like Dem or Rias Gremory finding out. With that being said, is there anything else that you all want to say? If not, then let's go to bed. I'm sure all of you are tired and want to fall asleep right now. Kotori, well, I do have one question. Where's Shido-senpai? Don't you think he should also know about this? Yoshino, about that. Before I came into this room, I saw Shido-senpai walking with Toka-senpai into his room. I think I heard her say something about wanting to sleep together. Kaguya suddenly got up and said, "What? Are you kidding me? I gave him a kiss earlier this evening and he sleeps with another girl. Hell no. I'm not going to be third-wheeled." Yuzuru also got up and said, "Envy. How dare Shido sleep with another woman after all the things he said to me this evening? And I even gave him a kiss. I will also sleep with him." The Yamai sisters got up and they headed out of Origami's room, with the intention of sleeping with Shido in his room. The remaining girls watched the sisters storm out of the room with blank expressions, not knowing what to say about what just happened. Then Kotori said, do you think they'll eventually get used to it? You know, getting used to being part of a harem. Origami, don't worry about it. Toka could get used to it, so I think they'll also eventually adapt. Anyway, I want to sleep now. It's getting really late and I'm very tired. Origami didn't say anything else and dropped down on her bed and pulled over her entire blanket over her body, closing her eyes and immediately started snoring. Kotori and Yoshino also left the room and went back to their own respective rooms to sleep. As Shido's team began to rest for the night, David was still awake in the break room with his wife and they talked about some important things that needed attention. David and Rain sat at a table, with the latter drinking coffee. David, so, there's something I need to tell you. It's about Kotori, and it's pretty serious. Rain, what's going on? Is something happening with her? David, sigh, you see, she's actually the cause of the great Tengu City fire that happened over 5 years ago. We were on vacation with our son in Greece at the time, so we weren't affected as much as the other city folk. Rain, is that the case? What are you exactly worried about here? Kotori already has good control over her powers. So what exactly is the issue here? David, the thing is, she doesn't know that. Remember what Kotori said? She said that she couldn't remember a thing that happened during that time. What would happen if she learned that she was the cause of the fire? don't you think she might lose her mind and go berserk? Rain, now that you put it like that, I'm afraid that possibility is quite likely. Kotori is definitely going to see herself as a killer and lose control of her emotions, resulting in another similar massive fire. However, I'm scared that if that happens, it will be catastrophic for the people of Tengus City and the people who are living in the surrounding areas. David, what do you suggest we do? We can't just keep it a secret from her. What if she finds out on her own? Like, what if others tell her? Origami already figured it out. What if she tells Kotori about it? Rain, calm down. If Origami really knew about that, then wouldn't she hate Kotori for causing the fire that her parents died in? David, I'm pretty sure Origami is rational enough to not hate Kotori for her parents' deaths and instead blame Akeno and Koneko for killing them in the first place. But that's not the point here. What I want to know is how should we eventually tell Kotori about this? Keeping this a secret from her would basically make us horrible people who are no better than Rias Gremory, who also hid her true intentions of reincarnating Issei by staging his death. We have to tell Kotori. Rain, sigh. I understand that it's a very serious situation, but we need to formulate a plan to tell her about it. I agree that we shouldn't keep her in the dark, but there is always a suitable way to do things. Let's just take a rest for the night. We can discuss this later. Kotori is most likely not going to learn about this tomorrow, but it doesn't mean we should take all the time in the world to delay. Rain walked up to her husband and wrapped her arms around him, looking up to his face and reassured him. Just take it easy. This isn't the first time we had to tell the other kids about the truth of the supernatural. We will also get through this, just like we had already done so many times. Now calm down, things will come and go. David took a few deep breaths before hugging his wife back. After that, they went to their room to rest for the night. Scene break. The next day. Underworld. Ajuka Beelzebub was having a joint conference with Gabriel and Shemhazai, who were all listening to Rias giving her presentation of the threat which Dem Industries poses. They had presented a slightly charred realizer which belonged to Jessica Bailey. It was used as evidence to show that Dem was a potential threat that could not be ignored and will grow in power if they were not stopped. Rias was with her peerage and was standing in front before the leaders of the three factions, saying, "And this is why, we must act immediately on Dem Industries. This piece of evidence we have collected proves that they shouldn't be trusted and must be dealt with immediately." Ajuka looked at Shemhazai, before turning to Gabriel. After that, he asked Rias, "How can you actually prove that Dem Industries is a dangerous organization? We don't even know if that piece of scrap metal has originated from them." Rias composed herself before continuing, "Allow me to show you further evidence which supports my grounds. Kai-Dai, please come forward." Kai-Dai stepped forward and stood next to Rias. Then, Rias ordered Kiba and Zenobia to bring out the visualizer and started a slideshow. Rias talked while she showed the images on the slideshow she had prepared. These were pictures within Dem facilities, including their regional headquarters in Japan, built in Kuo Town. Kai-Dai has been into that building and has seen confidential information which Dem has been hiding from the world. For example, that piece of scrap metal you saw just now is called a realizer, which the wizards of Dem use to grant them superhuman strength. It is implanted in their brains for your information. Here's a video of Kai-Dai demonstrating exactly that. She played a video which showed Kai-Dai displaying her skills with a sword and activating the realizer. A green, crystal-like force field emerged and enveloped huge area. In the video, Kai-Dai was standing in front of several training dummies which were within the perimeter of the territory, and within a single flash, Kai-Dai dashed back and forth the room at blinding speeds, making the leaders of the three factions widen their eyes in disbelief. When Kai-Dai finally stopped, the dummies were all chopped into millions of small chunks almost resembling dust which slowly faltered towards the ground. Ajuka seemed a little more concerned after watching the video, and made him think about whether if he should really take Dem seriously. But then, Rias spoke again and said, "It's alright if you don't believe it. I'll let Kai-Dai demonstrate the exact same thing here again." Before the leaders of three factions could say anything, Kai-Dai activated her realizer and created her territory, before she gestured to Kiba and Zenobia to enter the area of the territory to face her in battle. The two knights happily obliged and dashed straight into battle. Kiba summoned Graham while Zenobia summoned Durandal to fight Kai-Dai in battle. As they prepared to clash their swords, Rias called out to Ajuka, saying, "Also, try detecting Kai-Dai's aura. See if you can feel anything." With that, Kiba and Zenobia dashed up and down the area within the territory and tried to land a hit with full force on Kai-Dai. But Kai-Dai was easily dodging their strikes by simply moving to another spot without even doing a counterattack. Kai-Dai moved so fast, almost as if she was teleporting. Itsuka and the other leaders darted their eyes all across the battlefield to keep track of Kaide's movements. They were stunned when they didn't detect a single trace of magic from Kaide as she easily blipped from one spot to another. Itsuka was amazed and thought, fascinating. Have humans been able to create technology that rivals the abilities of supernatural beings? I can't believe they've advanced so much. I'd better take a look at that realizer later. Shemhazai was also having similar thoughts and wonders just what kind of advanced engineering was implemented in the making of the realizer, thinking, whoa, that is certainly something. I can't believe that small little metal chip is able to make humans do things like that. I wonder what Azazel would think of this. I'd bet he'd like to get his hands on it and improvise it. He's definitely going to mass-produce those things when he learns how they work. Gabriel was astounded by the progress that humans had made over the course of only 17 years. They had lived freely while oblivious to the supernatural world, yet they had somehow managed to create technology capable of making humans rival the powers of supernatural beings. Gabriel thought, what kind of device is this? It's just a small piece of metal, yet Kaide is able to almost mimic teleportation, which is simple for me. Should I be concerned that humans are making these kind of things? I think that if someone greedy got their hands on this realizer, then that could only lead to a deadly conflict between people who struggle for power. I wonder what Michael would say. I bet he'd know what to do. Several minutes had passed, and the two knights still were not able to land a single hit on Kaide as she masterfully maneuvered around each strike with insane speeds without any help using magic. Eventually, Kaide finally went on the offensive and launched a flurry of strikes with a Dem laser blade and managed to slightly graze Kiba and Zenovia's skin. From outside the battlefield, it looked like as if Kaide performed one single strike, but in reality, it was multiple series of strikes that happened almost instantaneously that it looked like one attack. Although Kaide still had lots of time to display the effects that the realizer could grant humans, she had to stop since overusing it will result in her body falling into an immobilized state. So, she deactivated the realizer, and her territory disappeared. Once the demonstration of the realizer was finished, Rias stepped forward and said, as you can see, this realizer, which was developed by Dem Industries, is capable of giving humans abnormal strength, speed, and power. If this realizer is mass-produced and distributed to anybody who is hungry for power, we can only expect a global war between humans who only care about becoming the one who rules the world. That's why, Lord Beelzebub, I would plead for you to reconsider your actions regarding Dem Industries. Itsuka looked back and forth between the other leaders, before turning back to Rias and said, I understand, however, what has this organization got to do with us? Surely, if the great calamity which you described just now is going to happen, it is certainly not going to be in the recent future, right? Rias, true, but that's the problem. Before the hypothetical calamity which I described just now happens, Dem Industries is on the sidelines doing corrupt business acts. For example, one of their wizards has experimented with devils and tried absorbing their demonic energy, ostensibly for gaining power. 3 of those devils which were experimented on and died as a result were 3 members of Sigvara Agarz's peerage. We have their evil pieces here, and we have a positive identification from the coroner who confirmed that the flesh bits we found at the bank of the Noro River belong to those 3 members who are now officially declared dead. On top of that, we scouted the area again and discovered the corpses of more devils at the top of Mount Kita, where the Dem wizard had most likely built their base. The corpses had many brutal cuts and punctures through their bodies which could have never been made with simple human tools. As for why the deceased devils were in that state, I don't know why, although we can guess that the Dem wizard probably wanted some training dummies to test their strength. Dem currently provides laser guns and laser blades to its wizards, which can be the only cause of those wounds inflicted on those devils we discovered on Mount Kita. We don't know how the Dem wizard died, but we do know that their body had exploded into many pieces of burnt flesh as a result of absorbing demonic energy, which is harmful to humans. Who knows if more members of Dem Industries are performing acts like this on devils, or even fallen angels, or angels. Dem knows about the supernatural world, and they won't hesitate to do anything to get stronger, even meddling with creatures they are not supposed to interact with. It will only be a matter of time before Dem somehow finds a way to harness demonic energy, or any type of supernatural energy, and use it for malicious purposes. You saw the realizer's capabilities and potential. Dem will find a way to integrate supernatural energy into their weapons and continue their streak of atrocious practices. But if we do something now and shut them down, then we can save more lives from being lost and stop Dem from messing with the supernatural, which can potentially lead to devastating effects for the world. Therefore, please help me declare war on them, so we can have a better chance at stopping Dem before it is too late. After Rias had explained her reasons for wanting to stop Dem Industries as soon as possible, the leaders of the three factions were convinced that immediate and serious action was needed regarding the potential and deadly threat that Dem posed to everything that they could think of. Humans, the supernatural world, the order of nature, all these will be affected if Dem gains too much power and decides to solely focus on its own ambitions at the cost of human lives and the lives of supernatural beings. As a result, Itsuka and the other leaders collectively agreed to support Rias's proposition for immediate action against Dem Industries. Itsuka, alright, you have convinced me. We will actively support you in this fight against Dem Industries. The other leaders and I have all agreed that they must be put down immediately before the whole world falls into peril. But what do you plan to do now? What's your first step? You've told us that Dem Industries is a massive global company, so wouldn't it take a long time to fully eradicate them? Rias, correct. Which is why each step we make has to be decisive and calculated. We can't waste any resources on useless targets that barely do any effect on Dem. To make sure they get weaker with every attack, we must deal effective and strategic attacks which will severely hinder their progress and force them to take time to recover their lost assets. Shemhazai, so, what are you suggesting here? Do you have a place in mind you want to strike? Rias, yes. It's a Dem headquarters building in Kuo town. They have already tried researching supernatural forces of the town for their own benefit a long time ago. I would like to stop more devils from being at risk of being abducted by Dem Industries and have experiments performed on them. Gabriel, oh my, they already have a base in Kuo town, then we must make haste. Rias Gremory, you have my support, and you shall receive reinforcements for your raid against their building in the town. Shemhazai, I agree, Dem Industries must be taken care of immediately. The first step should definitely be cutting off their access to supernatural beings which they can experiment on. I will also send reinforcements. Itsuka, it's decided then. I will send help too. Rias was feeling relieved that Dem Industries could finally be taken care of and she got all the support she needed, but she wanted to know how much help she was going to get, so Rias asked the three leaders. Rias, before we end this meeting, may I ask who will be joining me on this raid? Itsuka, I'll send Serog Bale. You can also work with Sona since Dem poses a massive threat to both of you. I think Sikvera would also like to join you. She's definitely furious that her peerage members were killed by Dem Industries. Shemhazai, I'll send Barakil and Armoros. They are actually very free right now, so I think they'll have no objections to joining your raid. Gabriel, I will dispatch Griselda Quarta and Vasco Strata to assist you on your raid. Rias widened her eyes in shock at who Gabriel was sending, exclaiming, What, Vasco Strata? He's still alive. Gabriel simply smiled and said, That's right. He's already 104 years old, but he hasn't declined in power at all for the past 17 years. Rias, that's something. But anyway, I'm going to conduct the raid right after this meeting ends, so please send your reinforcements to meet me at the Occult Research Club in Kuo Academy. It's nighttime in the human world right now, so the timing is perfect. Itsuka, I see, then we will send them right away. From that point on, you will be in charge of the raid and you will report back to us on any findings of the building after it has been raided. With that, the meeting officially ended and Rias and her peerage headed back to the human world. Scene break. Kuo Academy. 11:45 p.m. Rias and her peerage teleported back to the Orc Room in Kuo Academy, where they will await the arrival of their reinforcements. As they waited, Rosweiss decided to ask Rias a question. Rias, do you think that Dem Industries had something to do with Issei's death? There was absolutely no trace of magic at the site of his body and... Before Rosweiss could even finish, Rias cut her off and said, No, it's impossible. Dem Industries hadn't even existed back then. They wouldn't even have the realizer technology to engage in combat with a supernatural being. And even if they did possess the realizer or something similar, I doubt any random Dem wizard would be able to take on Issei. He is already overpowered and has a wide range of moves that a Dem wizard would have no chance at countering. Rosweiss, well then don't you think that it could have been an inside job? Maybe Issei's death was an assassination. Someone who knew him very well could have. Once again, Rias cut her off again and said, Listen, it's been 17 years already. Issei is dead. I know you love him very much, but can I remind you that the search team for the boosted gear had been disbanded 6 years ago. All the supernatural factions that we know of have done their own investigations but have never been able to find the cause of Issei's death. Enough with the wishful thinking. It's an undeniable fact that Issei died due to unknown causes and we will never know the truth. Rosweiss wanted to retort, but then she began to think about what Rias said before she slumped her shoulders down and quietly shed a tear. As Rosweiss was feeling upset at the response she got from Rias, she thought to herself, Issei, why, if you're here in this room with us, tell me how you died. I want to find the perpetrator responsible for this. I loved you, but I never visited you once in the hospital and now I've lost you forever, and I never even got the chance to say goodbye. Just give me a sign. I can't be at peace until I find out who murdered you. Just then, the door opened and a group of people walked in. Serorg, what's up? Heard that there were some troublemakers in this town. Where are they? I'm currently in the mood for some good old-fashioned punching and smashing. The first person who walked in was Serorg Bale, who was accompanied by his rook, Ladora Bune, and his queen, Keisha Abaddon. Next was Barakiel and Armoros, the vice-governor of the Fallen Angels and a cadre of the Fallen Angels respectively. Barakiel had a serious expression on his face, hinting that he was ready to fight and neutralize the enemy he's been informed about. Armoros had a smug smile on his face as he cracked his knuckles, displaying to everyone that he was very eager to start destroying things in a comically dramatic fashion. Barakiel, so what's going on? I heard that this Dem Industries is causing you all trouble. Am I right to say that? Armoros, hee, where are those fuckers? I would like them to say hello to my little friend. He whipped out a light spear and spun it around flamboyantly, with a smile which radiated bloodlust. Akeno, who was standing next to Rias, informed her father and Armoros about the raid. Our target is Dem Industries' headquarters in Kuo Town. Once they lose a hold of a town with an abundant source of supernatural energy, their efforts to harness supernatural energy will be hindered, giving us a chance to strike them while they are weak. Barakiel, I see, then, what are we waiting for? Shouldn't we be making a move before this opportune moment passes? Rias, yes, but we are still waiting for the rest of the reinforcements from the underworld as well as the dispatched forces from heaven. As she finished saying that, Sona and her peerage walked in alongside Sigvera, and just then, Griselda Quarta and Vasco Strata from heaven had also arrived. Sigvera had a grim and furious expression on her face, radiating an intimidating and murderous aura. She stepped towards Rias and said in a bellowing and condescending voice, So, you finally found the fuckers who killed my peerage members who went missing. That's great, because I can guarantee you all that I will make it rain blood in there. Rias, don't worry, you're going to avenge them very soon. I just need to brief everyone on the plan so we can easily wipe out the threats in the building. Sona and Tsubaki walked towards Rias and Akeno, with the former asking, So, everybody's here, right? What's the plan here? Rias, I'll explain as we head to our destination, but first, I need Serorg's rook for the first step for the plan. Serorg, you need Ladora, sure, just tell me what it is and we can get started. Rias, okay. But here's one important thing you all need to know. This damn building sticks out like a sore thumb. Unlike all the smaller buildings in this town, this one is a literal skyscraper with over 50 floors and its base area covers the size of a shopping mall. We all need to work together to eliminate all the threats in the building so that they don't have a chance to reorganize themselves and counterattack. Fast forward. 12:05 a.m. Despite being very late at night, the Dem building in Kuo Town was still active, although only a few workers were still managing the building. The reception area on the first floor had only one receptionist who was accompanied by 2 guards who were secretly wizards. Guard 1, say, why did we even get moved to the night shift? Guard 2, beats me. I've had this position as a night guard ever since the day they transferred me here. Guard 1, if only something interesting would happen, then I wouldn't be almost falling into sleep every 2 minutes. I mean, even the receptionist is fast asleep. Guard 2, yeah, if only something interesting were to happen. Just then, someone had entered the reception area. The 2 guards suddenly became awake and saw that it was a wizard who was dragging a strange humanoid object with her. Guard 1, hold on, Kaide. What are you doing here so late? Shouldn't you be at home sleeping right now? Kaide, no, I had a mission to do. I was actually on my way home when I found this weird and peculiar-looking person sitting completely motionless in a dark alley. She dragged forward the person she was talking about and showed a man who was unconscious. He was skinny and simply based on his appearance anybody could tell that he hadn't eaten for a while. The guards thought that it was a homeless person, but to Kaide, she was secretly bringing in the Trojan horse, Ladora Bune, who was acting as a corpse to trick the security inside the building. Guard 1, holy shit, how did this guy end up like this? He looks like he hasn't eaten for weeks. Guard 2, I know, but before that, could you tell me why this man needs to be brought here? What's so special about him that it requires our attention? Kaide, The scanners which can detect supernatural energy were giving me a signal as I approached him, so I thought that we can find out just what this man is and possibly use the supernatural energy which he currently possesses. Guard 1 leaned in closer and observed Ladora's body. Ladora was still breathing, but there was no signs of consciousness, as the guard continuously snapped his fingers right on front of Ladora's face. Guard 2 watched his colleague attempt to wake the man up as he commented, "Are you sure that's going to work? I mean, the man is practically out cold. How are we supposed to boom?" As the guards had their guard down, Ladora had opened his eyes and turned into his dragon form, causing him to dramatically increase in size and gain features of a dragon, such as a pair of wings and sharp claws. Ladora grew larger, and his head smashed through the ceiling. His dragon form was also so heavy that he created a small crater in the spot he was standing on. The blast caused from the transformation also blasted the guards back to the wall, knocking them unconscious. The receptionist was also blown back and fell to the ground, but she woke up and was panicking. The receptionist slowly got up from the ground as she peered over the counter, recoiling in fright and terror as she saw the gargantuan dragon that was standing in the middle of the room. Then, Ladora turned his eyes to the receptionist and called out, "Oh look, is that a damn wizard too? Why don't we show you troublemakers who runs this town?" The receptionist screamed in fear as she fell back towards the ground and crawled back towards the wall. Just before she could do anything else, Ladora sent a scorching breath of fire directly towards the receptionist and left the area she was cowering in into a burning ditch with no trace of any ashes. Kaide looked up to Ladora and said, "Kinda overdid it there, don't you think?" "Ladora, she's working with the enemy. Why should I even show any restraint or sympathy?" Suddenly, the alarm went off and it was blaring loudly. Kaide activated her dem battle suit and whipped out her blade as she prepared to face the wizards who were stationed in the building. Ladora also looked around, preparing to kill any enemy who was going to face him in battle. Then, a whole squad of 50 wizards showed up to the reception hall, with many of them gasping in fear as they saw a dragon standing in the middle of the room. "Wizard 1, oh my, what is that? Is that a dragon?" "Wizard 2, no fucking shit. What are all of you doing? Kill it now." The wizards all took out their laser guns and started blasting at Ladora, who took all the hits and sustained no damage as the lasers couldn't pierce through his armor. Ladora roared as he was being hit by the lasers, showing the wizards that their weapons had no effect on him and that they were going to have no chance at bringing him down. As the echoes of the roar reverberated through the room, the wizards fell to the ground as the entire room shook violently, and they covered their ears from the deafening screech of the roar. Once all the wizards were unable to move, Kaide called out, "Everyone, now, let's raid this place and burn it to the ground." The door along with a massive chunk of the wall behind them was sent flying forward as Serorg punched it to create an opening big enough for everyone to cross through. Charging forward at high speeds was Zenobia and Griselda, who bolted towards the first row of wizards at the front and sliced them into many pieces, splattering blood all over the place and causing mayhem and hysteria among the other wizards. Then, Rossweiss walked to the center of the room and used magic projectiles to blast the remaining wizards who were left frozen in fear against the wall as they saw their fellow wizards being chopped up in front of their eyes. The threats in the first floor were all neutralized. Rias ran to Kaide and said, "Okay, Kaide, you know the layout of this building, where should we go now?" "Kaide, this building has its own independent electric generator which is not dependent on the town's electricity supply. It's in the lowest basement. If we can destroy it, then this building will black out, and the wizards will have a harder time trying to hunt us down. Meanwhile, the radio and communications room is somewhere on the middle section of the building, where wizards can conveniently send out orders to massive legions without much difficulty. Finally, there is the security room which is just below the roof, where we can shut down all entrances and even emergency exits to prevent any wizards from escaping. I suggest we take out those places first, then we can turn this building into a death chamber where we will shred all these damn wizards to pieces." "Rias, right on, let's get to work. My peerage and I will head to the radio room with Sona and Sigvera. Serorg and the fallen angels will head down to the basement and destroy that generator. For the rest of you, get to the roof and lock this place down." The designated groups all headed towards their targeted locations to destabilize the building and eliminate all the remaining threats that were defending the place. Serorg looked down to the floor and confidently said, "Ha, leave this to me. I'll smash the ground and we'll get to that basement in no time. Hiya." Smash. Several explosions occurred through the lower levels of the basement, as Serorg's punch pierced through the tough concrete and metal foundations which held each floor of the basement together. Eventually the air pressure from the punch reached the lowest floor and a much louder and bigger explosion could be heard. Serorg cracked his knuckles before he proudly smirked, saying, "Phew, looks like I caused a bit of damage there. Anyways, let's destroy the power generator before the guards come and cause a hindrance." He leaped down towards the lowest floor, followed by the two members of his peerage that came along with him. Betrayal and Armoros simply stared at Serorg jumping down the hole he created with his punch in bewilderment. Betrayal commented on what he saw. "That was some punch, don't you think so too, Armoros?" Armoros, "Ha, that certainly was impressive. Anyway, let's jump down that hole and destroy that generator and wipe out any remaining stragglers. I don't want Serorg to be stealing my kills away from me." Armoros followed Serorg down the hole, before Betrayal spread his wings and flew down to the basement where the generator was. As for the team in charge of initiating the lockdown on the building, Griselda was trying to think of the quickest way to reach the security room near the top of the building without being slowed down by the legions of wizards who were guarding the path towards the top. "Griselda, how are we supposed to lock down this building when the button to do so is all the way up there? The wizards will definitely slow us down and most likely would have sent out a call for help to their other bases." "Vasco, don't worry, leave that to me, I'll get us up there in no time." Vasco began charging up holy energy in his fists and punched upwards through the ceiling twice, smashing through many levels of the building before it eventually reached the 50th floor, where the security office was. Lots of debris came falling down, but Griselda and Vasco stayed completely unfazed even as huge chunks of concrete and metal were collapsing onto them. They only deflected away the chunks that were going to directly hit them. "Vasco, I'll see you up there, make sure to not get hit by any remaining debris which are still falling." He proceeded to jump up the hole he created and reached the security room. Griselda followed suit, using her wings to fly up the building and reach the security room where they will need to initiate the lockdown sequence of the building. The duo arrived on the 50th floor to see several workers on the ground struggling, possibly ending up in this state because of the immense shockwave that Vasco had sent through the building after he punched the ceiling. Vasco looked around at the disorganized wizards and cracked his knuckles, saying, "Now, let's eliminate these pests, shall we?" Griselda summoned her bow and pulled back an arrow, pointing at a wizard and saying, "Agreed. Let's rid this place of these pests." Chaos ensued as the duo began annihilating all the wizards that were present in the room, not sparing a single one as they violently obliterated the wizards to shreds. Griselda fired many arrows, piercing through the tough armor of the dem battlesuits of the wizards, while Vasco viciously bashed up each enemy that came in his way, causing screams of terror and blood to splatter all over the place. The killing spree continued for a few minutes before Griselda and Vasco had wiped out the threats on the 50th floor. Mutilated corpses were present all throughout the floor and bloodstains were splattered all across the walls, making the whole room seem like a gory murder scene from a horror film. Vasco sighed as he loosened his fists, looking around the site that he created and commented, "Wizards, right. Those little insects couldn't even get themselves up back onto their feet. Each one I pursued kept retreating backwards and not a single one of them had tried retaliating. Pathetic. Griselda, I don't know why these people even bothered becoming wizards, if all they do is just fall back and scream in fear. But anyway, let's lock down this building. I'm pretty sure the office is that small little room over there with those switches and buttons." She pointed to a door which was left half open and a light could be seen inside, revealing a panel of buttons and switches as well as several monitors which were on the wall. Vasco, well then, what are we waiting for? Let's just close the building and join the others once we are finished. Meanwhile, Team Rias and their allies were all climbing up to the middle section of the building, with Kiba, Saji, and Zenobia relentlessly cutting down all the wizards who tried slowing them down on the way. Kai-Day was in the back navigating the group to the radio and communications room. As her friends were all fighting, she called out, "It's on this floor all the way at the end of the hall, over there." She pointed to a door located at the end of the hall with several wizards guarding it. Akeno stepped forward and giggled sadistically, saying, "Fufufu, let me clear out these little brats." Akeno launched several lightning bolts at them, destroying the wizards who were defending the room. Once the coast was clear, everyone rushed towards the door and swung it open, revealing several officers hiding under the table and shivering in fear. Sigvera walked into the room with a daunting and intimidating aura which felt suffocating to the officers who were already paralyzed with fear. Sigvera slowly stepped towards the officers with a fierce glare in her eyes and spoke to them in a scary and dark voice. "So, nowhere to run, huh? That's wonderful for me, because I'm going to make you all suffer for what you did to my peerage." She activated her powers and trapped the workers within a barrier, increasing its intensity as shouts of horror from the officers resonated through the room. Sigvera continued this until she finally released the barrier, revealing several skeletons with rotting flesh still stuck on the bones. No more screams were heard, and there was no more motion from the workers who had been turned into skeletons. Gasper walked forward and smelled a pungent scent of blood coming from the rotten pieces of flesh, recoiling in disgust as he said, "EW, what did you do to them?" Sigvera partially turned her head to Gasper and still had the same grim look on her face, responding to him in an emotionless voice. "What? I simply trapped them for 300 years within that barrier. I'd bet nobody would be able to survive that kind of mental torture of being trapped in an enclosed space for over 3 centuries. Gasper was shocked by what Sigvera had done, but he remembered that those were his enemies, which made him relax a little. Koneko walked into the room and saw several pieces of radio equipment on the tables. She then proceeded to smash each one that was present and left the machines completely broken and shattered. Koneko, there, now nobody can contact this place. I wonder if the others have completed their objectives. Just then, an automated voice played through the POS system of the building, announcing, "Warning, emergency lockdown initiated, emergency lockdown initiated." Then, sounds of metallic doors could be heard hitting the walls and ground as each exit and entrance was sealed off, trapping everybody inside. Sona looked around and said, "I guess the group in charge of the lockdown has finished their job. Now we can wipe out all the remaining threats in the building without a single one trying to escape." Then, the lights suddenly switched off, leaving the whole place in absolute darkness. Nobody could see a thing, but for the devils with the ability to see in the dark, they didn't care, as this only meant that Serorg and the others has destroyed the generator. "Sona, did I speak too soon? Whatever, at least it's a good thing now that the power is out. Now we can eliminate the remaining wizards in the building and be done with it." Rias, "Yup, let's make their last moments into nightmares. I want to hear some screams of agony and pain as we kill those supernatural wannabes." The 3 groups who had achieved their objectives in the building were all rushing up and down the entire place, killing all the stragglers who were left panicked in the confusion. Some wizards tried to hide, but they were eventually found and killed instantly with no mercy. It was a bloody massacre which left no dem workers as survivors. No dem worker who was employed in the building lived to tell the tale about the gruesome night which involved a mass killing of over 400 wizards in their headquarters. The last squad of wizards were on the roof, desperately trying to make a distress call to another base for an emergency rescue. "Wizard 1, damn it, why isn't the radio responding? Shouldn't the communications room still be working even when there's a power outage or a facility lockdown?" "Wizard 2, you don't think they've already been overrun by the infiltrators, right? I mean, nobody can rival our company's technology. Only a demon would be able to laugh in the face of our technological terror." "Wizard 3, both of you, shut up. Just focus on getting through to our main headquarters of the DEM Japan branch in Shizuoka. The infiltrators will definitely get repelled. Our technology is the best in the world." Despite the wizard's best efforts, the radio was only playing static continuously, and not a single response was received. "Wizard 2, damn it, I guess we have no other choice but to wait here for help and fight the infiltrators should they reach the roof." "Wizard 1, are you for real? This is the roof. There's over 50 floors in this building and we have legions of wizards defending the place. I would bet my soul that the infiltrators will never get past the reception counter." Boom! Suddenly, Rias and her forces arrived at the roof. She sauntered out from the smoke and dust, forming an orb of demonic energy with her hand. Rias spoke with a calm yet ominous voice. "I'll give you boys one chance to surrender or we'll dispose of you." "Wizard 3, never. Just who do you think you are? Do you know who you're messing with?" Bang! Rias fired a bullet of demonic energy through the wizard, destroying his entire abdomen, and he fell to the ground with a puddle of blood spilling and increasing in size around his body. The other 2 wizards were frozen in shock, unable to make a single sound as they were too frightened to even move. Rias, oops, wrong answer. Now, what's your choice, you 2? Do you want to join your friend who refused to comply? The 2 remaining wizards of the whole building didn't say anything. They thought that any choice they would make would result in a gruesome death. The tension was growing higher, and the air was becoming suffocating. The 2 wizards could only hear themselves wheezing and gasping for air, all while Rias was charging up another bullet and prepared to shoot another one of them. Eventually, one of the wizards couldn't take the pressure anymore and simply chose to jump off the building to his death so that he would avoid a slow and painful one. The last remaining wizard saw his colleague hastily jump off the building, his eyes widened in disbelief, not wanting to believe that this was the end for him. "Wizard 1, I I surrender. He managed to keep a bit of sanity and gave into the pressure. The wizard raised his hands in the air and got on his knees, showing that he was genuinely wanting to surrender. Then, Sona stepped next to Rias and said to the wizard, "Stay there. Don't even think about moving. We're going to take you back for some interrogation, and if you want to live just a bit longer, then you'd better cooperate." The wizard sheepishly nodded his head as he stiffened all his muscles and tried his best to stay completely still. Griselda walked up to the wizard and bound him up with a rope made of light. "Griselda, stand up, let's go now." She pulled the rope up and got the wizard to stand up, although his legs were still shaking due to fear. It seemed like this was the end, and the raiding forces all began to turn around, but suddenly, something unexpected happened. Bang! The entire group turned around as they heard the sound of a bullet being shot loudly, with an echo of a deafening gunshot reverberating through the town. Upon turning back, the group saw the wizard they had in captivity had been shot in his head, right between his eyes. The wizard fell to the ground, with his face maintaining the same expression of shock, and became completely motionless. Rias and Sona felt their hearts jump as they saw their prisoner had been shot from out of the blue. So did everybody else. They all rushed over to the wizard, checking his condition to see what had happened. Rias panicked as she observed the wizard's face, exclaiming, What did you guys do? Did one of you kill him?" "Sona, none of us did anything. I'm just as confused as you. How did this happen?" From the looks of his face, it's obvious that he had been shot in the head. But who did it? None of us possess a firearm which can fire such an accurate shot like this. As the commotion ensued, a mysterious figure was standing on literal air watching Rias and her forces becoming rowdy and confused. The mysterious figure was holding a pistol with smoke rising from the barrel, pointing at the wizard who was just shot, while her other hand was at rest but was wielding a musket rifle. She had a calm smile as she observed the group on the roof descending into hysteria and confusion. She pulled back her pistol and commented on what she was seeing. Ara, looks like I have some competitors now. I better hope that they don't steal all the fun away from me. After all, I'm the only one who is allowed to destroy dem industries." Once she finished talking, she disappeared into a portal of darkness while still keeping watch on Rias's group before being absorbed into the darkness entirely. Things are definitely going to get much more intense from this point on, and I've only managed to recruit 5 out of 10 of the sacred gear users in Tengus City. However, it seems like a massive and bloody conflict is heading this way, and my family and I will be caught in the crossfire. I just hope that we'll all be fine once the dust settles. I only need to focus on becoming stronger for now. That's it, guys. Thanks for watching and supporting us. See you in the next part.